So this is Demon Lord Merlin Lucifer. Supposedly the baddest dude around, fears no one, and yet he only has one wife. And while our top-tier demon lord is napping in his absurdly huge room, some random girl sneaks in to admire the view. She's practically drooling over his charming face while he sleeps, staring at those very kissable lips. She swallows hard, musters up all her courage, and leans in to steal a kiss when suddenly all hell breaks loose outside. Long live the goddess of light, the holy army is invincible. Demon Lord Lucifer, come out and face your doom. A massive army in super shiny armor, waving flags with suns on them, is lined up right outside the palace. The girl is absolutely furious, cursing the holy army for their terrible timing and for ruining her big moment. She decides to just ignore them and get back to her dark, secret mission. But a hand gently stops her. Uh-oh. Merlin's awake. Lilit, what do you think you're doing? He asks. She just opens her mouth to bite his finger. He yanks his hand back fast. He knows what she's like. With this swarm of pests outside, Merlin has to go deal with them. Lilit just pouts, rubbing the spot he flicked on her forehead. She was just inches away from glory, but then Merlin smirks, pulling her into his arms and catching her totally off guard. You silly girl. There is no one in this world who can successfully launch a sneak attack on me. Lilit takes this chance to get a good feel of his chest, but her moment of bliss is cut short by the shouting outside. Long live the goddess of light. The holy army is invincible. Demon Lord Lucifer, come out and die. Seriously, their timing is impeccable. Fed up, Lilit pulls out her 3-meter-long divine whip, ready to give every single one of them a personal lesson. Merlin immediately stops her, wrapping an arm around her, and just like that, all her anger vanishes into thin air. They dare disturb me on the very last day of my reign as Demon Lord? Fine. I suppose I'll have to see them off myself. So Merlin confidently leads Lilit out to turn them all into mincemeat. Outside, monsters and humans are in a massive brawl, but these humans aren't the ones in the shiny armor. Merlin stands high above the chaos, just taking it all in. Lilit, on the other hand, is just wishing they could get this. Intense. In the bedroom, Merlin scans the area, spotting one fighter who clearly stands out, guessing she's this generation's hero. The girl is screaming her head off, fighting a giant stone golem, and takes it down in a single clean slash. But in Merlin's eyes, she's still a complete amateur. The soldiers from the Holy See, however, are praising her like she's a goddess. They barely get a moment to celebrate her victory before a giant worm bursts out of the ground right underneath them. Two guys just grab each other and start screaming for their lives, probably peeing their pants. The hero zips in with an ice lance wheel, one-shotting the worm while the two guys just stare, dumbfounded. After the rescue, she kindly reminds them, "You must always be careful on the battlefield. Don't get distracted." The two soldiers are basically on the verge of tears. They're thanking the heavens for letting them be born in the same era as this strong, beautiful goddess. The hero then points her sword at the monsters for a dramatic speech. I, Alice Claudia, the 233rd hero, hereby declare that I will vanquish the demon lord Lucifer. Her speech totally fires up the soldiers, and they charge forward. Meanwhile, way in the back, a pot-bellied commander from the Holy Army is just sitting and watching with his troops. These useless commoners in the vanguard, getting in the great hero's way, they deserve to die. His hook-nosed lackey immediately starts sucking up, trying to calm the cardinal down. Those peasants are expendable anyway. Our elite troops haven't even moved yet. The vanguard is nothing but cannon fodder. They're just waiting for the cannon fodder to get wiped out, weakening the enemy so the Holy Army can charge in and claim all the glory. But the hook-nosed guy is worried. Alice is no match for Merlin. The cardinal just laughs as if he's already won. Even if Alice fails, he's not worried. Apparently, the cardinal has a secret weapon ready to go in the sky. Back on the field, Alice is fighting desperately while realizing the vanguard has been completely surrounded by monsters. The situation looks grim. She's about to charge in to help when a massive explosion rocks the battlefield. The cardinal looks up to the sky as if welcoming a god. This is the ultimate siege weapon, something the Holy See spent 100 years painstakingly building. Its power is supposedly unmatched, and there it is, a giant white whale, floating in the sky. The cardinal proudly proclaims it's the biggest and most feared weapon ever, the ultimate masterpiece of the Holy See. Basically, it's the best at everything. Down below, both the vanguard troops and the monsters just stop dead in their tracks, shocked by this bizarre sight. Alice stares up, her mouth wide open, wondering if this giant sky whale is a friend or foe. The cardinal isn't wondering anything. He just raises his scepter high, ready to control the white whale. Watch closely. The greatest masterpiece in the Holy See's history will now reveal its power. The whale's mouth opens, and white smoke pours out. The cardinal then maniacally unleashes the attack right onto the battlefield below. Alice sprints toward the vanguard, desperate to save them from a cannon blast. From above, Merlin watches on, looking completely and utterly unimpressed. A massive explosion kicks up a cloud of dust. The Holy See's bishop cheers, thinking he's already won. Tremble before the holy sea, Lucifer. In the name of the goddess of light, I will send you demons straight to hell. Alice staggers to her feet, sword in hand, somehow still in one piece. Standing before her, looking ridiculously cool, are Merlin and Lilit. Yep, these two just blocked that entire attack, saving the hopelessly outmatched vanguard. It's not like Merlin suddenly grew a heart. Nope, it's just that wherever he is, HE decides who lives and who dies. You trash. Greet your king. The third demon, King Lucifer, has arrived. The bishop, absolutely furious, starts slamming his scepter into the ground over and over. Impossible! An attack with the power of a saint-level ultimate. How could it be stopped so easily? The hook-nosed guy is shaking in his boots, but the bishop is still running his mouth. He's way too confident in his giant white whale's body, made of rare metals and powered by goddesses and blood gods. Yeah, really. White whale, charge for me. Physically exercise that annoying Lucifer the Third. He figures even if Lucifer can block light cannons, he can't survive a full-body slam. Merlin just smirks, hand on his sword. These guys are so weak yet so full of themselves. But hey, since they're trying so hard, he'll humor them by drawing his blade. The white whale charges, opening a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. It doesn't even take 2 seconds. Merlin slices the whale clean in half, a perfect 50-50 split, not a millimeter off. The wind from the sword strike blows through Lilit's hair as she stares, captivated. Alice's jaw has been on the floor this whole time. Merlin gives his sword a cool 360-degree spin after descaling the whale. The bishop and everyone else are just frozen as the two halves of the whale crash to the ground. Merlin sheathes his sword, as if thanking the audience for their undivided attention. He turns his gaze to the bishop and his elite army that hasn't even fought yet. All right, you bunch of trash, it's your turn now. In the name of the first demon king Lucifer, I grant you all a glorious end. The bishop turns to Alice for help, his tone less like a plea and more like a command. If you don't do something, we're all going to die. Save us! Alice, as if brainwashed, completely forgets the bishop almost got her killed and charges straight at Merlin. Demon King, in the name of the hero, I will punish you here. Merlin doesn't even move. His eyes just glow, the pupils turning sharp and cat-like. He stomps his foot once. A powerful gust of wind sends Alice flying back, before Merlin gracefully draws his sword in a crescent moon arc. Alice is frozen to the spot, watching the sword slash head right for the bishop's crew. Merlin wasn't even paying attention to her. A series of massive explosions follows Merlin's attack, smoke blanketing the sky. The bishop's scepter falls into a pool of fresh blood, the entire holy army gone in an instant. And Alice? Oh, she passed out at some point. She has no idea she's about to be dragged into a bizarre new adventure with Lord Merlin. So, about Merlin Lucifer. He's a transmigrator, forcibly summoned to this world by some ritual. In his old world, he was a total nobody. But here, Merlin was born with absolutely broken power. He was destined to be the demon king of the first palace, the most arrogant ruler of all. But this insane power came with a catch, a congenital heart defect. Every single second that passes, Merlin's life is filled with a crushing pain in his chest. But fate gave him a little gift, the demonic blade, Vanquisher of All. It has a strange magic that can extend his life. All he has to do is kill powerful enemies, and the curse is temporarily soothed. The stronger the enemy, the better the effect. So Merlin started hoping for the strongest person in this world to appear. He believes that if he can defeat them, his curse will finally be broken for good. But until his term ended, the best he found was that big ol' whale, which only helped his heart a little. Merlin looks up at the sky. It was all over. The Demon King's palace doesn't need him anymore. It's time for Merlin to see what the outside world is really like. After the war comes the farewell. Lilit is heartbroken, unable to leave him. Merlin gently caresses her face, telling Lilit to take good care of herself while he's gone. But, Lilit sobs, begging Merlin not to go. Since birth, she's been attached to him like a shadow. Merlin gently pats Lilit's head. She's all grown up but still acts like a spoiled kid. He'd normally give Lilit anything she wants, but not this. If I stay here, I'll die from this curse sooner or later. Do you want me to die? No, I don't. But I don't want to leave you either. Lilith's resolve is so strong, she's willing to sacrifice her own life to ease Merlin's pain. He just glares and flicks her forehead, making her yelp. You silly girl, how could I ever hurt you? But Merlin's gentleness only makes Lilit pushier. I don't care. I don't want to leave you. As long as you're by my side, even if you become a cripple, I'll take care of you. The word useless clearly struck a nerve with Merlin, but he still gently lectured Lilit, each word hitting her right where it counted. Lilit, I like you too, but I have to leave so I can finally break the curse on my own heart. Once this is all over, I promise I'll come back and stay with you forever. Merlin gave this whole dramatic speech, but all Lilit heard were 4 little words. I like you too. And those 4 words were enough to send her absolutely over the moon. Seriously, the girl was so happy she looked ready to pop. Lilit cleared her throat, putting her mysterious face back on before giving Merlin some heartfelt advice that definitely piqued his curiosity. There are plenty of other women out there, you hear me? Don't you dare let them seduce you, or I'll kill every last one. I will cut off all their hair, strip them bare, and then toss them into lava to roast. I'll even eat the ashes. Lilit rattled off these bloodthirsty threats with the most innocent, happy smile, giving Merlin the absolute creeps. Turns out she's a certified yandere. Merlin quickly made an excuse to get out of there before Lilit decided to permanently attach herself to his hip, but as he passed by Alice, he stopped. The girl was muttering in her sleep. So delicious. A six-pack durian. Merlin was at a complete loss for words. This girl dreams about food even when knocked out. Shaking off the weirdness, Merlin just casually slung Alice over his shoulder, right in front of Lilit's death glare. Merlin, what do you think you're doing? Why in the world are you taking that woman with you? Don't tell me the sly fox meant to bewitch you has already appeared. Merlin immediately started backpedaling, insisting Alice was just a tool. After all, he'd been cooped up in his palace for thousands of years and needed a gopher. Conveniently, Alice also happened to be a hero. Way weaker than him, of course, but still stronger than most people out there. Her stamina and willpower weren't half bad. She could be useful. Lilit was mostly convinced but still pouted, arguing she was a hero and Merlin should just kill her. But he explained his term was up. He wasn't the Demon King anymore, and with that, he hoisted Alice up and walked away. Goodbye, Lilit. Watching him leave, Lilit could barely contain herself, but she quickly shook her head, trying to clear away those gloomy thoughts. No, she couldn't afford to get discouraged just yet. The next time she saw Merlin would be the moment to fulfill their promise. The memory of Merlin saying he liked her too made Lilit practically leap with joy. Was that a confession? Seriously, that man, saying something so hopeful right before he leaves. After a moment's thought, Lilit decided she wouldn't let his confession go to waste. Time to start practicing how to be the perfect future wife. Meanwhile, Alice, still passed out on Merlin's back, was having a long nightmare about her own failure. Ever since she left the mountain, nothing had gone right. All it took was a few compliments from some cult leader, and she'd foolishly put her trust in the castle's trash, actually thinking she was Merlin's rival. It wasn't until she saw Merlin single-handedly slay a white whale that was leagues stronger than her that Alice realized he never even saw her as a threat. Before she ever left the mountain, her master had warned her she was still too green. The outside world was full of powerful fighters, and with her current skills, she was bound to struggle. And now, after this spectacular failure, Alice felt her path as a warrior was just hopeless, totally and utterly discouraging. Merlin carried her to the coast, only to find all the wooden boats completely wrecked. He propped Alice against a palm tree and went off to build a new one. Who knows how much time passed? Alice was sleeping soundly until some thick, clear liquid dripped onto her face, waking her up, and… hello there. A massive jaw full of razor-sharp teeth was staring right at her. She immediately scrambled to her feet and booked it away from the giant werewolf. The werewolf let out a savage roar, its huge frame closing the distance in seconds. Alice just squeezed her eyes shut, ready for another knockout. But then, something shot out from the bushes, clamping the werewolf's jaws shut. It was Merlin, heroically pinning the beast's head to the ground. Hey, don't get any ideas. This woman belongs to me now, so you can't eat her, got it? The werewolf just laid there, wagging its tail like an excited puppy. Alice stood frozen, annoyed that Merlin saved her again, but her heart was doing a weird, rapid thump. Alice just watched Merlin play with the werewolf like it was a golden retriever. Plus, that bright expression and the saintly smile on his face made her feel like maybe, just maybe, Merlin wasn't actually a bad guy. She immediately shook her head. Nope, not possible. He's the Demon King. Even if he saved her, there had to be an evil motive behind it. After Merlin said goodbye to his new furry friend, he finally spoke. Miss Hero, your name is Alice, isn't it? Alice instantly drew her ice sword, tensing up defensively. What is it that you want? Merlin just smirked. What do I want? Faced with a woman like you, what do you think I could possibly want? And from the look on his face, Alice figured he was about to do something wicked, all because he wanted her for himself. Merlin was still in the middle of his grand introduction, but Alice decided she'd heard enough and charged right at him. But he effortlessly caught her ice sword between two fingers, mid-swing. He narrowed his eyes, lifted her chin, and left her completely stunned. Beautiful lady, from this moment forward, your body now belongs to me. A pickup line so smooth, Alice almost started undressing, but she snapped out of it, knocking his hand away and covering her chest. Don't you dare insult me, Demon King. As a hero, I will never bow to a dark and evil force like you. Merlin just shrugged, completely shattering her dramatic little fantasy. This wasn't some kind of romantic moment he was setting up, this was a full-on kidnapping. For a first-timer, Merlin's whole intimidation process was a little shaky, but it was just enough to leave Alice completely bewildered. Merlin got right in her face, staring into her eyes. I'm actually a gentle person. But Alice's brain translated this to, be a good girl and don't you dare resist. Just tell me what you want already." In response, Merlin leaned in even closer, gently stroking a few strands of her hair. His voice dropped to a creepy whisper. "In a little while, I plan on using your body for a few things. You know, the usual inhumane stuff my kind does to girls like you." Okay, now the threat landed, loud and clear. She'd heard stories about demons forcing human women to have their kids, so this was it. She was about to become Merlin's personal baby-making machine. Before she could even process this nightmare, Merlin was already dragging her away. She ripped her arm away for a second time. "Don't touch me, you perverted demon lord." Faced with another disobedient woman who reminded him of Lilit, Merlin's patience snapped. He just picked her up and tossed her onto the boat. He then reached out a hand to her, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "All right then, let's get started." Alice furiously cursed him out. Her first time, and it was going to be in the middle of the ocean? That was a little too wild for her. Alice put a blade to her own throat, deciding she'd rather die than be a baby factory. Merlin just glanced at the two oars near her. He kicked the handle of one, flipping it up and smacking Alice right under the chin with a loud thwack. Her sword went flying. Merlin was completely baffled. How on earth did this moron ever become a hero? Alice just seethed, nursing her bruised chin. "Just do what you want. Why do you have to be so rough?" Merlin shrugged. He's seen plenty of women, and he's not desperate enough for a flat-screen TV like Alice. Besides, that metal plate you're hiding on your chest nearly killed me when I was carrying you. Next time you want to pad yourself, could you use something a little softer? Busted. Alice clutched her chest, trying to think of an excuse. "That's my secret silver armor." Merlin just buried his face in his hands and burst out laughing. "Secret silver armor worn as a chest pad? Huh. If your hero ancestors heard that, they'd probably die a second time from pure shame." Alice quickly changed the subject, desperate to stop talking about her chest, and demanded to know Merlin's real goal. He pointed towards the oars, spreading his arms to unveil his grand plan. They would cross the Orkney Strait, conquer the Great Sea, and set foot on his land. Alice was completely floored. For the first time, she tried to reason with him, begging Merlin to get a grip on reality. "The Holy Sea's warships set sail from Port Bristow," she explained. "Even with hundreds of men rowing and wind magic, it takes a full day and night to cross the strait. They even coat their ships in dragon waste to keep the monsters away. So the two of us, taking turns rowing this tiny boat, we have absolutely no chance of surviving this strait. Plus, the second we get tired and a monster shows up, we're gonna be fish food. Get it?" Merlin just chuckled at her serious lecture. "Oh, lady hero, you've misunderstood something. Whoever said anything about taking turns?" See, Merlin had already warned her he would use her body to make her row the boat all by herself. And Merlin's job? Oh, that was very important too. He was going to stand at the prow and enjoy the sea breeze. "Huh?" Alice's disbelief echoed across the water. At this point, she would rather offer up her body to Merlin than row this stupid boat until her arms fell off. 3 days went by. Apart from some changing weather, no monsters attacked them, which made Alice extremely curious. Merlin, still posing at the front of the boat, made a cryptic remark. "The sea is a terrifying place. Get too close to the powerful, and you'll be torn to shreds." Alice had no idea what he was talking about, so Merlin had to put it in simple terms. A giant beast was following them, scaring off all the smaller ones. He then warned Alice to sit tight. If she fell into the ocean, he was completely useless, because Merlin can't swim. Which was odd, considering Alice heard he'd once defeated a sea demon. "Oh, that's right. That idiot demon came ashore because it wanted to steal the rotten herring from my storage. The thing that's coming now is much bigger." Just as Merlin finished his sentence, a massive pillar of water erupted from the sea with a deafening roar, nearly making Alice's heart stop. She went flying out of the boat, sliding down the massive sea dragon's back like it was some kind of water slide. Merlin just kicked the boat, sending it gliding gently back onto the water. They both landed on it as the sea dragon let out a roar like thunder. Alice was predictably scared out of her mind. "Hey, Lucifera, what are we supposed to do now?" Seeing Merlin standing there like a statue, Alice figured they were done for. "This long-necked sea dragon." Merlin scoffed, pointing at the beast. "So ugly. That neck is huge, but its chest is tiny. You can tell it's an idiot just by looking at it." The sea dragon seemed to understand human words and got furious at being body-shamed. It slammed its tail into the sea, sending huge waves toward their tiny boat. Alice had no clue how to deal with this kind of attack, and even if she did, it's not like she could actually do anything about it. Merlin let out a grunt. After 3 days with nothing to eat, the guy was starving. And now? It was officially hunting time. He drew his sword, facing down the ferocious sea dragon charging right at him. Shing! The sound of the unsheathed blade was ear-splitting. A single drop of water, falling through the air, was sliced in two, a preview of this dragon's fate. The attack left everyone except Merlin completely stunned. The fire in the dragon's eyes went out, and the raging sea suddenly became quiet once more. Merlin sheathed his sword and headed back inside. Yeah, that was way too easy for him. Seeing Alice with her jaw still on the floor, Merlin gave her cheek a hard pinch. Snap out of it and start rowing. We need to go. But something wasn't right. Alice frantically pointed towards the sea dragon, which was still standing there, motionless. Just then, a series of clicks echoed out, and the dragon's entire body split into pieces, falling into the water with a splash. Merlin's face darkened. What are you waiting for? Its blood is going to attract man-eating sharks. You want to be their next meal? Alice scrambled for the oars and got to work, her mind reeling. On land or at sea, this Merlin guy was just absurdly powerful. She couldn't even begin to imagine the chaos that would unfold if he actually reached a civilized place. Alice timidly asked why Merlin wanted to leave the Demon King's palace. He irritably told her to stop calling him the Demon King. I'm not the Demon King anymore. You should call me Captain Merlin. Alice's face just froze, making the whole situation incredibly awkward. Merlin, so embarrassed he wanted to dive overboard, pretended it was a joke and called Alice humorless. He claimed he was just bored of being invincible and wanted to see the world. In reality, he didn't want Alice to know the Demon Council had basically fired him. How embarrassing would that be? And somehow, Alice actually believed him. She started probing to figure out his true strength. Are you saint level? I don't know, Merlin shot back. How can you even measure a Demon King's power by human standards? It was then that Alice finally grasped just how ridiculously overpowered Merlin was. She then said he must have worked incredibly hard, since geniuses are made of 90% sweat and the rest is talent. Merlin just about died laughing. You're an idiot. You actually believe that garbage? To a being like Merlin, who was born strong, that saying was just a sweet lie to trick fools like Alice into working themselves to death as stepping stones for others. An ordinary person like Alice should just understand her own limits and focus on doing what's within her own capabilities. Alice felt like Merlin was starting to sound like her master. She just wanted to know when she'd be able to surpass him. Of course, Merlin had no idea that he was the only person in the entire demon tribe who could even draw that magic sword. That's what made him the #1 Demon King, proof of absolute talent that no amount of hard work could ever hope to overcome. Struck by the concept of talent, Alice stammered. So how did you get so strong? Can you tell me? Merlin found it hard to explain. Having been born into the demon tribe, he just figured his life would be about playing with his little sister every day. Merlin's mother was the one humans called Lucifer II, but she was killed in action during the 197th Holy Crusade. From then on, Merlin and his sister had to rely on each other. But the demon world is a cruel place where the strong devour the weak, so Merlin resolved to become stronger than anyone else in order to protect his sister. He fought ancient demons on snowy mountains, battled a witch god in a dense jungle, and even dove into lava to slay a hellfiend. Merlin relentlessly practiced his swordsmanship, swinging a rusty, chipped blade every single day and nearly dying countless times. In the end, he used his own strength to kill those who bullied him and his sister, seizing the throne of the demon tribe. By then, he had become completely unbeatable. And that's that. My past is basically an epic saga of a prince's revenge. Alice heard the story and felt something was off. Merlin claimed he was a genius, but his story sounded like 100% effort. Merlin wagged his finger. No effort. My dream is a carefree life. Why would I work hard? I was born invincible. You get it? Alice, realizing she'd just been sucked into a story Merlin completely made up, got so mad she stopped rowing altogether. But Merlin just kept on talking. He admitted he used to be weak because he had all this power but didn't know how to use it. Then he had a sudden epiphany, figured it out, and instantly became unbelievably strong. It was like he woke up from a nap and was suddenly the strongest in the world. Alice was speechless, no point arguing with that main character logic. Seeing that she couldn't quite process it, Merlin waved a hand and ordered Alice to keep rowing while he leaned back to think about his curse. He hadn't even been gone a week, and he'd already run into an ancient sea dragon. Yeah, leaving was definitely the right call. Besides, Merlin had a strange feeling that being around Alice calmed his heart. After who knows how long, they finally set foot on land. It looked like they were in the territory of Dabrin. Seeing the deserted surroundings, which were nothing like he'd imagined, Merlin turned to blame Alice. Where in the world are we? Didn't I say not to land until we hit Drin territory? How can there not be a single tiny village in sight? Alice painfully dragged herself out of the boat, finally getting the perfect chance to call Merlin a directionally challenged idiot. She collapsed onto the ground, every limb aching, glaring at Merlin, who was wandering around full of energy. That jerk, she did all the rowing. A list of creative insults for Merlin flashed through her mind. Just wait until she masters her teacher's ultimate ice magic, she was going to crush his head. Merlin suddenly turned back and stood right in front of Alice. She thought he might offer a piggyback ride. She was wrong. Not a chance. You are my slave now. What's with the fierce attitude? Are you planning a rebellion or something? Merlin's hand shot out. Alice could only glare as he grabbed her face and stretched her cheeks like a squishy toy. He let go for a second, then yanked again, sending a sharp pain across her face. Stop making that face. This is Dabrin. It's just the northern coastline, not the harbor. Merlin nodded, pleased. That little cheek pull was her reward for rowing so hard. Alice glared and swore, I don't need a reward like that. Ha, well then, goodbye. Lady Alice was certainly an interesting travel experience. Alice watched him go, silently vowing to put a sword through his brain one day. But then Merlin froze. He just remembered his pockets were empty. Being so used to the noble life, he had completely forgotten to bring any money with him. Merlin's eyes suddenly darted all over Alice, making her flinch, thinking he'd read her mind. But no, Merlin remembered feeling a metal plate on her chest midrin armor. In his world, you use whatever and whoever you can to get ahead, no holds barred. Plus, if the armor was sharp enough to poke him, it had to be high quality and valuable. Merlin chuckled before spinning around and dashing back toward Alice. He cleared his throat and held out a hand to her. My beautiful lady, with our special bond, fighting would be just too much. Therefore, I want you to offer me your most precious possession. Alice instinctively covered her chest, but Merlin coldly ordered her to take her clothes off. She scrambled away like a crab, trying to keep him from stripping her. A piercing scream ripped through the air as Alice cried, clutching a tiny piece of fabric to her body. Sniffle. It's my first time, please be gentle. Merlin smirked, holding his prize. Did she really think he was interested in her? Come talk to me when you've actually developed. What this lord needs is this. Alice's face went completely blank. Meanwhile, Merlin was thrilled about selling the hero's midrin armor. All right, my half-dressed lady, may fate bring us together again. Watching Merlin blatantly rob her and then just stroll away, Alice trembled with rage. That absolute scumbag! Tears fell onto her hands as she looked to the sky and screamed. Alice never wanted to see Merlin again in her entire life. Meanwhile, the bra thief Merlin was whistling happily, wondering what interesting person he might meet next. A year later, on the outskirts of Wells, two figures were lurking in the bushes, up to something. The guy in the hat was getting impatient and wanted to stop waiting for a payday. The redhead told him to shut up and wait. To their surprise, someone actually appeared. The hat guy was thrilled, until he saw the person was so ragged and starved they needed a stick to walk. What a letdown. But the redhead's expression changed. He looked at a wanted poster in his hand and grinned from ear to ear. Some people look completely worthless, but are actually a walking pile of gold. And at that moment, Merlin was dragging himself along, starving. He hadn't changed his clothes in a whole year. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew from nowhere and slapped him in the face. Merlin pulled it off to see his own face on a wanted poster for dining and dashing. He sighed. A few free meals and he was already a wanted criminal. Thinking it over, the human world was just too practical. If you don't have money, you can't do a single thing. Two young men suddenly blocked his path. It was the two bandits from the bushes. Hey kid, stop right there. The heavenly king covers the earthly tiger. This road was built by me. Merlin was speechless and just drifted past them. The redhead was furious at being ignored. What's with you? Didn't you hear what I said? Merlin turned back, his voice a weak whisper. Are you talking to me? That's right. If you want to pass, hand over every valuable thing on you right now. But the redhead knew the most valuable thing was Merlin's head, worth a cool 5,000 gold on the wanted poster. He pulled out a dagger and licked the blade. Merlin, surrender now, he said. Resisting is pointless. Otherwise, even I don't know where this blade will end up on your body. Merlin sighed. I'm already starving to death, and now I run into two psychos in the middle of the road. Let me just confirm something, he said. You're both absolutely sure you want to mess with me, right? In that case, let me give you some advice. If you touch a single hair on my head, you're dead. Merlin's hungry eyes instantly turned razor sharp. But of course, the two young men didn't believe him for a second. In fact, they decided to show off their knife skills. The guy in the hat tossed an apple into the air, and the redhead danced with his dagger. The apple was peeled perfectly, its skin a single, unbroken spiral. Nice party trick. The guy in the hat immediately started hyping up his big boss. My senior's technique is unbeatable. One of his attacks equals 20 of yours. Scared yet? Merlin saw the peeled apple floating in midair, and his mouth instantly started watering. This was his first free meal in days. The redhead, furious at being ignored for an apple, charged forward. Seeing the knife aimed at him, Merlin simply drew his sword. Suddenly, the redhead's eyes went wide, and a clean slice appeared right across his neck. Merlin casually caught the apple and started munching to regain some energy, while the redhead's head tumbled to the ground. The hat guy immediately showed off his talent for running, begging Merlin not to kill him as he fled. Merlin couldn't care less. Killing weaklings like them just wasted his energy without doing much for his stress levels. All of a sudden, a puff of white smoke rose from the redhead's corpse, revealing a goblin. Merlin knew it. They were disguised as humans to rob people, and now they were scared of getting punished by the Empire. But honestly, that wasn't Merlin's problem. He was busy trying to find a high-paying, low-effort job just to get by. At the goblin's cave, the guy in the hat rushed back in a panic. I am Ho. I need to see His Majesty. The goblin guard immediately let him pass, but not without a warning. Don't bother the boss unless it's important. The Goblin Lord was inside, leisurely enjoying a steak and some wine. Seeing Ho scramble in, he immediately asked about the money. Ho bowed his head, trembling. 1,000 apologies, Your Majesty. I couldn't get the money. No money? Then why did you come back? You want me to grant you death? Ho quickly spoke up. My lord, please calm down. I have an urgent matter to report. It's about my red-haired senior. He was killed by Merlin in a single strike. That human didn't even fully draw his sword. He just unsheathed it a tiny bit, and my senior was already dead. The Goblin Lord forced a smile, his heart aching with rage. He was sick of being pushed around by humans for so long. So, the humans want to rebel, huh? Daring to attack even a master. Meanwhile, Merlin strolled into the city, looking handsome but internally panicking about being broke. The city entrance fee took his last 2 coins. Merlin never realized spending money was so easy while earning it was a total nightmare. A year ago, after stealing Alice's Midran armor piece, he lived lavishly in a private mansion with butlers and maids. He was eating 3 gourmet meals a day. Not only that, he also got into horse racing. Each bet was 1,000 gold, but Merlin never won a single time. In the end, Merlin was buried in debt, and all his assets were seized, leaving him completely penniless. After some belated regret, and even with no money, Merlin still went to a 5-star restaurant to eat his feelings. The result? His face plastered on a wanted poster, making him a criminal in Scotland. From that day on, he wandered around, never having enough to eat or warm clothes to wear. And now, Merlin could only perform on the streets to earn his next meal. Hey you! Sir, ma'am. Spare a moment to watch my amazing performance. If you like what you see, please leave a little something to boost my morale, yeah? People were curious what this performance was all about, so a crowd gathered. Merlin showed off a little trick running so fast he left after images. The crowd went, "Ooh, my man, you're amazing." Puffed up by the praise, Merlin slicked back his hair and performed his second trick, the shadow clone technique. He struck 5 poses, each one cooler than the last. Whoa, so cool. This is the first time I've ever seen a performance like this. Merlin snorted smugly, then turned to the crowd with his hand out for money. But surprised, they all ignored him and slowly walked away without giving him a single coin. They were all heading off to watch a holy saint preach. Some guy in holy robes stood on a platform, banging a drum and shouting. The supreme goddess of light is the eternal incarnation. While Merlin was still trying to get people to stay, he spotted a kid happily eating candy walking by. Merlin immediately grabbed the kid by his head. Hey kid, you watched the show and you're just gonna leave like that? Give me 2 silver coins for food. I'm starving. Merlin's scary face terrified the kid, who flinched away from him. Mister, I don't have any money. Being called Mister made Merlin's face twitch. He grabbed the boy's shoulder, trying to explain. Little friend, do you realize you just offended the most powerful man in the world? If I weren't so merciful, you'd already be dead. The kid looked like he'd been struck by lightning, almost wetting his pants in fear. Merlin then asked for the kid's name. It was Henry. Suddenly, Merlin drew his sword, startling Henry as he stared at the boy with a dark expression. Henry, huh? That's a nice name. Even though you've offended me, I'm a generous guy, so I'll let it slide. Just 2 silver coins, and we'll call it even, okay? Henry trembled, saying he really didn't bring any money with him. Seeing that threats weren't working, Merlin switched tactics and tried to bribe the kid. I know you want to learn my moves. No problem. For just 2 silver coins, I can teach you everything. Henry's eyes lit up at the mention of an invincible sword technique. The boy eagerly asked what kind of move it was. Merlin said he'd teach him the stomping blade slash, but to Henry, that sounded totally basic and lame. The kid let out a long, drawn-out boo. I thought it was something amazing. What a total letdown. Merlin was absolutely speechless. Turns out even kids recognize his cheap sword tricks, but he still tried to claim his was special. Henry just waved him off. All right, Grandpa, stop tricking children. Here's a little something for your performance. Merlin excitedly reached out for cash, but got 2 lollipops instead. Henry then told the old man to stop scamming kids at his age. Merlin, shaking with rage, yelled after him, "You little demon! Don't you regret this? My techniques are legendary. When you're in danger, don't you dare come crying to me for help." Under normal circumstances, Henry would have gotten a sword through the head. But the candy was surprisingly good, so Merlin let it slide. While trying to figure out another money-making scheme, a preacher's sermon drifted into his ears. The crowd around him was cheering like crazy, gossiping about how the Demon King was too ugly to even show his face, and a perv, too. A year ago, the 233rd hero was supposedly forced to his death. Hearing these rumors about himself really ticked Merlin off. What was this old coot even talking about? Okay, so there was a misunderstanding with Alice, but he had 0 interest in her. Suddenly, the old preacher's voice took on a much harsher tone. He was praising the goddess of light, saying that without faith, none of them would survive these chaotic times. Any of them could be killed at any moment, or even sold off into slavery. He claimed only by trusting the goddess could they be safe. It was complete garbage, of course, but man, did it get everyone's attention. After all that rambling, the old man finally got to his grand finale. The whole spectacle, it turned out, was just one big ad for a holy book, which you had to buy and memorize for protection. And there was even a thanks to the goddess special. The price was slashed from 10 gold coins down to 1, for today only. And even though the scam was painfully obvious, everyone fell for it. One dude even bought 10 of them. Merlin was furious. This guy was ripping off poor people. But what he really couldn't get was why they'd buy that junk but not pay for his awesome show. The next day, Merlin was back on the job hunt, this time applying to be a waiter. He smoothly took the owner's hand. "I will devote myself entirely to the prosperity of your fine establishment," he declared. "Therefore, my lady, please consider hiring me." And just like that, the owner was totally smitten and agreed to make Merlin her husband. Her waiter. Merlin smirked. Yep, using his good looks was always the best strategy, especially since this one blushed so easily. The owner's final question was whether Merlin was a local or just a tourist. Merlin told her he could only work for a month or two before he had to resume his travels. His heart condition hadn't been resolved, and he probably needed a highly skilled doctor. At that, the owner put on her glasses and started doing some serious math. After a moment, she announced his pay for the short-term gig would be 1 gold bar a month, with room and board included. On top of that, if he could sell some extra alcohol, he'd get a nice bonus. So, what did he think? Merlin was completely stunned. 1 gold bar? That's insane. But the owner knew this was no easy job. At night, the tavern would be packed with female customers, and how much booze they sold was all on Merlin. The owner hoped he would use some special methods to sell more. Merlin curiously asked what she meant. Mentioning this topic made the owner a little bit flustered. Sweet talk, charming gestures, and maybe chatting with them in a private room wouldn't be a problem either. A bolt of lightning hit Merlin. In that moment, the invincible Demon King realized he'd fallen so low he had to sell alcohol to make a living. No, wait, not just alcohol. He'd have to sell his own body too. Just as Merlin's lips parted to refuse, the owner raised the offer. If Mr. Merlin thinks the work is a bit much for the salary, well, we can always discuss a pay increase. Merlin's gloomy face instantly lit up. For the right price, a Demon King's pride apparently means nothing. Why didn't you say so sooner? Just sweet-talking some ladies? I love it. The two of them shook hands gleefully. Merlin changed into his uniform and got right to work. This was the first new set of clothes he'd had in months. Besides, who in this town would recognize him? He had nothing to fear, but reality, as they say, bites hard. On a horse-drawn carriage, a woman named Alice held a wanted poster for Merlin. But with the face torn off, finding him was a bit tricky. A year ago, Merlin had tricked Alice out of her precious midran bra, and she'd been holding that grudge for 1,000 years. To find him, Alice became a bounty hunter, and since she used to be a hero, she became the best on her very first day. Over the past year, Alice took on countless bounties. The work was tough, but the income wasn't half bad. Because of that, the author occasionally gave Alice a new outfit, unlike a certain someone. And then, one day, Merlin's poster landed in her hands. Damn, 5,000 gold. Now that's a pretty sweet price tag. Yeah, I'll take this mission. Visions of new clothes bought with 5,000 gold coins danced in Alice's head. The sweet lure of cash made her conveniently forget all about her old grudge and any oaths she made. She also had no clue the wanted man was actually Merlin, and for him, this was his very first night on the job. He was full of energy, starting things off with a dance. "My lady, would you be so kind as to empty this glass for me?" Forget one glass, she'd die for him if he asked. All the other ladies shrieked, desperate for a piece of Merlin's attention. He smirked, playing up the charm. "Well then, ladies, how about you all buy me a drink?" A stampede of frantic women rushed toward Merlin. The bar owner smiled, completely satisfied. The moment she saw him, she knew he was born for this line of work. "Mom, I'm home," a child's voice called out. A grubby little kid named Henry walked in, looking so upset it made the owner jump. "Henry, were you in a fight?" But then Henry spotted Merlin and yelled, "Hey, it's the scammer uncle." After finding out his mom hired Merlin, Henry was not having it. He protested on the spot. "Mom, how could you let a con artist who only spouts hot air work here?" The owner, embarrassed, pulled Henry behind her and apologized to Merlin for him. Merlin smiled on the outside, saying it was no big deal, but inside, he was seriously annoyed. This kid was definitely going to be a pain. Henry stomped his foot. "I'm not the one causing trouble, you are, Mom, letting a strange man work in our house." Turns out, Henry had been holding this in for a while, ever since he'd overheard some men bad-mouthing his mother. They said his mom wasn't exactly a good woman. Merlin overheard just enough to piece the whole story together. So the beautiful owner was a single mom. Yeah, life definitely wasn't treating her kindly. And Henry being this filthy? He probably just got into a brawl with kids who were insulting his mother. Merlin sighed, ready to drop some wisdom on him. "Henry, if you really want to protect someone, you have to make yourself strong first. You can't shut people up if you don't have the power to back it up." If Henry wanted to protect his mom, he shouldn't be trying to kick Merlin out. He should be trying to become the strongest person around to punish the bad guys. Henry just pointed at Merlin and scoffed. Look who's talking. An uncle who sponges off women has the right to lecture me? I'd rather die out on the street than listen to any of your useless garbage. With that, Henry stormed out into the street, not caring that it was past midnight. Merlin just sniffed. Kids this age really are a handful. The tavern didn't just have female customers. There were men too. A group of them were discussing the goblins that had appeared in the village. Someone heard the goblins lived behind the mountain, which seemed legit since some villagers spotted them while gathering firewood. An old-timer in a metal helmet chugged his drink and eagerly called for another. Merlin happily nodded. The more they drank, the higher his pay. Merlin decided it was time to show off his skills. He poured liquor into a shaker, and then his arm became a blur. With a shaking technique like that, you just know the ladies love him. He tossed the shaker behind his back and snatched it out of the air. Finally, he poured a dazzling, crystal-clear drink that shimmered like a magic potion. The old-timer's eyes went wide. The young guy with him saw Merlin's slick moves and asked for a glass too. Merlin beamed. Serving you all is my greatest honor. As the night wore on, a group of adventurers sat around, dividing their reward. Roger, you take 2,000 gold from this mission's reward. Old Roger immediately refused. They always split the rewards evenly between the three of them. The young man and woman with him blushed. Finally, they sheepishly confessed, "We're getting married. After this quest, we're going home to tie the knot." The news hit Roger like a ton of bricks. More importantly, he had no idea when these two had even gotten together. Merlin's face suddenly went pale. If they were going home, didn't that mean they'd have to pass through the goblin territory? While the three were celebrating, Merlin walked over to their table. "Excuse me, but what kind of mission are you guys on? Kill 100 goblins and bring back their left ears. Why? Don't tell me you're a goblin hunter too." Merlin quickly denied it, claiming he just wanted to know how dangerous the mission was. The young man puffed out his chest with confidence. "Don't you worry. The three of us have fought side by side on countless battlefields. A small job like this won't be a problem." Merlin seemed lost in thought for a second, but then just smiled and played along. "Well then, we're all counting on you." Later that night, the goblin hunters got to work. Roger wiped sweat from his brow, looking down on what he called the weakest of the goblins. The younger guy warned him not to get cocky. They still had 37 to go, and then they could retreat. Roger just snorted. "It's just a few more, nothing to worry about." Suddenly, from behind Roger, a monstrously huge goblin dropped from the sky, crushing him with its foot. The old man was flattened like a pancake, blood spraying everywhere. It was a truly gruesome scene. The young man snapped out of his shock, staring at the huge goblin with pure hatred. "You bastard! How dare you attack my friend? Heh. Welcome to the Goblin Kingdom, you lowly creatures." A smaller goblin, riding on the bigger one's back, spoke up with an air of total arrogance. "This guy calls himself the Prime Minister of the High Goblin Realm, and our hero is just now realizing goblins have a class system?" The poor girl starts crying, knowing they're both totally screwed. Of course, the Prime Minister just laughs his head off. "Don't cry, beautiful. His Majesty will enjoy you, but as for this human boy, we have no reason to keep him alive." And with that, he launches a massive fireball right at the guy. He quickly signals to his girl to use her demon trick. She summons a magic circle while he swings his sword, using a fire cross move to slice the fireball clean in two. When it vanishes, he's thinking he's pretty hot stuff, but a second later, bam! A giant club smacks him silly, sending him flying into the dirt. The Prime Minister orders his goblin goons to go grab the girl. The goblins swarm her as she begs for them to stop, and our hero, despite his head being split open, starts crawling to his feet. "Let her go, you filthy bastards." The minister just grins, already plotting. "Oh, you want to save her? Fine, I'll give you a chance. You and I are just going to make a little deal." Meanwhile, night falls on the city center. Alice looks up at the inn sign, wondering to herself, "This is supposed to be the best inn in town?" Hearing a commotion from inside, she curiously peeks through the door. Everyone inside is bustling around, shouting at each other. "Hurry, hurry! If the stage isn't set, little Chrysanthemum won't make an appearance." From out of nowhere, a woman appears beside Alice, making her jump. It's the innkeeper, welcoming her new guest. "Hello there. First time visiting? You look like you're not from around here, are you?" Alice quickly pulls out her badge. "I'm an adventurer from Restam. I was wondering if you had a room for the night." The innkeeper's attitude immediately changes. "An adventurer? Of course there's a room. Please, follow me." She quickly follows the innkeeper down the hall. They stop in front of room 206. The innkeeper turns to Alice with a smile, telling her this is the room. She also pitches the upcoming event, just in case she's interested. The performance is free, you know. Tonight, our inn's rising star is doing a sexy dance. Alice just gives an awkward smile and tries to politely decline. "A sexy dance? No thanks. I'm just here for the room." Thinking this place is a bit shady, Alice is surprised when the innkeeper presses on. "Oh, but it's really beautiful. If you're interested, you should come check it out for a bit of exotic flair, but Alice just pulls out a poster, trying to change the subject. Speaking of which, Madam, do you happen to know the person on this wanted poster? After looking at it for a moment, the innkeeper thinks aloud. The Scottish gigolo who dines and dashes? With the face covered, I really can't say. Alice can only force a smile. Fair enough. The innkeeper says her goodbyes and leaves, telling her to get some rest. Alice quickly enters the room. She lets out a huge sigh, finally releasing all the stress from the day. Just then, Merlin steps out from the next room. He faintly overhears what Alice said. So, it won't be that easy to find. He glances over just as her door slams shut. That sounded an awful lot like that dumb hero girl. He shakes his head, dismissing it. Must be my imagination. Meanwhile, Alice launches herself onto the bed with a happy sigh. She giggles like a kid, hugging the pillow and rolling around. After days of sleeping outside, she can finally get a comfortable night's rest. She drifts off, mumbling to herself, "Great swordsman Elgin, when will we ever meet again?" It all started a year ago, when she was in deep trouble with some pirates. To pay off her debt for Midrin's armor, Alice had faced danger many times, but during one adventure, she was captured by pirates. Back then, things were so bad she was tied up and forced to kneel on the ground, only able to curse her luck. This is the worst. The pirates stared her down before closing in, laughing as they began their usual threats. We were only planning to kidnap the Duke's daughter, but hey, we snagged a clueless adventurer instead, and look how soft she is. Not bad at all. Tonight, me and the boys are going to have some fun. Behind Alice, several other captured girls huddled together. Their disgusting words set her off, and she screams, "You absolute scum." The pirates just love this, laughing like maniacs. Yeah, we're scum. So what? Let's start with you. But suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts through the air, stopping them. Wait a minute. Annoyed at being interrupted, the pirates look around. One of them shouts, "Who's there?" Merlin casually takes off his hood. "I'm here to cause some trouble." Alice looks toward the sound, thinking to herself, "Someone's here. Too bad she's stuck in a cage with a terrible view. Ugh, I can't see a thing from in here." His words infuriate the pirates. They grind their teeth. "You dare to cause trouble for the Redbeard pirates? You must have a death wish. Well now, you've got some nerve, kid." Merlin's smirk was dripping with contempt as he asked, "You guys think you're so tough?" The crew strapped on their weapons, getting pumped up for a serious brawl. One pirate boldly shouted, "We're the Red Strawberry Brothers, all saint-level masters, unrivaled on the high seas, the best in the world." At their captain's command, the entire fleet began to move, ready to start the battle. They claimed their 17 warships could easily handle the Imperial Navy. High on his own hype, the captain pointed right at Min. "So don't even think about taking our prisoners, especially with a no-name punk like you helping them." He surveyed the scene with a secret smile. On his way to collect a debt, he stumbles upon two saint-level opponents. Merlin's hand went to his sword hilt. "This should help soothe my curse a little bit. One man against an entire pirate fleet. My luck isn't half bad," he declared. The pirates just laughed back. "Cut the crap and die, kid." And just like that, they charged, clashing with an overwhelming wave of raw power. Merlin's eyes scanned for a weak spot, drawing his blade with utter focus. Then, with one clean slice, he landed gently back on his feet. The pirate captain was knocked out cold, slammed by a force he never even saw. His second-in-command was dead before he could react. Their precious warships were torn to pieces, now just splinters floating on the water. It all happened in a flash. Min just stood there, silently watching the fallout. Alice was absolutely stunned, staring at his silhouette for the longest time. Now, lying in bed, she was giddy just thinking about it. "Lord Elgin is so cool." Hugging her pillow, Alice gushed about the mysterious Merlin, who was completely and totally oblivious. She never saw his face, but a guy that powerful just has to be incredibly handsome, right? That thought finally sparked her memory. "Oh, right, I need to write to my master." Alice grabbed a brush and quickly began scribbling her report. In the quiet room, she carefully formed each and every single character. "Dear Master, I'm doing great, rolling in more cash than I can spend. I'm debt-free and not worried about rent." She rubbed her chin, giving a silent thanks to the gods. The letter was done, but she added one final, desperate plea. "Oh gods, I pray every day, please don't let me ever run into that jerk Min." She stared out at the dark sky, clasping her hands again in prayer. "Seriously, gods, I beg you every single day." The prayer was repeated once more, for emphasis. "Please let me never meet that scumbag Merlin in this life." Downstairs, the tavern hall erupted with cheers. Alice thought back on him and silently delivered her verdict. "The guy is a total perv, his mind filled with nothing but filth. Please make him suffer. Make him a homeless wanderer with nowhere to go. May he be poor until his dying day, forced to be a lowly gigolo just to survive, and lose every single bet he ever makes. May his luck be so bad he can never recover." And right then, Merlin, dancing on stage, let out a massive sneeze. He adjusted his mask, totally confused. Why do I always sneeze at this time? Is someone out there cursing me every single day? Seriously, who could it be? Who hates me this much? Below, wealthy women were screaming little chrysanthemum, their eyes filled with desire. This whole scene just made Alice more curious. She watched them, thinking, okay, who on earth is this little chrysanthemum? Even from upstairs, she could hear them shouting. Suddenly, someone put a cup on her table, asking to join her. Henry clenched his fists, grumbling to himself. These shameless women. They're going to get all their money squeezed out of them again tonight. Alice gave a forced smile, trying to be gentle. Little brother, don't you think that's a bit harsh? They're all dressed up so nicely. Henry just pouted, glaring at them. Not harsh at all. Most of those women are already married, yet they still come here. It's shameless. He angrily pinched his thigh, his voice turning dark. My mom. People used to gossip about her for doing this exact same thing. I hate it. It finally clicked for Alice. So, you're the owner's son? The kid suddenly brightened up. Big sis is way better than them. He looked at her with wide, sparkling eyes, full of nothing but praise. Big sis, you're so genuine, not fake like those other women. Alice blushed at the compliment. Oh, you really think so? Henry looked her over again, and then he spotted the adventurer's certification belt hanging at her waist. His eyes lit up like he'd found treasure. He leaned in excitedly. Sister, you're incredible. You're a gold rank adventurer? Alice just smiled, playing it cool. Yep, that's right. She couldn't help but feel a little thrilled by his praise for her rank. Amazing. You're super amazing. You're a high-level expert, right? I've never met anyone so strong. She tried to be humble, but she was beaming. Oh, it's nothing special. Henry points to the sword with stars in his eyes. Sister, can you please teach me swordsmanship? I want to learn. I really, really want to learn, he begs. Well, this puts her in a tight spot. Alice freezes for a few seconds, scheming. The problem is, she hasn't mastered the ice blade style herself. Then she spots a glass on the table and gets a brilliant idea. That's it. Alice gently pats the kid's head, then slowly lays out her condition for Henry. Of course I can teach you swordsmanship, but first, you have to drink lots of milk to get stronger. Really? The kid's eyes light up. He immediately grabs the glass of water from the table. He chugs the entire thing in one go as Alice watches on with a smile. He puts the cup down and starts praising Alice. You're a true master. So much better than that useless uncle who just flashes his blade around to show off. Her curiosity piqued. She asks Henry a question. The useless uncle who only knows how to slash? Meanwhile, rich ladies in the back are screaming, Little uncle! Little uncle! Merlin barely opens his mouth and the audience goes absolutely wild. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The intermission is over. With total confidence, he declares on stage that the next act has officially begun. Alice stares, stunned, and asks Henry, That guy is Little Uncle? He just shrugs in disgust. Yep, that's the useless uncle, the one who only slashes. On one side, screaming and dancing. On the other, scorn and judgment. The uncle might be useless, but his ability to charm the ladies is off the charts. He's a total professional gigolo. Alice listens and repeats his words. A gigolo? Without a second thought, she draws her sword and gets ready. She steps in front of Henry. All business now. Sister has to go arrest a wanted criminal. Stay here and don't move. She bravely approaches, calling out to get Merlin's attention. Alice appears before him, sword drawn. You're that Scottish gigolo, aren't you? You owe so much money, yet you won't even surrender quietly. Merlin strokes his chin, thinking. She looks a lot like that clueless warrior from a year ago, but he doesn't remember her chest being quite this big. She keeps up the threats. Don't resist. Just come with me peacefully, or I'll have to get rough. But Merlin tells her, wait, don't move. Seizing the moment, he reaches out his hand and, in a flash, places it on Alice's chest. She's so surprised, she doesn't even have time to react. He announces his verdict to the crowd. Feels like padding, so there's no problem here. Mortified, Alice's face goes completely red as she starts to stammer. You! She can't take it anymore, raising her sword and blindly stabbing forward while screaming, You disrespectful beast! Merlin's reflexes are top tier. He dodges every single strike. Alice just keeps screaming at him. Die! 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 He smirks, effortlessly dodging the blade while trying to calm her down. Hey, calm down a bit. What if you hurt someone? At this point, Alice is so humiliated she's actually crying. I won't stop until I've chopped off your hand. Hearing this, Merlin just sighs and decides to end things. With a single light leap, he completely startles her. As if it's nothing, he lands on her sword and stands right before Alice, taking complete control of her blade. He places a hand on her head, giving it a gentle pat. Now in full control, Merlin begins to speak. You should stop now. Alice, it's been a year. Has your temper really gotten this much worse? Shouldn't old friends hug when they meet? Not pull out a sword and start swinging wildly like this, my beautiful lady. As he talks, he slowly removes his mask and fixes his hair. Have you forgotten those wonderful nights we spent rowing a boat together? After crossing that channel? I remember after we got ashore you couldn't control yourself. frantically tearing off your clothes and begging me. Alice stares at Merlin, face to face, completely and utterly speechless. He looks at her with an amused smile and confirms everything for her. To think you were so young and naive back then. I am Merlin. In that instant, every fantasy she built up shatters. At this moment, utterly desperate, all Alice can do is scream. Her cry echoes across the city night, under the crescent moon and the neon sign of a tavern. Merlin holds his black mask, a wicked smile playing across his face. Alice sees him and breaks into a cold sweat. He strikes a cool pose. It's me, Merlin. Alice, surely you haven't forgotten those wonderful nights we spent rowing across the sea, have you? She glares, stammering. You! Alice grips her sword tightly and says, This is for the year of oppression and humiliation you put me through. She screams and lunges at him with pure rage. Die, Merlin Lucifer. But Merlin suddenly grabs her wrist, stopping the blade cold. He pulls her arm tight, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Hey, Alice, calm down. We were partners back then, weren't we? So what if I robbed you of a little something? Is that really a reason to kill me? Tears stream down Alice's face as she glares at him. Completely baffled, watches her suddenly collapse to her knees. Alice throws her head back, wailing at the heavens. You monster! You stole my most precious treasure, then just walked away. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused me? He just stares, utterly confused. Carnarvon watches her continue her dramatic screaming fit. I'm working myself to the bone now, and it's all because of you and your irresponsibility. If you have any honor as a man, you'll take responsibility for me right now. Merlin glances at two girls gossiping behind him. So, they think he's that kind of guy, huh? The lowest of the low. He looks the other way and sees Henry giving him the dirtiest look. Yep, the kid bought her story completely. Uncle Min, what did you do to the big sister? You're so cruel. Seeing things getting out of hand, he starts trying to explain. No, everyone's got it all wrong. The kid points at the still sobbing Alice and yells, All right, for a good-for-nothing like you to get the attention of my big sister should be an honor. How could you just use her and refuse to take responsibility? Through her sobs, she manages to choke out, Give me back my precious thing. You scumbag. Henry glares at him and spits on the ground. I'm losing more and more respect for you. Merlin's face darkens as the crowd's whispers grow louder. He's sweating bullets now, thinking this girl's vague accusations are getting him into some deep trouble. My reputation is completely ruined. I'll never sell another drop of wine. His eyes harden with resolve. Okay, there's only one way to fix this. In a shocking move, he kneels down and pulls Alice into a hug. The entire street goes silent. She blushes, totally confused, as he whispers, Miss Alice, please, calm down. Let's put our issues aside for now and have a drink together. My treat. Merlin's voice is low as he asks, We can talk it all out over a drink, all right? The clock on the wall ticks loudly, its pendulum swinging back and forth. The two of them sit alone in the empty tavern. Merlin watches her chug a glass of milk. All right, Alice, all the other customers are gone now. Let's talk. Alice slams the glass down, wipes her mouth, and lets out a satisfied sigh. Wow, that cold milk was amazing. Miss Ma, another glass, please. He can't help but chuckle at her, a teasing tone in his voice. Nobody's gonna steal it from you. Why are you drinking so fast? You don't have a single ladylike bone in your body. You'll never find a boyfriend acting like that. That sets her off. She puffs up her cheeks and glares. I don't need you to worry about that. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. The great sword hero Elgin, ever heard of him? He could slice you to bits in minutes. Merlin just sips his drink, ignoring her and staring off into space, lost in thought. This great sword hero Elgin must be completely blind to have fallen for this airhead. The tavern owner sees the two of them chatting and smiles to herself. Mr. Merlin sure is popular with the ladies, even a high-level adventurer like her. Watching them talk non-stop, she comes to a conclusion. Yep, those two are definitely a couple. The owner places a freshly washed glass upside down on the counter. She calls out his name, Min. Then she turns away with a knowing smile. I'm going up to put Henry to sleep. You two have a good talk. He nods back. Okay, sis Moss, good night. She gives him a little wink as a reminder. Yeah, you too. You'd better try and make things right with Miss Alice. Merlin watches her hum a happy tune up the stairs, feeling completely helpless. Right. Alice holds her glass of cold milk and says, Just give me back my property, and we'll call it even. He looks at her and asks, What property? At his question, she gets all embarrassed and lets out a little cough. Merlin just raises an eyebrow, confused again. The mithril armor, the one you stripped off of me. He immediately looks away, clearly not planning on giving it back. He stammers, Come on, it was just a breastplate. It's just an object. What do you need it for anyway? Hearing that, she explodes. Cut the crap and give it back. He's sweating, totally unsure how to respond. Merlin waves his hands dismissively. Sorry about that, but I already sold it. Sold it? The words hit Alice like a lightning bolt. She just freezes, staring blankly as he continues. And I took all the money from the sale and bet it at the royal horse track. And now, well, it's all gone. Merlin gives a pathetic laugh. It was just one piece of armor. What's the big deal? Her voice trembles with rage. That armor was worth tens of millions in gold. How could you blow through it that fast? She's seething, clenching her fists like she's about to pulverize him. Alice suddenly grabs him by the collar. You say that so casually? A vein pops on her forehead as she snarls in pure fury. Bottom line, if you don't return my armor, you and I are finished. Merlin grabs her wrist to stop her from yanking his shirt anymore. He pushes her hand away and straightens his collar. A smirk plays on his lips. According to the rules of my demon tribe, anything I steal is mine. And you're here demanding it back? Alice just stared at him, dumbfounded. Look, I've got one thing to say. No money, just one life to take. But Merlin just casually replied, I'm not the demon king right now, so we're not enemies. His eyes narrowed, a hint of a threat in his voice. But if you still want to take my life... Merlin's hand drifted to the hilt of his sword, his entire aura turning oppressive. Then our relationship is still very much enemies. The threat landed perfectly. Alice's eyes widened in fear, her lips pressed into a thin line. Merlin just offered a smug little smile, his point clearly made. With a soft click, Merlin sheathed his sword. She lowered her head, sneaking glances at him, completely baffled by his mood swings as he casually sipped his wine. Merlin crossed his legs, looking smug. Don't worry. I owe Miss Massa too much to cause a scene in her establishment. He leaned against the counter, radiating a laid-back, arrogant vibe. So just calm down a little. We're here for drinks, not to ruin the atmosphere with swords. Besides, negotiation is a much smarter way to solve disputes than brute force. But Alice was on high alert. Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? She snapped back. Can't you just go steal the Midran armor back? My dear lady, he began. We demons are a people who value fairness and truth. Unlike you humans who worship deceit, a deal is sacred to us. A transaction made willingly is a sealed pact. Alice just blinked, pointing at herself in confusion. But you said you're not the demon king anymore, so why do you care so much? Lynn's face fell, looking at her with pure exasperation. Even if I'm not the king, I'm still the former monarch of pride. Stealing back something I sold? My pride won't allow it. Besides, aren't you a hero? A hero, telling someone to become a thief? At that, her face fell, her voice sinking to a whisper. I'm not a hero anymore either. Alice's eyes blazed with a new kind of fury. That Midran armor? I borrowed it, and after you got it stolen, I'm now stuck with a debt of tens of millions in gold. Merlin conveniently avoided her murderous glare, feigning ignorance with a whistle. Oh, is that so? Well, tens of millions in gold. If you work hard, you'll pay it off eventually. She just clutched her head in despair. I'd have to take S-rank quests just to make tens of thousands per job. It's so dangerous. Who knows when I'll ever pay it off? But hearing that little tidbit of information made Merlin freeze. Tens of thousands? Permission? A slow, greedy grin spread across his face. Alice, are you being serious right now? Alice glared back. Of course I'm serious, but S-rank commissions are insanely dangerous. You could run into a saint-level enemy and get wiped out instantly. One wrong move and you're dead. It's high risk, high reward, she screamed, her rage boiling over. And even so, I'd have to do thousands of them to clear this debt, a debt that's all your fault. Merlin leaned his hands on the table, a cunning glint in his eye. I think I might have just found my new career path. So, what are the benefits of being an adventurer? Visions of him effortlessly slaying dragons and surviving encounters with saint-level foes danced in his head. He pictured himself lounging on a sofa, a beautiful maid serving him fine wine. Getting rich while living a life of leisure? Yeah, this job sounded absolutely perfect for him. It was a match made in heaven. His mind was made up. He snapped his fingers, getting her attention. Miss Alice. She looked up, startled. He gave her his most dazzling wink. What are the requirements to become an adventurer? She looked at him, completely baffled. As long as you have battle aura or magic, you can become an adventurer. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I'm of a species that has neither. He leaned in. Is there another way, perhaps? Alice paused. A recommendation from a registered adventurer would also work. Why do you ask? He immediately put on a slimy, flattering grin. Well, Miss Alice, you see, our relationship is practically one of spiritual companionship, right? How about a little recommendation? You see, I want to be an adventurer too. The 180 in his personality was so jarring it gave her chills. She instinctively recoiled from him as if he were toxic. Alice found her voice, sharp with refusal. You? You want to be an adventurer? Why on earth would I recommend you? He just beamed back. But we're in the same boat now. We're hardly strangers, are we? She finally snapped, pointing a trembling finger at him. In your dreams! I would rather die than recommend a scumbag like you. The whole tavern was treated to their shouting match. It's just a little recommendation. It's not like you'll lose a piece of your flesh. You narrow-minded, chest-padding little demon, he yelled. A gigolo who only knows how to live off women will never be an adventurer. Yep, the gloves were off. That night, they parted on terrible terms. A few days later, we find Emlyn at the same tavern, wiping down glasses at the bar. He sighed dramatically as he polished a glass. The tavern owner walked down the stairs. "Mlyn, have you seen Henry?" He just replies, "Sorry, haven't seen him." The tavern keeper starts to worry. That kid's been gone all morning. Where could he be? I'm gonna go find him. But the other owner leans in with a question. "Merlin, what's wrong? You look completely out of it." Merlin just sighs. "Mastai, you've seen a lot. What's your take on being an adventurer?" The tavern keeper thought for a moment. Adventuring is probably a job where hope and death go hand in hand. The pay for high-level quests is great, but it's also a super easy way to die. But even that's not the whole story. Some people just do it because they're chasing freedom, you know? Suddenly, the tavern owner seems to piece it all together. He watches as she asks with a knowing smirk, "So Merlin, you found your next calling, have you? Planning to go adventuring with Lady Alice?" Merlin lets out another defeated sigh. "I want to, but I have zero magic or fighting aura. Alice won't even put in a good word for me, so let's just drop it." The other owner butts in. "Nonsense. Your pitch probably wasn't desperate enough. I have total faith in you and Lady Alice. Go get 'em." Merlin just manages a weak smile. "Thanks, Mostai." The tavern keeper suddenly looks awkward, but Merlin just stares blankly into space. Out of nowhere, she grabs his hand. Her eyes are filled with genuine worry as she pleads, "Merlin, if you become an adventurer, you absolutely cannot take any dangerous quests." She keeps on rambling. "You carry that sword around, but with no magic and no aura, you're just way too weak. It's so easy to get killed out there." Seeing her so worried, he mumbles, "Mostai, actually, I'm pretty strong." And right on cue, thunder cracks outside as the sky fills with dark, ominous clouds. Lightning strikes near the tavern's roof, and the first drops of rain begin to patter against the leaves with a soft tapping sound. The tavern keeper grabs an umbrella. She turns to him. "This weather is awful. I have to find Henry. Merlin, can you watch the shop for me?" "Of course, Mostai." Merlin glances up at the endless rain, lost in thought. An adventurer, huh? He wonders whatever happened to those 3 silver-ranked adventurers who were drinking here back then. The rain continues to pour. Outside the castle, a figure in iron boots appears, bleeding and gasping for air as he shouts, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Inside, a half-drunk guard hears the faint shouting from below. He peeks over the wall, annoyed. "It's late. The gates are closed. Now scram!" The young adventurer clutches his wounded arm. His voice is desperate. "Please, I'm an adventurer who left the village some time ago. My friends are all dead, and I'm covered in wounds. Help me." A green-haired guard looks down, then reports back to the others on the wall. "He's seriously injured." The other guard immediately shouts an order, "Open the gate, now." The gates swing wide open. A soldier runs out, urging him, "What are you waiting for? Get in here." The red-haired adventurer bows, trembling. "I'm sorry." Tears stream down the adventurer's face as he screams, "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I was too late to save my fiancée. I'm sorry." The soldier is completely baffled, right up until a massive green shadow appears behind the guy. "Hey, what are you talking about?" And just like that, a giant goblin is standing there, staring the soldier down. Another, smaller goblin sits on its shoulder, laughing. Well, that was easy. The 2 guards look up and their jaws hit the floor. "Gee, goblins." A whole horde of them appears, grinning these absolutely terrifying smiles. Their leader points ahead and gives the order. "Soldiers, the village ahead is our hunting ground." His troops grin, baring their teeth as they ready their weapons. "Go, my warriors, and bring all of its treasures as a tribute to our emperor." The goblins charge the gate. One soldier isn't fast enough and gets swarmed. The other one runs for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs. Invasion. The goblins are invading. From behind the massive goblin, the adventurer's voice calls out, "Hey, I held up my end of the deal. Now give her back to me." The goblin leader hears him and just shoots him a little side-eye. He gives a nasty smirk, totally breaking his promise. "You did help us open the gate, which saved us a lot of trouble. But don't expect us to return that woman. She belongs to His Majesty now. Her body and soul have already forgotten all about you." He conjures a fireball in his hand. The adventurer's eyes widen in horror as he screams, "No!" And then the traitor is engulfed in flames, screaming. The goblin leader just turns his head, flashing a grin as the man burns alive. The goblins pour into the city, laughing wildly. "Scream for us, humans!" As the rain pours down, the town's alarm bells begin to ring frantically. People murmur amongst themselves, looking towards the sky with confused and terrified eyes. A young man throws his window open, looking outside in complete surprise. What is all that? Is the army passing through or something? He suddenly hears a strange noise from above. He looks up and sees a green goblin, sword raised, ready to cut him down. With a sickening crack, blood sprays into the silent night. The dagger sinks deep. And the goblin? Looking pretty pleased with itself. After spotting goblins mixed in with the crowd, the villagers wisely start screaming their heads off. 7 goblins, then way more, charge in with ugly faces and swords drawn. People scatter in chaos, their screams for help echoing everywhere. In no time, the village is a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Alice is just munching an apple when she hears a weird noise. She looks toward the massive fire lighting up the sky. Her eyes go wide, her face etched with worry. What in the world is happening? She runs headfirst into the pouring rain, greeted by the horrifying screams of the villagers. A man glancing over his shoulder screams, "Run! Just run! They're coming!" Alice, seeing the panic, grabs someone and asks what's going on. "What's wrong?" An old man grabs her shoulder, hissing, "Young lady, you need to hide." She quickly tries to reassure him. "Is it a fire? I know ice magic, I can." But before Alice can finish her sentence, an arrow zips out of nowhere, aimed right at her. The arrow slams right through the poor old man instead. A cry of pain rings out, and Alice freezes on the spot. A smear of blood lands on her face as a life just blinks out of existence. The old man lies still in a growing pool of his own blood. A gang of armed goblins swarms toward her, looking absolutely savage. One of them notches an arrow, ready to fire, but a flash of cold energy shoots out. Alice's magic freezes his hands solid. The ice spreads fast. The goblin barely has time to yelp in confusion. His buddies can only watch in horror as their friend shatters into a million pieces. She aims her hand at the surrounding goblins, and a freezing gust of wind rips right through them. Alice's eyes are now filled with pure rage at the goblins' cruelty. Wave after wave of them keep charging, not giving her a second to breathe. So Alice throws down a challenge. "Come on," she says, sword in hand, sharp icicles forming around her. "But don't you dare blink, or you won't even know how you died." The goblins, of course, ignore this very solid advice. Alice raises her sword, and incredible ice formations materialize all around her. Using her elemental affinity, she summons more and more, creating massive lances of pure ice. Alice unleashes her full power, and in a flash, ice spikes pierce through every goblin. But while she's focused, another one pops up high above with a bow. He coldly lets the arrow fly, and it rockets from the crossbow. But Alice reacts instantly, throwing up a thick wall of ice to block that dirty trick. The goblin archer's face goes pale with shock. Alice unfurls a majestic pair of ice wings, directing the cold air right at him. With a gentle beat of her wings, she begins to rise. Alice glares down at the battlefield and delivers a killer one-liner. The goblins on the ground can only stare, their jaws on the floor. One of them finally snaps out of it and yells to take her down. Alice effortlessly dodges the volley of arrows. She soars through the sky, leaving a trail of instant freeze magic wherever she goes. In a matter of seconds, the entire goblin squad is frozen solid in blocks of ice, like ugly statues. At the same time, at the Moon Color Tavern, a guy named Merlin is chatting up some ladies while the rain drizzles outside. One of them pipes up, "You're such a smooth talker, little chrysanthemum." He just laughs and replies, "Would I lie to a lovely girl like you?" "Tell us more, little chrysanthemum." But then, he hears a commotion from outside. Screams of "Run, they're here!" Merlin uses it as an excuse to get up. "My apologies, ladies, it sounds a little noisy. I'll just go check on the situation." They try to get him to stay, saying, "Oh, it's probably just some young couple having a fight. You don't need to worry about it." Merlin plays along, nodding. "You're right, couples fighting is pretty normal these days." "So let's continue," one girl says excitedly. "We get to hear more of your legendary love stories." Suddenly, a goblin's shadow fills the window. He kicks the door clean off its hinges, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Merlin and the girls whip their heads around toward the crash. Right in front of the townsfolk, the creatures have arrived to ruin the quiet atmosphere. More and more goblins pour in, brandishing their crude weapons. The girls' faces twist in terror as they finally realize what's happening and scream. "Goblins!" The creatures just grin wickedly, making a horrifying sound. Merlin calmly eyes the mob and asks in a serious tone, "What's the deal with all these little green freaks?" The chaos intensifies under the drizzling rain. In just one night, the goblin horde turns the village into a gloomy, desolate ruin. The tavern owner, who happens to be Henry's mom, is frantically running through the rain. She's desperately searching for her little boy. "Henry, where are you?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, little Henry is excitedly telling his friends a story about meeting an adventurer, and then the toys started fighting. This lady with a cool hat said she'd teach me some awesome sword fighting moves. His two little friends let out an ooh of pure admiration. Henry proudly declares his ambitious future plans to them. Soon he'll be a great adventurer, just to protect his mom. What a kid. His friend Henry just stares out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a huge racket erupts outside. All the kids scramble to the window. What in the world is going on? The sight of total devastation leaves Henry speechless. His face etched with worry, he yells out, "What's happening out there?" A familiar voice calls out, "Henry, where are you?" It's his mom, searching in the rain with a small lamp. "It's dangerous out here, come home." "Henry, where are you?" He leans out the window again, his heart sinking. Yep, that's his mom, and she is in big trouble. Henry watches in absolute horror as a pack of goblins swarms around his mother, cutting off her escape. They're staring at her with pure hunger, like she's their next meal. The lamp in her hand is smacked to the ground, shattering into pieces. The goblins overpower her, forcing her to the ground and tying her up. From his window, all Henry can do is scream, "Mom!" He tears downstairs, his voice raw with fury. "I have to save her." But the other kids hold him back, pleading with him. "Henry, they'll kill you." "Yeah, are you crazy? Goblins eat people, you'll be dead in seconds." And just like that, he's forced to watch as they drag his mom away. "Let me go! I have to save my mother!" But he's just a kid. Crying and screaming is all he can do as the tavern owner is captured, taken away to be some kind of sacrifice. Silence falls over the ruined village, a heartbreaking end to another family. Meanwhile, at the Moonlight Tavern, a goblin goes flying into a wall, shattering a mirror. A man named Merlin slips on his gloves, giving the creatures a deadly glare. He picks up a chair as a goblin begs for its life. In the corner, a group of girls huddles together in fear. "You green-skinned freaks really shouldn't bother me when I have guests." With pure rage in his eyes, he lifts the chair high. They pick the wrong day, the wrong tavern, and the wrong guy. The cornered goblin just stares, bruised and terrified. He smashes the chair down with brutal force. A sickening crunch, then blood splatters everywhere. Merlin tosses the broken chair aside, leaving the corpse in a growing pool of red. He lets out a short breath, casually pushing his hair from his eyes. But of course it's not over. More goblins pour in, surrounding him. Merlin glances around. So the whole village is crawling with these things, huh? They stand before him with their cheap spears, smirking like victory is certain. What's their plan? Overwhelm him with sheer numbers? Cute. One of them yells the command, "Get him!" And like a tidal wave of ugly, they all rush in. Merlin just smirks, his voice dripping with absolute disdain. The weak really think they stand a chance against me? He draws his legendary blade, sliding it effortlessly from its sheath, preparing for a fight that isn't even a challenge. One casual swing from Merlin sends out a shockwave of pure pressure. The goblins are blown back, finally realizing they might be in over their heads. He slides his sword back into its sheath. "All right, time for you all to do something useful for the world." He grips the hilt tightly. The goblins are completely confused by this. They have no idea what he's about to do. Suddenly, their bodies start to swell up like overinflated balloons. And then, with Merlin's command, they all explode like gory fireworks. In another part of the village, houses are burning to the ground. People are screaming, running for their lives. Watching from above, a creature named Gagameo smiles. "Weak humans. At this rate, the slaughter will be over in no time." A soldier rushes up to him. "Lord Prime Minister, our entire Western army has been wiped out." Gagameo is stunned. "What? The entire army? Was it a high-level warrior?" The soldier tries his best to describe the man he saw. "No, I couldn't sense any magic or battle aura from him. He just looked normal. A handsome man with golden hair and red eyes." Gagameo snaps. "Who gives a damn if he's handsome? What does that have to do with anything?" "We're goblins. We only need females." The soldier quickly agrees. "You are correct, my lord." Gagameo pauses, stroking his chin in thought, but his expression betrays him. "A normal man just wiped out our entire Western army? That's impossible. How could that even happen?" The soldier then provides another urgent piece of information. "I saw it myself, sir. He didn't even fully draw his sword, and in the blink of an eye, our entire Western force was just gone." There's more. An ice user named Alice stopped our central attack. That army was also completely annihilated. Their bodies were impaled on giant ice spikes. A horrific scene. And that platinum-haired swordswoman is heading this way. Gagameo's anger boils over. "Damn it all. One disaster after another. Our losses are getting serious. We have to pull back now." He turns and issues the command. "All troops, retreat." But in his twisted mind, a new plan is already taking shape. He figures that as long as they capture enough human females, they can easily replace their losses. This setback will mean nothing, and with that, the goblin horde begins its swift retreat. Henry's mother is dragged along with them, stumbling through the mud and rain. She glances back one last time, praying her son stays safe. "Henry, please be safe." With that, Alice plunged into the storm, hunting goblins. Then, a sound the goblins' retreat signal. Alice frowned. This downpour would wash away all their tracks. Perfect. The sea of fire grew and spread, but it couldn't touch her will to fight. She refused to let them take any more women. A goblin fled, its heavy feet splashing through the mud. A huge goblin with a club ambushed her, roaring as it attacked. She instantly raised her guard, blocking the blow. She braced herself, but was still sent flying. She dodged the debris as he smashed the ground. The heavy rain only highlighted the absurd size difference. He was a literal green giant. And Alice? She was furious. Her eyes turned to ice. "Get out of my way or I'll get nasty," the monster roared, as if that would work. The beast lunged, swinging its club down twice. She leaped back, then unleashed a volley of deadly ice shards. Sharp daggers of ice tore into his flesh, making the huge creature howl in pain. A blue light flashed. He barely registered what was happening before she lunged, an ice spear in her hand. Alice ran him straight through, completely bisecting the goblin. His body started to freeze solid, then cracks began to appear. To finish it, Alice ended the battle with a single slice. The frozen body simply shattered. But while she was busy with the big one, she'd forgotten the rest. Too late. She cursed herself as they escaped. Looking back at the burning town, Alice gritted her teeth in pure fury. They got away. She glanced back at the ruins as the rain kept falling. Children cried for their mothers, their calls for help unheard. The scene was utterly tragic. A heavy sense of dread settled over her as she took it all in. They took prisoners, so they probably wouldn't kill them immediately. Maybe she could just stay here a little longer. The tower bell began to toll. The townspeople gathered, their faces etched with exhaustion, confusion, and despair. It was the village chief, calling everyone together. After all this, what was left to even talk about? Inside the town hall, now a makeshift infirmary, a crowd had already gathered. On the stage, the chief was practically shaking. "Gather round, everyone. So many of our people have been taken into the mountains. So what are we going to do?" The tension in the air was so thick you could taste it. "Even as chief, I can't decide this alone," a man said, sweating, his voice trembling with fear. "Maybe we should just leave." "What else can we do?" another man said, and a few others quickly agreed. "We all know how terrifying those goblins are, the ones who were captured. We can't save them." A harsh voice cut through the cowardice. "Are you kidding me? It was Henry, the tavern owner's son. My mother was taken." He yelled at the selfish crowd, shaming them into silence. "You have family out there too. Don't you want to save them?" He looked directly at everyone in the room, not holding back at all. "We have to fight for our families. If you're not willing to do that, you all deserve to go to hell." Suddenly, a powerful voice interrupted. "Nonsense." The high priest appeared, much to everyone's surprise. "The high priest?" the people whispered. He assured them no one was going to hell, because the great goddess of light is oh so merciful. The village chief, predictably nervous, started trembling with hope. "Priest, you must have a solution, right?" Below, the crowd was desperate, begging for an answer. "Yes, priest, please think of something." The con man was about to begin his performance. He feigned a calming tone. "Rest assured and leave this to me. The goddess will be lenient with your sins." And just like that, the crowd started thanking him. That's when he conveniently pulled out a holy book. "We are but small humans. We can't save them ourselves. To fight now would be suicide, but we can pray for them here." Then he launched into his fabricated sermon. Prayer, he claimed, would compel the goddess to rescue the captured villagers herself. So, for those of you with missing loved ones, I suggest you come purchase a holy book, and your family will simply return on their own. The insane part? People were actually starting to believe this tripe. Just buy a book and they'll come back? To which a man in the crowd, clearly a plant, announced, "It's true, I was saved by prayer." Hearing that, the crowd erupted, frantically asking him to confirm his story. "You really escaped the goblins?" "Of course. I took out my holy book and they were too scared to touch me." And with that, the desperate townspeople completely bought into the ridiculous lie. "Oh, goddess of light, please save our families. Next time that priest sells his holy books, I'll definitely buy a dozen." Wait, where is he even selling them? And look at that, the two partners in crime. With their goal of manipulation achieved, they share a wonderfully wicked little smile. The old man hypes up his merchandise, trying to get everyone to buy now. Nothing to see here, folks, just a little retail therapy. "I've got a dozen holy scriptures on me. Right now, they're only 100 gold coins each. Limited quantity, so buy now." And just like that, he has them eating out of his hand. "The great priest is magnificent. We trust in the miracles of the goddess of light." But all this fawning over the priest just makes Henry's blood boil. "Are you all out of your minds? Is this really the time to be scammed?" He points a finger right at the crooked old priest's face. "Wake up, everyone. The longer we waste, the more danger the captives are in. And if anything happens to them, this fraud is definitely going to hell." The old man just keeps up his act. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. This is the only way to save them." Unconvinced, Henry clenches his fists, fighting back tears. "You're all just lying to yourselves. This won't save a single person who was taken." Suddenly, a hand rests on Henry's shoulder, and a voice cuts through the chaos. "Henry, you did a great job." Alice glares daggers at the scammers. "All right, you hypocritical old man, pack up your little con act. Get lost." The priest just stomps his foot in a rage, yelling, "Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you insult our sacred mission? You deserve to be burned alive." She boldly steps onto the stage with a challenging tone. "Ah, what a brave stance. My name is Alice Claudia, an adventurer of Ram, and the 233rd hero of the Holy See." The crowd is shocked, crying out in complete surprise. "What? Alice stands there confidently, hands on her hips, an unstoppable force. The crowd finally shouts, "It's the 233rd hero!" But the old man just points a finger at her, spitting out insults. The 233rd hero is nothing but a disgrace. Not only did she lose to the first demon lord, but I heard she even made a pact with Lucifer. Alice just brushes it off. "I'm not here to talk about my past. I'm here to stop you from scamming these people." Her comeback leaves him flustered, desperately scrambling for more insults to throw at her. "You're a disgrace to the Holy Church. What right do you have to speak? Prayer is the most effective tool we have right now." But Alice doesn't care. If His Holiness the Pope knew you were here luring people in and refusing to help the dying, he would be incredibly disappointed. She scoffs coldly, and in a flash, her sword is drawn. Her blade is instantly at his neck, the sharp point just touching his skin, ready to take his life at any moment. The old man breaks out in a cold sweat as Alice asks in a low voice, "If you truly believe prayer is so effective, then start praying right now that I don't kill you. Will you use your own life to prove that prayer works?" "Yeah, not a chance." He immediately drops to his knees, head hitting the floor like a hammer. "Forgive me. Please, please forgive me." She sheathes her sword and snaps at him. "Get out of my sight, you fraud." Alice looks down at the bewildered crowd and says bluntly, "I know you are all terrified of death, so scared that even when your loved ones were taken, you didn't dare to make a move. You put your faith in prayer, a useless form of spiritual comfort. But this is just escapism. It's a coward's choice, and the gods do not help fools." She speaks with a firm, confident voice. "Many things in life are impossible, and you simply have to let them go. But right now, the kidnapped people are waiting for you to save them. This is something you absolutely can do." Down below, Henry is completely starstruck by her speech. "Big sis is so cool." She holds up 2 fingers. "Right now, you have only 2 choices. Die silently in shame, or pick up your swords and fight back." Alice then turns to the village chief. "Chief, could you please tell us where the goblins' hideout is?" He replies nervously. "Of course, great hero. It's just..." The goblin emperor seems to have reached the saint tier. Her eyes are firm, her voice confident. "It doesn't matter. Just tell me the location." Meanwhile, the rain continues to fall at the Purple Moon Tavern, where a hand drapes a cloak over a trembling, frightened girl. Merlin is on one knee, reassuring the 3 shaken women. "Don't you worry, my beautiful ladies. As long as you stay with me, you will absolutely be safe." The green-haired girl clutches his arm in fear, saying, "Please, you must protect us." Merlin happily replies, "Of course I will." As Merlin comforts one girl, he glances back, wondering what's keeping Henry. Just then, a small figure comes sprinting up. Henry stares at him, panting heavily. He rushes upstairs without a word. Merlin follows him, asking, "Henry, where did you go? Where's Massa?" Henry bursts through a door and quickly grabs a sword hanging on the wall. Henry hugs the sword to his chest, looking down the stairs. "This doesn't concern you, Uncle Merlin. I'm going to save my mom." And that's when it clicks for Merlin. Of course, Massa was also taken by those goblins, wasn't she? Henry dashes down the stairs, yelling at Uncle Merlin to get out of his way. But Merlin's not having it, grabbing the kid by the neck. Busy with what? "Little punks like you just caused trouble." Henry whips his head around, shouting, "Let me go, you useless old man. I'm going to save my mom." The uncle just glances down, his tone suddenly dead serious. "Henry, you can't help. Just tell me what happened." And cue the waterworks. Henry breaks down, a mess of snot and tears. "It's all my fault. Those goblins took Mom. I have to use Dad's sword to save her." Merlin, completely unfazed, just sighs, "Get a grip. A little pipsqueak like you can't do a thing." Thither. Henry surprisingly shoves his hand away, shouting, "What do you know? I made a promise to my dad." The kid, still a sobbing mess, keeps at it. "He's not home. I'm the man of the house now, and I have to protect Mom." Merlin freezes up at that. His eyes sadden as he remembers sleeping in his mother's arms. Young Merlin looks over at his mom, declaring confidently, "When I grow up, I'm going to protect you." His mom, stunned for a second, breaks into a huge, happy smile. Back in the present, Merlin finds himself smiling at the memory. His resolve hardens. Merlin proudly watches Henry's tiny figure run off, dragging his father's huge sword behind him. He lets out a small chuckle. That foolish kid is absolutely going to cause trouble for someone. The 3 girls notice his odd behavior and ask, "Xiao Ju." He turns to them. "I suggest you ladies wait here until sunrise before leaving." The blue-haired girl asks with concern, "Xiao Ju, you're going out? It's really dangerous right now." Merlin gives a slight smile, loosens his collar, and grabs a cloak from a nearby rack. "You know, sometimes I think..." He dramatically swings on the cloak and picks up a sword. That being a hero, well, it's not so bad after all. A dark castle looms against the howling night wind. Alice rushes out from inside, listening intently. She scans the area and suddenly gasps at what she sees: a trembling hand reaching out, as if begging for help. Realizing someone is hurt, Alice rushes to their side. "Hey, are you okay?" The guy is barely hanging on. "Sorry," she soothes him. Don't talk. The villagers will be here soon. You're going to be saved, okay? He's shivering violently, his body limp and weak. Slowly, he opens his eyes and stares at Alice with pure shock. He uses what feels like his last breath to utter her name, the adventurer. Alice. Grabbing her hand like a lifeline, he refuses to let go. He kneels on the ground, his voice desperate. Lady Alice, please, I beg you, save my fiancé. He lowers his head, his entire body shaking. I'm so sorry. I really have no other choice. I'm sorry. But Alice, ever the righteous hero, tries to boost his morale. Lift your head up. An adventurer must always have their dignity. With that, she swiftly plucks the badge from his chest. I'll be taking your adventurer tag for now. Alice looks him over, ready to get the information she needs to help. What's your fiancé's name? He answers without hesitation. Afra. Apparently the badge is just collateral. She holds it tightly and makes a promise. I guarantee you, Afra herself will return this adventurer tag to you. He just stares, completely baffled by her words. Lady Alice. But she's already turned her back, his voice fading as she walks away. Lady Alice, the Goblin Emperor is a Saint-tier powerhouse. You have to be careful. And with that warning, the mood gets a whole lot heavier. She bites her lip. Saint-tier. She knows she's no match for that. But so what? Alice recalls Merlin's condescending words, and her hatred boils over. An ordinary person should know their place. Know yourself. I will never forget that. Nobody is content with just being ordinary. That's why you have to keep challenging yourself. She grips her sword tighter, her resolve clear. Even in this hopeless situation, Merlin walks his own righteous path, and so I must light my own flame of hope. Meanwhile, inside the Goblin Dragon Palace, Goblin guards are dragging captured women into the main hall as tribute. Henry's mother is among them, presented as a sacrifice for the Saint-tier Goblin. A figure in iron boots emerges. It's the Goblin King, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily at his Prime Minister's flattery. Gagame, you did well this time. What reward would you like? Your Majesty, I need no reward. To serve you is my honor. The king eats it right up, as expected of my most trusted minister. He eyes the goods his men brought in with a nasty laugh. Not a bad haul this time, eh? Take them to the back cells. After my bath tonight, I'll enjoy them one by one. The soldiers snap to attention. Yes, sir. Gagame, he interjects, asking for permission to leave. Your Majesty's trust is my honor, he says, getting a nod in return. If there's nothing else, Gagameo, you may leave. I'm going to take my bath. Yes, sir. Outside the cold Goblin Dragon Palace. From the back, Gagameo appeared, barking out an order. You two, and a few more of you, get into ambush positions. Now! He had to explain the plan to his less-than-brilliant underlings. Humans are emotional creatures. We've captured so many of them. If our calculations are correct, a whole bunch of villagers will come tonight to try and rescue them. That's why we're going to lay a trap and wait for them to walk right into it. His minions were in awe, making him smirk. So brilliant. As expected of Lord Gagameo, your predictions are simply divine. Of course they are. Meanwhile, a guard on duty at the plantation peered through his binoculars. He squinted, then gasped. A new discovery. He immediately reported back to Prime Minister Gagameo. Something white is rushing this way, Gagameo asked. White? Is it a magical beast? The guard fell silent, looking closer before answering. No, it's not a magical beast. It seemed like the goblins below were all ears, waiting for the scout's final word. A single sword swung out, followed by a blast of countless ice shards. They only had time for one scream before being frozen solid by Alice's ultimate move. It's that human woman who uses ice. Gagameo scrambled, immediately ordering his soldiers to call for backup. Guards, call in more goblins to stop that girl for me. It's too late, Lord Gagameo. She's all ready. Alice was like a tiger now, freezing everything in her path. The terrified goblin minions backed away as she marched, sword in hand, straight for Gagameo. Alice growled, so this is the place. Her eyes were now filled with determination and rage, never once leaving Gagameo. He was completely rattled by her stare, trying to figure out a plan to slow her down. Gagameo summoned a fireball, aiming it at her as a warning. Don't come any closer. She didn't hesitate for a second, rushing even faster and yelling, Get out of my way! One powerful kick to his face shattered his teeth. That single move sent him flying into the wall. Gagameo was knocked unconscious, terrifying his remaining soldiers. Lord Gagameo is down. What do we do? With her overwhelming power, Alice easily broke through into the inner city. She scanned her surroundings constantly. Why can't I see any sign of the prisoners? Suddenly, a noise echoed from the walls. A secret mechanism had been silently activated. Alice reacted instantly, spotting two goblin soldiers with sharp clubs ambushing her from inside the walls. Another huge one joined in, raining down a flurry of attacks. Quick as a flash, Alice dodged fluidly to the side. She moved gracefully, dodging rubble and the chaotic attacks from the goblin squad. One swing of her sword unleashed a razor-sharp ice technique. This time, the hired goblin soldiers took the hit head-on and were instantly immobilized. Alice spun, channeling more power, creating even more glittering ice shards. The two goblins were completely trapped as ice crept up their bodies. She pointed her sword at them, her voice cold and threatening. "You're the last ones in my way. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight." Night fell, with a bright moon in the sky. Rustling sounds echoed through the forest. The light of torches flickered between the trees, the sound of many footsteps hitting the ground. It was the villagers, armed with weapons and torches. Their weapons were crude, mostly farm tools. Their faces were masks of pure anger. Suddenly, a noise from the bushes. Pairs of red eyes stared out at them. The villagers saw something moving in the thicket and froze in fear. Monsters stepped out from behind the brush, weapons raised, ready to attack at any moment. The villagers charged forward, attacking the goblins with everything they had. The goblin chief, still half asleep, was woken up by his frantic soldiers. "My lord, Lord Gagameo!" He rubbed his long nose. "Ouch, ouch, my nose." A goblin soldier scrambles in. "Boss Gagame, you're up." The little guy is panicking. "It's bad. The villagers are attacking us." The goblin leader is floored. "They're what?" Outside, torchlight floods the forest as the wind whispers of the coming battle. And just like that, the villagers are swarming the goblin fortress. Gagameo is fuming. "Freaking humans." One of the villagers rallies the troops. "This is the goblin nest. We charge in and wipe them all out. Then we'll meet up with Lady Alice and rescue our wives and daughters." The boss just scoffs. Lowly humans think they can fight the noble goblin race? "Demonic powers of the earth, obey my command. Stop these pathetic little worms." A young man stopped in his tracks, surrounded by small fires. He looked down at his feet, wondering what was happening. Out of nowhere, a wall of fire erupted, sending the villagers into a panic. Those who couldn't run fast enough got their shoes burned, while others got their rears singed. They screamed for help. Mo stared at the firewall, leaning on his hands and muttering in awe. A firewall spell. He turned, placing a hand on another villager's shoulder. "Hey, buddy, have you seen Henry from the Moonlight Tavern?" The man gave him a confused look. Why would he be here? Kids aren't allowed on the mountain. He stared into the inferno and said, "That kid didn't sneak up here by himself, did he? I swear I can't leave him alone for a second." A villager in a hat sees him walking into the inferno and starts shouting, "You know there's a saint-level expert in there. Just let the white-haired girl handle it." Mur just scoffs with pure contempt. "Alice, please." She was just another loser who fell to his blade, and besides being a little cute, she was nothing special. The poor villager is left completely speechless. "I'm telling you," but he just grips his sword tighter. Suddenly, Merlin thrusts his blade towards the heavens. A massive boom echoes as the wall of fire splits in two, carving out a perfectly safe entrance. He cracks open one eye, a smug look plastered on his face. The villager's jaws collectively hit the floor, completely at a loss for words. Merlin calmly walks into the inferno, his boots making a steady rhythm. As he ventures deeper, the fiery path slowly closes behind him, and just like that, Merlin's silhouette vanishes behind the wall of flames. The air goes completely still. The hatted villager mutters that the man's back looks awfully familiar, like he's seen it somewhere before. Then, it hits him. He looks just like that master swordsman who wiped out the entire pirate army at Port Egan. Hearing this, all the villagers just stare at each other in disbelief. They just couldn't believe it, a legendary expert, admired by everyone, with power that could shake the entire empire. Could that hero really be the same useless bum they all scorned, a guy with no power, who lives by scamming women? The elf leader, seeing no one can get past his firewall, smirks. "Those humans out there can't breach my flame barrier, and right now, I have more pressing matters." He points to a soldier. "Go capture that swordswoman, bring her to me, and don't disturb His Majesty." A soldier questions the order. "But shouldn't we be offering that item to His Majesty?" The elf leader, furious at being questioned, glares and shouts, "What's that supposed to mean? Am I, the most handsome of my tribe, not as worthy as His Majesty?" The two soldiers quickly backtrack. "No, no, we'll capture that white-haired brat immediately." Just as the two soldiers take off, the leader is startled by a mysterious voice. "Good evening, green-skinned monster." He whips around to see the intruder and screams, "What? How is this possible?" "My flame wall technique. How could you possibly have passed through it? Who are you?" Merlin just smiles. He coolly adjusts his clothes and declares, "I am the peerlessly charming, universally adored Xiaoju Uba from the Moonlight Tavern." Seeing this guy's absurd confidence, the elf leader gets cautious. This Xiaoju, let's just see how strong he really is. He uses his ability to scan his opponent and is shocked. No magic, no fighting spirit. This guy is weaker than literal garbage. Realizing he's just scanned a complete weakling, the elf leader starts to chuckle, but Merlin is completely unfazed. "What's wrong? Intimidated by my handsome face?" The elf leader, now furious, launches a fireball. "If trash like you came here to die, I'll gladly oblige." He reaches a hand toward the flame. With a casual flick, Merlin makes the fireball vanish into thin air. The elf stares, shocked he's completely unharmed, as Merlin gives a little smirk. The leader thinks to himself, what in the world was that? The way he dissipated my fire spell was bizarre. How did he even do that? So he unleashes more demonic power, the power of scorching flames and the power of the gale winds. Hear my command and destroy my enemy. And with that, fiery winds begin to swirl around Merlin. The elf leader leaps into the air, unleashing his departing fire fist. A massive fire tornado completely engulfs our hero. He looks down, totally pleased with himself. But when the flames dissipate, Merlin is just standing there, completely unharmed. He puts a hand on his hip, a mocking smile on his face. You know, for a mutant elf, I thought your stats would at least be SSR ranked. Turns out your skills are just pathetic. The leader is so angry he can't even form words, just letting out a frustrated scream. The elf leader summons a spear wreathed in flames. He growls, what kind of secret magic trick did you just pull? Fine. You want to play games? Let's see you handle this. And with that, the spear of the scorching sun flies straight at him. Merlin catches the spear with casual ease. He holds it up, mocking, you seriously call this little thing the scorching sun? The elf's eyes go wide in disbelief at his sheer strength. No. Impossible. All while trails of fire swirl around our hero. You think this is enough to send me to hell? Pathetic. But the leader just smirks and snaps his fingers. It's not over yet. The spear Merlin had tossed to the ground begins to crack, the sound getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupts, aimed straight at him. The fiery vortex is even more intense than before, as the villagers just stare, mesmerized. The elf leader laughs maniacally. Turn to ash, you piece of garbage. But Merlin just lets out a little scoff. With a proud stance and one wave of his hand, the entire tornado disappears. The elf's jaw just drops. How is that possible? There he stands, hands casually in his pockets, looking impossibly cool. Did he just cast a tier 2 magic spell? I'll give you props for trying, I guess, but it's still just too weak. Merlin's expression darkens, covering one eye, his voice dripping with pure disdain. I just hate it when weaklings try to show off in front of me, especially idiots like you who don't know their place. Suddenly, a figure appears behind the goblin, sword ready. So just die already, you ugly thing. With a soft click, the blade is barely drawn. An oppressive aura fills the air. You hear slashes, but you see nothing at all. The goblin is completely frozen. Then, bloody cuts appear all over his face and neck. Even a piece of his majestic beard just falls right off. Why? Why didn't you just kill me? Merlin just frowns at him, turns his back, and the goblin explodes into nothing. Casual. He coolly replies, you're too weak, not even worth me drawing my sword for. Then he just brushes some dust off his shirt. As he walks away, he lets out a dramatic sigh. Whoever said my magic was invincible was absolutely right. It's so hard to find a worthy opponent. Anyway, on to the main quest. A woman named Ma appears outside nervously. Suddenly, a loud boom makes all the captive girls scream in terror. The guard just slumps over, dead. A flash of steel slices the lock in two. Ma clenches her fist as everyone cheers for their arriving hero. Lady Alice! She pushes the gate open. Is everyone all right? The girls immediately scramble for their newfound freedom. Ma rushes to her. Lady Alice, what about Henry? Is he okay? Alice quickly moves to comfort the worried tavern owner. Don't worry, Ma. Henry is perfectly fine. He's waiting for you back in the village. Ma breaks down, covering her face in pure relief. Oh, thank goodness Henry's safe. Alice puts a steadying hand on her shoulder. We need to get out of here now. If anyone else shows up, leaving won't be so easy. Their footsteps echo on the stone as Ma urges everyone to move faster. Alice calls out over the chaos, Sile! Does anyone here know Sile? A girl nervously steps forward from the crowd. I'm Sile. Alice's face lights up. Perfect, I finally found you. Sile, listen to me. Your fiancé, John. Sile's eyes go wide in horror at something behind Alice. Her pupils shrink as she lets out a terrified scream. Oh look, a giant shadow. Alice spins around, shoving Sile out of the way and taking a massive slash from the monster herself. That had to hurt. It smashes her into a wall. Alice coughs up blood as everyone screams her name. Then, a staff hits the ground, and a gruff voice speaks. I take one simple bath, and a little rat manages to sneak in. A new guy, Deep, appears, and a king like myself has to handle it. That Gagameo guy was completely useless. He slowly walks towards the girls, making a creepy squeaking sound. You can't escape. When I catch you, I'll strip you all down. The girls huddle together in fear. But then, pillars of ice erupt from the ground, trapping the creep in a cage before he can react. Magic swirls around Alice's hands. As long as I am here, she declares, you will not lay a single finger on them. Blood is streaming down her face as she pants for air, but the villain just smirks, squeaks, and shatters the ice cage like it was nothing. Oh, A high-ranking little mouse thinks she can trap me with ice? How adorably delusional. Let's see if you can even walk out of my palace alive. She slams her hand down, radiating pure defiance. Sorry, but leaving was never part of my plan. Thorny ice vines explode from the ground, wrapping around him as Alice seizes the opportunity. Sile is startled. A badge flies through the air, landing perfectly in her hand. She instantly recognizes what it is. There it is, a badge with a cross and a snake. Alice gives a tired wink. Get it together, Sile. John is still alive. He's waiting for you outside. Alice forces herself up, sword in hand. Just escape this nightmare, and everything will be okay again. Sile clutches the emblem, hot tears finally streaming down her face. Blood trickles from Alice's nose. You can all go home, get married, and have your own children. So find your courage and run for your lives. A wall of ice erupts, blocking her snow-white hair from their view. Sile screams in anguish at the wall. Lady Alice. The king just flexes, shattering the vines and letting out a cold grunt. Alice looks up at the massive goblin as he begins to mock her. You actually dared to stand against your king? I must say, as king of the goblins, this is the first time I've seen a human differently. He offers a deal. I am willing to show mercy. You have two choices. Put down your sword and become my queen, or we fight each other until only one of us is left standing. Alice spits out a mouthful of blood and answers without a second's thought. All right, cut the chatter. I choose the second path. And in her head? Loved by an elf? What a joke. My heart belongs to the legendary Elgin, a true man of strength and justice. He hisses, his voice dripping with annoyance. You ungrateful thing. Just wait until I catch you. I'll teach you a lesson. Alice breathes out a cloud of icy air, and streams of blue magic begin to glow from behind her back. Rip flashes a mocking grin. Haha, is this your big finishing move? I was expecting something impressive, not a light drizzle, but Alice couldn't care less what he says. I'm not giving you another chance. Now just die obediently on my sword. Snow whips across a grim mountain as a wooden sword smacks a frozen dummy. A young Alice lets out a sigh. The girl groans impatiently. I'm so tired. What's the point if I can't even master this basic thrust? From behind, her master Claudia begins the lecture. For survival, she says, this is a skill you must learn. It's the key to launching a counterattack. Alice looks back, baffled. With a normal attack like this, can I really beat a saint-level master? Her teacher patiently explains that most saints are still just human. If your thrust manages to hit their heart, there's a very high chance it will be a fatal blow. Besides, our great Snow Mountain clan has spent generations mastering both magic and martial arts. Our greatest strength is our versatility. If you fuse magic and fighting spirit and hit a weak point, they'll either be dead or crippled. Alice is still confused. What kind of saint is that easy to hit? Her master just laughs. Well, that's where your intelligence comes in. Sneak attacks, poison, ambushes, threats, coercion. Anything works. If you're really stuck, just strip naked and seduce them. Why be so rigid? Hearing such colorful advice makes little Alice blush bright red. Master, you're saying weird things again. She steps back, taking her stance and gripping the sword tightly. Alice plants her feet, but as she's about to lunge, her eyes fly open in realization. A sharp clang rings out. Henry collapses to the ground. Ooh, a goblin with a club cheers. Look at the little coward who ran into our dungeon. The boy furiously screams back. You bastard! Give my mom back! You green-skinned monster! He swings his club high. Now die! The kid screams and covers his face, sweating bullets. But when the pain never comes, he slowly peeks out to see a man named Merlin, a flash of gold slicing the goblin clean in two. He stands over the fallen monster, while Henry just stares in complete shock, stammering Uncle Merlin with his jaw on the floor. So strong. There wasn't even a fight. Just a one-hit kill. He turns and sizes the boy up. Your fighting spirit wasn't bad, kid. Out of 100 points, I'll give you 99. However, you disobeyed orders and ran into a place like this, so minus 99 points. Merlin grins. Your final score is 0. Whoa. All Henry can think right now is, Uncle Merlin is a master swordsman? His eyes are sparkling with pure hero worship. So Uncle Merlin wasn't just bragging all this time, he'd totally misjudged the guy. Merlin notices his stunned silence and asks with a bit of worry, You okay? In response, the boy immediately runs over and hugs his leg. I'm fine. Uncle Merlin, please teach me that sword slash. But Merlin just pouts. I already offered to teach you before. You refused then, and now you're sucking up. No chance. At that, Henry starts wailing pathetically. Uncle Merlin, please, I'm on my knees begging you. Teach me, teach me. Merlin just mocks him relentlessly. Oh, you're actually on your knees now, huh? Didn't you say sword slashing was useless? Fine, fine, get up. A voice calls from behind them. Henry, Merlin, making them both turn. Seeing a familiar face, they both shout, Mom, Ma, are you okay? Henry rushes over and hugs Ma tightly. Mom, are you okay? I was so worried about you. She embraces her son, answering gently, I'm fine. Lady Alice saved us. This place is dangerous. What are you doing here? He replies, Uncle Merlin brought me. He's amazing. He's the one who killed this giant goblin. Merlin steps forward, muttering under his breath. You little brat. This is the kind of stuff that gets my pay docked. Needless to say, sword lessons are canceled. Ma looks up anxiously. Is what Henry said true? Then can you go help Lady Alice? She fought the Emperor all by herself to save us, and I'm afraid she's no match for him. Merlin is stunned by her words. Elsewhere, Alice's sword falls to the ground. A man named Rip smiles, gloating. Alice grits her teeth, completely shocked. What's going on? Was I discovered? He grabs her in a crushing grip. I already knew your little storm was just a diversion. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jumping around so obnoxiously, you actually walked right into your own death. Now let's see where you run. Rip squeezes her until a sickening crack echoes out. Alice screams in agony, her voice mingling with his booming laughter throughout the hall. Ma begs desperately, please, can you go help Lady Alice? She fought the Emperor alone to save us, and I'm afraid she's no match for him. Merlin just looks confused. Huh? And why should I? But he suddenly stops and thinks, wait a minute. If I save Alice, my dream of becoming an adventurer might finally have a chance. That's his inner monologue anyway. Outwardly, Merlin throws his hands up, feigning indifference. What, Ma? What kind of person do you take me for? Do I look like some guy whose eyes light up at the sight of money? Ma and Henry just stare at him blankly. Merlin starts sweating, basically admitting everything. He scratches his head and finally gives in. Well, cashing in a favor with Alice wouldn't be a loss. Ma claps her hands, overjoyed. That's wonderful, the gentlewoman says. Then please, be careful, Henry, cheeks bright red, adds his own reminder. You have to teach me that sword style, Uncle Merlin. With a final smirk, our hero makes his cool, dramatic exit. You guys get to a safe spot and wait. Big Bro's gonna bring that silver-haired dummy back. And right on cue, a horrifying scream echoes down the hall. Rip tightens his grip, crushing Alice's body. He just watches her suffer and laughs. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yes, that expression, that sound, he chirps. Absolutely perfect. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Alice is sweating buckets, gritting her teeth in pain. When suddenly, blood flies. An icicle stabs right into Rip's arm, shocking him mid-squeak. Up above, hundreds of razor-sharp icicles are already formed. Rip can't believe it. When did you? Alice just smirks, bone-chilling heavenly punishment. Dozens of icicles rain down, skewering him as he groans in pain. Arg! Alice hits the ground with a thud. Rip roars in absolute fury. You tricked me! She grabs her sword and gets back up. This is what you get for underestimating me, she pants. And next, you're about to taste the swordsmanship of the Great Snow Mountain. With that, she dashes forward at blinding speed. Rip grimaces, his eyes widening as 3 of her slashes cut him deep. Blood sprays from his wrist, then gushes like a fountain from the gash in his arm. She silently enters her second stance, the sword tip piercing his throat. His eyes bulge, totally bloodshot. Now her weapon has transformed into jagged, sharp icicles. Third stance, it drives straight for his heart for an extreme ice pierce. Rip stumbles back, choking on his own blood. Gah! And just like that, he collapses. Nothing but a gaping hole where his heart used to be. Alice clutches her arm, breathing a sigh of relief as she stares at the dead king. Phew. It's finally over. But suddenly, weird beams of light shoot past her body. Alice spins around, stunned. Huh? Golden light is converging on Rip's corpse. The hole where she stabbed his heart is now glowing intensely. And impossibly, the wound is starting to close. Alice is in total shock. The wound in his heart healed completely. Rip, who was totally still, suddenly shoots his eyes wide open. He lets out a crazy laugh, his clothes tearing apart from his power surge. Her eyes widen in pure terror. How are you not dead? I stabbed you right through the heart. Even a saint should have. He just lets out that creepy laugh again, pointing at his chest. Over here, he says. An elf's heart is on the right, not the left. Guess someone didn't do their homework, huh? With total arrogance, he declares, see, knowledge changes your fate. I was careless before. Now, I won't be so gentle. Alice's brow furrows, completely annoyed. He stomps his foot hard, swings his staff and screams, now die. She immediately throws up an ice wall to defend. Rip just scoffs. You think a simple ice wall can block a king's attack? He smashes his staff, shattering the wall and slamming it right into Alice. She goes flying through pillars, coughing up blood as she hits the far wall. Cough. Ah. He casually strolls over to the groaning Alice. With a rat-like grin, he yanks her up by her hair. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You'll be my prisoner for the rest of your life. Alice grimaces, blood streaming from her forehead and mouth. Rip suddenly hears a whoosh of wind and whips around. Merlin is already holding Alice, but Rip remains calm, saying, "Another rat has snuck into my underground city." Then he looks down, sees his own severed arm, and finally freaks out. He growls in pure rage, "You, Merlin." But Merlin is ignoring his tantrum. "You okay?" he asks her. "Risking your life for someone you don't even know," Merlin scolds gently. "You didn't have to bet your own life on this. You really are an absolute idiot." Merlin gently leans the unconscious Alice against a nearby pillar. "It's honestly weird seeing you this quiet, but hey, you're not allowed to die yet," and with that he turns away. "I'm done teasing you. So you just rest for a bit, tomboy hero. Leave the rest to me." In her haze, Alice's eyes flutter open. Ugh. Vaguely, she sees Merlin's silhouette overlapping with the person she admires most, that strong, confident figure. "It's not a dream. Just when I was in danger, you came to save me?" Alice's eyes close, exhausted. "Sword Saint, Lord Elgin." Merlin freezes when he hears her whisper, "I really like you." He whips his head around, completely baffled. "Huh? What is this idiot babbling about?" Rip steps forward, interrupting the moment. "You guys all done over there? Can we get back to the game now?" And just like that, Merlin's laid-back vibe is gone. His eyes are ice cold as he stares the villain down. Alice leans weakly against a pillar as Rip's voice echoes, "I thought only one rat managed to scurry into my domain." Rustling sounds fill the air as he sneers. "I never expected another one had snuck in." He glares at his severed arm. "To cut off my right hand before I could even react. I'll admit, you've got some skill." But then, flesh and blood vessels erupt from the stump. In a flash, a perfect hand has grown back. "In my berserk state," he boasts, "any injury heals instantly." Then, Rip grinds his teeth. "Challenging me at this point means you have a death wish." Merlin suddenly cracks a bright smile. "Doesn't matter who you are, I'll kill you in a single strike. If you can actually defeat me, well, that would be a dream come true." Hearing this, Rip just smirks, and without hesitation, he swings his weapon right at Merlin. The club slams down, completely shattering the stone floor. Bricks were warped and thrown upwards by the force, yet Merlin easily blocked it with one hand, leaving the Elf King stunned. "He actually took a blow from me? Sir, you are clearly no ordinary person. Dare I ask your name?" Merlin just flicks the club away and chuckles. "Ha! Your current level doesn't qualify you to know my name." Hearing that, Rip decides to introduce himself first. "Fine, I will announce my own family then. As one of the 12 emperors of the elf tribe, I am the most brilliant and talented figure among my people. Before long, I will launch an even larger scale attack, unify the land, become the new master of humanity," he says, holding out a giant hand. "If you are willing, I can appoint you as prime minister, second only to me and above millions." Merlin's lips curl upwards as he bursts out laughing. "Psst! Haha, how hilarious. Where did you get the courage to try and recruit me?" Merlin points to the sky, boldly declaring, "In this world there is no one who can stand above me. Even if the goddess of light herself came down, she couldn't even look directly at 1/10,000th of my glory." He opens his eyes, filled with scorn. "Letting you become fertilizer for my backyard would be an insult to myself." Rip's face turns beet red, veins popping. He furiously stomps on the tile floor, shattering it as he leaps into the air and lunges straight for Merlin. "You've chosen punishment over a reward." Merlin strikes a mocking, observant pose. "Oh my, how impressive. So fat he looks like a pig's head, yet he can fly that high." Rip raises his club. "Humph, I'll send your arrogant self to hell personally. Take this." Powerful rays of light crash down like lightning as he unleashed his ultimate technique, the elf's heavy mace. Merlin just snorts and glances away. Rip smashes the ground, shattering the floor and causing pillars to collapse into pieces. He looks at his club stuck in the ground and cackles with glee. Heh, even a high-level master would be paced after taking that hit. Suddenly, a faint, mocking voice drifts over. "Haha, was that really your strongest move?" Rip stares in shock as Merlin casually strolls along the handle of his weapon. "What?" He simply places a hand on the hilt of his sword. "Well then, I suppose it's my turn now." Light explodes in an instant, and a golden line streaks across Rip's body. He turns his head, seemingly unharmed. "So you managed to escape my ultimate technique and even counterattack. You deserve some praise for that." Then it hits him. Rip's eyes fill with terror as the slash from moments ago finally takes effect, and blood erupts from his body. His eyes widen. "The wound. It's beyond my ability to regenerate. How can this be?" Merlin flicks his sword clean. "I was always curious who started this whole mess, but you were so easy to beat. It's truly disappointing." Rip begins to tremble, demanding, Who? Who are you? Someone this strong can't possibly be a nobody." He replies nonchalantly while sheathing his sword, "Actually, I'm not that strong. You're just too weak. You're not worthy of the title of king, and you certainly don't have the right to compete with me." Merlin looks over at the cracked wall, then examines his own hand. Ha, a quick victory, just like always. But he had to admit, for a saint-level opponent, it managed to quiet his thunder sickness for a moment. The aftershocks from the battle caused bricks to crumble away, revealing a mountain of glittering gold coins and treasures within. Merlin was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. All right, time to bring that idiot girl back. Then he saw it, that shining, rare pile. The elf's treasure. Merlin practically starts drooling, his eyes glued to the hoard, blinded by the brilliant gold. This is it. My dream of lazing around and waiting to die is about to become a reality. Then, a brick suddenly drops on his head. That snapped him out of it. The ceiling was about to cave in, with rocks falling constantly. Oh no. The last battle must have caused the whole castle to collapse. Merlin eyes the treasure. If he's quick, he could grab a lot, but any delay means no time to get the girl out. He glances over at Alice with a worried look. He'd be fine, but her? If she gets buried alive in here, she's a goner for sure. On one hand, enough money for a life of luxury. On the other hand, the life of a young maiden. Merlin stomps his foot, making a decision as the main pillars begin to topple. He scoops up Alice and sprints out of the rubble, cursing the entire way. Arg! Alice, you are truly the bad luck charm of my life. Hey, you know you owe me a few $100 million in gold, right? If you come back without a job for me, you and I are going to have a problem. Meanwhile, the men were overjoyed, finally spotting the faces of their wives and families. The girls who escaped the so-called happy castle were a mess, calling for Daddy, Andrew, and their loves. They all burst into tears and hugs, until the village chief pointed in terror, yelling for everyone to look. Right in the middle of the mountains, a massive explosion just ripped through, kicking up a huge cloud of smoke. The villagers could only stare, totally stunned. The mountain collapsed. Isn't that the elves' underground palace? Henry's face went white, and he started screaming in a panic. Uncle Merlin, big sis. Suddenly, a hand landed on the boy's trembling shoulder. Massa smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Merlin is an incredibly smart guy. He'll definitely turn this around. And just like that, the boy's confidence returned. Yeah. But the village chief could only gasp. Ah! A shadowy figure appeared through the smoke. Out walked Merlin, carrying an unconscious Alice. Everyone erupted in cheers. Merlin, Lady Alice! The villagers rushed toward the pair, cheering like mad. Talk about a complete 180 in their attitude. I was so blind before. I swear I'll never stop my mom from watching you work again. You actually saved her. I guess you're not just a useless pretty boy after all, huh? Our so-called hero could only force a smile, laughing awkwardly through the storm of compliments. Ha ha ha. But inside, Merlin was crying a river over all the treasure that had just vanished. Hero my butt. I am never doing this crap again. Just give me back my gold. Later, at the brightly lit Moon Tavern, a wounded Alice lay quietly on the bed, her cut still bleeding. Merlin glanced over at the unconscious Alice and began his diagnosis. This idiot is seriously hurt. If she's not treated, this could get dangerous. Then, all of a sudden, he flashed a wicked grin. She's always so nasty to me. Now look at her, lying there completely at my mercy. It's gotta be fate. Merlin reached out a hand. But even I never expected I'd get to play with this body of yours one day. Outside, the wind howled as if to shame his creepy thoughts. Ahem. But seriously, what I'm about to do is absolutely not me taking advantage of you. A patient can't be picky about their doctor. You're sick, so you need treatment, understand? Just then, Alice's eyes fluttered open. Huh? She yelped, sitting bolt upright. Ouch. A killer headache slammed into her. What's going on? Last night, I was ambushed by the Elf Emperor's mace, and then, the legendary sword hero Elgin appeared. Ugh, I can't remember anything at all. Massa walked in carrying a basin of warm water. Lady Alice? You're awake? The proprietress clasped her hands, beaming with relief. I barely slept a wink last night. Seeing that you're okay finally puts my mind at ease. Alice mumbled an apology, looking dazed as Massa continued. You were in such bad shape last night, Lady Alice. You honestly gave us all a heart attack. If Merlin hadn't brought you back. The second she heard his name, her face twisted and she broke into a cold sweat. She hesitated, thinking, that guy, Lucifer III, with his smart mouth and lazy attitude, the guy who doesn't care about anything, actually went out of his way to save me. The proprietress, however, was totally unaware of Alice's complicated feelings. Did you two have some sort of misunderstanding? Everyone makes mistakes, you know. You have to give him a chance to fix things. Besides, you're ex-lovers. Staying deadlocked like this isn't good for anyone. Why not take this opportunity to just shake hands and make up? Alice's inner world just exploded. A massive misunderstanding. Don't we look more like mortal enemies to you? She shot back. It is not like that. We are not ex-lovers. Massa just put on the face of a seasoned expert on love. I get it. A young lady like you is bound to be shy. Alice was having an internal meltdown. This is a disaster. The more she denies it, the worse it gets. But she quickly regained her composure. Being a hero who was saved by a demon lord, it's a huge disgrace, for sure. But, well, facts are facts. Nope, I can't owe him this favor, no matter what. So Alice took the initiative. Sister Massa, could you please ask Merlin to come here? A breeze rustled past the brightly lit window as Merlin headed up the stairs. As he neared Alice's room, he heard voices coming from inside. Lady Alice, thank you. She shyly waved it off. It's nothing, really. The important thing is you're both safe. Covered in bandages and leaning on Sile, the villager insisted, we must express our gratitude. If you hadn't stepped in to help when you did, we might not have survived this long. You are our savior. Merlin, casually leaning against the doorframe, overheard it all. We will carry this debt in our hearts forever. He gave a small smile, thinking to himself. It's really just foolish righteousness, but it somehow inspires so much gratitude. Maybe it's because Alice has this inexplicable power that pushes her forward, making it easy for regular folks to believe in her. He watched Sile carefully help the wounded man leave, then turned his head and asked a question that made Alice jump. Yo, feeling any better, Alice? His question earned him a death glare. He flopped arrogantly into a chair. Massa said you wanted me. Spit it out. Alice blushed and looked away. Considering you went out of your way to save me, I'll begrudgingly give you a thank you. Got it. She arrogantly turned her face away. And don't get any funny ideas. This just means I don't hate you right now. It doesn't mean I forgive you. Merlin's jaw just about hit the floor at this display. Well, this isn't going according to his script at all. No tearful thank yous, not even an offer to repay him with her body. What a total letdown. And because this guy has absolutely zero filter, he just says it out loud. Nope, not accepting it. You have to repay me. I don't do charity rescues. He leans right into Alice's personal space. How about this? I want to be an adventurer. You can introduce me, right? This makes her absolutely snap, screaming, What? No way. Honestly, Merlin's smug face is just asking for a punch. What a disappointment. Is that really the attitude you should have for your savior? She points right in his face and snaps. If you weren't trying to drag me into your mess, I might have thought about it. Yeah, you saved me, but don't even dream about me helping you with anything else. He spins around, doubling down on the taunts. Fine, fine. Tomorrow I'll tell every poet that the 233rd hero has absolutely zero gratitude. A complete and utter scoundrel. Alice grips his leg, giving a serious warning. You insult my honor, and this partnership is over. But Merlin, totally unfazed, threatening me, he says calmly, you should really know your place. He just shrugs and turns away. If you're going to be so stubborn, fine by me. By tomorrow, the whole country will know everything. That Alice, the so-called hero, is a no-good scoundrel with zero integrity. She panics, throwing her hands up. Wait, don't go. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Merlin knows he's won. Seriously, does this goofy girl just enjoy being backed into a corner? Just obediently become the stepping stone for my grand entrance into the middle class. That night, wind whipped through the jagged peaks around the collapsed goblin lair, and in the middle of all that empty rubble, boom, a massive force just blows it wide open. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground breaks the silence. A woman named Kelowna scans the area, fanning herself while gazing at the night sky, finally caught up. If it wasn't for today's headlines, who would have known the last of the goblins were hiding out underground right here in Wells? Kelowna spots something, muttering to herself. Her eyes land on a staff, half buried under all the rubble. There it is. A purple glow flies from her hand, effortlessly lifting the weapon, which is like 3 times her size. Kelowna then gives the order. All right now, show me what you really are. The staff starts to crack apart with a clang, morphing into a series of perfect cubes. As the cubes fully separate, they reveal an ancient key hovering in the center. In the next moment, it flies right into her hand. Oh, hello there. A massive grin spreads across her face. The third key to the Hell Legion, and it's all mine. The key itself practically hums with light. Kelowna clutches it tightly in her fist. To think I'd be the one to find this key. But honestly, that was almost too easy. A dark vortex materializes on the ceiling as a voice echoes out. Kelowna, at your service, kneeling. The portal widens. So, you have the key? Kelowna replies simply, yes. The voice from beyond resonates once more. So the legends were actually true. The key was held by the last of Sar's line. No wonder they never moved south to ally with the kingdom they were protecting this the whole time. Kelowna bows her head in respect. It would appear so. I never thought they could hide it this deep. The one they call Your Majesty praises her generously. Excellent. The plan to restore the old kingdom is right on schedule. We just need the Hell Legion's power, and then we can finally overthrow the English dynasty. She lifts her head, absolute loyalty burning in her eyes. Yes, Kelowna will gladly offer her very soul for the kingdom's restoration. Meanwhile, the entire town gathers at the gates to see Alice and Merlin off. Farewell, Lady Alice. Goodbye, big sister. Little brother Cuck, don't leave us. The donkey cart rattles along the path. Merlin gives a little wink and a wave. Henry, take good care of your mother, the boy yells back excitedly. Don't you worry, brother Merlin. As soon as I master my battle aura, I'm coming to find you. Masa chimes in with her own happy message. Merlin, you better marry Lady Alice and be happy. This comment makes Merlin clutch his chest like he's been shot. Is that a curse? That's horrifying. At the same time, Alice just facepalms. Same here, all my years. That is without a doubt the most evil curse I've ever heard, period. The air between them instantly goes ice cold. She just erupts, screaming, "You useless man, how dare you find ME disgusting?" Oh, but he's not taking that, he yells right back. That's my line. Have you looked in a mirror? How dare you despise me? He points right in her face and scoffs. For better or worse, look how many people came to see me off. You take out that chest padding and see who's left to wave goodbye to you. Getting called out makes Alice clutch her chest in embarrassment, retorting, "What's so great about being an idol for old women? And for the record, I use padding for shock absorption, not to cover up any flaws." Merlin absolutely loses it, laughing so hard he's crying, all while Alice glares daggers at him. Ha ha ha, what kind of new age excuse is that? Seriously, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? That's it. Alice furiously tries to kick him off the cart, grabbing the frame for leverage. You dare keep talking? You couldn't even buy a ticket to West Ham, so you had to beg for a ride. Now get off my cart. Merlin just shamelessly hugs her leg. Nope, this donkey cart is so slow. My presence is a massive honor for you. The second your king got on, this broken down ride got a major upgrade. Can't you feel the difference? She cannot believe his audacity. No, I cannot. Get lost, you perverted demon king. I never want to see you again. The poor donkey cart is rocking back and forth like crazy during their little war. Masa just watches with admiration. Wow, their relationship seems so good. Even the donkey looks completely fed up with Alice and Merlin's constant arguing. The journey to West Ham was definitely not going to be a boring one. This couple never stopped fighting. When they weren't yelling, they were just silently fuming at each other. A week of this passes. Finally, their little donkey cart rolls into a magnificent city on a perfect, sunny day. Alice looks absolutely exhausted, but inside her soul is doing a happy dance. Finally, we're almost there, almost back to the guild. Time to ditch this plague. He clenches his fists, bubbling with excitement. I'm gonna get so many bounties. This fool will be drowning in jealousy. Merlin stomps into the two-story adventurers guild in Ram, much to the absolute despair of Alice trailing behind him. Suddenly, a bizarre noise makes both of them stop and stare. A blue orb shines intensely when a man puts his hand on it. He seems completely unsurprised by the color, but the crowd around him is buzzing. Saint level, it's actually Saint level. Oh my god, who is that guy? Merlin asks Alice. Is Saint level a big deal or something? Think. Elf Emperor status, she explains with a straight face. But even then, there are different tiers. The entire guild, including the master, only has 3 Saint level members. And now, a 4th. Merlin just covers his mouth and scoffs. That's it? Back when I was the Demon King, I had tons of Saint-level minions. You guys are just cheap. Suddenly, someone else decides to join the conversation. Alice, you even brought back an old flame? Hobbes staggers toward them, beer in hand. That poor kid Amos is probably sobbing in the bathroom right now. He then throws a chummy arm around Merlin's shoulder. So, little man, how exactly did you tame this wild mare? You better share the secret. Alice draws her sword, her eyes blazing. Hob, it's not like that. Keep talking trash and I won't hold back. But this guy isn't scared of her threat at all. In fact, he seems to be enjoying himself. A girl who pulls a sword over one little joke will never get a man. Look over there, her voice is sweet. Her body is soft, so charming. Somebody just gave her a rose. Aren't you even a little jealous? And just like that, her killer aura completely vanishes, replaced by a flustered blush. I am not jealous. Just then, Rukia spots her from the reception desk and happily yells, Alice, over here! Alice turns. Oh, Rukia. Her friend bounces over excitedly. Long time no see. Score any big loot on your last quest? But Alice completely dodges the question. Let's not get into that. Rukia is intrigued. So, are you here to take on a new commission? Alice denies it with a sigh. No, I'm here to introduce someone. She points behind her. This is Merlin. He wants to become an adventurer. Merlin confidently steps up. Ah, a beautiful lady. It is I. This makes Rukia's eyes widen. A man. She bites her handkerchief in pure rage. Alice, when did you get a boyfriend? I do not approve. How can you get married before me? I'm obviously way more popular than you. A loud smack echoes as steam rises from Alice's hand. Don't worry, it is not like that. Rukia instantly calms down and asks, Really? What's going on? Alice shoots Merlin a look before explaining. It's just a special case. He needed me to introduce him. He was wanted by a bunch of restaurant owners before a special kind of criminal. Rukia immediately starts her sales pitch. Is that so? Well, you've come to the right place. Join the Adventurers Guild and we can waive that bounty. You can work and pay off your debts at the same time. Merlin looks both surprised and overjoyed. You can even get a bounty waived? That's perfect. She then gives him a professional nod. All right, let's test your strength first. Your starting rank as an adventurer depends on your initial strength. There are 5 ranks, from lowest to highest. Black iron, silver, gold, mithril, and amethyst. Merlin starts wondering, the higher the rank, the better the benefits, right? She enthusiastically confirms his suspicions. Of course, the monthly allowance and special privileges are totally different, and the higher the quest rank, the bigger the commission. This gets him stroking his chin and muttering to himself. If I can't get the highest commission, there's no point in being an adventurer. Rukia just smiles and reassures him, if your initial rank is a bit low, you don't need to worry. Even if your strength hits a wall, you can still level up with enough experience, so just take on a lot of quests. Then, she pauses, as if remembering something. Oh, Rukia immediately uses it as an example. I remember this one super determined grandpa, 102 years old, who completed 9,999,999 low-level quests, and he finally became a silver-ranked adventurer. So inspiring. Merlin is left completely speechless at this insane leveling system, so she suggests another route. Of course, there is a shortcut. You just have to increase your power. When your strength goes up, your rank as an adventurer goes up with it. Merlin looks baffled. Huh. So in the end, it all comes down to your own strength anyway? That old man was just wasting his life. Rukia grabs a stack of papers and explains, the Adventurers Guild is very fair. Even an amethyst adventurer will get demoted if they don't work for a long time or bring a bad name to the guild. According to the rules, it's not impossible to get demoted all the way back down to black iron. She points at the crystal ball. Go on, Mr. Merlin, place your hand on it. The crystal will change color based on your power. Merlin gets a perverted look on his face while staring straight at Rukia's chest. Touching a crystal ball to measure strength? That's way too normal. Hey, author, how about we negotiate and change it to touching chests instead? He then walks over to the other crystal ball. Next, Merlin confidently roars, I shall graciously display the overwhelming energy of an arrogant monarch. Tremble before me, you lowly mortals. The other adventurers stare at him nervously, but the crystal ball does absolutely nothing. Everyone just gawks at a very embarrassed Merlin. Rukia forces an awkward smile, scratching her cheek. Oh dear, what a shame. Mr. Merlin has absolutely zero reaction, which kinda makes being an adventurer impossible. A guy's laugh booms across the guild hall. Soon, everyone is clutching their stomachs, absolutely roaring with laughter. Is this dude for real? He wants to be an adventurer but probably couldn't even beat a slime? Buddy, where did you get this kind of nerve? Our job is a little high risk, you know? You've got to have at least some common sense, right? At least hit the bare minimum power level before showing up. Alice grabs Merlin's arm, whispering, Hey, what in the world are you doing? You have no mana or fighting spirit? Merlin's face is pure boredom. You've seen me fight before, haven't you? When have I ever used that stuff? It's not that I won't, it's that I literally can't. Alice's brain just stalled. What? Then how did you beat so many monsters? He lets out a long, theatrical sigh. My quick draw skill is just on another level. I one-shot pretty much anything, so there's no need for all that mana and aura nonsense. Alice is just stunned speechless. How? How is that possible? A sword skill with no cost? Merlin calmly turns his head. Look, you can just think of me as a freak. But you said I just needed a referral to become an adventurer. Alice puffs her cheeks, sulking over to the reception counter. Rukia, isn't my recommendation good enough? She holds out a hand, insisting, I personally guarantee he can handle this job. Rukia looks torn as she explains. A few years ago, headquarters abolished the wooden adventurer plates made for ordinary people. The rules are clear now. If you don't have at least low-rank strength, the guild simply can't recruit you. Merlin dramatically plants his foot on a chair. If you people are going to trust a tiny crystal ball, then the solution is actually quite simple. He then bellows across the hall. Bring out the strongest fighter in your guild. I'll take them on right now. If I win, then I think we can all agree any problem can be solved with a sword. Alice is speechless while a frantic Rukia tries to calm him down. Mr. Merlin, please, don't be so ridiculously reckless. This is a first, she thought. Someone just walks in and immediately challenges the strongest person in the whole guild. But Merlin is dead serious, his hand resting on his sword. I'm not kidding. If you all want to attack at once, I'd welcome that too. Just then, an old man with a cane steps forward. He strokes his long white beard, amused. In that case, how about this old fossil tests your strength? A voice rings out from behind Merlin. Then why don't you let this old fossil see what you're really made of? Everyone is completely shocked to see Talo. Whoa, it's Guildmaster Talo. Is the master himself actually going to fight? Rukia starts listing his stats. That's Gaj, age 70. Once took out the saint-level master Bimos with one punch and is a star in the fighting world. He is the #1 martial artist in Wells, and his self-created thunderclap style is completely undefeated. So, you dare accept the match? The old man strokes his beard. I've seen many arrogant pups. If this old relic doesn't stretch his legs, people will think our guild has no one left. Merlin doesn't even blink. That suits me just fine. Let's start immediately. Talo leads the way. This place is too small. We have a dojo out back. Follow me. The old master looks back. The rest of you, please stay here. This is a private match between myself and this young man. Alice is confused. Rukia, why won't the guildmaster let anyone else watch? She explains. The master is worried the power gap is too large. Having an audience would just end up hurting the challenger's pride. Every year, Saint-level experts challenge him, and every single one of them goes home utterly defeated. Alice was shocked. Even Saint-level masters? Rukia continues. Not only that, my father says since the master reached Saint-level, he has never lost. And with that, Merlin and Talo enter the dojo. Talo offers, you are an ordinary person, and this old fossil is a Saint-level fighter. Therefore, attack me with your full strength. If I take even a single step back, I lose. Merlin repeats. Full strength, huh? He gets into his stance. All right, old man, don't blink, because I draw my sword very fast. The master is calm. Come on, let me see what you've got. In an instant, Merlin draws and lunges. Talo is stunned by his speed as the blade nearly splits his face, shattering the floor behind him. The shockwave almost hits a passerby. Oops. It tears a trench down the road behind the dojo, then proceeds to demolish several of the surrounding buildings. The dojo itself is also wrecked, with chunks of the wall raining down. Merlin's sword comes to a stop just an inch from Talo's face. The master is so terrified he just collapses onto the ground. Talo stammers, how is that even possible? Merlin is perfectly calm. Relax, that was just the back of the blade. Merlin sheathes his sword. If I'd used the sharp edge, you would be dead right now. The old man thinks to himself, even at full power, no, he would have been killed in a single strike. Talo was bewildered. Who in the world is this young man? Back at the guild hall, Merlin and Alice head out, with the rest of the guild members waving them goodbye. Rukia sighs. That friend of Alice's seems arrogant, but he's just an ordinary person. Master, why did you fight him like that? Did you really have to show off your full power? Lucky no one got hurt, but the street is toast and that's coming out of our pockets. Behind her, the crowd was buzzing, completely baffled. What in the world just happened here? Why would some random nobody make the guildmaster lose his ever-loving mind? He dodged them all with some insane swordsmanship. Guildmaster, why on earth did you give him an adventurer's certificate? The old man slammed his staff on the floor, and just like that, the entire room went dead silent. His face was stern. Quiet, you old fossils. I have my reasons. What happened today stays here. We never speak of it again. Outside, the town was a wreck. People just stared at the brand new craters that used to be a perfectly good road, including Alice. Mlin, on the other hand, was gleefully admiring his new badge. He remembered the old man's words. Magic and fighting spirit are the only things the guild headquarters is supposed to care about. For that old man to bend the rules was a huge deal. He spun the badge in his hand. It read, Wallisum's region, name Merlin Lucifer, occupation, ordinary farmer. He wasn't thrilled. Black iron? Seriously? That was a massive step down from this fool's gold rank. Not having it, Alice got right in his face. Spill it. Did you really manage to beat our guildmaster? Mlin just smirked. Not really. Where I'm from, it only counts if they die. I just flexed a little. He called her legendary master, totally average. If I had to guess, he's maybe a tiny bit stronger than my 7 generals from back in the day. And her world came crashing down. The continental legend, the martial arts superstar, the great war hero, all of it was completely useless. Next to Mlin, he was nothing but trash. How many decades would she have to train just to beat this guy? Wiping away this shame seemed impossible now, wasn't it? Damn it. Meanwhile, Mlin proudly held up his badge, yelling, It was a bit of a struggle, but starting today, I'm an adventurer. I can finally live that simple life of smashing monsters for cash. I'm definitely buying the most epic mansion in England. Alice deadpanned. Keep dreaming. You'll be lucky to even pay your rent. She scoffed. You're the lowest rank there is. Maybe don't aim so high, okay? Go home and sleep on it. In your dreams, you can have anything. Ouch. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks. He wasn't giving up. So you're a few ranks higher? I'll just take one huge quest and make your 10-year salary in a single day, just to spite you. Alice just shrugged. Whatever you say. Anyway, we're even now. Mlin gritted his teeth. Fine. Good riddance. He stormed off, only to stop dead in his tracks a moment later. He frantically searched his pockets. All he found were a few horse betting slips and absolutely no gold coins. A deep, soul-searching crisis began. Where am I going to sleep tonight? And right on cue, the rain started pouring. He held out a matchbox. Ma'am, buy a match? Mlin bowed like a professional salesman. Sir, buy a match? It's waterproof. Then he lit one for himself. So cold, so hungry. His eyes glazed over with regret. He was about to be homeless. Yep, shouldn't have bet everything on that horse race. The match went out. He tossed it, stood up tall, and made a new plan. Time to go find Alice and become a freeloader. Over at the inn, the rain hammered down. Alice was blissfully soaking in a warm tub, a happy little smile on her face. Huh, who's gonna give a mission to a bottom-tier black iron rank? He can't get any good quests, so how's he gonna make me jealous? She clasped her hands together. Oh, dear gods, please make that jerk Merlin sleep on the street like a hobo tonight. Alice also prayed he'd be cold and hungry, and that nobody would pay him any attention. Somewhere outside, Merlin felt a tickle in his nose and let out a huge sneeze. Achoo! The night grew darker, and the rain fell even harder. Alice was still lost in her warm, bubbly paradise when suddenly, the doorbell started ringing. The person outside just kept ringing. She grumbled. Are they here for rent already? Seriously? I just got back home. She slipped on some slippers and trudged to the door, wearing only a towel. She opened it, cringing. Landlady, this late at night, you're really… But her words died when she saw who it was. Alice's face went from annoyed to shocked. It was Merlin, striking a ridiculously cool pose. Good evening, Alice. Are you lonely? Do you need a loving hug from yours truly? This top-tier handsome guy is here for a first-class experience. You deserve the best service. Just let me stay for a few days. A long, awkward silence fell over them, broken only by the sound of the wind and the pouring rain. Without a single word, she lifted her leg and kicked him square in the face. Turns out, his seduction plan was totally useless against her pure rage. He flew back a pretty good distance, and then she slammed the door right in his face. I don't care how you found me, just get lost and never bother me again. Merlin held his scraped cheek, whimpering. This woman is absolutely lethal. But then, a voice suddenly spoke from right behind him. And just who are you? What's all that ruckus outside? Alice sinks back into her bath. But of course, the doorbell rings again, absolutely killing her mood. No more thinking. She immediately grabs the sword resting next to the table. She's furious, ready to send whatever idiot is ruining her quiet time to the afterlife. All right, you punk, you're really pushing it. Are you done yet? I already told you. Her words die in her throat when she sees the very unamused face of an old woman. She's speechless. Landlady. Merlin is right behind her, hands on his hips and a smug grin on his face. The old woman immediately notices what Alice is holding. Miss Alice, the rental agreement is perfectly clear. No waving swords or knives around inside the house. She quickly hides it behind her back. Sorry. And now, the person who is hiding behind the landlady finally decides to speak up. Honestly, Merlin fakes a serious tone, starting his lecture. What is all this commotion? Waving swords around in someone's home? Put that thing away. Getting a lecture from the one person she despises? Alice is beyond annoyed. What did you just say? Who do you think you are? Yelling at me like that. And just like that, he's pushed all her buttons. He turns away with a victorious little smirk. Suddenly, the landlady speaks up again. Miss Alice, please watch your tone. She sounds like a mother lecturing her child on how to treat their spouse after a fight. I may be an outsider, but I feel I have to say a few words to you. You two have only been married a short while and you're already fighting like this? How will you live together? The word married makes Alice's jaw drop in shock. She points a shaky finger at Merlin, trying to explain herself. Married? No! Me and this guy have nothing to do with each other. But someone cuts off her desperate plea. Not only does Merlin not help, he adds fuel to the fire. Are you still angry with me, darling? Why are you saying such hurtful things like we're not married? To make matters worse, the old woman's next words increase the pressure. Miss Alice, if this continues, I'm afraid I can't keep renting my house to you. I'm genuinely afraid you might destroy my house one day. Hitting her right where it hurts, Alice quickly waves her hands to fix this. How could that happen? I don't normally draw my sword in the house. The landlady isn't buying it. Then put the sword away and let your husband in. Don't make a scene for the neighbors. He steps forward, offering a polite hand, but his words are a clear threat. You don't want to get kicked out, do you? Then, without hesitating, he wraps an arm around her small waist and lies without even blinking. I'm so sorry, we've troubled you. My wife has a bit of a temper, but I'm used to it. I'll get her to calm down. Getting manhandled by him, she can only force out a few strained laughs. Ha ha ha. Seeing the couple making up, the landlady is completely satisfied. That's more like it. As the saying goes, one day as husband and wife creates 100 days of kindness. Don't let small things damage your feelings. She just keeps laughing. While repeatedly stomping on his foot, the landlady also takes the opportunity to remind her. Oh right, Miss Alice, while you're at it, please pay this month's rent. She lethargically walks back into the house. Okay, I'll go get the money. The landlady uses this moment to speak well of Alice. Alice might have a temper, but she's a good girl. You need to treat her well. She looked so pitiful when she arrived looking for a house. Hearing something he never knew before, a flicker of sympathy crosses Merlin's face. This Alice girl. Has her life really been that tough? He feels a mix of pity and guilt. Wait, could this be my fault? The landlady then hands him a key. Oh, right. If you get kicked out again later, use this to get back in. He takes the key and makes a promise. Don't you worry, I'll protect her well. Finally, everyone goes their separate ways as the rain keeps falling. Inside the house, Merlin is thrilled, his living situation now secure. He glances back at her and says, Hey, Alice, I have a slightly inappropriate suggestion. You should probably put that magic bra back on. The moment he finishes, a sword comes flying at him. She points the blade right at his face, ready for a fight to the death. Merlin, you goddamn bastard, I'm going to end you today. He just smiles and catches the sword's tip with his fingers. Merlin's expression is completely unfazed. Miss Alice, have you forgotten? I'm your husband now. Are you trying to become a widow by swinging that sword at me? She blushes bright red, stammering in embarrassment. Husband? What husband? You shameless jerk? Merlin, ever the troll, continues. If I make a real move, this house will instantly become a pile of rubble. I can just walk away, but you'll have to pay for the damages. Better think carefully before you draw your sword on me. Alice, her weakness completely exposed, can only curse him silently. Merlin, you're despicable. Sooner or later, I'll beat you up every single day until you can't even fight back. You'll be my obedient servant. But on the outside, she just sounds resigned. So, what do you want? Are you planning to just freeload here? He casually sits on a soft cushion and tries to calm her down. Don't be so dramatic. I've already come up with a great plan for both of us. After you hear it, I guarantee you won't kick me out. Alice knows she can't refuse. You're not going to leave until I listen, are you? Fine, let's hear it. Merlin reaches over and grabs a banana from the table and finally begins to state his case. So, what if we, rent this place together, my dear Lady Alice, he asks, a little unsure. Rent together, he insists. Because let's face it, you're broke, aren't you? The rent is a pretty big deal. Wouldn't sharing the cost make it a whole lot lighter? Alice doesn't exactly say no, but she's also struggling to find a single good reason to accept his offer. You've got a point, but why should I live with you? We're enemies. He just keeps his cool, acting like their feud is ancient history. Isn't it time to move on? Hearing that, Alice is not exactly pleased, but she starts thinking it over carefully. Moving on is not an option. But he's right. She could save a ton of money each month. And with that thought, a deal is struck. Fine, renting together. I guess it's not impossible, but you can only sleep on the sofa. And one more thing. You're paying the rent up front, right now. She holds out her hand for the cash. Instead, he just drops a banana peel in it, his expression suddenly darkening. You'll get the money. I'll start working immediately. Triple S rank quests are a piece of cake for me. I'll be rolling in cash in no time, he brags with a wave of his hand. Besides, don't you forget, he says this while confidently holding up a few tickets. Her ticket to the high life, Alice just watches him, thinking he's a complete idiot all over again. The next morning, sunlight streams down on the town, where a group of people are gathered around a small table. They're watching a match on a crystal ball, screaming their heads off for someone named Watt. Why are you so slow today? On the other side, Merlin and his crew are screaming like their lives depend on it. I bet everything on you. Go for it! Rukia leans against the windowsill watching them, a vibrant red rose right beside her. She glances toward Merlin, wondering why the master would ever pick this guy. Could he be some secret love child or something? She watches him clutch his messy hair after losing all his cash, then thinks about the place that's getting repaired. The master generously covered all the costs for yesterday's street repairs, which is honestly just confusing. The scene changes. Someone is devoutly offering a rose to the person in front of him. Beautiful Miss Alice, please accept my rose. Anno holds the bouquet, his words dripping with sweet nonsense. Compared to your beauty, even these gorgeous flowers look totally dull. But yeah, cheesy pickup lines like these aren't exactly going to move anyone's heart. Alice forces a smile so friendly it looks painful. No, that's not necessary. Two strangers watching from afar can't help but sigh at the scene. Is Anno starting again? Is he really still that obsessed with Alice? Hobbs walks over to give some advice. Anno, stop wasting your energy. He points toward Merlin, who's still in despair over his instantly vanished money. This blonde kid, Merlin, has already dethroned you. He successfully conquered the woman of your dreams, as if he's just heard the most shocking news ever. What? Anno is so surprised the petals fall right off his bouquet. Alice, standing behind them, lets out a helpless laugh. That's not it. He's already trembling, clenching his fists with a resentful voice. Where did you even crawl out from, and what's going on with you and Lady Alice? Without giving him a chance to answer, Anno draws his sword and points it right at his opponent. I knew it. You must have threatened Lady Alice. So he declares loudly, I, Anno, eldest son of the Sting family, challenge you to a duel. Merlin could not care less. A duel? That seems unnecessary. Alice and I have no relationship. Hobbs puts a hand on Merlin's shoulder, teasing him. You two are already living together. How can you say there's no relationship? One shock after another. Anno's eyes go wide in disbelief. What? You're living with Lady Alice? He repeats the words living together, feeling like he's just been struck by lightning. His soul literally leaves his body, leaving him speechless. Alice rushes over, desperately denying it. We're not. Hobbs, stop talking nonsense. Yesterday he was just illegally trespassing. Anno, still clinging to hope, tries to persuade her. A man's appeal isn't just about his strength, it's also about his abilities. He's trying so hard for Alice to see his brilliant qualities. Alice is beyond helpless. I already told you, it is not like that. But her denials seem to be falling on deaf ears. He is completely determined. This is a new quest from Denby Sai, just announced. All adventurers and Wells can join in. So how about we use this to settle our duel? He holds the paper up for everyone to see. An A-rank quest in Denbai has a large number of undead that need handling, requiring adventurers gold rank and below to team up. The reward is 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. He challenges him face to face. So, let's use this quest to compete a little. We'll prove our strength. Who's the one truly worthy of being Lady Alice's man? She's being treated like thin air. What about my opinion? Anno shoves the quest flyer in front of everyone. Well, Merlin, let's prove with our skills who really deserves to be Lady Alice's man. Alice just stared, totally confused. Rukia, what on earth are they talking about? Rukia was practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, that? It's the Denby Sai Commission. They just opened up recruitment for it. She explained that some tomb raiders fumbled with a trap, and now undead creatures are relentlessly attacking all the nearby villages. The situation is critical, and they're running low on soldiers. Ano then gives a dramatic bow. Miss Alice, I'll be straight with you. For this mission, I spent a fortune to hire a saint-level expert. Grabbing that entire bounty will be a piece of cake. If you'd be willing to join our team, I would be beyond honored. Alice's interest was officially piqued. A saint-level expert? Who could it be? He described him as Sir Cloud, who just joined our guild yesterday. Then Ano laid out the invitation. I saw he was interested in the Denby Sai undead, so I used a little cash to get him on my team. What do you say, Alice? She thought it over. With a saint level on the team, it's a guaranteed win. Alice cheerfully agreed. All right, let's form a party. Ano was ecstatic. Rukia, stamp it for me, quick. She just smiled. Okay. The application was officially stamped by the Restam Guild. He slicked his hair back with a smug little grin. Ha ha ha. Then Ano turned around to deliver a taunt. We're one step ahead of you. This battle between men has already begun. You'll see soon enough money really can get you anything you want. Miss Alice, wait for me. Merlin, however, was completely zoned in on the quest form, ignoring the guy entirely. He slapped the paper on the desk. Miss Rukia, I'd also like to accept this commission. Rukia got flustered. To form a party, you need at least 2 people. Merlin looked baffled. I can't go alone? She had to turn him down. Sorry, Merlin, rules are rules. His face grew pensive. Merlin suddenly grabbed a stumbling drunk Hobbs, pointed, and declared, he's going. Rukia looked a little worried. I don't know about this. Just then, Tilo stepped in. Rukia let them go. She tilted her head. But sir, the old man was calm. It's fine, just let them go. Merlin dragged Hobbs off, not forgetting a quick wave. Thanks, Guildmaster. Meanwhile, Alice's group was already on their way. Ano was making introductions. Sir Cloud, this is Miss Alice, a golden rank adventurer. From now on, we're all teammates. Let's work together to become the #1 adventure team in Restum. Cloud's response left them both completely speechless. Forget about cooperation. All the strong enemies are mine. You guys just hang back and clear out the small fry. A nose scrambled to break the awkward tension. Haha, Sir Cloud, are you worried about our safety? We'll be super careful, and we might even be able to help a little. His eyes oozed contempt. Who gave you the ridiculous idea that you could possibly help me? Let's get this straight. If you slow me down, I'll dump you without a second thought. Alice quietly sized him up. What kind of attitude is that for a teammate? Is being saint level really that great? Seems kinda lame. Then, it hit her. Oh no, has watching Merlin one-shot everything made her standards absurdly high? Alice started to regret her choice. Honestly, she would have been better off alone. She wondered if Merlin ever managed to find a teammate. Merlin, at that very moment, was still outside the guild. So annoying. Where am I going to get a carriage? A wicked smile crept across his face. I've got it. I'll just borrow Alice's stuff. Merlin called to Hobbs. We're leaving. Hobbs was still in a drunken stupor. Oh. The next morning, the two set off. Hobbs still couldn't process what was happening. He was driving a carriage with Merlin just lounging in the back. Hobbs leaned over. Hey, little bro, Merlin, did I really agree to go to Denby Sai? Merlin started spinning a tale with a straight face. Of course. Didn't you see the commission papers? It even has Rukia's stamp. You were the one causing a scene, demanding to go. I couldn't stop you. He slapped his forehead in agony. Oh my god, little bro Merlin, we need to turn back right now. Hobbs tried to reason with him. The royal palace will send their own experts to handle this any day now. We shouldn't be going on a suicide mission. Merlin just sat up. It can't be that bad. But Hobbs kept on preaching. Listen to me, brother. The official notice might have a huge payout, but that money isn't easy to get. The undead outbreak was so massive, even the garrison couldn't handle it. You can imagine how many of them there are. Black Iron adventurers like us are basically just bait, a moving distraction for a couple of the undead. That's it, Merlin pointed to himself. What's to be scared of? I'm here, so don't worry. Just hide behind me. This only made Hobbs more confused. Is this kid a total moron? Merlin just laughed. Ha ha ha. Hobbs clutched his head in terror. Merlin, how am I supposed to trust you? I'm a low-level fire mage, and you're a kid who knows some random martial arts. What kind of dream team are we supposed to be? Merlin suddenly pointed forward. Alice's group is up ahead. We can just tag along, leech some experience, and guarantee ourselves 1,000 gold. Isn't that a way better plan? Hobbs actually seemed convinced. That makes sense. We get there, slash a few small monsters, and call it a day. Besides, with that new saint-level guy there, it can't be that dangerous. But unexpectedly, the sound of horse hooves grew closer. They looked up to see a cavalry unit heading straight for them. A knight in full armor leads on a golden steed while Hobbs takes a drink. Men of the Rose, Duke? Who could they be? He sizes up the carriage behind them, the Lord of Wells. But this procession is too small. Probably his family inside. The knight rides up to their cart and calls out, "Hey, you two, know a faster way to get to Denverside from here?" Hop points the way. "Esteemed knight, if you want to save time, there's a small path on Mount Morosa up ahead, but it's a bit narrow. That fancy carriage of yours probably won't make it through. You'll have to walk for a little bit to get there." The knight is not impressed. Are you joking? Hop just scratches his head awkwardly. Well, if not, you could always go south. Only thing is, it's rhino migration season down south, and running into them would be a problem. So that walking path is still your fastest bet. His face hardens. Do you have any idea who's in that carriage? You expect them to walk on some muddy little trail? Hobbs mutters that a short walk is no big deal. The knight cracks his whip, shouting, "What was that you said? Are you implying our master is in poor health?" Just as he's about to strike, his whip is caught clean in midair. Merlin steps right in front of Hobbs, yanking hard on the whip. The knight's face instantly darkens with pure rage. "Let go of my whip! You want to be punished too?" But Merlin just holds on tighter. Then, with a sudden, powerful tug, the horse loses its balance. With a loud neigh, both the knight and his horse go tumbling straight into the dirt. Merlin just looks down at him. "What's with the attitude, little buddy? You asked for directions, and we're nice enough to give you the shortcut. Instead of a thank you, we get this rotten noble act? Absolutely hilarious." The knight grinds his teeth while Hobbs just trembles in fear. "Merlin, maybe this was a bad idea," he stammers. "They're the Rose Duke's men. He's the most powerful person in all of Wells. Sure, he's under the royal family, but in their own lands, these lords are basically untouchable kings." Merlin just scoffs. "I don't care if he's the Duke of Radishes or the Duke of Cabbage. When someone disrespects you, you give it right back. You get me?" Hobbs stutters, Isn't that the code of the demon clan? Say something like that in front of a cleric and you'll get yourself burned at the stake. Meanwhile, the knight stumbles back to his feet, looking completely disheveled. You two Black Iron adventurers have some serious nerve. Since becoming a Rose Knight, I have never faced such humiliation. I demand a duel. Merlin just smirks. "Bring it on. This'll be fun." Just as things are about to get ugly, a voice cuts through the tension. "Stop it, Co." And someone steps out of the carriage. Cecilia appears, and she is not pleased. Has the honor of the Rose Knights really sunk this low, dueling with commoners? How could you even suggest such a thing? The knight immediately drops to one knee. "My apologies, Lady Cecilia. It's just, they insulted you." She couldn't be less bothered. And so what? How would two commoners ever have met me? There's no reason to blame them. Cecilia looks them over. "Are you telling me you'd stop your journey just because two ants are in the way?" She tries to smooth things over. "My subordinate has troubled you both. I apologize on his behalf. But of course, Merlin smugly has to push it. Does that count as an apology if there's no sincerity behind it?" Hobbs immediately tries to shut him up. "Hey, Merlin, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense." The knight flies into a rage, drawing his sword. "What did you just say to Lady Cecilia?" But Cecilia just blocks him with her staff. "Wait," he says, confused. But she's already turning her back. There's really no need to waste time getting angry with low-level Black Iron adventurers. Time is short. We're leaving. The knight quickly obeys. "Ah, yes, my lady." He shoots one last glare at them. Merlin's face is pure, smug satisfaction. Hobbs, on the other hand, is still completely terrified. As the group quickly departs, Merlin just cracks a delighted, mischievous smile. "Ha, that last guy was even more annoying than the first," he chuckles. "They'd better pray they never run into me again. Ha ha." The carriage rolls along a tree-lined dirt path, its wheels making a steady, rhythmic clatter on the road. Alice begins to miserably recount her tragic past. "My family's house was so huge, I used to get lost in it daily. I've never even touched money. I have no interest in money. Oh, the horror. That life where clothes just appear and food is put in your mouth. I was so sick of it all. Our boy Anne is practically buzzing with excitement, just beaming with hope as he asks, "So, Lady Alice, you get what I'm trying to say, right?" Alice is just thinking, man, being poor really does limit your imagination, but he's in full drama mode, hand on his heart. You, Lady Alice, have relit my hope for life. And just like that, Aeon flashes back to a very specific moment in time. He was heading to Elgin City for his father, just riding along in his carriage when he saw something absolutely unbelievable. A small girl, sword in hand, was fearlessly battling a monster. This was Alice, half a year ago, cleaning up a giant beast problem in the fields. And boom, that was the moment. He was hit with a full-on dose of admiration and love. Seeing her stand so tall, he knew right then and there what destiny looked like. From that second on, the great pursuit began. His first brilliant move was to randomly rush out and propose, which made Alice reject him on the spot. Of course. So next, Aeon joined the guild, launching a relentless, all-out campaign to win her over. With a hand over his heart, he claims that fate itself arranged for them to work with Elgin's legendary sword hero. All he needs is one tiny favor for her to just fall in love with him faster. She instantly replies, "Can't help you there." And then, a new voice cuts them off. "May I ask a question?" Claus chimes in, looking very skeptical. "Who exactly is this legendary sword hero of Elgin?" Aeon is stunned. "Huh? You don't know, Mr. Claus? Have you been training in the mountains this whole time or something?" The guy doesn't answer or ask anything else. He just says calmly, "Never mind. I just keep hearing people talk about how strong this hero is, and it made me a little curious." Hearing her idol mentioned, Alice gets excited, thinking, he must have been training in seclusion. No wonder he doesn't know who the man himself is. So Aeon starts telling the hero's tales. The Red Scarf Brotherhood were notorious saint-level pirates, and every single one of their crew members was an expert. For years, they terrorized the seas, completely undefeated. Even the royal family was powerless. And yet, the Elgin hero took them out in a single move. Claus just comments coolly, "Killing 2 saint-level fighters in a second, huh? That's not really a big deal." His review leaves both Alice and Aeon staring with their mouths wide open in shock. Claus breaks it down, saying that even at the saint level, there are strong and weak fighters. Fakes still exist. "Lady Alice, you're high level, so of course a saint seems strong. But to us actual saints, those pirates were nothing. That's the real difference between the ranks," he says, clenching his fist, clearly annoyed. This era has gone soft. True powerhouses are getting rarer. For people to pin their hopes on some unknown guy, the royal family is truly useless. Alice thinks to herself, totally irritated, what is up with this old guy's condescending attitude? Aeon forces a smile and tries to argue back. If the great sword hero of Elgin isn't worthy of being a hero, then you tell me, who in this country is? Claus replies confidently, "Easy. Have you ever heard of the 4 heroes of the former kingdom?" The name makes Alice stop and think, while Aeon just stammers out, "The 4 heroes?" So Claus begins to introduce them. Corona, the dragon-riding rogue. She once assassinated 7 saint-level masters in one night. No one she targeted ever escaped her dagger. The twin sword saints, Do and Ji. Their ultimate technique was considered the Empire's most powerful weapon. The Giant King, a man famous for having an absolute defense, died by their hands. And finally, the Storm Warrior, a literal human meat grinder on the battlefield. He fought a saint-level giant dragon by himself and led the heroes. Frankly, there wasn't an opponent he couldn't defeat. Claus states firmly that only those 4 deserve to be called the strongest. Everyone else is just an amateur showing off. Aeon curiously asks, "Mr. Claus, who are these people you're talking about?" Alice explains with a serious tone. They were the founding heroes of the former kingdom who earned the title of the 4 great heroes. He's shocked. The founding heroes? Aren't they from more than 400 years ago? Suddenly, the carriage stops. Khan's voice calls from outside. "Young Master Aeon, we've been traveling a long time. The horses need to rest." "I know," Aeon replies, then turns to invite Alice out. "Let's get out and stretch for a bit, get some fresh air." Hearing someone call him, Claus looks up. "Huh?" Alice offers her own opinion. "I admit the 4 heroes you mentioned are famous names, but they are all dead. I just don't think there's any point in comparing people from the past to today's heroes." Claus narrows his eyes, clearly unhappy with her take. Aeon calls out from the carriage, "Lady Alice, wait for me!" He's left alone inside, deep in thought as the red sun slowly sinks behind the mountain. A questioning voice whispers softly, "Pointless is it? The horses graze, regaining their strength for the road ahead, while Alice sits on a hill, watching the sunset. She wonders what Merlin is up to right now. He wouldn't actually destroy the guild just because he couldn't get a mission, would he?" One of them walked up from behind, looking way too excited. "Ah, what a beautiful night. Is there anything more blissful than stargazing under the moon with the woman you admire?" Unfortunately for him, she was about to crush his dreams. "It's cloudy tonight, genius. What stars are you even talking about?" but Anat's eyes were sparkling. Lady Alice, do you know the difference between you and a star? The stars are in the sky, but you're in my heart? Ugh. She felt sick just hearing that line and quickly looked for an escape. Let's stop talking about this. Where did Claude go? I'm gonna go find him. As Alice strolled down the path, a voice suddenly caught her attention. Offer your souls for the revival of the former kingdom. Curious, Alice peeked through the trees to get a better look, and her eyes widened in terror. A giant shadow was lunging at her. It was Claude swinging his massive sword, and she was frozen solid, clenching her teeth in panic. Luckily for her, the blade stopped just as it touched her forehead. Claude looked surprised to see who it was. Oh, it's you. For a second, I thought you were some petty thief. He seemed genuinely remorseful. My apologies, I must have scared you. I offer you my deepest apologies. So, what are you doing here? Alice was a flustered mess, stammering and hesitating. Right, we're leaving soon. I just came to let you know. Claude just calmly turned to walk away. Thank you for the trouble, Lady Alice. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Did you happen to hear anything just now? Alice just laughed it off. Not a thing. Did you say something? Claude didn't seem suspicious and turned to lead the way. Then let's go. If we're lucky, we can reach Denbai Sai tonight. Alice was suddenly on guard. This guy is seriously sketchy. What's all this about reviving a former kingdom? Anat was waiting for everyone when a horse-drawn carriage approached from behind. Cecilia pulled back the curtain, surprised to see someone she knew. Anat! I didn't expect to run into you here. He looked pretty happy himself. My goodness, Lady Cecilia, what on earth are you doing here? He bowed and then asked, Is the Divine Medicine Academy on break? Why come to a place like this instead of relaxing at home? She explained, I'm here on behalf of my father to resolve a crisis in Denbai Sai. Anat was thrilled to have a new companion. What a coincidence. That's my destination as well. I also have 2 swordsmen with me, 1 high tier and 1 saint level. Her jaw dropped. What? Saint level? But Khan's panicked cry cut them off. This is bad, young master. Young master. He frantically pointed in one direction. Quick, look over there. Anat turned around, his expression grim. A massive fire was raging in the distance, kicking up a huge cloud of dust, and whatever was causing it was getting closer. It was a stampede of flaming rhinos, a herd of mid-tier magic beasts. Every autumn, they migrate to the south. They were moving incredibly fast, right toward them. Anat started screaming. Ah, flaming rhinos! No, it's an entire herd of flaming rhinos! Cecilia was furious. So those 2 peasants were right after all. What terrible luck. She remembered the warning from Merlin and Hobbs. We did warn you, you know. The terrified horses neighed wildly as Khan began barking orders. Everyone on my command, protect the young lady. He quickly laid out their strategy. Use spears at a distance and swords up close. Do not let a single magic beast get near our mistress. Anat anxiously looked around. Oh no, Lady Alice, Sir Claude. Where did they go? The rhino herd charged forward like a hurricane. Cecilia raised her staff, summoning her power. Holy light, full overload, activate, holy light, show me your miraculous power. Her spell invigorated the group of knights. They charged ahead brimming with courage, led by Khan, who had a look of grim determination. With an air of authority, he commanded his troops. All units, listen. We cannot let these monsters harm the young lady. An armored foot stomped heavily on the ground. Claude stepped forward from the distance, standing in front of the army preparing for battle. Khan shouted a warning to the stranger. Sir, don't stand out in front. We should group together and face their attack as one. Claude lifted his giant sword, his aura overwhelming. This whole idea of overcoming hardship together, I don't need it. His eyes glowed as he powerfully swung the weapon in his hand, wiping out the entire charging rhino herd in a single move for everyone to see. Cecilia's eyes were wide with utter amazement. Khan was simply stunned by what had just happened. With just one swing of the sword, the whole herd of monsters was torn to pieces, their bones shattered and flesh sent flying everywhere. Alice watched from afar, her eyes wide in disbelief at what she had just witnessed. Anat cleared his throat and spoke proudly to Cecilia. Allow me to make a formal introduction. He pointed toward the man who had just slaughtered the entire herd. This is Sir Claude, my companion for this journey. A saint-level powerhouse. Cecilia immediately began questioning him. How did you get him to be your teammate? What were the conditions? Anat stammered. Well, it was 200,000 gold coins. Cecilia was determined to recruit him. So, how much is that fool of a landlord paying you? I'll pay you double. How about you join my team? Anat's jaw dropped at this blatant attempt to poach his guy right in front of him. Claude didn't even care and just walked away, coldly saying, I refuse. Cecilia was taken aback. What? Cecilia was confused, silently trying to figure this guy out. What was his deal? And then she caught a whiff of it, the faint scent of dark magic. Model. Cecilia snaps an order at her subordinate. Chow Hu, get the convoy moving faster. We need to reach Blackwing Fortress before midnight. Chow Hu seems a bit surprised. My lady, what's the big rush? But Cecilia wasn't having any of it. We have to be fast. This necromancer purge is the perfect training opportunity for me. I must be the one to handle this. Then dear old dad will finally respect me. He simply bows. Understood, we're leaving immediately. Meanwhile, at Blackwing Fortress, the troops are kicking back under a bright, shining moon. A gentle breeze rustles the campfire flames as Tony raises his cup high. To fate, my friends. Let's cherish this moment. He keeps rambling in front of the celebrating soldiers, thanking them all for accepting the mission. Eat and drink well tonight, because tomorrow we are smashing some undead skulls. Alice just watches awkwardly as everyone roars in approval, downing their drinks. Claus, however, seems completely uninterested in the party. You guys have fun. I'm turning in. He silently walks off toward his tent. Alice watches him suspiciously, her mind racing. Could this guy be a wanted man? Because teaming up with an actual Imperial criminal would be, super dangerous. See, the Adventurers Guild is a total free-for-all. Pass the test and you're in, which means you get a lot of adventurers with, let's say, colorful pasts. Then you've got freeloaders like Merlin, which is a whole nother issue. And on the other hand, is trying to woo his crush with a flower. Lady Alice, on such a beautiful night, with just the two of us. Maybe we should? Alice is not impressed in the slightest. We haven't even gathered intel yet. We're here to kill monsters, not go on vacation. Get your head in the game. And looks totally dejected. Oh, what a shame. As Alice walks away, she thinks, man, if only the intel expert HB were here. The guy might be a pain, but he knows literally everything. Then she spots a group drinking and laughing in the distance, and her jaw hits the floor. She's totally bewildered. Oh my god, how are those two here already? They definitely left way after I did. And following behind her, spots them too. Isn't that the scoundrel who's after Lady Alice's virtue? He just had to open his big mouth. And his reward is a fist from Alice, delivered directly to his face. If you have nothing to say, don't just make stuff up. Over at the other table, a tan girl asks Merlin, hey handsome, why does your certificate say you're a villager? He's totally nonchalant. Oh, villager? That's just a disguise for my insanely powerful true title. Don't worry about it. Unless you want a demonstration, my sword draw is legendary. Another girl pipes up immediately. Ooh, really? I want to see. Alice is not having any of it. Ugh, this middle-aged woman magnet. She stomps over to their table. Hey, ladies. She crosses her arms, shooting absolute daggers from her eyes. Everybody out. We need to have a serious talk. They leave, grumbling unhappily. What a buzzkill. Who cares if she's high level? Merlin just smirks. Well, Alice, you just got here? Alice replies coolly. Ran into some trouble, lost some time. How did you guys get here? Merlin boasts. Easy. We had our living GPS, Hobbs. We rode your little donkey and took a shortcut straight here. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you? Alice completely snaps. My donkey! She furiously pummels him while yelling, you absolute jerk! You have no boundaries, do you? The nerve of this guy. But he doesn't even feel it, just laughing as he defends himself. What's the big deal about using her? Your man is seriously fast, especially when you whip her. She runs faster than a horse, which naturally makes Alice even angrier. Man has to walk so much every day. I would never dream of hitting her. How could you treat her like that? Are you even human? I am going to kill you, you heartless freak. Suddenly another voice cuts in. Merlin, I knew you would come. It's an on. His voice muffled by a bloody tissue stuffed up his nose. You've got a lot of nerve. He's practically radiating a challenge, but when it comes to Lady Alice's love, I will absolutely not lose to you. Merlin could not possibly care less. Oh, what happened to your nose? And On replies with bizarre pride. This was a gift from Lady Alice. He then makes a heart shape over his chest, a token of her love. Merlin just stares. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Alice doesn't deny it, just snaps back sarcastically. You're just now figuring that out? You're not very sharp. Merlin smirks. No, I meant only a guy with brain problems would like you. And with that, Alice absolutely explodes, her anger flaring up like an inferno. Say one more word, and I swear, even if I can't beat you, I will take you down with me. And On then points heroically at his opponent. Merlin, you followed us all the way here, which proves you're a man worthy of being my love rival. However, it's over now. Tomorrow, Mr. Claus will charge into battle for me. Victory belongs to me. And Lady Alice will be mine as well. Merlin is completely unfazed. Oh? Yeah? Good luck with that. A bystander perks up. What was that? The crowd starts buzzing, making Alice die of embarrassment from this ridiculous love triangle. Youth is great. Hurry up and fight. She fakes a smile. And On, I have to go scout for information now. You're not really helping here, so why don't you go rest? So, this guy and On actually thought Lady Alice was worried he was working too hard? What a sweet, caring girl, he's falling for her even more. Meanwhile, Hobbit just sips his drink, totally mocking the guy's cluelessness. Rich people have some strange tastes. Suddenly, a fist slams right into his gut. Alice is furious. Talk. You want to die or just stop living? Hobbs cries out in pain. Ouch. Alice switches gears. Right, Hobbs, this whole Denby Sai affair. You know anything? Hobbs just flashes a sleazy grin, rubbing his fingers together. We all know what that gesture means. Intel isn't free, you know. Alice gets the hint and slides him some cash. So that's where your drinking money comes from. Now spill. He pockets the cash. Pleasure doing business. I've gathered tons of information and pieced it all together. He drops some serious intel in the northern forest. Under the old prime minister's graveyard lies a 3-level secret palace. So this prime minister is a necromancer, which means he probably summoned all these spooky skeleton skulls. He explains their grand strategy is to just keep the undead in the forest and wait for the king to send help. But seeing this mess, Alice figures even a holy priest from the king would have a tough time. Back at the camp, a single small tent casts a warm yellow glow against the silent night. Inside, Cloud sits in meditation. Suddenly, he clenches his fists, eyes burning with resolve as he whispers, "For the revival of the former kingdom." Late into the night, wind howls through the tents. Then, a pair of armored boots steps onto the ground. It's Cloud, clanking through the darkness as he opens a door, completely unaware that in a nearby tent, Alice is silently watching his every move. Cloud steps outside and she immediately follows, thinking, "Yep, super suspicious. I'm finding out what you're up to tonight." Hobbist, taking a leak in the distance, turns back and catches a glimpse of her figure running out. He squints, wondering if that's Alice, but then just brushes it off as a late-night hallucination. With a rustle of leaves, Cloud appears before a mossy entrance, while Alice hides in a nearby bush, spying on him. She wonders if Cloud might be some brave hero, trying to solve the crisis all by himself, as his figure vanishes into the tunnel. Alice figures that place must be the entrance to the underground labyrinth. The sun is shining. A gentle breeze rustles the tents. Inside, Anon stands gritting his teeth in pure agony. He whimpers. Mlin is snoring away in front of him, but there seems to be someone by his feet. Anon tearfully throws the blanket back. "Lady Alice, please tell me you didn't go with him willingly." His outburst startles a dazed Mlin awake. Anon just stares blankly at him and the body pillow. Huh? Mlin leaps to his feet, hugging the pillow and looking furious. "Listen here, Anon, do that again and I'll send you straight to hell. This sleeping bag and I are one. Tossing the blanket is like skinning me alive." The commotion wakes up a groggy Hobbist. What's going on? All this shouting so early in the morning. A note quickly explains. "It's not that. Lady Alice is missing. We've searched everywhere but can't find her," he adds worriedly. "And on top of that, Sir Cloud is missing too. Do you think he secretly kidnapped Lady Alice?" Hobbist vaguely recalls. "Now that you mention it, I think I saw her when I went for a leak last night. She didn't go into that tomb for the reward money, did she? And that new guy in charge of the Holy Realms Guild isn't here either. Maybe they planned this together," Minlin says while getting dressed. "Well played, Alice, doing this behind my back without playing by the rules." As soon as he's done speaking, he's already changed. "I will not let her get away with this." Anon is shocked by his speed. "Whoa, you change way too fast." He asks cautiously, "Mlin, what are you planning?" But he gets his answer before he can finish. "That's right, I'm going to that tomb too." Hobbist quickly tries to stop him. "Don't be ridiculous. You're only Black Iron rank. You'll just get in the way. We should stick with the main group and get a small cut." Mlin turns away. "A small profit isn't my goal." Then he throws open the tent flap and leaves, a dramatic silhouette in his wake. The enemy is the undead, so the only thing left to do is claim that massive reward. Seeing this, Anot strokes his chin, impressed. "Well now, it seems Mlin is getting serious because of Lady Alice. As my love rival, I have to admit that powerful aura is worthy of respect." His words leave Hobbist completely baffled. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the labyrinth, Cloud walks calmly as Alice stealthily tails him. This labyrinth is seriously complicated. If she weren't following Cloud, she'd be lost in an instant. It's weird. How does he know this place so well? Thinking this, she peeks out again. Has he been here before? Does he have a map? And what's his connection to the old kingdom's prime minister? After that, she runs after him, once again hiding against the wall. The signs of battle are fresh. Someone was definitely here recently. Up ahead, skeleton soldiers clank into view, threateningly blocking Cloud's path. Without warning, they charge forward to attack their target. Seeing this, he draws the sword from his back. A single, swift slash creates a blinding light, morphing into a powerful, aggressive aura. The skeletons have no time to dodge and are shattered to pieces. Cloud continues to the door, throws it open, and casually walks into the empty hall. Alice peeks out from behind a wall, watching him go. Inside, eerie blue flames burn bright. Greeting Cloud is a cloaked skeleton, sitting smugly on a throne surrounded by strange wisps. He just glares and says, "Long time no see." The skeleton leans on its hand, questioning him, "Who are you? Why do you invade my place of rest?" Before you die, I will permit you to state your reason. But Cloud just replies mysteriously, it's been 400 years. Lord Land practically jumped out of his skin. Who are you? He demanded, as a terrifying sword strike split the very floor in two. The intruder sighed with pure disappointment. You really have gotten old. Don't you even recognize an Imperial Storm Warrior anymore? That name made Lord Land shoot up from his chair. Bernard? But aren't you supposed to be dead? The man, Cloud, confirmed he was indeed Bernard. The four of us heroes were revived by the prince's dark magic, allowing us to walk among the living once more. This revelation hit Lan even harder. The prince was still alive? His face darkened as he continued. When the old dynasty was destroyed, His Highness was lucky enough to escape. He's been using dark blood magic to survive until now, giving us a chance to meet again. Lan was silent for a moment before cutting to the chase. What is your purpose? Bernard simply pointed right back at him. To restore the former dynasty, of course. And for that, we need a whole lot more power to destroy the current one. His eyes then locked onto the key around Lan's neck. Which is why I'll need you to hand over that key you're protecting. Lan's jaw dropped. He mumbled, You broke in here? For a key? Bernard suddenly got angry. If the first emperor and Sha Tang hadn't signed that treaty, our kingdom never would have fallen. Why are you all so delusional? Lan pleaded. But Bernard just scoffed. To gain the power we need, some sacrifices are necessary. We're old acquaintances, he said, trying a softer approach. I don't want to have to fight you. I refuse. Lan raised his staff. Bernard raised his sword. Then you leave me no choice. Lan tried one last time. Bernard, as a warrior, you used to say dying in battle was the greatest honor. Have you forgotten your own words? But Bernard was resolute. The only thing that matters to me now is reviving our kingdom. That is the greater good. Magic flared around them both, opposing colors eager to consume one another. From a distance, two figures blurred as they clashed in brutal combat. And this whole spectacle was leaving a hidden Alice completely and utterly shocked. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the underground maze, footsteps echoed through the oppressive silence. Merlin was sweating buckets, taking in the scene before stopping to catch his breath. Crap, I'm lost. He leaned on the wall, thinking this was not going to end well. If he kept this up, someone else would definitely snag that huge bounty. Did I really come all this way for nothing? But then, Merlin had an idea. Wait a minute. I remember HB saying this maze has several floors below. The gears in his head started to turn. He made a decision. It was a wild one, but to catch up to Alice, he had to pull out all the stops. Merlin cracked his knuckles. He wound up and threw a lightning-fast punch straight down, leaving a bright afterimage. Below, monsters looked up as the ceiling began to fracture. A second later, the stone ceiling and all the monsters below were blasted into a million pieces. Merlin looked down at the holes and grinned. Hee, isn't this way faster? At the same time, a brilliant explosion of light rocked the second floor of the maze. Celia aimed her staff forward, unleashing a wave of holy power. The dazzling light stunned the horde of skeletons, and Kehu ordered the soldiers behind him to attack. As they charged into battle, the young lady remembered how they got here. Damn it, we're lost, she cursed internally. That useless information broker? Why didn't he clearly explain how strong these monsters are? At this rate, there's no doubt we're all going to die. The soldiers were slowly running out of steam, and a grimace formed on Celia's face. All I wanted was my father's approval. Is that so hard to ask? Kehu observed the situation and tried to advise her. My lady, to be honest, we should, but she snapped. Shut up! Kehu, did I give you permission to run away? He looked utterly helpless. But we've been backtracking for a long time now and still can't find the exit. Celia ignored him and turned to encourage the others. Everyone, keep it up, she shouted with false bravado. As long as we map out the maze's layout, we'll definitely escape, trust me. But inside, she was panicking. Her holy light could repel and burn dark creatures, but her own magic wasn't going to last much longer. Merciful goddess of light, Maria, please protect us. Suddenly, the floor beneath her feet cracked open, making Cecilia jump. Huh? A bony hand shot up from the ground. A full skeleton soldier pulled itself from the fissure, making her scream in terror. Her staff fell from her hands and clattered to the ground. The soldiers panicked. The holy light is gone. The monsters are getting closer. What do we do, Sir Kehu? Their leader, meanwhile, was on the floor wailing. Don't come near me! Someone save me! Just as the skeleton soldier raised its short sword, a spear flew from out of nowhere and took its head clean off. It was Kehu, rushing to her aid. Lady Cecilia, are you all right? She grabbed his hand and let him pull her up. I'm fine. My staff. The item in question was rolling in a corner not far away. Cecilia scrambled to pick it up. But across the room, someone's voice echoed with urgency. Not good. Lady Cecilia, be careful. A massive, three-headed, six-armed skeleton soldier appeared right behind her. What? Her face went pale with absolute terror. Well, this is awkward. Demon soldiers charged, aiming to attack, but were suddenly stopped by a massive impact. Kiho was already there, blocking with his spear in front of C. He collapsed to one knee from the force but still managed to give orders. "My lady, run. Leave everything to me." But Cecilia wasn't having it. Not a chance. No way. Just then, another soldier behind them was stabbed right through. Ugh! The demon horde just kept pouring in. A demon swung its blood-soaked blade while Kiho desperately tried to hold them back. Powerless, Cecilia fell to the ground, wondering, "Oh God, how did it come to this?" Defeated soldiers were scattered everywhere, and a memory from her childhood flashed through Cecilia's mind. Her father's voice echoed the strong win. "The weak are eliminated. The useless have no place here. The incompetent don't deserve to exist. Do you understand?" Little Cecilia trembled under her father's judgment. "Of all the children, you are the weakest." His words made her clutch her dress tightly. Outside the family mansion, a younger Cecilia was suddenly shoved to the ground from behind. Ah, it was one of her younger siblings. "You lost again. You're so useless. After all that training, I surpassed you in a flash. Are you really my sister?" Her two siblings sneered at her before walking away. I wouldn't even want to admit it. Left all alone, Cecilia began to cry. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. "My lady, why have you fallen again?" A young Kiho reached his hand out to her. "Are you hurt?" Cecilia took his hand and stood up. At the rookie training grounds, all the necessary weapons were there. Kiho was getting his face beaten in. He was tied to a post, receiving a heavy punishment. "I already told you, if you don't complete today's training, you face the consequences." Cecilia quickly grabbed the instructor's arm to plead for him. "Sir, for my sake, please forgive him just this once." Time flew by. A grown-up Kiho knelt on one knee before Cecilia, declaring, "Lady Cecilia, please allow me to become your knight. From this day forward, I pledge my life to you." She let out a surprised, "Huh," before smiling gently and accepting his sword. "Very well. I permit you to be my knight." The ceremony was complete, but Cecilia's mind was still racing. She was weak, and he was weak too. They were just two pitiful bugs drawn to each other, surviving by huddling together for warmth. The season had turned to a harsh, windy winter. Cecilia rested her chin on her hand, watching Kiho train tirelessly despite the weather. With a bored sigh, she called out, "Kiho, you've already reached the high ranks. Do you have to train so hard every day? Aren't you tired?" He turned back, full of passion. "Not at all. This is the only way I can protect you, Lady Cecilia." His words stunned her, and then she smiled softly. "You idiot." In this family, Cecilia was nothing but a disposable extra. Her dear father had decided to make use of the waste, marrying her off to a faraway land. How could Kiho possibly protect her then? Back in the present, weapons clashed continuously. Kiho fought without rest, urging her on. "Lady Cecilia, hurry and run. I'll hold them off." But she just waved her hand in protest. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? We run together. That's our only chance of survival." Kiho, gasping for air, took a moment to rest. "Haha, I am your knight. Your danger is my disgrace. Go now, I beg of you. I want you to live on." His words only made Cecilia angry. "You fool, what time is it to be talking about the knight's code? Just come with me." The demons charged again, only to be beheaded by Kiho's spear. He declared with absolute conviction, "Fighting to the very last moment for someone important is the greatest honor for me." Cecilia was speechless. The three-headed demon took its stance, and Kiho raised his spear to block. "Let's do this a fight to the death. We are loyal and we are fearless." With that, he relentlessly attacked the demon, managing to shatter one of its heads. He felt a moment of pride, but then his spear was caught between the other two heads. A third eye opened on one of the heads. Kiho's spear clattered to the ground as blood poured from his lips. Cecilia stared in absolute disbelief, unable to process what was happening. Right in front of her, her knight had been skewered by the three-headed demon with all three of its swords. Blood dripped and dripped, forming a puddle on the ground. The now two-headed demon let out a hiss, lifted Kiho, and flung him aside. He landed hard on the ground, stiff as a board, blood splattering everywhere. Cecilia scrambled to his side, cradling him in her arms and frantically calling his name. "Kiho, Kiho, wake up! Get up and protect me," she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, the footsteps of demon soldiers. They were right in front of her, raising their weapons to strike her down. Cecilia thought grimly, "It's all over," and shut her eyes tightly. "It's fine. My mediocre, cruel, and small life can finally end now." A cracking sound echoed from the ceiling above. A terrifyingly powerful attack suddenly rained down on the demons, turning the monsters and rubble into golden dust. She was hugging Kiho, awaiting her end, but when something strange happened, she opened her eyes to see. A boot stepped onto the shattered rocks. His figure appeared before Cecilia. "It's been a while since I've gotten serious with my fists," he said, before suddenly pausing. He stretches out his creaky bones, back groaning in protest. And she sees him. Her eyes go wide. Isn't that the Black Iron adventurer from yesterday? What is he doing here? That's when Merlin finally glances back. noticing the girl staring at him. Well, what a coincidence. He smirks, recognizing the high and mighty noble lady whose nose was always stuck in the air. Why the long face? Cecilia just weakly replies, "We came here not long ago, but on the second floor we were ambushed by a powerful undead." Merlin hops down from a pile of rocks, stating the obvious. "So you bit off more than you could chew, huh? Absolutely no reason to feel sorry for you." He glances at the undead soldiers in the distance. "Why'd you even come in here? Even as a priest, there's no way you can handle this many undead." Cecilia looks embarrassed. I wanted to prove my abilities to my father." That answer makes Merlin burst out laughing. Ha ha! His reaction bruises Cecilia's pride. What are you laughing at?" He covers his face, but the mocking grin is obvious. Of course he finds her hilarious. "Power is for yourself. Since when do you need to prove it to others?" He then delivers the knockout blow. All she did was prove how stupid she is. Merlin laughs, spreading his arms wide in contempt. For that pathetic reason, all of her subordinates are now dead. If this were the demon realm, a leader like her would be seen as incompetent and useless. The enemy wouldn't even need to act, her own side would have rebelled by now. His words hit a sore spot, and Cecilia can only hang her head in shame. He's right. She looks at her soldiers, bloody and lifeless on the ground. Everyone's death. It's all my fault. Her gaze shifts to her wounded, motionless knight. Even him. It's my fault. What was all my hard work for? Seeing her mood, Lin just scoffs and turns away indifferently. Effort is just the bare minimum. Relying on effort alone is completely pointless. Besides, I'm not interested in discussing life with a rich girl like you. I've got things to do. Goodbye. Suddenly, with a loud crunch, the three-headed undead soldier that wasn't quite dead lunges at him. Seeing this, Cecilia screams out, "Look out!" Merlin just casually ruffles his hair. Seriously? Do I have some kind of taunt aura? Why do idiots who don't value their lives always pick a fight with me? And with that, he swings his blade, and the shockwave sends the monster flying. He sneers with pure disdain. Trash that's already died once still trying to fight me? Pathetic. Merlin then waves his hand dismissively. Undead creatures are such a pain. Killing them is pointless, doesn't even extend your own life. The sheer power of that display makes Cecilia jump to her feet in shock. What was that? Just a single move had that much force. Is he really just a black iron adventurer? Her thoughts then turn to her knight on the ground. If I don't ask him for help, both my knight and I will die here for sure. Her mind made up, she quickly calls out, "Sir, please wait. Let me explain, please, help us get out of here." Merlin just glances back with a smirk. "Lady, why should I?" Cecilia stammers. I can pay you." Hearing that, he lets out an interested, "Oh." He strokes his chin. Scheming. A noble's daughter must be loaded. This is the perfect chance to make a quick buck and teach her a lesson for her past rudeness. Is 5,000 gold coins enough? Then, with a sly grin, he adds, "Payment is fine, of course, as long as you include that certain something." You get what I mean, right? His words make her skin crawl. She starts sweating bullets. A guy this powerful is content being a mere black iron adventurer. He obviously doesn't care about fame or fortune. So what he wants is, realization dawns, and her face flushes bright red. But then, an image of her loyal knight flashes in her mind. After a moment's hesitation, her eyes fill with resolve. He was willing to sacrifice his life for me. What am I hesitating for? She speaks up. I understand. As for the payment, I'm sure I can satisfy you." Just as Merlin is getting excited, he sees Cecilia, blushing, start to unbutton her shirt and he practically chokes. "What on earth are you doing?" She mumbles. "The payment," he snaps. "I don't need that kind of payment. Just give me 5,000 gold coins." Cecilia is flustered. "But right now, besides my body, I have nothing else to offer as payment." "Are you serious?" "You can pay me when we get out." Merlin growls, drawing his sword. "This is so annoying. You're more trouble than Alice's picture book." Seeing the blade, Cecilia lets out a terrified shriek. "Wait, what are you doing?" His sword flashes out of its sheath and back in again in a single, fluid motion. The slash cuts through the very space around Cecilia. The four walls are sliced away, leaving her on a lone platform high in the air. Merlin stands on the edge. At this height, the undead can't climb up. This should keep you safe for now. Cecilia desperately calls out, "Wait, that's not what I meant. I need you to get us out." But he just turns his back, picking something up. "I've been merciful enough. I'm busy, no time to babysit." He then turns and tosses an item to her. "This yours?" Cecilia blankly catches her own magic staff. Merlin grins. "Your knight is still barely breathing. As a priest, you know what to do." She clutches the staff, looking back at her fallen comrade. She can lose anything, but she absolutely cannot lose him. A peek over the edge reveals a whole welcoming committee of undead soldiers, so she asks Merlin, "Hey, you got an exit strategy for us later? This place is crawling with ghouls, not exactly safe." He yells back while already running, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be back for you. I'm a man of my word. I won't break my promise." He glances around, realizing there's still another floor to go. He's just hoping Alice gets beat up so bad she can't fight back, leaving all the gold for him. That's when he hears a faint noise nearby. Alice stealthily peeks out from behind a wall. No wonder Cloud talks like he's from another century. He was always going on about how the 4 heroes of the Old Kingdom were the only true masters. Talk about patting your own back, right? She watches Bernard and Lan fighting like madmen. The shockwave alone sends her hair flying. What's the play here? She thought they were just some wanted criminals. Turns out this situation is way more complicated than she imagined. Bernard is barely holding on. She thinks about reporting back to the guildmaster, but is there even time to escape? Meanwhile, Lan just keeps attacking and taunting. "Bernard, what's wrong? Getting a little old? Your moves are so sluggish now, it's really quite disappointing." Ignoring the trash talk, Bernard slices through his magic before retorting, "Lan, let's see how long that arrogance of yours actually lasts." He swings his sword, and in the next instant, unleashes a furious barrage of strikes with his violent storm wild slash. Lan just scoffs at the attack. "Haha, foolish." Dark magic begins to swirl in his skeletal hand. "Let me show you a little taste of true despair. Come forth, Bone King." Bernard is stunned as a giant hand swings right at him. Lan laughs triumphantly. "You can't escape." The Bone King smashes Bernard straight through the wall. He gets driven deep into the crumbling stone, just completely buried in rubble. Then his entire body disappears under the giant skeletal hand. A skull emerges, and the Bone King roars on Lan's command. He stands proudly atop the giant skeleton, looking down at Bernard, who's on his knees gasping for air. "Still feel like looking down on me now? Your power is stuck 400 years in the past. You can't win this." His blade scrapes the ground as he uses it to push himself up, pointing it forward. "All it takes is one move," Bernard declares with absolute confidence. "Lord Lan, I will use my ultimate art to shatter your skull and extinguish the flame of your soul." Lan doesn't believe a word of it. "Stop your nonsense. Get past my Bone King first." Bernard rises, his aura blazing. "Just give up, Lord Lan. You can't even touch me." Immense magic erupts around him, the ultimate art, violent storm style, an overwhelming aura. The sheer force of it blasts past Alice. This power isn't human anymore. It's the explosive energy of a holy beast. Bernard kicks off the rubble and launches himself high, raising his sword to strike Lan down. Suddenly, the ceiling caves in. A terrifying power interrupts the battle as a shadowy figure appears in the thick smoke. Bernard has no idea what's happening, but Lan sees him clearly. "Huh, who's that?" And then, Merlin makes his grand entrance. "Oh, you're not done fighting yet? Guess I'm not late." He then turns to Bernard. "Hey, isn't Alice the girl who likes big swords with you?" Bernard is completely stunned. How did he do that? The spirits on the first and second floors couldn't stop this guy? Meanwhile, Alice is still hiding behind the wall, freaking out. "Oh my god, why is HE here?" A 3-level dungeon, and he just smashed through 2 floors of solid rock to drop directly into the boss room. Who else is that reckless? Bernard narrows his eyes with grim determination. In order to protect the secret of the kingdom's revival, he must eliminate every single witness here. He tightens his grip as Lan starts screaming at Merlin, "Who the hell are you? You have no business barging into my place of rest," which just makes Merlin look confused. "Huh?" Annoyed, Lan launches an attack. Turn to dust. Ghosts fly towards Merlin, but they all disintegrate against the protective shield around him. That leaves Lord Lan completely speechless. What? Bernard is just as shocked. Lan simply can't believe his eyes. Magic can't even get close to him. Bernard realizes he can't underestimate this kid for a second. Hiding, Alice thinks to herself that Merlin's magic immunity is terrifyingly effective. The Holy Sea's forces suffered huge losses because of it. Over on the other side, Merlin is rubbing his arms from the cold, looking annoyed. What's your problem? I didn't even touch you. And you attack me?" Lan is flabbergasted, demanding answers. "Who are you? What did you just do?" In response, Merlin just casually cleans out his ear. "You don't need to know, you little punk worth only 5,000 gold." Oh, that makes Lan see red. "What? You dare insult me." He directs the Bone King to swing its fist right at him. "Are you trying to die?" Merlin just smirks. The skeleton's fist smashes down where he stood, sending debris flying everywhere. Bernard uses his blade to shield himself from the shrapnel. He watches with regret. It's over. Even he couldn't block a single hit from the Bone King. That guy stood no chance. But as the words leave his lips, his eyes go wide with utter shock. Right under the skeleton's fist, there's a hole. Model. Merlin just casually blocks the punch, completely unfazed. Alice is stunned, thinking, his physical defense is that strong too? Bernard is also baffled. Like, what is even happening? Meanwhile, Lan's jaw practically hits the floor. He just can't believe his eyes. "No, impossible. How can you resist my skeleton technique? You shouldn't exist." Merlin applies a little pressure, and the fist starts to crack. This summoning trick is kinda interesting. But you? Then, with one hand, he crushes the skeleton completely. The shockwave hits land so hard his mouth hangs wide open. He stumbles back in fear. Ah, Merlin raises his sword, ready to deliver the final sentence. You worthless undead thing. Time to go straight to hell. A single swing unleashes terrifying power, slicing the skeleton king in two. Land disintegrates in a flash of light, leaving his cloak and jewelry to clatter to the ground. The guy who was so full of himself moments ago, yeah, he's been totally deleted. Peeking from the sidelines, Alice is actually disappointed. She was hoping for a good fight, not an instant one-hit kill. Then, she realizes something. Merlin strikes a cool pose, sheathing his sword with a dramatic flourish. Bernat watches him, thinking about that destructive power, a level none of the four heroes could ever match, if only that strength could serve his master. Merlin, meanwhile, is practically skipping. 5,000 gold in the bag. Now to see if this old geezer dropped anything else valuable. Suddenly, his foot hits something with a metallic clink. A key, lying on the floor. It's only then that Bernat finally recognizes it. Ah, no. Merlin casually picks it up. This key looks interesting. Bernat rushes forward. The key to the Hell Legion. It's essential for reviving the kingdom. He thinks with absolute resolve, I can't let anyone else have it. So, Bernat politely calls out, Sir Merlin. Merlin turns to look. Bernat makes his request. Please give me the key. Merlin twirls the key in his hand, retorting, My war spoils? Why should I give them to you? But Bernat immediately makes an offer. I'm willing to pay 200,000 gold coins for it. Do you agree? Merlin freezes for a solid 5 seconds, staring at the tiny key. This beat-up old key is worth 200,000? If he sold it, took the cash to the races, and bet it all on a horse named Richard. Heh. Just as Merlin's getting lost in his get-rich-quick fantasy, a voice cuts in. Wait a minute. Alice, who's been hiding this whole time, finally shows herself. You can't sell that key. Bernat whips his head around, surprised. Merlin sees her and smirks. Wow, so Alice was here after all. Ditching us for a bounty. You're a real piece of work. She flusters and shoots back. Don't you dare accuse me. I was investigating the truth. She points a finger right at Bernat. She declares to Merlin, This guy isn't alive. He's Bernat, one of the dead 4 heroes. Merlin gets it instantly. So the guy standing here is actually an undead, right? Alice confirms it. They were guardians of the fairy kingdom, now using magic to resurrect themselves and restore the Yaris dynasty. He listens quietly as she continues her expose. Bernat came for this key. It must hold some kind of massive secret. You absolutely cannot give it to him. Merlin mutters, a massive secret, and all he can see are glittering gold coins, which means a super valuable treasure. With that, paying off all my debts might actually be possible. Bernat, meanwhile, is silently calculating his next move. It seems this woman has been following me and heard everything. To ensure my plan proceeds without a hitch, these 2 must die here, no survivors. His hand tightens on his blade, and he lunges forward. He swings his sword at Alice, but his eyes suddenly fly wide open in shock. Alice is just as surprised and terrified. The blade has been stopped by Merlin's bare hand. Bernat is utterly stunned, and Merlin just scoffs at him. 2. Is that all it takes to break you? Bernat is floored. So fast. Even faster than my Tempest Blade technique. Merlin holds out a hand behind him, saying, Sorry, but we split the rent 50-50. I can't let my roommate die here. I don't want to pay the whole rent myself. His words leave Alice completely speechless. What was she even expecting? There's no way this jerk would protect me for a good reason. Bernat decides to try negotiating. You 2. If you give me the key, we can pretend none of this ever happened. How about it? But Merlin isn't having it. This key might unlock some huge secret. I'd have to be a fool to give it to you. Besides, you attacked us first, so now I don't have to be polite anymore. Bernat understands. Looks like talks are over. But then Alice, from behind Merlin, draws her sword and stabs Bernat right in the side, forcing him back. Damn it! His wound sizzles with green smoke. Alice is even more certain of her judgment. The holy sword is reacting. He really is undead. Merlin suddenly speaks up. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare try to steal my kill, she explains. He's the enemy. If we both fight him, this will be over quickly, right? I'll stand by your side and help. Merlin just lets out an annoyed sigh at the very suggestion. 1-on-1, 2-on-1, I couldn't care less. But teaming up? Absolutely not. You stay out of this. Don't act like we're some kind of team. His whole attitude has Alice completely baffled. This guy is impossible to figure out. For a former demon lord, he sure has some weirdly specific principles. Mr. Lone Wolf over here. Merlin points at Bernat. 2 against 1 isn't fair. Let's make it 1-on-1 so you have no excuses when you lose. Bernat's internal thought? Hey, I might actually have a chance. Taking them out 1 by 1 is fine by me. For the sake of the kingdom, I'll fight even if it means my death. And just like that, the helmet is thrown to the ground. Merlin raises an eyebrow. Alice's face is a picture of pure shock. Oh. What's revealed is a face that's half normal and half skeletal, with his teeth completely exposed. Not a great look. Ha! If you ask who was strongest in the four heroes one-on-one, it was me, obviously. Merlin scoffs. Living on past glory? How pathetic. Facing that intense aura, Bernat puts on a sad face. What a shame, you won't get another chance to speak after this. But Merlin just crosses his arms, completely unimpressed. Not everyone is as lucky as Alice, you know. His words make Alice pause and think. Lucky? You call this lucky? I don't feel lucky at all. In fact, being stuck with Merlin has been nothing but endless bad luck. Bernat raises his sword, shouting, Awakening, storm style. As Alice struggles to stay on her feet, she's amazed. This power is way stronger. Looks like Bernat finally acknowledges Merlin and is getting serious. But Merlin? He still looks completely unfazed as the gleaming sword points right at his face. I'll bet my title is one of the four heroes. I will definitely kill you right here. And with that, he charges straight forward. Merlin still hasn't moved, just standing with a hand on his hip as the blade swings down. So many openings. I'll take your head. Then, Merlin just glances at him. One dangerous look and Bernat's mind and body completely lock up. He freezes mid-swing and collapses. Merlin arrogantly looks down at him from above. Weren't you going to take my head? Why the sudden dodge? Are you scared? Bernat pants as he scrambles up. Oh yeah, he can feel that suffocating aura of death rolling off Merlin. My senses in this storm style are sharp, and my instincts are screaming that this kid is unbelievably dangerous, far beyond saint level. Realizing this, Bernat just blurts it out. Yes, you're right, I'm scared. But even though I'm terrified, this whole thing makes me happy. His words actually make Merlin's expression change just a little. That was unexpected. Bernat is now grinning with absolute joy, because an enemy has finally appeared that will force me to go all out. He stands up tall. Sir Merlin, if you were me, you would understand this feeling. And to everyone's surprise, Merlin nods. I understand the loneliness of the invincible finally meeting a worthy opponent. You must be thrilled. But what a shame, he adds. The enemy that could make me feel that happy is definitely not you. Those words stop the guy cold. He raises his sword with a manic laugh. Then let's find out. Acknowledge me as your equal. Merlin just strokes his chin, looking amused. You think we're on the same level? That's honestly a little insulting. A blood-red aura erupts from Bernat. Enough talk. Let's fight. To have no regrets, I will use everything I have. He roars at his opponent, who just stands there with his arms crossed, completely unimpressed by the light show. Killer intent surges as he grits his teeth. He grips his weapon, muttering ancient spells, and the magic gathering around him is so vast it hits Alice even from a distance. She realizes in horror this is a forbidden technique, the zealot's sacrifice. He's trading his life for a 100-fold power boost for a few seconds. Frowning, she continues to explain what she knows. My master said this forbidden art vanished from history long ago. I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. Merlin's reaction to this life-ending power-up? A calm smirk. Oh, this is getting a little interesting. The two stand motionless as magic crackles. A single bead of sweat rolls down Alice's cheek, then drops from her chin, making a tiny sound in the silence. Drip. Merlin calmly watched Bernard on the other side as the air crackled with the sound of surging magic. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, leaving only a blur of crimson energy. A sharp clang rang out, forcing Merlin's gaze toward the sound. Bernard appeared in midair, bringing his blade down hard. Merlin quickly raised his hand to block, the impact creating a piercing shriek of metal. The two immediately broke apart, but Bernard wasn't wasting a second, swinging his sword again. Merlin deftly dodged, backpedaling to gain distance. Right after, he launched a kick straight at his opponent's head, but Bernard reacted instantly, quickly dodging the blow. With a sharp whoosh, he used the momentum to swing his sword upward from below. Just as the blade passed, Merlin leaped backward to safety. Bernard gritted his teeth, his cold eyes locked on his target. Merlin was now suspended in midair with no way to maneuver. Seizing the chance, he instantly reversed his blade's direction and slammed it down, carving a deep pit in the ground. But Merlin had already escaped, landing softly a short distance away like it was nothing. His face darkened as he gripped his own sword, preparing to counterattack. But suddenly a hand shot out, stopping his movement cold. Bernard blocked the attack with one hand while his other tightened on his weapon, prepping the next slash. Pouring in all his power, he swung wide. A sharp screech echoed as a flash of light cut Merlin in half, the life draining from his face. He vanished into the cloak before him. Across the way, Bernard held his stance, panting as he watched his foe. Time seemed to stop, perfectly synced with a single drop of sweat falling from Alice's cheek. It hit the ground with a tiny splash, and a violent storm erupted. Alice quickly covered her face, trying to stand against the wind. As the dust slowly settled, she peeked out. Ugh, What was that all about? The dust cleared to reveal an empty space with rubble still falling from the ceiling. The scene left Bernard completely floored. No way, I'm positive I sliced right through him. From behind, Merlin's voice explained, that was just a clone. He sheathed his sword, adding coldly, you're fast, but not as fast as my blade. His eyes widened in absolute dumbfounded shock as he looked over. A ghostly figure of a blond man in a fur coat appeared, saying the exact same thing. Bernard's face fell as he accepted his defeat. Heh, guess I'm getting old. To think I've seen this sword style before and I didn't even recognize it. Red smoke hissed from beneath his armor as he collapsed, drained of all strength. As expected of the demon race's proudest monarch, Lucifer, Merlin glanced back, confused. The man's body had dissolved into a blood mist, leaving only his armor behind. Now that was weird. I'm famous for being a shut-in back in the demon world, he thought. There's no way he could have known who I am. He just smiled, figuring he must have misheard. Then Merlin called out to his teammate, who was still frozen in fear. Hey, Alice, Alice! He walked closer and snapped his fingers in her face to wake her. She jumped with a yelp. He winked. So, how was that? You must be totally in awe of me now. Completely impressed, right? She just blushed and quickly looked away. It was. Okay, I guess. Barely acceptable, she said, before getting all serious. Right, that key might be tied to state secrets. You can't keep it, you have to turn it in. And then he flicked her forehead, making her stumble back in pain. Merlin crossed his arms, sighing. You idiot. Can you please use your brain for 1 second? What if this key opens some legendary treasure? You'd seriously just hand it over to the government? She looked horrified. I'm not supposed to? You're actually thinking of keeping it? He patted her shoulder to calm her down. Alice, hey, let's just talk about this. What was she waiting for? Merlin started his pitch. Look, since we're friends, how about we split the treasure 50-50? She gave him a deeply suspicious look. I heard the city lord say we had to get its power. Merlin just smiled. Think about it. Would he want something that wasn't incredibly valuable? Alice glanced away, thinking it over, while he whispered in her ear like a little devil. Alice, don't be so naive. My debt is just a few tens of thousands of gold. Yours is in the tens of millions. I think if you don't get some kind of miracle, you'll be paying that off your entire life. You want to be poor forever? Do you want to be a debt slave your whole life? Of course you don't. So this right here is your big chance. We study this key. We go find the treasure. What do you say? She frowned but finally agreed. Fine, whatever. He got his way, throwing his hands up and laughing loudly. Behind him, Alice rubbed her chin, thinking, why do I feel like I just got tricked onto Merlin's pirate ship? The mysterious key was carved with the image of a sleeping monster on top. Holding it, Merlin fell deep into thought. The only problem now was figuring out the secret hidden within this key. She crossed her arms and suggested, I know a friend who's extremely knowledgeable, an explorer from Restum. We could try asking him. He looked doubtful. Can we trust him? Suddenly, a sorrowful wail echoed through the entire space. Merlin looked confused. A ghost? Alice drew her sword, on alert. How is that possible? The necromancer was already defeated. Then a horde of ghosts with glowing red eyes burst through the door. Screaming fills the air. But this guy? He just smirks, pulling on his gloves. Looks like some newbies got lured by the key's magic. This is getting interesting. Just don't drag me into it, I'm not your babysitter. She channels energy into her sword, dead serious. Who needs your help anyway? Get over yourself already. His destructive flames and her sharp ice flare to life, ready to face the wave of incoming spirits. Let's rewind the clock just a little bit. A cold night wind howls through the army barracks, carrying a heavy, tense silence. Suddenly, Tony's thunderous scream rips through the night. It's time to send these spirits back to hell. You rotten punks. The fully armed soldiers roar back, absolutely hyped. Across from them, an army of demonic soldiers radiates pure killing intent, ready to charge. While everyone's fired up, Anot here is just wilting, struggling to lift his heavy sword with both hands. Hobbs, standing next to him, is totally confused. Anot, you're loaded. Why are you even here fighting? He grumbles back. Yesterday, a bunch of officers said my Austin family has a legendary record. They're all expecting big things from me today, so I can't lose. Hearing this, Hobbs just scoffs. So you're basically the family's show pony, huh? Then can you explain how your awesome family produced a total scrub like you? Anot just gives him a sparkly-eyed thumbs up. You wouldn't get it. Being born into the right family is a life skill. Watching the spirits swarm in, he sighs. Man, I wonder how Alice and that new guy are doing. Anot tries to reassure his buddy. Don't worry, Mr. Clown is crazy strong. Alice isn't bad either. You should be worried about Merlin. Even if he is my rival in love, it'd be a real shame if he just died that easily. He wipes some sweat off his brow and forces a smile. Merlin's a tough guy. How could he possibly die? I'm telling you now, if things go south, I'm out of here. You can stay and fight for your noble pride or whatever. Anot slaps Hobbs on the bicep, then points to himself with a little sparkle effect. Hey buddy, I hear you like to hang out at Helena's secret house for fun. Word is you've got some debts, and you know me, gold is my superpower. The mention of money successfully convinces Hobbs. He puffs out his chest with confidence. Why didn't you just say so? What kind of friends are we? I'm the most loyal guy around. I'd do anything for my bros. I'd even ditch my bros for women. Just say the word, and I'll make sure you get through this in one piece. The lead soldier blows a war horn, its sound echoing as the signal to attack. The army instantly tightens their grip, charging straight at the furious demonic soldiers. The sight of the spirit horde rushing toward them makes Hobbs absolutely freak out. We're doomed. They're here. Run for it. Anot panics, shouting after him. Wait, what happened to all that big talk from before? The clash of weapons and the chaos of humans fighting spirits creates a battlefield so frantic it's hard to breathe. Suddenly, a giant three-headed demon soldier appears. It lets out a roar and charges straight for the group. The monster's sudden appearance makes the bickering Anot and Hobbs freeze in absolute terror. Oh man, we're gonna die. Having locked on, the monster roars and swings its sword. The sheer force of the sound makes them go pale, instinctively clinging to each other. Seeing its prey trembling, the monster's eyes gleam with hunger. It flashes a savage grin before lunging in for the kill. Its massive shadow falls over Anot and Hobbs. All they can do is hug each other and brace for the inevitable, crushing pain. But then a sudden flash of light, and the giant demon soldier vanishes in the blink of an eye. It leaves them standing there completely stunned. Before they can process it, the entire skeleton army disappears too, leaving only ash and the confused muttering of soldiers. The spirits just turn to ash? What in the world just happened? Hobbs pushes himself up. Well, I have no idea what just happened, but I think we won? Anot dusts himself off, agreeing. Looks like it. So, what's next? They stand back to back, a glorious halo of light behind them. Hobbs smiles proudly. As expected of the guild's strongest adventurer, I'm just that good. Anot flips his hair, looking smug. As the eldest son of the Austen family, making me fight mere spirits is such a waste of talent. Yeah, right. The scene is so ridiculous that even a leftover skeleton skull looks annoyed. Who are these guys trying to fool? The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day. Tony smiles, patting a huge bag on the table. Here you go, 5,000 gold coins. Thanks for helping the capital deal with that threat. Alice is shocked, quickly waving her hands to correct him. Hey, I told you so. Anot and Hobbs are busy bragging to Merlin. We were the ones who wiped out those 3 spirits. He squints and praises them. Is that so? How impressive. In the background, Alice is still trying to set the record straight with Tony. You should be giving it to him. He killed 2 saint-level experts with a single dagger strike. Her words make Tony stroke his chin in thought. Him, a weak adventurer with no magic or fighting spirit? Who would believe that? Then, as if realizing something, he laughs out loud. To think she'd just hand over such a massive achievement to someone else. Adventurers who don't care about fame and fortune, she truly doesn't get it. Ha ha ha. Alice just face plants onto the table, whining internally. She's explained it 800 times, but nobody believes her. The struggle is real. Tony grabs the letter and hands it off to a nearby soldier. All right, investigation's over. Get this report to the Queen immediately. The soldier accepts his duty with a serious face. And this is what he jotted down. The 2 pillars of the former kingdom, the wizard minister Lan and the hero general Bernat, became spirits and slaughtered each other. And just when they were both about to collapse, the gold-ranked adventurer Alice one-shot the enemy. The novice adventurer Merlin, who was with her, saw it all. Night falls. The sky is lit only by a crescent moon, as the wind rustles through the leaves. On the main road, a single carriage with its lights on rolls along slowly. The carriage wheels creaked along. Inside, Malin's group was celebrating, but A just stared thoughtfully into his drink. Who knew Cloud was such a big deal? The guildmaster must have been shocked too, Hop chimed in, happily downing his wine. You can bet on it. With the old regime's forces still out there, the Queen will definitely send the Source Knights to investigate. Malin glanced over, eyebrows raised. The Source Knights? Anne, looking a little freaked out, explained they're the royal family's personal guard. Rumor is, there are 12 of them absolute monsters who could single-handedly crush an army. And get this, they operate in total secrecy, answering only to the Queen herself. Just thinking about it made him pale. To think a guy like Clown was right there beside us talk about seriously unsettling. Hop, a little buzzed, analyzed the situation. It's pretty common, actually. Adventurers don't talk much about their pasts. You always run into people with shocking secrets. These words prompted Molin to strike a dramatic pose, hand on his forehead. Ha ha. The other 2 just watched him set up his big reveal. Let me tell you something. I used to be the great demon king of the first hall. So, are you surprised? Hobbs just burst out laughing, nudging his friend who'd gone completely stiff. Old man Molin, seriously? A few drinks and you're already spinning wild tales. After that, he sat down, suddenly looking serious. But the demon race, they're actually a little terrifying. Their demon kings have pushed back the Sanctum's crusades over and over. Molin's face darkened as his friend continued. If they ever decide to march on us, we might not be able to stop them. He shot back coldly. Who told you the demons would ever invade human territory? The Sanctum, of course, Hobbs replied, as if it were obvious. Molin waved his hand dismissively with a cold assessment. The Sanctum is nothing. As long as you don't provoke the demons, they won't attack others. Hasn't it always been the Sanctum leading crusades against them? Has the demon race ever once organized an army to invade humanity? His rock-solid logic left Hobbs stunned and forced to agree. When you put it that way, it makes sense. An ally? Molin shot a sly grin at Alice. See, those so-called holy folks at the Sanctum just love to pour fuel on the fire. Isn't that right, Alice? She turned her head away, clearly wanting no part of this debate. Right, I don't know anything. Just then, Hobbs stroked his chin, thinking, why didn't the demons migrate to the southern United Kingdom with the other races? Isn't that supposed to be the gathering place for non-humans? He pictured the 4 great eras in his mind, the gods, the elves, the demons, and finally, humans. Then, he crossed his arms and laughed condescendingly. You guys have obviously read too few books. The world's history is divided into 4 eras. When the age of humans arrived, the Elf King convinced the non-human races to migrate south to create a new kingdom, but the demon race refused that offer. This was news to Hobbs, but why didn't they leave? Molin explained while lost in thought. The demon race is fiercely independent. They don't cooperate with any other powers, and they will never submit to anyone. But the main reason is that all 7 Demon King Majesties have unspeakable secrets, making it impossible for them to ever leave. Hobbs clapped him on the shoulder, impressed. You seem to know a lot about demons, he replied with a smug look. Of course, that's because, but a voice cut him off. Stop talking. Now listen to me. An empty beer mug slammed down on the table with a heavy thud, and clenched his fists over his chest, his eyes squeezed shut in frustration. Molin, our duel for Lady Alice. This time, neither of us won. Then his spirit instantly returned as he pointed a finger straight at his rival. But I'm not giving up. Best 2 out of 3. We'll continue next time. Molin just gave a casual smile. Oh? Whatever makes you happy. Realizing she was the prize in this debate, Alice shot them a death glare before kicking Anne straight out of the moving carriage. Using me as a bet again? And do you have a death wish? Inside the cart, Molin suddenly realized something. Now that I think about it, did I forget something? It feels kind of important. Meanwhile, in a desolate ancient castle, only the sound of howling wind could be heard. Mixed with it was the sound of Celia's sobbing. She clutched an unconscious doll, weeping in resentment. Where are you? Why haven't you come to save us? Didn't you promise you wouldn't break your word again? Wah. In the middle of a barren, scorched wasteland, a lone volcano spewed streams of lava, dyeing the sky a fiery orange. Hidden deep within the cracked cliffs, a gateway remained standing amidst nameless, crumbling ruins. A staff slammed hard onto the stone platform, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Before them stood a colossal gate carved with a monster's gaping mouth, as if sealing the entrance. Copperfield stood before it, seething with anger. That useless trash Bernard died without even bringing back the key. Ahem, ahem. His loyal subordinates knelt on the ground as Karen gently reminded him. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is more important. His face darkened. Karen, I told you to investigate Bernard's death and the key's whereabouts. Do you have a result? Karen frowned slightly as he reported back to his master. It seems Bernard and the Lich Minister fought until both were critically injured, and then some high-level adventurer finished them off with a single blow, 2 model. These words sent Copperfield into a rage. He bellows, What? Another ridiculous incident like that has occurred? Corona quickly jumps in. And about the key, I believe it's highly likely it has fallen into that adventurer's hands. He mulls it over. In that case, our plan might be exposed. We have to speed things up. Then, he barks orders at his cronies. Roy, you 2 stay here and guard the temple. Stop anyone who tries to cause trouble. Doe accepts the mission. As you command. We won't let a single enemy near the temple. Joy, beside him, agrees. Big Brother is right. Copperfield grimly plots his next move, while as for Corona, he clenches his fist, practically vibrating with desire. Go to Restam now and use any means necessary to get that key back. She bows her head. Understood. I will retrieve the key to our great restoration. They dared to take what is ours. They will pay for it in blood. 2 days later, back at the guild headquarters, under a clear blue sky, Rukia excitedly holds a newspaper featuring Alice, giving her a hero's welcome. Alice, welcome back. I heard you put on an amazing show in the BXER district. You became famous overnight. You're even in the papers. Alice just sighs. News travels way too fast. Merlin grabs the paper with a smug grin. Isn't that right? How impressive. The mad demon blade Alice, huh? His attitude is making her furious. Can you stop for a second? I've explained this a million times. You think I enjoy this? A wooden staff appears before them, followed by an old, raspy voice. Ahem. Congratulations on your safe return. Alice rushes over to him. Guildmaster, you've heard about Cloud, haven't you? Talo calmly replies. Indeed. Stroking his beard, he informs them, headquarters is working with the capital to investigate. They're also sending the Sir Sis Knights to help. While everyone is busy talking, someone walks up and slaps their hand on Jukia's desk. My flashes a smile. Excuse me, can we get paid now? Getting the request, she quickly grabs their reward. Of course. The total mission reward is 6,000 gold coins, minus the 70% you owe for your debt. That leaves 1,800 gold. Here, this is the money you two earned. Keep it safe. The heavy pouch of gold makes his eyes light up like high beams. But after thinking about what Rukia just said, something feels very, very wrong. Whoa! Merlin leaps forward in a panic. Wait a minute, what's going on? Why are our finances combined? She offers a polite, calming smile. Mr. Merlin, please calm down. Aren't you and Alice husband and wife? Is there a problem with a couple paying debts together? Hearing this, Alice scrambles over, desperately trying to clear things up. No, if we were a couple, we'd be struck dead by lightning. The second the words leave her mouth, the clear sky outside turns dark, and thunder roars. The massive thunderclap leaves them both stunned, speechless. Rukia, ever so patient, continues her explanation. But according to the documents my grandfather gave me and the files at headquarters, your relationship is husband and wife. Therefore, all your assets are merged. These words make Merlin clutch his head in agony. Alice spins around and screams, Guildmaster, what did you do? Talo just strokes his beard and replies matter-of-factly. Well, to help Mr. Merlin, who has no magic or fighting ability, you register as an adventurer. The only way was to use a regulatory loophole. Registering him as Miss Alice's relative was the only way it would work. Then he turns the question back on her. Miss Alice, you did say you would be Mr. Merlin's sponsor, didn't you? The question stops her dead in her tracks, leaving her stammering. But suddenly, a bouquet of red roses hits the floor, petals scattering everywhere. Anu runs over, crying, and grabs his dream girl by the shoulders. No, I don't accept this. I was here first. It was clearly me who came first. How did it turn out like this? Alice just screams in frustration. Ugh, can you please not make things more chaotic? HBES sips his beer, looking down at his friend passed out with a giant bump on his head. Over on the other side, Merlin is still trying to salvage the situation. Miss Rukia, please, is it possible to edit this husband and wife relationship? This isn't exactly great for me. For once, Alice completely agrees with him. That's right, Rukia. They wanted nothing to do with him. She smiled and laid it out plain and simple. Great, just present your divorce certificate. The two of them were completely lost. They had never even been married. Where on earth were they supposed to get a divorce certificate? She calmly continued. And that's precisely the problem. Without a divorce certificate, I can't make any changes. Or, hey, maybe you two could just get married first and then get a divorce after? With a divorce paper, your adventurer couple status would be officially removed. Alice shot the guy next to her a look of pure disgust. Who'd marry this guy? I'd rather die. He just sneered right back. Please, as if I'd ever want to marry you. Rukia placed a single document on the table. So, that's the long and short of it. This is your adventurer couple certificate, sent from HQ just yesterday. Alice took it, her eyes widening as she read the information printed on it. Golden rank, spouses mine and Lucifer. Those words sent her collapsing to the ground in pure agony. Oh no, wherever she goes now, people will think she's married. How is she supposed to live like this? Meanwhile, Rukia was all smiles and blessings. Congratulations to you both. You are officially the 2U520 Explorer couple of the Adventurers Guild, a true blessing upon you both. And remember, on Valentine's Day you get special discounts at the entertainment district. Alice just wailed, tears streaming down her face. What's there to congratulate? I just went out for a bit, and came back with tens of thousands more in debt. My life is misery. A strange laugh broke Alice's pity party. She turned to see Merlin, looking like a soulless husk, just muttering. Heh heh. You think you're miserable? Your debt is only in the tens of thousands. Mine is in the tens of millions. And now? It's all combined and dumped right on me. This is what you call a massive loss. A truly catastrophic loss. Hearing his words, she stroked her chin with a wicked glint in her eye. Ha ha, you scoundrel Merlin. You never saw this day coming, did you? What goes around, comes around. This is payback for stealing my stuff. He slammed the partner certificate on the table, turned, and tried to walk away without a second thought. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm not even an adventurer anymore. You can pay off that debt all by yourself. But Alice grabbed his cloak, blocking him furiously. Oh no, you don't. You take responsibility for this, you jerk. If you dare ditch me, I'll end you. You can't run from this. Anot, still in shock, was on the floor begging. Alice, my lady, please don't agitate me anymore. Rukia just smiled and chimed in. No matter what country you run to, we have your records. She clasped her hands cheerfully, adding, oh, that's right, it's a guild regulation. Explorer couples have to accept missions together, otherwise they won't be approved. That little tidbit of information made them both freeze mid-struggle. They turned in unison to complain. Huh? What kind of messed up rule is that? That's totally unnecessary, Rukia just kept explaining. It's a mandatory thing now. A few years ago, there was this explorer couple. The wife went out on a mission with another man and cheated on her husband. It was a huge scandal, so headquarters made this new rule. Merlin shot a sideways glance at Alice. Oh, so that's why. She bristled, her hair practically standing on end. What's with that look, you creep? Suddenly, someone behind them knelt down and called her name. Miss Alice. Anot spoke with all his heart. I have a proposal. Miss Alice, please marry me. I will pay off your entire debt. Even though it's a huge sum for me, I'll sell my house if I have to. She just coldly waved him off. I'm touched, but I have to refuse. Anot, I appreciate the kindness, but I don't need your charity. Her blunt refusal was like a blizzard, freezing him solid on the spot. She turned away, annoyed. What is this? Like I'm some girl selling herself to pay off debts. Hop just patted his friend's shoulder. My condolences, my condolences. Merlin suddenly called out to her. Wait a minute, Alice. Aren't you forgetting something important? He brought up the reward from the BXER district quest. She quickly cut him off. What is it? Are you trying to blackmail me? He continued with a serious tone. I'm not blackmailing you. The reward is for both of us. I'm just taking my share. How is that blackmail? Alice had an idea and smiled. Fine. Didn't you mention sharing the rent before? She pointed a finger at him and started listing things off without a pause. We may share the rent, but I sleep in the bedroom. You get the sofa, no loud footsteps, and I use the bathroom first. We take turns cooking and we take turns cleaning. Also, you have to pay for all fees, including the security deposit and the rent, plus the gardening fee, the cleaning fee, the management fee, the food fee, and the daily necessities shopping fee, and the fee for man's food. You have to split all of that with me. After her little analysis, she handed him his cut. Phew. In the end, this is all that's left for you. He opened his hand. Inside was a single, solitary gold coin. Merlin screamed in disbelief. I worked that hard, and this is all I get? Next to him, Hop casually gave a thumbs up. Welcome to the club, buddy. As evening fell, the sunlight bathed the peaceful wooden house in gold. A hand reached out and knocked gently on the door 3 times. The door cracked open, and Alice peeked out, her brow furrowed in annoyance. What are you doing here? Merlin stood with his arms crossed impatiently. I'm coming to my home. Don't forget, I paid the rent. I have a 50% right to use this house. She opened the door wider, pointing inside. Fine, get in. It'd be terrible if the neighbors saw some shady guy hanging around my house every day. He shot back with words that sent a shiver down her spine. Who are you calling a shady guy? I have every right to be here, you know. A simple dinner was then laid out on the table. Alice asked him seriously. So, about our combined debt, what's your plan? Merlin, looking defeated, poked at an egg. Can't afford to pay it. I'll just ignore it. Live day by day. His attitude made her jump to her feet in frustration. How can you say that? We still have a chance. Look, if we take on an S-rank mission now, we could get tens of thousands of gold coins. S model. Alice is dreaming big. Reach Saint rank, snag an SS-class quest, and pocket at least 100,000 gold. Lin, casually eating, pops her little bubble. He's already checked the board 0 SS quests. Then he lays out the brutal, undeniable truth for her. And, most importantly, she's not even a saint yet. Yeah, Alice had no comeback for that one. She slams the table, all fired up. I'll be a saint one day. Lin just douses her flame. Yeah, try again in 1,000 years. He adds that most people die before ever reaching saint rank. She explodes. Will you just die if you don't crush my spirit? He gets serious for a sec. Okay, look, I don't think there are enough SS rank quests for us to complete anyway. But Alice clings to hope. There are still SSS rank quests. The payout is at least 1 million. Lin just licks his lips and asks, and so what? We haven't even seen an SS rank quest. Don't the triple S ones pop up, like, once an eon? She gives him a sly look, dropping a little secret. Says who? The guildmaster said one appeared just 10 years ago. Then she holds up 2 fingers, totally hyped. The reward was this much. Mlin, munching on bread, guesses 2 million gold coins. A number that earns a scornful laugh from Alice. She's practically buzzing as she reveals the truth. Not even close. The reward was 20 million gold. With a quest like that, forget paying off debt, they'd be set for life. No questions asked. That massive number shocks him so bad he does a full spit take. 20 million? He goes quiet, thinking. As much as he'd love to just be a freeloader forever, this curse on his heart makes true happiness pretty much impossible. Teaming up with Alice isn't about the cash. What's really important is finding a truly powerful enemy to fight. Still, if he could just land an SSS rank quest, he could spend money without a care. Merlin strokes his chin, daydreaming about the future. If he took that cash to the racetrack and hit a lucky streak, he'd be living large for the next 7 lifetimes. She immediately shatters his fantasy, saying he'd definitely lose it all. Looking at their sad meal of eggs and veggies, he gets annoyed. You've got some nerve. If you hadn't dragged me into your debt, I wouldn't be so completely and utterly demoralized right now. I handled this last quest, so dinner should at least be decent. I want a steak. Alice, however, furiously disagrees. What? You're the one who stole my mithril armor and landed me $1 million in debt. Don't you dare try to dodge responsibility. Do you have any idea how much money we have left? We have to save money if we want to survive. The bickering just kept on going, but in the end, the entire table was wiped completely clean anyway. Merlin looks up from a book on the sofa. Hey Alice, are SSS rank quests super difficult? She stops mopping to reply. Of course they are. Insanely hard. Normal adventurers can't even join. Mithril rank folks can only play a minor supporting role at best. Orichalcum rank adventurers are the main force, and an image of a giant octopus thrashing in the sea flashes through his mind. She tells him what the guildmaster said. The SSS quest from 10 years ago involved the North Sea monster. When it woke up, it completely wrecked a ton of major shipping routes, causing total chaos. Plenty of Saint rank experts went to fight it, but they either got smacked back, became monster food, or were lost to the sea. In the end, they had no choice but to call the Holy See for help, who sent out a hero. Merlin is stunned. A hero? Alice glances at him, explaining, he's actually my senior, the legendary hero, Gun. An image flashes in his mind, a warrior on a mountaintop, surrounded by fallen demons. Merlin bolts upright. It was him. She remembers hearing at the Holy See that Hero Gun was the one who defeated Lucifer II. Your mother? He confirms. That's right, it was the most spectacular battle I've ever seen, she gushes. Merlin just gives a sarcastic smile. Well, that said, aren't you supposed to be a hero too? So how much do you actually know about this Gun guy? He secretly gets his hopes up. Maybe, just maybe, this Hero Gun could be the one to finally break the curse on his heart. Alice thinks for a second. I don't know much, just that he's incredibly powerful, a living legend to the Holy See, and one of the 10 legendary heroes. He sits bolt upright, totally shocked. 10 of them? There are that many crazy strong people out there? Are they still alive? At the same time, he figures if they're on the same level as Hero Gun, they must be total beasts too. Alice just leans on her mop and replies, I don't know. I just overheard the Archbishop mumbling something when he was drunk. Something about how all the legendary heroes vanished. And if only one of them were still here. She goes back to her work. The mop scrubs furiously against the floor as she angrily complains. They could grind Lucifer III you into the dirt and make you call them daddy. Lynn just smirks. Well, it's my honor not to have met them then. He strokes his chin, thinking, so in the end, all the god-tier fighters just went into hiding? Still, if those people are out there, there's a chance to break his curse. He asks, so, what was the result when Hero Gun fought the North Sea monster 10 years ago? Alice wasn't too sure on the details, something about the North Sea monster getting wounded and sinking to the bottom of the ocean, but this little tidbit got him interested. If he could actually kill the North Sea monster, wouldn't that make him way stronger than the great Hero Gun? The logic was flawless. Of course, the whole bottom of the sea part was a bit of a problem. So, decision made, he just plopped down on the sofa to relax. An SSS rank mission would eventually just fall into his lap, right? Alice, however, was not having it. Are you serious? We have a fixed debt to pay every month. We have to work hard to make a living while we wait for some legendary SSS rank quest to appear. He just ignored her, cleaning his ear like it was the most boring conversation ever. Then, he reached into his shirt to pull something out. Staring at the key in his hand, he figured waiting for Alice to rank up was a bust. Maybe finding some treasure was a better path to the easy life. He gripped the key tightly and turned to his friend with a serious look. Hey, Alice, you said you had a friend who knows everything, right? Maybe she could figure out this key's secret. Is she trustworthy? We can't have her running off with our treasure. Alice confirmed it. Of course she is. The only thing she's interested in is knowledge. Once she gets back from her mission, I'll take you to meet her. The next morning, the air was fresh and peaceful. A window in Alice's house was wide open, letting in the early morning sun. Inside, Merlin was casually sitting and reading the daily news. The Holy See officially declared, the great swordsman Elgin is the knight of redemption from the Holy Scriptures. We hope he can come to the Holy Land to receive the goddess's baptism. Huh, who the heck is this guy? The article also mentioned the capital sending Lord Hayden, the Ninth Knight, to investigate the whole undead situation. He also assured the citizens that he would eliminate any remnants of the former kingdom. Merlin stroked his chin, wondering just how strong this Ninth Knight really was. A frantic knocking on the door suddenly shattered his train of thought. Outside, a desperate Alice was pounding on the door, screaming her lungs out. Merlin, you absolute scumbag. Didn't you say I could use the bathroom first? Inside, Merlin calmly kept reading his paper and replied slowly, Hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go. First come, first served. She was clawing at the door, practically begging. Come on, I'm begging you, please. Get out, I'm about to. You know. Merlin folded the newspaper, deep in thought. He scratched his head like he was making a life-altering decision before finally opening the bathroom door. Alice clenched her fists, grinding her teeth as she warned him. You just remember this. If you ever hide in the bathroom to read the paper again, you're dead meat. He just smirked back with his flawless logic. Newspapers and toilets are a much better combination than beer and fried chicken. You get it, right? She didn't care, slamming the door on his nonsense. It's your turn to cook today, so go make some breakfast. He answered with a lazy drawl. Yeah, I'm going. He trudged to the kitchen, mumbling to himself. This is such a pain. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the front of the house. Merlin, holding an egg, glanced over in surprise. Who could that be? It's so early in the morning. He opened the front door, and upon seeing the visitor, he greeted her. Hello, Miss Rukia. She asked politely, Mr. Merlin, is Miss Alice home? He replied, Yeah, why? Just then, Alice walked out of the bathroom, looking relieved. Phew, I'm saved. Rukia urgently told them, You two need to come with me to the guild. Right now. The Sorceress Knight Order from the capital has sent someone, and they want to meet with both of you. Hearing that familiar name, he asked again, The Sorceress Knights? What would they want with us? At the garrison in Ram, the sky was clear and red flags fluttered over the towering fortress. A pot-bellied man in armor greeted them with a huge grin. Well, if it isn't the beautiful and clever Miss Alice? I've finally been blessed with your presence. Alice took a small step back and answered politely. But he just kept creeping closer to welcome her. Suddenly, his hand snaked around her waist. Right this way, please. That unwanted touch made her flush with rage. Without a second thought, she jabbed her elbow right into the pervert's face. Where do you think you're touching me, you creep? But the guy just clasped his hands in pure ecstasy. Ah, she hit me! How wonderful! His bizarre reaction left Merlin completely stunned. Huh? He and Alice huddled up to whisper. He's the captain of the garrison guard. Pris? So he's that kind of guy? Yep, exactly that kind of guy. Pris, cupping his cheek, excitedly made a request. Miss Alice, let's try something new. For example, you could whip me really hard, maybe add some chili water for extra spice. The feeling would be absolutely incredible. Then, his expression suddenly turned serious. Oh. Turning to Merlin, he looked him up and down. This must be the love rival Master A always talks about. You must be Merlin, right? He sneered, sizing him up. I thought you'd be someone impressive. Turns out you're just a freeloader living off a woman. Alice angrily cut him off. Shut your mouth. Don't forget why you summoned us here. Pris opened a door to a room and invited them inside. Please wait here, you two. I'll go get the masters from the Violet Knight Order. Merlin watched him go, waiting for the door to close completely. Then he pulled out the key and called out to his partner. Hey! Alice looked at the key in his hand as he gave her some serious instructions. If they ask about the key, we deny everything, even if it means death. Got it? But she hesitates. Is this really a good idea? Suddenly, footsteps echo from outside. The two of them snap to attention, staring at the door as Moe quickly hides the key. In that same moment, the door swings open. 3 knights enter, led by one with a seriously intimidating presence. He cuts right to the chase. Are you Mr. Merlin and Miss Alice? She nods. Without any ceremony, he yanks out a chair. Once seated, he introduces himself. I am Bran Chapman, of the Sorceress Knight Order. Today, under the orders of the 9th Mighty Knight, Lord Hayden, I've come to investigate you two thoroughly. Merlin nervously clutches his chest, his heart pounding. Investigate what? Bran calmly replies. The recent undead outbreak in Bygor, of course. According to reports, you two were seen contacting the protector of the former kingdom, correct? Alice asks, Is that all you came to ask about? He easily picks up on their anxiety. He tries to reassure them. No need to be so tense. You're guests of the Westlow ambassador. We won't make things difficult for you. Then he smiles, bringing up some old history without hiding a thing. The Westlow ambassador once lectured us reserve knights at the royal palace. You could say we're half his students. Merlin looked surprised. He was thinking, that old man has that much pull? I just thought he was good at pretending to be mysterious. Bran takes a report from the female knight and clears his throat. Ahem. Let's begin. You two witnessed everything. In the conversation between those two holy class individuals, did you overhear any important information? Alice nervously recalls something about reviving the old kingdom and getting a new power. He presses, how do they get it? Under the table, Merlin gives Alice a subtle kick. She gets the hint and forces a very awkward smile. I think they needed something. I was too far away to hear clearly. Bran silently reads the report, then continues. Is that so? Then Miss Alice, regarding who resurrected Banan. Do you have any intel? She plays dumb. Not really. Probably the prince of the former kingdom. I heard them mention that the prince survived all this time by drinking the blood of the elf tribe. He strokes his chin, evaluating the intel. Now that's a valuable piece of information. The elf population on this island is small, and customs are strict. We might be able to trace the source and find where they're hiding. Then, Bran stares her down. Is there anything else, Miss Alice? Your testimony is a great help to us. I hope you're not hiding anything. Alice gives a straight answer. That's it. Banan wanted to revive the kingdom, the necromancer disagreed, and they fought. But his face suddenly darkens as he questions her back. From what I understand, even a holy-class fighter on the brink of death shouldn't be easy for a high-class person to finish off, yet you landed the final blow. This doesn't make any sense. The direct question catches Alice off guard, and she lets out a nervous laugh. Ah, ha, ha, she tilts her head, trying to think of a good answer. Finally, she just points to the guy beside her. Banan was really strong, but I didn't kill him, he did. Merlin crosses his arms, looking incredibly proud. That's right, I killed him. That confident declaration makes the other two knights burst out laughing. Even Brand cracks a smile. Miss Alice, are you trying to give him the credit? Your relationship must be wonderful, but please, read the room. To be blunt, your ridiculous story is a direct insult to the IQ of a Ceres knight. Realizing no one believes her, Alice is so frustrated she's on the verge of tears. She turns to Merlin and whispers, "Show them your instant sword draw thing, or they won't believe me." He coldly refuses. No. Why should I? It's not like I'm a monkey. Brand cuts in, ending her pleading. Miss Alice, I hope you'll answer honestly about Banan's power. His voice turns serious. You do realize we are acting on direct orders from Queen Elizabeth. If you don't cooperate, you understand the consequences. Alice could cry, but there are no tears left. What more can I say? I'm telling the truth. But suddenly, Merlin lets out a scornful laugh. Ha, I really hate being threatened. The Queen's Knight Order. Is that supposed to be impressive? Brand's face turns to ice. What did you just say? Are you questioning the authority of the Ceres Knight Order? The atmosphere in the room drops to freezing. He glares at them, looking ready to cut them down. Alice's heart hammers in her chest. Oh God, how did it get to this? She has to find an excuse, fast. She lunges over, clamping a hand over Merlin's mouth. She cuts off his provocative comeback and yells, Okay, fine, I admit it. The necromancer and Banan weren't that strong. Their abilities were only at the high-class level. This makes Brand roar with laughter. He stands up, confirming, I knew it had to be something like that. Seems the four heroes of the Old Kingdom were all talk. Having Lord Hayden handle this feels like a total waste of his talent, honestly, Merlin added with a nod. Yeah, I agree. That whole Storm Warrior title sounds pretty weak to me, Brand said, glancing over at Alice. Miss Alice, compared to you, your lover here is much more honest, Mine said, turning proudly. Alice, you hear that? I'm more honest than you. Ha, she shot him a dirty look. Was that really the point right now? The interrogation ended. 3 knights bowed stiffly, thanked them for their cooperation, and said their goodbyes. Then they just left, leaving a dumbfounded Alice staring after them. She slammed her head on the table, clutching it in despair. What is wrong with this era? I tell the truth and nobody believes me. Why couldn't you just show them your real power? Merlin stretched languidly. This happens all the time. Am I supposed to prove myself every time someone asks? Nah, I'm not some circus performer. Outside, the streets were bustling, filled with an endless stream of people passing by. Cena spoke up, asking, Captain, what's our next move? Bren pulled his hat down. We're heading back to the royal capital to report. Lord Hayden can handle this. Through the crowded street, a pair of long, slender legs glided across the stone as a mysterious woman silently passed the group of knights. Bran was still analyzing the situation. It's just a minor issue. We don't need help from any other powerful heroes. But in that exact moment, he snapped his head around, looking right where the woman had been. He gasped out loud, that person just now. But all he saw were the ordinary faces of the crowd. Bren frowned, trying to recall something from a book. Why did she look like the thief Dragon Corona from the Four Heroes? The resemblance to her portrait in the records is uncanny. But even if the Four Heroes came back to life, why would they come to test him? Cena asked, looking worried. What's wrong, Captain? He masked his suspicion with a grim face. Nothing. Let's go. It's possible I was just seeing things. He had no idea that from behind a nearby building, the mysterious woman was silently watching them. High above, a waterfall cascaded down with a roar. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed as Alice dropped into a low stance, tightening her grip on her sword. Countless water bubbles shot out, and at the same time, shards of ice flew through the air. A biting cold wind whipped up from all sides, and the water's surface instantly froze into jagged spikes. Alice's eyes were fixed upward with determination. Without a second's hesitation, she stood and swung her sword in one clean arc. her power spreading out. It froze everything in its path with a sharp crackle. In the blink of an eye, the entire waterfall was frozen solid. A chilling mist spread through the air. She panted, exhausted, looking up and wondering, did it work? But just as she was celebrating her new achievement, something went wrong. Thin cracks appeared on the ice. Then, it completely shattered, unleashing the water within. She couldn't react in time, her eyes wide with shock as she could only gasp out, "Humph!" The sudden wave crashed down on her, and all she could do was stand there and take it. "Oh, come on!" She threw her hands up in a desperate attempt to block it. The stream returned to its normal flow, carrying floating chunks of ice. Disappointed in her own power, Alice sat down and sighed. "Looks like I'm still a little way off from Saint Tier." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. "You think you're only a little way off? It's obvious you're still miles away." The laughter was non-stop. When she saw Merlin teasing her, she shouted, "It's you!" Alice was completely startled. "How did you know I was here?" He explained that he'd been watching her. "You've been leaving early and coming back late. Today my curiosity got the best of me, so I followed you." "So, you were training?" Alice shot back angrily. "To reach Saint Tier as fast as possible, of course I have to use every moment to train." He tilted his head, a taunting smile on his face. "But do you really think breaking through with such a mediocre method will actually work? It's just a waste of time." She hated Merlin, but to reach that level, she knew she had to give in. "So what should I do? This is how I've always trained." He jumped down to her level. "A year ago, didn't you ask me why I'm so strong? I told you I fought giants, tore apart sea monsters, and even walked through lava." Alice remembered his words. "You said that before, didn't you?" He asked with a simple smirk. "Are you a fool? Didn't I already tell you how to get stronger?" It turns out, risking your life in that state is an easy way to awaken your potential. Thinking back, Alice had to agree. Makes sense. That goblin emperor almost killed me that one time. And when she woke up, her magic and fighting spirit were way stronger. But as she recalled the most crucial detail, her expression hardened. The problem, as Alice pointed out, was who in their right mind goes looking for death. That's when Merlin offered himself up. "Isn't that what I'm here for? If we train together, I guarantee every single blow will give you that authentic I'm about to die feeling." Alice's intuition screamed danger, and she yelled back, "Wait, are you just using this as an excuse to get your revenge on me?" Seeing she misunderstood, he tried to explain. "Please, do you think I'm that petty?" And so, Merlin began his desperate attempt at persuasion. "You think he'd agree if it wasn't for the debt? Please. Having him as a sparring partner is a blessing she should be grateful for." When Bill Bap first asked him to teach his sister a few moves, he wasn't even interested, but still, Alice had her reservations. She wasn't buying it. What if he had some less than noble intentions? That would put her in a pretty dangerous spot, right? He turns away, completely exhausted by her paranoia. Seriously, what a pain. Then he casually picks up a stick from the sand, a wicked little smirk forming on his face. Merlin gives his guarantee. "Satisfied now? It's just a twig. It'll snap in half if I bend it. There's zero danger here." He puts on a deliberately provocative face. "Come on, hit me with everything you've got. Or do you need a reminder of that time on the beach when I stripped you bare? You little..." Ugh. That jab went way over the line, and now Alice is officially furious. Without a moment's hesitation, she screams, "Take this," and launches the first attack. Razor-sharp ice shards fly straight at Merlin. Seeing her skills haven't improved one bit just makes him tired. It's like she never listens to a single lesson. It's literally written down that he's immune to magic, yet here she is, using magic. A golden shield forms around him, blocking every single one of her attacks. As the assault fades, her figure appears behind him, ready for a sneak attack. He gives her some credit. Not bad, using a direct physical attack this time. She puts all her strength into a powerful forward thrust, but all he does is gently swing his stick, and her lunge is completely neutralized. Too slow. Alice stumbles, caught off balance. Not giving up, she attacks again, but the result is exactly the same. Too slow. Another miss, and this time she almost loses her grip on the sword. Too slow. The final tap lands directly on Alice's head. Tears instantly well up in her eyes. Too slow. Alice is just getting pummeled, left panting and unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Merlin still has that cheerful look on his face. "Is that all you've got?" he taunts. Damn it. Ice shards begin to form around her. A sudden explosion of power. Alice screams, "Don't you dare look down on me." Now that powerful spirit gets Merlin excited. Oh ho, Alice is channeling all her rage into her sword. Time to taste the essence of the snow mountain. This fierce fighting spirit is exactly what he wanted to see. Now this is more like it. Merlin and Alice charge, clashing head-on. The ear-splitting sound of impact echoes through the area. A blinding flash of light. The battle ends in a completely one-sided victory. Only when Alice is sent flying backward does he realize he might have gone a little overboard. A little later, back at the house they're staying in, Alice sits with a bandage wrapped around her head, cheeks puffed out and eyes brimming with tears. She glares at Merlin, full of grievance and resentment. How can you be so powerful with just a stupid tree branch? All he can do is stir a pot of soup and try to console her. So, sorry about that. It was an accident, he says, trying to look as innocent as possible. Besides, I was just trying to help you reach the saint level faster. Alice wasn't having it. Then what was the point of hitting me? I'm the one who found you a job. I'm the one who was kind enough to let you live here. He fires back, getting heated. Please, the job was because I saved you. Otherwise, my sister would have killed you. And we're sharing the house to save money. Wasn't that the deal? Don't act like I owe you some huge debt of gratitude, okay? Merlin places the steaming bowl of soup on the table. All right, let's just eat. That irresistible aroma made her stomach rumble. Oh, that smells incredible. Alice brings a spoonful to her mouth. Suddenly, an explosion of flavor assaults her senses. The melt-in-your-mouth texture of every single ingredient sends her into pure bliss. This is amazing, she shouts, getting lost in a food-induced daydream. But after eating, Alice clutches her spoon, the disbelief and frustration returning in full force. Are you kidding me? Not only is he a better fighter, but he's a better cook too? This guy is seriously infuriating. Her reaction leaves him wondering, what's wrong? After a brief internal struggle, she makes a very wise decision. I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll do all the chores, and you'll be in charge of cooking. That evening at the Adventurers Guild, a crystal ball shows the victory celebration for some guy. A crumpled betting slip is slammed onto the table next to a few spare coins. Merlin is practically in shock. Hobbist, you were completely wrong. Even if I bet on Richard, I still would have lost. Hobbist just laughs, clapping a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't get so down, you can't win 'em all, you know? He takes a sip of his drink and casually holds up a finger. Losing once or twice is perfectly normal. Merlin shoots back, annoyed. Don't joke around, I've placed over 100 bets and haven't won a single coin. Hearing this, Hobbist does a literal spit take. Wiping his mouth, he stares in utter disbelief. Even the unluckiest person should at least break even eventually. With your track record, he says, I think you've been personally blessed by the goddess of misfortune herself. Nearby, Guildmaster Xeluo sits sipping his tea, observing them in silence. The old man strokes his beard thoughtfully. So that's it. He uses horse racing to train his intuition and willpower. What a truly unique training method. As expected of Merlin. Yeah, no, the old man is definitely overthinking this one, but Hobbist just keeps trying to lure him back in. Come on, try a few more times. What if you get lucky? He sighed. I don't have the money to try again anyway. Apparently, Alice keeps her cash on lockdown. Hop just had to chime in. I almost forgot you joined the Whipped Husband Club. You're not as free as you used to be. Merlin grumbled. We're not really married, don't get the wrong idea. His eyes darted around, looking for something he had tucked away in his collar. After pulling out a golden key, he thought to himself that treasure hunting was definitely a safer bet. But then, a chill ran down his spine. The feeling of being watched. He quickly scanned the tavern. That stare. It was Corona, hiding in a dark corner, completely surprised. She had originally come to the Adventurers Guild for info on Alice, but she never expected to run into the key holder himself. She observed Merlin and analyzed the situation. From what she'd overheard, he was supposedly the adventurer's husband, but she couldn't sense a single drop of magic or fighting spirit from him. A sinister grin spread across her face. She was incredibly confident. He's just a normal guy, she figured. Getting that key from him was going to be an absolute cakewalk. Meanwhile, Hobbs was already trying to drag Merlin into a new scheme. Forget about her, man. You're not busy right now, are you? Let's go to Helena's secret house. Merlin was a bit confused, but Hobbs quickly reminded him. Didn't I tell you about it before? Lots of beautiful girls, and even more delicious wine. He flashed a grin and a thumbs up, assuring him it was the kind of place that all men understood. And with that, the two of them headed out of the guild. Merlin hesitated a little. You're making it sound really mysterious and I'm curious, but I don't have any money. Hobbs just threw an arm around his shoulder. Don't worry, it's my treat. Time to open your eyes to the world. Let's go. I'll even get Pris to tag along. Just like that, night fell and the streets lit up. The sign was right in front of them as an excited voice made the grand introduction. We're here, our secret base. The two perverts, Hobbs and Pris, were practically buzzing with excitement. Pris puckered his lips and made a joyful declaration. Ah, the paradise for men. Ram Helena's. Just then, Helena herself appeared in a flowing dress. It's been a while. Welcome, you two. Merlin stroked his chin with a little O and quietly made a judgment. Now this is what a real woman looks like. If Alice had the chance, she should come here and take some notes, he thought. Helena, on the other hand, looked at the three of them with some hesitation. This guy here, Hobbs said, pointing to his side with a swagger, is Merlin, a new adventurer from the guild, but he's not as strong as me. Suddenly, she flinched, as if a jolt of electricity had run through her. Ah! She let out a gasp of surprise. Merlin saw her reaction and couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? Hobbs asked, with genuine concern. Lady Helena, are you not feeling well? She just laughed it off and quickly changed the subject. Not at all. Please, come inside. The usual, right? Soon they were settled in the VIP room, as beautiful waitresses passed by in the hall. Loud laughter echoed from inside their room. Hobbs was already laying on the charm, teasing a waitress in a bunny girl outfit. You know, a rabbit's mating season lasts the entire year, he said. She played along. You're terrible. You really are a man of profound knowledge. On the other side of the room, a feisty purple-haired waitress was whipping Pris. Squeal for me, you pig. He didn't seem to be in any pain. In fact, he was ecstatic, crying out, I'm sorry, I'm so pathetic. I love you, miss. Please hit me again. Pure bliss. The scene had devolved into utter chaos, with countless sounds overlapping each other. Ha, again. Merlin sat in a corner, sipping his drink and watching them with a judgmental stare. These guys really know how to party. A tempting voice spoke up again. Merlin, don't just sit there drinking. I'll arrange someone for you right away. Let's order some entertainment, he replied calmly. I'd like to see a beautiful woman break bricks on her chest, if you have that. Hobbs actually started flipping through the menu for it. They don't have that. How about a dancer instead? Just then, a delicate white foot, adorned with a sparkling gold anklet, stepped into the room. It was Corona, dressed in a seductive, barely there outfit. She addressed them with a soft voice. Gentlemen, please forgive my intrusion. I came uninvited to offer you a dance. I hope you enjoy it. Hobbs was all for it. Oh yeah, that's great. We're looking forward to your performance. It would be even better if you smiled while dancing. Pris chimed in with his own perverted request. Excuse me, miss. Would it be possible for you to dance on top of me? Kick it harder. Merlin was speechless watching these two perverts act like total clowns. On the outside, Corona kept her smile plastered on, but inside, she was basically a volcano of rage. If it wasn't for that knight snooping around, she would have ended these two pieces of trash with a single blow. Then, her eyes landed on something interesting. Seeing him just quietly sipping his drink, she started scheming. That Merlin guy is a pretty good actor. But soon enough, she'd have him completely mesmerized, and grabbing that key would be a piece of cake. Her delicate footsteps toward him. All right, gentlemen, try not to blink. And with that, her dance began. The silk ribbon in her hand flowed with every beat, a vibrant dance perfectly in sync with the captivating music. Finally, she blew a flirty little kiss. Hobbit and Brace absolutely lost their minds, screaming like they'd just met their favorite idol. Corona shot a questioning look his way, but Merlin just pursed his lips in silence, giving her absolutely nothing. She glided towards him, starting a seductive little dance, slapping the table to make sure he was paying attention. Merlin actually looked a bit surprised to see her climb right on top of it, but her scent just made him feel annoyed. He thought, what is this? This woman's perfume is seriously irritating. Corona leaned in close, tracing his jawline with her hand to tease him. Of course, the two clueless idiots in the corner immediately started cheering. Kiss her! Kiss her! Her hand began its sneaky descent down his collar toward his chest. Merlin shoved her away, completely fed up. He propped his chin up, looking bored out of his mind. So lame. Corona just faked a laugh to hide how badly she'd just failed. Are you saying I'm not seductive enough for you? He asked. Merlin offered a polite explanation. Everyone has their own taste. Why don't you go bother those two over there? Then he just had to ask, how old are you, anyway? Oh, how rude, she cooed, trying to imitate the waitresses. I'll have you know I just turned 20. Merlin stood up, ready to expose her. Who are you trying to fool? The perfume you're wearing isn't something a young girl would use. Corona's face went bright red, feeling completely called out. Merlin, however, looked on coolly, not caring one bit about her embarrassment as he continued. And hey, let me tell you a little secret. The only women who hit on me are either middle-aged or straight-up old ladies. You could see the rage building in Corona's eyes, but he just casually kept poking the bear. So which one are you? Just then, Helena suddenly walked in, cutting off the conflict before it could escalate. My apologies for interrupting your fun. She bowed gracefully. Mr. Merlin, someone is here to see you. If you would please come outside for a moment. Hobbist immediately freaked out, shouting, Merlin, don't tell me your wife found you here. Merlin looked like he'd been struck by lightning, just as terrified. Alice? No way. This is the first time I've ever been to a place like this. The hallway was eerily quiet, the only sound being their footsteps. Merlin was sweating buckets. Thank goodness it's not Alice. That protector of justice would nag me to death. Helena led the way, lifting her skirt as she descended a staircase leading underground. Merlin followed behind, looking more than a little suspicious about being led underground. He finally spoke up. Lady Helena, where are you taking me? You said someone wanted to see me. So, where are they? She answered coldly, If you would, sir, please follow me. I will explain everything. With a shrug, Merlin followed, though he was still full of questions. Helena stopped in front of a gate. We're here. This is it. He stared at it, still having no idea what was happening. She bowed respectfully. It's been a long time, Lord Lucifer. He was pretty surprised she knew his true identity. You're a demon? How did you recognize me? Not many of my own kind can see through my real face. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she got emotional. To her, there was nothing to hide. I have met Lord Lucifer before. 3 years ago, at the Seven Kings Conference, I was serving as a guard at the first Demon King's palace. I was accompanying my monarch. Merlin still couldn't figure out who she served. Helena stated her identity formally. I am Helena Fielding Phaeton, serving in the fourth Demon King's palace as a general. She placed her hand gently across her chest. I believe you are familiar with my monarch. He is your old friend, the great Demon King of the fourth palace, the Lord of Lust, Asmodeus. Hearing that name sent a jolt through Merlin. Him? He flashed back to seeing the guy performing on a stage. In order to save the failing economy of the fourth Demon King's palace, Asmodeus had decided to debut as an idol for the demon race. Using his female persona, he instantly became the national sweetheart for the entire demon population. There was even a time when men cross-dressing became a massive trend, all because of him. But fearing it would tarnish the evil demon image and draw the wrath of the Council of Elders, Asmodeus remains a dream goddess for countless men in the demon race. After leading Merlin inside, Helena gave a final bow. I will not disturb your reunion. Merlin glanced over as the heavy door slammed shut. He was now alone in a ridiculously luxurious room. He leaned a hand on the chair in the center of the room, looking at the mirror on the opposite wall and thinking to himself, a magic mirror, huh? Merlin sat down with a huff, muttering to himself, trying to be all mysterious. That's so his style. He sat down with a bored expression, casually crossing his legs and leaning back. All right, you can come out now. The mirror's surface rippled with magic. In it, the image of Asmodeus appeared, dressed gracefully as a woman. My friend, long time no see. Seeing him like this just annoyed Merlin even more. This Asmodeus guy hasn't changed one bit, has he? He shot back with pure sarcasm. Long time no see, Asmodeus. Are you still as charming as ever? He covered half his face with a fan. Heh, a year ago, who would have thought we'd meet again like this? Asmodeus teased cheerfully. And here you are, showing up at my establishment. My friend, are you feeling lonely? Merlin's witty comebacks were on full display. You cross-dressing pervert, having big boobs sure comes with a lot of problems. Suddenly, his eyes turned ice cold. Calling me a pervert? Without a moment's hesitation, he brought up an old story that made a certain someone bite right through their teacup. As I recall, the first time we met, you were staring at me all googly-eyed. You even gave me a little gift. Merlin angrily pointed at the mirror. How was I supposed to know you were a guy in a dress? Stop digging up my dark past. Asmodeus just burst out laughing. Okay, enough teasing. He fanned himself with a suddenly serious expression. Fine. As a friend, I'll stop laughing. I heard the elders are trying to impeach you for being lazy, huh? Merlin immediately put on his most carefree act, leaning back with his hands behind his head. Yup, I'm a gluttonous slacker just waiting to die. No way I can lead the demon race like this. So getting kicked out is only natural. He anxiously touched his neck. He couldn't just tell him there were no strong enemies in the Demon King's palace to sustain his life. Asmodeus pointed his fan at Merlin, his eyes sharp. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You used to be brilliant, exceptionally talented, but then you just changed. I really don't get it. He tried to persuade him. Do you want your throne back? I just need to write one letter and the Demon Council will reconsider. Merlin dropped the playful act and spoke with sincerity. My friend, thank you for the kind offer, but freedom is worth more. For now, I just want to live a carefree life. Though deep down, he knew the truth. No way. Going back there is just like waiting to die. If I want to stay alive, I might have to kill my own comrades. He repeated the word with a hidden meaning, freedom. So you become an adventurer? And the lowest rank at that? Merlin started boasting confidently. The less famous you are, the safer it is. You get it? 100 pounds of gold can't buy my happiness. Asmodeus rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. If you don't return, the Demon King's palace will remain without a ruler, and you'll be stuck with that title. The arrogant monarch. Merlin was quick with a suggestion. My 7 generals aren't half bad. They have potential to be my successors. Tell the elders to consider them. He analyzed it bluntly. Are you kidding me? A monarch's power has to meet a certain standard. Those 7 subordinates of yours clearly can't even beat me. My guess is, the elders will just beg you to come back when they can't find a replacement. So my friend, you really can't escape. Merlin knew he was right and let out a sigh. Damn. In a flash, he regained his superior aura. Did you really call me all the way here just to tell me this? Asmodeus casually hit his mouth with his fan, putting on a mysterious air. Of course not. I came to extend an invitation. Merlin's eyes widened in surprise. He announced cheerfully. To help the demon race rise to the top of the world, I invite you to join my cross-dressing team. Let's debut as a group and walk the path of glory. What do you say? Merlin roared in fury. I refuse! Asmodeus just cracked up at his reaction. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Merlin then hoisted a chair, issuing a challenge. Let's fight. These two change moods faster than you can flip a pancake. Dropping the jokes, Asmodeus frowned. Time to be serious. According to my subordinate's report, there have been signs of a revived Hell messenger on a nearby island recently. You've had dealings with Hell before, my friend. You should be careful. Merlin just waved his hand dismissively. Ha, it's fine. Who do you think I am? Even if the Lord of Hell, Satan himself, showed up, I'd still cut him down with one slash. The sound of their friendly chat echoed down the hall. Heh, you haven't changed a bit. Same to you. As their conversation ended, Helena, who had been waiting in the hall, stepped forward. Lord Lucifer, if the monarch wishes to see you, I will inform you. Merlin told her, don't call me Lucifer, I'm not the Demon King anymore. But she just wasn't having it. No, as long as the council hasn't chosen a new Lord of Pride, you are still His Majesty. Lucifer, your status is unchanged. Internally, Merlin was scoffing. Status? What good is status without any actual power? All he could say was, do whatever you want. Walking down the hall, he nervously asked, I'm worried I'll run into an acquaintance, Allie. Is there another path with fewer people? Helena then asked if he wanted to find Hobbist. Oh, heck no. He was definitely ditching those two perverts. No need, he said, trying to change the subject. So, you've worked for Asmodeus for a long time? Leading the way, she replied politely. This way, please. And yes, Helena was ready to explain her role. I was the Archon's personal maid, taking care of his meals and daily life. Merlin started crying on the inside. A maid? Why can't they all be like that? You see, Merlin's own headmaid was one of the 7 generals, responsible for taking care of the Demon King's needs. But her personality was a little much. He'd be getting ready for bed, and there Leah would be, already in it, saying the creepiest things. Your Majesty Lucifer, I have warmed the bed for you. Please have a pleasant rest. And at mealtime? I have tasted every dish, Your Majesty. There is no poison. Back in the present, Helena was getting weirded out by Merlin's intense stare. But in his mind, a brilliant plan was forming. If he could just break this curse and get a normal maid like Helena, life would be absolutely perfect. As they reached the door, she just couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Lord Lucifer, are you truly content being just a simple adventurer, living among humans? Is this all just to hide some secret plan? Merlin had no idea what she was talking about. A plan? She was all too happy to share her theory. To bring glory back to the Demon Clan, you willingly endured humiliation and abandoned your throne. You're laying low so you can blend in with the humans and then strike the enemy from within. That has to be it, right? Oh, Lord Lucifer, you care so deeply for our people. Enduring all this suspicion for the plan, you never give up. You are truly a role model for the entire Demon Clan. As she finished, a hand gently landed on her shoulder. He saw an opportunity and decided to just run with it. You're right, Helena. You're very clever for noticing all of this. This plan involves the fate of our entire race, so I can't give you details. You must keep it a secret. Hearing that, she got even more excited. Yes, Lord Lucifer, don't worry. I absolutely won't tell anyone. If you need any help, just ask me. Merlin turned to look at the moon, looking all mysterious. Actually, I do need a little help. Helena was brimming with confidence. Please, Lord Lucifer, tell me. I will do everything in my power to help. He began to spin his tale. Due to certain issues, I've fallen into debt, which is holding up the plan. It's been a huge headache. She was practically glowing with eagerness to help. How much do you owe? I can help you pay it, as long as the great plan to restore the Demon Clan can proceed as scheduled. He glanced back with a sly look. Oh, not much. Just a few tens of millions of gold coins. At that, Helena's eyes went wide, her enthusiasm completely vanishing. She quickly backed into the house, pulling the door almost shut, and didn't hesitate to say goodbye. Good night, Lord Lucifer. Please visit again soon. He was stunned. You change your mind faster than I can blink. What happened to doing everything in your power? It was dark outside as he scratched his head in frustration. Seriously? Suddenly, a faint sound came from the rooftops. Under the bright moonlight, the figure of Corona appeared. Oh great, someone using magic to hide in the shadows. Ugh, the original plan was just to steal the key. But no, you just had to ask for a death wish. This time, I'm not just taking back the Hell Legion's key, I'm also going to smash this creep's head in. Only then will I be satisfied. Meanwhile, Merlin was just strolling down the empty street. What should I eat? The shadow magic had already caught up with his footsteps. She slowly rose from his own shadow, weapon gripped tight. Preparing a sneak attack, she lunged towards Merlin like a venomous snake. You foolish black iron adventurer. Now, just die for me. Corona gripped her weapon with both hands and rushed at Merlin from behind. A sinister smile spread across her face. Just die already! Merlin felt a strange jolt and glanced back. He countered with his sword, insanely fast and precise, despite not knowing who was attacking. Who's there? His sword, still in its sheath, slammed right into Corona's stomach. Her face went pale with pain and shock. The force of the blow sent her flying backward, where she crashed through a pile of wooden crates. And there she was, sprawled out awkwardly in a heap of broken wood. Merlin gripped his sword, spinning into a battle stance, surprised to be followed. A woman? Why are you sneaking up on me? He then scratched his head in confusion as he recognized her. Oh, it's the old lady from before who was pretending to be a girl. Please stop following me. I really don't think we're a good match. Sorry about that. Corona, meanwhile, looked absolutely pathetic. She was nearly unconscious, her face contorted in pain, unable to even open her eyes. As Merlin's shadow vanished, she was totally baffled. Is this guy really a Black Iron rank adventurer? For real? You have got to be kidding me. Corona staggered to her feet, realizing her wounds weren't that deep. What a disastrous day. She had been completely duped by his adventurer credentials. The guy was clearly hiding his true power, making her solo key-snatching plan impossible. Behind Corona, a black hole materialized with a bizarre hum. She immediately dropped to one knee, showing total respect. Your Majesty, a voice echoed from the void. Corona, what is the status of your mission? She bowed her head, ready to admit failure. My apologies, Your Majesty, I've just failed. The opponent was too strong, likely a peak saint-level fighter. The shadow couldn't believe it and roared back. What did you say? Hans calmly processed this new information. Ah, so that explains why Bernan was utterly defeated. Move faster. The Empire's Seize Knights are already searching everywhere for our base. She quickly made a new promise. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Corona will not allow herself to fail a second time. Does Your Majesty recall the Frostbone Saint Dragon? Hans fell silent, then answered. Aesurum. Isn't that the guardian dragon of Eris, our former kingdom? This colossal blue dragon once clashed with countless powerful mages. The Holy Frost Dragon, one of the 6 great holy dragons, made a pact with the Elf King to become the guardian of Eris. But when the dynasty fell, thousands of mages from the Holy See sealed the dragon on Mount Benevis, where it slept ever since. Hansu, intrigued, asks through the portal, So you know where the Frost Dragon is? Corona's response is dripping with confidence. Not only that, I can also speak the dragon's language. I am fully capable of waking Aesurum from its slumber. Oh yeah, his plan is totally foolproof. With the dragon's help, no number of powerful fighters will stand a chance. I'm confident I can slaughter them all and take back the key to the Hell Legion, he says. Hansu is thrilled. Excellent. If Aesurum still honors the pact with my father, we'll be unstoppable. They're all doomed. Late that night, under a crystal-clear moon, Merlin finally makes it back to the inn he shares with Alice. Seeing him so late, Alice channels her inner angry wife and demands, Where have you been? It's so late, and you weren't at the guild either. But Merlin, ever confident, just starts spinning a tale. Oh, you know, I was just out for a walk, getting some fresh air. Alice's eyes narrow. A walk? Who do you think you're fooling? You've still got lipstick on your face. He panics, wiping his face and muttering, But she didn't even get to kiss me. That's it. Alice completely loses it, grabbing Merlin by the collar to vent her rage, leaving him utterly speechless and cornered. See? One little lie and you're exposed. And you smell like a woman's perfume. Where were you? Spit it out now. For a second, Merlin has absolutely no comeback. But then, he brilliantly flips the script. What right do you have to control me? Are you trying to interfere with my private life? Flustered, Alice turns away, her face bright red. Well, even if we are a fake married couple, if you're out seducing every girl you see, what will people think of me? Merlin gives her a baffled look, crossing his arms. We're not actually married, so why do you even care about this stuff? She snaps back, blushing furiously. I care a lot about what people say about me. Your bad behavior reflects on me. Merlin, always ready to push buttons, replies. All right then, I'll just be sneakier about my affairs. Alice shuts that down immediately. No way. Starting tomorrow, you're training with me. Stop hanging around with Hobbist all day. Merlin just smirks, teasing her. Aren't you afraid I might accidentally hurt you? Alice puffs out her cheeks. I've changed my mind now. Got a problem? Still sulking, she stomps back to her room. He just watches her go, thinking, Man, women's hearts are impossible to figure out. The next day, they're at a training area by a waterfall, looking pretty serene. For a moment, Alice collapses to her knees with a loud thud. Merlin just props his sword on his shoulder, hands on his hips, sighing. Hey, are you really done already? Using her sword for support, Alice wipes the sweat dripping down her face. I can still keep going, she pants. Merlin, not one for gentle encouragement, pushes her. Then hurry up. At this rate, when will you ever become a saint? She quickly regains her strength, charging at him with a loud battle cry. You don't have to tell me, I already know. Merlin just shakes his head. This girl really doesn't learn. You know magic is useless against me, but you keep trying it anyway. Their sparring match echoes with chaotic sounds, followed by a loud bang. You silly girl. Then, someone's scream rings out through the area. After a long training session, Merlin is chilling by a fire while Alice is sprawled on the ground, sobbing. Didn't you say you'd go easy on me? She wails. He glances over and tells her the brutal truth. I was going very easy, you're just really bad. Then he holds out a fragrant roasted fish. Want some fish? Through her tears, she whimpers. Gimme a bite. Alice pushes herself up, struggling into a faceplant position. But this kind of training is really effective. I've already improved a lot. Merlin, munching on his fish, casually remarks, You've still got a long way to go. He looks at her and starts giving some actual advice. Magic swordsman is too hard for you. If you switch to a mage or a pure swordsman, you might have a shot. Alice immediately fires back with a defensive excuse. My master is one of the top magic swordsmen in the world. If he could do it, then obviously I can too. Merlin gives her some serious advice. Your master isn't you. With that arrogant attitude, I'd say you should change your class as soon as possible. But Alice is dead set on her path. No way. When I started training with my master, I swore I'd become the successor of the Great Snow Mountain. If I give up halfway, I'd be letting him down. Merlin just thinks to himself, so stubborn. If only there was some kind of super potion he could give Alice to just boost her straight to the saint stage. He blurts out, or maybe if you had some kind of divine weapon. She goes quiet, thinking. Then she looks at him, a question in her eyes. Merlin, I have to ask, is the reason you're so strong because of your weapon? A year ago, Merlin told the Pope his sword was terrifying, but he himself, not so much. A real humble brag, if you ask me. Alice immediately called him out. Are you seriously asking me to trust the word of a guy who begged for mercy after a few scary words? He proudly held up his sword, declaring it the weapon of the king, proof of his demon lord status. But Alice just blinked. Wait, aren't you not the demon king anymore? So how did you even get this thing out of the palace? Merlin looked at the sword in his own hand and started his explanation. I'm used to it, he said. Besides, no one can draw the Van Tuong Giala, so he's technically still the rightful owner. So they'll just wait until a new king is chosen. Alice was completely shocked by this news, totally floored by the sword's real identity. Huh? So not just anyone can pull it out? Merlin, being the charming guy he is, just tossed it to her. Here, you give it a try. She carefully examined the legendary weapon in her hands and had a thought. She'd seen Merlin use it countless times, but this was the first time she'd been this close. And honestly, it looked like a cheap sword from a street vendor. She tried to pull it from the sheath, but it was stuck tight, making her gasp in surprise. Alice strained with all her might, but it was no use. Getting annoyed, she let out a battle cry to build up momentum, but the sword didn't even budge an inch. Staring helplessly at the sword, she thought, I used all my aura and still couldn't draw it. What a ridiculously weird weapon. Meanwhile, Merlin was having the time of his life, stretching leisurely. Just give up. Blue skies, white clouds, a nearby waterfall. It would have been a peaceful scene if not for the chaos of these two. All right, break's over. Let's get back to it. Alice immediately started whining. What break? I didn't get any rest at all. And so, their serious training resumed. Merlin, armed with a dry branch, pushed her hard. A little faster. Alice gritted her teeth, taking her lesson very seriously. She unleashed a powerful ice attack with her sword. Even Merlin looked interested. Oh? A new move? But then, something inside him stirred. His heart suddenly began to pound violently. Merlin was stunned, recognizing the all-too-familiar sensation. Not again. Countless ice weapons were hurtling toward him while he was totally spaced out. Merlin clutched his head in pain. This was bad. Alice's sword came swinging. He reacted instantly, ducking and tossing aside the branch as he charged toward her. Her eyes widened in surprise at his strange move. She swung her sword to attack but was also careful to dodge. Her blade grazed his arm, drawing blood. But before Alice could even react, he headbutted her, square in the face. She dropped her sword and collapsed, her head throbbing with pain. Ouch. Merlin clutched his heart, sighing in relief. The pain was finally gone. Alice was on the verge of tears from the pain. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You monster, you attacked me with your head. Merlin pushed himself up from the ground. Yep, you're absolutely right. Your chest is small, so you must be correct. Suddenly, the bloody wound on his arm began to smoke. Merlin stared, completely stunned. What the hell? Is it leaving a scar? This made no sense. Holy water, blessed weapons from the Holy See, none of that stuff ever worked on him. Alice glanced over, equally astonished. This sword was a keepsake from her master, and she'd never seen him use it, yet it could actually harm the Demon King, Merlin. As Merlin picked up the sword, he felt its gloomy presence. This blade is strange, it feels like it's rejecting me. And yet, he couldn't help but praise it. This is not a bad weapon. So why is it sealed? Alice, looking confused, just repeated his words. Sealed? Then she scratched her head with a goofy grin. I don't know. I stole it from my master. Merlin looked completely exasperated. Why would she just admit that? So Alice confessed the rest. I secretly ran away from the mountain. Back then, she thought she was a big shot, but real combat showed her she knew practically nothing. How could I possibly let my master see me like this? Merlin crossed his arms, getting ready to unload some good old-fashioned mockery. Well, there's a reason I call you a silly girl, you know? If I were your master, I'd be embarrassed for you too. Alice shot back, shaking her fist in anger. Oh yeah? And whose fault do you think it is that I'm in this mess? The sun had set, and the forest grew dark. He decided that was enough for one day. It's getting late. Training is over. That evening, back at the house Alice and Merlin were sharing, he carefully examined the scar left by her sword. Lounging on the sofa in his pajamas, Merlin quietly reflected on the fact that something could actually leave a scar on him. Moonlight streamed through the window, shining on the sword that Alice had propped up next to her bed. Seeing she was fast asleep, he continued his thoughts. That sword was special, not some ordinary weapon. After all this, could that girl Alice actually threaten my life someday? A few days later at the guild hall, Alice was fired up and ready to go. But she didn't forget to nag Merlin about his relaxed pace. Stop dragging your feet. You're going to make Lady Devony late. He strolled casually with his hands behind his back. Is this Dancy person really that busy? Alice huffed. Of course she's busy. If she's not out on a mission, she's in the library. You hardly ever get to see her. Alice dragged Merlin around, and finally she shouted, Ah, found her. And here we have Danny She, looking all prim and proper, sitting cross-legged with a book. Rocking a monocle and an Ice Queen stare, Danny snaps her book shut to finally speak with Alice. Long time no see. Hearing Rukia sent you, Alice gets all flustered, apologizing for bothering her so soon after her return. And here's the deal, suddenly Alice's head feels crushed by a mountain. To be specific, the two mountainous assets of Red City. Red City grabs her by the shoulders, laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Alice. Don't I even get a hello? Alice's eyes go wide before she snaps. You shampoo bottle! She glares at her with pure rage. Oh, so you're here too, you dark-skinned milk cow? Red City immediately backs away, looking terrified. Hey, Alice, what's with that tone and look? Do you really have to be so mean to me? It really hurts a person's feelings, you know. Her face bright red, she makes her case. I'm just bustier, luckier with men, richer, have a bigger house, and I'm not drowning in thousands of dollars of debt. That's really all it is. So why on earth do you hate me so much? Each word lands like a critical hit, making Alice cough up blood. Merlin leans in with fake concern, asking if she's okay. Already on the floor coughing blood, Alice glares. This Red City is still the same as always, still the second person she hates most. He gets curious and asks, So who's the person you hate the most? Alice doesn't hesitate to point a finger. Red City stays silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Alice, Rukia told me you got married? She shows off her armored arms and slowly approaches Merlin. It must be this guy, right? I'm already feeling a little spark. Red City tilts her head, sizing him up, and sighs. No wonder that kid Ano is nowhere to be seen. He probably heard you two got married and cried himself unconscious in the bathroom. Ha ha! Merlin breaks into a cold sweat just looking at her giant chest. Alice, oh Alice, if only you had half of what she's got. But she snaps back. We are not married! Right now, we're just husband and wife on paper. Red City smirks, unconvinced. Oh, really? Merlin quickly agrees. That's right, we're not married. Fast as the wind, Red City grabs his arm and presses her chest right against it, immediately starting to flirt. Well, if you two aren't a real couple, then this works out great for me. I totally have a thing for the studious type. She holds his arm tight, sandwiching it between those two massive hills of hers, and keeps on teasing him. Hey, little brother, isn't my chest way more comfortable than someone's ironing board? Big is always better, right? Poor Merlin turns beet red, totally flustered. This, however, makes Alice blow a fuse. She charges forward, pulls them apart, and screams, Stop harassing him, you shameless dark-skinned cow. You've gone too far. Without even thinking, Alice declares, He's mine. Awkward silence. Merlin is totally lost, repeating her words. Mine? Red City just smirks, seeing the slip-up and ready to pounce. Mine, Alice stammers, trying to explain herself. My husband on paper. So stop messing around and trying to seduce him. She smiles, her eyes crinkling. Alice's jealous little pout is actually really cute. She glances at Merlin and silently reminds herself, The one I like is the sword hero, Elgin. I could never ever like Merlin in my entire life. His good cooking won't win me over. Danny, having watched this whole circus, finally clears her throat to get their attention. She can't wait anymore. Everyone, can we please get back to business? I'd like to get to the library. Alice instantly feels a wave of guilt. Sorry, Danny, for wasting your time. A golden key is set on the table, and Mlin pushes it toward her. We got this key on our last mission. We were hoping you could tell us what it's for. Miss Danny, do you think you can uncover this key's secrets? She seems hesitant, unsure whether to take on the job. Even Red City gets curious. Is this key something special? Alice begins her explanation. A key that made two saint-level masters fight over it is definitely not going to be some ordinary object. Danny holds the key, stroking her chin as she analyzes its make and material. It's a relic of the ancient kingdom. Hearing this, Mlin is secretly impressed. She knew it was from the ancient kingdom at a single glance, just as Alice said. She's incredibly knowledgeable. Danny asks for permission, using her own magic circle to investigate. Please, allow me a moment to look into this. The magic circle is brought near the key. Suddenly, Danny feels like she's being dragged into another dimension. Her eyes fly open in shock and fear. The event is so sudden that she drops the key right onto the ground. Alice worriedly asks her, "Are you all right?" Danny waves her off. I'm fine." Meanwhile, Mlin notices the fall and bends over to pick up the key. Donnie Shi covers her mouth, looking worried. Was that just a hallucination? She suspects the key is emitting an aura that doesn't belong to this world. Danny Shi holds out her hand, making a proposal. "Mr. Mlin, could you let me study this key for a bit?" He's skeptical. And what if you take the key and just decide to run off with it? Model. Alice shot him a look, her voice serious. "Miss Danny isn't like you. Her only interest is in knowledge. I can vouch for her completely." The guy sighed internally. She would probably vouch for the Demon King himself. He finally caved. "All right then, fine." Danny bowed her head, adjusting her glasses. "Thank you for your trust, Miss Alice. I will definitely uncover the secret of this key, but I need to research some ancient books. Please give me some time, and I will report back to you both." 1 week later, on the snow-covered Mount Benevis, a harsh blizzard raged at the mouth of a dark cave. A man stood frozen solid, like a statue. These were the mages who had come here to seal the Frostbone Saint Dragon. The cave was filled with countless mages, all frozen in various dramatic poses. Corona fought her way through the blizzard and finally arrived. She scanned the area and knew this was it, the sealing place of the Frostbone Saint Dragon. Looking at the frozen army of statues, she had to admit even while being sealed, the dragon made them pay a heavy price. So many high-ranking mages, all buried forever in this frozen wasteland. What a waste. Standing on a high ledge, she announced, "Now, let's begin." Instantly, countless red runes blazed across the stone walls. Corona offered some encouragement. "I believe that once you are free, you will become an unstoppable force for this island." She began chanting in the dragon tongue, reaching out to the ancient beast. "Great Saint Dragon, sixth scion, ruler of ice, listen to my call." The cave shook with a deafening explosion. Corona was terrified, but she pushed onward with the chant. "Guardian of the royal family, who has slumbered for so long, heed my call and awaken." The Frostbone Saint Dragon's eyes snapped open. It was awake. The entire cave began to collapse as huge chunks of ice fell. Corona screamed in absolute triumph. "Descend!" A colossal dragon with immense wings soared into the air. She yelled its name aloud. "Frostbone Saint Dragon, Asarum!" It landed with an earth-shattering tremor, and the sheer pressure of its presence created a massive explosion. Corona yelled as she threw up a magical barrier just to stay on her feet. This aura! How in the world did those court mages manage to seal this thing? She truly couldn't imagine it. From its great height, the dragon looked down at Corona, who was nothing more than an ant. The Frostbone Saint Dragon growled, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Corona respectfully spoke in the dragon tongue. "I am Corona. Do you remember me?" The dragon immediately scolded her. "Silence, Corona. I can speak the human tongue. Do not use that atrocious dragon accent of yours with me." She was completely stunned and couldn't believe it. "Huh, so you can speak human?" She gave a little wave. "Long time no see, Asarum. I never thought I'd get to see you again." The dragon just roared arrogantly. "Who gave you permission to use my name so freely? Address me as Lord Asarum." Its roar nearly shattered Corona's protective barrier. She immediately clasped her hands and pleaded. "Yes, of course. My mistake. My sincerest apologies. Congratulations on regaining your freedom after 400 years. The dragon seemed to ponder this new information. "Is that so? I simply took a nap and 400 years have passed? Those pathetic court mages wasted so much of my time. How annoying." Its eyes then noticed something. "Why are you still alive? You should have passed the limit of a human lifespan long ago. And yet, your appearance has not changed at all. Did you humans invent some kind of immortality drug?" Corona pushed aside her hair, revealing horribly scarred skin and a damaged eye. The dragon understood instantly. "So that's it. You became one of the undead, didn't you? Tell me who controls you. As thanks for releasing me, I can help you take care of him." She kneeled down respectfully to explain. "There is no need. I was resurrected by His Highness Copperfield." That was a name the dragon remembered like it was yesterday. Copperfield, son of the former King Antosha. Ugh, Is that brat still not dead? Corona honestly reported the current situation. Yes, His Highness Copperfield survives on the blood of the spirit deer, and he still strives for the great cause of restoring the kingdom. Corona was oozing confidence in her little plan, and that included the dragon. This time she addressed him formally, hoping he'd lend a hand, but he wasn't having it, calmly shutting her down. Look, I only protected the kingdom before because of a deal with Antosia. That deal is done. Then, trying to sound patient, she adds, Lord Aram, I did save you, you know. He literally turned away with a scoff. You only broke my seal, and now you want me to rebuild your kingdom? Yeah, this trade doesn't seem very fair. Out of options, Corona had to switch up her game plan. Fine, Lord Asaram. I won't ask for the impossible. But can you help me take care of just one person? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, flashing a wicked, toothy grin. He happily agreed to this new arrangement. That sounds easy. You got a deal. But Corona, he mused, aren't you supposed to be some kind of top-tier human? You have an enemy you can't handle? For once, she actually hesitated. That person is very strong. I can't guarantee I can take him down myself. Looks like the Holy Frost Dragon loves a good challenge, because he was suddenly all in. Interesting. So where is this enemy of yours? Meanwhile, over at Merlin's place, it was the middle of the night. He was deep in dreamland when a jolt of electricity shot through him, snapping him awake. Merlin rolled right off the sofa and slammed onto the floor. He just lay there, face down, struggling to breathe. A wave of pain hit him so hard he couldn't react, clutching at his heart to try and ease it. Damn it, he gasped. The relapses are getting shorter and shorter. Back with Corona, she'd scored a deal she liked, so in her mind, the mission was already halfway complete. Don't you worry, she said. I'll make preparations for them to surrender. The dragon let out a booming laugh. Just leave your little enemy to me. You can watch from the sidelines. I will unleash the full power of the dragon clan and obliterate every single obstacle. Ha ha ha. At that exact moment, Merlin, woken by the curse, thought grimly, the curse is back. Merlin collapsed on the floor, panting hard. The sharp agony made him grimace, his hand squeezing his chest as he tried to bear it. The relapses had been happening way too often lately. Who have I even dealt with recently? Oh, right, that skeleton and the big crab thing were just undead. They can't soothe the curse at all. Thinking back on his kills, he finally realized the problem. Right, the Goblin Emperor. Of course, the enemy was too weak, so the curse-soothing effect was practically zero. Just then, a sleepy Alice stumbled down the stairs. It's the middle of the night and you're not sleeping? What are you up to, Merlin? The sight of him collapsed by the sofa made her scream. Ah, what is going on? In a flash, she was right by his side. Merlin, what's wrong with you? His face was pale, drenched in sweat. Alice froze for a second. The Iron Man Merlin was actually in pain. Now that was a rare sight. Did something go terribly wrong? She reached out to help him up. Are you okay? What happened? Don't joke around like this at night. You're making people worry. Was this what happened that other day, too? Merlin violently slapped her hand away. I can get up on my own, don't pull me. Still worried, Alice asked. What kind of sickness is this? Do you need to go to a hospital or something? He struggled back onto the sofa and coldly pulled the blanket over himself. It's fine. It's an old problem. It'll be okay in a bit. I'm used to it. The room fell silent, filled only with Merlin's heavy breathing. Faced with his stubbornness, Alice didn't know what else to say. She just gently tucked the blanket around him. Then she whispered softly, if this ever happens again, don't try to tough it out. You can just call me. The moment the words left her mouth, Alice paused. Huh? She awkwardly tried to take it back. I'm not worried about you or anything. We have a debt to pay off together. If you just drop dead like this, it'll be a huge headache for me, that's all. Right, that's the only reason, so don't get the wrong idea. Merlin's voice was ice cold. Not necessary. This reply just made Alice furious. Defeated. Alice turned to leave. He was exhausted, but Merlin still snuck a peek behind him, seeing Alice fumbling around by a cabinet. A feeling of patheticness washed over him. He was being pitied by this wannabe hero girl. I'm such a failure as a demon king. A moment later, a cup of warm water was placed on the table. Get some rest, Alice said quietly before heading to her room. But before she could leave, he called out, Wait, Alice. Maybe because he was so tired, Merlin's attitude was much gentler. Hey, let's not rest. Let's go find some work. Her jaw just about hit the floor. You, being hardworking? I'm not used to this. Isn't your whole style procrastinate until the end of time? Merlin forced himself to sit up and explain. After paying off the debt, there's not much left of the last reward. We can't just live on air. Earning a little more money isn't a problem, is it? Alice was secretly thrilled. Did Merlin suddenly become responsible? Was she a good influence? She replied happily, Of course, it's not a problem. Suddenly, Merlin's expression turned mischievous. Also, Alice, we're just roommates. You should probably pay a little more attention to your image. Looking at her figure outlined by the lamplight, he cheekily pointed out, "Your clothes are see-through. Look, I'm just not into flat-chested girls, okay?" Alice completely loses it, her face turning bright red. "What?" And then, a scream shatters the night. "You filthy pervert! Keep your eyes to yourself, you creep. Just go and die already." And slam. The door is shut right in his face. A fuming Alice dives under the covers, feeling totally wronged. That evil demon king is the absolute worst. She decides then and there to just ignore him and let him rot. Man, if only that other guy was her roommate. Downstairs, Merlin stares blankly at a glass of water, lost in thought. A crazy idea pops into his head. Alice. Could she actually be worried about me? But nope, he immediately shuts that down. Knowing her, she's probably just like that with everyone. The next day, Alice and Merlin make their grand entrance into the Ram Guild Hall, looking sharp and ready to go. The second hot best sees them. The teasing starts. Well, already joined at the hip? How cute. She immediately shoots him a death glare that makes him jump. Alice's voice drops to a dead serious tone. "I have a question for you. A few days ago, did you take Merlin to some indecent establishments?" Hobbes starts stammering, "We just had some drinks, watched a show, guy stuff." Alice immediately lays down the law. "You better stop right there. I'm telling you, don't you dare teach him bad habits while I'm gone. I absolutely refuse to let him go to places like that." Alice huffs, clearly annoyed. Merlin's being a bit of a stick in the mud. "Yeah," he mumbles, wondering if this is what being whipped feels like. His eyes then land on a D-rank request, fixing a fence at Lolo's farm. The pay is a whopping 2 gold coins. Alice sighs in disappointment. Seems like there are no decent jobs available. But just then, someone rushes in calling her name. It's Rukia, poking her head in. "Are you two looking for work?" "It's perfect timing. I just got a special request yesterday, specifically for you two." Alice is shocked. "A mission just for them?" Merlin looks just as confused. "Specifically for us? What does that even mean?" She explains patiently. "It's a special commission from the Adventurers Guild. The client can request a specific person to complete the job. Reputation is everything in this line of work. The more famous an adventurer, the more named requests they get, and the pay is usually way better." Hearing this, our guy immediately starts to puff out his chest. "Oh ho, seems I'm quite the celebrity. But Alice is all business. What's the mission?" Rukia quickly lays it all out. "Let's see. It's from the villagers of Sokra, at the base of Mount Nevis." She pauses dramatically. "They're being harassed by a giant dragon." This news gets Merlin's attention, while Alice yells in disbelief. "A giant dragon is terrorizing a village?" He thinks about it seriously. Ever since the other races moved south, seeing a true dragon in human territory has become incredibly rare. I mean, you see the occasional earth dragon or earthworm, but those are docile and mostly used for transport. A real dragon attacking people in this day and age? Something's not right. Rukia nervously continues. "Yes, and they say this dragon brought winter months early. The cruelest part is, this dragon eats people." Alice is stunned yet again. "It eats people?" Rukia gently pushes the request form towards her. "Yes, the wicked dragon demands they sacrifice young women for it to eat." Alice reads, her face paling. "Girls have already been taken." Merlin, on the other hand, seems intrigued. The pay is pretty good. "I wonder how strong this wicked dragon really is." Just then, Hobbist wanders over. "Huh? Are you talking about the dragon attacking Roker village?" He immediately joins the conversation. "Hobbist? You know something?" He's more than happy to share the gossip. "I heard from some travelers it's no ordinary dragon, but a giant of the ice element. Coincidentally, the Icebone Holy Dragon, one of the 6 greats, is sealed nearby. An image of a massive ice dragon appears in their minds, with chilling eyes and razor-sharp scales." Hobbes theorizes, so this dragon terrorizing the village might just be the legendary Asarum itself. Rukia freaks out. "What? You can't be serious. If it's really a holy dragon, only the 12 Swa Knights could possibly fight it." Hobbist grimly notes that even the knights would probably get wiped out. But the first demon king from the Swamp of Death up north, and he could probably take it on. Merlin cracks a smug little smile at the mention of himself. Heh. Alice is so not amused. Ugh, there he goes again, getting all cocky. Rukia clearly doesn't believe a word of this. "Hobbist, are you drunk or something?" He fires back. "Let me ask you something. You've heard of Avis, the holy dragon of light, haven't you?" She scoffs. "One of the 6 great holy dragons, on par with Asarum. Who doesn't?" He explains, "Years ago, the Holy See sent Avis to deal with Lucifer III, but that holy dragon never returned. The reason seems pretty obvious, doesn't it?" And with every word, you can practically see Merlin's ego inflating. "Oh yeah, he's loving this. Keep talking, tell them how awesome I am. You have no idea." Little do they know, the legend they're gushing over is right in front of them. Too bad only Alice knows, and she has had enough, slamming her hand on the table. Hobbes jumps, completely lost. "What's wrong?" she explodes. Stop talking nonsense. We're talking about a mission for us. If that dragon is really a holy tier beast, then there's no way they can take this job. Then she glares at Hobbist. And if anything happens, you'll be held responsible for your words. Got it? He starts sweating immediately. Well. Seeing the murderous look in her eyes, Hobbist gets even more flustered. Look, it was just stuff I heard, plus my own wild theories, okay? Don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. Merlin, however, is considering the situation carefully. If Hobbist's wild guess is right, this mission could be very interesting. It might even have a nice side effect on his curse. So, he makes an announcement. Miss Rukia, we'll take the mission. She warns him earnestly. But if it really is a holy tier opponent, you two will be in incredible danger. It's fine, he replies casually. Rukia gives up on him and turns her gaze. Alice, what do you think? She was hesitant, figuring Hobbist was probably just making stuff up. But a second later, she declares with full-on drama, and now someone has died. We can't just look the other way. We'll take this mission. Faced with their sheer determination, Rukia finally had to give in. Fine, but you two better be careful. And with that, she decisively stamped the approval on the paper. The S-rank quest to subdue the vicious dragon, with a reward of 20,000 gold coins, was officially assigned to Merlin and Alice. Early morning, as soft sunlight streamed into the guild hall, the sound of eager footsteps echoed through the building. Anat threw the door open and immediately launched into his cringy routine. Lady Alice, I have come to reclaim my heart, for you have stolen it from me. He squeezed his eyes shut, putting on a real show of heartbreak. I've been thinking hard these past few days. You must be rejecting me because my love just isn't passionate enough. He dramatically holds up a bouquet of roses, vowing to pursue her even more fiercely. He's sure she'll fall for him one day, except he's saying all this to Hop Best. Oh, hey, you're here? Alice is already out on a mission. The next sentence sent a deep freeze through his soul, with Merlin. His voice, full of envy and admiration, practically echoed all the way to the icy mountains. Merlin, you better remember my face. Merlin lets out a sudden sneeze. Alice gives him a weird look. What's wrong? Catching a cold? Merlin instantly denies it. How could I possibly catch a cold? This temperature is nothing to a demon. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking out loud, and somehow guesses right. Someone must be talking trash about me. Alice just stares at him, speechless. I can't even see you breathing out warm air. What are you, some kind of cold-blooded animal? His own words make him pause for a second. Then he quickly laughs and pulls off his gloves. Who did you say? Then he presses his warm hands onto her cheeks. Is a cold-blooded animal, huh? That move was like stepping right on her tail. The two immediately start bickering. Ah, it's so hot. So hot. Let go. See? Now you know. A demon's body temperature is way higher than a human's. Now that you mention it, this is actually pretty warm. Just warm me up already. Can't you handle this much? Aren't you from the Great Snow Mountain sect? What does that have to do with anything? You pathetic hero from a warm house. A moment later, Alice still couldn't get over the temperature difference, holding her cheeks and whining. Ugh! She chucks a bag at him with a thud. Merlin catches it, looking curious. What's this? She pouts and yells at him. Even though you're like that, I'm still giving this to you. Just looking at you makes me feel even colder. He silently stares at the red scarf, while she just keeps nagging. Anyway, you probably lost all your money betting on horses, so you can't even afford a scarf, right? He immediately fires back a tease. Why does this look so cheap? Annoyed, she tries to snatch it back. What did you say? If you don't want it, give it back. He gets serious. I refuse. For a demon, once something is in our hands, it's ours. Alice huffs and turns her back on him. Unbelievable. She lets out a soft breath. He looks at it for a long time, even as his hot drink slowly cools, when a tiny voice suddenly surprises her. Thank you. Alice can't believe it and turns to him for confirmation. Huh? What did you just say? But now he's just ignoring her completely. She starts to second-guess herself, thinking maybe she just misheard him. Alice snaps back to reality, realizing something is really off with her. Ugh, she taps her head. What was that weird fluttery feeling just now? The guy for me is the great swordmaster Elgin, not this petty, self-righteous demon king from the #1 demon hall. The strong winds carried an icy chill, and the snow started falling thicker and thicker. Alice shivers. Achoo, it's so cold. Merlin quietly observes her and makes a comment. The closer we get to the village, the colder it gets. Looks like this dragon is pretty strong. It can even change the weather. The carriage approaches the village, but a huge snow mountain blocks their path. Alice is stunned. What is that? Why is there a snow mountain here? Merlin has a pretty good idea why. Probably another trick from that giant dragon. Her face fills with worry. Could it really be the legendary Icebone sacred dragon, Aesurum? Merlin doesn't think so. We can't be sure about that yet. I once fought the luminous sacred dragon Aves. If this really is Aesurum, who's on the same level. He emphasizes that its magic wouldn't just create a small, simple snow pile like this. Nearby, a massive dragon with a muscular body floats in the air, its arms crossed. It grinds its teeth, lets out a cold snort, and then yells in frustration. Just one small village. This is honestly so beneath me. Corona approaches respectfully. My apologies, Lord Asarum, for allowing your glory to be tarnished. I truly deserve to die. The dragon, however, acts magnanimous. Forget it, humans are worthless to me. Killing a few of these pests won't do much for my legendary reputation anyway. But looking at the piles of bones and tattered clothes on the ground, it's clear just how many lives it's already taken. But they really don't taste that bad. The woman trembles in fear. This giant lizard would never willingly submit to humans. How in the world did the king even make a contract with it? Then she looks up to console it. Please calm your anger, Lord Asarum. Our target should be arriving very soon. It raises a claw, admiring the shine. Very good. Don't make me wait. It's been far too long since I've seen my old friends. I'm just dying for a reunion. After I've handled your little problem, I'm going to find my friend, Aves. Hearing that all too familiar name, the woman freezes in her tracks. Avis. It notices her reaction instantly. What is it? That look on your face tells me something. Speak. She immediately answers. Lord Asarum. I heard a rumor concerning Lord Aves, though I don't know if it's true, Corona says, choosing her words with extreme care. I heard that the holy dragon of light, Lord Aves, was killed by the arrogant monarch of the demon race. Before she can even finish, Azarum's eyes widen in pure rage. It lets out a furious roar after hearing the news. Nonsense! How could the demon race possibly be a match for Aves? He has absolute control over dark creatures. Just one arrogant monarch? Impossible. She struggles to stand her ground, trying to explain. Please, my lord, calm down! I only heard that after Lord Aves left to deal with the monarch, he disappeared without a trace. It growls, smoke rising as it grits its teeth, forcing out each word, my friend, then smashes its fist down, shattering the ground. Impossible. With that incredible power, the very earth shatters and flies into the air, forcing Corona to throw up a barrier to protect herself. It clenches its fist, making a decision. Forget it. Finish your business quickly. I'll investigate this myself. How tough can one arrogant monarch be? I have to see what he's capable of. She pants, catching her breath. It will be soon. Now we just wait for them to walk right into the trap. A hideous smile spreads across her face. Elsewhere, the sound of carriage wheels echoes on a road completely covered in snow. The carriage travels on, finally reaching the small village of Benevis. Alice looks around, taking it all in. Whoa, this snow mountain is huge up close. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Are you the two visitors? It's a girl named Annie, with an innocent face. Excuse me, are you Miss Alice and Mr. Merlin? Seeing that it's just a little girl, Alice gives her a friendly greeting. You know us? The little girl replies right away. My name is Simon Annie. I'm the one who hired you to defeat the giant dragon. No one notices the purple gas creeping toward them from under the wheels. A triumphant voice thinks to itself. Everything is falling right into place. The horse-drawn carriage rolls along the snow-covered road. While Merlin is focused on driving, Alice leans over to the little girl beside her, concerned. Annie, little one, what's the situation now? Can you give us the basics? Annie, shivering from the cold, begins to tell them everything that happened. It happened not long ago, she recalls. Her mind going back. It was a hot summer day, but then suddenly, it started to snow. The terrified villagers watched as a raging blizzard swept in, instantly turning their entire town into a frozen wasteland. Then a black dragon appeared, its massive wings creating powerful winds that blew everything away. The ferocious giant dragon dove from the sky, crashing down on the icy mountain. With its terrifying blue eyes, it brought death to many of the villagers. The giant dragon even demanded that we sacrifice young women for it to eat, or else it would completely destroy our homes. Annie wrings her hands anxiously. Because of the dragon's threats, several of my sisters have already been eaten, but it's still not enough for him. Tomorrow, it's my turn. In complete contrast to the girl's fear, Alice takes her hand with a confident smile. Don't worry. Now that we're here, we will definitely save you. Hearing this, Annie's face completely lights up with hope. I only sent the request as a long shot. I never imagined you two would actually come. This is wonderful. Merlin glances over at the girl, asking, Why did you request us specifically? The little girl replies, It was in the newspaper. It said Alice is the great hero who solved the Black Army crisis. Hearing Annie's praise, Alice's eyes light up as she pumps her fist. I'm basically famous now. Soon my name will be known all over the world. Merlin just rests his chin on his hand and scoffs at her. Oh yeah, Alice, the hero of kill stealing. Alice immediately snaps back, totally annoyed. It was a finishing blow. I explained it, but nobody believes me. How is that my fault? And Merlin is still fuming. Fine, her chest is small, she's totally right. Suddenly, a scream rips from Alice's carriage. What did you say? Meanwhile, villagers are using hammers to break through thick ice. Because yeah, that's gonna work. Father Simon, mid-dig, stops when someone calls for their dad. He glances over and sees his own daughter walking toward him. Why are you out here? It's absolutely freezing. He turns to his daughter and makes his case. I'm the village chief, so of course I have to lead everyone. Some pesky dragon decided to block our only way out. Breaking this mountain is our #1 priority. Mid-conversation, 2 people approach him. Excuse me, are you the village chief? He gives the 2 strangers a wary look. And you are? And cheerfully introduces them. Father, these are the adventurers I told you about. Maybe they can help us. Alice offers a friendly smile. Hello, Chief. We're from Westham and sent a request for us to come help you with your little difficulty. But hearing this doesn't make Father Simon happy at all. He waves them off. Nope, not happening. You 2 can just leave. You 2 have absolutely no chance against it. But Merlin? He wasn't fazed one bit by the old man's warning. He strolled right up and asked, So, I take it, you know what that giant dragon actually is? The old man's face was pure terror. I thought it was just a normal monster, but in the last 2 days I found out that dragon is one of the 6 legendary holy dragons. Alice was a little shocked by the dragon's resume. She thought, is it really one of them? Why would something so powerful bother a tiny village? Was it just bored or something? But Merlin? He was thrilled. Ha! This trip was totally worth it. Just leave this holy dragon to me. I'll handle the beheading myself. The old man, Chai Mong, had zero faith in him. He just pointed towards the towering, snow-covered mountain. That mountain was made by the Icebone Holy Dragon. Can't you feel the massive power gap between you 2? He tried to reason with them. I suggest you just go home. I've already sent word to the royal capital. We're waiting for them to send some Sosis knights. But Alice was already tired of his logic. She thought to herself that this Chaimong guy was unbelievably stubborn. The Sosis knights don't have time to respond to every little village's request. If they did, what would be the point of adventurers? The villagers, overhearing their conversation, nervously approached. If this keeps up, we're all going to freeze to death sooner or later. We can't hold out much longer, another one added. Chai Mong, it's no use. That snow mountain is impossible to break. Chai Mong rubbed his forehead, thought for a moment, and said, Is that so? Then tomorrow, when we offer the young maiden, we'll negotiate with the dragon to melt it. A girl named Anne gasped from behind Alice when she heard his words. Father! Alice couldn't stay silent any longer. How can you send your own people to die? Do you have any humanity left? But Chai Mong was out of options, closing his eyes in helpless defeat. We have no other way. What parent would ever want to feed their own daughter to a vicious dragon? He continued, we just don't have the power to fight it. And Merlin? He was just sick of Alice's naive sense of justice. Again, she was playing the righteous hero while these people were just trying to survive. Not everyone was as clueless as Alice. Alice was stunned by the village's desperate situation. She gritted her teeth, then yelled out with fiery determination, It's just a snow mountain, right? I'll destroy it myself. Everyone stared at her, and Chai Mong asked skeptically, You'll break the mountain? Can you really do it? Alice clenched her fist, her gaze unwavering. I don't know, but she gripped her sword and charged towards the mountain anyway. How will I know if I don't try? She swung her blade, sending a sharp wave of energy at the ice. But the attack was instantly deflected, sending her flying backward through the air. Alice reacted fast, twisting her body and using her hands to break her fall as she skidded across the snow. And after her full power strike, the mountain stood tall, barely affected at all. She was completely shocked. What? My strongest attack did almost nothing? The villagers' hopes crumbled. Chai Mong held his head in his hands. If we can't even break the wall the Icebone Dragon created, what chance do we have of actually beating it? Maybe if it eats all the girls in the village, it'll leave us alone. Alice, flustered, tried to rally them. Don't give up, Sir Chai Mong. He shot back at her. Then what's the plan? Alice hesitated. Then, as if struck by an idea, she pointed right at Merlin. He can totally win. No problem at all. Seriously. Merlin just looked surprised. Huh? Alice grabbed his collar, tears in her eyes. Don't forget that completing this mission is our responsibility. Merlin just turned his head away, completely over her drama. I know. He scratched his head and walked toward the mountain, muttering, What a pain. He walked along, touching the surface of the ice, when he suddenly felt something strange. He stopped, wound up, and threw a devastating punch straight into it. The impact let out a deafening boom, and the shockwave sent a powerful gust of wind and snow flying everywhere. The air was thick with flying dirt and rock. Chai Mong and the villagers strained to see through the chaos, desperate to know what happened. Merlin held his pose for a second, then stood up straight and shook his slightly numb hand. Man, this snow mountain is a little tough, Alice screamed in frustration. This is no time for jokes. A clear fist print was now embedded in the ice, with cracks slowly spreading out from the center. Chai Mong was so shocked he dropped the ice axe from his hand. Are those. The cracks rapidly spread across the entire face of the snow mountain. The sound of shattering ice echoed continuously. Merlin turned his back on the crumbling wall, put his hands on his hips, and shot everyone a confident smile. Now, what were you saying? Sunbeams pierced through the thick clouds, and after so long in the blizzard, the villagers erupted in joyous cheers. The snow has stopped falling. Ah, the sun! It's been so long! Meanwhile, Alice just stood there, her mouth still wide open in pure shock. Merlin walked over and gave her a sharp flick on the forehead, then turned away with a smug grin. You've still got a lot to work on. Alice rubs her throbbing forehead. Elsewhere, on the ice-covered Mount Benevis, freezing winds howl without end. Aram was just chilling out, taking a nap. But suddenly, its eyes snap open as if it sensed something. It stands and stares into the sky. Could Corona's enemy have finally shown up? Aram seems surprised, crushing the ice beneath its foot. They can destroy my snow mountain? Interesting. It spreads its massive wings, preparing to launch itself into the air. Aram rockets forward so fast it kicks up a blizzard of ice and snow. Meanwhile, at a hot spring in Roker Village, Alice is slowly stepping in for a soak. The warm water surrounds her body as she closes her eyes, enjoying the moment. Ah, so relaxing. But she isn't the only one here. Merlin, also relaxing with his eyes closed, speaks up. You know, for such a tiny village, this hot spring is surprisingly good. Alice, without a second thought, stretches and replies, right? The spot Annie recommended is seriously great. And then, a sudden, heavy silence falls over the entire area. Alice grabs a rock and smacks Merlin on the head, screaming, Why are you here too? They immediately start arguing. Hey, what's your problem, you crazy woman? I was here first. Hey, who said you could look over here, you pervert? Like I'd want to, don't flatter yourself. That's what your mouth says, but who knows what's really going on in that head of yours. After their little squabble, Alice seems a bit embarrassed. She moves behind a large rock to avoid looking at Merlin's face. Her face is bright red, her eyes peeking over the water with a hint of confusion. If Merlin hadn't shattered that mountain, the village chief never would have trusted them. They're both adventurers, and technically she's his senior, but right now she just feels like she's holding him back. Suddenly, Alice calls out to Min. He glances back and asks, What? Alice hesitates, a mix of worry and nerves on her face. How do you think I can get stronger? Like, a lot faster. In total contrast, Merlin casually gives her some advice. Take some potions. What was it, an experience elixir? A time potion? The tendon-stretching pill? The leg-lengthening draft? Alice turns away, completely unconvinced. Potions? That doesn't seem right. But then, thinking back on that list he just rattled off, Alice freezes. Wait a second. Was there a super weird potion mixed in there? Merlin immediately offers another option, but if you got a dragon tribe's inheritance crystal, that would be a whole different story. He continues with a grin. Not only would you get the body of a dragon, but you'd also inherit all of their insanely powerful magic. Alice is shocked hearing this from Merlin. Wait, some crystal can do all that? Merlin shrugs. Yeah, but they're incredibly rare, about as rare as me winning at the horse races. Alice raises her voice. So you're saying there's no hope? While these two are chatting in the hot spring, their room is being completely turned upside down, clothes tossed everywhere. Padded inserts roll and clatter across the floor. Turns out, Corona is frantically searching for something. What is this? I can't find it anywhere. Where did they hide it? And why are there so many chest pads? Suddenly, she overhears Merlin and Alice talking outside. I wonder how the research on that mysterious key is going. It's fine, you've got to trust the guy I introduced you to. Well, if we actually find a huge treasure and get rich overnight, that would be amazing. Can you stop daydreaming already? Corona realizes the key isn't with them anymore, and she clenches her fists in rage. Damn it, they gave the key to someone else. Was this all for nothing? Looks like I'll have to change my plan. Later that night, at Simon's house, he's holding a beer and smiling. It's nothing important. I just wanted to talk to you about Asarum. Simon puts his beer mug down. He asks Merlin with a serious tone, Can you really defeat Asarum? The situation is grave, but Merlin seems completely unbothered. Of course. Why do you still doubt my abilities? Besides me, who else is going to save you people? Hearing his question, Simon immediately gets nervous. No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. If you're that confident, Sir Merlin, then I'm relieved. I can finally tell you about the strange things that have been happening in the village recently. Merlin's interest is suddenly piqued. Strange things? Fear is written all over the man's face as he tells his story. It happened right before Asarum attacked us. The village priest told me that Annie had a dark aura on her, like she was possessed by a demon. Merlin, however, doesn't think this has anything to do with the demon tribe. Don't go blaming the demons for everything. It's probably just those fanatics from the Holy See spouting nonsense again. Has your daughter ever had contact with demons? Or has she ever been harassed by one? Simon slams his hand on the table. Impossible. Our village has no connection with the demon tribe. Most importantly, the very next day, the priest was murdered. They found his body in the well behind the church. The man mentions Aesrum again. Not long after that, Aesrum started harassing our village for no apparent reason. Merlin doesn't think that's nearly enough to suspect Annie, and just because of that, you started suspecting your own daughter? So, she looks pretty normal to him. But Chaimong wasn't giving up, laying out all the suspicious details. We all agreed to hire adventurers to help us through this, but Annie secretly invited you two. Something is definitely off here. Besides, we've never even heard of you two before, Merlin mused, stroking his chin. Fair point. Even if Alice was famous, her name wouldn't reach a village this remote. He suddenly changed the subject, asking about the girl's habits. Village chief. Does Annie read the newspapers often? Chaimong was surprised. No, the kid doesn't. Annie's never been to school, she can't read. Merlin recalled their conversation on the way to the village, how Annie said she read about Alice's deeds. The paper said Sister Alice is a great hero who saved the day. Merlin realized he'd been duped. The kid lied. But why would she lie to them? Suddenly, a massive boom shook the entire room violently. Merlin and Chaimong both lost their footing. Frost began to creep across the beams, spreading rapidly and chilling the air. The chief fell to the floor, his whole body trembling with fear. It's here. A colossal dragon with cold, sharp blue scales appeared in the sky. Fear washed over the entire village. The holy ice dragon has come. Aram's sharp claws crushed part of a house below. Aram spotted something, its sharp blue eyes flashing with pure contempt. Hey, insect, do you have any idea where a guy named Merlin is? Alice's eyes went wide with terror, her body freezing up before she collapsed. Alice couldn't speak. She could only think helplessly. I can't even move a muscle. Seeing her reaction, Aram bared its sharp teeth. Scared speechless, are you? How utterly pathetic. Her mind went blank, realizing death was just seconds away. Am I going to die here? No way. I have to live. There are so many things I haven't done yet. I haven't even been on a date. Aram roared, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow her whole. Just die. Alice was completely powerless. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately screaming Merlin's name. A streak of light shot forward, blocking Aram's terrifying attack. Merlin appeared in midair, kicking the beast so hard it was sent flying. His power sent Aram sliding across the ice-covered ground. Alice stared at the figure before her, completely stunned. She couldn't believe she'd been saved in such a life-or-death moment. Merlin gave a small smile, tilting his head and brushing his golden hair. Scared already? That's kind of embarrassing, you know. Alice just stared blankly ahead. She suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. After Merlin's attack, Aram was knocked into the forest. Its huge body lay sprawled out in the snow. Merlin casually turned back to mock Alice. You were scared by just that? That's seriously pathetic. Alice was being teased. But this time, she didn't get angry. Her face just turned bright red. She suddenly thought to herself, Merlin looked so handsome just now. Aram used its claws to get up, roaring furiously. You damn pest! Aram was determined to get revenge for that humiliating attack. It opened its mouth wide as energy started gathering in its throat. Alice panicked, seeing Aram charging up a magic attack. We're done for. But Merlin calmly dodged the stray energy blasts. Merlin spun around with a cold smirk, swinging his sword to create an energy shield that blocked the dragon's breath. Aram was shocked. It couldn't believe its eyes. My dragon breath. Seeing its reaction, Merlin confidently pointed his finger at it tauntingly. Heaven has a path, but you wouldn't take it. Hell has no gate. Yet you charged right in. He leaped up, flying straight towards Aram, shouting excitedly, Let's have a proper fight! Merlin dove into battle, leaving Alice still standing there stunned. She quickly snapped out of it, as if realizing something important. Oh, the sound of villagers' footsteps, running away. The thudding of boots echoed continuously. The people panicked. Help me, they screamed. Everyone, run! Just run as far as you possibly can. In the chaos, a woman holding her small child tripped and fell on the snow. The child in her arms cried loudly in fear. Wah! Against the dark blue sky, huge blocks of ice fell at a terrifying speed. In that very moment, a massive ice block was about to crush the woman. Alice rushed forward with her sword in hand. She swung her arm, shattering the block of ice, protecting the woman who was shielding her child. Alice turned back and shouted, Run now! The woman hugged her child, stammering her thanks. Thank you, Miss Alice. The man beside her urged her on. We have to get out of here. After saving them, Alice looked back at the battlefield where Merlin and Aram fought. She worriedly whispered his name. Merlin. A giant tornado roared in the night sky. The air constantly echoed with the sounds of Merlin and Aram's clash. Alice could only watch from a distance. A powerful being like Aram had to be left to Merlin. Right now, she had to focus on protecting the villagers so they could escape. Alice turned her head towards a voice calling from afar. Sister Alice! She saw Annie cowering in fear. I'm so scared. The giant dragon is going to eat me. Chaimong panicked when he saw his daughter run out into the chaos. Annie, it's dangerous over there. Go hide. Alice quickly approached Annie, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Annie, go find shelter with your father, quick. But Alice's concern didn't seem to have much effect. Annie just kept her head down, crying weakly. Oh no, Annie starts whimpering nonstop. Big sister Alice, please, you have to save me. A tiny noise gives it away. Annie's hand is gripping a dagger under her coat. Alice's eyes snap wide open. Something is very, very wrong here. She immediately launches a powerful kick, sending Annie flying into a heap of junk. Father Simon screams his daughter's name and lunges at Alice. What did you do to my daughter? Alice has no time to explain. Chief, sir, stay back, she thinks, lucky to be alive. If she hadn't been training with Merlin, there's no way she would have reacted fast enough. She shouts, You're not Anne. Who the hell are you? The dust settles, and a figure slowly steps out of the wreckage. Anne's face is now covered in cracks, but she's not concerned. In fact, she's smirking. And then, another figure appears, it's Corona. She raises her hands, faking total boredom. How dull. And here I was, hoping to play a little longer. Father Simon stares in utter despair at the scene. His beloved daughter was replaced, but when? What? Alice holds her sword defensively with one hand, using the other to stop the chief. He clenches his fists in fear and screams at her, Who are you? Where is my daughter? Corona just covers her mouth and giggles. Heh heh, you really want to know? She puts a finger to her lips, savoring his misery. Oh, her? She's inside the belly of that giant dragon. Hearing Corona's cruel answer, the shock is too much for him. Father Simon collapses to the ground with a thud. Alice is just as stunned. How is that even possible? Father Simon's face is a mask of pure panic, his voice trembling as he rejects reality. Ah, my daughter. Corona, meanwhile, is just enjoying the show. She casually introduces herself. Oh, I forgot to say who I am. I'm one of the 4 heroes of the former kingdom. Corona. Alice mutters the name and something clicks. The Dragon Tamer Thief. Why are you here? Are you here for revenge for A? Corona flashes a wicked smile. So it seems you know who I am. The moment she finishes speaking, she lunges. Corona swings her sword, and Alice quickly blocks the attack. Corona easily overpowers Alice, casually revealing her motive. No one is going to forget about him, you know. I'm here to take back the key you all stole. Alice is completely baffled by this reason. The what? The key? Alice swings with all her might, pushing Corona back. I don't know anything, she yells, but Corona just smirks, not believing a word. Haha, who do you think you're fooling? I knew you stole the key, which is why I deliberately led you here. Absolutely shocked by what Corona just said, Alice stands there stunned. Then her shock turns to pure rage as she confronts her. You killed all these people for this? And you call yourself a hero? Corona couldn't care less. In fact, she mocks Alice's innocence. A sacrifice like this is hardly worth mentioning. In the sky, sharp shards of ice continue to fall. The villagers who can't escape in time are crushed under collapsing homes. Father Simon is a sobbing wreck, still unable to accept his daughter is gone. Seeing the despair all around her, Alice grinds her teeth, her voice low with fury. Grr! Alice surges forward to attack. They clash at incredible speed, sharp blades swinging as the sound of steel rings out across the chaotic battlefield. Alice grips her sword, her eyes blazing with fire as she yells, Your evil ways! I will never let your twisted schemes succeed. Corona smirks, mocking her. You're just one person, but you sure talk big. Across from her, Alice just screams in frustration. Arr! She falls back into a stance, unleashing her special move, Extreme Ice Threes, creating 3 clones that charge at Corona. Their swords collide, sending sparks flying with a loud clang. Then, a figure is sent flying, smashing through a nearby wall. Debris scatters everywhere. In the ruins, Alice painfully spits out a mouthful of blood. Ah, seeing Alice too weak to get up, Corona walks over and stops right in front of her. I guess I might have underestimated you. She touched the wound on her face, seething, I can't believe a mere human could actually hurt me. Corona then tightened her grip on Alice's neck, making her groan in pain. She lifted her up like a cheap doll. If the key isn't on her, then her husband can just bring it over to get her back. Even through the immense pain, Alice managed to crack open an eye to look at Corona, spitting out each word. He is not my husband. But Corona couldn't care less about her explanation. Oh, how cute. You really think I'd believe that? Corona then called out, Come on out. A black hole appeared nearby, slowly widening as a foot touched the ground. A blue-haired man with a half-mask stepped out of the vortex. Yeah, this guy did not look friendly. What do you need? Corona turned and gave her orders. This woman is the bargaining chip for the key. Take her back while I check on Asarim's situation. The scene shifts to houses and trees getting blasted by swirling tornadoes. Asarim was unleashing a storm of lightning-fast attacks, but unfortunately for him, Merlin was just as quick, dodging everything with ease and a sarcastic smirk. Please, you're way too slow. This sent Asarim into a frenzy, flying around like an angry fly before channeling all his force into a single punch. A loud thud echoed as Merlin tanked the hit with his whole body, getting blasted straight down and slamming hard into a huge rock below. Asarum arrogantly declared, "You humans will pay a terrible price. I am Asarum, the Holy Bone Dragon, one of the 6 great holy dragons." The smoke cleared, and Merlin just stood up from the wreckage. "And so what?" he asked, dusting himself off with a sneer. "Your so-called holy light dragon is now my pet, obediently guarding my house for me." Hearing this, the Holy Bone Dragon roared in absolute fury. It swung a vicious claw at Merlin while spewing insults. "Aves would never do that. We would never submit to humankind." Merlin easily dodged, crouched on a rock for momentum, then launched himself upwards, shattering it completely. In an instant, he was like an arrow, shooting straight into the massive dragon. Merlin effortlessly lifted the beast into the air. Of course, for the Demon King's right-hand man, this was no problem at all. Asarum heard the words Demon King and his face went pale. He screamed out, "What? Don't tell me you're the arrogant monarch Corona mentioned." Merlin was calm. "And what if I am?" The dragon just kept denying it. "No way, it can't be." As Merlin landed safely, Asarum seized the chance to blast a bright stream of ice, but our hero just let out another bored sigh. Wherever the icy energy passed, sharp spikes of ice erupted violently from the ground. Merlin just laughed confidently. "I told you, magic is useless against me." It was then that he finally noticed the glowing dots that had appeared around him. He let out a surprised "oh." This was Asarum's real goal. The dragon swung its hand. Those small, sparkling orbs immediately shot toward their target. A thunderous explosion roared, and even Merlin was sent flying by the shockwave. He coughed loudly. "Damn it. If it wasn't for this curse, I wouldn't even need to dodge an attack like that." Asarum was stunned. "What? I hit you with everything and you're not even scratched? You're the first." Hearing that, Merlin got excited, beckoning him on with a grin. "Interesting. I didn't come to the wrong place. It's been a while since I had a good fight. Bring it on. If you're not as strong as my pet dragon, I'll be disappointed." Asarum was successfully provoked. It powerfully spread its wings, soaring high into the sky, ready for round 2. It used its wings to create massive gusts of wind, forming a giant tornado that pulled in Merlin. But he just stood there casually, mocking him. "Hey, thanks for the breeze, I guess?" The dragon roared back. "It's not over yet." Then, Asarum dove straight down through the center of the vortex. A huge bang erupted as its body slammed into the ground. Rock fragments rained down as the smoke cleared. Asarum froze, its eyes wide with shock, because Merlin was stopping its jaw with his bare hands, humiliating it. "Huh? All you do is open your mouth to bite. Are you some kind of poorly trained dog?" Then Merlin just threw Asarum to the side. "Sit down, behave." The dragon cried out in pain. "Ouch." Merlin adjusted his gloves. Is this all you've got?" Fresh blood trickled from its mouth as it could only manage an angry growl deep in its throat. So, it stubbornly flew back into the sky one more time. "I know you have a magic defense device, but even that has its limits." After speaking, it spread its wings wide, tilted its head back, and gathered all its energy, creating a blindingly bright sphere. Merlin witnessed this and was a little surprised. Asarum glared down below. "Next, everything before me will become a land of eternal ice, including you." The second he finished his sentence, he unleashed a cataclysmic blizzard with the force of a hurricane. Nearby, Corona was also witnessing the terrifying scene unfold. Based on her knowledge, she thought to herself, "That's glacial descent, the ultimate skill that froze more than half of Greenland back in the day." He actually forced Asarum to use his strongest move. A massive pillar of ice slammed down with a deafening, world-shaking boom. Asarum zipped around, a blur of pure power. And Moirin? Oh, he just stood there, admiring the light show. Instantly, paths of grass flash froze solid. A blizzard ripped past the nearby houses, bringing the Arctic with it. And as expected, the houses were instantly encased in ice. The locals freaked out, yelling for everyone to run for it. An old man stared in awe at the immense power, letting out a cry. And a second later, he was a complete popsicle. Whoops. Meanwhile, in a village far, far away, the night was still warm and peaceful. Total contrast. The sound of a broom sweeping. Rukia was cleaning up when a single snowflake drifted down. She held out her hand, completely puzzled. Snow? Already? Rukia looked toward the mountain with a sudden sense of dread. Were Alice and the others in some kind of danger? Back in the frozen wasteland, a black portal suddenly ripped open in midair. A slender arm reached out. Turns out Corona had teleported to safety. And oh boy, was she smug about it. Haha, so what if you're stronger? Against the ultimate technique of the Icebone Saint Dragon, you'll be nothing but a frozen statue. Well, let's see how cocky you are now. And just like that, Merlin was flash frozen by Asarum's power. Snow starts piling on, covering the brand new ice sculpture. Our hero is stuck inside, looking utterly dumbfounded. Asarum sees this masterpiece and can't help but grin. The fangs come out, followed by a deeply satisfied villainous cackle. Ha ha, it doesn't matter what cheap defense you use, no one survives my glacial advent. Corona, watching nearby, seems pretty invested. You can practically hear Corona thinking, glad I used that teleport skill, or I'd be a popsicle too. Asram is just soaking in his victory pose, looking all smug, but then a tiny crack appears on the ice right over Merlin's face. He lets out a single sneeze, and the entire block of ice shatters. Asram's jaw hits the floor, completely thunderstruck. Corona's eyes practically bug out of her head. What? But Merlin just casually sniffs. Phew, this cool air is kinda nice. Asarum grits its teeth, absolutely furious. It growls at Merlin. How? How are you completely unharmed? My ultimate attack can freeze the soul itself. You're just a demon lord, so how did you possibly avoid it? Who are you? Merlin's mind starts racing. If this monster is telling the truth, it's not just the villagers. Alice could be in danger. His face turns grim. But as you can see, I'm just a simple adventurer waiting to get paid. But even so, Asarum cuts him off with a roar. You're still trying to trick me? It unleashes an icy rage storm, powerful enough to freeze the whole region. Merlin just smirks. Somebody picked the wrong opponent. He answers with a single earth-shattering sword slash that creates a massive beam of light, deflecting every single one of Asarum's ice shards. This actually spooks the monster, forcing it to dodge. One slash splits the entire landscape apart with terrifying booms. Asarum is losing ground but thinks it has found a flaw. Heh, not bad. But that fancy sword draw technique. If you miss suddenly, it looks up to see Merlin hanging upside down, staring right back at it. In a state of total shock, Asarim's body is sliced in half. Huh? Why's the world flipped? And then it's just pieces raining down. Merlin calmly announces, yep. It was just a simple sword drawing slash, that's all. A strange light passes through him, and he smiles, delighted. This feeling, it has really been a long time. Merlin clenches a fist, enjoying his win. But then, some purple magic energy grabs his leg. He glances back, instantly suspicious. Well, what do you know? It's Corona, standing on Asarim's severed head. Merlin sneers at her. Yo, isn't this the obsessed fangirl? Corona flashes a truly creepy smile. That's right, Big Sister is here to play. And with that, she stabs a knife deep into Asarim's corpse. Merlin just watches, stunned. Corpse desecration? He takes a step back, feeling seriously creeped out. Ah, Corona's face is a picture of pure, twisted bliss. Finally, it's mine. She pulls a massive blue gem from inside Asarum. Merlin is stunned, the legendary legacy crystal. And then, to Merlin's horror, she opens her mouth wide. What? Is she gonna eat that thing whole? Down her throat it goes. A horrifying scream rips the air. Corona's body is evolving to another level, the change slowly beginning. Trembling dragon wings sprout from her back. Her eyes now hold a deadly, deathly chill. She's totally delighted with her new form. So this is the power of the dragon clan? It's amazing. By the quiet river, her amazed voice echoes. She can suddenly see everything for hundreds of miles around. And those new, long, elf-like ears, they can hear everything, even the blood flowing and muscles twitching in her opponents. It's ridiculously sharp. A menacing smirk spreads across her face. Hee. Satisfied, she reaches for the moon. This is the power of the dragon clan. Then she unleashes a terrifying power, overwhelming the area. Ah, this feeling, the rush of warm blood. I'm alive again. I'm finally not an undead spirit anymore. I have become something far more powerful than any human. Merlin's just standing down there watching this whole theatrical display. He can't help but chuckle. Haha, is this lady completely insane or what? Corona hears the taunt and locks her terrifying eyes on him. Who's crazy? She snarls. I was just about to settle things with you. Merlin senses trouble just as a powerful energy blast shatters the ground beneath him, sending him flying backward. Asarim's remaining parts finally fall into the abyss. Merlin is wary. That much destructive power just from a wave of her hand? Corona is absolutely loving her new power-up. Thanks to the legacy crystal, my power has blown past the saint level. There's nothing left to fear. But Merlin, completely unfazed, just throws some more sarcasm her way. Someone's pretty cocky after one lucky power-up. That jab totally gets to her. I could kill you right now, but I must have that key. So let me give you some good news. We have your wife in our custody. A less than trustworthy message was being transmitted directly into Merlin's head. If you want her alive, bring the key you stole to the volcano on the Socrat border. Show up empty-handed, and your wife is dead meat. Hearing this, Merlin looked skeptical. Then he just smiled, let out a long breath, and played his own card. Too bad, I have some bad news for you. You actually think I'd give up the key for Alice? You're seriously overestimating her position in my heart. Corona lashed out with a blast of magic. Merlin? He just stood there, calmly, and blocked it without even flinching. Corona charged in, completely unhinged, trying to destroy him. You truly are a heartless brat. You know, I'm starting to really like you. Wave after wave of attacks hammered down on him. If your wife has no use anymore, then I'll just kill her when I get back. But Merlin, with a determined gaze, dodged every single blow. His own blade flashed out, and in an instant, it was pressed against her throat. Oh, what's this? Weren't you the one who wanted me to hand over the key? Merlin taunted. How about you give me the crystal first? But even with a blade at her neck, Corona wasn't afraid. In fact, she looked even more wicked. She quickly unleashed the power of the Dragon Clan, breaking free from his hold. In your dreams, Corona declared, I'm even stronger than that giant lizard now, and then unleashed all her power to finish Merlin off for good. A puny little human like you could never defeat me. But somehow, he gracefully dodged every single one of her attacks. He then landed casually on a sharp ice spike that was pointing right at the sky. Oh yeah, he was ready to draw his sword for another round. A puny human like me is so terrified. Corona shot back with pure contempt. You're about to die and you still have the nerve to be a smart aleck. I will show you absolutely no mercy. But before she could finish, a bizarre power surge left her completely stunned. Merlin quickly put up a shield against the ferocious assault. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see. The entire area was now shrouded in a mystical darkness. Merlin was intrigued. So my perception of the outside world is completely cut off now? How interesting. Corona's voice echoed through the darkness. Behold, my ultimate technique, the Black Annihilation Formation. No one escapes this zone. Merlin's blade sliced through the mysterious void with a series of quick, experimental strikes. But something felt wrong, making him pause. It didn't feel like his sword was hitting anything solid. He easily shattered the ice shards coming his way. While he was getting his bearings, Corona seized the opportunity to sneak up behind him, but Merlin instantly reacted to the movement in his blind spot. He whipped his head around, his eyes razor sharp. Another masterful slash cut through nothing but empty air, Merlin said with a smirk. All right then, let's play for a bit. A split second later, he had to snap his head back to dodge a lightning-fast attack. Oh look, Corona was just floating above him, looking totally smug. You've got some skills. And with that, she rained down a flurry of attacks on him. Her mocking laughter just kept coming, but she was nowhere to be seen. Inside this domain, you can't possibly pinpoint my location. Let's just see how long you can last. Then, a strange sound started. 1, 2. Was Merlin counting something in his head? This enraged Corona, who shot towards him. How dare you call me an old hag? She was just about to strike Merlin from behind, whispering menacingly, Go to hell and regret this. And then another number was counted. 4. Merlin readied his blade, preparing for the challenge. And the 5th count. That one felt like the grand finale. And just as planned, Merlin aimed perfectly, slicing Corona clean in two with a fatal strike before she could even react, her face filled with pure horror. It was already too late. Nothing could save her now. But how? He just smirked, his voice dripping with challenge. Your technique doesn't just hide you in the dark, it also messes with an enemy's perception. It causes a 5-second delay. Am I wrong? As her entire body began to fade into nothingness, Corona only had time for one last thought. The power of the Dragon Clan combined with my ultimate assassination techniques. Her final words echoed with utter despair. It still wasn't enough? And just like that, the crystal appears. Snatch! Merlin grabs it with a ridiculously smug, victorious smirk. Real subtle. You clearly haven't mastered the Dragon Clan's full power. Now go to hell and think about what you've done. The precious gem is now safely in his hands. He proudly declares, Alice, you must be the daughter of the goddess of luck herself. Looks like the timeline for Alice hitting saint level just got a major shortcut. Once she becomes a mithril rank adventurer, those SSS class quests are basically guaranteed. All the townspeople who were frozen solid by the Dragon Clan's ice seal, they're finally getting their freedom back. Everyone is overjoyed. Wait, we're actually alive? Merlin watches on, looking just a little bit relieved himself. Just as he figured. With the ice dragon's power gone, the ice seal is broken. Now, only the sound of his cold footsteps echoes on the frozen surface. From high above, you can see a small patch of land completely smothered in ice and snow. Doe, carrying Alice, is completely unimpressed after watching the battle. That idiot Corona only used that much power? What an absolute waste. He spots Merlin on a cliff and can't help but get a little curious about this guy. So, who is this guy? I seriously want to test my skills against him. But even with my brother's ultimate combo, could we even beat him? The dude turns to leave, figuring the main mission is to get this lady back to base, completely ignoring the giant black hole forming right next to him. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on Doe's arm. He whips his head around, completely stunned. Well, look who it is. Merlin caught up, his eyes blazing with intent. Where do you think you're taking my wife? Just as Do was about to teleport Alice away, Merlin grabs him. Seeing she's unconscious, his voice drops. You want to take my wife? He pauses, gritting his teeth. Where? Do is just screaming internally right about now. Damn it, when did this guy follow me? But something felt off, and Merlin suddenly realizes his mistake. He grips the guy's arm tighter to explain. Correction. She's not my wife, she's my roommate. See, you all keep calling us a couple, so it kinda slipped out by accident. His eyes practically bulge with rage. Put my roommate down. Did you hear me? Do just scoffs. You're asking for it. The second he finishes talking, a slicing sound cuts through the air. Merlin just stares, confused. He looks down to see a severed arm on the ground. Turns out Do used his cicada shell escape jutsu, but not before getting in one last threat. I'll remember your face! Merlin can only shout into the empty air, and he's gone. Nothing but wind left on the field. Merlin drops the arm, completely annoyed. It was just a clone. That guy's annoyingly good at running. Back at the enemy base, a furious voice echoes through the halls. What? Copperfield absolutely roars with anger. Asram is dead too? Don't tell me a bunch of hidden masters have just decided to pop up on this continent after all these years. He slams his fist down. Useless. All of them are useless. Copperfield tries to calm himself down. The situation is getting critical, and there's no more time to waste. Do bows low, trying to calm the big boss. Your Majesty, please do not worry. Corona's death was not in vain. She left us a clue about the location of the key. He smirks, thinking of his prisoner. Now all they have to do is wait for that so-called husband to deliver the key himself. Meanwhile, Alice is still out cold, until she finally starts to stir. She realizes where she is and panics. What? She grabs her head, trying to remember. Oh, that's right, I'm a hostage now. Well, this is just fantastic. Alice decides she's not just gonna sit here and wait. She's gotta find a way out. She prepares to cast a spell, and yeah, absolutely nothing happens. Total devastation. Why can't I use my magic? I can't even muster any strength. Oh, great, it's a magic and aura-suppressing iron bracelet. Alice grinds her teeth. Now what am I supposed to do? Right now, besides Merlin, only my master could save me. But there's no way he knows I'm here. She thinks of Merlin happily bouncing on her bed and starts to wonder, will that slacker even bother to rescue me? Or is he already back home, claiming my bed for himself? She turns to face the wall, lost in thought. What if that key really does unlock some legendary treasure? Would Merlin just ditch everything and leave this place behind to live his lazy, carefree life again? But if the key isn't some amazing treasure, then he would definitely, no matter what, come and save me. She clasps her hands together in praise. Oh, mighty gods, please let Merlin stay poor forever. Don't ever let him become successful. Back with Merlin, he's suddenly hit with a strange chill down his spine for no reason at all. He scans the destroyed village. Looks like a pretty intense fight went down here. Gotta be Alice's handiwork. Suddenly, the village chief runs over, looking worried. Merlin! Mr. Merlin! Where did the Icebone Saint Dragon go? Is it coming back? Merlin just calmly reassures them. Oh, don't worry about that. I already killed that giant lizard, which is why the ice seal on all of you was broken. Every single villager's jaw hits the floor. For real? Merlin then spots something small lying on the ground. While everyone else is cheering and celebrating their freedom, he quietly walks over and picks the item up. Mr. Village Chief, I have a favor to ask you. The chief immediately responds. You saved us all. Anything you want, just say the word. Merlin holds up the item. I need to borrow the fastest horse in your village. At the same time, back in her cell, Alice is still deep in prayer. Oh, mighty gods, please hear my desperate plea. While she's concentrating, she hears a faint sobbing sound coming from somewhere nearby. Hoo-hoo. Alice cautiously turns around. Who's there? From the shadows, a small foot slowly appears. Looking closer, she sees a girl with long ears huddled in a corner. The girl's eyes are filled with tears, and she can barely speak through her sobs. Ah! Seeing her features, Alice blurts out, An elf? She looks confused. Why is an elf being held here? Sari doesn't answer. She just clutches her arms and begs. I'll be good. I promise. Please don't cut my wrists again. Alice tries to calm her down. Hey, don't be afraid. Look, see? I have the same iron bracelet as you. They captured me and threw me in here too. Sari starts to relax a little. So they only captured her to draw her blood? Alice, however, is not taking this well at all. For blood? Hugging her scraped arm, Sari explains that some purple-haired lady said her blood could be used in black magic to brew a life-extending potion. And hearing this, it all clicks for Alice. That's right, Bien did say they use elf blood to survive, but she never imagined they'd abandon all morals just to restore their kingdom. They'll really do anything. Sari hugs her knees, eyes welling up as she continues. I've been trapped here for over half a year now. My father must be so worried. When I first got here, the corpse of an elf, completely drained of blood, was right in this very cell. And with that, she buries her face and just sobs. Am I going to end up like that? Alice awkwardly pats her shoulder, trying to calm the poor girl down. She puts on a brave face, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm a tough one. My friend will definitely come to save me. And then we'll both get out of here together. Sari, however, is not so sure. Is someone really going to come rescue us? Alice was about to confidently say, of course, but then her brain played a highlight reel of her memories with Merlin. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm done being an adventurer. You can pay back that debt yourself. She remembered clinging to his shirt, crying and yelling. Don't go. You have to take responsibility for me. You bastard, if you leave me, I'll fight you to the death. You can't escape. Then another lovely memory surfaces. What are you thinking? Look at those shabby clothes. At least wait until your chest develops before repaying me. What this great master actually needs is this. Trying to sound convincing, she reluctantly explains, no matter how you slice it, he's my husband in name. So, I guess he'll probably come save us, right? Sari was, let's just say, skeptical. Really? Meanwhile, at the Vestum library, rain pours down as a single light glows from a window. Red City is dozing off, while Danny is in the middle of chanting a spell. The only sound is a bubbling potion. When the moment is right, she drops the key into the vial and continues the incantation. It immediately reacts, letting out a deep gurgling sound. Believing everything is going well, she shouts the rest of the spell. The item's eye opens, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The force grabs Danny's soul and pulls her into a memory. She finds herself in a desolate wasteland, with explosions echoing all around. From the distance, a woman riding a flaming skull flies toward them. A grim voice chants, "We gods offer our souls to the great Satan, to become the claws of hell. The souls within this righteous flame will burn forever, fearing nothing." This prayer seems to fuel her with even more power. The raging fire all around begins to burn even hotter. Suddenly, the stream of memories yanks her back. Danny lets out a piercing scream. Ah, the glass vial falls from the table and shatters. Bam! The loud crash startles Red City awake. Huh? The key is just lying there in a steaming puddle. Seeing this, a bewildered Red City asks, "What's wrong? What happened?" Danny is still in complete shock, her hand covering her mouth. This key is from hell. Red City just gets more and more confused. Huh, hell? At that exact moment, a dark figure appears outside the window. A curious Red City walks over and asks, "What is it? What happened?" Danny stares intently at the key and says, "This key." Her tone is dead certain. It definitely comes from hell. After hearing that, Red City is completely floored. Hell? That place is real? I thought it was just like heaven, something you only read about in books. Danny states her opinion plainly. I believe it really exists. Even though alchemy is popular now, theology has survived this long for a reason. Red City finally gets it and has to confirm. So the key that Alice and the others found isn't some treasure? Danny picks it up from the floor and replies, correct. Holding the key in her hand, she explains. According to ancient records, when the emperor of the Old Kingdom unified the lands, he borrowed power from hell. This is the key that was recorded in the books, the one that can open the very gates to hell. Red City starts to get worried. So isn't that incredibly bad? We haven't brought disaster upon ourselves, have we? Just as he says that, a strange noise echoes through the room. Click! They both jump and spin around to look. Ah! A figure, cloaked from head to toe, stands in the doorway. He steps inside, throws back his hood, and reveals himself to be Merlin. Lady de Vici, I knew you'd be here. That key from before. How is your research on it coming along? Recognizing him, Danny greets him back. Mr. Merlin, Red City, who's had enough scares for one night, complains, don't just sneak up on us like that. De Vici holds up the key and breaks it down for him. This key can open the gate that separates our world from hell. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. The entire nation will be in grave danger. Not the answer he was hoping for. Merlin sighs. All that work for nothing? It's not a treasure? Too bad. But Danny continues with her professional analysis. This is way beyond an adventurer's pay grade. I recommend you give it to the royal family or the Holy See and let them handle it. Hand it over to someone else? Oh, heck no. He shot that idea down instantly. Mlin lays it all out for them. No secrets here. Alice, he explains, has been snatched by goons from the former kingdom. They need this key to get her back, and the clock is seriously ticking. Red City and Danny start freaking out. For real? How did this even happen? After the panic subsides, the van gets logical. Okay, but what good would giving you the key actually do? She asks, trying to calm him down. The guild just sent an update. The Cis Knight Order has pinned down their base, and they're sure Alice will be rescued any minute now. Mlin immediately shut that down. I don't trust them to care if she lives or dies. Besides, I know for a fact I won't fail. In his mind, he's scoffing. The Cis Knights? Please. Who even knows how strong those guys really are? Seeing his absolute refusal to back down, the Vi strikes a deal. Fine. Just make sure you all come back alive. Connecting all the dots, she has a little epiphany. So, Mr. Merlin is actually in love with Lady Alice. He just offers a polite thank you. He says thanks. But you know what he's really thinking? If Alice dies, I'm the one stuck paying off all her debt, aren't I? Now that would be a major L for him. But Red Seedy, ever the blunt one, cuts right to it. Seriously, what can a black iron adventurer like you possibly do? And besides, are you so sure the enemy will actually keep their word? What if we give them the key and they just don't return her? He doesn't argue, he just smiles. Oh, then I'll personally send every last one of them to hell. Knowing she couldn't convince him, she just decided to offer some advice instead. Mr. Merlin, I won't stop you, but let me say one thing. Please don't get lost in some romantic hero fantasy. Merlin could only let out a heavy sigh. Before walking away, he glanced back. I'm no hero, and romance really isn't my thing. I'm just going to drag Alice back to do her chores. It's her turn next week, and if she thinks getting kidnapped is a good excuse, I'm not having it. Meanwhile, over in the dungeon holding Alice, the cell was surprisingly cheerful, filled with the sound of two people chatting away. With so many different races and cultures living together, don't you guys end up fighting all the time? Our United Kingdom is a council system. Every race has its own ruler. They use voting to negotiate and solve issues, so major conflicts basically never happen. Alice was pretty impressed by this. Not bad. She'd heard it was extremely difficult for humans to even enter their lands. Sari started to explain. The whole area is covered in dense forests, massive mountains, and huge seas, making it perfect for every kind of race to live. Before long, Alice was already best friends with her cellmate. Who knows what they talked about, but it got Sari super excited. Really? I'll take you there. My home has so many beautiful spots. But midway through, her happy mood just deflated. Ah, if only we could actually get out of here. Not letting her stay down, Alice grabbed her hands, trying her best to cheer the poor girl up. Don't worry, we are absolutely getting out of here, she insisted. Trust me. And that positive energy seemed to give Sari a much-needed boost. She smiled back. Yeah. The two of them, tireless, just kept on talking about anything and everything. Oh, right. I was just talking about my man. Ah, a baby donkey must be absolutely adorable. Suddenly, the cell door let out a loud creak as it opened. The two girls whipped their heads around, screaming in absolute terror. Ah. Seeing Alice jump up to protect Sari, the newcomer sneered. Well now, you two look pretty cozy, cuddling up for warmth, are we? Can I join in? I could really use some too. Seeing no response, Joy just smiled and held out a cup, questioning them. What's wrong? Not feeling very welcoming? Fine, have it your way. Miss Elf, I'll have to trouble you for your blood again. Hearing that, Sari's face went completely pale. Her eyes filled with tears as she begged. Please don't hurt me. Can't you show me a little mercy? He completely ignored Sari's desperate pleas and stepped closer. Mercy? Why on earth do you need mercy? Without even waiting for a reply, he kept going. You're still alive, aren't you? You should be happy about that. Alice, who had been watching this whole thing unfold, couldn't hold back anymore. What you people are doing is just too much, he repeated her words, dead serious. Too much. Joy held up a hand, reminiscing. Too much. I once cut off the neighbor kid's finger, and someone scolded me just like that. Seeing the absolute terror on their faces, he continued calmly. But it wasn't my fault, you see. My brother always said, only the strong deserve to survive. My brother wasn't wrong. And with that, Joy clutched his head and started screaming in a panic. I did exactly what my brother said. So why didn't those people forgive me? It clearly wasn't my fault. Why? 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 A moment later, his eyes shot up, glaring at her. You think it was my fault too, don't you? Being questioned so suddenly, Alice just stared blankly back at him. Huh? Wrong answer. Joy lunged forward, knocking Alice right off her feet. Sari, trembling by her side, could only call out her name. Miss Alice. Hit so hard her head was spinning, Alice could only lie there and groan. Ah, his mind snapped yet again. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I already apologized. Why won't you forgive me? And with that totally rational thought, he kicks Alice again, causing her immense pain. Ah, Sari can't take it anymore and screams, Lady Alice. Well, that definitely gets Joy's attention. Oh, you care about her that much? So why can't you pay a little attention to ME? Realizing her massive mistake, Sari is absolutely screaming on the inside. Oh, look, a new target. He starts walking towards Sari. If I don't bring your blood back, my brother is going to be so mad at me. But wait, Alice reaches out and grabs his ankle, which actually surprises Joy for a second. Lying there, she gasps out, Don't hurt her. He couldn't care less and just stomps hard on her head. Joy goes berserk, screaming, Why? Why? Everyone keeps getting in my way. Didn't I already apologize to all of you? Anyone who doesn't listen can just die. A heartbroken Sari can only whisper her friend's name as Alice gets beaten relentlessly, her face covered in scrapes and bruises. In this desperate moment, a voice rings out with a command. Stop. The madman actually pauses, looking confused. Ah, Sherry holds out her own scarred hands. She gathers every bit of courage she has to make a proposal. If you want my blood, then just take it. Please, just stop hurting her. Through the agony, Alice hears her and struggles to look up. She's furious with herself. Damn it, if only I was a little stronger, if I could just be like that guy Merlin. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, some guy named Copperfield is holding a chalice of blood, lifting it to his lips. Suddenly, the chalice smashes on the floor. Copperfield doubles over, coughing violently. Doe and Joy rush over, all worried. Your Majesty, are you all right? He just stares at his own arm, grumbling. Damn it, even the effects of elf blood can't maintain this body. Can our grand plan even still succeed? Fearing a royal meltdown, Doe quickly offers some encouragement. Your Majesty, don't give up. We're just one small step away from success. Once we get the fourth key, you'll definitely become the king of the new era. Joy chimes in from the side. My brother is right. Copperfield clutches his chest, panting, trying to pull himself together. It's fine. Compared to the pain of my nation's destruction, this is nothing. He remembers what Satan said, he just needs to get that final key. That single belief gives him a new surge of motivation, and my kingdom will rule the world once more. The great army of hell will flatten those traitors. But mid-hype speech, Copperfield suddenly senses something. Doe, we have guests. Getting his orders, the henchman replies, Rest assured, Your Majesty, my brother and I will go greet them. Outside, dust fills the air, and all you can hear is the thundering sound of horse hooves. Before long, the riders arrive at the base. One horse pulls ahead and stops. The man leading the charge is none other than Hudden. Bran rides up behind him to report. Lord Hayden, up ahead is the temple of the former kingdom. The rumors about recent activity here, it seems they weren't false after all. Hayden smirks. Excellent, they won't get away. But halfway through speaking, he feels something is terribly wrong. Just in time, Hayden parries a sword flying straight for him. His men scream out in panic. It's an ambush! Swords appear from nowhere, relentlessly attacking the knights, and yep, those are mummy hands gripping the hilts. He roars in anger. A sneak attack the moment we arrive? How fitting for a bunch of cowards who crawled out of their graves. And right on cue, the two mummy brothers, Doe and Joy, appear on a mountaintop. They combine their powers, unleashing a massive explosion from above. Hayden gets caught in the blast, yelling out in pain. Shaking it off, he threatens them, promising to show them the true power of a saint. His opponents aren't scared in the slightest. They just laugh, their voices dripping with sarcasm. The sky is completely clear, but then a strange whistling sound fills the air. Not long after, a bizarre rain starts pouring down. This left Hayden looking up in total shock. Before he could even process it, he and his entire squadron were blown to bits. The only ones left standing on the battlefield were Joe and Joy. Luckily for Bren, he was still alive, just groaning on the ground. He weakly tried to call out for his leader, but it was hopeless. Lord Hayden stared at the two figures on the mountain, completely untouched, and did some quick math. Yep, he and his knights never stood a chance against these monsters. Total miscalculation. He never thought the enemy here would be this strong. Seeing the newcomers get wiped out so easily, Doe couldn't help but sneer. Just a bunch of small fry. I thought it was that other guy, Doe chimed in. The one who took your left arm, brother? Suddenly, Doe felt a strange reaction in his body. Oof, the old wound is acting up. At the foot of the mountain, a figure appeared in the distance. The man muttered, You finally decided to show up, huh? The sound of hooves grew louder. Clip-clop. It was Merlin, riding his horse right into the enemy base. As Merlin rode through the rain, he sensed something off and reined his horse to a halt. He stopped to observe the situation. Hey! High on two mountaintops, two figures stood sword in hand, ready to fight. Merlin just offers a casual smirk and a hello. Came all this way to welcome me? I'm flattered. But this time, it's gonna cost you more than just an arm. Doe shot back with pure arrogance. Oh, I'll get my revenge for this arm, don't worry. Did you bring the key? Merlin, arms crossed, replies, Of course. Now where is she? Hearing this, the guy just sneers, raising his sword. Want to see your wife? Sure, that's not a problem, he says. But there are only two ways for that to happen. 1. You step over our dead bodies. He pauses, pointing his sword down before roaring. Or 2. You reunite with her in hell, and the sky itself begins to darken, as if matching Doe's rage. But Merlin ignores the empty threats, stubbornly trying to explain things. Like I said, she's not my wife. Are you seriously trying to get yourself killed right now? Doe isn't worried in the slightest. He just laughs out loud. Ha ha, even the heavens are on my side. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for us. With that, he calls to his little brother, Joy, who immediately chimes in, Yeah, my bro's right. And then he lunges, unleashing his ultimate move. Thunder Slash! The attack sends bolts of lightning hurtling toward Merlin. His poor horse takes the full blast, rearing up in absolute agony. In seconds, the horse is smoking, its eyes rolled back in its head. And Joy? He's celebrating. Haha, a direct hit with my ultimate move, even if you're strong. But he trails off, noticing a blur flash past. In a blink, Merlin is on the mountaintop, charging his enemy. In the next moment, he lands perfectly right in front of him. The second he touches down, he's already furious. Hey, that horse was a rental. How am I supposed to explain this to the owner? Seeing his opponent is completely fine, Do just seethes with anger. Damn it! How are you not even scratched? But Merlin pays him no mind, drawing his sword to strike back. Ready to die? But as he attacks, he realizes something is off. He's only facing one person, he thinks. Where did the other guy go? He scans the area and spots an odd puddle at his feet. Before he can even react, it surges upwards, swallowing him whole. Trapped in the water, he's already analyzing it. Water that flows up? While he's distracted, the water yanks his weapon right out of his hand. That's when Joy reappears, gleefully showing off to his older brother. Big bro, I snatched his weapon. Seeing his little brother's mission was a success, Do grins with praise. Ha ha ha, good job, Joy. Now he can't use his blade slash. He's not so scary. A flash of light, and he unleashes his own attack. Violent thunder burial. Convinced his enemy is no longer a threat, Do's face fills with contempt. I could beat you with just one hand. In total contrast to his enemy's excitement, Merlin just stands motionless in the rain without any reaction at all. A moment later, power erupts from him, lighting up the entire area. Seeing Merlin completely unscathed, Do loses his cool and starts cursing. Damn it, how is he totally unharmed? And in that instant, his other arm explodes into pieces. Do can only gasp in shock. What? As his brother loses another arm, Joy screams his name in panic. Merlin just glares at them. Well, it's not my dominant hand. He pauses for a beat, then points his sword right at the two of them. But for dealing with zombies like you, it's more than enough. Do wasn't done yet, though, launching a roll of enchanted cloth at him. You bastard! The cloth slams into Merlin, wrapping tightly around his face. The move was so unexpected that Merlin cried out. Ah! Do uses his mouth to pull the blindfold even tighter. Even if I can't kill you, he growls through his teeth. Joy can! His brother moves in, pressing a sword to Merlin's throat, but then Merlin bites the blade, shattering it and slicing through the blindfold. Joy just stares on in utter disbelief, his mind completely blown. Do has the exact same reaction. Before either can process it, Merlin is already moving, slashing his sword straight toward Do. Do is frozen solid, thinking to himself, it's all over. Suddenly a wall of water rises, and his brother leaps in front of him, taking the blow. Joy! Do cries out in horror, but Merlin's attack was already slicing through both of them. Seeing his brother struck down, Do is heartbroken. Why would you do something so foolish? The ever-loyal Joy just tries to comfort him. Sorry, big bro. But before he fades, he manages to get out his last words. When I die, I hope I can be by your side. As he finishes, his body shatters into a million pieces. Merlin watches, then quickly retrieves his weapon from the ground. All that remains of the twin brothers are two fragments of their masks. Meanwhile, a man named Bren had been watching the whole time, leaning on his sword for support. Having seen it all, he mutters to himself. To kill the twin swordmasters who killed Lord Hayden, was it really that easy? He stares at the young man, analyzing him. To use a normal sword with such godlike skill, to kill two saint-level experts instantly with pure, overwhelming power. Could it be? As the realization hits him, his eyes fly wide open. No doubt about it. This had to be the legendary figure everyone was whispering about lately, the great swordsman Elgin. And Merlin? He's just standing out in the rain, casually watching the whole show. Surveying the absolute mess, he thinks. Sir Sis, is this really all you've got? Suddenly, a voice calls out to him as Bran runs up, trying to stop him. Wait up! Merlin doesn't answer, his mind already calculating. A cry for help, huh? He figures one less problem is better than one more. Saving Alice is what matters. But Bran presses on. Sir, you fight for justice, don't you? Hearing that, our hero pauses his dramatic walk and cracks a little smile. Then, amidst the raging storm, he just keeps walking, tossing back one line. You guess. Meanwhile, a volcano smokes ominously, and the base outside is completely deserted. Stepping inside, a chill runs down his spine as lava bubbles below and a hellish gate cracks under the force of the wind. Whoosh! And of course, old Copperfield is up there laughing his head off. The gate of hell is reacting. That means the final key is getting closer and closer. The floor starts crumbling, sending rocks plummeting into the lava. Crash! Just like that, a huge chunk of the path is gone. Alice, naturally, starts yelling her head off. Hey, Baldy! Copperfield turns his bald head to look. She angrily shouts, What do you think you're doing? He just glares back at Alice. When your husband brings the key, I'll gain eternal life, and you two get to die together. Isn't it nice to have company on your way to hell? She just shakes her head from above. Not nice at all. Alice hears sobbing and turns to see Sari having a full-blown meltdown. Crying, she stammers out, "Lady Alice, are we going to?" Alice scoots closer to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, it's going to be okay." The chain suddenly groans and stretches. Right now, they're both trapped in a cage hanging over molten lava. The sound of the straining chain just makes Sari panic even more. "I was wrong. I was so wrong. I should have listened to my father and not run off." All Alice can do is try to encourage her. "Don't worry, someone will come save us." But Sari is too busy crying to listen. At this point, Alice is pinning all her hopes on one person, Merlin. She stares intently at the entrance. Will he really show up? Suddenly, Alice's expression changes. She hears the sound of approaching footsteps. And just like that, Merlin strolls in like he owns the place. He points a finger right at Copperfield. "Yo, old man, you must be the boss of all these undead creeps, huh?" Seeing Merlin sends a shiver down his spine. Why is he alone? Could Joy and Joe already be? Sitting next to her, Sari asks, "Lady Alice, is that your husband?" Alice completely ignores the question, her eyes fixed on him. She can't believe Merlin actually came. The guy is usually so heartless. Why would he go out of his way to save her? Alice blushes and shakes her head. Could he? Like her? No, no way. Merlin's voice cuts in. "Hey, you still alive up there?" He scrunches his face in annoyance. Women, always causing trouble for everyone else, but Alice wasn't about to take that, and fires right back. "What was that you just asked, Sari?" "So sorry, I don't have a husband like that." She glares, shouting. "You say all the mean things first. Don't you dare try to win my favor now. I'm never going to like you." "Not one to back down," Merlin shoots back a reply. "If you die, I'll have to pay off our debt all by myself. I can't let a foolish girl like you just kick the bucket and leave me with the bill." "Huh? My goodwill is only worth a few gold coins? I'm only here because we have a shared responsibility to pay off our debt." "Okay, Alice has had enough." She explodes. "Shared responsibility? That debt is your fault to begin with." Watching these two argue is making even Sari tired. Fighting at a time like this, their marital relationship must be rock solid. The chain lets out a groan and suddenly snaps. Alice and Sari cling to each other, screaming. They thought it was over, but it wasn't. The cage jerks to a stop. Both of them are pale with fright inside. Copperfield, leaning on his staff, looks down at Merlin. "So sorry to interrupt this touching husband and wife reunion." Hearing the word husband, Merlin snaps back. "We are not married." Ignoring him completely, the villain warns. "For your wife's safety, please hand over the key." Merlin pulls it out, looking skeptical. "I heard this key is used to open a door between hell and the living world. Is that true?" Copperfield looks a little surprised. "Humph. It seems you know quite a bit." High above, Alice looks down, wondering. Hell, the place where all human souls return. Could a place like that really exist? What would happen if the two worlds were connected? Down below, Merlin looks smug. "So? It's true then. Could it be?" He gives a scornful smirk. "You've had contact with an apostle from hell, haven't you?" Copperfield is stunned, taking a few steps back. "What? You even know about that?" "If you know about the apostles, you must have made a deal with hell too, right?" Merlin doesn't deny it, but drops a bomb instead. "Too bad. I already turned down that generous offer. I can be a king among my own demon tribe, so why on earth would I want to become a god in hell?" His words make the old man freeze. "What? If you're a demon king, why are you getting involved in human affairs?" Faced with that question, Merlin just plays dumb. This whole situation was complicated, to say the least. Alice seemed to realize something. "Yup," he stared the man down. "Don't tell me you've become one of Satan's lackeys?" Copperfield exploded with rage. "What do you know? The great Satan will grant me eternal life, everlasting youth, supreme power, and a whole army of promising flame demons. I will rule the entire continent. No, I will control this whole world." Alice immediately shot that down. "That key can absolutely not be given to Copperfield. Merlin, don't you dare." And Merlin tossed the key right at him. Copperfield snatched it, completely bewildered. Alice was utterly speechless, but Merlin wasn't afraid he was challenging him. "All right, I'll grant your wish. Just as you want. Let's see you dance for me with everything you've got. Show me your strongest form." Seeing this insane act, Alice furiously yelled, "Hey, Merlin, what is wrong with you? Why would you hand the key to him so easily? Aren't you just throwing countless innocent people into danger?" Sari, sitting beside her, was getting really worried. "Lady Alice, is your husband really here to save us? I feel like we're in even more danger than before. We're not going to die here, are we?" She turned back to look at Sari. No. He might look like an idiot, but he's incredibly strong, especially since he hasn't even drawn his slashing knife yet." Before Alice could continue, she was cut off. "Slashing knife? Isn't that an extremely basic skill that doesn't even need aura?" Sari's panic went into overdrive. "We're doomed. We're all doomed. The whole world is doomed." Alice tried to encourage her. "Sari, you have to cheer up a little bit. Merlin glanced at Copperfield. You have the key, so let them go. The man snapped his fingers smugly. I'll grant your wish. It's not like they can escape anyway. The prison box began to rattle and shake. Inside, Alice and Sari panicked. What's happening? Then it crashed to the floor with a loud thud. Seeing Alice crawl out, Merlin asked, Oh, it's been a while. You've already made a new friend? Ignoring his comment, she glared at him furiously. Why did you give him the key? You've really gotten us killed this time. Copperfield threw the key into the air and shouted, Handing the key to me was your greatest mistake. Your own arrogance has just cost you your life. The key slid right into the lock. Alice screamed in terror, Stop! But Merlin just laughed. Ha, the key has been inserted. Click. Copperfield was overjoyed. Come forth, my great hell flame legion. Conquer this world with your fury. Establish a new kingdom of the dead for your master, Satan. A monster's head poked out with a deafening roar. He laughed like a madman. I've won. I'm about to become the master of a new world. Not even the gods can stop my conquest. This world is now in my hands. The wall began to crack and crumble. Crack, snap. Alice let out a terrified gasp. Good heavens. The monster charged toward the two of them. Whoosh, the volcano bubbled violently. Boom. Sari smelled smoke and began to cough. Cough, Lady Alice. Alice covered her nose. What is this strange gas? She turned to look at Sari. Sari covered her face and warned her. Don't breathe this air in. It's dangerous. Merlin threw something to them. Catch! Alice successfully caught the sword. Thump. He then warned her. Take good care of yourself. It's about to start. Fire monsters began to appear. Boom. They gathered into a massive crowd. Whoosh. Merlin stood alone before them, looking completely unimpressed. This formation isn't half bad, he remarked. Copperfield sneered. You idiot. There's only one way out for you, and that's death. But before he could continue, a voice echoed. Is that you? Lucifer the Third? Footsteps approached. Thud. Each step cracked the ground. Bam. And there she was, Satan, appearing with an air of pure arrogance. Lucifer the Third casually noticed her. Alice wondered to herself, does she know Merlin? He just stood there silently. That's when Satan angrily spat out his name like it was poison. Alice and Merlin both sighed in perfect unison. Oh boy. A massive explosion erupted. Well then, Alice could only stare, completely shocked. And she immediately goes nuts the second she sees Merlin. You have to wonder, what's their story? Merlin just goes quiet for a second, his brain clearly buffering. And then, finally, he comes up with, Who are you? Do we know each other? Alice and Sari are just stunned. Seriously, dude? Meanwhile, Satan's fire monsters are growling behind her, held back only by her whip. Stay out of it, she orders them. I want to teach this one a lesson myself. And with that, she charges straight for Merlin. Whoosh! But luckily, he uses his cape to block the hit. Then, Merlin pulls out his own sword as Satan's whip slashes through the air. You dare, she snarls. You'll pay for that. And the rock behind him gets sliced clean in two. Merlin's jaw just drops. Yep, Alice is just as shocked. That giant rock got cut like a stick of butter, and right after, Satan starts relentlessly whipping at him. Bam, bam, bam. Merlin is getting flustered. What is going on? You've got the wrong guy. But she just leaps into the air and brings down a whip of pure lava. Oh, I'm not mistaken, she says. You're exactly the one I'm looking for. Just as things are heating up, a new voice chimes in. It's Copperfield, the leader of the Flame Demon army, hiding behind a rock. He angrily reminds her, Hey, I'm the one who gathered the keys to summon you. If you made a contract, you have to obey my orders, he whines. In response, Satan just points a finger directly at him. And just like that, Copperfield freezes up, too scared to say another word. What happens next? A giant explosion that shakes the whole area. Boom. Standing on a peak of lava, she issues a warning. Don't you ever dare to give me orders, you rotten old man. At this point, Copperfield just starts crying. Wah, but even through the tears, he tries to argue. You're not gonna kill me, are you? You can't kill your summoner. It's against the rules. Satan gets furious and points right in his face. Stay out of my way! Wait until I'm done killing this guy, then we'll talk. Hearing that, Copperfield immediately scurries back behind his safety rock. Okay, fine. Whatever you say, just beat him in a few minutes, okay? I need to hide a little farther away, he mutters. I find him annoying too. If he wasn't holding the key, I would have already. From down below, Merlin shouts up, still confused. Hey, I'm pretty sure you were the apostle from hell who showed up last time, right? This just makes her angrier. That was Chister. How could you hurt such an adorable little girl like that? Something clicks for Alice and Sari. Meanwhile, Merlin makes this incredibly ugly face, and Alice is like, what kind of expression is that? Satan conjures a giant fireball. Today, for Chister's sake, I'm going to teach you a lesson. With that, she merges with a fire phoenix. Whoosh! Flames instantly erupt across the lava field, spreading even faster with the wind. The ground itself is now completely on fire. And Merlin? He just calmly walks forward and stomps. The look on his face is pure scorn. Seriously? Is that all? He glances over at a flower made of flames. The flower falls to the ground, and suddenly flash, the area in front of him erupts in light, followed by another huge explosion. Boom! Alice grabs Sari and ducks behind a rock, trying to avoid the blast. Watching the explosion, Satan just laughs in absolute delight. Ha ha ha, so what if you can block my magic attacks? She gloats, looking extremely proud of herself. After the Crimson Lotus explodes, it unleashes a massive shockwave, more than enough to end your pathetic life. Satan's face twists into a cunning grin. Ha ha. But through the thick smoke, a familiar silhouette walks forward. The sound of footsteps gets closer, and out comes Merlin, casually dusting off his coat. You little fire demon, he says. Now you've actually made me angry. Satan just grinds her teeth. How is this possible? She immediately gives an order to the fire monsters. All of you, show him what we can really do. The fire monsters rise up, roaring. They all start merging together, forming one single gigantic fire monster. Whoa! Even Merlin looks surprised by this development. They're combining! Alice shouts, completely shocked, and Copperfield pokes his head out again. That fire demon is strong. This time, it's a guaranteed win. The fire monster charges towards him. It smashes its fist into the ground. Bam! The entire battlefield shakes, and Alice and Sari are thrown off balance. Ah, but quick thinking from Alice. She stabs her sword into the ground, creating a protective barrier. She looks on, absolutely terrified by this display. Such incredible power. The monster's giant fist is just stuck there, plunged deep into the cracked earth. Satan stands on the monster's head, directing it. She eagerly watches the fires below as a single figure begins walking out of the flames. It's Merlin, perfectly calm as he gets into a fighting stance, a confident smile on his face. He draws his sword with a clean shing. Satan's eyes go wide. No way. Merlin slashes the fire monster with his sword. A single flash, and the creature immediately collapses to the ground. Boom! A huge cloud of dust and smoke billows up. He looks down on it with contempt. Humph. Like cutting down a puppet. The real target got away fast, though. There's a sound from the rubble, and Alice pulls herself out, panting heavily. The monster is completely defeated. Alice can't believe her eyes. What? It's over already? The fire giant slowly begins to disappear. Bren, watching the whole thing, is absolutely speechless. A monster like that, taken down in a single hit. He truly is the great sword saint, Elgin. The last of the rocks fall to the ground with a crash. A wind blows through the ruins. Merlin just smirks. It's no big deal to cut down a puppet. Otherwise, all my years of training would have been for nothing. Suddenly, he hears a cry. In the swirling dust, Copperfield slowly staggers to his feet. Ah, the man is crying his eyes out in total despair. My great ambition, my dreams, my life's purpose. Field was now at the peak of despair, screaming, No, my 400 years of effort. Why can't I be the king of the world? Merlin just strolled over. He leaned in with a look of pure contempt. A guy who spends all his time bowing and scraping, begging for power, is fundamentally unworthy of calling himself a king. Hearing this, something clicks for the villain. Oh? Copperfield challenges, refusing to accept it. Don't you have any ambition to rule the world? If you agree, you can have endless money, women, and power. Anything you want. Isn't that a sweet deal? Our hero actually mulls it over for a second before saying, Yeah, that does sound pretty good. Alice, who's listening nearby, starts to panic. Huh? Is Merlin actually planning to conquer the world? A demon king is a demon king after all. But then he adds, Then again, it sounds like a real hassle. This one sentence completely short-circuits Alice's brain. Huh? Merlin lays it all out. If I wanted to rule the world, I'd have to wipe out countless opponents from every country on the planet. And even if I did succeed, I'd have to manage all that military, political, and civil stuff. Blah, blah, blah. He brushes off his hands with a sigh. Ugh, what a pain. Way too much trouble. I'm out. Alice is absolutely thrilled. Lazy enough to save the world. Long live laziness. Yes, Merlin. Keep up that exact same energy. Copperfield simply can't believe his ears. Who are you? Merlin just spreads his arms wide. Just think of me as an adventurer from Westham, busy trying to make a living every day. I've got no grand ambitions to rule the world or anything. I just want a normal life with food and clothes, that's it. The villain just starts to laugh. Copperfield's hands begin to tremble. I know who you are. I'm sure of it. Merlin looks genuinely surprised. Huh? He asks curiously. So, who am I? The villain screams with utter conviction. You're obviously a god. All three of them just stare, dumbfounded. He confidently shouts, I'm only a mortal. After all, there's no way a mere human like me could ever defeat a great god like you. Merlin, standing right there, just looks deeply concerned for the guy. With that, he turns and walks away, muttering, That's right. This is my divine punishment for defying a god. Haha. Merlin just watches him go. What in the world was that? Did I actually scare him into going insane? Alice steps closer. Why didn't you kill Copperfield? He's committed so many evil acts, death is too good for him. Merlin simply replies that the man's already lost his mind. A person with no dreams is just a walking corpse. And so, he concludes there's no need to kill him. By now, Copperfield has wandered far off, still laughing to himself. Ha ha ha. As the sun rises, our heroes return to the village. The people cheer with joy. Whoa. Villagers line up to thank Merlin and Alice. You are our village's great saviors. Lady Alice brought me back from the brink of death. We were so lucky to have you here. We would have never survived this disaster otherwise. We'll never forget your kindness for as long as we live. She just stands there, forcing a smile. Ah, ha ha. Alice replies to their thanks. You don't need to be so formal. This was our mission. The village chief steps forward. No, we are alive today because of you two. But then his face falls and he whispers, However, my Annie. She couldn't make it back. Alice tries to comfort him. I can understand how you must feel, Chief. I imagine she was a very lovely and kind girl, so I'm certain Annie wouldn't want to see you this sad. The village chief tries to stay positive. It's all right. There is still much to be done. Our home is waiting for us to rebuild it together. He then takes out a pouch of money. Oh, that's right. Lady Alice, Sir Merlin, this is a small token of our gratitude. She seems a bit surprised. Alice immediately tries to refuse. Ah, but you all. But they don't let her finish her sentence. The chief insists. Even if Annie truly did summon you, it's undeniable that you're more reliable than the Thorn Knights. Merlin snatches the money pouch with a snatch. He thanks the chief cheerfully. Well, thank you very much, Chief. Alice glares from the side. Hey, you! The villagers wave them goodbye. Farewell. Travel safely and take care. She politely leans back and waves in return. Alice immediately turns to scold him. What was that for? They clearly need that money to rebuild their village. Seeing her frustration, Merlin reminds Alice of one simple fact. Hey now, isn't this the reward we rightfully earned? Besides, you can barely afford to pay your own rent. Can you stop playing the righteous knight for a minute? He glances back as Sari slowly peeks her head out. Why did we have to bring this spirit back? Alice shoots back. She's Sari, from England. She was kidnapped by those horrible people and brought here. She looks inside the carriage. We'll head back to Restum to rest for a bit, then we'll take you to meet the Lord. They will arrange an escort to take you back to your homeland. Sari just nods. Seeing she's still scared, Alice reassures her. Don't worry, we're not like the ones who captured you. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll keep you safe. Sari replies, relieved. I believe you, Lady Alice. Merlin just sighs to himself. Ugh, when is Alice ever going to stop meddling in other people's business? She happily suggests to Sari. Then for the next few days, sleep with me. You don't mind, right? Sari gets a little shy. So, Mr. Merlin. But Alice just laughs. What's he got to do with anything? Ignore him, she says. Make yourself at home. Seeing this, Merlin's face sours immediately. What are you even saying, Alice? Don't I deserve some fair compensation? And just like that, they're at it again. Alice chews him out without mercy. Compensation for what? This is our house, Merlin snaps right back. I paid rent here too, didn't I? So I have a say in managing this place. As things get tense, Sari steps in to be the peacemaker. Oh, that's not a problem. If you two need money, just tell me. Once you get me to the elf embassy, I can give you 1 million gold coins as your reward. Hearing that number, Alice practically screams. 1 million coins, Sari says with a blush. Yeah, that's all the spending money I have on me. Alice isn't the only one stunned. Merlin is completely floored. Spending money? Wait, are you some super rich young lady? Sari's face turns beet red. I hope this amount is satisfactory, Mr. Merlin? He's quiet for a second, then strikes a pose, brushing his hair back. Protecting a beautiful lady is my sworn duty. The sheer cringe from Lynn makes both girls' faces drain of color, their bones practically rattling. Night falls, but the carriage keeps on rolling. Clip-clop. Sari's been out like a light for a while now. Alice watches her, feeling a sense of peace. She turns to Merlin. Sari's asleep, and right on cue, the guy lets out a yelp. Merlin gets this ridiculously smug look on his face. What was that for? Don't you dare use this nice atmosphere to confess your love to me. Oh no, he didn't. She balls up a fist, ready to shut that idea down fast. That's not it! Where does your mind even go? She calms down. About what that fire flame lady said. What did she mean by that? Alice glances over and his entire expression just darkens. Okay, what's with that face? Merlin bows his head a full 180 degrees. It was so hard for me to forget. Why does everyone keep reminding me? Seeing him like this, Alice starts to worry. What could possibly have this much of a hold on Merlin? Seriously, what in the world happened between him and Hell? He painfully begins his story from back when he was the demon king of the first hall. The scene rewinds. Merlin is standing in a forest. A creepy demon head pops up right behind him. Then, a surprisingly cute girl appears. She introduces herself. "You must be Lucifer the Third, demon king of the first hall? I am Chister, an emissary from hell." Merlin gives her a look of pure contempt. "Ha, an emissary from hell? What business do you have summoning me?" Chister puffs out her chest, then strikes a pose. She gives Merlin a flirtatious look. "I'm in charge of scouting high-quality talent, all to be judged and approved by the big man himself, Lord Satan. Lucifer the Third, you fit the requirements perfectly, so." Chister closes in as she speaks. Merlin feels a jolt, like static electricity. The guy coughs up a mouthful of blood. She stares at him, completely smitten. "Join us. Become a part of Satan's power, and you'll command a hellish army, many times stronger than your current one. And as for the salary, don't even get started. Plus, you'll have beauties like me to enjoy." She's totally crushing on him. But Merlin just screams back, "I refuse." Chister is stunned, but she doesn't give up and keeps pushing her offer. "Lucifer the Third, how about a quick trip to hell with me? I guarantee you'll love it." That's it. He furiously whips out his weapon and marches right at her. "Are you threatening me?" Chister frantically tries to explain. No, you've got it all wrong." But before she can finish, Merlin attacks. Chister screams in pain. Back in the present, Alice isn't surprised at all. So that's how it was. Merlin just looks up, thinking, "That's right. That female gorilla tried to kill me, and the fire flame monster must have found out. So this time she's tracked me down for revenge." He throws a hand in the air, looking totally determined. Let them come. I'll fight them all at once. Tell Satan to join in too." Alice just sighs. Yeah, this is 100% his fault. Meanwhile, in Restum, day is turning to night, but the lights are still on in Merlin and Alice's house. Merlin holds up the inheritance crystal, tossing it up and down. Sure, it's a treasure, but whether it becomes true, power is all up to Alice. Suddenly, a scream makes him trip and fall flat on his face. Old Merlin looks over toward the stairs. Upstairs, Alice and Sari are taking a bath together. Sari is blushing like crazy. "Miss Alice, please don't." But Alice doesn't care, getting all grabby. "Whoa, amazing. What do you eat to get like this? Got any secrets?" The two just tease each other. "That kind of thing doesn't exist." "Aw, really? What a shame." Downstairs, Merlin shouts up at them. "Hey, can you two keep it down a little? There's still a man down here, you know." He looks at the inheritance crystal and smirks. Speaking of which, Merlin drops a bomb. I wonder if this can improve Alice's scrawny little figure. Outside, a shooting star streaks across the sky. Right on cue, Alice sneezes up in the bathroom. Achoo. Outside, the sun has almost set. Alice is slamming her fists on the table repeatedly. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Merlin puts a plate down, giving her a warning glare. "Keep up that attitude and you get no dinner tonight." Alice isn't scared and snaps right back. "Humph. You jerk, Merlin. You only know how to bully people." Sari looks at the feast, totally impressed. A supernatural powerhouse outside, a perfect family man inside. It's such a huge difference. She takes a bite, and her eyes go wide. She can't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious." Sari praises him as she eats. "Mr. Merlin, you're amazing. Not just a master fighter, but a skilled cook too." He glances over at Alice, totally gloating. You see that, Alice? That's what a real compliment sounds like. Unlike you." She furiously snaps back. "It's just cooking. If you're so great, then teach me. I bet I could cook even better than you." Seeing them bicker, Sari happily chimes in, "You know, your marriage seems so happy. It really makes a person envious." Both of them immediately shout back, "Ass!" Meanwhile, at the Strait of Dover, waves crash as boats sail the open sea. The main character's boat sails toward a mountain up ahead. Gia speaks up. "This is our third cleanup mission here. From dealing with that alchemist to heading up onto the island. The fish around here have mutated. They're not just deformed and inedible, they're viciously attacking people." Another guy looks cocky. "Isn't it just one guy? Just let me at him. I'll punch him so hard his own mother won't recognize him." Gia gets hyped up. "Big brother, you have to get rid of him for good this time." "Don't panic," Max says, trying to sound cool. "I'm a pretty well-known soldier out there. Some little alchemist is no match for me, right?" Gia just nods along, pretending he isn't terrified. "You're the best, boss. I should have followed you from the start. Then maybe I could be as cool as you." But deep in the sea, glowing eyes appear. Max sees them and gives a warning. "Watch out, something's coming." Gia starts trembling. Suddenly, something leaps out, slashing Mac across the face and leaving a nasty scratch. A fish flops onto the deck, and Mac's eyes go wide with pure terror. The fish squirms around as blood-curdling screams fill the air. Then, the fish attacks Gia. He chokes out, "Boss, save me." But Mac just stands there screaming his name. "Gia." The poor guy gets dragged into the water, absolutely horrified. Behind him, the rest of the crew is also under attack, their desperate cries echoing across the waves. Help me, it hurts, monsters, Mac is just frozen solid. What the? He stares at the fish, unable to believe his whole squad was just wiped out. Then the boat slams into something hard, and Mac breaks into a cold sweat. He looks up and screams. A massive monster appears, raises its hand, and smashes the boat into splinters with a single blow. Mac is thrown into the sea as the current pulls him under. On a nearby cliff, a mysterious figure watches the whole thing, checks his watch, and smirks. Haha, seems this alchemical beast of mine is pretty powerful. Then the man conjures massive icebergs out of thin air. Oh, beautiful Lady Asmodeus, just you wait. I will definitely make you my wife. The sea grows calm again, as if nothing happened, with only the shattered remains of the boat left floating on the surface. That night, inside a brightly lit house, Alice finds herself cornered against a wall. Merlin leans in close. The elf is finally asleep. We're all alone. Alice starts panicking. What do you want from me? He gives her a sly grin. I want to show you my great treasure. She's blushing like crazy, but also scared for her life. Merlin just looks confused. What kind of reaction is that? Get your mind out of the gutter. I wanted to show you this. A bag of crystals spills onto the floor. Alice picks one up. What is this? That, he explains, is a Dragon Clan inheritance crystal. A rare treasure that can completely change your natural talents. She stares at it in shock. Huh? Is this the thing you talked about before? Where did you get it? He looks incredibly proud of himself. Found it inside the head of an icebone sacred dragon. Pretty neat, huh? He gestures to the bag. With this, you'll reach saint level in no time. You'll gain the power of one of the 6 great monster dragons, a super strong body, and a massive amount of magic, not to mention all the Dragon Clan's secret martial arts and magic. But Alice looks worried. If I eat this, will I turn into a giant dragon? Your appearance might change a little, Merlin reassures her, but the ancient books mention a workaround. If we grind it down and you absorb it in small pieces, you can use its power without going full-on dragon. He then adds a warning. Of course, this is for when you've already mastered the power. You have to digest this slowly. Patience is key. Merlin's eyes sparkle as he holds the crystal out to her. Alice, do you desire power? A wave of energy flows through her as she concentrates. Merlin watches intently. Well, it's been a minute. How do you feel? Are you feeling an immense power bubbling up from inside you? Alice is just panting heavily. Huff, huff. She looks at her body, totally confused. I don't feel anything. I feel completely normal. Merlin's mind is racing. This is weird. Anyone else would have their power exploding by now. Dragon transformation. Massive power spikes. Why is she having zero reaction? Alice suddenly gets an idea. I know why. You gave me a fake inheritance crystal, didn't you? He shouts back, furious. No way. I would never make that mistake. In a dark room, Merlin tosses and turns on the sofa, still stewing over it. Why didn't Alice transform? That girl better not have wasted such a priceless treasure. He hears footsteps and groggily opens his eyes. He mumbles, Alice, is that you? Bouncing your way over here? It's Sari. Merlin's eyes pop. Holy cow! Now that is a huge transformation, but her face is filled with worry. Mr. Merlin, something's wrong with Lady Alice. He slowly sits up. Oh, it's you. What happened? Sari urges him on. I don't really know. You have to come see for yourself. The room is filled with a visible aura of power. As the door opens, a blast of freezing air rushes out. Merlin looks around, shocked. His jaw drops at the scene. Alice is lying on the bed, her face twisted in discomfort, as the entire room is being encased in frost. Sari turns to him, panicked. Has Lady Alice ever been like this? She's radiating cold, she's pale as a sheet, her body is stiff as a board, and she won't wake up. What do we do? Merlin takes it all in and realizes what's happening. The power didn't disappear, she just can't control it. He strokes his chin, thinking he has to get her rampant magic under control. He turns to Sari with a request. Lady Sari, could you sleep on the sofa for tonight? She asks nervously. Merlin, do you have a plan? He gives a gentle smile. Just leave everything to me. She looks a little surprised. Then slam, he shuts the door. Inside the room, Merlin stares down a very unhappy Alice. He just rubs his head in defeat. Man, he really didn't want to do things this way. One wrong move and Alice would probably lose her mind when she woke up. Then, a ripping sound, followed by another. And so, Merlin gets into bed next to Alice. His magic immunity is the only thing that can suppress her out-of-control power just by being close. He tries to convince himself he's not taking advantage of her, just helping her control this inheritance crystal situation. She leans in and hugs him tightly. Alice smiles, completely satisfied. Heh, so warm. His face turns beet red as his heart starts hammering. Merlin panics, flailing helplessly. Nope, this is bad. Did my heart just pound like that? Oh, this is not good. It's definitely because I'm sleepy. Outside, the house remains quiet as the wind howls past. Dawn breaks, casting a warm glow, as birds begin to chirp. Alice is still sound asleep. Then, she starts to stir. Merlin watches her, chin resting in his hand. Sleep well, Alice? Still half asleep, she murmurs, mourning, and then it hits her. Oh. The color drains from her face as she starts to tremble. Alice lets out a piercing scream. Sari bursts through the door. Lady Alice! She freezes, seeing Alice lying on top of Merlin, and blushes furiously. Alice is equally stunned. Sari bolts. My apologies for interrupting. Alice tries to explain, her face bright red. Wait, it's not what you think. She grabs Merlin's shirt, absolutely furious. You! Why were you on my bed? He, however, is completely unfazed. What's the big deal? We are husband and wife after all. In name only, is what he was about to say before she kicks him straight off the bed. Then she dives under the covers, sobbing. Give me back my innocence, you monster, you pervert. How did this happen? Merlin sits on the floor, rubbing his head. Is this how you treat your savior? Alice peeks out, completely lost. Savior? Seeing her confusion, he finally decides to explain. Basically, she's too weak to control the massive power from her inheritance crystal. My magic immunity can stop the power from leaking out. Once you reach the saint level and gain control, this probably won't happen again. She glares at him suspiciously. So, you were just. And that's when a horrible realization dawns on her. Wait, are you telling me that until I reach saint level? He leans onto the bed, staring her down. If this happens again, you'll have to sleep with me. With your current abilities, something terrible will happen otherwise. Alice's face twists in horror as she screeches, I refuse. No way, absolutely not. She stomps away furiously. Merlin calls after her. What's the big hurry? Alice turns back, full of determination. Let's go! We have to train and level up. And just to be clear, she adds, so I don't have to rely on you anymore. I need to reach the saint level as fast as I can. He just smirks. What, is sleeping next to me so bad? He even mimes a little hug. You were wrapped around me all night, he teases. Alice lunges, grabbing his shirt. Ah, don't you ever mention that again? You hear me? Forget last night ever happened. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. My. A lover's quarrel this early in the morning? Alice jumps. Oh, Rossetti. Rossetti just laughs. Ha ha ha. Making everyone jealous, I see. Alice sees the two of them and greets them properly. Good morning, Lady Yvonne and Rossetti. Yvonne steps forward to ask, Congratulations on your safe return, Lady Alice. I heard from Mr. Merlin that you were kidnapped. Are you all right? Alice just laughs it off. Heh, I'm perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. Rossetti adds another jab. What could possibly happen to Alice? Look at her. That tea party dress has absolutely zero killing power against men. She was perfectly safe. Alice can't stop herself from retorting. You dark-skinned cow. And besides, I never asked him to rescue me. The van says her name sternly. Lady Alice. She looks at Alice with a serious expression. I hope you cherish the bond you two share. Mr. Merlin may be a black iron adventurer, but his resolve is something few others possess. Alice is completely taken aback. Huh. Behind her, Merlin looks a bit awkward. Eh? What's all this? Having said her piece, she turns to leave. Rossetti, let's go. We're out of time. Rossetti follows, okay. But as she leaves, Rossetti shoots one last teasing look back at Alice. Still confused, she asks Merlin what Lady the Van meant. He just dodges the question entirely. It means nothing. Just a simple misunderstanding. They travel to a waterfall and now stand facing each other. Merlin gives the first command. All right, try to manifest your fighting aura. Alice immediately agrees. Got it! She closes her eyes and focuses all her energy. Slowly, a pair of wings begins to sprout from her back. A smirk plays on Merlin's lips. Oh? Alice feels the overwhelming vitality. Amazing! Is this the power of the Dragon Clan? Merlin watches her intently. This is nothing. You'll only see the real results after the inheritance crystal fully evolves. He adds, and if you want to level up again, you'll likely need a catalyst. You're still way too weak. Alice is clearly annoyed. Humph. She points directly at Merlin. A catalyst? That's just a matter of time. I'll crush you by then, he taunts Alice with total contempt, as if you could do anything. Enraged, Alice charges him. How would you know if I don't try? She throws a punch at Merlin, but he just stands there, completely still. A loud thud echoes. And there she is, collapsed on the ground, sobbing. Mlin is absolutely speechless. A nice hard dose of reality, huh? The sun begins to set. As they walk home, he decides to rub some salt in the wound with fake kindness. Hey girl, listen, he starts. You're never going to beat me. Focus on paying your debt, that's more realistic. All she can do is cry. Suddenly, someone calls her name. Oh, isn't that Alice? Sue calls out with a bright smile. Out shopping for food today? I've got some really fresh cabbage. Alice's mood lifts instantly. Ah, Mr. Sue, I'll take 2 of those over there. The fishmonger calls out too. Miss Alice, this fish was just caught today. And from another stall, Alice, thanks for helping us catch that thief the other day. Even the neighborhood kids absolutely adore her. Big sis, come play with us when you're free. Alice happily greets them back. It's been a while. The evening sun casts a warm glow over everything. Merlin, holding a mountain of vegetables, glances at her with some surprise. Wow, you're surprisingly popular around here. Alice just grins. I'm only just noticing. Ugh, this is a bit heavy, you carry it, she orders. Merlin immediately reminds her. Hey, don't just order me around like I'm your actual husband. As they walk, someone calls out, Mr. Merlin, Miss Alice. It's their landlady. Seeing them, she walks over to chat. Are you 2 lovebirds out shopping for groceries? Alice cheerfully waves back. Ah, hello, landlady. It's been a while. The landlady waves back with a kind smile. I saw you 2 from all the way over there. Then she gives them a sincere compliment. You haven't been married for very long, but you're looking more and more like a real couple every day. Her words make Merlin and Alice freeze on the spot. His face twists in horror. A married couple? What the heck? I have never, ever considered being trapped in the tomb of marriage with her. Alice, standing right next to him, feels the exact same way. Is she serious? How do Merlin and I look like a couple in any way? Who would want to marry this perverted demon lord? But the landlady just laughs heartily. Oh my, you 2 remind me so much of me and my late husband. Could you do me a favor and maybe act a little more intimate? Hearing that, both of them shout in perfect unison. No! So she pulls out her ultimate weapon. I was thinking of cutting your rent in half next month. After all, it can't be easy for a young married couple to make ends meet. The second they hear half-price rent, Merlin and Alice are suddenly hugging each other. Is this the feeling of joy? He glances at her, looking like he's about to puke. She's blushing like a monkey. Isn't this just for half off the rent? Be a professional, he mutters. Her head is spinning from embarrassment. What am I so ashamed of? A little hug won't kill me. Just calm down. The old lady got exactly what she wanted. Yes, yes, this is the feeling. Thank you both. You've made me feel like I've gone back in time. The 2 of them let out a huge sigh of relief, and then Min gets an idea. Hey, he says to the landlady, how about you consider cutting next month's rent too, and we'll act even sweeter for you. Alice hears this and explodes with rage. Sweet my foot! This is my absolute limit. The landlady just blushes. Well, it's not entirely impossible. And now, they're back home. Merlin looks pale as a ghost, because Alice is holding a knife, looking completely unhinged. Chop, chop, chop. She uses the knife to utterly destroy a head of cabbage. Then she goes into a continuous slicing frenzy. The sound is terrifying. Merlin finally speaks up. What in the world are you doing? Alice replies coldly. Isn't it obvious? I'm chopping vegetables. Then she starts mincing. Clang, clang! He points right at her. Apologize to me, to the vendors, and to these poor vegetables right now. Merlin grabs her hand with a snap. He stops her, annoyed. Ugh, I can't watch this anymore. Alice freaks out. What do you think you're doing? How dare you? I'll end you. But then his touch softens as he guides her hand, teaching her how to chop. I refuse to believe you can't learn this. Alice's face flushes, her heart pounding like a drum. But of course, they still bicker. I don't believe it. Even if you were a pig, I could still teach you how to cook properly. Alice, offended, screams back, Who are you calling a pig? That lecherous demon is just using you. Merlin finally warns her, seeing she just won't sit still. At this point, he's convinced she's just messing with him. Alice cools down, saying, I'm not messing around, hurry up and teach. I'm listening very seriously now. Seeing this cute little scene, Sari, who's been spying the whole time, can't help but smile, and they still try to say they're not a real couple? I mean, don't they just scream head over heels in love? Anyway, the next day at the guild hall, everyone is just chilling, chatting, and grabbing some food. Merlin's got his serious face on, reading the paper. The official report says the Cis Knights not only returned victorious, but they also captured the mastermind behind the whole incident. The prisoner, Prince Copperfield, has apparently had a complete mental breakdown. Next up for him is a date with the Queen's judgment hammer. He sips his drink, thinking out loud for a second. You know, that Copperfield guy had some seriously bad luck. If it weren't for that ridiculously powerful underworld army, he could have conquered any country. Guess his timing was just off. Alice peeks at the crystal ball and hey, the Capitol's broadcast is replaying the whole event. Merlin, ever the gossip, leans right over. Oh look, the crystal is showing Bran up on the castle walls, giving a grand speech. But wait, he's saying every knight who joined the mission, besides himself, died a hero. And that the one who really saved the day was the legendary Great Sword Saint of Elgin. The twin sword saint who killed Lord Sahaddin and his men? Yeah, this hero apparently took him down with a single slash. And after that, those insanely powerful flame elementals barely lasted a minute before they were completely wiped out. That massive explosion back then was absolutely terrifying. Bran keeps explaining to the cheering crowds, "You all saw it for yourselves." And as for Copperfield's little mental snap, he thinks the prince was probably just scared to death by Lord Elgin's incredible power. So that makes him the true hero who protected our country. And with that, the cheers from the crowd became absolutely deafening. "Incredible! He's our hero! I'm a total fan now." They all start chanting together, "Long live the great sword saint! Long live the great sword saint!" Even through the crystal, the sheer conviction is kind of shocking. Watching it all unfold, Merlin and Alice just let out a heavy sigh. Alice puts two and two together. Wait, do the Cis Knights think that Merlin is the great sword saint of Elgin? It's a little too close for comfort, and he just hides his face in shame. Seriously? He's the former great demon lord, a name that's basically synonymous with evil. How did he end up as humanity's freaking savior? How is he supposed to face his old demonic colleagues after a PR disaster like this? The crystal is still showing the chanting crowds, then it suddenly winks out. The two of them let out a sigh of relief? Oh boy. Back at the castle, Bran is on the ground. The one who knocked him down, some guy with a goatee, who is currently screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut your mouth!" Bran stares blankly, completely stunned. It's Knight Commander Franklin. And Franklin is livid, pointing right in his face and yelling, "What right does this scum have to represent the Cis Knights? We finally get a chance to boost our reputation, and look at the nonsense you just spouted." Franklin's accusations are relentless. Anyone who betrays the Night Order betrays the Queen herself. He then draws his sword. "And now, in the name of treason, I will pass judgment on you." He raises the sword high. "Go repent in the afterlife, you traitor Chapman." All Bran can do is throw up his arm in a desperate attempt to block the blow. The blade slices through the air, heading straight for him. But instead of a bloody scene, there's just a loud, strange clang. A second sword is now embedded in the ground, inches from Bran's face. Franklin sees it and his expression turns to pure fear. This sword is. Black feathers begin to drift down from the sky. And there, descending from the heavens, is a massive, majestic eagle, kicking up dust and wind. Whoa, what's going on? The eagle's talons crack the very ground it lands on. It tilts its head, coolly observing the situation. A pair of elegant legs steps down from the eagle's back. The figure that appears is Mayhi, with her brilliant red hair. Bran can't believe his eyes. "Lady Mayhi," Franklin immediately starts sputtering excuses. "Lord Chapman here was defying orders, spouting words that harm the reputation of the knights. It's disrespectful to Her Majesty the Queen. He deserves to be executed." Her eyes are blazing with fury. Then comes a sharp slap across his face that sends him staggering to the ground. Mayhi's voice is ice cold. "You idiot, Franklin. Look at the mess you've made. Are you trying to make the Queen a target for public ridicule?" He just holds his face, trembling. "My lady, you know it too. This great Sword Saint Elgin's reputation is growing too big. It's starting to threaten the position of our Night Order," he says, pointing at Bran. "He was speaking up for that Sword Saint. If he's not a traitor, then what is he?" She gives him a look that could turn him to stone. As the crowd below begins to whisper amongst themselves, Mayhi speaks plainly. "It is thanks to Chapman that the honor of our Night Order hasn't been tarnished in the slightest." She pulls the other sword from the ground, aiming it at Franklin. She proceeds to call out every one of his lies. "You're the one who's wrong here, using such pathetic methods to steal credit and deceive everyone. This whole ridiculous display proves it. You aren't worthy of being a knight. Your actions will only bring shame upon the Queen. And because of you, the honor of the entire Night Order has been disgraced." He just stammers, speechless. "Lady Mayhi, we are the Queen's sharpest sword, if our standing is shaken," but she immediately cuts him off. "That's enough, Franklin. Don't you think this is embarrassing enough?" he sputtered, trying to deny it all. "I'll be taking this straight to the Queen." And with that, he dramatically spun around and stormed off. But our girl? Couldn't have cared less, immediately asking Bren, "Are you all right?" He quickly stammered his thanks. "Ah, thank you, my lady." She then stepped toward the castle, ready to greet the people below. "Greetings, everyone. I am the commander of the Cis Mayfield Night Order." And then, she began to set the record straight. "For the trouble that Knight Captain Franklin caused just now, I sincerely apologize. Regarding this recent crusade, as the #1 Briar Knight, I want to express my gratitude to the great swordsman, Elgin." She raised a hand, posing a sharp question. "Some wanderers won't even show their faces or names. Can they really be trusted by the people?" Elsewhere, Alice saw the orb flicker back to life. "Ah, the image is back." Mine was surprised. "Hey, it's a different person speaking." She drove her point home. "Please, keep your faith in our Night Order. We will prove with our actions who your true protectors really are." To wrap it all up, she had one last message, but I have a few words for this great and mysterious swordsman. Mayfi clenches her fist, radiating pure determination as she lays down the law. "You're a wanted criminal, and if you cause any trouble, I will personally throw you in my brother's strongest prison." Merlin just crosses his arms, completely unbothered. "Heh. Threatening a legendary swordmaster like that? This girl's got guts, you have to admit. She looks dead serious through that crystal ball. Whatever righteous speech she's making. The signal's pretty terrible. Still, destroying a national fleet? Yeah, you can't really talk your way out of that one. Alice gets fed up and whacks the orb. What is wrong with this thing? It just flickers pathetically. Welp, so much for that conversation. You have to wonder if they bought this thing secondhand. Just then, Hobbes strolls in. Hey, you two finally made it. What took you so long to get to the guild? Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he leans in to whisper to Merlin. Hey, let me tell you a little secret. That horn on your head, one like Dame's could just pop up at any second. Merlin is just completely lost. What now? Meanwhile, Alice is still trying to debug the crystal ball, but Hobbes, his face gets all dark and mysterious. I heard from Rukia, he says, that Alice has a massive crush on the great swordmaster Elgin. You better watch out, you can't win against a national idol. Merlin looks incredibly bored by all this hero talk. And right on cue, Alice walks over. What are you two whispering about over there? Hobbes just laughs, slapping Merlin's shoulder. Oh, nothing at all. Merlin, trying to be helpful, chimes in with a lie. Nothing. I was just telling him how you yelled at me and kicked me out of bed this morning. Hobbes' eyes gleam with mischief. Oh, really? Causing Alice to totally short-circuit. Her face turns beet red. What are you talking about? You're the one who snuck into my bed in the middle of the night. Calling you a pervert was totally justified. And with a sudden thud, everyone's attention snaps to a sad bouquet of roses now lying on the floor. Poor Anne is frozen solid, his face a mask of pure horror as he lets out a pathetic little whimper. Then the waterworks start. He bolts out the door, wailing dramatically, this cruel, cruel thing called love. Wah! The three are left in a deeply awkward silence. Alice quickly finds an excuse to dip. Oh, that's right. I promised Sari I'd cook dinner for her. I'm heading back. You guys should see if there are any good missions. Merlin, ever the talker, just grunts. K. Hobbes' curiosity is piqued. Who's Sari? Merlin dodges the question like a pro. It's nothing. Probably a good call not to broadcast having a spirit at home. He tosses a gold coin on the table, switching to business mode. So, Hobbes, are there any jobs in Lenny lately? The man catches the coin with a flick of his wrist. Lenny? Slim pickings. The adventurers there are mostly high level, and they usually have their own contracts. They typically handle all their own business internally. However, a request came in from a fishing village on the Ken coast. The reward is 100,000 gold. Merlin's jaw practically hits the floor. Is it still available? But Hobbes shakes his head with a sigh. You're out of luck. It was just assigned yesterday to a 14-year-old mithril rank adventurer, Elvin Johnson. He goes on to describe this kid as a total prodigy, with a natural talent for nearly every single magical element. His fundamental understanding of magic is apparently not even human. Because of this, he can copy any magic spell just by seeing it once, then cast it with even greater power. Impressive, right? Merlin nods. A 14-year-old copycat? That's interesting. Hobbes continues, the scary part is his copied magic has no time limit. He travels around just collecting spells. If this walking, talking magic library truly has no limits, then this genius kid is going to be an absolute monster one day. Merlin has to agree. Now that's what I call a special kind of mage. Just then, Hobbes' eyes light up as he spots someone. Well, Lady Helena, what brings you here? She approaches them with a gentle greeting. Hello, you two. It's been a while, she asks with perfect politeness. It certainly has been some time. Mr. Hobbes, you should stop by my place for a drink sometime. The quality of our wine is far superior to the guild's. He immediately agrees. I will definitely come to support your business. So, what brings the lovely Lady Helena here today? She gives a shy smile, touching her cheek. I actually came looking for Mr. Merlin. Could you possibly spare a moment to come with me? He stands up without a moment's hesitation. I understand. Let's go. Hobbes is left completely stunned, watching their backs as they leave. He silently takes a sip of water and sighs to himself. Barely married. First Alice, now Merlin. Kids these days. Later, inside Helena's secret little house, footsteps echo through the room. Merlin gets straight to the point. Helena, what does Asmodeus want from me this time? She hesitates. I'm not entirely sure. She stops, then whispers her guess. I think the master is concerned because your secret plan isn't going smoothly, and it's starting to affect the entire demon race. Merlin looks flustered. Hey, why are you still hung up on that? He quickly straightens up, putting on a serious face. Yes, that is correct. You are far too intelligent, Helena. Our plan is critical. If we succeed, the demon race will rise to the top of all the races in the world. All you need to do is keep it a secret. She is immediately convinced. No problem at all. I will maintain strict confidentiality. Merlin was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, this is a really bad time to be exposed. The door slammed shut, cutting them off from the outside world. He casually took a sip of coffee. All right, spit it out. What do you want today? In the mirror, the figure of Asmodeus appeared. "Oh, my friend, something's been bothering me for days now, keeping me up all night," Asmodeus whined. Merlin decided to just play along. "Oh? For something to bother you, it must be pretty serious, huh?" Asmodeus flirtatiously hiked up his tiny skirt. "I want to hold a concert in the 7th Demon Hall. One of the dance moves involves a skirt lift, a perfect chance to recruit new followers. But it won't work without some seductive underwear." Then he asked, "Are my panties pretty? Should they be a bit see-through?" Which caused Merlin to reel back in absolute shock. Merlin rolled up his sleeves, totally furious. "Listen, Asmodeus, you really don't need to call me in a panic for something like this, okay? Couldn't you find anyone else?" Asmodeus replied with an infuriatingly cute pout. "Has it been so long you're moved by my feminine charms?" Merlin just scoffed. "Yeah, thanks a lot. The movie I was watching was almost at the good part. Then he finally got serious. Okay, for real though, something is up. There's this human who's been obsessively pursuing me. I don't see the problem. Congratulations, I guess?" Asmodeus sighed, hand on his forehead. "The issue is who it is." He revealed the shocking detail. It's a man. And cue Merlin's dramatic coffee spit take. He started describing the guy. This human uses alchemy to modify bodies, creating these weird creatures he calls homunculus beasts. Homunculus beasts? What are those? Merlin asked. Asmodeus looked wary. They're living things made through alchemy, with only simple attack patterns. However, my great demon general, my own subordinates felt their strength drain when facing those things, Asmodeus said, dramatically snapping his fan shut. If he worked for me, my power would get a huge boost. The thing is, I see him as a potential partner, but he wants something else. Merlin didn't even need him to finish. All right, I get it now. So you're interested in his homunculus beasts, but you want nothing to do with the man himself, right? Asmodeus simply nodded. Exactly, he sighed, continuing his rant. He sent me a letter saying his beasts are now upgraded to match any army in the world, and he'll give them to me as a wedding gift, if I marry him. Merlin offered the most obvious advice. If you don't like the guy, then just reject the alchemist. Simple as that. With your level of power, I really doubt dealing with a few of his little beasts would be any trouble at all. Asmodeus, however, disagreed. You know my 4th Demon Hall is the closest to the Holy See headquarters. We're facing their threat at all times. If I don't have a stronger army, won't the enemy just see me as a sitting duck, ripe for the picking? Merlin was skeptical. You're one of the great demon lords. Seriously, how many people out there can actually beat you? He paused for a moment, then confidently announced, Plus, you have me. If there's trouble, I'm willing to help. Which, of course, made Asmodeus swoon. So dazzling. He covered his face shyly. Oh, Purple General, offering to be the man standing behind me. My maiden's heart is starting to flutter again. Merlin literally got goosebumps. How can you possibly be even less serious about this than I am? All right, I'm out of here. Outside, afternoon had settled over the city. Work was stressful enough without Asmodeus's teasing on top of it all. Time to go home, shower, and sleep it off. But after a short walk, he heard people arguing. Lord Merlin was single not long ago. How could he suddenly be married? Now what am I supposed to do? That's right. Haven't you heard of a shotgun wedding? Merlin wondered who Alice was even arguing with. Just then, she spotted him. Ah, you're back. Cecilia turned around, absolutely delighted. Ah, Lord mine, I've been searching everywhere for you. He, however, was just confused. Who are you? She did not look pleased. I am Cecilia, the daughter of Duke Rose. So, you really don't remember me? He nods. Oh, right, you're the one I set free, this grumpy tree guy. Watch your tone. You're just some measly iron rank adventurer. How dare you talk to Lady Cecilia like that? But she immediately stops him. K-ho, she scolds. I told you, Lord Merlin is the one who saved our lives. Show some respect. But he still argues back. But my lady, I can't believe this kind of iron rank scrub is the one who rescued you. He glances behind him. Besides, the official records state that a gold rank adventurer solved the crisis. Hearing that, our guy just smirks. Is that so? This only makes Alice angrier. She's fuming. I told you so, but nobody believes me. Cecilia just waves her hand, not caring at all. Enough, she explains. After you fell, Lord Merlin appeared before me. He wiped out the undead legion and saved us. Are you implying I'm a liar? He shakes his head, stammering. No, my lady, I wouldn't dare. It's just, this is too hard to believe. Looking bored, he cuts in. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you want to hold me responsible for letting her go? They all head inside to talk. And he finally gets it. Oh, you want to go to some isolated island in the Dover Strait and take down an evil alchemist there. Cecilia nods quickly. Yes, I believe Lord Merlin's power can definitely resolve this crisis. He's puzzled. Then why not just post a designated request at the Adventurers Guild? She reveals her true intention. Well, if possible, I was hoping Lord Merlin would come with us privately. Cecilia stands up, all fired up. I hope you can lend me a hand, because right now, I really need this glorious achievement. to wash away my previous disgrace in the family. Stroking his chin, he says slowly, "But I'm an adventurer. I don't work for free." She immediately agrees. "Please rest assured on that point. I will definitely offer a reward that will satisfy you." "Satisfy me, you say?" Merlin lets out a devious grin, chuckling. "You're not thinking of paying with your body again, are you?" That line freezes Cecilia solid, her face flushing bright red. Keho cannot believe what he just heard. Alice is completely bewildered. She grabs him by the collar, furious. "You bastard! What did you do? Just because we're in a fake marriage doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want." Before he can react, Keho blurts out, "My lady, did this man?" Cecilia covers her face. It's a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Sari is eavesdropping from the stairs, thinking the relationships here are a total mess. Keho angrily grabs his sword and charges. "You shameless scoundrel, how dare you defile the lady's purity?" He lunges straight for Merlin and Alice. "Prepare to die!" Cecilia screams, trying to stop him. "Keho, no!" Merlin casually picks up the spoon next to his coffee cup. A loud clang echoes, and just like that, the guard is knocked out cold against the wall. "How?" Cecilia is stunned. Merlin teases, "Relax, I only used a spoon." Behind him, Alice is speechless. Humph, serves him right. Cecilia rushes over to check on him, then turns to Merlin with sincerity. "Lord Merlin, please forgive Kay's rudeness." He waves it off. "No problem, but we need to discuss the price and the wall repair fee." Cecilia's perception of him changes completely, but she's also slightly relieved. "I always thought Lord Merlin was some noble hero who didn't care for worldly things. So you're telling me he just needs money? Money isn't a problem. I'll bet my entire savings on this 300,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied, Lord Merlin?" He nods happily. "Deal." Alice is shocked by his decision. "Hey," she whispers in his ear. "Wait, don't we need to take Sari home soon? How do we have time for another mission?" Her reminder makes him freeze. Oh, right. This makes him think. Taking Sari home would earn him 1,000,000. That's obviously the better deal. After some consideration, he turns her down. "I'm very sorry, Lady Cecilia. We have to take a friend to Lenzi. Can your quest be moved to another day?" Cecilia seizes the opportunity. "Lenzi, we have to pass through there. Your friend can travel with us. What a perfect plan." Merlin immediately seals the deal. "Excellent. It's happily decided then. We depart tomorrow." He's practically buzzing with excitement. This way, he can even save money on the carriage fare. The next day, the sun rises on a peaceful morning. The group rides along slowly in their carriage. Inside, they're discussing the mission. So that's it. Not long ago, the fish in the sea around this island started mutating, making it hard for the locals to survive. Fishermen even organized their own teams to fight back, and all of them ended up buried at sea? Cecilia nods. "That's right. This alchemist must have some real power, which is why I asked for your help, Lord Merlin, to ensure this mission's success." He strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Wait a minute. Didn't the village already hire an adventurer to handle this? Some famous guy. What was his name? Johnson?" Alice gasps, repeating the name. "What? Johnson?" Cecilia's eyes widen as she asks. "The genius mage from Ison?" Cecilia looks utterly heartbroken. Does this mean all my effort was for nothing? Damn it! But at this moment, Merlin simply sighs. He just stared out the window, completely unbothered. "Relax, genius mage. To me, you're nothing more than a punchline." Meanwhile, at the very top of a tower in Len, an open window lets in a cool breeze, and a purple-haired elf is having a little chat with her mirror. Samuel bows formally. "My honorable master." The figure in the mirror greets him back. "Long time no see." Samuel immediately gets down to business. "I have a report. The Weeping Elf Grand Magic Circle is nearly ready." "Congratulations, master. Your revenge is almost at hand. You are the Dark Elf Queen, destined to become ruler of this world." She lets out a chilling laugh. "It's just so exciting. The entire population of Lensny sacrificed at once. Imagine the spectacle. Asus Lenita will finally make history." But Samuel suddenly cuts in, his voice filled with worry and caution. "Everything is ready, but we need one last thing to activate the Weeping Elf, a sacrifice from our own people. But we still can't find a suitable candidate." Lenny sighs, clearly annoyed. "Heh," she says, a new idea forming. "The Elf King protects the children so carefully, there's no opportunity. The only exception is the King's youngest daughter who vanished 6 months ago." Samuel confirms, "Lady Sari? But it's been more than half a year. There's been no news of the princess, I fear." But Lenny's gaze turns sharp. "You know, elves can sense whether their children are alive." She explains, "Why do you think the Elf King hasn't stopped searching for Sari? It's because he can feel she's still alive." And just like that, he gets it. Samuel stands confidently, hands on his hips. "I, Samuel, will find Princess Sari if I have to tear this world apart." And speak of the devil, Merlin's group was getting close. Sari cheered, "We'll finally reach Lenny tomorrow." The next day in the city of Lenny, the sun is shining as Merlin's carriage approaches the main gate. Alice peers through the window, totally impressed. Wow, this city is so bustling, she calls out. Sari, come look. But Sari had already nodded off. The sight was just too cute, so Alice decided not to wake her up. She scoots closer to Merlin and whispers, Lady Sari's almost home now. Her days of wandering are finally coming to an end. Even though I'll miss her, I'm just so happy for her. Merlin, however, wasn't so optimistic. He had a bad feeling. The whole trip had been way too easy. Hope nothing goes wrong now. I'd hate for this all to be for nothing. A sudden voice yanks him from his thoughts. Lord Merlin, Cecilia asks happily. So, what do you think of Lensney? The bustling chaos outside makes him hesitate for a moment. He finally says. It's crawling with people like ants. A little irritating, honestly. His blunt review makes Cecilia a little uncomfortable. I mean, Lensney is a major city after all. Even with so many people, the living conditions are excellent. For example, we have lots of entertainment districts like taverns, bathhouses, and casinos. The moment she said that, Merlin's ears perked up, his eyes suddenly sparkling like stars. Casinos! Alice immediately pinches his ear. You are absolutely forbidden from going there. If you do, I'm cutting your monthly allowance in half. Merlin fumes back at her. What gives you the right to control me? You're so damn bossy. Where I go is my business, not yours. Alice immediately fires back. I'm only trying to look out for you. With your terrible luck, giving you money for a casino is like tossing it into a black hole. Trapped in the middle of this screaming match, Cecilia can't help but feel a little awkward and confused. Utterly bewildered, Cecilia finally asks the big question. Huh? Aren't Lord Merlin and Lady Alice a married couple? Why is your money separate? Merlin blurts out instinctively. Married to her? Thankfully, Alice cuts him off, frantically trying to do some damage control. Don't listen to Merlin's nonsense. Even married couples need to be careful with their finances, right? Lady Cecilia, since you're not married, you wouldn't understand. The innocent Cecilia totally believes her. Is that right? Then Alice grabs him by the collar. Don't you dare correct Lady Cecilia about our relationship. Just let her keep believing the lie, she whispers, then casually turns and whistles. He thinks to himself, what is Alice up to now? Whatever. It's a small thing, I'll let her have her fun. Just then, Cecilia spots something. The carriage was passing a huge building. Cecilia lit up. That's our Divine Academy. The name catches Merlin's attention, and he takes a closer look. A bright, shining academy building, with a statue of a goddess holding a sun staff out front. The goddess's face makes a huge impression on him. Merlin racks his brain. That statue looks incredibly familiar. Seeing his silence, Alice asks him, what's up? He finally states his opinion. What a blatant way to spread heretical teachings. Those so-called children of God only know how to use faith as a cover for their dirty deeds, and they even have an academy for it. The coachman outside, hearing every single word, can't help but cut in. Lord Merlin, talk like that is going to get you pelted with eggs by the faithful. He adds a reminder. Besides, this is Lady Cecilia's school, so please watch what you say. But Merlin just gets more irritated. Just a bunch of fools. Alice, meanwhile, notices Cecilia across from them. She quickly comforts the poor girl who started to cry. Just ignore him. He only failed the Holy See's exam twice, so it's a sore subject. Then she quickly tries to change the topic. Lady Cecilia, student of the Divine Academy. What's a typical day like? While his brain was just screaming, change the subject! Change the subject! And sure enough, Cecilia took the bait, listing off her classes like scripture, poetry, magic theory, and of course, exorcism class. Merlin stopped dead. Exorcism? He repeated. Hold on, run that by me again. Cecilia just nodded. That's right. She explained that because demons are pure evil, every believer needs to master exorcism skills to prep for the holy war against the demon race. He grew serious, murmuring that Asmodeus has been expanding his army lately. This can't be a coincidence, he thought, his expression turning grim. A holy war. Could it be? Looking at the academy, he figured the Holy See was about to launch a full-scale war. Later, at a hotel, Cecilia saw the group and got confused. Hey, where are Merlin and the others? Her friend, busy grooming a horse, quickly answered, Oh, they're just taking a friend home. They'll be back at the hotel a little later. Meanwhile, Merlin's crew had arrived at the Southern United Kingdom's embassy. 2 guards immediately blocked their path. Halt! The guard warned them this was the embassy, and no unauthorized people were allowed. Merlin immediately started to explain their situation. Hey, we brought a lost elf to you guys. Could you go and let the elf ambassador know? Let's see how this plays out. Sari reaches up and pulls down her hood. The 2 soldiers just freeze. Whoops! They immediately bow in apology. Our mistake, Your Highness. Sari's face is now on full display. Princess! Malin and Alice can't believe their ears. Huh? A princess? A little later, inside the embassy, Sari's chilling on a chair with her 2 maids standing guard. Alice looks around, amazed. She can't believe Sari is the Elf King's youngest daughter and fifth in line for the throne. Merlin, however, is biting his lip with regret. Damn it, we got shortchanged. 1 million was way too low. Alice turns to him. Hey, what are you muttering about? I've got a new plan, he says. I think we should just go ahead and blackmail Sari's dad. Alice is speechless. I'm sorry, what? He genuinely thinks this is a great idea. I mean, think about it. A random princess has 1 million gold coins, so the Elf King must be loaded. Why aren't we going after Sari's dad for our reward money? Let's set a small goal for now. Let's ask him for 1 billion. How about it? She's stunned by the sheer greed. Just then, a soldier announces the ambassador has arrived. The sound of rushing footsteps echoes, and a heartfelt cry makes everyone turn. Princess Sari. Samuel looks so relieved. You're finally back. Sari greets him politely, Uncle Samuel, but he just grills her. Where have you been? Why haven't we heard anything from you? Do you have any idea how worried His Majesty was? She blames herself. I'm sorry, I was just having too much fun. I made my father worry. Samuel puts a hand on her shoulder. Sari, Your Highness, don't blame yourself. The important thing is you've returned safely, right? And who are these two? She immediately steps in to explain. Ah, it's a long story. A bit later in a grand hallway, Sari approaches them. Sorry to keep you waiting. She's changed into a gorgeous gown, complete with a princess's crown. Alice can't help but praise her. Whoa, that dress is beautiful, spoken like a true elf princess. This just makes Sari blush. Alice, please don't tease me. Beside them, Lynn is red-faced with excitement. Ahem, shouldn't we be calculating our fee now? Alice can't stop him. Hey, Samuel says, I've heard the story from Princess Sari. Ah, such fake gratitude. I hear 2 adventurers saved our princess from grave danger. I am the ambassador of the Southern United Kingdom, representing the Elf King to thank you. But in his head, I can't believe our dumb princess got mixed up with these 2 thugs. No worries. These 2 will be silenced soon enough anyway. He hasn't given up on the idea. Ahem, about our reward. Alice, however, is focused on something else. Wait, the head of the Southern United Kingdom is the Elf King? Sari proudly explains, of course, among the 9 non-human kings, he's the strongest, the very soul of the elf race. Without his leadership, the elves would never have thrived like this. Alice strokes her chin. Sounds like Sari's dad is a pretty good king. Emlyn joins in. So this elf king, is he that powerful? He's probably thinking the king might even be able to extend his lifespan. Samuel cuts in. Forgive me for being blunt, he says with a sneer, but in the elf race, Princess Sari's uncle, the Dark Elf King, is the true strongest. Sari panics and tries to stop him. What? Uncle Samuel, don't mention ensues, that name is forbidden. Mlin, ever the opportunist, latches onto the new information. Forbidden? This Dark Elf King? Just who is this ensues guy? Sari reluctantly explains. Years ago, her uncle rejected her father's proposal to build a united kingdom. He led the Dark Elves in a full-blown rebellion. Even though the rebellion was fierce, her father crushed it before it could even get started. But that incident created massive tension between us White Elves and the Dark Elves. Hearing this, Emlyn immediately questions Samuel. Didn't you just say the Dark Elf King was stronger? So why did the Elf King suppress him so easily? Sari hesitates, trying to answer first. Well, because he used some unspeakable methods. Samuel shows no mercy. Let's be direct. The Elf King used a sneak attack. He murdered his own younger brother. Alice silently processes this. No way. The great Elf King, who guided a world through change, used dirty tricks to win the throne and even killed his own family? Sari loudly objects. My father did it for the good of the entire elf race. He had no other choice. Mlin finds this whole thing fascinating. Oh ho! This dark history is full of surprises. He was so strong, the Elf King had no choice but to use an ambush. Samuel remains calm. Of course, Asus was a rare genius who could wield the power of a god. Something ordinary people can barely imagine. Alice stammers. Wield the power of a god, he says proudly. That's right, real divine power, like a reincarnation of the elf god himself. If not for that, he might have been the only living god in existence. Mlin falls silent, deep in thought. Outside, the sky is filled with a beautiful golden sunset. Mlin and Alice are walking down the street. Alice sighs. With Sari suddenly back home, it feels a little lonely, doesn't it? Mlin turns and teases her. Lonely about what? Quit your complaining, haven't I been by your side this whole time? The words made her heart absolutely hammer in her chest. She blushed bright red. Man, if you didn't know Merlin, you'd totally misunderstand a line like that. He just shot her a weary look. Then Alice remembered something. So, Merlin, what about you? You've been away from your sister for so long, don't you miss her at all? He just waved a hand. Miss her? Not a chance. In fact, I couldn't be happier. Merlin threw his arms open, saying she was even more annoying than Alice. She needs me to take care of everything. Alice immediately cut in. Hey, Don't drag me into this. When have I ever been annoying? His eyes turned bloodshot as a terrifying grin spread across his face. You have no idea how clingy she is. She drives away every single girl who gets near me. Any girl who gets too close gets her head chopped off and her skull turned into a wine glass. Alice couldn't believe it, goosebumps popping up all over her skin. A wine glass from a skull? He turned and kept walking. So yeah, my life is full of childish problems, which pretty much killed any desire for romance. And by now, that part of me is completely paralyzed. He glanced back, still on the topic of childish issues, then stared at the embassy. So the ambassador is a big fan of dark elves, huh? Isn't that like a huge taboo for the elf race? You'd never guess. From a distant window, Samuel was watching the two of them. Merlin stood tall and let out a long sigh. As dusk settled, the city streets echoed with the sound of the wind whipping past mansions. Alice turned and saw Merlin staring off at something. What is it? She asked, noticing a crowd cheering wildly in the distance. Cheers of go, 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 filled the air. Sounds like there's a party over there, he said, hands on his hips, totally intrigued. What are they doing? Suddenly, with a loud thud, a man was kicked through the air, landing right in front of Alice and Merlin, where he just rolled around groaning in pain. Ah, it hurts, he cried, looking like he was about to burst into tears. It's a monster. What kind of monster is that? So scary. Merlin was silent, but Alice, standing behind him, couldn't hide her shock. A moment later, a figure pointed a single finger, seemingly tearing the air apart. Next, Morrison said with a sneer, isn't there anyone even remotely strong among you? Merlin strolled closer, arms crossed, checking out the scene. Hey, what's all this about? A bystander pointed to the big guy and explained, this fella's challenging people to arm wrestle for 100 gold coins. If you win, you get 2,000. But so far, not a single person has beaten him. Alice was floored, staring at the man's powerful aura, which seemed to grow stronger with the wind. Alice turned to Merlin and warned him, this guy is deliberately hiding his true strength, holding back his real power. He's dangerous. Merlin replied, so you noticed too. Tell me, how did you figure it out? Alice shrugged. I don't know, honestly. I just feel like my senses are way sharper than before. Morrison was losing his patience. Hey, anyone else stepping up? Are there no true warriors here? He sighed. He shook his hands out, bored. He thought setting up shop here would attract some real hidden talent. What a waste of time. This is so boring. He turned to leave, but a voice suddenly stopped him in his tracks. Wait. He whipped around, a huge, excited grin on his face. But when he saw who was standing there, the smile vanished. Oh yeah. Merlin was feeling confident. I'd like to give it a try. Alice's jaw dropped, completely stunned by his move. Morrison didn't refuse right away. Instead, he just stared at the skinny, frail-looking arm in front of him with total contempt. You want to challenge me? Let's not. I think you saw what happened to the last guy who tried. If you insist, your fate will be way worse than his. Alice tugged on his sleeve, annoyed. Hey, what are you doing? Don't cause trouble here. Merlin just smirked, already tasting victory. What are you talking about? It's stupid not to take free money. You think I'm gonna lose? Go bet on me. I'll split the winnings with you when I win. Hearing the words split the winnings, she froze for a solid 5 seconds. Her eyes darted around as she thought. Yep, just proves the old saying, money talks. Slam. A bag of money hits the table, and you just know it's stuffed with gold. Alice flashes him a smile and a big thumbs up. Merlin, go for it. I believe in you. Merlin glances back at her. This is Alice, the girl who's usually tighter than a drum, suddenly throwing cash around. Morrison just sighs, faking helplessness. Did I hear that right? You really want to fight me? With your strength, this won't be interesting at all. But Merlin wasn't about to back down. He plants a hand on a wooden crate, smug as can be. Huh? You're pretty confident. This game still has power restrictions, right? Then you have no reason to refuse me. Behind them, Alice is already lost in a fantasy about splitting the winnings. Merlin's expression suddenly turned serious, his words a blatant challenge. Or, what are you scared you'll lose to me? A direct hit to Morrison's pride. He shows no emotion, but accepts the challenge as they lock hands. And just like that, the match begins. Both of them power up, ready to crush the other guy. A strong wind whips through the crowd. A flash of worry crosses Alice's face. Morrison is straining with all his might, but Merlin's arm is like it's bolted to the table. He smirks, his voice dripping with mockery. Is this all you've got? Stop holding back. This is getting boring. Morrison's interest is officially piqued, so that's it. You're hiding your true strength too, aren't you? I take back what I said. I've been at this a long time, and you're the first person who's ever made me get serious. They stay deadlocked for what feels like an eternity, completely unmoving. Morrison squeezes harder, so hard you can hear the crack of straining bones. I admit, Merlin, completely unfazed, just lets out a playful, ooh. His muscles bulge, becoming bigger and rock solid in an instant. With one last surge of power, he slams Merlin's arm down, creating an unbelievably loud boom. Alice, watching the whole thing, gasps, "What?" As the smoke clears, Merlin's arm is almost touching the table. Her eyes widen with worry, her lips barely moving as she whispers his name, Merlin. Their hands are still locked as Morrison keeps pushing, gritting his teeth and glaring with pure killing intent. He honestly can't believe it. This guy in front of him looks so scrawny, but his strength is absolutely insane. He can barely manage a single word, his hand shaking from the sheer effort, as more cracking sounds echo out. Merlin just smirks a wicked grin and effortlessly reverses the slam while Morrison is still trying to process things. A huge crash echoes as the big shot is totally defeated. Alice and literally everyone else watching the match just stand there, jaws on the floor, completely stunned. Merlin now stands over Morrison, who's been planted headfirst into the ground. As the dust settles, he makes a confident declaration. "I win." Morrison, still upside down, suddenly straightens his legs and with a powerful leap, springs out of that very embarrassing position. Merlin then asks him, "So, was that contest of strength fun?" Something seems to have snapped in Morrison. He starts grinning for no reason, slapping his knee and shouting with pure excitement, "Fun? That was incredible. I never thought anyone besides the #1 knight could beat me in arm wrestling. What a surprise." Merlin just raises an eyebrow, reminding him, "I told you from the very beginning I'd give you a little surprise." Morrison pulls out a chest, slams it on the ground, and happily shoves it towards Merlin. "You're right, this money was well spent." Alice watches from the sidelines in total disbelief, surrounded by the buzzing of the crowd who just witnessed that insane match. Merlin takes the chest and hands it all to her, his voice both gentle and a little teasing. "How did you get the money so easily? Aren't you happy, you little gold digger?" She immediately fires back. "Who's a gold digger? Wait, that's not the point. You caused such a huge commotion, you're definitely going to get arrested." Merlin lets out a surprised, "Huh?" He turns his head and asks nonchalantly, "Arrest me for what?" But the scene behind him says it all. The ground is completely shattered. Merlin can only stare helplessly at his handiwork. "Oh, this might be a problem." The crowd is whispering amongst themselves when a voice suddenly cuts through the noise. "Make way! Make way!" It's Franklin ordering his knights. "Surround this area. Don't let a single ant escape from here." Alice is speechless. You just knew this would happen. Their first time in the royal capital and they're already in huge trouble. Seriously, Merlin's bad luck is relentless. The guy gestures dramatically, causing a ruckus in the royal capital. You people have some serious nerve. He then addresses the entire crowd. "Who is responsible for this? Step forward now, or I'm arresting every last one of you." The second he finishes, every eye in the crowd snaps to Merlin. And our boy? He immediately turns to stare right at Alice. She literally did nothing, but even she's caught off guard by his sudden blame-shifting stare. And Franklin? He doesn't even bother to investigate. He just points straight at Alice's face and yells, "You're the culprit, daring to cause chaos? You've got guts." And so they're ordered, "Come with us." Busted. With zero time for a proper defense, she instantly turns and throttles Merlin. "You absolute backstabber. How could you do this to me? Are you even human?" Merlin, meanwhile, looks completely unbothered, as if this has nothing to do with him. Hey, she paid the entry fee, so it's her problem, right? Franklin isn't wasting another second on this drama. "Enough, it's both of you." He then barks out the order, "Guards, seize them." Alice is furious at how fast he's trying to lock her up. Seriously? Are you even trying to be fair? Franklin, of course, is loving every second of this power trip. In Lensney, it doesn't matter if you're the Demon King. The Circus Knight order is the law. Oh, bad move. Merlin's face instantly clouds over, his hand resting on his sword. Is that so? Alice has to physically hold him back. Don't do it, calm down. Just then, a new player enters the game. Morrison appears, standing between them and ordering them to stop. "Franklin, is this your standard procedure?" he asks, his eyes hardening. "Arresting people without telling right from wrong?" The Circus Knight's reputation is going down the drain, and it's all because of clowns like this guy. Getting called out by some random commoner sends Franklin into a rage. He starts pointing and screaming, furious that anyone would dare disrespect the Cis Knights. "Who do you think you are? Arrest this masked guy too." But Morrison just calmly removes his mask. "You want to arrest me? Well now, this is interesting." The second they see his real face, Franklin and the other knights are left completely and utterly stunned. Standing before them is Morrison, and his piercing eyes are radiating an insane amount of pressure at this very moment. Franklin can't believe he'd be in such a grubby place. Lord Morrison! Alice is just as shocked as everyone else. It's Morrison. And Merlin, of course, has absolutely no clue who that is. Alice quickly explains he's one of the 12 Cis Knights, the wrestling heavenly king of Daybreak, personally recruited by the Queen to be the 7th Knight. Franklin immediately bows, his voice dripping with fake sincerity. "My apologies, Lord Morrison, for my offensive words. Please pay them no mind." But Morrison couldn't care less about the apology. No wonder our influence is starting to decline, he says dismissively. Everyone is too busy praising that so-called great sword hero Elgin. Looks like the real problem is coming from within our own ranks. Franklin scrambles to defend himself. Elgin is no threat, he's just a wanted criminal, but Morrison immediately calls out his nonsense. If Elgin's influence keeps growing, even Her Majesty the Queen won't be able to catch him. That wanted notice is completely useless. He frowns, issuing an order. This little scene you caused has completely brought shame to the Cis Knight Order. Get rid of that disgusting attitude of yours right now, and don't you dare forget the spirit of a knight. And so, Franklin can only lead his knights away in defeat, letting out a bitter, contemptuous scoff under his breath. Morrison turns back to Merlin and Alice with a smile. You two are fine now. Alice is still a bit stunned. That's all? He just points to himself confidently. I set up this wrestling ring, so of course it's my problem. Hey, if there's a next time, let's have a wrestling match. After hearing that, Merlin can only reply helplessly. You have some really strange hobbies. Night falls, with only faint moonlight shining on the embassy building. In a hallway, Samuel leads Sari somewhere, one walking behind the other. Sari asks worriedly, Aunt Samuel? Has Mother's mental condition improved at all in the last 6 months? She hasn't been trying to aim a sword at Father anymore, right? Samuel just replies, Please, don't worry. Samuel tilts her head, a small smile on her lips. Her Majesty's condition is perfect. It couldn't possibly be better. Hearing this, Sari is overjoyed. Really? Oh, I'm so happy. This is wonderful. I can't wait to get home. I haven't seen my father and mother in so long. Samuel's lips curl into a smirk, its meaning completely unclear. In a hidden corner, a bloody hand desperately scratches against a stone wall. Sari hears the sound and grows worried. Aunt Samuel? What's that sound? But Samuel doesn't turn back. You'll know soon enough. Samuel then stops in front of a single door. I've prepared a wonderful surprise for you, Princess. The door opens to reveal Sari's excited face, but her excitement dies when she sees a massive pit right in front of her. From the depths below, miserable cries echo upwards. Sari looks on in absolute horror at a swarm of corpse-eating ghouls in human form. Their horrifying screams sound like a mixture of roars and sobs. Her face goes pale the second she recognizes what they are. Why are these things here? Seeing the look on her face, Samuel bursts out laughing from behind. Oh, I'm the one raising them. So, aren't my little pets adorable? Sari is completely stunned for a moment, then turns around to confront her. Why would you raise something so evil? Samuel just laughs at her question, before her face darkens as she rests on her chin. It's for a good reason, of course. Samuel's entire body begins to change, her fair skin turning completely black as Sari screams in shock. After returning to her true form, Samuel laughs with satisfaction. For the dream of our dark elf tribe and the grand ambition of His Majesty, the princess is horrified by this new appearance. Aunt Samuel, you're a dark elf? She doesn't deny it, instead letting out a wicked laugh. That's right, I'm a 100% genuine dark elf. The white elf look was just a disguise. Hearing this is enough for Sari. She immediately turns around and tries to escape. But Samuel gives her no chance to run. She points a finger and unleashes a powerful blast of energy, shattering the door ahead as Sari screams in terror. Seeing the path blocked, Sari just freezes right where she stands. Samuel's tone is full of mockery. Where do you think you're going? My dear Princess Sari, you're still officially listed as missing, you know. She anxiously turns her head, her eyes wide with terror. Deep down inside, she silently prays for Miss Alice and Sir Merlin to save her. Under the night sky, dark figures move swiftly across the rooftops. One of them lands silently on the terrace of a nearby building. His eyes lock onto Lenny's noble tavern. It's late, but the lights are still on inside. Juron confirms to the men behind him. The target's in there. One of his underlings questions the order. Do we really need all of us for some adventurers? We're the squad that can take down saint-level experts. This is seriously just a waste of our time. She answers without a single thought. Just follow the orders. Her eyes never leave the tavern below as she immediately gives the signal to act. The group behind her moves out instantly. Meanwhile, in the noble's bathing area, water trickling from a statue creates a totally relaxing vibe. Warm water streams from the shower, splashing onto the damp floor. Merlin's silhouette slowly materializes through the hazy steam. And man, is he satisfied with this service. This is a noble hotel. All right, these people really know how to live. A moment later, he strolls out with a towel, sounding pleased. Ah, so refreshing. Merlin feels genuinely lucky. Not only did he get paid, but he's getting star-level treatment. This trip was a total win. Suddenly, he notices Kehu sitting there, lost in thought. So he walks over and plops down next to him. What's wrong? I've got a lot on my mind, but go ahead and vent. I've got time. His face turns serious as Merlin's pep talk begins. I've always worked so hard for the young lady, hoping to be her sword and shield. But my strength is limited. I couldn't protect her. He remembers back in the underground maze, it was Merlin who saved her. Kehu asks him, but also himself. Am I just completely useless? Merlin tilts his head slightly, glancing sideways. Then, out of nowhere, he says, I don't hate that you're self-aware like this. His face shows little emotion. Being self-aware lets you see reality clearly, so your judgment isn't clouded. It means there's room to improve. Everyone has their own value. Useless people don't really exist. He continues, our guild has this one alcoholic who only drinks all day, but his intel gathering skills, absolutely top tier. That's his value. You just haven't found the right chance to show yours yet. Somewhere else, the mentioned hopbest suddenly sneezes. After Merlin's little pep talk, Kehu's spirits are lifted. Thank you for the encouragement, Lord Merlin. Speaking of which, you don't need to be a rough-living adventurer at all. With your skills, becoming a knight would be no problem. Our guy gets a little embarrassed by the praise. Being a knight? That's not really my thing. But he fails to notice a group of masked figures leaping down from above. Ju-ran smirks, thinking victory is already hers. Go die! A fist connects squarely with her face before she can react. The result? She face plants right into the bathing pool. Water splashes everywhere from the impact. Merlin, looking serious, whips the towel in his hand a few times. Another masked goon can't escape his fate, getting a towel whip to the face before being slammed to the ground. Yet another one is knocked backward. Merlin holds the towel, a smug little smile playing on his lips. The entire group is now groaning on the ground. Merlin wraps the towel around his lower half. Ha! So bathhouses in the big city come with this kind of floor show, huh? Kehu, standing nearby, quickly tells him, Lord Merlin, these guys look like assassins. Merlin makes his call they must be working for someone. Then he turns to Ju-ran, still in the pool. So, think you can get me a meeting with your employer? She screams in rage. Cut the crap! Get him now! More figures rush forward from behind, quickly forming a circle to surround him. He cracks his neck with a sigh. Seriously? If you guys won't be reasonable, then I guess I won't be either. One guy charges, swinging his blade. Merlin dodges with absolute ease. Bam! A loud crash echoes, and suddenly 3 masked thugs are hanging from the ceiling. Kehu's jaw drops in amazement. So strong. Merlin casually blows non-existent dust off his hands. You came to mess with me and brought this few people? She grits her teeth, realizing this guy is serious. No wonder Lord Samuel sent them. He casually points behind him. I'm only giving you 2 choices. Either hang from the ceiling with your friends. He crosses his arms. Or go back where you came from. She clenches her jaw, furious. Don't underestimate me. She pulls out a small vial. If I drink this, I can definitely still fight. The moment Kehu sees it, he can't hide his shock. Hey, that's a brilliant purple potion in her hand. A legendary potion from the underground fighting circuit. Just a few drops can make a fighter way stronger. A fight to the death. Merlin, standing nearby, is confused. Is it really that dramatic? Kehu quickly explains. But only the Dark Elf clan can make it, and it's incredibly rare. How did she get her hands on this? Ju-ran rips off her mask and downs the whole potion. Kehu is stunned again when he sees her true face. What? She's actually a Dark Elf. The empty vial is thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. Even Merlin finds this incredibly strange. What's a Dark Elf doing here, and why do they want to kill me? Kehu panics. This is bad, Lord Merlin. Ju-ran lets out a guttural growl as her hands and feet begin to transform. The two of them look up, completely on guard. The creature suddenly becomes enormous, towering over Merlin, but he can't contain his excitement, just letting out a whoa. The tree spirit, meanwhile, is completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, what is that thing? This is just ridiculous. The creature grabs a pillar, its raw strength cracking the stone. It lets out a terrifying roar, then smashes its foot down, obliterating the tiles beneath it. Wielding the broken pillar like a club, she recklessly charges straight for Merlin. Cut to a steamy bathroom where Alice is enjoying a nice warm soak. This is the life, she sighs happily. Cecilia casually asks her, So, what do you think? Pretty nice, huh? Is this your first time somewhere so fancy? But Alice takes that personally. She puffs up her cheeks, annoyed at being underestimated, then puts on a cool front. Back when I was in the Holy City, we had holy springs 10 times more luxurious than this dump. Now that was comfort. Cecilia, of course, is taken completely by surprise. Cecilia is skeptical. Wait, the holy springs? I thought only heroes were allowed to use those right before a major battle. Even the Pope can't just use them whenever he wants. Cecilia's reaction makes Alice feel pretty smug. Looks like this girl knows her stuff. Cecilia is even more shocked now. So, are you saying you're a hero? Which immediately causes Alice to get flustered and backtrack. Never mind. Forget I said anything at all. Then she grows quiet, lost in a memory. Guess everyone has a complicated history, huh? While she's whining to herself, she ends up accidentally staring at Cecilia, leaving the other girl completely bewildered. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to Cecilia's rather mountainous terrain. Just like that, Alice's mood completely crashes and burns. Meanwhile, Cecilia is lost in thought, chin in hand. Does Lord Merlin really like this type of girl? I wonder what his real reason was for marrying her. Every word is a stab to Alice's heart, her hands balling into fists. His real reason? It was obviously a forced marriage. There's no other reason I'd be with a guy like Merlin. Hiding her frustration, she turns back to offer some friendly advice. Look, Merlin's never going to be interested in you anyway, so don't get your hopes up and start liking him, okay? But Cecilia just scoffs. Who said anything about me liking Lord Merlin? Alice is completely floored by this. Huh? You don't? Cecilia seems to enter a whole other world. It's adoration, pure worship. Then she takes the opportunity to throw a jab at Alice. There's a big difference between worship and a crush. Don't you even know that? Alice is still totally lost, just mumbling a reply. And then, an image pops into her head, a lonely figure in a cloak, standing in the rain. She wonders, what exactly are her feelings for the great swordsman Elgin? The water reflects her own blushing face as she looks down. Cecilia, completely oblivious to Alice's reaction, continues her shy monologue. Besides, there's already someone that I like. Thinking about him, she starts to confess. The person I like is, but before she can finish, the hairs on Alice's neck stand up. She instantly senses it, killing intent. Without a single wasted movement, she throws out her arm. A solid wall of ice blocks the attack. The assassin's swords clang uselessly against the barrier, one of them gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that was too fast. How did she spot us? Alice stands before them, a defiant shield. Who's there? She demands. Her sheer presence stops the enemies in their tracks. For a moment, there's only the sound of the wind. From behind her, Cecilia finally finds her voice, shouting, Who are you people? How dare you break into the women's baths? Who do you think you are? The leader gives the order. All of you, attack. Let's end this quick. Alice ducks under a swing, pulls a sword out of thin air, and faces two assassins alone. She calls out her attack, Breath of Ice. Shards of ice form with her every step, rushing one unlucky assassin. He's immediately struck by a barrage of spiked ice pillars, screaming in agony. His body falls to pieces in a shower of blood. The other assassins just stare at the mangled corpse on the ground, utterly shocked. What the? Not even giving them a second to recover. Alice slams ice pillars into another goon, but he dodges. Realizing he's outmatched, he grits his teeth and pulls out his trump card. Damn it! The orb flashes a nasty purple before its owner smashes it onto the ground. A strange smoke spreads out, seeping into her solid ice and instantly shattering it into 100 pieces. Alice knew this was bad news, a curse. She shouts a warning. Cecilia, get back. Stay away from it. But Cecilia steps forward, protesting. Don't look down on me. I can fight too. And with that, she raises her hand to the sky. O goddess of light of the Holy Spirit, please protect your people from this evil attack. A golden halo immediately wraps around her, a divine shield from the goddess. But her opponent just scoffs. Ugh, just a tiny little holy shield. That's no match for my curse. Just then, another blade swings at Alice, but she nimbly dodges. With a death glare aimed at the assassins, she parries a blow with a piercing shriek of steel. And just like that, an ice mountain slams into another unlucky goon, sending him flying with a look of pure disbelief. No time for him to catch his breath, of course. She immediately summons a storm of icy daggers down on the guy. One down, two more instantly take his place. The guy on the left swings, so she carves a little thank you note across his side. He falls, so his pal tries a cheap shot from behind. But nope, she easily and gracefully leaps out of the way. Mid-air, her hand shoots out, snatching her enemy's mask right from behind. Then, a painful leg scissors to the neck. With zero hesitation, she uses that momentum to plant him headfirst into the floor. And she's completely unscathed, by the way, just silently watching him struggle to get back up. Cecilia, watching this whole performance, is absolutely stunned. Is she really just high rank? At this rate, becoming a saint is just a matter of time. But Alice isn't paying attention. She's just focusing, stabilizing her energy. Once that's done, she strolls over to the assassin and yanks off his mask. All right, let's see who you are. The man is revealed, gasping for air, but it's Alice who's truly shocked. Why would the Dark Elves attack us? Who sent you here? Cecilia echoes, completely confused. Dark Elves? Alice just coolly wipes a bit of blood from her lip. She ignores his misplaced arrogance. Don't think you've won just because you beat us. His face twists into a dangerous sneer. Our captain has a special grade Dark Berserker potion. Taking you all out will be an absolute piece of cake. She can't believe it. A Dark Berserker potion? He gloats as he staggers to his feet. Scared yet? That little friend of yours has already been dealt with by our captain, so don't you worry. He clenches a fist, thrilled. Your turn is coming very soon. Despite the threat, Alice is totally calm. Oh, and then what? Right on cue, a nearby wall explodes inwards. Some huge figure comes flying through, crashing right onto a statue made of leaves. All three of them just stare blankly at a pair of bronze legs sticking out from the smoke. As the dust settles, an unconscious face is revealed. Alice's jaw just about hits the floor. The captain? From the hole, a figure steps out over the rubble. Merlin crosses his arms and scoffs. So this is the power you traded your intelligence for? That's it? He also fails to notice he's completely naked, making his aides scramble to help. Lord Merlin, a towel. Too late. The two girls over here have already seen the entire show. Their faces are instantly burning bright red. All that's left is a scream piercing the night. Ah! As water starts shooting out of the poor, busted wall, Cecilia, now covered with a sheet, is less than impressed. What took you so long to show up? He has no choice but to apologize respectfully. My apologies, Lady Cecilia. But as you can see, we were also under attack. In the other bathroom, 3 bodies are jammed headfirst into the ceiling. Here, the captain is passed out, getting soaked by a stream of water. Alice is shocked all over again. Ah, the whole squad is dead. While the assassin panics, Merlin, wrapped in a towel, walks up. Oh, a survivor. He puts a hand on his hip. Guess that strength potion actually worked, huh? Nearby, Alice blushes, playing along. Isn't it just because I'm smarter than everyone that I improved so much? He ignores her, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Start talking. Who sent you here? I don't recall ever offending any elves. The assassin is on high alert, but still defiant. Yeah, and you think I'd actually tell you? Famous last words. A loud crack echoes, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Merlin had just smashed a nearby pillar with one punch. The assassin, suddenly much wiser, bows and confesses. Sorry, Lord Samuel sent us. Merlin can't hide his surprise. The elf ambassador? She's just as stunned. But why would he want to kill us? We have no quarrel with Samuel. He holds his hands up, trying to explain. I don't know why. Our rank doesn't give us the right to know the reason. If I'm lying, may I not die a peaceful death? Merlin immediately has a theory. That young lady wants to skip out on her debt, kill us, and she keeps her 1 million gold. But Cecilia defends her. Sari wouldn't do something like that. Hearing that, he falls silent, rethinking things. A moment later, he has another guess. Could it be because we brought Sari back home? Cecilia looks completely lost. Huh? With everything this messy, she's in no mood for travel. She suggests they put the Dover Strait trip on hold. Her eyes are full of determination. Tomorrow, we're going to the Elven Embassy to get some answers first. While Merlin's group deals with absolute chaos, the Elven Embassy is comparatively silent. Inside, Sofron gives a grim report. Lord Samuel, the assassination squad we sent was completely wiped out. Only one survivor returned. Samuel shoots up from his chair at the news. What? Is that true? His subordinate confirms. Yes, sir. The survivor told me himself. Meanwhile, someone's trying to make a run for it. This guy, Shen An, hits the dirt and starts begging for his life. Spare me, Lord Samuel. Please don't feed me to the lust demons. Samuel just lets out a cold snort. Relax. I won't do that. If the entire assassination squad is dead, then how did you escape? Terrified, the guy spills everything. The captain took a berserker potion and still died in battle, sir. I knew it was hopeless, so I risked everything to get away. Samuel is stunned. He took a berserker potion and still lost? This was completely unexpected. All he could think was, I can't believe that high-level magic swordsman is so powerful. The survivor hesitantly corrects him. It wasn't the Black Iron adventurer who killed him, and those words completely freeze Samuel in his tracks. Total system error. After a long moment, a slow, sinister smile creeps across his face. He lifts a single finger, and a sandstorm erupts, trapping the poor guy. His time was up. Merlin, however, is looking a little annoyed over there, his hand itching to draw that very sharp sword of his. Alice quickly runs over, dragging him away from the soldiers he was about to threaten. Once they're clear, he puts his hands on his hips, demanding an answer. What was that about? She explains. If you cause trouble here, we can forget about living in the human kingdom. We have to be careful. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. Fine. What's your plan then? Her face turns deadly serious. First, we sneak inside from both sides, she begins, laying out her grand strategy in excruciating detail. Don't attract any attention, so we can move freely. Then, find Samuel and demand to know why he tried to assassinate us. We have to get to the bottom of this. And finally, we have to rescue Sari. At first, he actually seems to be listening. If we can, we'll personally escort her back to the United Kingdom in the south. But that lasts for all of 5 seconds before he's back to being bored, yawning his head off. Just as she finishes her big speech, isn't that the perfect plan? He's already gone, charging straight into the fight. All that's left are the sounds of fists meeting faces and pathetic cries for help. What are you doing? Somebody? Guards? By the time she snaps out of her own little world, well, it was already too late. The guards are all knocked out cold, flattened on the ground with massive lumps on their heads. And our hero, having finished the job, calmly states, all that talk. A fight is faster. Besides, that Samuel person is the elven ambassador. They tried to kill us. It'd be rude not to return the favor, don't you think? Then he casually finishes. See, this gets the job done. Alice is fuming, screaming internally. This guy didn't listen to a single word I said. Her shriek of pure frustration echoes through the area. He's driving me insane. Right on cue, the sound of more soldiers running in. They rush forward, spot the intruder, and yell, "Halt!" only to be sent flying with one punch. Merlin, however, is having an absolute blast. Where is Samuel? Get out here. The guards are completely wrecked. All Alice can do is offer an awkward apology. Sorry. So sorry. Suddenly, a flash of purple light shoots from behind. She freezes, unable to dodge in time, and then bam, he casually swats it away. Is this how you elves treat your guests? The maid Saren is in absolute shock, wondering what just happened. What? My dark elemental bullet was useless? She defiantly raises her hand again. Let's see how many of those you can block. Merlin's hand just gives a little flick, like he's brushing off dust, causing her to grind her teeth in fury. How is this possible? He's just a black iron adventurer. Is he wearing some kind of rare magic defense equipment? He calmly speaks up. Looks like you found your excuse to kill us, so I guess we're done talking. Saren strikes a righteous pose. You invaded our territory and hurt our soldiers. Do you really expect to leave here alive? Alice retorts indignantly. We're the ones who safely escorted the elven princess back here yesterday. Model, technically speaking, we did you a favor, but you're treating us like this? Isn't that a little messed up? The guard just scoffs. You brought us a normal stray elf yesterday, right? How could she possibly be the princess? How ridiculous. Alice presses on. Where is Sari now? We want to see her. But the guard just plays dumb. Sari who? I've never met her. Don't know her at all. Alice clenches her fists, ready to pounce, but Merlin stops her with a calm voice. Don't bother, Alice. They're just going to deny everything. If we want to see Sari, we'll have to find her ourselves. Suddenly, a challenger laughs mockingly. If you're so tough, then give it a try. Merlin barely looks over as a fist flies at him, causing a huge explosion. But Merlin's arm is completely unscathed. Saffron grunts in annoyance, and Saren snaps at him. Why did you interfere? Did you think I needed help with one black iron adventurer? You're underestimating me a bit. He just smirks and explains. Saren, step aside. This guy is all mine. This guy's magic defense gear is no joke, and you're a mage. You're at a disadvantage fighting him, so I'm a better fit. His coat drops to the floor just as he blocks a punch from our hero. Sizing up Merlin, he realizes this adventurer has some real talent, then suddenly launches himself forward. The guy unleashes a high-speed assault. Merlin just yawns. Is that all? Saffron can't believe he blocked every single hit. Dripping with sweat but still acting confident, he unleashes a lightning-fast kick at Merlin. Got him. This time, the guy's face shows genuine fear. Merlin catches the blade with his fingers, flicking it up and sending Saffron tumbling in pain. Saren immediately starts screaming insults. You acted so tough when you showed up, but in the end, you're completely useless. The guy just grumbles in frustration. Meanwhile, Alice is just standing there, stunned. The fight was a blur, over in a flash. Merlin smirks with a little reminder. I think you two have learned your lesson by now, haven't you? Now take us to Samuel, he commands arrogantly. Alice quickly adds, and Lady Sari too. We absolutely must see her. Saffron can't hold back his fury, snapping back. Don't get too cocky. He raises his hands, preparing for another round, then explodes with energy as his face contorts, summoning a massive bear spirit. Beside him, Saren whispers an incantation as a magic circle appears on her staff. The aura of the two is now stronger than ever. Alice jumps back, recognizing them as dark elves. Merlin just says, oh. Without another word, Saren and Saffron unleash a furious combined attack. And Merlin? He's just standing there posing, letting his cat wander around, making Alice yell, stop fooling around. In another building across the way, a woman named Mayfield is giving a very serious presentation. Lord Samuel, some time ago, Her Majesty the Queen assigned more people to gather information regarding Princess Sari. He clenches his fist, looking worried. Unfortunately, we still have no clue where the princess is. So many leads have just disappeared. But if the Grandmaster Elgin hadn't appeared and messed up the whole plan, they probably would have found Princess Sari by now. Samuel dabs at a fake tear. The kingdom is vast. Finding one person is just such a difficult task. I will find time to speak with Her Majesty and ask her to remain patient. I truly hope the little princess isn't in any danger. But inside, he's smirking. Too bad Mayfield actually believes him, thinking, if only Lord Samuel would compromise, this would all be so much easier. Thank you for being so understanding. Suddenly, she feels something and looks over just as the doors burst open. Saffron and Saren are thrown in, tumbling like toys. The guy faceplants pathetically on the floor while Saren lies there, dazed and groaning. Mayfield is stunned. Aren't these the embassy's chief guards? Aren't they supposed to be saint-level fighters? How did they end up like this? A pair of feet walks right past the two bodies. It's none other than Merlin. If you had just led the way, you wouldn't be suffering. Well, good morning, we meet again. Merlin's casual greeting immediately makes Samuel's blood boil. Merlin grins. Your two watchdogs here weren't behaving. I just helped you discipline them a bit, so don't hate me for it. Mayfield frowns, studying the man carefully, taking in every detail: the blonde hair, red eyes, and his unbelievable skill. She bites her lip, remembering Morrison mentioning a black iron adventurer who beat him in arm wrestling. This man's appearance perfectly matches the description. Could it be him? Samuel immediately jumps in. Lady Mayfield, please listen, let me explain. Yesterday, these two adventurers brought a so-called lost elf to this embassy, but hoping for a bigger reward, they insisted that the elf was actually Princess Sari. Merlin just sighs as Alice gasps. What? Samuel flashes a wicked smile. Tell me, isn't that exactly what happened? A sharp blade is drawn from its sheath. Mayfield, filled with hostility, points her sword right at Merlin. Trespassing in the elven embassy. And on top of that, attempted fraud. Both of those crimes combined are enough to lock you in prison for years. Why won't you believe us? Alice cried out, clearly annoyed, but Mai Fi's eyes were pure steel. Mai Fi basically shot back. Because your story is insane. But, seeing as you're human, you get lost now, and I'll pretend this never happened. The tension in the air was so thick you could taste it. Alice suddenly grabbed Min's sleeve, who just had this total, huh? Look, she hissed. Chill out, that's the Queen's right-hand woman. If you make a move here, you'll basically be blacklisted from all of England. You couldn't even go back to your old pearl diving gig, but his brain completely snagged on that. Who was a pearl diver? Would it kill you not to bring up my embarrassing past? She just deadpanned. It was an example. Even if you fled the country, they would hunt you down. The only safe haven is the demon realm. You actually want to go back to being the demon king? That question hit him hard. Enemies to find, a sickness to cure, going back was not an option. He stared up dramatically, then turned to leave, but not without some flair. Fine, we're leaving. Just consider this big shot here doing you a huge favor today. Alice just stood there smiling. So sorry for the trouble. Haha. Mayfay spun around, bowing respectfully. My sincerest apologies, Ambassador. I never thought something this shameful would happen in our capital. We will tighten security. Samuel put on a generous face. Well, if Lord Mayfay says so, then I suppose we can all rest easy. Of course, Samuel was actually grinding her teeth in pure rage, her evil thoughts practically leaking out of the building. Are those two adventurers really that strong? The plan has to happen sooner. Meanwhile, Merlin and Alice are just taking a leisurely stroll. She muttered, her heart aching. Sari just wants to go home. Why is fate being so cruel to this poor girl? Suddenly, a vendor shouted, Step right up, masquerade ball jewelry for sale. And just like that, she was dragging him along. Merlin, over here! She slapped a mask on his face, making him grunt. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? But Alice, you see, had a brilliant plan. After we're disguised, we'll rescue Lady Sari from that evil witch. Her eyes were practically glowing. That way they'll never suspect us, and we can still swoop in and save Lady Sai. Flawless logic. He just stared, amazed at how simple-minded she was. Aren't you supposed to be a former hero? He asked. You want me to pull off a sketchy job like this? But Alice had a good point. If that ambassador isn't up to something evil, why would she lie? He fell silent as she continued. We promised Sari we would take her home, and right now, we don't even know if she's dead or alive. We've got a responsibility here, you know? Alice's voice then dropped dramatically before she got all excited again. If the great sword hero Elgin were here, he would never stand by and watch Sari die. Merlin just raised an eyebrow, skeptical. And how are you so certain of that? She was already lost in a daydream. The great sword hero Elgin is definitely a good person, a true friend to justice. I can just feel that I can rely on him. For some reason, this really annoyed him, and he quickly turned away. For that 1 million, I'll reluctantly go. You wait here for news. Alice panicked. Ah, I want to go with you. He shot her down flat. You just get in my way. I'm faster alone. He grinned, showing his teeth. Besides, if anything happens, I can just frame the great sword hero Elgin for it. That left her completely stunned. As the capital slept under the moonlight, a dark shadow flew across the sky, landing silently on a building. A mysterious figure, cloaked from head to toe. Who else could it be but Merlin, in full-on cool guy mode? He looks around the embassy, confused. Strange. Why is it pitch black with nobody around? Suddenly, a soldier bursts out of a door. Ah! He immediately trips and falls, gasping for breath. Then, a swarm of tiny legs rushes in. Terrifying flesh-eating ghouls pile onto him, and things get messy. Help me! Somebody save me! Please! The scene startles Merlin. Why are there flesh-eating ghouls here? And then he spots something. The ghouls were literally crawling out of the ground, making people scream in terror. What is this? Ah, let me go! Screams echoed from everywhere. Ah! Help! Monsters! Merlin was shocked. There were so many. With these numbers, are they trying to turn the royal capital into a ghoul amusement park? The cracks on the road multiply before something powerful bursts from the ground. Beams of light from other locations also shot straight up. Merlin watched as they converged at the top, creating a massive blast of light that then shot straight down at the clock tower. A colossal magic circle appeared, big enough to blot out the sky. The wind whipped his cloak around. You have got to be kidding me. A spell this huge couldn't have been set up in a short time. His eyes narrowed. Looks like this was all part of a bigger plan. A hand reached the rooftop, grabbing Merlin's attention. Before he knew it, a dozen ghouls had already climbed up. They growled menacingly, which just made him laugh. You guys want to eat me? How interesting. Then they lunged, baring their fangs. Merlin didn't even flinch. His hand grabbed his sword's hilt, and with a single fluid motion, a lightning-fast slash cut through them. The ghouls, still running, had no idea what happened as they turned to dust in an instant. Merlin scoffed at the bloodstain left behind him. You guys really picked the wrong meal. Back at the clock tower, flames were now raging violently. Sizzling sounds echoed constantly as Samuel focused on chanting her spell. A strange purple smoke began to spread everywhere, and at someone's feet lay Sari, all tied up. Let me go. The brute, Senon, roughly shoved her forward. Stop talking. Just get over there. She lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Ah. Her eyes landed on a complex magic circle in the middle of the floor. She panicked. She realized with horror, Isn't this the spirit's lament? Samuel walked over, praising her. Correct, she said with a chilling smile, as expected of the Spirit King's most beloved daughter. You even know of the 3 great taboos of the spirit tribe. I bet this is the first time you've seen it, right? Sari pleaded desperately. What are you planning? This magic will turn the human city into a city of demons. But Samuel just let out a little cough, which was followed by a loud, hearty laugh. She then announced, All high and mighty, I have said it before. I am loyal to our true monarch, His Majesty, Ensues. Of course I wish to restore the great dark elf king. Sari screamed in absolute horror. How could you? My uncle is evil. He could drag our entire elf tribe into a catastrophe we've never seen before. She squeezed her eyes shut in anguish. Why are you so obsessed with him? Can't you trust my father at all? Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Her eyes narrowed before she snatched Sari by the throat. What was that? Samuel snarled. A man who wouldn't even spare his own brother is not someone we can trust. Then she violently threw Sari, sending her crashing onto the magic circle. Ah, Samuel just smirked with a purely evil grin. Your Highness, just be a good little stepping stone for our revenge. The magic circle roared to life, glowing with purple energy. The energy surged upwards, wrapping around Sari and lifting her high into the air as she screamed in terror, tears streaming down her face. Down below, Saren looked way too pleased with himself. As expected of the princess, even her screams are beautiful. Okay, certified creep. Samuel smiled as her plan came together. Her Highness is simply paying for the sins that her father committed. The moment we separate Princess Sari's soul is the moment His Majesty Ensues will be revived. After her big speech, she casually asked, Right. Where's Sofron? Did he wander off? Saren reported. He went to get revenge on those 2 adventurers. She then commanded them to continue the ritual. The Swan Knights have probably started to make their move by now. You go out there and stop those brutes. Don't let them get anywhere near the clock tower. Saren bowed respectfully. As you command. I've been dying to test my skills against the Swan Knights. I truly hope they scream like maidens. A vortex formed above the tower, and a massive eye appeared within it. It snapped open, and a wave of dark energy washed over the capital. The streets were now nothing but smoke and fire. A small girl wandered through the wreckage, weeping, Mother, Mother. She accidentally bumped into something and looked up, dazed, and right there were a bunch of corpse-eating ghouls staring back. It opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, and the girl screamed just as a series of ice shards shot forward. It was none other than Alice, freezing the ghouls solid. She quickly grabbed the little girl's hand. Come with me. But just then, more of them started peeking over rooftops and from behind walls, slowly boxing them in. Alice gritted her teeth. Damn it, we're surrounded. The ghouls roared furiously, but suddenly a voice shouted out, Lady Alice, be careful. Ko hurled his spear, scattering the monsters, then followed up with a series of powerful slashes. Alice worriedly asked Ko, How are the other victims? He assured her that they were mostly taken care of. Lady Cecilia is looking after them. Gripping her weapon, she asked, Any other survivors here? Alice hugged the child. This little one is the last, her eyes grim. We need to get back, and fast. If we're not there to help, that place will only get more dangerous. Ko's body erupted in magical energy. I'll open a path. You 2 stay right behind me. He spun his spear, blasting the ghouls away. The 2 of them immediately ran forward. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, everything seemed deceptively peaceful. The great doors opened. The Swan Knights stood there, their faces turning grim as they witnessed the absolute chaos outside. Mai-Fi frowned deeply, asking, "Is Her Majesty the Queen safe?" Morrison reported with a grave face, "She's taken refuge in the secret chamber. If all goes well, Catherine will be in charge of the Queen's safety." Nearby, Wennifer was tense, sweating profusely. There are only 5 Swa Knights in the capital right now, and we know absolutely nothing about the enemy. Looks like we're about to face a brutal battle. Mai-Fi's eyes filled with sorrow. If only Hadin were here. Morrison nodded in agreement. That's right. A critical job like protecting the Queen is best left to a tough guy like him. But then, some guy's voice cuts in. "You're dead too, so what's the use of talking?" Mus bluntly calls him out. He was just too weak. If he'd been stronger, the great swordmaster Elgin wouldn't have hogged all the glory. This just makes the other guy laugh. "Wow, you really have it out for Elgin, don't you?" He just waves a hand, totally unimpressed. The man's a brute who abuses his power, basically a thug. For the Queen, he was a huge liability, so of course she had to get rid of him, right? Mai-Fi immediately cuts them off. "All right, enough with the pointless chatter. Our power is limited right now. If we want to save the capital, we can only rely on the 4 of us. Saving civilians is the top priority. We'll split up into 4 groups. Once we've cleared out most of the ghouls, we meet at the clock tower." She frowns, her eyes fixed on that giant black hole in the sky. Whoever cast a spell this massive is definitely no slouch. They can't let their guard down. A rose flag is raised, and thousands of soldiers materialize behind them. Mai-Fi strides forward, framed by the blazing fire. Her hand grips the hilt of her sword, swinging it high. She declares that to preserve the glory of England, we, the sharp swords who protect Her Majesty the Queen, the First Knightly Order, will charge. And the crowd behind them goes absolutely wild. Over at the still-lit Noble Hotel, a tearful Cecilia starts complaining. "Why were you so slow? You're honestly such a stupid knight." She's just punching the treant over and over. "Do you know how scared I was? I could just die." The knight hurries to explain. "Lady Cecilia, Lady Alice went a little too deep searching for survivors, so it took a while to find her." Alice just sweats nervously, looking super awkward. Cecilia finally stops her tantrum and asks a good question. "With all this chaos going on, where in the world is Lord Merlin? Why isn't he here?" The knight looks worried too. "Exactly, the situation is critical. We desperately need Lord Merlin's power." Hearing this, Alice gets super shifty, avoiding eye contact and laughing awkwardly. Actually, I have no idea where that guy went either." Cecilia is floored. "What? You're Lord Merlin's wife and you don't even know where he is? Are you really that stupid?" Oh, that gets Alice fired up. "Who are you calling stupid? If I don't know, I don't know," she snaps back. "What if Lord Merlin is out womanizing? A naive girl like you would be completely fooled by him forever, wouldn't you?" This clearly gets under Alice's skin. "Just leave it alone. The Trant and I will protect this place." She tells her to take the child inside, then turns to the little girl. "This big-chested, brainless sister isn't a bad person. You'll be safe inside. No scary monsters will get you there." The girl is a little stunned by the no-brain comment. Then Cecilia leads her inside. The Treant asks nervously, "Lady Alice, can we actually protect this place?" He's thinking about the thousands of refugees here, a giant dinner bell for all those ghouls, but her eyes harden with resolve. "Instead of begging others for help, why don't we try relying on ourselves?" She steps forward, full of confidence. "Come on, we can do this." Of course, they have no idea a ghoul has already spotted them. It throws its head back and lets out a massive howl, and yep, its buddies got the message. Alice and the Treant both yell out in shock. A whole swarm of ghouls is sprinting right for them, and they brace for impact. "Be careful, they're here!" Suddenly, a massive shadow leaps from a building and lands with a crash right behind them. They whip around, startled by its long, sharp claws and a hulking frame that towers over them. It's none other than Saffron in his giant bear form. The Treant just stares, completely baffled. What is that thing? Alice tenses, recognizing that holy rank aura. Could it be the dark elf from the embassy? He swings hard, and she throws up an ice wall, but he shatters it like glass. Alice is just frozen in shock, and she immediately takes a massive punch from Saffron, getting sent flying into a wall. He walks over, sneering. "Seriously? That's all it takes to beat you? Why are you so weak?" But then he stops short. Turns out the Treant just stabbed him with a spear. Except the spear tip only gets stuck in his fur. The Treant starts sweating bullets, it can't even break the skin. Saffron squints his eyes in annoyance and casually backhands him. The Treant goes flying, landing in a heap on the ground, out cold. Alice is panting heavily when she suddenly freezes. On the rooftops, swarms of ghouls are gathering, all of them howling into the night. Alice grits her teeth. "Damn it, I never expected this many." The ghouls bare their fangs and charge, just as Saffron swings his arm. But at that same moment, he unleashes a single spinning attack, wiping out a whole crowd. Their body parts literally rain from the sky. He smirks arrogantly. "You're my prey. I won't let you die that easily." "Oh no, I'm going to torture you to death." Alice just wipes the blood from her mouth and scoffs. "You sure do talk a lot of nonsense." She hurls a volley of ice lances at him, which he shatters with his claws. Her expression hardens as she rushes him, but he catches the tip of her sword between two claws, making her curse in frustration. Then he grabs her, and she screams in agony as Saffron starts his threats. You're no match for me, but that black iron explorer has some guts. So, tell me where he is, and I'll graciously let you live. But Alice wasn't having it. In your dreams, I'm not telling you anything. This just made the guy chuckle. Haha, fine, we'll try another way. That hotel is full of refugees, isn't it? She immediately screamed. What are you planning to do? The creep just grinned. He knew that guy was important to her, but these innocent people were just as important. A classic dilemma. So I'll give you a choice. He raised one finger. Option 1. You obediently tell me where that black iron explorer is. I'll let you go, along with all the victims inside that building. Then, up went another finger. Option 2. You say nothing. You and those commoners will definitely die, but hey, he might just survive. Saffron was loving this. Come on, the classic choice. Save your man or save a bunch of strangers? Alice just stared, her voice low and steady. Let him go. The villain just blinked, confused. Huh? The moment her eyes flashed open, his entire bear-like arm was flash-frozen. Don't you dare touch me with your filthy hands. The ice spread fast, and suddenly, Mr. Tough Guy started to panic. Whoops. In a move that's absolutely bonkers, he just hacks off his own arm to drop her. Alice hits the deck, gasping for air. Safin totally panics. What was that? Then his face gets dead serious. Okay, new plan. This girl cannot be allowed to live. His claws are just about to connect when she shuts her eyes tight in terror. Suddenly, an immense pressure crushes down on the guy. He whips his head around, shouting, Who is it? A single foot touches down. The owner gives himself a little pat on the back. In walks Gregory, his staff's little bell jingling. The old man sighs dramatically. Oh my, I thought some savage beast was trying to harm a poor little lamb, he says with a gentle smile. So he's a dark elf? Alice is just standing there sweating, recognizing him at first glance. Who in the world is this old geezer? Saffron's eyes practically bug out when he recognizes the legendary space magician, Gregory. Gregory just casually responds, Oh, you know me? I didn't think my name had traveled all the way to the southern United Kingdom. Alice is completely lost. But Saffron? He's tense, baring his teeth. He can't believe he ran into Gregory, the guildmaster from the royal capital. They say no opponent has ever managed to escape his grasp. But his claws retract. At the end of the day, he's just human. All it takes is one special move. Gregory notes, Your killing intent is so obvious. Are all young people this quick to anger? He then slowly suggests, Wouldn't it be much better to discuss this calmly and cheerfully? The dark elf's eyes narrow. Old man, you've already got one foot in the coffin. Did you come here for me to send you on your way? But the old man isn't scared at all. You really have no respect, do you? I suppose I'll have to teach you a lesson in etiquette. Saffron's entire aura just erupts. Fine, then get ready to face the wild arts of my dark elf tribe. The old man just lets out a little. Oh? But Alice is completely panicking. What? His saint-level fighting spirit just powered up even more. A column of light crashes down on Saffron as he roars, creating a massive vortex that threatens to swallow everything. Gregory is completely unfazed by it all. The smoke clears, revealing a monster with massive claws and razor-sharp fangs. It's the Dark Elf Deluxe Edition. Without hesitating, Saffron lunges straight at him. Gregory just stands there, totally unconcerned. So he really became a beast. Alice screams out a warning. Mister, it's dangerous. The bell on his staff rings. He grabs his scepter and gives it a little shake, just as the monster's claws slash downwards. But the monster just stares in confusion. It felt like his claws hit nothing. Suddenly, a black hole appears, slowly devouring his arm, shocking Saffron completely. His entire body gets dragged in, sucked right into the portal. His skin is literally peeling off. He lets out a final agonizing scream as he's pulled in, his skin threatening to rip right off his bones, and then nothing but a skeleton is left. Gregory taps his staff, and the black hole vanishes completely. The old man just shakes his head and sighs. Young people now, all talk, no actual skill. After a heavy moment of silence, Alice finally processes what just happened. Unbelievably powerful. He just shook a tiny bell and the enemy turned to dust. Staring at his back, she knew. This was the power of the space magician, Gregory. The door behind them suddenly swings open, and Cecilia hurries outside. Keho? Miss Alice? What was that huge burst of fighting spirit? Seeing him on the ground, she screams and rushes over, hugging him while sobbing. Keho, you can't die. He just groans in pain. My lady, you're pressing on my wound. Alice breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like he's okay. She approaches Gregory. I'm the adventurer Alice, from Westham. Thank you for saving us. The old man replies. Don't mention it, I was just passing through. He then adds, Oh, how is that little Talo doing these days? I feel like I haven't seen him in ages, not since he became guildmaster. Alice answers honestly, Little Talo, is the guildmaster? He's doing very well, sir. Hearing this, the old man waves his hand. Is that right? Tell him for me to visit the royal capital if he has time. I have other business to attend to. Farewell, kind little girl from Westham. Alice smiles and promises, Yes, I'll be sure to pass along the message. She watches intently as Gregory walks away, then turns to marvel at the giant crater he left. A saint-level master was completely helpless against him. That's the power of a platinum adventurer. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, buildings are burning. A Sosis knight screams in absolute terror at some horrible monster. Before being completely devoured by a slime creature, it roars, consuming everyone in its path. Both Winfer and Mylius frantically start shouting orders to the army. Damn it, everyone fall back. But for some, it's too late. They're corroded away until only skeletons remain. Help me! And then, a bizarre laugh rings out. It's Saren, sitting comfortably on the monster and just enjoying the show. Even disgusting men make such pleasant sounds when they're about to die. He looks at the Sosis knights scrambling to defend themselves and starts asking questions. What's wrong? Aren't you the famous Sosis knights? Raising an eyebrow with a sarcastic smirk, he asks, Is this pathetic display all you're capable of? Mylius returns the look with pure contempt. I enjoy dancing with beautiful ladies, but using that disgusting pile of mud as the stage really ruins the atmosphere. Saren, however, couldn't have cared less, just raising his staff. Yeah, good luck saying that when you're 6 feet under. But our hero just gets into a serious stance. All right, Winifred, let's go. He's ready for this. Oh boy. Then, he yells out a spell in a booming voice. Hey Earth, show me what you've got. He slams his staff down on the cobblestone road, and just like that, huge walls shoot up right in the mud monster's path. Right on cue, Mus dashes forward. He bolts down the path Wyfer just cleared for him. A single slash cuts another part of the monster clean in half. He smirks, totally unimpressed. Just a mud puddle thinks it can dance with me? He lands 2 more strikes right to its face, and when Saren's form appears, he lunges. Let's dance. The blade heads straight for the target, but she reacts surprisingly fast, blocking the attack with a wall of mud. Black droplets splash onto Mus's stunned face, making him retreat fast. Yeah, you don't want that gunk on you. Whoa, that was close. Siren grins, showing all her teeth. Ha ha ha, didn't you want to dance with me? Why are you running away now? Her eyes narrow, radiating pure murderous intent. Because where in the world did all these rocks come from? Suddenly appearing on both sides of the monster. With a wave of Winfer's hand, a storm of rocks rains down on its head. Malleus laughs out loud. Ha ha, a perfect end for some filthy mud. Winfer, meanwhile, just calmly notes that taking out the summoner is the key to destroying it. But for some reason, the mud starts bubbling like boiling water, making both of them jump back, totally startled. Then it surges high into the air, wrapped in magic. A slimy figure starts to stretch out from inside. 2 creepy purple eyes, the monster's trademark, finally morph into Saren's face as she cackles. Ah, you're so arrogant and foolish. If you thought what you just destroyed was my real body, then you are dead wrong. Mus's fighting spirit absolutely explodes. Okay, time to get serious, or this is going to be really embarrassing. Wyfer also puts on his calm, cool mage face. Makes sense, and here comes the terrifying mud monster Saren 2.0, lunging right at them. Saren channels her power, merging with the mud. Ugh, she's prepping an attack, zipping around like a swarm of flies. So annoying. Siren shoots out giant blobs of mud, but Mus slices through them easily. Then she swings a giant hand, trying to crush him flat. Winfer raises a hand and casts a spell. Concrete pillars shoot up from the ground, locking Saren's hands in place. Mus leaps onto the concrete pillar, pinning the opposite hand. He coolly raises his sword. Time to end the show. 1 sharp slash sends her head flying into the air. Malleus turns, facing the headless body, and gives a polite bow. Thanks for watching. Her head hits the ground, but then, Saren's head sinks back into the mud puddle. A terrifying silence falls around him. Mus turns to look. Suddenly, the mud puddle crushes the concrete pillar where he was standing. Mus manages to dodge just in time, landing next to Winfer. How incredibly rude. Didn't you figure out the head wasn't the weak point? A horrifying laugh echoes from the mud. I am reborn with arrogant style. Slashing attacks are useless against me. They start to worry, trying to figure out a plan. Is there really no ultimate move to deal with this enemy? This is so annoying. Then, someone's voice cuts through the chaos. What are you all wasting your time here for? Mei Fai arrives on a giant eagle, her graceful legs touching down. She lands on the ground looking like a total badass. Mei Fai turns to scold them. Don't you know how urgent this is? You have time to play around? You're a bunch of idiots. Wyfer replies, Sorry, this enemy is a little tricky. She steps forward coldly and scoffs. This tiny mud monster? Saren smiles provocatively. So you're finally here, Mayfield. I've been waiting for you for a long time. And with that, she and the giant mud puddle charge towards her. What kind of pathetic screams will you make? I'm really looking forward to it. Mei Fi's sword begins to glow brightly. Power envelops her body, coating the sword. She unleashes her full strength, slashing straight through Saren's center. Her body is sliced in two, and she looks absolutely stunned. Her entire form starts to dissolve. The entire mud puddle vanishes, leaving nothing but a giant sword mark on the ground. Mus stands behind her in complete awe. That's Mafield for you, reducing the enemy to ashes with no chance of revival. They're amazed by her power. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, that would have taken us a ton of effort, and we still have to get to the clock tower. If we had used too much mana and fighting spirit, we wouldn't be able to fight at full strength when we got there. She turns around disdainfully. This low-level enemy, and it took you guys this long to finish it? Honestly, it's embarrassing. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying eye looks down from the sky at the clock tower. Mei Fi gasps, instantly recognizing that ominous energy. They observe and analyze. Do you two know what that eye is? Weifer looks uncertain. With an unstable magic flow like this, Malleus figured it had to be a grand ritual or maybe a forbidden curse. Or perhaps, just maybe, it was the stage lighting for his big debut. She carefully considered the possibilities if it was a massive ritual or a forbidden curse, that is. So, there's still time before it activates. Mei Fi took charge. We have a chance to stop them. Gather the surviving knights and move out now, they all replied with respect. Yes, ma'am. Then a familiar voice chimed in. Ha ha ha, dream on. Everyone froze in shock. What was that? A giant whirlwind suddenly appeared, and from it, Saren was reborn. Ha ha ha, even if you turn me to ash, I can always come back to life, she declared, preparing to strike. And now, it's my turn. She unleashed pools of sludge, but Mei Fi was already on the move. She dashed across the rooftops like lightning, launching herself into the air. The monster just cackled like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a cold voice from a masked figure cut through the noise. Don't get in my way. Saren turned, confused, as the man flew past, sword drawn. One slash split her in two, but the pieces were already reconnecting. Saren laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going? She lashed out again. Your attacks are useless against me. But then, Saren's body started to melt. Huh? Mayfield stared in disbelief. What? Malleus and Weifer were equally stunned. What was happening? Her body dissolved into a puddle of mud right before their eyes. How? The crowd was just frozen, witnessing the impossible. Weifer approached the puddle. He couldn't sense any life force. It had become nothing more than ordinary mud. Was she really dead this time? Mayfield glanced up to see the masked man who just took her down flying away into the distance. A flash of his golden hair was visible. She wondered who he was, but then Bren spoke up, his eyes wide in astonishment. No way, that's the Sword Saint, Elgin. Mei Fi whipped around to face him. What? Chapman, are you telling the truth? Answer me, seriously. The man stammered, but Bren stepped in to explain everything clearly. Even though I've never met him personally, a sword technique that can kill an opponent before they even sense your fighting aura. And the fact he's flying towards the clock tower. There's no doubt about it. That was the Sword Saint, Elgin. The atmosphere around that tower suddenly felt dark and ominous. Inside the tower, a mysterious purple energy was erupting, with Sari bound by glowing ribbons at its very center. Veins bulged on her face as she screamed in agony. Ah! A wicked laugh echoed through the chamber. Ha ha ha. Samuel spread her arms, absolutely thrilled. Soon! It's almost time! The great Lord Ensues will finally return to this world. She reached a hand towards Sari. Princess Sari, I sincerely thank you for offering up your soul. You're contributing so much to the construction of our new world. This may be the era of the Dark Elves, but this is a glorious moment for the entire elven race. The sound of footsteps interrupted her monologue. She turned, her expression suddenly serious. Morrison stood there with his arms crossed. I believe using violence to subdue a beautiful lady is incredibly impolite. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Samuel? Samuel just smiled back. Well, if it isn't the renowned Seventh Knight of Size, what brings you to my humble abode? He shot back. You've caused a massive incident that's put the entire capital in danger. With the situation this unstable, how could we Sice Knights possibly have any free time? Morrison's eyes then drifted upward, and he froze. What? Why is the princess up there? He demanded. What exactly are you plotting? Samuel simply let out a little chuckle as a blast of energy shot from her fingertips, challenging him. Why don't you guess? A volley of attacks flew straight at Morrison. He leaned back, dodging them before leaping away to create some distance. She then conjured up a swirling vortex of power. As she attacked, she taunted him. You Sice Knights are all useless trash. You might be a big deal in Britain, but here, you're absolutely worthless. Morrison stood his ground, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. He shattered her attack with a punch and countered with a kick of his own. He sliced through one of the magic ribbons with his hand. Samuel watched silently as Morrison started to go berserk. Arr! He clenched his fist tight. Morrison's body began to glow a deep crimson, radiating an absolutely terrifying aura of power. Samuel casually rested her chin in her hand. Oh? So this is the legendary war demon's ultimate technique, the Rakshasa demon? She looked down on him with utter contempt. Do you really think turning yourself into a bright red lobster will give you a fighting chance against me? He completely lost control, letting out a ferocious roar. Morrison clenched his fists and charged forward, consumed by rage. Take this! He threw a powerful straight punch, but she blocked it effortlessly. Sweat dripped down his face in shock. What? She stopped my attack? She just smirked. Heh heh heh, nothing can penetrate my wall of wind. Then, with a snap of her fingers, Morrison stomped his foot down hard. Ribbons of energy shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping around him. Samuel smiled. Ha ha, did you seriously think all I do is dance and drink wine? He was powerless against her assault. Humph. She raised her hand, her face a mask of cruelty. Now, be minced into pieces. The ribbons tightened as a dark shadow completely enveloped him. She gasped, whipping around. Turns out Morrison had shattered her skill with sheer force. His power level was suddenly off the charts. She crossed her arms, looking amused. Well now, I can't believe you survived my funeral windblade. Samuel stood there, full of arrogance. But you think you can fight me at this level? I'm not interested in bullying children, you know. Morrison clasped his hands together, activating a new technique. The dual Asura demon. Two horns slowly sprouted from his forehead, his hair grew longer, and his entire body began to transform. Morrison had become a real demon. I will absolutely stop you, he roared. She just stood there, completely unfazed, and then Samuel gave this incredibly creepy smile. Yikes. Merlin appeared outside the tower and whistled. Man, that's high. He felt something was off, looking up with a questioning. A crack spiderwebbed across the wall, then something blasted right through it, leaving a massive gaping hole in the tower. Morrison collapsed by the broken wall, coughing up blood. My ultimate move. It didn't do a single thing, he gasped in pain. Damn it, Morrison whispered, before falling completely unconscious on the ground. Just then, Samuel appeared, glanced at the scene, and turned to leave. You know, I'll let you live. Your kingdom is about to fall, and you should see it happen. He just laid there, helpless in a puddle of his own blood, his thoughts racing. Damn it, is there anyone who can stop her? A cape fluttered into view as footsteps approached. Morrison struggled to look. A familiar voice rang out as she shot a cold glare. Merlin walked in casually through the massive hole, sword in hand. Looks like I'm in the right place. Merlin stood opposite Samuel, looking up at Sari, who was bound high above. He grimaced. It really was Sari, wrapped tightly in the ribbons from that woman's attack. Merlin then noticed Morrison lying unconscious. This guy's here too? To get beaten this badly. His skills are seriously terrible. His eyes scanned the area carefully. Samuel stood silently, leaning on her hand. A dark elf, is it? She finally said. And who are you? He smiled calmly. Me? Merlin grinned, pointing at himself with a grand announcement. I am the legendary great swordmaster, Elgin. Hearing that, Morrison forced his eyes open. What? The villainess looked just as shocked. A mocking laugh cut through the air, making him flinch. Samuel covered her mouth, giggling. What a liar. Everyone knows that's not true. Ha ha ha. She then pointed out, You're the great swordmaster Elgin? Samuel arrogantly pointed to herself. In that case, I'm the #1 demon king of the Grand Temple. Merlin just tightened his grip on his sword and smiled. I came here to save Sari, but right now, I'm much more interested in cutting you down. She just laughed arrogantly in response. What a pity. You can't save Sari, and you definitely can't beat someone as strong as me. Of course, Samuel warned. If you're in a hurry to die, I won't stop you. Morrison looked up, worried. This was way too reckless. He couldn't sense a single ounce of fighting aura or magic power coming from this guy. He's no match for that dark elf. She raised a single finger, unleashing her technique. A giant vortex appeared right in front of Merlin. Samuel turned to leave with a taunt. Whoever you are, just stand there quietly and don't get in my way, all right? Unless you want this wall of wind to slice you to pieces, she sneered at him. Go on, give it a try. Merlin just stood there silently, watching. Then, he slowly lifted his foot. He began to walk forward slowly, but a voice yelled out to stop him. Wait! It was Morrison, trying to explain the danger. Hey, calm down. I know you're in a hurry to save her, but don't just go and get yourself killed like this. That wind wall? Not even a saint-level master could escape it unharmed. He insists that backup is on the way. Merlin says nothing, just flashes a cold smile. Yup, he keeps walking right into the wall she made. 1 foot is already in the raging vortex. And just like that, her wall splits wide open, clearing a path for him. Morrison is just stunned, speechless. All he can do is stare as Merlin walks by. Morrison grinds his teeth in terror. Oh, yeah, he's definitely seen a ghost. Who is this mysterious masked kid and what the heck did he just do? Could he actually be the legendary swordmaster, Elgin? Inside the barrier, she's still totally focused on her ritual. Rise, the era of us dark elves is almost upon us. Merlin steps up from behind and calls out, "Hey!" She spins around with no time to react as a fist connects right with her cheek. Merlin sends Samuel flying with a single punch. Poof. She goes sailing across the room. He challenges her from afar, leaving her completely stunned. So? I made it through. Samuel just glares back, confused. Is this a joke? My wind wall is supposed to shred everything to pieces. She's actually starting to get worried now. This guy is standing right in front of her, totally unharmed. This is not normal at all. She stands up, questioning him. You are no ordinary person. Tell me, who are you? Merlin deadpans. Hey, ambassador lady, you've got a really bad memory. Didn't we literally just meet this morning? Samuel glanced up at Siri, a look of pure annoyance on her face. Well, look at that. A human. Damn it. I was so close to activating my ultimate magic array. She immediately goes on the offensive, unleashing a barrage of absolutely massive tornadoes. These twisters look like they could shred reality itself. Get out of my way! Samuel screamed, forcing the last bit of energy into her spell. She was so close. She launched a volley of tornadoes straight at Merlin. I said, get out of my way. He calmly glanced up as the attacks descended, and then he smiled, just a little smirk as the onslaught slammed into him relentlessly. Samuel gloated, absolutely full of herself. Ha ha ha, let's see what's left of you now. But then, through the settling dust, a single footstep, and there's Merlin, casually strolling out of the vortex without a single scratch on him. Samuel's jaw clenched. How? How is he completely unharmed? Merlin's voice drops to a chilling tone. Had enough fun? Good, because now it's my turn. Samuel absolutely loses it, unleashing her final attack with everything she's got. Her eyes burning with killing intent, she unleashes her ultimate move, Judgment of the Wind King. Razor-sharp threads fly right for Merlin as a colossal tornado swallows him completely. Even from the sidelines, Morrison has to brace himself against the sheer force of her attack. The attack creates threads so sharp they could pierce through anything. Morrison grunts in pain, thinking, this level of power, it's absolutely terrifying. I'm way out here, and I'm still using everything I have just to defend, he thinks, staring nervously at the giant tornado. He can't imagine what it's like in the eye of that storm. Samuel, on the other hand, just sneers. Let's see how cocky you are now. And you can see she's starting to completely unravel. What kind of friends does Her Highness even make? I suppose I'll have to teach you a lesson for her father. But then, a voice calmly echoes from inside the raging storm. You want to know the one thing about Her Highness that I just can't accept? Samuel is floored. What? Inside her own attack, a familiar silhouette appears. It's the physical manifestation of Sari's will to go home. That girl has a single, unwavering conviction. She can endure any pain, any hardship, as long as she can finally return home. She has burned through every last bit of her own energy to get this far. She was just a step away from home. And you decided to block her path. He questions her directly. And you honestly think that we, the ones who brought her this far, are just going to stand by and accept that? His face becomes more serious than it's ever been. Lady Sari's dream of returning home, allow me to make it a reality for her. The veins in Samuel's eyes are practically popping as she sweats, helpless against Merlin's overwhelming power. Not even her enchanted defensive gear can withstand the force of his blade. Why isn't it working? How is this possible? He swings his sword in a single lightning-fast motion. Merlin's attack doesn't just cut through her, it slices clean through the entire tower. Cracks begin to spread across the tower. An explosion rocks the outside world. Samuel, bisected, lies on the ground, and still she tries to move. Your Highness. With her last breath, she chokes out, I must. Merlin just stands there silently, hand over his heart. Then he clutches his cloak, a thrill running through him. The primordial curse has been lifted just a little more. Yeah, this trip was definitely not a waste. Then, his gaze snaps upward. He sees Sari, still suspended by the magic threads. As the spell fades, the threads loosen and begin to lower her. He gently catches her and lays her down. Sari's face is pale, exhausted, as she rests against him, struggling to breathe. He looks down at her with concern. From the looks of it, he thinks, her soul has been severely injured. She needs treatment immediately. But a voice suddenly rings out behind him. Your Excellency, great swordsman Elgin. Merlin turns around, confused. Before him, Morrison is kneeling respectfully. With your incredible strength, Your Excellency, Morrison says, there's no reason to hide who you truly are. He quickly explains. If you would only lend your strength to England, I can persuade Her Majesty the Queen to revoke the warrant for your arrest. Merlin's response is blunt. No thanks. I'm not interested. But his attention is snapped upwards as the ceiling begins to shake. Debris falls, and a voice echoes from a purple vortex. You ignorant little fool, you dare obstruct this sovereign's rebirth. and now I'm trapped between hell and the living world. Merlin can only stare in disbelief. What the? A horrifying monster's eye opens wide. The monster's eye opens into a fanged maw and begins to charge an attack. By the authority of Ensues, I now declare your death. Merlin manages a weak smile, a flicker of worry in his eyes. He thinks, this thing isn't like the others. Something about this feels very wrong. The people outside stare up at the sky in chaos. What is that thing? Everyone watch out. A massive pillar of crimson energy blasts down from above. As the destructive energy column plummets towards the tower, Merlin just calmly raises one hand to catch it. Under the monster's immense power, cracks race down the tower's length, leaving everything shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Mayfi and her team squeeze their eyes shut from the sheer force of the blast. Morrison does the same. Then slowly, his eyes begin to open. He's shocked to see Merlin, still standing tall, effortlessly holding back the monster's attack. No way. He breathes, completely in awe. The entity seems shocked, to think you could actually block my divine power. In response, Merlin just offers a challenging smile. You know, if you weren't already dead, I would have loved a proper fight, he yells, clenching his fist. And with that, the monster stops its attack, its massive maw closing shut. Just you remember me, it warns, as its giant eye finally begins to close. The day I am reborn is the day your human race dies, and with that classic villain speech, he vanishes into a swirling vortex. The sky goes back to normal, leaving just the rubble of a tower under a crescent moon. And there's Merlin, standing right in the monster's messy leftovers. His hand is burnt badly, shaking. Then his face lights up. He realizes that last attack wasn't magic, it was a whole new kind of power, something even stronger. And what does he do? He grins and clenches his crispy hand. Merlin is absolutely thrilled. Looks like there's hope for lifting that curse on his heart after all. But suddenly, Mayfly flies up right behind him. She swings her sword right at Merlin. So you're the mastermind behind all of this. Now you die. Winfer and Muss swoop in too, launching their own attacks, which only makes Merlin scoff. Yeah, they just keep wailing on him nonstop. The tower splits in two. The building collapses in a cloud of dust and smoke. The three of them stare into the massive crater. Mayfly can't believe it. We all ganged up on him and he still got away? Just then, Merlin appears on a rock behind them. I remember you. You're the queen's subordinates, right? He asks with a cold tone. Your timing is perfect. In the dark of night, the quiet town is lit by the moon. Doors and windows slowly creak open as people peek outside. An old man approaches a knight. Sir Knight, are you all right? The knight replies, everyone relax, the danger has passed. Suddenly, someone points to the sky. Everyone look! The tower was completely destroyed by that monster's attack. Everyone is stunned, unable to believe their eyes. No, the clock tower that represents our goddess of light, Lenny. The children point up, noticing someone standing on what's left of the clock tower. There's Merlin's silhouette standing tall under the moonlight. He looks down and speaks. I remember you. You work for the queen, don't you? He lets out a smirk. Your timing couldn't be better. Mayfly draws her sword, glaring up at him and grips the hilt tightly. Merlin just wags his finger. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I have no intention of fighting you all. He glances down at Sari being carried. This girl's soul has been damaged by dark magic. She needs a powerful mage to heal her spiritual wounds. Merlin then asks, since you are the queen's loyal subordinates, then you must know a mage with exceptional skills, right? Mayfly challenges him, and why should we listen to a single word you say? Without another word, Merlin just tosses Sari over the edge. Once you see her, you'll understand. Mayfly quickly catches her, shocked when she realizes who it is. This is Princess Sari of the elf tribe. She whips her head back around. What did you do to her? But Merlin had already vanished without a trace. She points, ordering, don't let him escape, after him. Wyfer and Muss immediately give chase. Yes, ma'am. But a voice stops everyone cold. Wait. Morrison pulls himself out from under a pile of rocks. Wyfer rushes over, worried. Morrison, how did you get so injured? Was it the great swordsman Elgin? Malleus clenches his fist in anger, just as the queen suspected. That man really is a threat to the Empire. Morrison quickly tries to clear things up. No, you've all misunderstood. This is what happened. And he starts telling the story under the night sky. Mayfield is confused. So the mastermind was from the elf tribe. This was an internal war between the light elves and dark elves? Morrison confirms it. That's right. Samuel was behind all of this. She's actually a dark elf. She planned to sacrifice this entire city of Len to resurrect the dark elf king, Malleus says, completely outraged. Samuel, I can't believe it was her. She seemed so beautiful and graceful. Who knew she was so vicious and cruel? Mayfield asks, so where is Samuel now? Morrison replies, the great swordsman Elgin already killed her, saving us all. This just confuses everyone. Huh? Why him? Is he just trying to show off? What could his real motive possibly be? Mayfly cuts in, taking charge. We can worry about all of that later. She gives the order. Get Princess Sari to the royal palace immediately, and summon the best healer in the palace. Now. Her two subordinates obey. The townspeople stare up at the ruined tower, whispering amongst themselves, He's gone. Who in the world was that? Bren quietly says. That was the great swordsman Elgin. The crowd erupts in murmurs. The great swordsman Elgin? Really? Even the Sir Knight said so. Everyone turns to each other, buzzing. It was the great swordsman Elgin. It was really him, the one from all the legends? Praise for him spread like wildfire. I saw him with my own two eyes. He defeated that horrible mud monster. The great swordsman Elgin definitely saved us. It had to be him. Yes, it was definitely the great swordsman. The crowd starts cheering, raising their hands in the air. Great swordsman Elgin! Great swordsman Elgin! Great swordsman Elgin! Merlin, meanwhile, is hiding behind a nearby wall, looking worried. Uh-oh, this time I really stirred things up. But hey, at least that great swordsman guy has taken all the credit. He licks the wound on his hand. He thinks to himself, I can't heal Sari's spiritual wounds, but if I hand her over to those knights, they'll surely find a way to save their elven princess. The scene then shifts to a luxurious building, a hotel for the nobility. Moonlight streams into the room where Alice is busy patching herself up, fumbling with the bandages. A sudden flash of pain brings tears to her eyes. Ow, 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 she whimpers, whining about where that Merlin guy could possibly be. And speak of the devil, he pops up at the window. I'm back. They just stare at each other for a second before a basin connects with his head. A blushing Alice grabs a chair as Min tries to climb inside. I go through hell to get back and you attack me? He complains. Do you have any shame? Go away, you peeping pervert, Alice yells, covering herself with a curtain before getting down to business. Where's Sari? Weren't you looking for her? Merlin flops onto the sofa, explaining. Her spirit's been damaged. I handed her over to the Sir Sis Knights for care. They might be weak, but at least they have a ton of resources. She's worried. Are you sure there won't be any problems? Relax, he reassures her. Our $1 million payday is on the line. I'm not about to let a prize that big just slip away. He finally gives her a proper look. Speaking of which, how'd you get hurt? Alice begins to explain. That dark spirit Saffron ambushed us. His power suddenly jumped to the holy stage. Both Ko and I were seriously wounded, she emphasizes. Luckily, the guildmaster from the Royal Capital's Adventurer Guild saved us in an instant. Merlin looks genuinely surprised. This guildmaster is that strong? Alice puffs out her cheeks, clearly annoyed. Guildmaster Gregory is a gold-rank adventurer. Even the Westlow guildmaster is just a rookie compared to him. He could probably wipe the floor with you. Merlin scoffs. Yeah, we'll see if we ever meet. His tone softens. But it's good that you're okay. His words leave her completely stunned. She ducks behind the curtain, touching her blushing face in shame. Is Merlin actually worried about me? Snap out of it, Alice. He's just worried about his precious bounty mission. Merlin points to his own tongue. Oh, right, how about I lick your wound for you? Alice's face immediately turns pale. She draws her sword defensively. That look in his eyes, is he actually going to try something while she's injured? He looks like he's practically drooling. Lick, lick. They start struggling. What are you trying to do to me? Just treating you, of course. Ah, stay away, you pervert. Come on, don't be shy. Just lie still. This will be quick. And just then, Cecilia opens the door. Lady Alice, I've come to treat. She freezes. Merlin is pinning down a beet-red Alice, who is staring right at the door. Cecilia immediately slams the door shut. My apologies, please, carry on. Alice reaches out a hand, pleading, please don't leave me here alone with him. Merlin sticks his tongue out teasingly. You're making a big deal out of nothing. One lick and it'll heal faster. A blushing Alice screams, I'd rather die, thank you. We cut to the majestic royal palace. Mayfield steps out through a set of grand doors. Morrison and the others rush over to ask about the princess. She reports, Princess Sari is out of danger, but the healer says there could be after effects. We'll have to keep her under observation. Winifred clenches her fist as she speaks up. We failed to protect her in time. We've brought shame upon the Queen's command. Malleus chimes in. The Sword Saint Elgin is also in the capital. No matter how you look at it, this whole mess has to be connected to him, right? Could he be the one pulling the strings? Mayfield strokes her chin, considering it. But Morrison immediately voices his objection. There's no way the Sword Saint Elgin is the one behind this. Musk challenges him. Then tell me why he just happened to show up in the capital? Morrison answers grimly. I don't know for sure, but it looked like he was there to save Princess Sari. Mayfield presses on. So, you're saying Princess Sari knows the Sword Saint Elgin? He replies. Probably. Musk breaks into an excited grin. Haha, then maybe we can use Princess Sari to find the real Sword Saint Elgin. Wyfer chimes in. We have to use this lead. That way, we can eliminate a great disaster for Her Majesty the Queen. He nods. To think he'd dare to show his face right under our noses. I've been waiting for a chance to fight that bastard. Morrison gives them a cold warning. I suggest you drop this idea. Malleus gets agitated. Hey Morrison, Don't you love a good fight with a strong opponent? So why are you being such a coward now? He replies bluntly, I'm being serious. He clenches his jaw, trying to explain. I have never seen anyone that powerful. Even if all 12 of us Sir Cis Knights attacked him at once, Morrison's fist tightens. We'd be lucky to survive a single one of his strikes. Mayfield's face goes slack with shock. Muss is speechless. Weifer frowns in confusion. Melius tries to brush it off. Hey, what kind of joke is this? All 12 of us knights wouldn't be a match for him. If I just got serious, that guy. But Morrison still shivers at the memory. If you saw the sword St. Elgin's true power with your own eyes, you wouldn't be saying such foolish things. Suddenly, the sound of urgent footsteps echoes down the hall. Mayfield grabs Morrison by his shirt. Morrison, she snaps. We are the Cis Knights, the Queen's own blade. I will not allow you to lose your nerve. Morrison grabs her hand, eyes vacant, his own hand trembling on her wrist. Mayfield, completely fed up, just yanks her arm away. She clenches her fist, giving herself a pep talk. Anyone who threatens Her Majesty and the Empire is our enemy. It's that simple, and as long as I am here, I will defeat him. Morrison's response? Dead silence. He turns and leaves, his voice cold. We cannot face the sword St. Elgin. The consequences will be unimaginable. Morrison continues. I will report this to the Queen myself, and ask her to cancel the warrant for Elgin and invite him to join us. Mylius is just stunned. You want to do what? He walks off without a care. I am simply thinking of the Empire's future. We cut to the city of Lensney, a few days after the big disaster. Everyone, from adults down to the kids, is working to rebuild. The capital's residents are all busy repairing their homes. Then, the sound of hooves as a carriage departs through the main gate. Merlin's group is also heading out, towards the Strait of Dover. Alice sighs dramatically. Merlin glances over. What's wrong? What's with the sigh? I'm just thinking, she says quietly. Now that we've left the city, is it really all right for us to be going? I wonder how Sari is doing. Mine just offers a gentle, reassuring smile. You don't need to worry about her. She's perfectly safe now. We just need to wait for our 1 million gold. Alice shoots back, annoyed. All you think about is gold. We're friends. Okay, fine. She sticks her tongue out teasingly. I hope you lose all 1 million of those coins, and don't get a single one. Merlin props his chin on his hand. Yeah, you're flat, so you must be right. But then, his eyes drift upward. A massive shadow suddenly falls over their carriage. The horses immediately start to freak out. Inside, it's total chaos. Whoa, what is going on? A massive eagle swoops down, blocking their path. Mayfai's voice rings out. Merlin Lucifer, Alice Claudia. The group inside the carriage peers out cautiously. In the name of the Cis Knights, a declaration Alice completely misses. What? Mayfai has to yell it, the two of you will come with me. Merlin looks grim, Alice looks confused, and we cut to a gorgeous, extravagant building, the Royal Palace. As the two of them follow Mayfi, Alice starts whispering frantically. Okay, what do we do? Did they find out you were faking being the Sword Saint yesterday? Or did they find out you're the Demon King? He replies, totally calm. Nah, couldn't be, he says. I was super careful. Merlin glances around. Besides, this doesn't exactly feel like an arrest. In a small courtyard, Mayfai gives a respectful bow. Your Highness, your friends have arrived. Footsteps are heard rushing their way. Alice is just completely stunned. Huh? And out comes Sari, hiking up her dress with a huge smile. Mr. Merlin, Miss Alice! Alice pulls her into a hug, full of concern. Sari, are you all right? Oh, thank goodness. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I'm all right, Sari says gently. The Cis Knights rescued me. Merlin just puffs his cheeks out, thinking, actually, I saved you. But wisely keeps his mouth shut. Sari starts to explain. I asked Lady Mayfai to find you both. I wanted to say goodbye before I left. I have to go back to my homeland today. Alice immediately gets worried. What? But what if it's dangerous? Sari just smiles. Don't worry about it. Lady Mayfai herself will be escorting me home. Merlin then steps in close, calling her name, and whispers a question in her ear. Did they ask you about me? He asks quietly. No, they didn't. She answers right away. But Lady Mayfai did ask if I knew the sword St. Elgin. Merlin goes silent when he hears that. But I have never even heard of that name, she continues. In fact, I don't remember much about yesterday at all. Merlin breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Looks like his cover is safe. She then gives them a heartfelt thanks. Thank you both so much for taking care of me. I was so happy being with you. Oh, and Sari clasps her hands together apologetically. Miss Alice, about tearing your pajamas. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll repay you for them. Alice stammers a bit. Oh, you really don't have to worry about that. Internally, though? Yeah, big chests are so amazing. Mayfai steps forward, gesturing respectfully. Your Highness, I apologize for interrupting this touching reunion, but it is nearly time for us to leave. Sari sounds disappointed. Oh, already? Merlin clears his throat loudly, then puts on his biggest, friendliest smile. Ahem, Sari. Now that you're all safe and sound, about that 1 million gold fee. When can we expect payment? Alice just gives him a look of pure disappointment. Wow, way to ruin the moment. Sari just tilts her head, confused. 1 million what? Merlin starts getting agitated. The 1 million gold fee for us! You promised. Don't you remember? She just seems confused. Did I? Mei Fai smoothly interjects to explain. Unfortunately, Princess Sari suffered some trauma and has forgotten certain events. Merlin and Alice are speechless, jaws on the floor. Don't tell me. She has amnesia? The news hits Merlin like a truck, turning him to stone. A massive scream rings out across the entire courtyard. She can remember a stupid pair of pajamas. How could she forget our 1 million gold? Meanwhile, the ship starts pulling away. Sari waves from the deck, and Alice cheerfully waves right back. She turns her head back. She's trying to console Merlin, who's slumped against a wall like a lifeless sack. Come on, stop sulking. Don't we still have Lady Cecilia's request? He's still not over it. The perfect score was right in my grasp and it just slipped away. He's so upset he's practically crying blood. That was 1 million coins. If I took that to the racetrack, I could have turned my life around. Alice just scowls at him. If you think horse racing is the answer to your problems, you can forget it. Getting a real job would be much better, and so they start arguing loud enough for the whole city to hear. So embarrassing. I don't want to be a dreamless burden on society like you. Who's dreamless? My dream is to marry the great sword master Elgin. What's so great about him? The great sword master Elgin is a hero to all humankind, a lazy bum like you could never understand his appeal. Time snaps back to the present, inside a moving carriage. Cecilia and Co are sitting in anxious silence. Alice and Merlin are still mad, refusing to even look at each other. Cecilia and Co start whispering. What's with them? No clue. A voice cuts in. Co, are we there yet? He sputters. Huh? Co respectfully explains. Please be patient, Lord Merlin. Don't rush. I've already arranged for the family warship to meet us there. The horse-drawn carriage passes through a green, coastal mountain area. We just have to get past this fishing village, and we're there. They enter a small village. Cecilia speaks up. Lord Merlin, we're arriving. May I ask what preparations you've made? Merlin just gives a lazy wave of his hand. It's just some puny alchemist, right? No need to prepare a thing. This'll be easy. Co clenches his fist, full of admiration. As expected of Lord Merlin. You must have a solid plan, right? Alice waves her hand frantically. No, no, no. He's just being lazy. She turns to him. Merlin, could you please be serious? And suddenly, he goes dead quiet. Her own face freezes. Huh? Merlin looks outside, pointing out the obvious. It's too quiet. The carriage moves through a village that's completely empty. Alice suddenly realizes it too. Now that you mention it, I don't think we've seen a single person this whole time. Merlin gives a sudden order. Stop the carriage. The door opens slowly as everyone gets out to look around. The houses are all boarded up, doors and windows shut. Alice is bewildered. This is so weird. It's the middle of the day, but there's not a soul in sight. Maybe that genius magician already solved the problem, Merlin adds. Or the alchemical beasts have already wiped out the entire village. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes out, sending wood splinters flying. Merlin and Alice whip their heads around to see a man thrown against a wall. The old man cries out in pain. A mysterious figure in armor steps out from inside, laughing cruelly. He steps on the man, his voice a low threat. Old man, hand over your granddaughter quietly, and you won't have to suffer this pointless pain. The old man, writhing in agony, forces out the words, You already took my son. I'll die before I let you take my granddaughter. Another voice rings out. Boss. His subordinate is dragging the man's granddaughter out. Found her, the girl struggles. Let me go. The old man screams her name. Connie. The villain furiously kicks him. Ah, Connie cries out in despair. Let him go. If you want someone, take me. The villain seems amused by this, turning his head for a better look. Oh? He raises a filthy hand to her face, his tongue flicking out like some kind of creep. If you just behave and serve me. She spits right in his face. Tears stream down her face as she screams, You traitor to this village. We brought you here to protect us, but you sided with monsters and took our people for your sick experiments. His henchmen get angry. You little brat, boss. He just smiles, a twisted and cunning look on his face. The villain raises his claws toward the girl. I'm the strongest one here now, so you should all just obey me. If you dare resist, I'll send you straight to hell. The terrified girl squeezed her eyes shut. Model. And boom, ice walls erupt, blocking them off. Alice pulls the girl to safety, telling her to stay away from that thing. The monster whips around to see who ruined his fun. Who is it? Oh, just Merlin and Alice, arriving right on time. Alice goes full protection mode and yells, Get away from that girl, or you'll regret it. But Denmark, or whatever he's called, just scoffs at her. I was wondering who it was, he continues. Turns out it's the ice magic swordswoman and her little servant. Alice and Merlin did not like the sound of that. Excuse me? Servant? Oh, the nerve. You know us? Mark faces them down, explaining. I used to be an adventurer too. I've heard the stories. He gives them a slow, judgmental look, scanning them from head to toe. Apparently, he can't believe some blonde kid is a golden rank ice magic swordswoman. And worse, a pretty boy clinging to a woman's skirt gets to be an iron rank adventurer. Merlin grits his teeth. Pretty boy? Yeah, he's not a fan of that title. Wait a minute. A golden rank adventurer? A voice cries out, Hey, you over there. It's Gigia, taking his chance to beg for rescue. You're adventurers, right? Please, you have to save us. Even on the ground, he's pointing fingers. Defeat him, and our monster of the week is absolutely loving his power-up. He lets out this bizarre cackle, sounding like a weirdo fishman. He spreads his hands wide, showing off the new razor-sharp claws that came with the upgrade. He boasts, Before I might have been wary of you, but now you're nothing to fear. He puffs out his chest, super proud of his new body. I've been enhanced by alchemy. You ordinary mortals are no match for me. Alice frowns, a thought striking her. Alchemy? Could he mean that evil alchemist? Behind her, Merlin strokes his chin, looking intrigued. Well, look at that, a clue delivered right to our door, but Mark just plays coy. So you're looking for Lord Democratus? You'll have to get through me first. He sticks his tongue out and gives Alice a slimy look. I'm bored with this village girl. You, on the other hand, look much more fun. Why don't you come serve your new master? Alice looks at him with pure disgust, like he's trash trying to touch treasure. Suddenly, Merlin steps up. Alice. He crosses his arms, putting on a serious act. This guy is all yours. Alice starts sweating. What? Are you still salty about what he said? Merlin fires back. Of course, I'm just the pretty boy who clings to a woman's skirt. But then his tone gets serious. You've been through some tough fights. You're stronger now. Use this guy for some practice. His words, of all things, actually make Alice blush. Don't you want to reach Saint rank? He asks. Don't tell me you're scared of this clown. Not wanting to be humiliated, she clenches her fist with determination. Leave him to me. Mission accomplished. Merlin gives her a little pep talk. You can do it. The old man watching from the side is thinking exactly what everyone else is. He's really letting a woman fight first. What a pretty boy. Alice stands her ground against Mark. He just grins, showing off a mouthful of nasty, sharp teeth. Alice stays focused, her brow furrowed. He suddenly leaps forward, and she decides she's not waiting around either. She charges, her sharp sword lunging straight for his face. But nope, he just catches the blade like it's nothing. Mark holds onto her sword, smirking. Nice try, aiming for my unprotected eye, but I'm way faster than you. Alice just huffs, then suddenly touches his chest with her free hand. He was completely unprepared. Ice instantly spreads across his body, creeping up to his face. Alice unleashes her ice lance. A spear of pure ice slams through him and explodes. Mark is frozen solid on the spot. Merlin, watching from behind, smirks. Clever. Even Gigia's jaw drops in complete shock. Oh, Alice analyzes his weakness out loud. Your scales may be tough, but underneath all that armor, you're still just flesh, aren't you? Frozen solid, Mark can't even respond as his body starts to crack, then breaks clean in half. Alice calmly sheathes her sword. Go repent in the next world. With that, he shatters into 1,000 icy pieces. The other bad guys see this and start to panic. The fish monster was defeated. One of them grabs the girl, Connie. Run for it! Connie struggles, yelling, Let me go! But before they get far, Merlin is there, blocking their path. Hey, he says, striking a total hero pose. I'm not interested in small fry. Let her go, and I'll let you live. They aren't scared of some kid. You're just an iron rank. Get out of our way or die. Big mistake. With a single hand, Merlin sends them both flying into the ocean, where they become fish food. Merlin turns to Connie. It's over now, little miss. Connie just stares at him, stunned and flustered. Huh? Yes? He turns to a girl ready for the local gossip. Can you tell us what in the world happened in this village? The little house is a complete wreck. Its front door knocked clean off. Gigia puts a hand to her chest. Thank you so much for saving me and my grandpa. Everyone in the room leans in to hear the old man's story. That goon you defeated. He used to be the strongest warrior in our fish village. He was the one who led the villagers to go fight an alchemist. But the alchemist beast was way too powerful. The villagers failed, and only that guy Mac survived. Another girl pipes up, but Mac came back looking like a monster, totally twisted. He did terrible things, taking people for experiments. He even took my father. Cecilia connects the dots. No wonder we haven't seen a single person since we arrived. Gigia explains, all that's left in this village are women, children, and the elderly. All the young men were either captured by Mac or killed. If robbers came, they'd be defenseless. That's why everyone hides from strangers. Hearing this, Alice is furious. How despicable. They were his own people. How could he be so monstrously cruel? Merlin has a theory. He suspects this alchemist didn't just boost their power, but can probably control their minds too. He's jolted back to reality by a voice calling, Lord Merlin. Cecilia looks anxious. It seems that Johnson fellow isn't here yet. All right, for the good of the world and all that, let's just deal with this alchemist first. So, what do you think? He asks, striking a pose like some big-shot bounty hunter cutting a deal. Grandpa Gia, on the other hand, looks worried. Absolutely not, the old man snaps back. Those monsters are way too strong. You don't stand a chance against them. Chief, we hired a mithril rank adventurer. He'll handle it, they say. He just rests his chin on his hand. And where exactly is this legendary adventurer now? Grandpa Gia is completely speechless, but he's still trying to stop them from marching to their doom. You are our saviors. I can't just stand by and watch you get yourselves killed, he cries, his trembling fist hitting the table. Meanwhile, outside on the roof, Ko is standing guard when he suddenly feels a shift in the air. Birds scattering from the trees, a low growl from deep in the woods. Then, everyone inside hears it, a terrifying roar. Alice looks around, confused. What was that? Merlin adds. You guys keep magical beasts as pets or something? Grandpa starts to panic. It's the alchemical beasts he brought back, 7 of them, charging like mad. And yeah, they only listen to one person. But now that their master is gone, there is absolutely no one left to control them. One beast lunges, ready to attack a villager. The man screams for his life, but luckily Ko arrives in the nick of time, taking the monster down. Cecilia and Alice run over. Ko, what's the situation? He gives his report. Be careful, there are way too many of these things. Facing down the ferocious pack, Alice stands her ground. Even so, we can't just let them hurt these innocent villagers. She unleashes her powers, taking one down clean. Cecilia joins the fight, dishing out her own punishment. Ko focuses, but Min is just standing there, looking bored. Sir, aren't you going to help? The old man asks. Min just gives a little smirk. This level of trash doesn't require my intervention. The old man, of course, thinks to himself, ha, all talk, what a total coward. So these are the alchemical beasts Asmodeus mentioned, he thinks. Just a bunch of small fry. Is this really all they've got? Suddenly, a massive monster appears with a deafening roar. Its claw slashes straight for Cecilia, sending her into a panic. Whoa. But Ko is already moving, shielding her from the blow. Miss, it's dangerous. He yanks her aside just as the claw smashes the ground. It lifts its arm for another strike, its mouth letting out an unending, furious roar. This thing means business. Its teeth grind together as it drools. Alice uses her ice breath, freezing the creature solid. She thinks it's over. Okay, got him. But a few seconds later, the ice shatters and it charges forward again. Roar! This is bad, Alice worries. Seeing his team failing, our guy finally moves. Looks like I have to do everything myself. Merlin glances back, confused. A stranger appears from nowhere, using the exact same ice breath technique. Merlin looks up at a massive sheet of ice. Only this ice is way thicker, crushing the beast and splitting its body into 4 pieces. Merlin just stands there, trying to process what happened. It seems this little kid who just obliterated the monster must be the so-called mithril rank adventurer they were waiting for. Alice watches the monster's body crumble into dust. She's stunned. It's the same move, but how could it be so powerful? Her eyes widen in shock. Wait a minute. As he stands there, hand outstretched, she realizes he was just copying her technique. The kid, Josen, slowly closes his hand into a fist. True magic, he says with incredible arrogance, is nothing like the garbage you're using. Ouch. His words hit Alice like a dagger, making her practically choke with rage. Her face turns dark. What did you say? Merlin, of course, finds the whole situation hilarious. Ha ha ha. Josen launches into a lecture. See, real magic is converting natural energy into your own power, then using spiritual force to activate the elements and unleash their potential. He continues his little speech, basically saying the way she used magic was a complete and utter waste of power. If I hadn't seen you were also an adventurer, this genius wouldn't have bothered to guide you. Oh, she is absolutely furious. Who asked for your guidance? She snaps. Just then, Grandpa Gia steps out. Sir, are you the genius mithril rank adventurer? The kid puffs out his chest. That's right, this genius was personally awarded the Star of Tomorrow medal by the Queen. I came here specifically to solve this village's little problem. Josen polishes his medal. You should all be grateful. Grandpa Gia is overjoyed. Oh, that's fantastic. Our village is saved. Then he asks, did you run into trouble on the way? You arrived so late. The kid looks embarrassed, thinking to himself, I will take the fact that I got hopelessly lost to my grave. He quickly raises a hand to his mouth and fakes a cough. Regaining his composure, Josen declares, a true master always arrives last. I simply allowed the cannon fodder to reveal themselves first. Hearing this, Cecilia and Alice explode. Who are you calling cannon fodder? Ko just sighs. Kids. Cecilia approaches Min, calling his name Lord Merlin. She whispers to him, we have to solve this whole mess before this little brat does. He sizes up the kid. Annoying, sure, but his power was undeniably above saint level. This could get interesting. He just had to open his mouth, declaring that a genius like him wasn't like some useless, immature adventurers. Alice, being a tad sensitive, questioned him. Immature? She started tearing up. This punk called her immature. He then glanced at her chest and said, aren't certain parts of you a bit immature too? That was it. Alice snapped, leaping onto him and trying to strangle Merlin with both hands. You tell me what part is immature. Gia chimed in. Our village is small. Only our inn has enough room for everyone. If you esteemed adventurers don't mind, please rest here tonight. Joe's son quickly stepped in. Fine, this great one will be generous for once. I need to show off my skills tomorrow. Where's my room? The innkeeper quickly pointed. Esteemed adventurer, this way please. As he walked off, he couldn't resist one last taunt. Bye-bye. She gritted her teeth in fury. That rotten little brat. Our guy standing nearby spoke up. No wonder he has the worldview of a child. The innkeeper announced, apologies, but we only have 3 rooms left. The 3 of them just stood there, completely stunned. The innkeeper asked, so, how would you esteemed guests like to arrange things? The foxkin immediately took charge. Okay, Lord and Lady Merlin, get 1 room, and the young miss and I will each take a room. How does that sound? Cecilia agreed immediately. Yes, that works perfectly. But Alice was furious. Hey, why do I have to share a room with this guy? I refuse. And he wasn't having it either. That's right, who wants to sleep with a walking washboard like her? The 2 of them immediately started bickering. She yelled, what's with that disgusted tone of yours? I'm the one who should be disgusted. He shot right back. Oh, so you're disgusted by me? Please, get over yourself. Cecilia just looked confused. Aren't you 2 married? Sleeping together is perfectly normal, isn't it? Alice was stubborn as a mule. Anyway, I refused to sleep with this guy. He was just as firm, and I refused to sleep with a walking washboard. Cecilia was lost. Are they having a marital spat? Maybe we shouldn't get involved. The foxkin argued that Lord Merlin was the strongest among them, and they couldn't let him be wronged by sharing with someone else. The innkeeper stood there watching, her eyes wide with surprise as if she'd just heard something truly shocking. Seeing the 2 still at each other's throats, Cecilia made a decision. How about this? I'll just room with Alice. In special times, we have to make some compromises. The foxkin burst into tears, not happy at all. Oh, the injustice to my young miss. Cecilia turned to him and said, a grown man crying like that? What a disgrace. Night fell, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The only sound in the bedroom was soft breathing. Alice and Cecilia were fast asleep, but then a strange noise came from Alice's side. Was she having a nightmare? Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, the air grew cold. Cecilia's whole body started to shiver. She sat up, completely baffled. What on earth is going on? Even for a village inn, this level of cold was just too much. Cecilia looked around and saw ice slowly creeping across the walls and the floor. She then turned to look beside her. A layer of frost had even covered the bed. She realized this chilling aura was coming directly from Lady Alice. Cecilia quickly tried to wake her up. Lady Alice, wake up! But Alice was still lost in her dream, only letting out a small whimper. She sat up in a daze. What's wrong? Then she touched her own face, thinking, my head hurts. My whole body feels awful. Cecilia wrapped herself in a blanket and asked, Lady Alice, does this happen every time you fall asleep? Alice was wide awake now and screamed. Looking down at her frozen hand, she wondered to herself, is the backlash from the crystallization inheritance acting up again? Cecilia pressed on. Are you practicing some kind of magic? Alice forced a smile. You could say that. Clenching her fist, she thought, I still can't control the power of the Ice Mountain Holy Dragon. If I don't handle this soon, I'll freeze to death. Then, an idea seemed to hit her, and her eyes shot open. It's the only way. Cecilia asked with concern, are you all right? I'll go get Lord Merlin. Alice got out of bed, refusing. No, don't. I just need to step outside for a moment. Meanwhile, in Merlin's room, he was sleeping like a log. Through the window, a light in another room flickered on. Joe's son was annoyed. I'm only responsible for cleaning up those alchemists. I can't be bothered with other annoying things. He slammed his door shut. Don't bother my rest. Good night. He left the girl standing at his door completely speechless. She just stood there, dazed. Did I just get rejected? So it's true, the strong and powerful really are unkind to the weak. She started to think, well, I'm out of options. I'll just have to beg another adventurer for help. She remembered the knight saying that Lord Merlin was the strongest among them, if he would just agree. A dark shadow appeared at a door, and a hand reached up to knock. Knock, knock. Merlin opened the door, mid-yawn, and asked, Who is it? He was shocked to see who it was. Oh, it's you, Alice. She put on her most pitiful face. Sniffle. He was confused. What are you doing? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? She snapped back instantly. Who wants to ambush you? Then her voice became quiet, her attitude changing in a flash. Shyly, she asked, I want to sleep with you. Is that okay? His face went completely blank. He stood frozen for a solid 5 seconds, then stumbled back into the wall with a thud. Only then did he manage to speak. What are you even thinking right now? He gets curious. Is her inherited magic crystal acting up again? She just nods. Alice explains that she can't control the cold aura in her sleep and didn't want to worry Cecilia. Merlin points out that her last episode wasn't even that long ago. The time between them is getting shorter. He strokes his chin. Have you been forcing your inherited power out recently, by any chance? She looks dazed as a flashback hits an image of someone's hand grabbing her, only to be frozen solid in an instant. I'm not really sure, she admits. Back when you were saving Shirley, I was attacked by a saint-level dark elf. My mind went blank, and when I came to, I'd already frozen the enemy's hand. For that, he gives her a sharp flick on the forehead. Alice yelps. What was that for? His response? You, my dear, are unbelievably dumb. Merlin gets serious. Before you reach saint level, if you force that power out, you'll turn into some kind of human-dragon hybrid freak. She starts to tremble, forcing a laugh. A freak? He explains. But once is probably fine. Just be more careful next time. Before you reach saint level, try your best not to use that inherited power. The stronger the dragon's power, the bigger the backlash will be. A little voice in her head says, guess I have to hold back. Being human is great. I really don't want to become some monster. He leans in, whispering right in her ear. Well, you could always just get into bed. It's not like we can't sleep together tonight. Her immediate thought? Total creep. So the door is closed, but the sounds of their bickering can still be heard from inside. We're just sleeping, you hear me? Don't you dare try anything weird. Who's interested in a washboard anyway? Who are you calling a washboard? And so they lie there, back to back, as a cold aura continues to pour off of Alice. He tosses and turns. It's not their first time sharing a bed, but it still feels a little awkward. A soft shiver from her makes him glance over. Her whole body is trembling, eyes shut, but her mind is clearly racing. Is the distance between them too great? It seems she's still so cold. What is she supposed to do? Now what? Should she be the one to move closer? Suddenly, an arm wraps around her with a soft thud. Her eyes pop open. Well, he actually hugged me. Merlin speaks up. If you're cold, just say so. Is that better? She realizes the raging Saint Dragon power inside her is quickly calming down. Turns out, cuddling with Merlin is super effective. She just replies, and drifts off thinking, Merlin, what's so warm? And then, of course, a knock echoes from the door. She startles awake, and they both sit bolt upright. Alice wonders, who is it? He replies that he doesn't know. She assumes it's Cecilia. I didn't tell her where I was going. She's probably worried and came looking for me. He moves to pull the blanket. I'll go tell her you're sleeping here tonight. Tell her to go back to her room. But she grabs his sleeve to stop him. No, don't, she insists. Just say I'm out training. I've done it before. Tell her not to worry and to just go to sleep. He glances down at her. And why would I say that? She dives under the covers, completely hidden. Stop asking questions and just say what I told you. He walks away, confused. Sigh. So much trouble. Huddled under the blanket, she's dying. She swore she'd die before sleeping with him, and now she snuck over in the middle of the night. So embarrassing. He cracks open the door. Who is it? He's shocked when he sees who's there. It's that girl, wrapped in a towel, looking shy. Lord Merlin, good evening. Hearing that familiar voice, she instantly knew it was Connie, who asked, Sorry to bother you so late. Can we come in and talk? He just leaned against the wall and answered, Whatever it is, you can say it from the doorway. So she lays it all out. Please, sir, save my father. He was kidnapped by alchemists and taken to that island over there. But our hero is brutally honest. Nope. Saving people is a hassle, and there's nothing in it for me. The girl looks down, saying she has no money. Then she plays her trump card, pulling down her towel. Just agree to save my father, she says, and I'll do. Well, anything you want. An offer so bold it sends our hero stumbling headfirst into a wall. Meanwhile, Alice, listening from her room, is completely stunned. Tears start to form as she repeats her offer. Please, just save him. I'll do anything. Alice, under her blankets, can't believe what she's hearing. What? She stands there, facing Merlin. After a moment of awkward silence, he hits her with a rejection. Sorry, he says, leaving her completely baffled. He explains that even though she's offering herself on a silver platter, he's just not interested in her. The girl is at a total loss for words. Merlin then grabs her towel, pulls it back up, and says, Look, I'm not going to touch you just for this. Alice starts to see him in a different light. But then, Merlin closes his eyes and explains why. I just have zero interest in ironing boards. Ouch. Those words hit Alice like a critical strike. Savage. Merlin crosses his arms, getting down to business. Look, your father's been on that island for a while, right? The odds he's okay are slim. Why can't you just accept reality? She breaks down, sobbing and begging him, even if there's just one sliver of hope. Seeing her sobbing, he just stood there with one eye open before turning to go back inside. Sorry, we're in a hurry, so if that's all, you should probably leave. Alice gritted her teeth, thinking, damn it, Merlin, can't you show even a little bit of sympathy? She was still processing his cold words when his voice echoed from inside. Even though we are in a hurry, if he's still alive, we'll just grab your dad on our way. That should be enough to make you feel better. He let out a massive, sleepy yawn. Alice was completely shocked by his words. Her eyes welled up. Thank you. She just stood at the door, crying and bowing her head. Thank you. Merlin, meanwhile, was already grumbling in bed. Seriously, can't a guy get some sleep around here? He was just drifting off when he heard a noise. He glanced over to see her creeping toward him, a totally confused look on his face. Didn't you say you hated sleeping in the same room? So why are you over here now? Her face was hidden, but her voice was warm. He tried to play it cool at first, keeping a straight face. But being this close, it didn't take long for a blush to creep across his cheeks. The next morning was bright and clear. Cecilia greeted them cheerfully. Ah, you're here. Alice and Merlin walked out together. She still looked half asleep. Ah, good morning, Cecilia. He stretched with a huge yawn. Then Cecilia turned to him with a thank you. For taking care of Lady Alice last night, you must be exhausted. He just looked surprised. Huh? So did she. She immediately ran over to Cecilia. How did you know? Cecilia just grinned. Ha ha ha. I saw you go into Mr. Merlin's room before I went to bed. Over on the other side, Merlin looked absolutely exhausted. He walked up to Kyo. Did any of you see that Johnson kid this morning? He shook his head. Nope. Lady Cecilia and I were up the earliest, but we didn't see Johnson at all. Cecilia added, well, he's still just a child. He probably doesn't get the whole early bird gets the worm thing. Pointing to the carriage, Merlin said, then what's the holdup? Let's ditch the smelly kid and head for our objective. But Johnson heard everything, a sly little grin spreading across his face. He'd been hiding in the luggage compartment the whole time. He thought to himself, adults are all the same, just a bunch of schemers trying to steal my prize. As the carriage rolled away, he kept thinking, just you wait. The scene changes, and now Kyo is on a ship, staring at Alice in admiration. Whoa, 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 this ship is huge. Kyo proudly began his tour. This is the merchant ship, William. To fight off pirates, it's equipped with 20 cannons and a magic-guided gun with firepower that rivals a royal warship. Merlin actually looked pleased. Looks like this will be a comfortable trip. If all goes well, we should reach the island tonight. Suddenly, a voice called out, the great Lady Cecilia. A man approached, bowing politely. A pleasure to meet you. I am Dennis, captain of the William. Cecilia bowed her head. Captain Dennis, thank you for your assistance. She then gestured towards the others. These two are Lord Merlin and Lady Alice, our honored guests for this voyage. Dennis suddenly looked confused. He then asked. And is that person behind you also one of your companions? Alice was baffled. Why is Johnson here? The kid strode forward confidently. Surprised to see me, aren't you? Johnson started complaining. You all woke up so early just to ditch me, but I'm not that easy to fool. Alice just stared. Where did you even come from? He gave a little wink. I'm just a 14-year-old prodigy. As he rambled on, Merlin just smirked to himself. This kid is young, but he might be even crazier than I am. Alice was fuming. Seriously, if Cecilia hadn't held her back, she would have punched him right in his smug little face. Johnson spoke up. So you're all going to the strait? We have the same destination, so just let me come with you. Alice just looked at him. What are you thinking? Kyo immediately shut him down. Sir, we're competitors. There's literally no reason to bring you with us. But then Merlin stroked his chin and decided to let him tag along. Alice and Cecilia both yelled, huh? Alice ran after him to protest. Are you serious about bringing him? Aren't you just making things harder for yourself? He glanced back over his shoulder. What's there to be afraid of? You think taking candy from a baby is hard for me? Night fell, and the ship sailed on through the darkness. Dennis stroked his beard and began to speak. The group was gathered for dinner. So, you're heading to the island to recruit an alchemist named Democritus? Kyo asked. Is there a problem? The captain leaned in. I think I've heard that name. They say he's an expert on dragons. He used to be a key member of the Royal Research Institute, but he was kicked out for his inhuman experiments. Alice picked up her cup, asking, and what happened after that? Dennis got serious. I heard he contacted the Adventure, a dark adventurers guild. They agreed to give him the funding and technology to continue his experiments. Merlin crossed his arms. The Adventure? What's that? Are they an adventurers guild like us? At that, Alice got so angry she bit right through her glass, shattering it completely. Suddenly, Alice bursts in, slamming her hands on the table. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" she screams. "Inside the Dark Adventurers Guild, it's nothing but villains. We're talking notorious death row inmates from different countries or even deported criminals." She keeps shouting, "They have absolutely no morals. As long as a rich client pays them, they will do absolutely anything. Murder, destruction, they're nothing like real adventurers such as us." Merlin looks surprised. "Oh, is that so? Are there a lot of them?" She explains the guild is split into 4 factions: ID Code, Phoenix, Hun Price, and Blue Flame. Each one has a different symbol, so they're easy to tell apart. Alice suddenly slumps into her seat, looking completely defeated. "Our own Adventurers Guild tried to wipe them out a few times," she admits, "but every campaign failed or ended in massive casualties. Just then, a massive wave slams into the ship, sending everyone and everything inside lurching. She loses her balance completely and falls to the floor. What's going on?" The wind howls as waves crash relentlessly against the ship. Sailors on deck look up and scream. A gigantic shadow with glowing red eyes rises from the depths, and the crew's screams turn to pure terror. "A monster!" A sailor spots Captain Dennis and rushes over to report. "It's bad, Captain. Some kind of giant monster attacked the cabin. It tore a huge hole. The crew can't plug it, and the ship is going down fast. What are you panicking for?" Captain Dennis immediately barks out orders. "Full speed ahead, get the cannons into position, prepare for an all-out battle." In an instant, all the ship's gun ports fly open, and cannons emerge, taking aim. Denis himself grabs the helm, wrenching it hard to steer the ship. Heave-ho! The massive ship manages to swerve out of the monster's direct path. Through the cabin glass, you can see just how tiny the vessel looks next to this behemoth. Lowering his spyglass, a man named Democritus lets out a cold sneer. Watching from a high cliff, he mutters, "Why do these fools always come here seeking death? Don't they know not to bother me? And yet, not a single one of them can even put up a fight. Oh well, I suppose I'll treat this as the final opening act." Meanwhile, back on the chaotic ship, Kehu looks worried. "I'm going to the passenger cabin to protect the young lady. I'm counting on you, sir." Alice is still trying to figure out what's happening when a voice pipes up behind her. "Humph, what a bunch of useless adults." Dusan smirks mysteriously. "Haha, allow me to show you the true power of a genius like myself." And with that, he runs to the ship's rail, kneels down, and immediately starts puking his guts out. Alice is speechless. Oh, so that's his genius power getting seasick. So that's why he was hiding in his cabin the whole time. Suddenly, she looks around. Wait, where's Merlin? Her high heels click rapidly on the floorboards as she rushes to his room. She shoves the door open, calling his name. She finds Merlin just sitting there, calm as can be. "Why are you still in here?" Alice demands. "Get out there and help," he calmly replies. "Is the ship sinking already?" She yells back. "If you don't defeat that monster, it will be. Just use that sword of yours like you did last time." She's remembering that other time he fought a monster, but he doesn't seem to care. "Sure," he says, "but the last monster I fought was when I was on a tiny boat. I had no choice." He closes his eyes smugly. "A ship as big as this one would definitely be capsized by the force of my sword." Alice scowls. "Is now really the time for bragging? Just do something." His eyes suddenly snap open, looking serious. In a low voice, he just says, "You fool." Then he adds, "That's the exact reason I can't make a move." Seeing his cold logic, she's left completely dumbfounded. Huh? Meanwhile, at the palace of the first Demon King, darkness hangs heavy in the air. A girl named Lilit is snuggling a dummy that looks just like Merlin. "Oh, Merlin, I miss you so much." Her room, by the way, is covered in his pictures. She continues her one-sided conversation. "When are you going to come back and visit Lilit?" She puckers her lips to kiss the dummy, but a sudden sound makes her jump. A glass on the table has just shattered in two. She screams, "Ah, that was the cup Merlin used, the one I kept so safe." Model. Holding a broken piece of him in her hand, she frets, whispering his name in her head. "Mr. Min." Through the window, the moon and stars shine so peacefully. Lilit can't help but wonder he's not in any danger, is he? Meanwhile, back on the ship, Merlin is still chatting with Alice. "If the ship sinks," he says with a shrug, "oh well, I can't swim." A massive monster with horrifying red eyes thrashes in the water, creating huge waves. And now, it's raising its razor-sharp claws. Denny struggles with the ship's wheel, absolutely furious. Giant waves slam violently against the hull. The monster smashes its hand down on the sea, sending a wall of water crashing over the deck. Alice screams, knocked off her feet. Denise yells fire, and every single cannon begins to glow. Boom, boom, boom! The cannonballs all slam directly into the monster. The sailors cheer, a direct hit. But Alice realizes something and screams. Over there, the holes in its body are smoking, making a sizzling sound. Oh, turns out that smoke is coming from the monster's body itself. It stands there, completely unfazed, as the bullet holes slowly regenerate and puff back to normal. A sailor looks up in terror. Captain, the cannons have no effect on it. Dennis grits his teeth and swears. Damn it, he orders them to use that thing to deal with it. At the ship's bow, a hole shaped like a lion's head opens up. This is the mana cannon. On the ship, the crew frantically loaded the massive ice cannon. As the shell clicked into place, the entire weapon thrummed with incredible power, glowing with an otherworldly energy. A sailor rushed out, shouting, Captain, the magic cannon is fully charged. The captain roared back, Excellent, on my command. The monster raised its claws to obliterate the ship, but right then, he gave the order to fire. A golden beam shot from the lion-headed cannon. Whoosh, the magic blast sailed forth, leaving the monster looking completely and utterly baffled. The cannon's power was absurd, destroying a massive area. The beast just stood there, shell-shocked, as fire completely consumed it. Alice was stunned. The power was insane. The sailors erupted in cheers. We won. We actually won. Dennis was ecstatic. See the might of our magic cannon? That's equal to a strike from a saint-level master. Thick smoke billowed across the water. But from a distance, Democritus watched with great interest. Well, is this guy actually any good? He stroked his beard, smiling. They're celebrating way too early. My little pet is about to get real mad. A huge shadow still stood within the smoke. As it cleared under the moonlight, the sailors looked up and gasped in horror. No! Dennis stared, his victorious smile gone in an instant. You cannot be serious. A colossal figure erupted from the waves. The monster had apparently leveled up, now sporting a terrifying suit of full-plate metal armor. Alice's mind raced. That appearance. Could it be an alchemy beast? It glided on the water, launching a frenzied attack on their ship. Democritus smirked, and that's the end of that. But suddenly, a blinding flash of light came from behind the vessel. The monster's head was sliced clean in two. Democritus's jaw hit the floor, leaving him totally speechless. The creature's jagged teeth and lifeless eyes floated on the waves. The sailors rushed to the ship's railing, buzzing with confusion. What just happened? It just split apart. Alice looked over, her eyes widening. Was that Merlin, coolly sheathing his sword? Looking down from the deck, Dennis was in awe. Incredible. One slash did what his ultimate weapon couldn't. The magic cannon had been useless. He stared at the man's back, a single question echoing in his mind. Just what in the heavens is that man? Merlin strolled over to Alice. As I thought, slicing up an alchemy beast like this really isn't even worth my time. Alice was bewildered. Merlin, didn't you say you couldn't draw your sword on the ship? Because you just did, and nothing bad had happened. I have a bad feeling, he said cryptically. You'll probably find out why soon. She just stared. And then the ship began to groan and splinter. The maid next to Lady Cecilia jumped. Huh? Dusan, already seasick, slapped a hand over his mouth. Merlin glanced over. Well, she's all yours now. Alice, still clueless about the situation, could only manage a confused, huh? With a deafening crack, the ship split right down the middle. As seawater flooded in, it finally clicked for Alice, and she let out a piercing scream. From a distance, Democritus peered through his spyglass. What's going on now? Seeing the ship sinking, he mused, did it self-destruct? Turning to leave, he just muttered, what a truly bizarre group. The wooden debris slowly drifted to the coast, and the ship ran aground. The moon shone down on the massive wreckage as a single foot stepped onto solid land. Merlin and Alice crawled onto the sand, gasping for breath. Finally, he panted, we've made it to shore. That captain's sailing skills weren't half bad. Alice, trailing behind him, shrieked, Are you kidding me? You cut the boat in half. The only reason we're not at the bottom of the ocean is because I froze the two halves back together with my ice magic. Dennis held his cap over his chest, gazing sorrowfully at his ruined vessel. Lady Cecilia spoke gently. Captain Dennis, I am deeply sorry for this. I will use my family's name to ensure you're fully compensated. Dennis was overcome with gratitude. Lady Cecilia, that would truly save us. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. A hand clutched a fistful of sand in pure ecstasy. Land. Real, solid land. It was Joe's son, weeping with dramatic tears of joy. I'm alive at last! Ha ha ha. His eyes sparkled with manic energy. The other three just stared, feeling the overwhelming secondhand embarrassment. He cleared his throat, trying to regain some fake composure. Joe's son turned to them smugly. For mere mortals, you all did quite well. You are worthy of praise from a genius such as myself. He then gazed toward a mountain shrouded in ominous mist, beginning his grand analysis. The alchemist's research lab must be on that mountain. This mission is laughably easy for someone of my caliber. Pointing toward the forest, Joe's son declared, Thanks for the lift. I'll be on my way now. As he strutted off, Cecilia seethed. That little brat, she snapped. We need to get moving as well. Her attendant hesitated. Shouldn't we rest for a moment? There's no time to waste, Alice insisted. There might still be survivors on this island from the kidnapping. Merlin gave a casual shrug. I'm ready whenever. but that loudmouth kid is already getting a massive head start on us. If we wait any longer, there won't even be scraps left. Dennis approached the lady. We must stay here to repair the William. We cannot accompany you. Deep in a massive mountain range, a cave entrance waits. Footsteps echo, trying to be quiet. Merlin leads the pack, but Johnson just has to open his mouth. Merlin shoots him a look cold enough to freeze fire. Alice, ever the thinker, pipes up. Isn't it a little weird we haven't seen a single enemy since we got here? Suddenly, Merlin and Johnson freeze in their tracks. She wonders why they stopped. A tremor runs through the ground, and the swordsman whips out his blade. Something's coming. A lot of somethings. Cecilia glares at Alice. Great job. You totally jinxed us. Alice just shrugs it off. Hello? We're in the enemy's lair. Getting attacked is kind of the point. A horrifying sound erupts from the cave as a swarm of alchemical beasts charges out. The group gets ready. It's showtime. Merlin grips his sword, looking completely over it. Johnson just smirks, ready to show off for the newbies. So, you ready for this? He quickly slips a ring onto his finger, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. The power of a true genius, or so he thinks. The alchemical beasts roar, trying to look intimidating. A fiery red energy starts to crackle around Johnson's hand. He scoffs, calling them a bunch of small fry. Naturally, the beasts charge straight for him. He wiggles his ringed finger, then unleashes a massive wave of fire. The entire pack is instantly incinerated. But with a cold look, he says, "We're not done yet." His ringed hand now begins to glow with an intense blue energy. He raises his hand again, and that new energy source erupts with incredible force. When the two energies combine, they create an absolutely massive explosion. Alice and Cecilia can't help but scream. Merlin just stands there, smiling like a fool. When the smoke finally clears, only a pile of ash remains. Alice is stunned. He can use two types of high-level magic at the same time. Johnson throws a smug look over his shoulder. Of course he does. Now you know what a real powerhouse looks like. Trying to take my glory? Keep dreaming. Merlin just covers his mouth. This little brat is actually kind of amusing. His eyes practically sparkle with interest, but then he crosses his arms. His personality, though? Absolute garbage. If I had a son who acted like that, I would not be a fan. Alice, completely confused, asks, "You have a son?" He's like, "Can a guy use a hypothetical?" She totally agrees with him. "I wouldn't want my kid to be like that either. Who cares how talented you are?" Looking at Johnson's tiny frame, she continues, "An arrogant kid like him is bound to meet a bigger fish who'll teach him some manners." Through the lens, we see his face. Elvin Johnson, a silver-ranked adventurer, is only 14 years old. Meanwhile, some guy named Democritus is watching the whole thing on his personal crystal ball. I can't believe a commoner rabble like this has such a strong adventurer. He's pretty sure this is the kid who killed his pet monster at sea. He opens a box, looking at the weird item inside, and starts laughing. It looks like some kind of bizarre iron horn. Still watching the kid, Democritus smirks. His little legend ends today. He's about to face my masterpiece. The group continues deeper into the dark tunnel, and our old guy Merlin is starting to feel a little tired. Does anyone else feel like we're just walking in circles? Hearing this, Johnson secretly glances back, a plan already forming. He thinks to himself, this old guy killed that sea monster. He's no ordinary grunt. He's a troublesome rival. I'll have to find a chance to get rid of him. Gripping her weapon, Cecilia speaks up. Alice responds. What's wrong? She looks worried. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Alice tries to calm her down. Don't scare yourself. She glances at Merlin. Whatever enemy we face, Merlin can handle it. Right then, his foot presses down on a loose brick. He freezes. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Alice and Cecilia are still chilling. With Master Merlin here, there's nothing to be afraid of. The floor beneath them starts to move. He looks back. Huh? Cecilia and Alice suddenly lose their balance, shouting in surprise. Wah? And down they go. It's only then that our hero realizes he might have stepped on a trap mechanism. The swordsman kneels down, yelling for Lady Cecilia. All they hear from below is a loud splash and screams. Ah, the water's so cold. Ah, there are rats. Merlin peeks over the edge. Oh, they're alive. Then he looks around. That little brat took the chance to run off. The swordsman asks if Lady Cecilia is all right. Merlin is completely unbothered. Let's go. The swordsman is just baffled. What? We're just going to leave Lady Cecilia and Miss Alice here? Seriously? Don't forget our top priority is to eliminate that evil alchemist. Then he adds, don't worry, Alice is great at taking care of people. Down in the sewers, the water churns as Alice gasps for air. Whew! She managed to survive that. She looks up to see Cecilia whining. Miss Alice, it's so high up here we can't climb out. Then she spots a skull and starts freaking out. Ah, I don't want to be stuck here forever. It's dirty, it stinks, and it feels so dangerous. Let's try to find an exit, Alice says. From a distance, she spots a doorway. Over there, I think that's a passage. The two of them step inside the doorway, and a strange noise immediately echoes out. Cecilia looks back, asking, Lady Alice, do you hear that weird, mournful sound? Alice replies that it's probably coming from up ahead. They reach the end of the tunnel, entering a massive hall with something huge right in front of them, a giant bird with its beak wide open. It lowers its head, its beak snaps shut, and fresh red blood trickles out. Cecilia's eyes widen. Is this that monster's nest? She sees something else and covers her mouth. Ah, that's horrifying. Yep, a human arm is dropping from its beak onto a pile of skulls below. Cecilia advises, Lady Alice, let's not provoke it. We can just circle around. Alice agrees. Right. But then her eyes suddenly go wide. She spotted a group of people, cowering in fear. So much for the stealth plan. No way. Before Cecilia can even react, the bird jerks its head up as an ice sword flies out of nowhere, hitting it square in the chest. The bird is totally unharmed, but the sword shatters into pieces. Alice is annoyed. That had zero effect. Cecilia calls out to her, but Alice is already pointing her sword forward. There are still survivors over there. We can't just ignore them. And down below the pit, another monster is just sitting there, waiting for them. She continues her analysis. Besides, there's no way the enemy would kindly leave us an exit. If one exists, it's that pit above the monster. So Alice charges right in to attack. The bird just lifts its massive legs off the ground. It spreads its wings and takes to the air. Alice yells, Cecilia, cover me with your magic. When Cecilia doesn't move, Alice shouts her name again. Over on this side, Cecilia is just trembling and screaming. Ah! She turns around, completely in shock. Cecilia! The bird's beak gapes open, a bright light gathering inside. Meanwhile, in a different location, everything is on fire. Joe's son is moving alone. Damn it, didn't I just pass this place? Where on earth is that alchemist? Watching from his orb and hearing him mutter, Democritus can't help himself. Nope, he says, you're just lost. Democritus is getting tired. His enemy can't take forever, so he figures he might as well give him a hand. With that, he grabs a nearby rope and gives it a powerful tug. The rope connects to a mechanism that starts to turn. Joe-san frowns at the noise as a wall splits open, revealing a brand new door. Joe-san remains perfectly calm. Is this an invitation? He strolls right in, clearly tired of living a long life. Inside is a vast, dark space. Torches flare to life, showing walls covered in countless slash marks and dried blood. He wonders if it's a beast arena when a voice rings out, addressing the so-called genius mage. Democritus stands on a high platform to greet him. Welcome to my playground, he says with a smug grin. It's also your final resting place. Joe just scoffs back. So you're the alchemist? I've been getting threats since I was a kid, old man. A few small stones at his feet suddenly begin to float up into the air. Turns out, it's Joe's son using his magic. He smiles confidently. This final resting place, he flicks his hand, sending the stones flying, is yours! But the alchemist just stands there, grinning wickedly as some bizarre creature leaps out and blocks the attack for him. Joe's son is shocked. What? The beast snarls, baring its razor-sharp fangs. It's a ferocious two-headed beast. After being summoned, the monster immediately locks its bloodthirsty eyes right on Joe's son. And on its tough scales, there isn't a single mark left behind from his attack. This makes him blurt out in surprise. What? It took my magic stone bullets and wasn't injured at all? Joe-san eyes it warily and concludes, any normal monster would have been pierced through, but this thing is way stronger than the last one. Seeing his attack was completely nullified, Democritus lets out a triumphant laugh. But he's not done. He snaps his fingers like a magician and says, it's too early to be surprised, you know. With that snap, a nearby sealed iron gate suddenly moves, creating a massive racket. The noise makes Joe's son whip his head around to look back, just as a mammoth-like beast charges out from the iron cage. But this one looks 10 times more ferocious and bloodthirsty. As the two giant monsters charge toward him, Democritus's show finally begins. He announces excitedly, allow me to formally introduce my masterpieces. The two-headed Lion King, he adds with proud declaration. The one you guys destroyed at sea was just big. Its actual strength can't even compare to either of these two. Though he's losing patience, he holds his stance, ready to fight. But the bad guy keeps rambling, and there's also a steel-clawed eagle. All of my little babies were fused with the holy dragon blood that I personally created. Every last one of them has the magnificent power of the dragon clan. At this point, Joe's son has finally had enough and has to cut him off. Hey, old man, you really talk way too much. His words leave the other guy completely stunned, only able to mutter out a, huh? Before he can even process it, the kid explains, I'm about to fall asleep here. Basically, can we speed this fight up already? This little provocation from Okan only makes Democritus more interested. He strokes his beard with a grin, looking thrilled. How refreshing. So, he strikes another one of his ridiculous poses and declares, I love refreshingly honest people like you. So, do me a favor and be a refreshing meal for my little darlings. As he points, two giant monsters stomp the ground, getting a running start. Then, they charge forward in unison. Their colossal size makes Joseon look absolutely tiny in comparison, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for him. To counter, Joseon casually charges up a spell. Ugh, what foolish, lowly creatures. The first spell he unleashes is Heavenly Tsunami. In that very instant, a massive tidal wave of seawater slams down, blocking the path of Democratus's two masterpieces. Caught in the current, they're swept away, completely unable to move or even try to resist. Seeing his first goal achieved, Joseon immediately calls out his second spell, shouting with total confidence. And there's more. From his fingertip, a bright light becomes a blindingly powerful lightning strike, called Electric Fang Blitz. It shoots out in a perfectly straight line, striking the area where the two beasts were flailing in the water. The result? Their tough golden scales are now just a series of blackened, smoking holes. Seeing his handiwork, he can't help but taunt them. This is what you're so proud of? How pathetic. But his opponent doesn't flinch. He just stands there and calmly replies, "Is that so?" The monsters, which look like they were totally fried, suddenly roar back to life, their eyes glowing with a crazed red light. Joseon clearly did not see this coming. He furrows his brow and blurts out, "What?" The two monsters, especially the Lion King, are suddenly full of energy, as if the last attack was just an illusion. As he charges up another spell, he realizes with frustration, "My magic isn't doing any effective damage." He isn't one to back down easily, yelling "Defense wall," but in a split second, the two-headed Lion King is already on him, swiping with its claws. The blow not only shatters his defensive wall, it also slashes right across his chest. So fast, the hit sends him flying several feet, skidding across the ground before slamming into a wall. The two monsters advance, looking as arrogant and ferocious as ever, while he just trembles from the impact and lets out a grunt. Ugh. Even now, seeing the red spreading across his hand, he's still in shock. Joseon just mutters in disbelief, "I actually got hurt." Seeing him get wrecked in a single hit, Democratus gets even cockier. "Haha, you get it now, don't you?" But he's not done, continuing to spout his nonsense. "My darlings specialize in dealing with arrogant little brats just like you." Being mocked like that, Joseon can't help but grit his teeth in frustration and spit out two words. "Damn it." Just as the two sides are locked in a standoff, a calm voice suddenly echoes from behind him. "Looks like I'm not too late." He immediately looks up. He's not sure when, but on the wall above, a familiar figure has appeared. Democratus, still hiding behind his precious pets, has no idea who this is. He yells out cautiously, "Who's there?" Strangely, the uninvited guest pays him no mind at all. He just smirks, and then Merlin starts teasing Joseon. Well, well, look at the little rebel who ran off ahead of us. Seems like you got taught a pretty harsh lesson, huh?" Merlin doesn't even let him respond before cheerfully leaping down. Finally, it's time to steal a kid's kill. Joseon, still sitting there, is not having a good time. The kid gives a cold snort and flicks his hand. Suddenly, bright golden lines shoot across the ground, following his command. Seeing the light hurtling towards him, the man lets out a confused sound. In a flash, the golden lines snap together, forming a cage of light. But he remains perfectly calm inside, unlike Connie, who is stunned to realize it's a cage of holy light. Connie then loses his cool, screaming, "What are you doing? Let us out of here right now." In response to that demand, Joseon just smirks and asks, "What are you so smug about? I'm not defeated yet." With that said, he shoots a look over at the enemy who has been pinning him down this whole time. Then he lays his claim, saying this damn alchemist is his prey, and no one else is allowed to touch him. Democratus isn't about to be treated like a prize. Three little runts think they can claim my head? Absolutely ridiculous. Too bad for him, the kid completely ignores his protest, gritting his teeth to warn the other two once more. "Stay put until this is over. If you try to escape, the holy light will roast you alive." This attitude really gets on KO's nerves. Damn it. Merlin, however, is deep in thought. Does this rotten little brat actually have another trick up his sleeve? He didn't have to wait long. The kid clutches his cloak and firmly declares, "I absolutely will not allow anyone to interfere with me." Joseon didn't even let him finish, he just chucked it. Instantly, light flared up around him, practically screaming with his master's intent. "This battle is mine alone," and as his power spiked, Democratus just got more excited. "Very good. I will now demonstrate just how pathetic you really are." And with a flick of his wrist, the two-headed lion and the armored mammoth charged in again like absolute maniacs. Meanwhile, in a totally different spot, another ridiculous, earth-shattering clash was going down between two opposing forces. The shockwave blasted Alice straight into a cliff, knocking the wind right out of her. And the fun didn't stop there. A massive dust cloud swallowed up poor Cecilia. Luckily, Alice was quick-witted enough to jam her sword into the ground, stopping her momentum just in time. She leaned on her sword hilt in the thick dust, gasping for breath. Yeah, rough day. She glared at the steel-feathered beast overhead, muttering, Damn it, we're not even in the same weight class. But Alice couldn't back down from this absolute unit of a monster. She was determined to save the few survivors left. In a flash, she composed herself, shouting to the other lady, "Cecilia, a little help." Cecilia, who was nervously gripping her staff, immediately snapped to attention. "Oh, right. A second later, she got her game face on, raising her scepter to call on its power. "Oh, Divine One, please heal and protect your servant." Classic cleric stuff. A holy light instantly descended upon Alice, not just healing her wounds, but giving her a serious rapid-fire power boost. Running on this divine buff, she charged forward with one goal, to punch a hole straight through that monster's wing. She planted her foot hard, using it like a spring to launch herself at the arrogant beast in the sky. She was betting everything on this one shot. As the distance between them vanished, Alice yelled, "It all comes down to this!" The monster, surprised that this little gnat was charging it, didn't even flinch and just opened its beak to counter. This move whipped up the air into a vortex, a tornado that immediately scooped up Alice, making her scream. And of course, the whirlwind just kept growing bigger until she was completely trapped inside. Watching the tables turn so brutally, Cecilia's face went pale, screaming, "Lady Alice!" But she was completely helpless as the vortex sucked up rocks and dirt. When the storm finally faded, Alice was slammed into the ground so hard that the earth itself cracked beneath her. Before she could even react, the monster pinned her to the ground, making her cry out in pure agony. Its massive claws were basically a heavy iron cage, trapping her. The pressure forced a weak groan from her lips. Standing in the dust, Cecilia couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Lady Alice!" Knowing she'd try something reckless, Alice yelled back immediately, "You idiot, stay back! This thing's too strong. While its attention is on me, take the survivors and run." And as she gave the order, the steel-feathered beast was just disgustingly staring down its prey, drooling everywhere. Alice watched it helplessly, thinking, "Is this really how I die?" Right there, on the very edge of death, an image of Merlin suddenly flashed through her mind. This just made her furious. She hadn't even managed to defeat that guy yet. Dying with that regret was not an option. Seeing its meal finally stay still, the beast's eye widened as it lunged forward. It slammed its steel-hard head down, trying to peck Alice to bits. Watching this horror, Cecilia covered her mouth, trembling in disbelief. But then something completely weird happened, making the beast freeze mid-attack. It let out a confused squawk. As the monster stared blankly, a wave of impossibly cold air suddenly washed over everything. That chilling power crept from a dark arm all the way up its sharp beak. Then, without any hesitation, the arm squeezed, and the frozen beak just shattered. A miracle just happened. Alice, who was moments from becoming bird food, had not only crushed the monster's beak, but she'd also slipped free, forcing it to stumble back in sheer panic. Alice was back, and let's just say she received a major upgrade. Her once blue eyes now glowed a brilliant gold, with pupils slit just like a dragon's. This sudden counterattack made the steel-feathered beast screech in rage. It stared at its own broken beak, completely and utterly stunned. So, naturally, it flapped its wings and began whipping up yet another tornado. Seeing this, a panicked Cecilia screamed out her name, "Lady Alice!" But a single decisive strike tore right through the vortex's center, ripping it to shreds. When the winds finally cleared, a white-haired Alice was standing there, completely unharmed. She simply stared the monster down, surrounded by an aura of chilling frost. This whole scene was so bizarre, Cecilia could only stare, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is that still Lady Alice? That terrifying dragon's presence. It felt like she was now standing in front of a real, actual dragon. Meanwhile, the sheer force of Alice's aura seems to have seriously threatened the Kung Thiet Thok. It just stares at her in a blind panic. And the scene cuts back to the arena, where Johnson is in just as much danger. The genius kid in black seems to have been pushed back, but he refuses to lose, immediately pointing and shouting, "Go die, you two pathetic beasts." With that gesture, the rocks and earth instantly form a giant serpent to meet Democritus's pets. In a flash, the serpent coils around the ferocious beast and begins to squeeze. But this monster is no joke. It quickly uses its clawed tentacle to wrap around its enemy, controlling it and twisting it little by little. It twists until the stone serpent can't take the pressure and shatters into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, the other monster is greeted by a barrage of chilling icicles hanging in midair. Under Johnson's control, these sharp, deadly weapons shoot forward in unison, raining down on the two-headed Lion King. But with its unbelievable speed, it manages to dodge the entire attack. It even dares to snatch an icicle and keep advancing, ignoring the spikes behind it. To stop its charge, small flames begin to appear at its feet. Then Johnson flicks his hand, and a red flame erupts. The scattered sparks suddenly become a gigantic firewall, engulfing the monster completely. KO is still trapped in the case. Watching the beast get torched, he's in awe. Combining all attributes with incompatible holy magic types, that's just broken. He anxiously turns to the guy who's been lounging around this whole time to persuade him. Lord Merlin, we can't just sit here and let Johnson win. Do you have a plan? But the guy just casually cleans his ear and says, no need to panic. As soon as he speaks, the two-headed Lion King and the beast, who should have been toast, suddenly stand back up. They're covered in a layer of black ash from the fire. But it quickly flakes off, revealing their bodies without a single scratch. The two monsters, still full of fight, aggressively press forward. Johnson is beyond annoyed, clicking his tongue cautiously. But Merlin, watching from the sidelines, clearly saw this coming all along. Johnson is a beast against normal monsters. Unfortunately, these two have extremely strong magic resistance. And for a mage facing a high-resistance opponent, there's only one way to win. Thinking this, he just smiles while watching. You have to overwhelm them with even stronger magic. Seeing the kid struggle, Democritus immediately starts gloating. Ha ha ha, you see that? My power is something you could never hope to match. He then taunts him. Some magic genius. You're just a little snot-nosed brat, that's all. He finishes it off with, just obediently become food for my little pets. How could Johnson possibly stand for that level of disrespect? He screams back in defiance. Shut up! I am the glory of my clan, the pride of my parents. How could I possibly lose here? After that declaration, a blue and purple magical aura explodes from his body. The ring on his hand glows with a similar light, and not just his right hand, the exact same thing is happening on his left. The activation makes his body jolt violently, veins popping as he grits his teeth to withstand the pain. Crackle! Immediately after, wind and lightning surge endlessly from both his hands. The sheer explosive pressure forces him to let out a huge scream. Faced with this terrifying aura, the two-headed Lion King and the mammoth were stopped in their tracks. Johnson, brimming with confidence after unleashing his power, just grinned. Sensing danger, are we? Trying to stop me? With that, he suddenly clapped his hands together and declared, too late. The moment his hands clasped, the two monstrous energies were forced into one, sending thunder and lightning crackling through the wind. This chaotic vortex quickly ensnared the monsters in front of him, squeezing so tightly they roared in agony. And this wild magic Johnson created didn't just trap his enemies, it started slamming into the arena walls. The walls were getting scraped and sliced by countless sharp edges, shaking Democritus's high platform so violently he started screaming in panic. Stumbling around in terror, he cried out to the heavens, "Are you kidding me right now? He can even fuse ultimate magic spells? I really did underestimate this rotten little brat." Wherever the tornado passed, it stripped the flesh clean off both the Lion King and the mammoth, leaving only two stark white skeletons. Democritus couldn't help but stare at his precious little pets. The alchemical beasts were gone, and the girl in the cage was in total disbelief. He stammered, "He won? He actually won?" Merlin, however, remained completely indifferent, and no one had a clue what he was thinking. As the dust and smoke began to clear, the figure of young Johnson slowly came into view. His clothes were in tatters and his skin was scraped, hit by his own magic, but he stood firm, whispering, "Ah, I won." Mine had to give him credit. That was pretty impressive for a 14-year-old kid. Democritus, meanwhile, was sweating buckets as he surveyed the ruined arena, or, he was just putting on a show. Suddenly, his laughter echoed across the field. "Go!" The scorched bones of his beasts, which had been writhing, suddenly stopped. Rose Sun caught the change instantly, yelling out, "What?" Then, out of thin air, countless shards of energy began slapping flesh back onto the two skeletons. The old man's darlings were back, good as new, and staring right at Johnson. High above, Democritus was laughing his head off. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, you are so naive. My alchemy beasts are forged with the blood of an icebone saint dragon. They can instantly regenerate from any attack." And he was right. The two monsters were perfectly restored. This dose of reality hit the kid hard, making him wonder, how is this possible? My strongest magic had no effect? Even his power-storing ring couldn't take the strain from that last attack and just shattered. Covered in wounds, Rose Sun's arms dropped to his sides. "I've got no magic left." It was like reality itself had drained him dry. He fell to his knees, whispering that it was over. Everything was finished. And as the hero hit rock bottom, the villain was loving it. "Ha ha ha, I was waiting to see that look of total despair. This is just too perfect. What are you waiting for? Go on, my darlings, enjoy today's fresh meal." Getting their orders, the two-headed Lion King and the heavy tank mammoth launched forward like missiles. Joe's son squeezed his eyes shut, unable to accept it. Damn it. Am I going to die here? But then, a large, warm hand gently rested on his hair. It was Merlin, somehow already out of his cage, ruffling the kid's hair. The little guy's playtime is over. He stepped forward, adding, "Leave the rest to the adults." His words left the kid totally stunned. Huh? Democritus, however, barely gave Merlin a glance, still as arrogant as ever. "Ha ha ha, a guy like you isn't even fit to be a snack for my pets." He couldn't even finish his sentence before a clean slash cut through the air, coming straight from Lin on the arena floor. And this time, the one left speechless was the villain himself. Huh? He just stood there frozen as the dust settled from the attack. The fox girl, still trapped in a cage, saw this and cheered. Oh yeah! As expected of Lord Min. Min just held his pose, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah. Faced with that terrifying speed, the villain was clearly rattled. Damn it! Ironclad Tornado, get over here and save me! But something was wrong. The link to his beast was telling him something completely impossible. What's going on? This feeling, the Ironclad Tornado was terrified. Turns out the massive monster was trembling before the dragon's aura coming off Alice. She didn't say a word, just walked towards it step by step, while the beast just wanted to run for the hills. It didn't dare get any closer. Not making it wait, she raised her sword, gathering energy for the next attack. Alice's dragon-like eyes began to glow an even brighter gold, and facing that glow was one absolutely terrified monster. It barely flew a few feet before sharp spikes of icy energy locked onto it. A massive vortex formed, dwarfing the one the beast had made. When it was ready, Alice swung her sword across. The whirlwind ripped up rocks and debris, making Cecilia scream in terror, and then Alice poured all her power into this attack. She pointed her sword straight at the sky, and a colossal beam of energy pierced right through the vortex. Now, the once majestic ironclad tornado was filled with nothing but profound, gut-wrenching horror. Alice's terrifying sword strike was impossibly fast. It sliced from its tail right through the wing it took so much pride in. And it didn't stop there. The sheer momentum sent the energy beam tearing through the forest and punching through the clouds. The dazzling light was so bright, even people offshore cried out, "What is that?" Meanwhile, Democritus couldn't stop shaking. The ironclad tornado's presence. It's gone. He thought it over 1,000,000 times but couldn't understand. What just happened here? The enemy's dragon force overwhelmed my alchemy beast. Hearing his shocked cry, Emlyn below instantly pieced it together. Dragon force. Could it be Alice? Before he could say a word, the villain faced reality and muttered her name. The two-headed Lion King and the heavy tank Mammoth. He listed them off. The two reduced to bloody pulp, the one vaporized by Alice, and now, the ironclad tornado. At last, Democritus finally looked his opponent dead in the eye, screaming, "The power of those three beasts surpassed the saint level, and they died in an instant. Just who in the hell are you?" But Mlin paid him no mind, just walking forward with a mocking little smile. Seeing his opponent shaking, our hero offered an explanation. As thanks, I'll be merciful and tell you the truth. Even little Josen leaned in to hear him speak. You should all listen up closely. Then, he propped his sword on his shoulder, smirked, and declared, "This humble lord is the great demon king of the first palace." The scene then cuts away to where that ironclad beast was just defeated, its feathers scattered everywhere. The townspeople stared in shock, asking, "The monster's dead? Are we saved?" Cecilia felt the exact same way. She mumbled to herself, feeling like she was in a dream. Such a powerful monster, actually destroyed by Lady Alice. And through it all, from her first attack to her victory, Alice maintained her magnificent heroic pose. But when the energy faded, her sword arm went limp, completely losing its strength. Then her entire body collapsed. Seeing this, a panicked Cecilia rushed over immediately. Little Miss Alice. On impact, the vibrant bluestone Alice wore around her neck suddenly snapped off its chain. Cecilia grew more anxious seeing her motionless. "Lady Alice, are you okay?" But Alice, lying in her arms, could only grimace and gasp for air. She could feel her magic returning to normal. And yet, the sparkling blue stone lay on the ground, completely unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, back with Merlin, the air went completely still after his declaration. Up above, Democritus was sweating buckets, asking, "What?" Down below, another just blankly repeated, "The first palace?" Even Merlin's constant companion questioned the three words, "Great Demon King." Seeing everyone so stunned by his big reveal, Merlin couldn't help but feel proud, and then a scream cut through the silence. "Like hell, I believe you!" This sudden outburst startled him. Oh, it was Democritus, who absolutely refused to believe what he'd just heard. "Do you take me for an idiot? You don't have a single demonic trait or aura." Ko quickly got closer to whisper, "Lord Merlin, now is not the time for jokes." He worried that if the Holy See heard him joking like this, he'd be burned at the stake. Thing is, Merlin wasn't lying. He was about to argue, but stopped, thinking to himself, "That's just how the world works. No one ever believes the truth." Figuring nobody here would buy it, he could only let out a helpless sigh. "Sigh, fine then." He swept his hair back and said, "I am," before striking the most ridiculously cheesy pose to make his announcement. Reem's Black Iron Adventurer, a gambler who always loses but never repents, a con artist who'll use any trick in the book. From 80-year-old grandmas to 9-year-old girls, they all fall under my spell. People gave me the nickname DJ, the new star of the world. But opposite Merlin's dazzling aura, his companions were shrouded in a grim, chilling silence. Lord Merlin. He isn't actually an idiot, is he? Of course, his second introduction wasn't convincing Democritus either. A pretty boy black iron adventurer managed to defeat my alchemy beast, but Merlin couldn't care less. He rolled his eyes tauntingly. Believe whatever you want. This indifferent attitude made his opponent snap. He totally lost his cool and screamed, "That's enough!" He raised his horn high and declared, "You dare mock me with that arrogance? I will make you pay dearly for it." Still trying to explain himself, he added, "The beast you killed was nothing more than a proposal gift I intended for Lady Asmodeus." This just made Merlin go, "Huh?" Democritus then hugged his horn and laughed arrogantly, "I have something stronger. I have something stronger." But before he could finish his monologue, Merlin was already winding up his leg, ready to kick. The culmination of my life's work in alchemy. My ultimate weapon of transcendent power. It seems Merlin just couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, so you're trying to propose to that Asmodeus guy?" The sight of him rolling on the floor laughing was seriously getting on his nerves. "How dare you call Lady Asmodeus? That guy, you damn brat." Before he could say more, Merlin wiped a tear from his eye and replied, "Asmodeus and I are very close, so there's something I need to tell you. You are never going to win that guy over." He couldn't stop laughing at the predictable question. Why is Lady Asmodeus already spoken for? But the real reason was something else entirely. He added honestly, "Well, the thing is, that guy and I are the same." Merlin gave a dirty grin, using his hands to make it clear. "We're both packing a stick." The moment he said it, a giant male symbol came crashing down right on Democritus's head. He was completely dumbfounded, lost in his own little world of pain. Huh? The beautiful, enchanting Lady Asmodeus, who was more captivating than any woman, is a man? Seeing the guy's devastated look, Merlin helplessly muttered, "Man, how many men's hearts has that guy broken?" But the shock was too much, and Democritus still refused to believe it. He stood high above and bellowed down at him. "You're obviously lying to slander Lady Asmodeus. You want me to give up so you can have her all to yourself." Merlin was immediately annoyed. Who would want that guy all to themselves? He then gently gripped his sword's hilt and gave one last piece of advice. "I'm still telling you to give up." Unfortunately, when faced with such a massive shock, people often choose to simply deny reality. He immediately blew a horn with grim determination. "I'll make you pay dearly for dishonoring Lady Asmodeus." The sound traveled from his throat into the bizarre horn, where sound reflection quickly amplified it outward. Instantly, the three figures below were on high alert from the massive disturbance. Then, from small holes in the arena, dark energies began to gather. They swirled and converged in the center of the arena with a colossal impact. The purple-black gas continued to churn and spin as if it were trying to sculpt something. And then, before everyone's eyes, a chained coffin appeared, slammed right into the ground. Seeing his summoning succeed, Democritus let out a triumphant cheer. "Heh heh heh, you brought this all on yourself." Standing amidst the dark mist, Merlin simply raised an eyebrow. Not far away, Johnson sensed the ominous energy and muttered nervously, This evil aura." Before Ko could even react, he shouted a frantic warning. "Be careful! There's something really nasty inside that coffin." The moment he finished speaking, the coffin began to shake violently, the chains snapped, and the lid began to move as if about to open. Democritus laughed arrogantly with a challenging tone. "Open your eyes and watch closely. This is my greatest creation." Johnson's eyes widened in utter shock. That face. I've seen it in a fairy tale. One of the 4 heroes of the former kingdom. Corona emerged from the coffin in a cloud of smoke. This was the so-called greatest creation he was talking about. He arrogantly boasted about his power. "That's right. My investor not only found the remains of the Holy Ice Dragon, but also discovered her fragments. I fused it into the Holy Dragon's bones, creating an alchemical beast far more powerful than any Holy Dragon." Corona's eyes began to twitch, signaling her awakening after a very long slumber. She opened her eyes, her blue pupils glowing with a cold, soulless light, her gaze fixed on Merlin, as if she wanted to lunge and tear him apart. He stroked his chin, digging through his memories. I feel like I've seen this one somewhere before." Suddenly, she turned purple with rage, grinding her teeth as killing intent exploded from her. Corona's power erupted, cracking the ground beneath her feet as her energy radiated out like a storm. Democritus instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. What is this? Why such a violent reaction?" Merlin just smirked. "Ah, now I remember." While skillfully dodging her attack, he casually taunted her. "Hey, aren't you the old lady I dealt with before?" The girl was shocked by their speed. Johnson was also in awe. So fast. Democritus's eyes were wide as sweat poured down his face. What's going on? Why is its reaction to this black iron country bumpkin so much more intense than normal? Suddenly, there was the sharp clang of a sword strike. In a flash, her head was gone. He froze, completely and utterly shocked. What? Merlin had just defeated her in an instant. Rest easy, ma'am. Coe and Johnson looked at him with sheer reverence. As expected of Lord Merlin, a one-hit kill. Democritus still refused to accept defeat. You are indeed formidable, but… On the ground, Corona's body began to move again. He turned around as dark energy enveloped her. She had revived and was slowly growing a new head. Her eyes burned with a murderous intent, like she wanted to eat him alive. Grr. He looked on, genuinely bewildered. This gave Democritus the opening to become arrogant once more. Go on, despair. This alchemical beast of mine not only possesses enough power to destroy a nation, Johnson couldn't believe what he was seeing. You're joking. How could he create a transcendent monster like this? Coe felt a deep sense of dread. How are you supposed to fight an enemy that just won't die? Even for a guy like Merlin, his expression was completely unfazed. Oh? Look at that. He's actually showing a little interest. An alchemy beast with an immortal body. Now this is fun. He figures this thing can at least keep him entertained a little longer. The monster just screams back. Fun? You arrogant fool? Let's see what you've got. Our boy is just oozing confidence. An immortal body? Is that all you've got? There isn't a single enemy in this world that this blade of mine can't solve. And if there is, well, then I'll just use two. It starts attacking like crazy, but for him, dodging is child's play. The ground around them shatters from the sheer force. Johnson is just frozen. I can't escape? Suddenly, he feels himself being lifted up as Kaiho grabs him to get them out of there. The kid is a little embarrassed. Let me go! I don't need your help! Kaiho hits him with the hard truth. If you stay here, you'll just get in Lord Merlin's way. The kid finally caves. Ugh. Meanwhile, Merlin and Corona are in an insane battle. At the same time on the cliff, Dennis is climbing down, calling out for someone. Lady Cecilia! She's supporting Alice and turns to face him. Captain Dennis. He fills her in. We saw a huge explosion and rushed over. Are you injured, my lady? But she's already giving orders. I'm fine. Captain Dennis, please get these farmers to a safe place. Also, Alice is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. He obeys instantly. I understand. Men, over here and help out. His soldiers run over. Yes, sir. Then, Dennis spots something familiar and rushes over to check it out. The old man just stares at it, completely confused, but Cecilia recognizes it instantly. Hey, that's the pendant Alice always wore. Go on, pick it up for her. He picks it up and immediately feels something strange. He flips the pendant over to get a better look. A symbol is revealed, and it looks like Denny knows exactly what it is. He's stunned. This marking seems to be jogging a very old memory. Could this young lady possibly be? At that very moment, the battle between Merlin and Corona is still raging on. With a razor-sharp gaze, he lunges forward, sword first. She just roars in fury and meets his charge head-on. They smash into each other at dizzying speeds, neither one giving an inch. He leaps up, slicing down and connecting. She lost her head before, now it's her limbs. But her body regenerates in an instant. Merlin suddenly notices something. Huh? The wounds are healing incredibly fast. She launches a massive attack, but he dodges it easily. He gives Corona a serious look. Instant regeneration. This just got interesting. Democritus just laughs triumphantly from the sidelines. Ha ha ha, of course it is! He arrogantly boasts about his work, claiming no attack in the entire world can destroy this alchemical beast. He's completely confident. This is my greatest masterpiece. Merlin just grips his sword and charges again. Looks like you really do have some fight in you. He points at Merlin, taunting him. Haha, see how arrogant you were? Now just give up and become a block of ice? Corona lets out a beastly cry. Yep, she's powering up, getting ready to end this with her ultimate attack. Faced with this, Merlin is still calm enough to crack a joke. Oh? Got a new trick, old lady? She then unleashes a powerful blast straight at him. Faced with this overwhelming destructive power, he doesn't even flinch, he just stands his ground. Changing his stance to counter, he scoffs at her pathetic little trick. He draws his sword at lightning speed, cleaving her attack in two with a single slice. Corona gets blasted backwards, spreading her wings to try and stabilize. She bares her teeth, glaring, refusing to accept that she's lost. And just like that, she's defeated, turned to dust by Merlin's hand. His technique is so strong, a brilliant light explodes outwards. Johnson and Co. hear the explosion and are completely shocked. Same for everyone outside. The light spreads across the whole forest, not fading, but growing even brighter. It expands past the island, shooting straight into the sky. Cecilia stares, absolutely stunned. What? What is that? The townspeople are dumbfounded by the supernatural sight. Dennis is in utter disbelief, thinking it looks just like the wrath of a god. Absolutely terrifying. Black smoke billows out as the ground crumbles and debris rains down. Democritus collapses to the ground, finally starting to get scared. After that monstrous attack, the entire landscape is just a desolate wasteland. Even the massive mountain nearby was split clean in two, and through the smoke, Merlin's silhouette looks more badass than ever. As the smoke clears, he lectures Democritus. It doesn't matter how many times it regenerates, I can just keep blowing it to ash. He panics. What? How could my strongest alchemical beast be destroyed? But then, suddenly, a strange, sinister smile spreads across his face. Purple smoke suddenly appears, swirling around, and Merlin is a bit startled. It gathers in one spot, and surprise, Corona is regenerating. Regenerating after that last attack is just insane. Seizing the moment, he laughs out loud. Ha ha ha, what now? Even if turned to ash, my alchemical beast can still be resurrected. She then floats menacingly in the air. Democritus proudly boasts about his achievement. This is my greatest work, a truly immortal alchemical beast. Merlin just gives a faint mocking smile. Oh, so that's how it is. In response, the villain points right in his face. That sword of yours is probably some divine weapon, right? But it's completely useless against my alchemical beast. She teleports, rushing towards him like the wind. But he just stands there, sheathing his sword. Who said my blade was my only weapon? Merlin smirks, his eyes sharp as he watches her. If you're really immortal. And with that, he blocks her attack with his bare hands. She's stunned by his overwhelming strength. Huh? And Democritus gets another jaw-dropping, mind-blowing surprise. He can fight my ultimate weapon with just his bare hands? Merlin braces himself, preparing to unleash a god-tier punch. He lands a direct hit. It's so powerful her entire face deforms. With just one punch, she gets sent flying 500,000 meters. Merlin's punch was so brutal it shattered the very ground. She can barely get up, and what does he do? He compliments her. A punching bag this good I can finally go all out. The moment she staggers up, she screams and launches a barrage of attacks. Of course, Merlin is on another level. None of Corona's attacks even come close to him. Gritting her teeth, she aims a kick straight for his face, but he catches it easily with just one hand. It's like he knew exactly what she'd do. He grabs her leg, spins her around like a pinwheel, and then slams her violently into the ground. Corona glares at Merlin, absolutely furious. Before she can even lift her head, he plants his foot on her. He gives a wicked smile. All right, playtime's over. Time to get serious. Merlin reveals his true self. His face becomes terrifying as he unleashes a thunderous punch. The blow causes a massive shockwave, the ground shaking like an earthquake. Her body is torn apart, pieces flying everywhere. Democritus just collapses in utter terror. Whoa! Johnson and Kaiho are shocked by a sudden tremor. An earthquake? Cecilia panics while Dennis just yells at her. Lady Cecilia, let's go! After the tremor passes, the ground goes still. Mlin just casually rolls his wrist. Phew, looks like he might have overdone it a little. But then the ground stirs again, and a purple smoke gathers in one spot. Their foe is certain that Corona is regenerating. Ha ha ha, I told you, my alchemy beast has an absolutely immortal body. He just keeps rambling from a distance. No matter how powerful you are, you can never truly destroy it. Mlin just gets his sword ready again. Oh, you're ready for more? With a chuckle, he slices into the center of the purple smoke. The smoke thins out, revealing something inside. For a purple gem split in two. He gives it a few more slashes. Democritus is so shocked his glasses literally fall off. Just like that, Corona has completely vanished. Mlin scoffs. What was that about an immortal body? He exposes the truth. It just uses that core to regenerate every single time. A trick that would only fool an amateur. The guy can't believe he's lost. This is impossible. I poured everything I had into creating that alchemical core. It's smaller than a speck of dust and harder than a diamond. The sweat starts pouring down his face. And yet, this guy managed to slice it perfectly with a single strike. He looks at Mlin and starts to panic. You're not human. Don't tell me. Are you really? Mlin strikes a handsome pose, looking totally smug. Didn't I tell you from the very beginning? This lord is the first great demon king of the palace. Democritus trembles in absolute fear. The first great demon king. Mlin just rests his blade on his shoulder without a word, gives a little huff, and the guy's eyes drop. Why? From his perch, he asks, I've never offended someone as powerful as you, so why are you trying to take my life? With a single leap, Mlin launches himself off the ground, landing right in front of Democritus and knocking him flat on his back. His foot lands on something with a crunch. Mlin stands tall. You're right, you never offended me, but your head is worth a lot of money. He raises his blade, so be a good boy and let me take your head off. The man screams, begging for his life. He's so terrified he literally pees his pants. Mlin looks down, thinking the sad part about alchemists is they rely too much on toys and forget about their own strength. Mlin swings his sword straight down onto Democritus, but he looks surprised. Something about that felt off. The body suddenly dries up, contorts, and shatters, leaving only a pile of clothes behind. A human-shaped wooden log falls to the ground. Seeing this, Emlyn seems intrigued. A substitution dummy? To think he actually fooled me. What a crafty rat. Then, the ceiling starts to crack, and he sees its shadow about to fall. He only has time to yell, "Ah!" In an instant, that massive boulder crashes down right where he was standing. Outside, the mountain rumbles and dust fills the air. Everyone is in chaos. Look, the mountain is collapsing. Cecilia steps forward, calling out in worry. Kaiho sees her and starts crying with relief. Ah, Lady Cecilia. She gives him a stern look. You idiot. You're my knight. Can't you act a little more mature? Kaiho wipes away his tears. Sorry, I was just so happy you were okay. Cecilia cuts him off. Let's talk later. We ran into a super strong monster. We were lucky Lady Alice's holy power suddenly exploded, or we wouldn't have escaped. Kaiho is shocked. Lady Alice is that amazing, he tells his side. Over here, Mr. Merlin defeated 2 monsters, but then an even stronger one appeared. Kaiho continues. The battle between Lord Merlin and that monster was way too intense. To avoid getting in his way, I took Johnson and got out of there. Johnson just looks gloomy, and then Merlin appears out of nowhere. Looks like you all made it out okay, Cecilia says, relieved. Merlin just smirks. I'm back. Of course, she immediately asks, are you all right? The curious tree spirit pipes up. Lord Merlin, did you defeat that immortal monster? He answers with a casual. Naturally. But, he adds, that slippery alchemist managed to escape. Then he stands there, quietly observing Alice, who's out cold on the bed. Merlin sighs, thinking she probably just overused her Dragon Clan powers. He pokes her cheek, the little idiot, and Alice lets out a weak groan. After that, he turns to have a word with Cecilia. Oh, by the way, Miss Cecilia. And she replies. Merlin's looking pretty pleased with himself. Sure, the alchemist got away, but he definitely deserves some credit for all the hard work. You can see it in his eyes. Destroying the alchemist's entire research lab, that's got to count for something big. A major threat, neutralized. Don't you worry, Lord Merlin. I'll prepare 200,000 gold coins. At that, his whole face lights up. Seriously? And just like that, the gears in his head are turning. After paying off debts and rent, he'll have a nice chunk of change left. Enough to make a killing on horse racing. Cecilia, meanwhile, is having much more noble thoughts. Poor Miss Alice, she went through so much. Alice just moans weakly. Jose looks worried. Letting that guy escape is just asking for future trouble, he frets. Who knows when he'll decide to pop up again? But Merlin just brushes it off. Don't worry about it. That guy's little alchemical beasts are nothing special. They might be a problem for humans, he says. But against the demon race? He glances at the sky. He's just asking to be destroyed. Days later, at the 4th Demon King's palace, built right into the mountainside. Feet are tapping and the air is buzzing with energy. Seems like all the members of the demon clan have gathered here. Hiding in the crowd is Democritus, absolutely fuming. He'd painstakingly prepared 3 alchemy beasts for Lady Asmodeus, and for what? He grits his teeth in frustration, never expecting things to go this south. Now his base is gone, but clutching a horn-like item, he thinks, at least I still have this holy-grade dragon blood. With his genius alchemy, he could craft a masterpiece far greater than before. All this on a grand stage built by the monarch of lust, glittering spectacularly. The lights flare on, and a voice rings out. Everyone! The demon crowd roars in response. Flower petals rain down as a slender foot appears, followed by a stunningly beautiful figure. Good evening, Asmodeus coos. He dances across the stage as the demons cheer wildly. The Demon King's palace is pumping with electrifying music. Asmodeus spreads his arms. My lovely followers, you've waited long enough. He gives a wink. Next, I'll perform a sizzling hot dance just for all of you. Below, the demons are practically vibrating with excitement. But suddenly, a voice calls out, Lady Asmodeus! The performer stops, surprised. Huh? Democritus is walking onto the stage. Oh, my dearest Lady Asmodeus, I have waited so long for this day. The crowd murmurs. Who's this guy? A human? Someone else chimes in, and he just called Asmodeus Lady. Democritus gets down on one knee. Beautiful Lady Asmodeus, please marry me. The demon lord just frowns in confusion. Huh? Hearing this, the faces in the crowd instantly change. Asmodeus replies, Oh, it's that foolish human who tried to propose to me before. What is it? Still haven't given up? The man declares, Marrying you is my life's greatest wish. I will absolutely never give up on you. He announces proudly, I had prepared alchemy beasts as a wedding gift, but due to an unforeseen incident, I couldn't present them. But this time, he continues, I've prepared an even stronger alchemy beast. I will definitely win your heart. Asmodeus just looks tired. How many times do I have to say it? There is no way I could ever like you. Democritus begs, but why? Is it because I'm a human? Holding his skirt, Asmodeus answers bluntly before lifting it up. Because I'm a man. Seeing something he really shouldn't have, Democritus feels like a ripe fruit that was about to be eaten, then fell into a ditch. The demons below are having the time of their lives, jeering. This guy is an absolute idiot. Haha, everyone in this domain knows the Lust Monarch is a dude. Democritus trembles with rage. You monster, how dare you deceive me and play with my feelings? Asmodeus strikes a pose. Oh my, I never once said I was a woman. How is that a deception? He continues. Besides, beauty knows no gender. All living things are drawn to beauty, are they not? You proposed to me because you thought I was beautiful, right? Clutching the horn, Democritus starts sobbing before lifting it to his lips and blowing. The Demon King's palace suddenly shakes. Something smashes through a wall, sending the crowd into a panic. A ferocious fire dragon appears before them. A dragon. It's clearly from the Dragon Clan, but its aura feels chaotic and unstable. Democritus cries, Wah! This is the ultimate alchemy beast, created using all of my resources. He continues his rant. Your general struggled against my previous beasts. This one surpasses all of them by a long shot. Democritus screams, I'll make you pay for toying with my heart. Now die! The alchemy beast lunges forward to attack. Asmodeus lets his shoulder strap fall, then sweeps his arm forward, his very shoes beginning to transform. In a flash, he's wearing a new outfit, looking every bit the man he is. He admits, Your little toy does seem a lot stronger than before. Asmodeus stands there, completely unfazed by the raging beast. He then flicks his fan, sending a wave of magic right at it. A massive explosion erupts, leaving behind a blinding light. The demon citizens worry for their lord, Lord Asmodeus. Democritus celebrates. Ha ha ha, my great dragon alchemy beast is the most perfect creation, far beyond a being like you. But his laughter cuts short. Huh? His eyes bulge in utter disbelief. The alchemy beast is frozen solid, the flames on its body slowly dying out. He stammers, How can this be? The beast collapses to the ground, its eyes closing. It's now just a lifeless shell. His eyes are wide with terror. What? What did you do? Folding his fan, Asmodeus just scoffs. My specialty is soul attacks, Asmodeus explains. No matter how strong the body is, if the soul is weak, it's nothing but dust before me. Democritus looks completely broken. My masterpiece, killed in an instant. Just like that. Asmodeus turns away. A toy is still a toy. It might be useful against the church, but bringing it against a demon monarch? What a joke. The sound of stomping feet closes in as the furious demon crowd surrounds him. They're all livid. How dare you ruin Lord Asmodeus's performance? All he can do is cry out, Monsters. You're all disgusting monsters. Asmodeus closes his eyes. If you weren't here to see me perform, then this is a pity. I truly hate pathetic humans. And with that, the demon mob proceeded to beat the living daylights out of him. A few days later, after some serious patch-up work at the alchemist's lab, William's ship was finally heading back out, its massive sails catching the wind once more. The busted sections were all sealed up tight. Through an open window, we find our girl Alice, still completely passed out in bed. Her eyes fluttered open. Her first thought upon seeing the ceiling? Where the heck am I? More genius questions followed. Am I even alive? Then, a glance to the side revealed him in the room, and she thought, Min, wait a minute, is this guy actually taking care of me? The thought alone made her face flush as she pulled her legs up to hide. I mean, he usually acts like he couldn't care less, maybe he's not so bad. Just then he looked over. You're awake? You're looking better, some color in your cheeks. This startled her into sitting bolt upright. Ugh, so loud, I'm thirsty. Got any water? As he cut an apple, he told her water could wait. She was getting a snack first. He held a slice toward her and said, For whatever reason, Alice's face went red again as she shut her eyes and opened her mouth wide. Seeing this, he popped the apple right into his own mouth, leaving her completely baffled. Then he stuck out his tongue, and her face went from blush to full-on rage. Alice absolutely lost it. You jerk! Is this how you treat a patient? Do you have any humanity at all? Min simply replied, My bad, I'm from the demon race. This humanity thing you speak of doesn't really exist for me. She kept screaming, You absolute devil, I don't want to see. But before she could finish, he shut her up by stuffing an apple in her mouth. He mused, Still has this much energy, guess you're fine. Then he told her, Eat up, don't go saying I mistreated you. Chewing away, she gave him the cold shoulder with a huff. After calming down, curiosity struck. When Cecilia and I got ambushed, did you save us? Huh? Wasn't me, he replied. Then he fired back. So how did you two manage to escape? She said. After the monster caught us, I don't remember a thing. He thought to himself, Of course. She must have activated the legacy crystal unconsciously. If I knew she was this unstable, he grumbled internally, I never should have given her that legacy crystal to begin with. He then explained it to her. Looks like you unconsciously tapped into the power of the legacy crystal. Her face lit up. Huh? Seriously? Is that power really so amazing? His expression turned grim. Don't get too excited. Look at your stomach. Popping the last apple slice in her mouth, Alice gave him a confused look, turning away from him as she gave a warning. Why are you being so weird and mysterious? Don't you dare peek. She lifted her shirt, revealing something growing on her stomach. As the ship sailed into a warm sunset, Alice started wailing, "What is this?" He answered calmly, "Dragon scales. Didn't I tell you?" He reminded her. "Forcing this power out will turn you into a dragonoid." She started to panic. "How could this be? This isn't permanent, is it?" she pleaded. "You can usually help me suppress it, right?" "Before, the dragon power hadn't fully invaded your body," he said seriously. "It's different now. There's nothing I can do." His words crashed down on her like a boulder. Alice fell into despair. Why is this happening to me? Why am I so ridiculously unlucky? He was at a loss for words. After all, he gave her the crystal, and he was the one who led her into the trap. It wasn't on purpose, but I really walked her into that one, he thought. Crossing his arms, he said, "Hey, stop crying. You haven't fully transformed yet. There's still a chance to fix this?" Her mood did a complete 180. "Huh? For real? There's a way to get rid of the scales?" His voice was low. "There is one way. To control the crystal's power, you'll need to reach the saint tier. But you'd better hurry. A greater power will consume a lesser one, and you're running out of time." Alice stood up straight. "You're saying the dragon's power is going to devour me?" she asked with focus. "How long do I have?" He held up 3 fingers. 3 months. If she failed to break through to Saint Tier by then, she would never be human again. At that point, Alice would basically be a Tyrannosaurus Rex for the rest of her life. She was utterly, completely horrified. Her frustration exploded. 3 months? Do you have any clue how hard it is to break through to the Saint Tier? Countless people get stuck below Saint Tier their entire lives, Merlin frowned. Honestly, I've noticed the area affected by the dragon power is spreading every day. Upon hearing that, her mind just went completely blank. She curled up, dejected, imagining her body covered in scales. Her entire life suddenly felt like it was in black and white. Seeing her balled up in the blanket, he offered some encouragement. "All we can do is try. For the next 3 months, don't use the dragon power, and I'll help you however I can. Of course, you could always just give up and enjoy your last days as a human," he added. Her eyes filled with tears. "Are you joking? I absolutely refuse to disappear like this before I meet the great swordmaster Elgin." He just looked up, speechless. Inside his head, though, he was thinking, what in the world is so great about this Elgin guy? Whatever, he sighed. If it's good for her morale, then I guess it's fine. Suddenly, a voice called out from the doorway. "Master Merlin, is Lady Alice awake?" He turned his head. "Captain Denise?" The captain then opened the door and stepped inside. "My apologies for bothering you right after you've woken up." Dennis's face suddenly turned serious. "There are a few things I need you to confirm, Miss Alice." She just looks confused. "Huh?" He holds out a stone he was clutching in his hand. "Did this happen to fall off you during the battle?" And just like that, the item is returned to its owner. She rushes over to check. "Oh, this is my pendant." She quickly thanks him. "This is wonderful. This is incredibly important to me. Captain Dennis, thank you for bringing it back." The captain puts on his hat and gives her a stern warning. "Miss Alice, if it's that important, you should take better care of it." He then asks, "Also, may I ask you one more question?" She agrees immediately. "Huh? Oh, of course." His eyes suddenly sharpen. "Allow me to ask." And whatever he says next is so shocking, Merlin, sitting behind them, spits out his drink. She's completely baffled. "Are you a member of the royal family of the East Asian kingdom?" Alice thinks, East Asia. That's on the other continent, the only nation that rivals his power. Merlin looks at her and scoffs. "Huh, in what universe does Alice look like a princess?" She quickly tries to correct him. "Hey, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know why you would have such a misunderstanding." "But," he explains, "your pendant bears the crest of the East Asian royal family, which only they can use." She snatches it up to check. "Huh? Are you saying this is the royal crest of the East Asian kingdom?" The green stone clearly shows some kind of insignia. He bows his head, hiding his face with his hat. This is a story from 20 years ago. Dennis begins to recall his youth, a time when he was a high-ranking naval commander in East Asia, remembering the chaos that lasted for half a year. A sword, stained with blood at its tip, lies next to the hand of a woman. A sword saint, once loyal to the court, had assassinated Queen Josephine. The figure, completely cloaked, was seen holding a baby, kidnapping the infant princess right from her swaddling clothes. A flash of lightning reveals the swordsman's silhouette, but unfortunately, his face is completely concealed. This princess was the old king's only daughter, the sole imperial princess, and the third heir to the throne. Her position was extremely special. This event threw the entire kingdom into chaos, and the old king ordered the borders to be completely sealed. But in the end, they never found the killer or any trace of the first princess. At this point, he becomes cryptic about the kidnapped child. "If the first princess were still alive," he says, "she would likely be the same age as you, Miss Alice." Hearing this, she stares down at her pendant. "I always just thought the pattern on this was nothing special." Alice offers her condolences. "That's very unfortunate, Captain Dennis." He's taken aback. "Huh?" she insists. But I'm really not royalty of any kind. My teacher said this was a pendant my mother left for me. He presses her. Then what is your mother's name? She replies. I don't know either. I was abandoned, and my teacher found and raised me. She tells him that she was born at the foot of a mountain during a time of famine. My mother was probably a farmer from the mountain. Merlin thinks to himself. So this carefree girl is actually the main character of a tragic drama. Dennis still tries to explain, but this symbol is unmistakable, she suggests. Maybe it was just smuggled out of the kingdom. I've heard that servants in the kingdom often steal things to sell. It's possible it just fell into my mother's hands. Hearing that, he reconsiders. She's right, there's no solid proof this pendant was a relic of Queen Josephine. After thinking, he mutters to himself, it seems I was overthinking things. Merlin jumps in. Yep, you sure were. He scoffs. Look at Alice. Does she look anything like royalty? She blushes, angry. What are you looking at, huh? With sails billowing, the ship finally docks at a sleepy village. For William, it's a long-awaited homecoming. And of course, it's a reunion filled with emotion and more than a few tears. My love, I'm back. An old man politely tips his hat. Well then, I suppose this is where we part ways. May your next journey be a smooth one, Alice says, seeing the captain off. Thank you for everything, Captain Dennis. Standing nearby, Cecilia chimes in with the important stuff, promising his pay and compensation would be sent later. Merlin lets out a huge yawn and a stretch. Finally, solid ground. Seeing this, Hobbist offers some comforting words. You've worked hard, Sir Merlin. But then, something catches Merlin's eye. A mysterious cloaked figure is acting super suspiciously, trying to sneak away. He strolls over and yanks the person up by their collar. After all these days, you're just gonna sneak off the ship without so much as a goodbye? Caught red-handed, Yushan yells, Let go of me, you old geezer. Don't touch me. Merlin calmly replies, Well, I did save your life, you know. Is this how you treat your savior? The kid looks away, embarrassed. Thank you. Old man. A loud thwack echoes through the air. The kid slumps to the ground, a giant new bump on their head. Ouch! Merlin scowls. Don't call me old man. Merlin continues, unfazed. Hey kid, I have a question for you. The kid just glares, still rubbing their head. What? With his arms crossed, he asks, Do you know how to quickly reach the high-level saint tier in, say, 3 months? The kid is flabbergasted. What? Are you kidding me? How could anyone reach saint tier in just 3 months? Merlin looks surprised. Huh? You can't? The kid lays it out for him. Of course not. It's not just about power, you also have to be insanely lucky. To level up, you gotta be perfect. So he asks the local magic prodigy, Wait, even a genius like you couldn't do it? So Joe-sun decides to break it all down for him. Look, it took me a solid 3 years to hit the high ranks, and people were already calling me a freak of nature for it. The fastest ever was some dude named Swinbat, 1.5 years, but that guy's a member of the Dark Adventurers Guild. He's thinking, if I don't hit saint level in 3 months, my title is gone. Welp, question answered. Time to bounce. All right, ×2. I get it. Nothing else to see here. You can go. But the kid looks hesitant. Can I ask you something? Dusan musters up his courage. How are you so ridiculously strong? Our guy just scratches his head, looking bored. How to put it? Jason starts to think he always figured he was a genius until he met Uncle Black Iron. That's when his dad's words about someone always being better finally hit home. He says with an impossibly smug look on his face, I was born this way. Pretty sure that wasn't the answer he was expecting. Meanwhile, in a grand royal castle, things are way more dramatic. 2 royal attendants kneel before the throne. Your Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. She looks down from on high and speaks. Recently, I've heard quite a few people suggesting I should pardon the great sword saint Elgin, and perhaps even use him for our own purposes. Both Franklin and Mayfield think Morrison suggested it, when suddenly, the sharp crack of a cane echoes through the chamber. Both of them jump at the sound. The old woman is furious. The great sword Saint Elgin destroyed royal property and humiliated my knights. This is a provocation against the entire empire. Yeah, she's getting more and more ticked off. How dare you suggest that this filthy, wanted criminal is worthy of joining the heart of our empire? What kind of sick joke is this? The knight quickly tries to de-escalate. Your Majesty, please calm down. But Elizabeth cuts her off. My most loyal subject. Mayfield. She looks up at the sound of her name. I am here. The Queen puts her on the spot. You are the Empire's proudest first knight. Are you certain you can defeat this great sword Saint Elgin? The question clearly stuns her. Mayfield chooses her words carefully. Your Majesty, I have never officially fought the great sword saint, but I am to blame for his escape last time. She clenches her fist against the floor, pleading, Please grant me one more opportunity. She declares loudly, I swear I will bring you his head. In a totally different scene, our hero is panicking. This time, I'm definitely dead. His buddy Hobbist walks up. What's wrong? It's early and you look like you're about to die. He moans, after paying off debts. My 200,000 gold is down to 60,000. I could have been living the good life for a while. Mlin complains that the bloodsucker Alice took all his cash, leaving him 100 gold coins. Does she think I'm a kid or something? His friend tries to sympathize, admitting 100 gold is insanely cheap. But hey, at least you can make that last for a little while. He just sighs. Too bad. I already blew that 100 gold on a bet at the racetrack. Richard screwed me over again. Hobbit just stares in disbelief. Brother, are you cursed by the sun goddess? I have literally never, ever heard of you winning a single horse race bet. Hobbit pats his back. Well, you're officially more pathetic than me. Today's on me, order whatever. Our guy turns, thanks man. With that settled, Hobbit pulls out a newspaper. Let's see what's new. When suddenly his eyes go wide. Huh? The headline was printed in massive letters right at the top. Legendary great sword Saint Elgin appears in the capital. Slays radical dark elf officer Samuel. Saves the empire. Mlin snatches the paper out of Hobbit's hands. Let me see that. His friend is so surprised he can't even react. Huh? He reads that radical dark elf officers had set up a forbidden spell in the capital, but the great sword Saint Elgin took care of them just in time. He averted a major crisis, a true legendary hero. The Thorn Knights apparently only played a minor role in the whole affair. Many citizens are now saying that the Empire's safety depends on the great sword Saint Elgin. The Royal Capital's Merchant Guild even sent a joint letter, hoping Queen Elizabeth will withdraw the arrest warrant for Elgin. After reading, he just thinks, what the heck? Was my disguise as Elgin really that good? Hobbit notices him reading so intensely. So, Mlin, you're a fan of the great sword saint too, huh? He quickly gets defensive. What? No! Don't get me wrong, I was just looking. His friend laughs and points behind him. No need to be so shy about it. Everyone is a fan of the great sword saint nowadays. You're not the only one. Look, even Rukia likes him. She was asking about him earlier. Rukia covers her bright red face, totally lost in a fangirl fantasy. He continues, and Jenna, Count Austin's daughter, you know, Anne's little sister? She's now the president of the Great Sword St. Elgin fan club in Dram. Mlin sees all this and wonders, is this for real? Those two have never even shown their faces in public, but they have this much influence? Hobbit, meanwhile, is lost in a newspaper. Man, this is nuts. I bet the great swordmaster Elgin has more fans than the entire regular army. If things got chaotic. Yikes. He keeps reading, but then our main character suddenly shouts, aha! It finally clicks for Merlin. This Elgin guy is definitely a huge pain for the rulers, but what's that got to do with him? Elsewhere, Queen Elizabeth strolls along with her handmaiden. Franklin, she calls out. The man appears instantly. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Just a moment ago, she was praising Sir Mafield, but now she shows her true colors. Don't mind what I say in public. You, Franklin, are my true confidant. The guy drops to his knees, overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your favor. The Queen gets down to business. I want your honest opinion. How do you think we should handle the matter of the great swordmaster Elgin? Franklin doesn't hesitate to share his thoughts. Is there even a question? Any dangerous element that you cannot control must naturally be eliminated without mercy. Especially a powerhouse like Elgin. Sooner or later, he will threaten your great rule. The Queen smiles, pleased with his answer. Haha, well said. We must completely erase his influence in the Empire. Nipped in the bud, as they say. Her handmaiden approaches Franklin, holding a large box. She opens it carefully, and he gasps. Inside is a book that just screams forbidden. It's the code of the former kingdom, the Queen explains calmly. It records countless wicked spells and secrets of the underworld. A trophy from when we conquered Copperfield. Franklin is stunned, truly a treasure. The Queen then dangles the bait. I've heard whispers within the Dark Guild. They've been searching for a way to bring people back, hoping to resurrect their leader, Ghost Flame Pan, who died over 30 years ago. Elizabeth's next words are heavy with meaning. I'm not sure how you'll find their people. Franklin is quick on the uptake. Your Majesty's meaning is, she continues his thought. Elgin's reputation among the people is massive right now. If the Empire attacks him directly, we'll lose public support. But if the Dark Guild does it, that's a different story. Franklin finally grasps the full, devious picture she's painting. You want to use this code to strike a deal with Ghost's followers, commissioning them to eliminate Elgin. He hesitates. But Ghost's followers are incredibly strong. Their leader, Swinby, is known as a demonic sorcerer. If we let them revive their old master, I'm worried. The Queen is unconcerned. Just make sure the job is done before you hand over the book. She's already 10 steps ahead. The resurrection ritual will cause a huge disturbance. Our strongest knight will arrive long before Pan is truly revived. Franklin bows, completely in awe of her scheme. Your Majesty's plan is brilliant. I will carry out my mission without fail. As Franklin departs, the Queen picks up her crown. Whether Elgin falls or Ghost falls, the ultimate victor will always be the royal family. The scene fades to a quiet moment. Merlin is still completely engrossed in his newspaper. This Elgin guy is impressive, I guess. But he's not good enough for me to admire. Hobbes just laughs at his friend's antics. Ate a few good meals and now you're talking big again, huh? Merlin pouts. I'm just being honest. Hobbes gets a dreamy look in his eyes. I wonder what life is like for someone as strong as Elgin. He must live in luxury, envied by all. Merlin yanks him back to reality. Haha, don't be ridiculous. Even the strongest people live lives just like us. Hobbes scoffs at that. How is that possible? You think everyone is as weird as you? Living in constant fear of his wife, huh? Can't even fight back when he's getting pushed around. Oh, that comment definitely hit a nerve. He roars and stomps on the table. Who lives in fear of their wife? He crosses his arms, trying to look tough. I am the number one. Ahem. This guy here? Claims he's a real man. You think he'd actually put up with Alice? As if. A year ago, he says, Alice was the one doing the hard labor for him. He's bragging to his buddy, saying, believe it or not, she was the one getting pushed around. If he told her to go east, she wouldn't dare go west. Basically, his own personal, dirt-cheap maidservant. And that's when a terrifying dark aura explodes from right behind him. It's Alice. Say that again, she dares. He turns around. Very, very slowly. And Hobbes makes a run for it. Oh, would you look at the time? I have things to do. Alice's scream is so loud it scares birds out of the trees. Who are you calling a cheap maid? She lifts a whole bench to attack him, but he nimbly dodges. Just then, an aun appears out of nowhere. I hear Lady Alice's voice. Is she back? He cheers, completely oblivious. Hobbes tries his best to stop the poor guy. You idiot. Stay back, she roars, absolutely pummeling Merlin. Damn it. Even if I can't beat you, I'm taking you down with me. He dodges again, letting an overeager aun run right into the line of fire. Good morning, Lady Alice. These are roses I prepared for you at dawn. They contain my sincere feelings. Please accept them. As expected, he takes the full force of Alice's bench right to the face, going airborne to everyone's utter shock. Alice freezes, realizing what she's done. An aun takes a majestic flight across the room before gravity kicks in, sending him plummeting to the floor. But out of nowhere, a hand grabs his leg, saving him from a nasty fall. A mysterious man speaks up. Now, Alice. The stranger calmly advises her, even if you're mad, you can't be fighting inside the guild hall. You break it. You buy it. Alice is just stunned. The man reveals himself, and she whispers his name. Mr. K. The entire room erupts, chanting his name. Mr. K. He walks through a sea of cheers. Mr. K is back. Welcome home. It's been so long, Mr. K. Our guy just scratches his head thinking, who the heck is this dude? He glances over and sees Rukia just daydreaming. Huh? Rukia still hasn't moved an inch. K rushes over to hug her. My precious daughter. Daddy's home. She just gives him a dirty look. You're in my way. Could you please not block my view? Kay is completely stunned. Rukia fires back. You actually remember you have a home? How long were you gone on that mission? Without a single letter? Do you have any idea how worried Grandpa and I were? Mom was right, she huffs. All you ever think about is fighting. You have zero concept of family. He takes the verbal beating without a word. Then he finally admits it. I know I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. To everyone. Kay tries to explain that he didn't mean to ignore them. He just got caught up in some things. Her cheeks just puff out in response. But even while she's mad, Rukia still cares. Fine. As long as you came back safely, that's more important than anything. His face lights up and he pulls her into a bear hug. I knew my daughter loved me the most. She pushes him away. Let go, I have to work. Alice walks over. Sorry, Mr. K. She clasps her hands together guiltily. Once Anon wakes up, we'll apologize properly. K points a finger at himself. We? Pretty sure that was all you. He then asks, Alice, who's the guy next to you? As Anon starts to stir, she explains, oh, that's Merlin. He's a new guild member who joined not long ago. Oh, K says casually. I heard a rumor you two got married. Is that right? The moment he speaks, the unconscious guy spits up blood. K puts on a sad face. I've been gone so long, Alice is already married? I can't believe I missed the wedding. What a shame. Meanwhile, Alice is just thinking, who in their right mind would hold a wedding with a demon like him? Merlin can't be bothered to correct the misunderstanding either. Let them think whatever they want. Alice quickly changes the subject. So, where have you been, Mr. K? We didn't get any news from you. He replies, I was in Adian. Ran into some unexpected trouble and got held up. She asks what kind of trouble. K rests his chin on his hand. Don't get me started. It was all because of that hero, Demos. He got drunk and decided to challenge me to a fight. I knocked him out with a single punch. Then he bursts out laughing, and then the city lord threw me in jail. Luckily, a count came and vouched for me, so I got out. Haha, she says, completely deadpan. Mr. K is still such a child. She glances over at Merlin, wondering where he's run off to now. K walks right up to Merlin. Hey there, little brother. He claps him on the shoulder, sizing him up. With that face and those skinny shoulders, You're totally living off your wife, aren't you? He asks cheerfully. That's no good. Even if Alice doesn't mind, a man should always try to improve, or people will look down on you. Merlin is just speechless. Alice covers her mouth, trying not to laugh. Merlin grabs Kay's hand to set things straight. Let me be clear, I am not living off my wife. Kay looks surprised for a second, then breaks into a wide grin and gives a thumbs up. All right. So you're not afraid of your wife, you're just weak. That's fine. I think people who try hard are always handsome. Damn it, can you please just listen to me? Merlin yells. Kay completely ignores him and hoists Rukia over his shoulder. I need to talk to my daughter. See you around. She struggles against him. Put me down. He just laughs as he carries her away. Haha, how about you sleep with Daddy tonight? I'll tell you a bedtime story. Yeah, she was not having any of that. He just watches with this judgy look. Why can't that guy just listen to people? He's such a simpleton, and she's just over it, as usual. Malin strikes up a conversation. You know, I really hate people who just do whatever they want. She shoots back, me too. Then he asks, do I look like the kind of guy who's afraid of his wife? She answers instantly, yup. An awkward silence fills the room. Suddenly, he cracks this seriously creepy grin. Alice, tomorrow you and I are going to train together. It might speed things up. Yeah, she's got a bad feeling about this. That evening at the Restum Adventurers Guild, Guildmaster Gilo and some guy named Kay are getting ready to throw down. The whole place goes silent. Meanwhile, Rukia is over here happily munching on a snack, totally enjoying the show. Kay gets into his fighting stance. Ko unleashes his full power, blasting forward with his fist clenched and ready. He's about to make contact, but the old man just stands there with a look of pure contempt. Ko lunges, and suddenly there's a loud clang. Would you believe it? The old geezer actually blocked his punch. Ko cries out in pain. Then he immediately winds up his other hand for another strike. The old man blocks that one too, and a swirling blue vortex erupts from under his feet. It grows stronger, expanding around him. Then, he unleashes a massive wave of power right behind Ko. The old man's hand stops his punch cold. Naturally, he's the first to speak. Rotten kid, you've improved, but our boy can already feel that something is very wrong. And then, the old geezer just lifts him clean off the ground. He raises his hand, cracks a knowing smile, and our hero is caught in the impact. Yup. The guildmaster expertly tosses him into a backflip. A loud slam echoes through the room, making Rukia flinch. While the guy gasps for air on the floor, the old man calmly adjusts his belt. You left an opening. Rukia brings over a staff as he continues his lecture. Your skills still need more work. Cao sits up with a grin. As expected from the boss, even at your age, you're still built like a beast. Lo takes the staff and gives him a light whack on the head. When will you ever get rid of that reckless personality? So I can finally stop worrying. If Count Austin hadn't helped you out this time, you'd probably be rotting in a prison cell. He retorts, it wasn't on purpose, but I'll admit the delay was a bit long this time. Then he looks around, noticing the entire place has been renovated, right down to the new walls and floors. Hearing Kay say that, Rukia chimes in to explain. Dad said all this after Grandpa and Merlin fought last time and completely wrecked the place. That's why everything was repaired. Ko is stunned by this news. What? Dad fought that guy who leeches off his wife? The old man puts his hands behind his back. Not everything is as it seems on the surface. The geezer clarifies, Merlin might be a newcomer, but he's a powerhouse who actually defeated me and won the tournament. That's why I made an exception for him to join the guild. Our boy is in total disbelief. Dad, you've got to be kidding me, right? Lo looks a little annoyed now. Do I look like the kind of person who jokes around? Kay senses the danger and wisely decides to shut his mouth. Yeah, Rukia complains. Every time Dad comes back, you two end up fighting. The old man just laughs. Haha, that's just how a real father and son communicate. All the while, our boy is thinking to himself, he's even stronger than me. How could that newcomer, with zero magic or fighting spirit, possibly beat the old man? A huge grin spreads across Cao's face. He's fired up. This could be fun. First thing the next morning, he's already rushing to find the guy. Is he really that strong? I've got to check this out myself. The next day, Alice is crying her eyes out, clutching several massive lumps on her head. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You definitely did it on purpose. Merlin denies it, of course. No way. Do you really think I'm the type to hold a grudge just because someone said I live off my wife? She screams back, furious. You said you'd train with me yesterday. I knew you were up to no good. He repeats her words, confused. I'm not being good? Merlin lays it on thick. In 3 months, who's the one turning into a monster? And who's the one drowning in debt? If it weren't for that, why would I even bother helping you level up your holy relic? That shuts her right up. He turns away. If you don't like it, I'm leaving. She quickly grabs him. Wait, don't go. Just then, a cheerful voice calls out. Good morning, you two. It's Kay, looking happy as ever. Are you two training? How very diligent of you. Kay arrives to find Alice clinging onto Merlin and immediately jumps to the wrong conclusion. Oh, my apologies for interrupting such an intimate moment between you two. Her face turns bright red as she tries to explain. It's not like that. He just clears his throat, getting straight to the point. Well then, let's cut to the chase. I came here looking for my junior, Merlin, to have a little sparring session. Alice is floored. Huh? She and Merlin turn away to whisper. Merlin, did you manage to tick someone off again? He immediately passes the blame. Oh please, if anyone's at fault, it's you for challenging him yesterday. She turns back to their guest. Sir Tao, a strong fighter like you wouldn't pick on a newcomer, right? Tao just flashes a smile and raises a single finger. Haha, don't worry, I'll stop in time. I promise I won't hurt your precious little boyfriend. Her face goes red again. What do you mean, boyfriend? That nickname is so embarrassing. Besides, who even cares about him? Merlin crosses his arms, looking puzzled. Why do you want to match with me? He doesn't hide a thing. My old man says you're strong, so I came to see for myself if it's actually true. Merlin just waves a hand, totally dismissing him. The guildmaster is right. I am pretty amazing, but I'm not interested in low-level opponents like you, so I refuse. Tao squints, and his condescending smirk makes Merlin freeze. Fine then, you really are a man with zero ambition whatsoever. All you do is live off of other people. It's pretty pathetic. Merlin turns to glare at him, but Kay just winks back with a smile. Seething with rage, Merlin accepts with a grim smile. Your attempt to provoke me was clumsy, but congratulations, it had some effect on me. I accept your challenge. Tao, having successfully pushed his buttons, looks thrilled. Oh? Then by all means, teach me. Alice is just done. Ugh, these two are such children. Merlin and Kay prepare to fight. He starts with a simple, come on. Kay asks why he isn't using the real sword on his back. Merlin just shrugs. It doesn't matter what weapon I use. Besides, to deal with an old man like you, a stick is more than enough. Now Tao is getting seriously ticked off. Newbies these days just get more and more arrogant, don't they? If you lose, don't you dare use that wooden stick as an excuse that you weren't fighting with your full strength. He unleashes his power. You'd better get serious, newbie, or you could get seriously hurt. Alice watches, her jaw on the floor. That's thunder essence. The fighting style of the Talo clan is known for one thing, brutal, overpowering force that makes a serious name for itself. He figured he had to end this guy right now, just to prove the old master was playing dumb. Coel dashed forward, a total blur. He aimed a kick right at Merlin, who dodged it like it was nothing. Man, was he surprised. Merlin just gave him a look of pure contempt. Fast, but that's about it. How amusing. Kay slammed a hand on the ground to stop, thinking, all right, this guy's got some decent reflexes. Then he casually launched another attack. A flurry of fists rained down on him, and Merlin just kept dodging while giving live commentary. Your punch speed isn't terrible, but honestly, it's way too slow. The force kicked up a huge cloud of dust. A blinding light exploded between them, and yet, after all that, Merlin didn't have a single scratch on him. Am I seeing a ghost? I can't even touch a single hair on his head. Merlin, cool as ever, decided to check in. What's wrong, old man? Getting tired? His punches were definitely getting slower. Then Merlin suddenly swung a wooden club, smacking him right in the arm. Ouch. The guy stumbled back, digging his heels in to stop. Merlin just stood there, all smug. Satisfied now? I told you I wasn't some freeloader. And he had to admit it. Yeah, okay. I admit it. You've definitely earned the right to be called powerful. Kay gave his final judgment. No wonder Alice chose to be with you. It might be annoying, but it was a smart choice. She just dusted off her hands. Nah, I was forced into it. And with that, Merlin turned to leave. Well then, from now on, just don't call me a freeloader. But Kay shouted, wait, this fight isn't over yet. We have to see this through. The girl tried to stop him. Sir Cole, this isn't a good idea. But he was still way too hyped. It's fine. This is my request. Was this really not going to end until one of them was down for the count? All right, fine. I'll end this quickly. Ko ripped off his shirt and unleashed all his power. Let's go. He focused everything. Oh boy! Blue lightning erupted from his feet, and his muscles bulged like crazy. The technique name appeared Thunderclap Tiger Form Art. He slammed his hands to the ground, a massive aura of power exploding behind him. Open your eyes, newbie, and watch. This is my signature technique that's defeated countless enemies. The girl's jaw dropped again. An ultimate move? Is this even a friendly spar anymore? But Merlin, as always, just laughed. Kay was getting seriously ticked off. Not using his real skills would be an insult to the guild's strongest adventurer. Merlin just shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. The ground cracked with every thunderclap, and a massive bolt of lightning shot right at him, causing a huge explosion. Alice stood there, shielding her face from the flying rocks. Everyone inside the tavern heard the massive boom, wondering what was going on. The old man with the cane stood in silence. He just stared at where the lightning struck. That damn brat. Merlin just raised a hand, stopping the attack without even touching it. The wraps around his arm were torn to shreds. Now that was a cool sight. Ko used both hands to push back, thinking, how is this possible without any aura? He blocked my attack with just his physical body. It's not just his speed, his strength is absolutely insane. He squinted, wondering who this guy really was. Merlin just grinned, swung his club, and bam! Next scene, Ko wakes up in a bed at the guild. Huh? He grabbed his head, panting. Where am I? A voice cut in. You're awake, you little brat? He saw the old man and asked, Old master, why are you here? The geezer replied, You were unconscious for 2 days. Stop making me worry. The old man asked him what he thought of the fight with Minnan. He just stared at his own palm, remembering that feeling. It was on a completely different level. He admitted, I was clearly using my full strength, but he completely overpowered me. It's terrifying. I seriously doubt he's even human. The old man stroked his beard and began his analysis. I had the same suspicion, but I investigated him very carefully. I couldn't sense a single trace of any non-human aura on Mlin. He was shocked. Really? The old man walked to the window. In every other respect, Mlin is completely ordinary. The only exception is when he draws his sword, the pressure is enough to kill you. I'm curious how he trained to get like that, but every person's journey is their own secret, and it wouldn't be right to ask. Ko was stunned. Wait, Mlin's strongest technique is just drawing his sword? He remembered what Mlin said. To deal with you, old man, this club is enough. He dug his fingers into his own leg. He let out a bitter laugh. All his strength wasn't even enough to make his opponent get serious. Huh. Old master, he called out. Have you considered promoting Lin's adventurer rank? Keeping him at Black Iron is just unfair to the guy. If we had someone as strong as Mlin on our side, when other guilds try to push us around, we'd actually have the power to fight back. The old man replied, You know the guild's rules. Headquarters won't recognize someone like Mlin who has no magic or aura. Taylor adds that lucky for them, the adventurers competition is coming up, the one held every 4 years. He realizes this tournament is actually a golden opportunity for them to shine. But the old man? He's just worried the tournament will completely reset the guild's rankings. Originally, Riestum's guild was a joke, with only his daughter and Tony as their saint-level powerhouses. But he was cut off now, they've got Merlin, so maybe there's a chance to crack the top 16. Back in the village, Alice is still crying over the lump on her head. Oof. Our boy glances over, thinking that maybe 3 straight wins was a bit too much for her to handle. She follows behind, sighing dramatically. Merlin just tells her training continues tomorrow, so don't lose heart. Alice is actually a little stunned. This guy actually knows how to encourage people? Suddenly, a voice from the distance calls her name. It's Rukia, waving her over. Alice bows her head apologetically. I'm so sorry for hurting Mr. K. But Rukia quickly brushes it off. That's not important right now. Rukia warns her that trouble has come looking for her again. You'd better go handle it. Alice is confused looking for her. Even he is wondering what's up. Trouble? Just then, a woman in a ridiculously fancy dress struts towards them. She yells out, Alice Crotia. Alice hears her and lets out a terrified sigh. Yup. Jan starts screaming her head off. The man you hit that day was my dear older brother. How dare you? He asks Alice. Who's that? She answers reluctantly. Anne's younger sister, Jan. Then she forces a smile, trying to smooth things over. It was just an accident that day. I already apologized to Anne, but Jan wasn't having it. My brother likes you, so of course he'd forgive you. She narrows her eyes. I came here today to ask you why you always reject my brother's sincere confessions of love? Or do you think my dear brother isn't good enough for you? And then this girl starts going on a full-blown delusional rant. In Jan's eyes, her brother has fluffy hair, horse-like legs, an eel's waist, and a cherry mouth. Who could ever reject such a perfect man? His internal monologue is just pure cringe. Yep, a total simp, just like her brother. Alice tries to reason, saying it's not about looks, they're just not compatible. But Jan launches into a speech. What do you mean not compatible? Don't you want to marry into our Oten family? Marry her brother, she says, and you'll never have to work in this dump again. You'll be a noble lady, respected by countless people. Alice is just done. And then, she suddenly grabs Merlin's arm. In a desperate move, she uses him as a shield. Sorry, I don't want to marry into a noble house, and besides, I'm already married. Jan is suspicious. That's not right in all the novels. Normal girls want to marry rich and become a powerful matriarch. She stares hard at Alice and Merlin, and then it clicks. Oh, I get it now. You've been tricked by this nobody. She points an accusing finger at him. You, my brother told me all about it. You two have a fake marriage. How dare you stand in the way of my brother's love? Get lost on your own, or I'll make your life a living hell. Our guy is just like, huh? She scoffs, saying he looks like a total loser who should know his place. Oh, he did not like being called a loser. Oh, interesting. Are you threatening me? Merlin steps up to argue with her. You little brat. You should watch your tone. Jan gets furious. Don't you dare point your finger at me. You peasant. The two start screaming at each other while Alice and Rukia just watch in shock. I'll point if I want to. How dare a commoner be so rude to me? Jan slaps him right across the face. You ungrateful pest. Alice covers her face in horror as Merlin's cheek turns bright red. His fingers twitch. Jan sneers, thinking he's stunned into silence. Big mistake. The next second, Merlin slaps her right back, sending her face planting into the ground. She hits the dirt hard, and her two maids rush over in a panic, calling her name. Alice quickly tries to calm him down. Merlin, that's enough. Jan is not someone you should mess with. He just brushes off his hands. You think I'm scared of her? Jan gets up, fuming that not even her father dares to hit her. Suddenly, Jan covers her face, an aura of pure murder radiating from her as she turns. And you dared to hit me? You've got some nerve. He watches as she starts laughing like a maniac. And then, plot twist, she strikes a pose, completely infatuated with him. Oh my, you're just so mean. Fine, I won't call you a loser anymore, okay? He's totally freaked out. What the hell? Is this girl a masochist? Alice quickly corrects him. She's Anne's little sister. Jan looks ready to pounce on him. Why don't you just leave her? I think you and I are a much better match. He starts backing away, ready to bolt as Alice asks him what they should do now. And just as you'd expect, Merlin turns and runs for his life. Run! Alice chases after him, shouting, wait up, while Jan sprints behind them both. My love, her two maids cry out in the distance. Leaving all that chaos behind, we cut to a small town in Wells, where a bell on a shop door suddenly rings. A figure completely covered in a black cloak silently steps inside. Franklin enters the shop, looking around for someone. At that moment, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind him. Is that you? The man calmly says, holding a smoking pipe. You wish to make a deal with me? Franklin immediately chimes in, looking nervous. You're here representing Guildmaster Swinby of the Ghost Funeral Guild, aren't you? With that, he takes a hesitant step forward, but the sight of bodies scattered all over the floor makes him gasp in pure shock. Oh, and seeing his reaction, Swinby just laughs. Haha, no need to be so formal. I tidied up the place for our meeting. Faced with this guy's horrifyingly casual attitude, Franklin's face darkens as his mind races. The Dark Guild is merciless, even with civilians, he thinks. And now I have to cut a deal with this absolute demon. He quickly pulls himself together and gets down to business. Guildmaster Swinby, I have a gift for you. But his host just asks coldly, oh? And you think you know what I want? Franklin tries to hide his fear, saying, I have the former king's grimoire. It holds tons of lost ancient magic, like how to bring the dead back to life. An offer that juicy, and yet the guy doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, thinking it over. He says, that book Elizabeth just got her hands on. It's with you now. So you're just the queen's little puppy, aren't you? Hearing that, the guy panics and replies, you have no idea who I am. Just agree to my condition, and you'll get the grimoire for sure. Swinby just raises an eyebrow. And what is the condition? The guy answers without hesitation. Kill Elgin, woman. Those words seem to hit a nerve, because Swinby just bursts out laughing. And his laughter just gets louder. Ha ha ha, Elgin woman, the legendary masked hero? Seems that foolish Queen Elizabeth will do anything to secure her power. Faced with this full-blown maniacal cackling, our guy Franklin starts to panic. Hey, this was my idea. It has nothing to do with the queen. I just want to make a deal. But yeah, Swinby sees right through that lie. Oh? The famous knight, Franklin, wants to betray that old hag now? This was not in the script, and Franklin is visibly shaken. He never imagined the other guy would know his true identity. Yep, he's totally busted. Swinby doesn't seem to care though, he just holds out a hand. So, where's the grimoire? But Franklin isn't a complete idiot. He's got one condition to stay alive. After the job is done, I'll hand over the grimoire personally. Swinby just considers this with a, Right at that moment, the shop door swings open again. The welcome bell chimes. It looks like one of his goons, calling out as soon as he steps inside. Guildmaster, Cooper stands by his boss, holding an ancient-looking book as he gives his report. The item has been delivered. The book in his hand makes Franklin scream. Hey, that's the very book he thought he had hidden so carefully for this deal. He still can't process it. But, how did you guys... How? But the other guy just explains it away like it was nothing. Heh, you mean you stole the grimoire and tried to hide it with your little friends? They weren't cooperating, so I put them to sleep. His subordinate adds, permanently. As Franklin breaks out in a cold sweat, Swinby just keeps pouring salt on the wound. See? You really ought to take better care of your bargaining chips. He takes a drag from his cigarette and adds one more thing. Of course, the Dark Guild always keeps its promises, which only makes Franklin even more terrified. What? What are you going to do? And just then, glowing blue lines appear on the floor right at his feet. An instant later, it intensifies, erupting into a pillar of fire with terrifying heat, completely engulfing him. The Guildmaster, now holding the grimoire, tells him plainly, we're not just killing women, we're going to destroy the entire empire. Under his control, the flames slowly creep towards the man's eyes, now wide with absolute horror. He knows he's made a terrible, terrible mistake. So before he's burned to ash, he lets out one final agonizing scream. Long live the queen! And just like that, what was once a living person is now just a pile of bones. Their job done, the crew casually exits the shop as the flames behind them grow even bigger. A guy named Cooper asks his boss, looking way too happy, "So, what's our next move?" The leader, pipe in mouth and codex in hand, just smirks. Yeah, this guy is 100% planning to cause some chaos. He's determined to make that old lady, Elizabeth, regret ever giving them that little book of horrors. As if on cue, the flames swallow the entire village, providing the perfect backdrop for his speech. The day the Demon Festival returns is the day our Dark Guild reclaims its glory. Meanwhile, a new day has dawned, which means it's time for another totally normal training session between Alice and Merlin. And just like every other time, Alice gets sent flying for what feels like the millionth time. Merlin just sighs, completely fed up. He complains that even a pig would have reached sainthood by now, so why hasn't she made any progress at all? Alice just wipes away her sweat and asks to go again. But seeing her so beaten up, he doesn't say a word. His attention shifts to the blue stone she always wears around her neck. Then he just waves her off. Forget it. We're done for today. This sudden change completely baffles her. Huh? She protests, refusing to accept it. But why? I can still go on. He turns back to explain that if she keeps training so recklessly, she's just asking for trouble. Leveling up to Saint Tier was a bust. In fact, she was just hurting herself. But with the dragon transformation getting worse, she knew she had to hit that next level, and fast. Seeing her so stressed, he just frowned and tried to smooth things over. There's still time, don't worry, I'll figure something out. But as soon as he finished, she asked, Merlin, if I wasn't here anymore, would you be sad? Her question just completely shut him down. He had no clue what she was talking about, so he casually questioned the whole concept of being sad. And yeah, that answer earned him a one-way ticket to SmackDown City. The proof was a perfect red handprint right on his cheek. It was so obvious that Hobbes just had to ask, Dude, what's going on? Did you and Alice have a fight or something? He just sighed. I will never understand women. They change their minds as fast as you can flip a page. Hearing this, Hobbes just burst out laughing. Women, my friend, show a lot of different sides to the person they like, but Merlin was basically like, what's the point of showing all that? Suddenly, he overheard a huge piece of news from the next table. Apparently, the Ghostly Feast Guild had massacred a small border town in Wells. Now tons of people were fleeing the area. Another guy immediately asked, Isn't that place like super close to us? We should get out of here too. Hearing a familiar name, Merlin perked up. The Ghostly Feast. Isn't that a dark guild? Hobbes immediately nodded. Yep. Those guys had been causing a whole lot of trouble lately, throwing everything into chaos. The Empire had even issued an official warning about them. Then Hobbes leaned in and whispered, They want to revive their former leader, Flamepan. This was not good. The rumor made him pause for a moment. He then casually asked, So is this Pan guy any good? To answer that, you'd have to go back 30 years, to a time when the royal palace was burning. Back then, the knights charged forward with heroic valor, trying their best to stop the enemy and hold him back. But in a flash, they were all scorched to a crisp by raging flames. Even the all-powerful king was so terrified he slipped right off his throne, screaming in panic. Nothing could possibly describe his sheer horror in the face of this disaster. His elite Saint-tier knights, all taken down by a single man. Before the king could even react, the guy had decisively claimed his head. Even now, just retelling the story, Hobbes couldn't help but tremble a little. That Pan guy was an absolute monster. 30 years ago, he stormed the palace, killed countless Saint-tier knights, then beheaded William II in front of everyone. He finished with a chilling thought. With Pan's power leading the Dark Guild, destroying the entire kingdom would be ridiculously easy. But just as the Akuma Lizen Guild was at its peak, Pan died, and the guild's power has been fading ever since. This left Merlin completely stunned. Whoa, how does someone that strong just die? Hobbes had two theories, though who knows if they're true. One theory says Pan was searching for a legendary treasure in the North Sea and got killed by the Northern Sea behemoth. He wasn't done yet, though. The second theory claims he was killed by the hero while trying to assassinate the Pope. Now, that last part finally got Merlin's attention, who was just trying to eavesdrop. Just as Hobbes was about to take a drink, Merlin slowly repeated, The hero, you say? He covered his mouth, lost in thought. I've seen the hero's power. Very few people could actually beat him. Of course, to Hobbes, this just sounded like complete nonsense. He slapped Merlin on the back and laughed. Ha ha ha, you're full of it. Next you'll tell me you're brothers with the Demon King. Finally, his friend got serious again. But the hero has been missing for so long now. If Pan really is revived, there's no one who can stop him. He wasn't finished. His next words were about how everyone was pinning their hopes on the great swordmaster, Elgin. They hoped he would step up and destroy Akuma Leeson. Merlin could only chuckle at that. Poor guy, always having to clean up everyone else's mess. Suddenly, it was like a light bulb went off in his head, his eyes filled with suspicion. He stood up to say goodbye. Hobbist was totally surprised by his sudden departure. Huh? You're leaving now? I think there's a mission coming up. Merlin just casually tossed a line over his shoulder. I'm going to meet an old friend. The place he went to was a familiar basement, down a gloomy spiral staircase. Asmodeus, on the other side of the mirror, was as charming as ever. Oh, you came to find me all on your own. Did you miss me? But Merlin was way too used to this. He didn't even flinch and just got straight to the point. I just have a few questions for you. His eyes suddenly got dead serious. Do you know about the inheritance crystal? He shot a question right back. The inheritance crystal? That thing is incredibly rare. It can grant a human the heritage and power of the dragon clan. You have one? Merlin immediately explained the situation, without naming names. A girl has been infected by an inheritance crystal. Is there a cure? That's all it took for Asmodeus to start the waterworks. Wah, you're secretly seeing someone behind my back. Men are truly the worst. He immediately got defensive. Hey, don't make it sound like I'm cheating on you. Once the drama was over, he asked a real question. Invaded by the crystal? Just how weak is this girl? He replied. She's not even Saint Tyr yet. That answer made him scream in shock. What? Not even Saint Tyr and she dared to touch that thing? Does she have a death wish? Now it was Merlin's turn to be speechless. Click-clack. This is my fault. A man named Asmodeus admits with a frown. An uncontrollable lust for power will always backfire. That's an unchanging law, but Merlin cuts him off. Yeah, skip the philosophy lesson and get to the point. Is there a way to stop this power from taking over? Asmodeus answers without missing a beat. You can't stop it, but you can delay it. Merlin shoots up from his seat, suddenly filled with hope. How? Asmodeus's eyes turned sharp. The solution? Submerge her in the deepest level of the Demon King's blood pool to temporarily seal her condition. This is, of course, an incredibly risky plan. Merlin hesitates, muttering the words, the blood pool. Asmodeus continues, frankly laying out the risks. But Merlin knows it's impossible. Not even the dumbest demon would sacrifice their race's lifeblood for one human. He doesn't agree or disagree, he just listens quietly because he knows exactly what's sealed in there. Merlin immediately gets what he's hinting at. Asmodeus is talking about the primordial monster, the Old Testament demon god. The thought makes his fist clench instinctively. He quickly sits back down and forces a laugh, trying to hide his reaction. Ha, you don't need to remind me. As if I'd ever caused that much trouble over a single human, right? Hearing this, Asmodeus looks relieved and casually starts fanning himself. Good, he says. After all, humans and demons can't marry. The punishment is getting carved on the pillar of shame and being hunted by the demon army. A pretty grim fate. And the one demon in the room who actually did marry a human can only let out an incredibly awkward laugh. Ahem. Back at the guild, a crowd is buzzing with excitement. A sudden summons for all adventurers? This must be a special mission. Of course Alice is there, but she's keeping herself bundled up in a heavy cloak. The dragon scales are spreading faster now, and she absolutely can't let anyone see them. Suddenly, a hand appears out of nowhere from behind her. Oh great, it's Red City. She cheerfully pops up, grabs a handful of Alice's chest, and yells, "You're wide open!" Alice is startled, but Red City seems confused by what she's feeling. Not quite satisfied. She gives it a few more pokes just to confirm her suspicions. Yep, she wasn't wrong. Alice, long time no see, she teases. Did you swap your bra out for a chest plate? Alice yanks her cloak shut, totally embarrassed. Mind your own business, she yells, turning away, and walking right into another acquaintance. Lady the Banshee, you came too. The other woman smiles gently. The guild sent an urgent summons, so of course we came. But then she gets a good look at Alice, who's sweating and looks completely on edge. Are you all right? She asks with concern. You don't look well. Alice has no excuse, so she just has to force a smile and play it off. Ha ha, I'm fine, she insists. But Red City, who never lets anything go, chimes in with another zinger. What's wrong? Why isn't Merlin with you today? Did he finally dump your flat-chested self for a girl with a real rack? That's not it, we're doing great, Alice retorts immediately. But as soon as she mentions his name, her face falls. Merlin left that morning and still hasn't returned. Is he angry with her? Just then a guild official finally steps up to make an announcement. Greetings, valiant adventurers, he shouts. The guild has issued an urgent, high-priority quest. The Dark Guild known as Akuma Lizan has taken over the Abra Mountain Range, north of West Ham. Intel suggests they're planning to destroy the entire empire from there. He's blunt about it. This mission is incredibly dangerous. We are recruiting only gold-rank adventurers and above to help the empire eliminate these dangerous terrorists. Succeed, and you get 10,000 gold. The moment that massive number was spoken, the room erupted in whispers. 10,000 gold is a sweet deal, sure, but this is a crusade against Akuma Lizan. Don't go throwing your life away. While everyone else was busy gossiping, Kay cut right through the noise. Everyone, get ready. If you're in, we leave by carriage outside the city. He clenched his fist dramatically. I'll be the main force, leading the charge. All you have to do is follow me. We'll hit them before they've even stabilized. Inspired by that speech, the Dai turned to the other two girls. Reddity, we should join. Her friend immediately groaned back to fighting again so soon. How boring. Alice, however, remained completely silent. She just clutched her protective cloak, a terrible feeling of dread washing over her. Ever since the guild's call to arms was answered, the sky had been ominously dark, like a really bad omen. Alice stood by the window, consumed by worry. It was already time to leave, and Lynn still hadn't come back. She quietly touched her own arm, right where the dragon scales were steadily creeping up her skin. Despite her fear, she shut her eyes and told herself she couldn't rely on Min forever. Maybe this mission was a chance to finally break her limits. After sorting out her thoughts, she slowly left him a letter right beside a golden key. With everything settled, she slipped on a heavy cloak and turned to leave. But the door she'd just shut, it was about to get a very eager new visitor. That one little discovery just blew Merlin's entire world wide open. He burst through the door yelling, "Alex, we're going home!" Except, the place is completely empty. That's when the panic sets in. "Alice, where are you? I found a way to stop the corrosion. Come out." But all he could find were the few things she had left behind for him. He hurried over, his curiosity taking over as he unfolded the note. What is this? And right on cue, the heavy clouds couldn't hold it in anymore and rain began to pour. The group hadn't even made it past the city gates. Alice, mixed in with the crowd, glanced back one last time with a silent message. Merlin, I'm leaving. He read every single word she wrote in that letter. I can't just wait around to lose my consciousness and turn into a monster, so I've decided to face this challenge alone. If I succeed, great. If I die, at least I protect my dignity. We only got together for our own mutual benefit. And though our time together was short, you really weren't a bad partner. She even brought up the key. If I can't make it back, the gold in this chest is yours. Please, try to be frugal with it. The letter was big, but the contents were painfully short. Her final words were, "Good luck, Alice Grotia." And that was more than he could bear. Merlin instantly crushed the damn piece of paper. Outside, the rain just got heavier, thundering down without end. It was as if the sky itself was sharing Merlin's mood. He frantically ran everywhere, desperate to find her. He burst in so suddenly, it left Rukia completely stunned. Spotting her, he rushed over, demanding, "Rukia, where did Alice and the others go?" She quickly answered, "They went to crush the Dark Guild, Akuma Lizen. They've already left for the northern Kasiri Mountains." Hearing this news, he couldn't stop the rage from boiling up inside him as he gritted his teeth. Right. Without another word, he bolted, leaving a confused Rukia behind. And at that very moment, in a magnificent, brightly lit palace far away, a figure was prostrated before the veiled queen, awaiting her command. "Your Majesty, I await your call." Thanks to the countless candles, the queen's silhouette was clearly visible. She began to speak. "According to our intelligence, the Dark Guild Akuma Lizen has stopped at Dam." This information seemed to offend her authority, and the queen was clearly annoyed. A ragtag group of misfits dreams of overthrowing my rule? She then gave her command. "I want you to cut down these dangerous elements before anyone else can. Uphold the honor of the Knight's Order and eliminate this threat to the Empire." But that wasn't all. In a probing tone, she added, "This is an opportunity. Mei Fai, you are my most trusted knight. You know what needs to be done, don't you?" Mei Fai, still kneeling, placed a hand on his chest and swore an oath. "Whatever you command, Your Majesty, I will face any danger and overcome any hardship." But this vow of loyalty didn't seem to satisfy her much. She casually listed them off. Akuma Lizen, the great swordmaster Elgin. Under the grim, heavy sky, the queen finished her sentence with an endlessly cold tone. They are all an eyesore. And then the scene shifts to the Kasiri Mountains, the adventurer's destination. The heavy rain didn't seem to be affecting the Dark Guild at all. A summoning ritual was still underway. At the highest point, a figure defied the weather, continuously chanting a string of ancient words. Turns out it was Swinburne, the guildmaster, concentrating as he followed everything written in the codex. As the long, incomprehensible spell ended, he drained the jeweled cup he was holding. The thick red blood inside quickly splattered onto the magic circle, and in a flash, the crimson color consumed the entire ring. Watching the ritual go so smoothly, Cooper couldn't help but complain. If we didn't have to share the dragon's blood with that damn alchemist, we would have had enough for the whole ceremony. But someone just laughed with contempt. What is gained will just be lost again. Suddenly, the revered guildmaster Swinburne seemed to sense something. Huh? At that exact moment, the adventurers approaching the mountain realized something was very wrong. Hey, look at the mountaintop. From far away, they could all see the summit covered by a magical and chillingly bright red glow. Danny asked in disbelief, "That aura is intense. What is that?" Nearby, Alice immediately sensed something was off. Whoa. An evil energy radiated from it, making everyone deeply uneasy. This power made Alice wary. A powerful pressure is coming from the mountaintop. It's like a demon has arrived. The prime time hadn't come yet. Up on the altar, Swinburne spoke. The spell will need a little more time to complete. As the group approached, he saw them, so he called out, "There are some fearless little rats outside that need dealing with." Master Loda, who had been hiding all this time, replied without hesitation, "Leave them to this old man." As soon as he finished speaking, the man decisively vanished, and yet the altar fire rages on, completely unfazed by the rain. Kay, our sharp-eyed leader, gives the signal. Looks like these punks are finally making their move. Time to fight. At his command, it wasn't just Alice. Every single adventurer here instantly snapped into a combat stance. While they all stood on high alert, somewhere else, one person was still sprinting through the storm. It's Min. He's tearing through the forest, grinding his teeth in frustration. That troublesome girl is so unbelievably dense, it's almost a superpower. He barrels straight for the mountains. His words might be harsh, but they're loaded with worry. "I won't let you just disappear on my watch." Over the Kasiri area, the sky is now a blanket of dark clouds, and the mountaintop glows with a terrifying red hue. Kay grunts, clearly annoyed. This magical energy just feels all wrong. Danny agrees it's forbidden magic for sure. Is Akuma trying to summon something? Whatever it is, they have to keep moving forward. So Kay puts his second-in-command in charge of the troops here. She immediately asks where he's going. In response, he just clenches his fist and answers her. "I'll head out first to stop whatever they're planning. You guys follow me." With that, Kay drops into a low stance, channeling his power for the coming battle. As he moves, arcs of lightning begin to crackle and pop all around his body. Seeing this insane transformation happening right before them, everyone's eyes go wide. Whoa, it's Kay. In just a single second, the change was complete. Thunderclap fighting-style lightning armor activated. The moment the technique is out, he shoots forward like an actual bolt of lightning. That speed left everyone completely stunned. Red City, however, just cheered excitedly. "Whoa, that old dude is seriously fast." To keep everyone from getting too relaxed, Danny quickly shouts a reminder we don't know what the enemy has waiting for us. "Don't let your guard down for a second." Finally, wanting to get a move on, she adds, "Let's hurry up and follow him." Not far ahead, Kay is doing a perfect job as the vanguard, blasting forward while scanning the entire area. Suddenly, his piercing blue eyes narrow, sensing an immense danger heading his way. And just like that, a massive blast of energy slams down right where Kay was about to step. Kay smirks with a grimace. An ambush from the Dark Guild? So much for fighting with honor. Following the impact, a shadowy figure appears in the dust cloud. "Where did you little rats come from?" the creepy old man warns them. "This is Dark Guild territory. You don't get to run wild here." He continues, "Today, Old Man Me is going to send you on your way." But his threats don't even make Kay flinch. He just laughs. "Send me on my way? You think an old fossil like you is enough to do that?" Realizing they weren't going to back down, the old guy, Loda, stops talking. Right then, a sharp blade attached to a jointed leg shoots out. This bizarre weapon even surprises Kay for a moment. Luckily, his lightning-fast reflexes let him block the first strike perfectly. But there's a bigger problem. He can't believe the hook actually managed to scratch through his protective aura. How is this even possible? How could it get through my lightning armor? And it didn't stop there. A disgusting lump of flesh suddenly bulges from the guy's back, with even more jointed legs sprouting from it. The sight is so grotesque, Kay just blurts out, "What the?" The creature facing Kay transforms into something half man, half spider, raising its legs to threaten its enemy. Facing this new threat, he firmly gets into a defensive stance, whispering, "A demon? No, a chimera?" Lotus sees his confusion and starts to gloat. "Take a good look, boy. This is my true form." Then, the whites of his eyes begin to change, as red veins crawl across them in an instant. The rest of his spider legs burst free from his body. At this point, nothing about Loda looked even remotely human anymore. And in that monstrous form, he tells Kay, "Everyone who has ever seen this form of mine has died." Faced with this dark and dangerous foe, Kay just gives a defiant reply. "If you're not human, then I don't have to hold back. As long as it's a monster, there's nothing my fist can't handle." Before the creature could even react, Kay charges forward with his full power. As the distance between them closes in a flash, Kay swings a mighty punch. Ha! A single explosive blow lights up the entire area in a blinding flash. The explosion was so massive that even the group running from far away could see it. Red Seti yells out, "That lightning!" "Has Kay already started fighting?" Danny asks urgently. Even though he's the guild's strongest adventurer, a fight depends on a lot of things. We have to get there and help him, now. But Alice, running alongside them, suddenly has her mind drift somewhere else. I wonder if Merlin has found that letter yet. However, the urgent situation forces her to refocus. "Alice, Now is not the time to be thinking about other things. At this tense moment, a mocking voice suddenly rings out. 1, 2, 3. Ah, the scent of a young maiden. Danny immediately senses trouble. The magic barrier is reacting. She instantly stops dead in her tracks, shouting an order. Something's coming. Everyone, be on high alert. An enemy had already snuck up on her, his smile twisting as he whispered in her ear. Don't be so serious now. We're all just here to play. It was at that exact moment. Red City shot in from behind, throwing a heavy punch to save her friend, but the creep was just too quick. He dodged, landing gracefully on a clear patch of ground as Cooper bowed like a gentleman. Welcome, everyone. Danny, who'd just been rescued, saw the weapons he was carrying and shouted a warning. Those are the twin clown blades. That's Cooper from the Akuma Guild. Be careful even if he can't beat Kenshin. His power is above saint level. That one sentence was all it took. Every single adventurer there raised their weapons and stared him down. Then, Simon majestically took the lead and roared, "Everyone, let's go!" Following his command, the entire group charged forward as one. Faced with this overwhelming force, Cooper just smirked playfully. My, what an impatient audience. Without a second thought, he drew his blades, leaped into the air, and rushed forward to meet them. The instant Cooper landed, anyone in his path was cut down in a single blow. Just one swing for these small fry? How unsatisfying. So he licked the remaining blood off his blade and stated calmly, "The real show is just getting started." Just as the battle with Alice was kicking off, the altar high above also began to react. Wimb, holding a grimoire, watched it all with pure delight. Suddenly, he tilted his head, sensing a presence behind him. As expected of my teacher, you're back already. Huh? Before he could finish his thought, something was thrown onto the ground with a heavy thud. It was Kay, carrying a giant spider leg, panting and wiping away sweat. Facing the Dark Guild's master, he straightened up and declared, "I am Kay of the Ram Guild, and I'm here to stop you." In response, the man simply set the book he was holding on fire. Haha, the ritual has already begun. This grimoire held the only method to stop it. Under the intense flame, the book quickly turned to ash. But now it's gone, Swinby said calmly, as the fire on the altar roared higher and he spread his arms in triumph. The demonic feast is about to rise again. Ha ha ha, now, tremble. Seeing the situation getting critical, Kay immediately charged forward. Damn it! He clenched his bandaged fist, gathering all his power. Just as he was about to land the blow, he yelled with fierce determination, "I will never let you succeed." But the villain simply snapped his fingers, vanished in a burst of his own flame, and called out, "Idiot!" Instantly, searing hot blue flames engulfed Kay, making him cry out. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted, amplifying the blaze tenfold. Kay was immediately blown backward by the blast, his body completely battered as he whispered, "This power." The attack was so strong it actually launched him clean off the mountain's peak. Gravity then eagerly took over, pulling him down faster and faster. He didn't stop falling until his body slammed into the ground, shattering the rock and dirt all around him. Winburn was absolutely ecstatic with his own strength. Ha ha ha. Down below, Cooper was doing just as well, stepping on a foe and spinning his sword. Is that all you've got? The adventurers of Ram are nothing special after all. Not letting him gloat for long, Alice suddenly charged in for a surprise attack, but he was incredibly sharp, effortlessly dodging her ice assault. As he leaped backward, he laughed mockingly. Ha ha, you mean there's still one who can fight? Following up on Alice's attack, Red City dove from above with her enormous gauntlets aimed right for his head, but it was useless. Cooper sensed it instantly. She didn't realize this, however, and still smashed the ground right where he had been standing with all her might. When she finally looked up, she could only gasp in shock. Where is he? Then, her body was suddenly sliced by sharp, invisible blades, leaving her completely stunned. Huh? In just a moment, her tough armor completely shatters, and she's sent flying backwards onto the ground. Alice, who's always standing by, panics at the sudden turn of events and rushes over to Red City, who can only groan in pain. Yep, and Cooper's just over there, casually gloating. Apparently, the feeling of a blade cutting a woman is just the absolute best. Right then, the flat ground beneath him suddenly shifts, shooting upwards at incredible speed to trap a very confused Cooper. So this was an attack powered by Den XY. She acts, shouting with determination, "I'll seal you in a block of iron right here." But Cooper, trapped inside, just keeps on smiling. Ha ha. Alchemy, is it? He twists, draws his sword, and cuts through the metal like it's nothing. Mere high-level magic is absolutely no threat to me. This unexpected move makes her cry out in total panic. Before she can even react, he closes the distance and attacks. Danny's glasses, her armor, her body, nothing escapes his sharp blade. She screams out in pain. Ah, first Red City and now Danny. Alice can only yell in horror, but Cooper isn't letting her get near her friend. He blocks her path instantly, leaving her all alone. At the same time, he raises his sword, asking, "So, ladies, how are we feeling?" Faced with his charge, Alice scrambles backwards, completely tense. "This is bad. Too bad for you. My attack is much faster than your defense." And with that, his blade strikes her. Ugh. But this actually makes Cooper stop in his tracks. Huh? From the force of the blow, Alice's cloak is torn away, leaving even her stunned and gasping for air. She's completely shocked, saved by dragon scales of all things. Cooper sees her bizarre body and approaches the monster. Alice immediately denies it. "It's not true." Even so, he just laughs at her. "Haha, I've cut down plenty of women, but you're the first one I've seen with dragon scales." His surprise quickly turns into pure, unhinged excitement, so he lunges forward, swinging his sword in a massive arc. How long can she possibly hold out? Against his assault, Alice can only defend passively. But this time, his sword strikes create a destructive whirlwind trying to tear her apart. Alice is sliced over and over by the sharp edges of the vortex. She screams in pure agony. By the time the whirlwind disappears, her clothes are completely shredded. Seeing the dragon scales totally unharmed by his attack, Cooper gets even more thrilled. Not bad, you can really take a hit. He then launches a second wave of attack straight at her. His insane speed forces her to squint helplessly. Too fast. I can't keep up with him at all. Is this the power of a saint rank? Suddenly, a majestic voice seems to echo from far away. "Give it up." Alice lets out a startled gasp. Huh? Meanwhile, Merlin, who's desperately trying to catch up, can only pray, "Alice, you fool. Don't you dare do anything stupid." But back with Alice, that voice continues to linger around her. "If you don't want to die, then give your body to me." The timeline flashes back 10 years, to a land buried in snow and ice. A tiny Alice holds a sword with both hands and asks a question. This is her master, who calmly replies, "You must use all the skills I've taught you to pass the test over this next month." Alice still doesn't get it. What test? But her master simply says 2 words, "Survive." And that's when little Alice finally lets out a confused, "Huh?" Without another word, her master sends her flying off the snowy mountain. Just like that, she's free falling from a terrifying height. Thankfully, the thick snow below slows her down quite a bit. Even so, Alice's body still slides a very long way before finally coming to a stop. She clumsily pulls her head out of the snow and yells, "Master, are you trying to kill me?" Suddenly, she hears movement up ahead. A snow wolf stands there, aggressively baring its razor-sharp teeth. Faced with this huge beast, she can only manage an awkward look. Hello." The wolf responds by opening its mouth wide and letting out a seriously rude howl. Then, it charges straight at her, making her scream. "Why are you chasing me?" Her desperate cry echoes through the massive forest. "Master, save me!" A moment later, the wolf is just seen furiously clawing at the bark of a tree. Turns out, Alice scrambled up the tree just in time, leaving it with nothing to do but stare. She clings on, pale-faced and whimpering. "Boo-hoo, how long do I have to stay up here? Who knows how much time passes until the sky is dark and the moon is high." When the coast finally seems clear, Alice slowly starts to climb back down to the ground. Still, she's extremely cautious, looking left and right to scout the area. Wandering in the snow, she lets out a small sigh of relief. Phew, that wolf is finally gone. Oh, but of course, the second she relaxes, it silently reappears right behind her. Alice can only pale and scream, "Seriously? You again?" And just like that, we're back to a very stressed-out Alice, dragon scales creeping up her face. And boom, Cooper takes the opening, swinging his sword with a nasty laugh. "Haha, what are you spacing out for? Your scales are about to get sliced right off." That slash makes her scream out in pain. Just like that, her dragon scales are torn open. Alice scrambles to defend herself, her mind a total mess. Damn it, why am I suddenly remembering my childhood now? Is this that flashback thing people talk about? But a dark voice just keeps whispering in her ear. "Come on, give me your body. Just like before, and you can keep on living." Those words make Alice wonder, was it this voice that helped her fight the dark elf and the alchemist beast? The voice just laughs. "That's right, I lent you the dragon tribe's power so you could escape." This just infuriates her. "You're the one who did this to my body." But the figure just calmly replies, "You get to live, so isn't that worth a few little side effects?" It keeps tempting her, whispering that if she just hands over her body, she'll become a true dragon, unstoppable. But she flat out refuses. "Are you kidding me? I would rather die a human than become a monster." Her willpower is a complete joke to it. Die? Haha. Humans do anything to survive. Don't you want to live? Looks like that hit a nerve. She repeats the words, "Keep living." And it brings back a memory from 10 years ago. A rabbit, just minding its own business, suddenly senses a strange disturbance. And then, a volley of ice spikes head straight for it. In a flash, the poor thing is taken out. A much younger Alice holds her pose and shouts, "Success!" She runs happily towards her prey, proud she finally caught something. That little hunt clearly took a lot out of her. Panting, she sees the rabbit is still trying to cling to life. Chirp, chirp, too bad for it. Sorry, she says, but I have to survive. Just then, she whips her head around, sensing something behind her. And there it is, a wolf, staring her down, ready to pounce. Alice quickly grabs the hilt of her sword while watching its every move. Huh. Surprisingly, the wolf doesn't lunge. It just smirks and lets out a soft growl. It gives her one last glare, then turns and walks away. The pure white figure calmly disappears deeper into the woods. And that's when it finally clicks for Alice. She just stepped into the wolf's personal hunting grounds. Her calculations began. But in a snow-covered mountain like this, there isn't enough prey for two predators. With the danger gone for now, Alice ducks into a cave to build a fire. She and, well, herself conclude that only one of them can survive. And so the days passed until the snowy mountain could no longer provide enough food. The day of their final showdown had come. Alice grits her teeth, sword ready. At the same time, the white wolf opens its jaws and lets out a ferocious howl. Roar! They charge at each other, because it's time for a life-or-death battle. Alice, with dark circles under her eyes, is already panting. Damn it! She's so hungry she's about to collapse from exhaustion. The moment she relaxes, her opponent reacts instantly. In a split second, the wolf lunges and sinks its teeth into her arm. The sheer agony of the bite makes her cry out. Ah! But there is no way she's going to lose to it. Gritting her teeth, she strikes back. How could she possibly die here? And then, icy energy starts to gather in her palm. At her command, ice spikes shoot out, piercing the white wolf's body. And just like that, Alice's thoughts snap from the memory back to the present, here in the Cathy Mountains. After a high-speed battle, Alice is on her knees, nearly spent. Cooper licks his blade and declares it's time to take her life. Facing such a massive power gap, all she can do is gasp for air. This situation feels exactly like it did 10 years ago. Voom. With her mission accomplished, she noticed the wolf, impaled with ice, was slowly walking away. Alice shouts, "Stop, you can't escape," but it just keeps dragging its heavy steps forward as she watches. Until finally, it looks like it can't take it anymore. Its body starts to sway, and then the majestic white wolf collapses onto the snow. She immediately hobbles over, cheering with excitement. Ha ha ha, I won. Suddenly, she freezes, staring at something just a short distance away. Right before her eyes is a mother wolf, collapsed not far from her dying cub. For her, the joy of the hunt was gone. Is that your child? You wanted to eat me so your child could live? Even though she was dying, the mother wolf strained to drag herself closer to her baby. Huff, puff. But tragically, she took her last breath before she could reach her cub. Alice stared at the scene, forgetting the pain in her own arm. I'm sorry. Then she clutched the blue stone she always wore around her neck. At that moment, she had no idea her master was watching from a distance. Again, she whispered to the mother and cub, I have to survive too. Then, Cooper's laughter yanks her out of her memories. Heh heh heh, I wonder if you'll die if I stab you through the brain. The ghost that constantly haunts her clings to her. You're about to be killed. What are you hesitating for? It tries to hold Alice's whole body down. Just obediently hand over your body to me. Become a dragon, and you can do whatever you want. But she stands firm, refusing. In your dreams. This startles the creature, which blurts out, huh? And in that instant, Alice's hand snatches the tempting mouth. She squeezes it tightly, speaking with disgust. To survive, I have already sacrificed so many lives that became a part of me. And with that, her determination transforms into rays of light that tear the shadow apart. Though her eyes are welling with tears, her gaze is filled with unwavering resolve. I will absolutely not hand my body over to you. The moment she dispels the darkness, the dragon scales on her body also begin to change. And in her hand appears a bright, clear blue stone. At the same time, a dazzling light bursts from her body. It's so bright that Cooper, standing nearby, has to shield his eyes. What? This fighting spirit. Is this the saint rank? The weak Alice he was just toying with has transformed into someone with immense power. Not only that, her body has changed too, as a pair of draconic ears now appear around her own. Even her sparkling ice blue eyes have turned to brilliant gold. She's now surrounded by a tough new set of dragon-inherited armor. Facing this newfound power, Cooper immediately takes a defensive stance and exclaims, Oh? I didn't expect you to ascend to the saint rank. Truly rare. Then he smirks and raises his hand. She's just a rookie who barely broke through to the saint rank, that's all. Before the thought finishes, he swings his sword with full force. Nothing to fear. She's still new to this power-up, so she can only lean back to dodge. But his latest attack was just deflected, vanishing into thin air to her complete surprise. Cooper uses that brief moment of confusion to flash right behind her, his eyes narrow with absolute confidence. Got her! He immediately swings, trying to slice her in half, but but she's way faster, not only dodging but landing a hook kick right to Cooper's chin. Even with that quick counterattack, he grips his sword and strikes again. Damn it, she's just a kid who barely reached the saint rank. In response, Alice just calmly lifts her sword, and a wave of power instantly freezes his blade in his hand. For the first time, Cooper looks genuinely terrified and in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Even my battle aura is frozen solid. It's not over yet. Alice gathers her energy, yelling, "I'm not going to lose anymore." Right after, an immense power erupts from her weapon, completely swallowing her opponent. Frost instantly spreads everywhere, and just like that, the clown Cooper is frozen solid in a state of pure panic. After the attack, Alice stands below, looking up at the huge chunk of ice. Even for an enemy, she offers him a farewell. Goodbye. The mountain of ice she created has officially become his tomb. Alice stares at Cooper, trapped in the massive iceberg her power created. Her eyes look glazed over and exhausted. The sword unconsciously falls to the ground. She pants for air as scales flake from her face. Alice clutches her head, thinking, so tired. Is it because she just reached the saint rank? Suddenly, a familiar coat is whipped out and draped over her as Merlin rushes in to catch her. He's just happy she's still alive. Alice says his name, Merlin. Then his expression turns serious. Don't you go disappearing on me so easily. I wouldn't be happy about that. She doesn't get what he means, just asking. Huh? Is he answering her previous question? He teases her, saying that while she's a bit clumsy, she has her good points. Besides, adventuring alone is pretty boring. Plus, 2 people can pay off a debt much faster than 1. She whispers, "If I had the strength, I would definitely punch you," before he flicks her on the forehead. Stop acting tough. In your current condition, you should just lie down and be quiet. He tells her the guild's rescue team will be here soon and that she should rest. Leave the rest of this to me, he adds. Her eyes widen as she agrees. Meanwhile, Cooper is still conscious inside the iceberg, seething. Arg, damn it! He looks over at her, thinking that this kid who just reached the saint rank can already unleash that much power. Luckily, his own rank is higher, so he barely clung to life. Alice just breathes heavily, completely exhausted. Phew. A glint appears in his eye. That kid won't be able to move for a while. Cooper dreams of killing her as soon as he breaks free, but then a flash of light slices him clean in 2. He's confused. Huh? The layer of ice shatters. He manages a final scream as his body crumbles into pieces along with the ice. Merlin sheathes his sword, stepping out from the rubble with a cold expression. Trash. Don't get in the way. Elsewhere, a sinister smile appears. Winby spreads his arms, casting a spell. Return to us, great father. Let these enemies tremble before your might. He senses something and glances behind him. Mayfi suddenly appears, and his left arm has already been sliced clean off. He grinds his teeth, clutching the wound with his other hand as he quickly backs away. Mayfield announces, Swinby, in the name of the knights, I will punish you. His snappy comeback? An imperial dog got here this fast? He tries to say more, but it's way too late. A massive energy blast rockets straight toward her, but Mayfield just raises her sword, slicing his attack clean in half. She demands, stop resisting. You're no match for me. He seems almost impressed. As expected of the Empire's top knight, she's way stronger than his previous goons. But his power forms a swirling vortex around Mayfield, and with a low whisper, he vanishes into thin air. She's caught in a massive whirlwind of energy. Wind blasts his head off, boasting that even a saint level couldn't survive these flames. Then his laughter just stops, replaced with confusion. Wait a second. Her silhouette starts to become clear through the fire. Mayfield uses her own power to fight back, quickly shattering the trap and lunging forward to run him through with her sword. He gags, spitting up blood. She rips her sword out. He goes flying backward, now in total freefall, screaming all the way down. She stands there watching him fall. It's over. As the court mages say, the caster's own blood can break a summoning ritual. But he just laughs maniacally. You absolute fools. I'm not just the caster. I'm also the sacrifice for the spell. She's completely stunned. What? Swim, lying on the ground, screams with his last breath. Father, arise. Tonight, the Empire will fall. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts from below him. He hits the ground and his body just dissolves into nothing. Where he lay, a huge stone pillar bursts from the earth. She shields her face, realizing, I've been totally played. She grits her teeth, staring down a vicious aura as a tall figure slowly shifts back into human form. Mayfield finds herself fighting a bare-chested man with long hair and a look of pure calculation in his eyes. She figures this has to be the Overlord from 30 years ago. Kuma, just revived, won't be at full power yet. She has one shot to end him. With a burst of speed, she thrusts her sword right at his chest, but then it just stops dead in its tracks. Pam's hand had shot out, grabbing her wrist mid-strike. He glares. Who are you? And why do you attack me? He twists her arm, forcing a cry of pain. But then his eyes fall on her armor, and something clicks. Oh, I remember now, he smirks. I've crushed armor like this before, a knight of Brit. She spits back. This isn't 30 years ago. Times have changed, old man. Go back to hell. He actually looks surprised. 30 years? Has it been that long? Pam's eyes flash with killing intent. And just like that, she realizes the game has changed. He brutally slams her into the ground. Now that I've returned, he declares, this place becomes my hell. Mayfield is down for the count. Pam lets out a smug laugh. To celebrate my grand return, you get the honor of being my very first kill. Treating her like a soccer ball, he kicks her into a rock wall before gathering a terrifying energy in his hand. This flame of Akumalan will rule the world, he roars, laughing like an absolute maniac. He unleashes the massive energy blast. She sees it coming, but she's completely pinned down, unable to even move. But just as the blast is about to hit, it inexplicably splits in two, carving a path right around her. Bam's brow furrows in confusion. She forces her eyes open, trying to see what happened. Weakly, she wonders, who was that? A small, familiar figure had split the attack right down the middle. Of course, it was Merlin. And then he speaks. You again? The useless knight. That voice, it sounds so incredibly familiar to her. Her head hangs low as she tries to remember. Pam, on the other hand, is just plain curious who could block his flame. Who are you? Pam demands. Merlin scoffs. Who I am isn't important, but you're the flame Akuma from 30 years ago, aren't you? Then you must know the spear hero? At that name, Bam's expression darkens. His fists clench. The spear hero. I will never forget that name, he growls. Merlin just keeps pushing. So who's stronger, me or the famous spear hero? Bam's face twists with absolute rage. And who the hell, he snarls, are you? And with that, he throws a punch wrapped in fire right at Merlin's head. The explosion completely engulfs his entire body. Bam! Pam scoffs, thinking he's just some arrogant punk. But then his eyes shoot wide open in shock. What? His massive, fiery punch was caught, stopped cold by Merlin's tiny hand. Your punch is pretty weak, he says with a smirk. So this is all you've got? No wonder the spear hero beat you. Looks like I picked the wrong opponent. Furious, Pam grits his teeth, grabs Merlin by the collar and launches them both sky high. Arrogant brat, let's see how long you last. He slams Merlin into the cliff face and unleashes a furious assault. 100 million fists rain down, causing a massive explosion. From the rubble, only a single arm can be seen. Down below, Alice looks up at the mountain, her face pale with absolute horror. Mount CAT begins to shake violently before completely blowing apart. An eagle appears, surveying the scene from above. It spots its target. The eagle dives, snatches Mayfield in its talons, and soars back into the sky. In a flash, it makes a clean getaway with her in tow. Meanwhile, Bam stands there, completely smug about his power. See how terrifying I am? The mountain is gone as the dust settles. His attack has hollowed out the entire mountain, leaving a massive crater with him standing proudly in the center. Bam sneers down at the rubble. Go regret your arrogance in hell, kid. From the smoke, a single sound emerges. Ha! That completely casual attitude leaves Bam utterly stunned. Huh? The ground beneath his feet shakes. Merlin erupts from below, landing a massive uppercut on his chin. What? Bam cries out. Merlin's eyes narrow on his target. You've thrown enough punches. Time to take one of mine. The impact sends them both flying back. Bam digs his heels in, barely staying on his feet. Merlin, panting, still manages to mock him. All that shouting for, that? Bam clutches his jaw, exhausted. It's strange. He just can't process Merlin's unbelievable speed. I'm supposed to be way stronger than before. So how did you block hundreds of millions of my punches per second? He demands one last time. Who in the world are you? Merlin gives a polite, almost noble bow. I am simply an unemployed demon king. Bam just repeats the words, dumbfounded. Demon king? Why are you stopping me? To answer that brainless question, Merlin offered a simple reason. I heard you fought the spear hero, so I just came to meet you. And just like that, Bam finally gets it. Heh, Demon King. No wonder you're this ridiculously strong. Who would have thought, after being dead for decades, I'd get to meet an opponent this powerful? But he's not thrilled about someone being stronger. But I was once the overlord who made the human empire tremble. My dignity will not be shamed by a brat like you. Meanwhile, Merlin, who's ancient but looks 18, is just confused. He literally points at his own face, completely lost. Huh? Brat? Dude. When it comes to age, I've got you beat by a lot. Well, Bam's patience just ran out, unleashing a terrifying aura. His entire body goes wild, completely consumed by that raw power. The ground itself begins to shake. Merlin looks absolutely delighted. Helena's group, on the other hand, is just plain shocked. Hey everyone, look over there. Helena leans forward, mesmerized. It looks like a blue sun. A gigantic sphere of energy materializes. It sits perfectly in the crater of Mount Cathy, with Bam at its very center. He just keeps absorbing pure rage. The power invades his entire body, and his arms begin to change color. Bam is loving his new look. He roars, "This is my ultimate technique. Not even the spear hero himself could stop this." Not a scratch. Merlin just watches him with amusement. Is that so? Well, this could be a little interesting. Bam swings his arms madly. Then bring it. The Demon King Merlin taunts back, not even hesitating. The weak never truly understand their own limits. Bam! Radiating that terrifying power, charges straight at him. Merlin braces himself for an energy blast 10 times his own size. His eyes flash. The sword leaves its sheath. One clean strike at Bam slices that entire proud aura he had right in two. Bam gets knocked backwards, totally stunned. That swordsmanship was too sharp. That single draw and slash was almost demonic. But the harder he's hit, the wider his grin becomes. Haha, to die like this, I have no regrets. His power fades, leaving only dust and rubble. Bam, now just a head on the ground, asks in pure surprise, "Why? Why didn't you kill me?" Merlin calmly strolls over. "You still haven't answered my question." He looms over him, demanding, "I'll ask you one last time." He emphasizes every single word. Me or the spear hero, who is stronger? His blood-red eyes demand a satisfactory answer. Even as just a disembodied head, Bam manages a final laugh. Obviously the spee, and before he can finish, Merlin sends him packing. Then he turns to leave, not forgetting a final parting shot. "Go on back to hell. That's where you belong." Yeah, our boy gets seriously ticked off whenever the spear hero's name comes up. A few days later, at the royal palace, Elizabeth is looking furious. "Say that again." Mayfie, trembling from head to toe, kneels down. "I couldn't stop Bam's revival, and I lost to him. In the end, the one who fought and destroyed him was," she says, breaking out in a cold sweat, "the great sword saint, Elgin." Elizabeth slams her scepter on the floor in pure rage. She shoots up from her throne. She grinds out every word. "Useless! Not only did you fail to reclaim our honor, you let someone else steal the glory." Elizabeth scowls, absolutely disgusted with this turn of events. "Sword Saint Elgin, you better not get too comfortable." Meanwhile, in another part of town, it's a full-blown party. The guild members raise their glasses to celebrate Merlin's group's return. "Tonight's on the guild. To everyone's safe return." Rukia, however, hopelessly points out, guys, this was basically the opposite of safe." The cheering continues, especially for our Alice, who's now a new saint-rank powerhouse. Suddenly, a voice from afar calls out to Alice. A man leaning on a staff approaches her. "Congratulations on becoming the guild's 3rd mithril rank adventurer. Thank you for bringing so much honor to our guild." Alice gets all flustered by the praise. "Oh, sir, you're too kind." With that, Taylor presents a small token. Adventurer Headquarters has already made your new identification plate. Rukia sees it and is totally hyped. Whoa, a real mithril adventurer's badge. Alice, however, just feels another burden on her shoulders. She sets down her beer and approaches Taylor. She respectfully takes it with both hands. "Thank you, Guildmaster." Alice joyfully holds the treasure in her hands. All her hard work had finally paid off. Now she could take on more high-level quests. Paying off her debt would be easy. As she thinks this, she sneaks a quick glance at Merlin. Then again, she really owed it all to that guy. Over on the side, Hop sees a gloomy Merlin and asks, "What's with the long face?" Merlin sulks jealously. "I didn't take many quests, so I don't get a cut of the pay." Hop, face red from drinking, just pats him on the head. "Ha, you made it back alive, that's enough. But you really should try harder, buddy, or your saint-rank wife is gonna walk all over you." Hearing that jab, Merlin gets all defensive. "I'm way stronger than her." Hop immediately waves him off. "Yeah, right, you're bluffing again." But in his heart, he thought, still, the fact that silly girl managed to come back alive made this whole trip worth it. His eyes are glued to Alice, the corner of his mouth lifting into a small, happy smile. Then VH approaches. "Alice, congratulations on becoming mithril rank." Alice goes to check on her. "Miss Danny, you're all right." Danny is seriously impressed by Alice's courage. I mean, come on, if she hadn't taken down Cooper, everyone would have been in serious trouble. She adds that once Alice has some free time, she wants to run some tests on her new saint-level body. You know, for science, Alice agrees instantly. No problem. And then, bam! 2 massive coconuts suddenly land on her head, courtesy of Radetti, who acts completely innocent. "Too bad, even reaching saint level can't make certain things grow bigger," she smirks. "Oh, that's the signal for war. Big-chested bimbo, flat as an airport runway." As they're about to tear each other apart, a disgustingly sweet voice interrupts. "My dearest Miss Alice, it's Anon, holding a bouquet of roses the size of a small hedge. I heard you've reached saint level, so I hope you'll accept my congratulations." This bouquet represents my burning passion for you. Sure it does, buddy. Redetti's eyes are practically sparkling at the sight of him. Alice, on the other hand, couldn't care less. I've told you a million times, I'm not into you. Give it up. Meanwhile, Redetti is fuming with jealousy. Humph. Alice is already married and still hogging all the guys. Redetti then spots a bottle of very strong liquor on the table. A wicked little idea starts to form. Bingo. She grabs the booze and sidles up to Alice. Let's have a toast to celebrate you becoming a saint. I'll pour you a glass. Here's your, fruit juice. Alice immediately senses something is off. Huh? Why the sudden change of heart? Redetti just grins as Alice downs the whole thing. Heh. Alice finishes, sticks out her tongue, and suddenly her powers erupt, creating massive ice shards. The partygoers turn to look. What's going on? Oh, Redetti is now frozen solid in a giant block of ice. Alice's face goes blank as she stands there, completely lifeless. Merlin watches, thinking her dragon powers must be going berserk again. But then, a sly, tipsy grin spreads across her face. Flushed from the alcohol, she calls out his name. Hee. Merlin, my darling. The glass drops from her hand. She launches herself at him, wrapping him in a hug that makes him sweat with embarrassment. Everyone is staring at them like they're watching a dumpster fire. Alice slurs out her next words, but you're my husband. The atmosphere suddenly got intense. So intense that everyone else was blushing like mad. Alice slowly leans in and presses her lips against Merlin's. He's so shocked he shoves her away. This idiot just kissed him without permission, and her technique was just awful. But Alice, still completely wasted in his arms, just giggles. He can't help but stare down at her. Before any romantic sparks can fly, Rukia steps in to kill the mood. Master Merlin, all damages Miss Alice has caused to the guild will be on your tab. She completely ignores Redetti, who's still a human popsicle on the other side of the room. Anyone gonna help me? Danny just scoffs from nearby. Serves you right. The next morning, bright sunlight streams in as Alice wakes up, feeling completely empty inside. She tries to remember what happened yesterday. Wait, wasn't I at the celebration party at the guild hall? How did I get back in my own bed? I can't remember a thing. Did my dragon blood make me pass out again? She holds up her hands, thinking to herself. But my body feels fine. No weird powers are acting up. What on earth happened? A delicious aroma fills the air, and she looks up to see a table loaded with steaming food, with Merlin holding 2 plates. Merlin smiles. Oh, you're up, Alice? I made breakfast, so hurry and eat. Her eyes go wide. Merlin, not sleeping in and actually making breakfast? Is it going to rain today? He just keeps inviting her. Don't be shy. Eat up. I'm not hungry, Alice replies. He places a fragrant bowl of soup on the table. No problem. I made some soup for you too. Alice takes a spoonful. Wow, it's so delicious it instantly washes away her fatigue and the world seems bright and rosy again. She sighs. Phew, my head was killing me this morning. Your soup made me feel so much better. He watches her eat and kindly explains that the soup is also a great hangover cure. The word hangover makes her stop dead. Huh? A hangover? Merlin asks. You don't remember? You drank what Redetti gave you and got wasted. An image of Redetti's sneaky face flashes in her mind. That little brat? She jumps to her feet and shouts, Hey, you! Tell me right now, did I do anything embarrassing yesterday? He gets flustered. Huh? Not really. But his mind is replaying the moment she pounced on him for a kiss. Yeah, even if she was totally out of it, it was probably better not to mention the whole forced kiss incident. He quickly changes the subject. Well, after you got drunk, your powers went berserk and you wrecked the guild hall with ice magic. And the bill, of course, is ours. Her jaw hits the floor. Alice collapses back into her chair. Great, the debt just keeps piling up. But it's fine, I still have 50,000 in savings we can use. Merlin turns away and starts whistling nonchalantly. Uh-oh. Alice stands up, suspicious. Hey, Merlin, you didn't touch that money, did you? He avoids her gaze, trying to look innocent. What money? She gets right in his face, her voice dangerously low. Look at me. Inside the box are just a bunch of papers with pictures of horses. Alice is practically screaming now. Hey, where's my gold? What is this pile of useless paper? He just covers his head in defeat. How can you call these scrap paper? This guy scoffs. You clearly don't understand anything at all. Then Merlin presents them with a grand flourish. This is our ticket to a life of luxury. From outside, the whole house seems to shake. Turns out, Alice just clobbered him with a box, sending him and his precious tickets flying. She is absolutely livid. My living expenses. Over 50,000 gold I scraped and saved, and you spent it all on horse racing tickets? He's still dreaming big. Don't worry. If Richard wins the race, we can pay off all our debts at once. We'll reach the pinnacle of life. Merlin explains that betting is all about luck. If we just hang in there, we have to have hope. Yeah, listening to that logic just makes Alice see red. At the guild hall, his friend Hobbs sips a drink and asks, "Did Alice kick you out again? What was it about this time?" Merlin sighs dramatically. "Wasn't it just because I bet all our money on Richard? Over 50,000. Hobbs asks, "Where'd you get that much cash?" He replies so casually, "Oh, it wasn't my money. It was Alice's savings. And for a little thing like that, she tried to kill me this morning." Hobbs shoots back, "You're lucky Alice didn't actually murder you." Suddenly, a beer mug slams down on their table. It's Kay, and he looks seriously ticked off. Hobbs just says, "Hey there, Kay. It's rare to see you sighing like that." Kay just replies, "Don't even start. Have you guys heard of the sword saint, Elgin?" Merlin is curious. "The hero who's famous nationwide? What about him?" Kay angrily answers, "Lately, my daughter seems to be obsessed with him." With tears welling in his eyes, he continues, "She even wants to marry some guy whose background we don't even know. But she always said she loved her daddy the most." Hobbs just laughs, trying to console him. "Isn't that pretty normal? The sword saint Elgin is a savior who's stolen the hearts of millions of girls." But Kay stands his ground. If he wants my daughter, it'll be over my dead body." Hobbs reminds him, "The sword saint kills saint-level experts like it's nothing. You wouldn't stand a chance against him." And that, of course, just makes the poor guy cry even harder. Merlin crosses his arms, thinking, "This Elgin guy can beat that many saint ranks. Killing him might just break my own curse." Just then, a sad-looking Alice walks into the bar. Merlin glances back and spots her. At the same exact moment she sees him. Their eyes meet for a split second before she angrily turns away. He gives a weak laugh. Hobbs elbows him. "Dude, Alice is a saint rank now and you're still a black iron. Girls like men who are strong and mysterious. Be careful someone doesn't steal your wife right out from under you." Merlin tries to defend himself. "What's so great about a girl built like a runway? The sword saint would have to be nuts to like her." Hobbs just roars with laughter. "Ha, are you jealous?" Meanwhile, Alice is talking with Rukia, going on about this and that. Rukia's eyes light up after hearing the story. "What? Alice, you saw the great sword saint Elgin in person? What was he like? Tell me, he must be incredibly handsome, right?" Alice just smiles. "Well, he saved me once before, though I didn't get a clear look at his face." Merlin is shamelessly eavesdropping from across the room. Alice continues, "But I just got the feeling he's probably a very gentle person." He raises his mug to his lips, lost in thought. Suddenly, the guild's crystal ball begins to glow. A man with a sword speaks up. "Huh? The guild's communication crystal is glowing red," a bald man replies. "That's pretty rare. Is there some urgent news?" The orb suddenly turns blue, and the image of a young woman appears. "Greetings to all members of the guilds. All right, hold on. We're getting some extremely urgent news. Just moments ago, the Empire dropped a bombshell about the legendary greatsword hero, Elgin. Everyone leans in close, and when they hear he's been found, they're all stunned. Alice's jaw just hits the floor. Huh? Hobbist is confused. Is this for real? Mo starts thinking hard. Right now, in the royal capital, the gossip is absolutely wild. What? They actually found the greatsword hero Elgin? Whoa, is that even real? There's no way that's true, right? Could the greatsword hero Elgin really have been captured? Elizabeth walks out, cool as ice, and stands before all her people. "My subjects, today I have a whole series of good news for you. First, about Merlin. I know you all worship a certain hero, a man with terrifying power, and a mysterious identity that no one has ever figured out. A man with a glorious history of defeating countless saint-level masters. That's right, the legendary greatsword hero Elgin himself. This is the man who sank thousands of royal fleet ships, a wanted fugitive." And as she says this, her expression turns completely dark. The good news I want to share is May Fi breaks into a cold sweat just listening. And cut scene we're flashing back to a few days ago. Queen Elizabeth turns her head, annoyed. "What? You want to resign as a knight to become a commoner?" Below, May Fi bows respectfully. "This mission was a total failure. Your Majesty must be incredibly disappointed in me. She feels completely useless. I've let you down, failing to capture the wanted criminal, the great sword hero Elgin. Not only that, he ended up saving my life. I'm not worthy of being a knight." Her mind is reeling, thinking of that man's overwhelming power. She could practically imagine Merlin laughing his head off. "You, again? The rookie knight." May Fi clenched her fist, pushing through the pain. Was that level of power even humanly possible? The queen, however, was not impressed. "May Fi, get your head up. The #1 knight, about to tuck her tail and run after one little setback?" And her words just made it all hurt even more. "But I've let you down, Your Majesty. This was a mistake that couldn't be easily fixed." Elizabeth casually offered a deal. "I'm giving you one chance to redeem yourself. Succeed, and I'll forget all about your past mistakes." May Fi instantly accepted. "Your Majesty, what do you need from me?" The queen continued. "It's simple. We're putting on a play. I want to create a great swordsman Elgin that belongs to the kingdom. Whether he's real or fake doesn't matter. Oh yeah, Elizabeth had been cooking up this plan for a long time. I want everyone to know that the great hero in their hearts belongs to the royal family, not some outlaw roaming the land. In front of all the people, Elizabeth announced. The good news I want to share is that as of today, I'm canceling the arrest warrant for the great swordsman Elgin and will be giving him a reward. We thank him for his constant service to the Empire and for his work protecting the people from the shadows. Today, the great swordsman Elgin will show his true face to everyone. The crowd below absolutely erupted. Over at Merlin's guild, everyone was glued to the crystal ball. Alice asked curiously, is the great swordsman Elgin really about to show his face? Hobbes stroked his chin, looking a little confused. Noticing something was off, Merlin had to ask, what's wrong? And Hobbes, of course, was ready to drop some knowledge. Hasn't this great swordsman Elgin guy always been a wanted man? Queen Elizabeth is a complete dictator. She would never compromise with anyone, and she definitely wouldn't bend for a powerhouse like the great swordsman. But now, suddenly, the great swordsman Elgin is on the same team as the queen. Doesn't that strike any of you as weird? Ko, on the other hand, reacted with pure rage. He crushed a wooden cup in his hand, his entire body practically on fire. I want to see for myself what kind of person this woman I believed in is. Queen Elizabeth continued her little show. And now, let's welcome the great swordsman Elgin, the mysterious hero you've all been waiting for. The imposter walked out slowly, a smug smirk plastered on his face. Alice was completely floored. Huh? It was that guy Offer, wearing a mask, walking out all serious. The crowd below was cheering like crazy. Great swordsman Elgin, the great hero of the Empire, long live the invincible swordsman Elgin. Offer raised his hand to take off the mask. You have all waited long enough. As his cloak fluttered dramatically in the wind, so did Offer's massive gut, now on full display. I am Offer of House Offer. The great swordsman Elgin you have all been waiting for is me. He wore the classic sneer of a side character villain, turning the entire nation's hope into bitter disappointment. The cheering stopped dead. Alice and her group were just stunned. They never expected their idol to be a collection of so many unfortunate features. Denise just turned away, disgusted. Well, time for work, I'm busy. Alice was just as let down. I've completely lost interest. The crowd started whispering amongst themselves. Is this a joke? As if we've never seen the great swordsman Elgin before. The son of House Offer is the swordsman? He's dressed the same, but something feels really off. Up on the stage, Offer continued his arrogant act. Your Majesty, to prove my identity, I have one request. I want to challenge your holy ranked knights. In fact, I'll take on 2 of them. The queen immediately approved. Granted. Hearing this, the crowd started to get hyped all over again. He's challenging knights? 2 at once? Seriously? The arena doors opened, and he waddled towards the 2 holy ranked knights. They broke out in a cold sweat, completely on guard. Offer arrogantly held up a wooden sword. I don't want to hurt you 2, so I'll just use a wooden sword. Feel free to go all out. The crowd's mood shifted once more. Whoa, a wooden sword? Against knights? That guy is way too arrogant. Using a wooden sword against 2 holy ranked powerhouses. And his opponents are Malleus, ranked 5th, and Wifer, ranked 11th. The 2 knights felt totally insulted and immediately got ready to fight. Take this, great swordsman. We'll take him down in 1 hit. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off. Thick yellow smoke filled the air, completely blocking the audience's view. As the smoke cleared, everyone stared. What just happened? Who won? At that moment, Malleus and Wiener were already flat on the ground. The 2 clutched themselves and sold the performance hard. Cough, damn it, he really is the great swordsman. We're no match for him. Offer stood there proudly. I went easy on you. Seeing him without a single scratch after a 2-on-1 fight completely stunned the crowd. Everyone started cheering for the imposter. He's real. He's the invincible great swordsman Elgin, hero of the Empire. He beat a holy knight with 1 move. He's too strong. Long live the sword saint! The queen secretly watched her successful manipulation, her face darkening into a smug, satisfied smirk. Offer then announced loudly, as you can all see, my appearance isn't quite what you probably imagined. He explained slowly, that's because I was recently hit by a villain's evil curse, and it transformed me into this overnight. Offer flips his hair with an incredibly smug look on his face. Once I find a way to break this curse, I'll return to my original handsome form. Back at the guild hall, Rukia's eyes sparkle as she shouts, for real? Alice, next to her, looks totally defeated. Hey. Back in the square, Offer confidently declares, but no matter my appearance, I am still that mysterious hero. I will forever protect all of you from the shadows. The crowd below goes wild, chanting, long live the great sword hero, long live the great sword hero. Even the guild can hear the powerful chanting crystal clear. Long live the great sword hero, long live the great sword hero, long live the great sword hero. Alice stares intently, completely ignoring the constant chatter from everyone around her. He might not look reliable, but he's incredibly strong. As expected from the great sword hero. On the magic orb, Offer's image looks unbelievably arrogant. Alice quietly clenches her arm, her mind racing with a million thoughts. His vibe isn't what I imagined, but he took down 2 saint-level experts. This really must be the great sword hero Elgin. Her gaze softens, remembering that mysterious figure. She always thought the great sword hero Elgin should be well, like the man in her memory, with his cloak billowing majestically in the wind. At that moment, Alice's eyes had gone wide with amazement, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. That man slowly turned his head to look back, and instantly, an image of Merlin's mischievous face popped into her mind. Alice is horrified. Why is his face showing up in my head? Her mind is in total chaos. I must still be drunk. The great sword hero Elgin could be anyone, but it is absolutely not him, definitely not. Over here, someone calls Alice's name and asks curiously, "Is this the hero you like so much?" He's a bit ugly, but he's super strong. He beat 2 Sei's knights with a wooden sword. Alice replies gloomily, "Yeah, but he's not quite what I had in mind." The person beside her suddenly scoffs. Mug crosses her arms in front of her chest, looking a little bit salty. It's not like he just beat 2 Sei's knights with one strike. My flash draw could do that too. Alice snaps back without missing a beat. What kind of stupid comparison is that? Then Alice states it plainly. Your flash draw is amazing, but no matter what, the great sword hero Elgin is stronger than you. Her words just make him even more furious. On the other side of things, Elizabeth makes a formal announcement. My loyal subjects, I have another piece of good news for all of you. The great sword hero, Elgin, or Offer, will officially join the Sei's Knights starting today. But she wasn't finished yet. She continued, starting tomorrow, the great sword hero will tour the entire empire. I will let every citizen of the empire witness the glory of a true hero. After that announcement, a small tremor shakes the entire guild hall. Rukia can't hide her excitement as she shakes Alice's shoulders, saying, "This means the great sword hero might actually come here to our town." She cheers with joy. "This is great! We can finally meet the great sword hero." Cow hears this and starts seething with rage. He's just some fat loser. I'll be waiting for you here in Restum." Mlin just smirks, thinking to himself, he took down 2 saint-level fighters in one hit. This fat guy's actually pretty good. Kay's eyes suddenly blaze with fire as he glares at Mlin. "I'm going to kill you." Mlin just gives him a bored look back. "Yeah? Go ahead and try." Elsewhere, someone furiously slams their fist into a wall. Malleus still hasn't moved, just voicing his frustration. Damn it, now I have to cooperate with that fake and play along in this ridiculous comedy. Winford tries to calm him down from the side. "Let it go, Mus. Don't dwell on what happened today. We are just following Her Majesty's orders." Morrison, standing nearby, wonders anxiously, why did Her Majesty summon us? And Malleus just keeps on shouting. What now? He's probably convinced they're here to babysit the fake hero. Mayfi just frowns, keeping her head down. But Morrison walks right up, asking if she's really okay with this imposter. Morrison gets all serious, suggesting, we should be making peace with the real great sword hero, Elgin. If everyone just calmed down and talked, I think we could sort this out. If you said something, maybe Her Majesty would listen. She hesitates, then admits, look, I already brought it up with her, but the Queen absolutely will not compromise on this. Mayfi explains calmly, the fake Elgin is just the first step in Her Majesty's plan. A second later, she drops the whole truth bomb. The Queen's goal is to lure out the real one, then have a legendary mage eliminate him for good. The others just stare, mouths open. What? Morrison grinds his teeth. His fists clench so tight his knuckles turn white. Yup, he storms right over to confront her. Mayfield, are you serious? Don't you see how despicable this is? Morrison presses on. Have you forgotten our knight's oath? But she just reminds him to remember his place. Her gaze turns sharp as a razor. We are knights who serve Her Majesty. Mayfield stresses that even if the real hero doesn't show, this whole charade helps pacify the public's anger towards the Empire. If it benefits the Empire, I'll do things a lot dirtier than this. Her answer leaves Morrison completely stunned. He just clicks his tongue in defeat. Fine. Morrison turns to leave with a few short words. I get it. Just then, someone else opens the door and walks in. What's all this noise so late at night? Oh, it's just Offer, showing up with that smug look on his face. Yo. Shouldn't you esteemed knights be in bed by now? Guess the stage wasn't enough for you guys? You just addicted to the drama? Faced with this guy's pure arrogance, Mus is just gritting his teeth, trying to keep it together. Yep, he finally snaps and throws some fighting words right back at him. You damn bastard, who do you think you are? If you didn't have the Grand Duke backing you up, someone would have gotten rid of you a long, long time ago. The guy just casually walks forward, his tone full of challenge. Huh? Who in this entire empire doesn't know my father's title? Even Her Majesty the Queen has to show him some respect, so who would dare to touch me? Offer then points right at Mus with maximum arrogance. Besides, I am now the great sword hero Elgin, So you better show me some respect, got it? You defeated loser. That was the final straw. He instantly reaches for the hilt of his sword, about to draw, but another hand quickly stops the whole thing. PH yanks his arm away, shouting loudly, "Stop it! Are you completely insane?" A moment later, she whispers to Malleus, "Have you thought about what'll happen if you make a scene?" Seriously. And just like that, Malleus has no choice but to stand down. Yep. Offer just keeps getting more arrogant. Whoa there, you almost scared me, Sir Knight. I suggest you calm yourself down. It's better for you. Before leaving, the guy doesn't forget to issue a warning. I'm the Empire's hero now, and I have a patrol tomorrow morning. You are all my guards. If anything happens to me, you will all face the consequences. And with that, he's gone, leaving Mei Fai to think. If this great sword hero Elgin is truly an unforgivable existence, then even if it means violating the sacred code of the knights, even if the power gap between them is immense. She looks out the window, her heart now set on a decision. Whether it's the Empire or her loved ones, she will protect them until the very end. Meanwhile, as dusk settles on the jagged rocks of the mountain range, Lai makes her way through the sharp, angular cliffs of the mountain. She walks and calls out desperately, "Swinburne, where are you?" Suddenly, Lai freezes, her expression turning to one of absolute horror. Ah! A severed arm lies abandoned on the rough, uneven ground. Her hand trembles violently as she tries to touch it. Lai then gently presses that hand to her own face. How? Why are you dead? Swinburne. Her entire body can't stop shaking. You promised we'd be together forever. You liar. In an instant, a fierce red aura envelops her completely, her eyes filled with a deep hatred. Rest now. I swear I will make the killer suffer a pain worse than death. Then, bursts of colorful smoke start appearing all across the sky. Offer's carriage rolls slowly through the streets. Half a month goes by, with everything proceeding according to the Queen's plan. All along the road, people are cheering ecstatically. Sir Sword Hero, I love you. Long live the Sword Hero. Sir Sword Hero, look at me. And our boy Offer is just happily waving back at them. The mysterious hero from the legends, with a huge push from the Empire, was slowly becoming the nation's #1 idol, his fame growing day by day. Meanwhile, in a forest not far from Restum, Alice stands all alone in a clearing. She closes her eyes to concentrate, and a powerful aura completely envelops her body. Alice swings her arm, causing the aura to radiate outwards. The leaves caught up in the aura are instantly frozen solid in midair, a result that leaves even Alice completely stunned. Ever since my last breakthrough to the Saint tier, I've started to control some of the power from the crystal inheritance. If I just push myself a little harder, soon I can go solo and won't need to rely on that perverted demon king anymore. Then she suddenly remembers something important. That's right. Alice's hand instantly tightens with determination. Now I can finally try Master's technique. From a nearby tree branch, Merlin watches on, totally confused. What in the world is this flat-chested kid doing now? Down below, Alice begins to move her hands, fusing her magic power and her aura into one. This action successfully grabs Merlin's attention. A dazzling light begins to radiate from her palms, which slowly part to reveal a brilliant golden crystal floating right in between them. He sits up straight, observing her intently. This magic fluctuation is actually kind of interesting. Alice shouts with joy. I did it! She immediately gets all smug and says, So? Are you seeing me in a whole new light now? This is the secret dual magic and martial art of the Great Snow Mountain. But Merlin just smirks back at her. What, you're this happy over a little trick? Isn't it still pretty lame? Hearing that, Alice doesn't back down from a challenge. Get over here, let's spar. He gracefully lands on the ground. All right, I'll play with you. Merlin just grabs a wooden stick, looking entertained. Let's see what kind of progress you've made. She snaps back angrily. Underestimating me again. A second later, she throws the crystal high into the air, where it immediately forms into 6 heavy, razor-sharp sword-like objects. Alice's eyes narrow, becoming sharp. With a wave of her hand, she screams, Go! Merlin calmly watches the strange weapons approach. You've reached the Saint tier and still made no progress? He just tilts his head slightly, easily dodging the attack. Alice, did you forget that I'm immune to magic? But Merlin suddenly stops when he realizes a piece of his hair has just been cut off. The remaining swords are waiting, ready to dart straight for him. Knowing he can't look down on her anymore, Merlin finally adopts a serious fighting stance. He uses the wooden stick to shatter every single one, and by the end, the stick itself is completely broken. Alice yells excitedly, So? Not bad, huh? Even you couldn't block that easily. As she says this, Merlin taps her hard on the head. An opening. Seeing Alice pouting on the ground, he speaks nonchalantly. What's with the smug look? I just wasn't ready. Yeah, she says that, but Merlin can't help but glance at the ground. The smoldering crystal shards still smoking on the floor were actually pretty impressive. My magic immunity can nullify pretty much any spell, but this fused ice crystal thing somehow got through. On the way back, Merlin couldn't stop thinking. This power was beyond normal magic. It was fascinating. So he finally asks her, "So this essence of the Great Snow Mountain you mentioned, is it just fusing magic with fighting aura?" Alice looks a little ticked off. "So what if it is?" He softens his tone. "Nothing, I just think it's pretty impressive. Guess your master isn't some weakling after all." She puts her hands on her hips, full of pride. "Of course not. She might be a lonely old hag, but she's the master I respect." Merlin raises an eyebrow. "You really respect her?" Just then, Rukia comes running up, out of breath. "Alice, I found you." Alice looks surprised. "Huh? What's going on?" Rukia announces the good news. "I heard. The great sword hero Elgin is coming here next." Merlin and Alice shout in unison. Sunlight streams over the Restum city gate, where crowds of people have gathered, waiting eagerly. Rukia panics. "We're late. Look at this crowd." Alice is shocked. She had no idea the great sword hero was this popular. Rukia immediately explains. "Well, of course. He's the great hero of the Empire, after all. Everyone wants to see him in person." A man on a rooftop suddenly yells, "Hey, he's here!" The first clatter of horse hooves echoes through the street. Offer's grand carriage rolls through the city gates. He gives a friendly greeting. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." The crowd goes absolutely wild. Long live the great sword hero, the hero of the Empire. Rukia clasps her hands together, sighing. Wow, he may not be that handsome, but he is seriously dazzling. Behind them, Merlin watches in silence while Alice mutters, "I finally get to meet you." But Merlin just scowls, looking annoyed. Pris suddenly walks up. "Yo, Merlin, you came too?" Merlin answers, surprised. "Pris, long time no see." Pris glances at Offer with total annoyance. "Seriously, did he have to hold his parade on a Sunday? We have to work overtime." A second later, Pris gets a cheerful idea. "But hey, I never figured you were a fan of the great sword hero. Come on, I'll get you a closer look." Merlin just scoffs. "A fan? Please, he's more likely to slice the guy into a pile of meat." Offer's procession moves slowly through the cheering crowds. "Great sword hero, great sword hero, great sword hero." Mei Fai thinks to herself, everything is going smoothly, so far almost too smoothly. And that's what's making her feel like something is wrong. Suddenly, her eyes narrow, darting towards one spot. In a nearby corner, Gregory stands silently behind the crowd. But even his presence doesn't reassure Mayfield. Does Her Majesty really intend to call upon that legendary mage? But even with old Master Gregory and all of us combined, are we really a match for that guy? Gregory carefully observes Offer. "So, that's the fake sword hero the Queen created?" A smirk plays on his lips. "The real one is a man who can easily kill a saint-level lich? Interesting. If he's as strong as the rumors say, maybe I can recruit him to the guild." In another dark corner, Li Jian hides herself amongst the roaring crowd. "Great sword hero! Long live the great sword hero!" She watches Offer intently as the people continue their chants of praise. "Great sword hero! Great sword hero!" His face was pure satisfaction as the crowd roared his name in welcome. Alin, looking worried, warned him, "Sir, those knights seem to have a problem with you. I don't think they're serious about protecting you." Offer just scoffed. They're the Queen's dogs. As long as I'm the Grand Swordmaster Elgin, they don't get a choice in the matter." His eyes turned sinister as he started scheming. By now, his father should have gathered enough support time to use his title and start a little uprising. The sky suddenly went dark while Offer was busy laughing to himself. "Soon the Empire will change. Ha ha." And right on cue, a lightning bolt zapped down. Mei Fai managed to steer the horse out of the way just in time. "Whoa!" Everyone was stunned. Alice quickly shouted, "What's going on?" The carriage rocked, sending Offer tumbling backward. Instantly, a figure crackling with electricity landed on the ground. Mayfield stared, a sense of dread growing. It was Kay, radiating a cold, intense aura as he made his entrance. "Grand Swordmaster Elgin, I presume? I've been waiting for you." Rukia absolutely screamed. Beside her, Alice's dad's eyes went wide with shock. "Mr. K." He gritted his teeth and said, "I am now formally challenging you." Offer, still struggling to get up, heard this and froze in terror. "Huh?" Murphy smirked, thinking to himself, "This guy might be a bit of a rookie, but he's got guts." This father-daughter pair was actually pretty interesting. Meanwhile, Offer was just internally screaming, "What is happening? This was not in the script!" The knights, Sissus and Wifer just looked away like this has nothing to do with us, making him grind his teeth in rage. Useless dogs. The crowd began to murmur. "He wants to fight the Sword Saint? Oh, this is going to be good. My money's on the Saint, obviously. That's the guy who beat a Saint-Tier with a wooden stick. But hey, gotta support Kay. He's our hometown hero, after all." Offer is sweating bullets, trying to think of an out. What a shame," he finally says. Kay is, understandably, very confused. "Huh?" Offer plasters on a fake smile. "An opponent of your level isn't worthy of my time." But Kay immediately calls his bluff. "All talk, huh? You won't even accept my challenge. What kind of so-called strong man are you, really? Are you sure you're not a fake? But the guy just keeps puffing out his chest. Me? A fake? Don't be ridiculous. I just don't fight weaklings. Offer points behind him. If you want a piece of me, you'll have to beat this knight sis first. Malleus is fuming internally. Freaking coward. Winford just sighs. Of course he's passing the problem to us again. Mayfield whispers in total despair. Why is every adventurer from Raceham a complete idiot? Better stop this before it gets ugly. But suddenly, a firm voice cuts through. Allow me. Morrison steps forward, all pride and confidence. As head knight, this little problem is mine. She breathes a sigh of relief. All right, he's all yours. He squares up with Kay. Let's see what a Restam adventurer is really made of. Kay immediately powers up, his battle aura flaring with pure annoyance. I'm looking for the great sword Saint Elgin, not some random knight from Sice, he declares, completely unfazed by the challenge. Too bad. The sword saint is with the knight order now, so I can't just stand by. Their auras clash, growing stronger by the second. Energy gathers in Kay's palm as he seethes. Fine. I'll just beat you down and see how long that so-called sword saint stays hidden. Morrison grinds his teeth. For the honor of the Knight Order, I'm not losing to some old man. The crowd wisely starts backing away. Alice shouts in a panic. Wait, these two are actually serious. Rukia next to her is already crying about something else. Ugh, the street repair fees, but Kay is all fired up, energy crackling in his hand as Morrison screams and charges right at him. In a flash, the two of them collide at an impossible speed. This power. The street can't take it. Alice screams desperately. Zukia just wails, You moron, Dad. As Offer braces to be blasted into next week, Mayfield roars out an order. Morrison, stop! You're going to hurt civilians! But neither of them care. They just keep going. Then, right as their fists are about to connect, a strange black hole opens between them. Kay freezes mid-punch. Huh? What the? Morrison watches in horror as the void swallows his hand. It's absorbing my power. They both leap back in an instant. After draining the energy, the black hole shrinks and vanishes. Merlin just strokes his chin, analyzing. Interesting. Spatial magic, Alice says, completely stunned. That spell is. But Rukia is already scrambling off, screaming, Dad! Kay glares around furiously. Who interrupted our sacred battle? Just then, Gregory appears, his deep voice calling out, Kay! Ah, old-timer. Are we really going to continue this mess? The crowd immediately starts buzzing with excitement. No way, that's the Amethyst Adventurer, Gregory. Why is a living legend here? Meanwhile, Lijian hides nearby, absolutely seething. Damn it. With a peak Saint tier here, I'll have to wait. Kay just bluntly asks the old man, What are you doing here? The old man just lets out a laugh. Ha, I'm just here working security for the parade, kid. Hearing that, Morrison glances at Mayfield. So he really was trying to bait out the great sword saint after all. Later that night at the guild, Taylor gets cheeky. Gregory, you old goat, I thought you died. The old man just fires back. You're still kicking, so how could I be? Looking at the unconscious Kay, Taylor gets serious. Thanks for stopping my kid. Otherwise, things could have gotten really ugly. Rukia, sitting beside the bed, just scoffs into the silence. He deserved it. Gregory puts his cup down. Well, about that, Taylor gets curious. You've been retired for ages. Why show up now for some small job for the Royals? It just isn't your style. The former Elf King did me a solid once. If I can help his family, I will. But just this once. Then, of course, the bragging starts. Taylor leans in. I'm telling you, our guild is about to blow past yours and become #1 in the Empire. Gregory just looks on, surprised. Oh, and by the way, Taylor adds, pointing to the old man, that couple over there? They're our guild's newest super rookies. Downstairs, Merlin and Alice are glued to the information board. Gregory strokes his beard, sizing up the two young adventurers. The old man comments, The girl's not bad, I remember. Already Saint Tier at her age. But that boy, I can't sense any mana or aura from him. Is he just a normal person? Taylor bursts out laughing, leaving Gregory totally confused. A normal person? I'll bet you anything. That kid Merlin is going to make our guild's name famous across the entire world. But the old man just keeps laughing. Ha ha ha, the sound surprises Alice. She's never seen the guildmaster laugh like that. Merlin, however, quietly looks up, a bit more wary. Gregory is still chuckling, totally missing the kid's sharp gaze. Merlin thinks to himself, that old man's black hole magic is seriously strange. She chimed in. Totally. I heard black hole magic can just insta-kill enemies, bend space, and even block any attack. It's completely overpowered, Alice gushed, totally fangirling. On top of that, Guildmaster Gregory was a monster, a peak saint-level powerhouse. Rumor has it, even the Emperor asks him for help with problems. But Merlin, showing zero respect, just shrugged. A peak saint, you say? Sounds like just the right level to slow down my curse. She sighed, exasperated. Guildmaster Gregory saved my life. Can't you show some respect? He shot back. So I have to respect some old man just because he saved you? On what grounds? It was just a single sword swing anyway. Faced with his stubborn attitude, she was completely bewildered. What's wrong with Merlin? He's been poking at me all day. Suddenly, Alice's eyes widened with a gasp. Ah, she asked timidly. Hey, could it be? You're jealous because I went to see the Grand Swordmaster Elgin? Merlin sputtered. Huh? Why would I be jealous? Before smirking. A girl as flat as you? Nothing to be jealous of. I'm not blind. Alice went beet red, covering her chest. Flat! She spun around and stomped off. Humph. I don't want to see your face today. Go sleep on the street. But Merlin wasn't done yet. Oh no, he kept on taunting her. What's this? Did Alice kick you out onto the street? Hop immediately jumped in. Tonight, we three brothers are going to party hard. Outside, heels clicked angrily on the pavement. Alice stormed off, muttering under her breath. Stupid, perverted, idiotic Merlin. She pouted, her cheeks puffed up with anger. Yup, the Grand Swordmaster Elgin is way better. Suddenly, a man called out softly. Excuse me, beautiful young lady. Alan bowed respectfully. My master would like to meet you. Alice, a bit wary, looked him over. Huh? What? Who's your master? The man just chuckled. Well, since you asked, Alan announced grandly. My master is the legendary Grand Swordmaster Elgin. Her voice shot up in excitement. The Grand Swordmaster wants to see me? A second later, her eyes dropped, a little hesitant. But then she remembered Merlin's stinging words, a girl as flat as you? And just like that, her mind was made up. Where is he? I'll go with you, the man smiled, leading the way. Haha, please, follow me. Nearby, someone was secretly watching Alice's every move. Lai peeked out with a smirk. Perfect. In a fancy tavern in the city, Alice was completely overwhelmed. Is Grand Swordmaster Elgin really here? She quickly dismissed her doubts. But hey, sis, the knight is patrolling, so this place has to be legit, right? Alan politely gestured for her to enter a private room. Miss Alice, please wait inside. I will go and bring my master, she mumbled awkwardly. Okay. Alice stared wide-eyed at the luxurious interior. She couldn't help but whisper, I'm about to meet the Grand Swordmaster Elgin. And then it hit her like a ton of bricks. I'm about to meet the Grand Swordmaster Elgin. She grabbed her head, panicking. Ah, my brain is fried. If I really meet him, what am I even supposed to say? Just then, she noticed someone entering. Offer bowed gracefully. Beautiful lady, meeting is fate, and parting is also fate. I noticed you in the crowd today, he confessed with utter sincerity. I've been looking for you everywhere. Whether we can be together or not, I will give you all the most wonderful things in the world. This rose represents my purest feelings for you. Alice giggled, accepting the flower. Aha, thank you. A strange thought popped into her head. This feeling. It's so familiar. Somewhere else, Ano suddenly sneezed. Jan, next to him, was swooning. Big brother is so handsome no matter what he does. Back in the room, Alice shyly spoke up. So, why did you want to see me? Offer replied with a smooth smile. Oh, I told you, it was fate. He began to reminisce. Today, during the parade, it was as if the gods themselves guided me. To him, the sight of Alice had blurred out everything else. In the massive crowd, his eyes were locked onto her beautiful figure. Offer's compliment made her blush. Beautiful? You're exaggerating. He just poured on the sweetness. Not at all. You're the first girl who's ever made me want to devote my entire youth to you. His gaze then drifted down to her chest. Offer licked his lips slowly, his face a mask of pure greed. He casually sat down right next to her. The Grand Swordmaster Elgin, I have never lied to anyone. A beautiful woman like you, once seen, is never forgotten. That line? It worked perfectly, and Alice's heart fluttered. You remember me? She covered her face, giddy. At the port, I only saw him from afar, but he actually noticed me. I'm so happy. Then Alice excitedly shared, You saved me once. Thank you so much for that. He put on a show of modesty. Oh, it was nothing. As the Grand Swordmaster Elgin, I've saved countless people. I don't remember them all. A hand slowly reached out while she was distracted. I have so many questions for you. For example, before she could finish, Offer grabbed her shoulder, pulling her close. The creep finally showed his true colors. No need to rush. We can talk slowly. We have plenty of time tonight. Not too far away, in some cheap tavern, Merlin was roaring with energy. Brothers, drink up. No one goes home sober. The moment the words left his mouth, he tilted his head back and chugged his drink as Pris and Hobbit cheered him on. He slammed his arm on the chair, completely wasted. So what if she kicked me out? A man's got options for the night. Hop couldn't help but tease. Someone's feeling feisty today, huh? The tavern owner abruptly cuts in. This is the 100th time Mr. Merlin has started a tab with an 85% discount. A moment later, Hobbist offers some sincere advice. Look, if you two are having a fight, you're the man. Just go buy her a gift, say sorry, and it'll all blow over. Merlin snaps back. What? Apologize to that flat-chested girl? I'd rather not. Pris immediately chimes in. See? There you go again. A happy wife means a long life, you know. Just then, Helena approaches with a greeting. Well, Merlin, fancy seeing you here today. She casually mentions. The girls at the shop told me they saw Lady Alice at the best tavern in the city. I thought you two were out together. Merlin looks a bit surprised by this. Huh? What would Alice be doing there? Pris is quick to fill in the blanks. I remember now. That's the tavern where the great swordsman Elgin is staying. His next sentence was perfectly crafted to annoy Merlin. And isn't your wife a huge fan of the great swordsman Elgin? You don't think she went to meet someone, do you? Merlin tries to act unbothered. Haha, so what if she's meeting her idol? Who would even look twice at a flat board like her? Hobbit starts sweating, asking nervously, Merlin, you don't know? Over on the other side of town, Alice finds herself pushed against a chair. Her face turns bright red as she stares awkwardly at the man in front of her. The great swordsman. This pervy offer guy, slowly closing in. Lady Alice, from the first time I saw you, I fell in love. She jumps up, shocked. In love? That's moving a little fast, don't you think? The brute just keeps talking. Your personality, your body, everything about you is beautiful to me. Offer's smile turns predatory, especially that charmingly small chest. Alice's face goes completely blank as she quietly processes this. At that very same moment, Hobbit drops an absolute bombshell. The men of the Offer family only go for flat-chested women. It's a generational thing. So can you imagine how attractive Alice is to them? A wooden mug hits the floor, sending ale splashing everywhere. Merlin is frozen solid, the color draining from his face. Huh? No way. A second later, he slams his hands on the table, making Hobbit jump. Then he takes off, running at an insane speed. That stupid girl, back with Alice. She's trying to back away in fear. Wait a minute, what are you trying to do? Offer continues to close the distance. Lady Alice, after tonight, you will understand everything about me. His hand begins to creep its way up her thigh. Both furious and humiliated by his move, Alice doesn't show any mercy. She delivers a swift kick straight to Offer's family jewels. His eyes bulge as his face turns a deep shade of purple. With tears welling up, Alice shouts in pure frustration. I looked up to you so much, I admired you. I imagined all sorts of amazing things about you, but I never thought you'd be this kind of person. She storms off, disgusted. Great swordsman Elgin, I am so disappointed in you. On a deserted street, Alice covers her face and runs as fast as she can, tears of sadness and shame streaming down her cheeks. Not paying attention, she slams right into someone. Ah! Alice stumbles backward and lands hard on the ground. She holds her face, wincing. Ouch. Why is today so unlucky? Suddenly, a hand reaches down to her, and she hears a familiar voice. Well, seeing you so full of energy, I guess you're okay? Merlin frowns, chiding her. Honestly, stop making people worry about you. Alice looks up, completely stunned. Merlin? What are you doing here? He turns his head away, trying to come up with an excuse. Huh? Just out for a walk. Seeing right through him, she breaks into a small grin. Oh? Then, she grabs his hand tightly. Merlin, let's go home. He pretends to be surprised. Didn't you want me sleeping on the streets tonight? Alice immediately snaps back. You talk too much. A few windows in the fancy tavern are still lit up. Offer is still clutching his groin, whimpering. He's biting his lip, in so much pain that tears and snot are just pouring from his face. That little brat. She dared to humiliate me. The veins on his forehead pop out from pure rage. I'll make her regret she was ever born. I'll make her wish she were dead. Just then, a man walks in, trembling as he calls out, Why, young master? Offer starts screaming orders. Get the Sissus Knights over here. I'm going to. But Alan's face contorts in horror, begging for his life. In a flash, his entire body withers under a bizarre magical force. The scene is so horrifying it makes Offer's hair stand on end, his face twisted in fear. He scrambles away from Alan. You're nothing but a skeleton now. What in the world just happened? He's been completely drained. A pair of slender legs slowly steps forward from behind. Lygian licks her palm with a bizarre look, her eyes filled with bloodlust. I've finally found you, great swordsman Elgin. I will charge you with your crimes. Offer. You murdered my love and destroyed a Kuma lion. You are my sworn enemy. Lie's deadly hand reaches out. Now, die! He desperately tries to talk his way out of it. Aku what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Lady, you've got the wrong guy. At this critical moment, the wall right next to her begins to glow with strange patterns and crackling sounds. Lygian pauses, her eyes fixed on the spot. Mei-Fi then bravely smashes through the wall, bursting into the room. Without any hesitation, she slices off Lygian's left arm, then readies another attack as she sternly demands, Who are you? Lygian's face twists in a scowl. You damn dogs. Instantly, a magic circle activates beneath her feet as a black vortex opens in the air, slowly pulling her body in. You were lucky this time, the so-called Great Sword Hero grumbled. Mayfi shielded her face, and with a flash of teleportation magic, she spat out a final warning. Just you wait, I'll take your life one day. And just like that, the portal sucked her in, vanishing right in front of Mayfield and Offer. She checked on her charge once things settled down. Offer, are you all right? Suddenly, a glass bottle came flying at her face. It slammed right into Mayfield's temple and exploded into a million pieces. Offer, of course, started screeching. You useless trash! Isn't your job to protect ME? I was almost killed. Returning to his side, she had to apologize. Please calm down, sir. We will tighten your security. He just waved a dismissive hand. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Outside, Morrison ran up to her, all panicked. What happened in there? Mayfield gave him the flat report. He's uninjured. The attacker used teleportation magic to escape. Muss just crossed his arms and started complaining. If it wasn't for that fat pig chasing every skirt he sees, forcing us all on patrol, this whole mess wouldn't have happened. She shot him a look. What's the situation elsewhere? Weifer's voice was grim. The knights guarding the tavern were all killed. We've recalled all patrols back to the city. Morrison looked pale. She managed to escape from you? Was the assassin a saint-level mage or something? But Mayfield knew this wasn't over. She escaped. Yeah, but I have a feeling she'll be back for more. As she replayed the fight in her head, something just didn't add up. But the weird thing was the assassin herself. Before she cast her spell, I couldn't sense her presence at all. A conclusion formed in her mind, and it gave her a very bad feeling. She snapped out an order. The entire team is on high alert tonight. We move out at dawn, the other three shouted their confirmation. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dark alley, Lion was clutching a fresh wound, struggling to walk. Her voice echoed in the silent night, shaking with pure rage. Great sword hero Elgin, your luck is about to run out. Assassination isn't even my specialty. Lion paused, then let out a blood-curdling scream like a complete psycho. I am the #1 barrier master of Akuma. Cruzum Town will be your grave. The next morning, in a small house in town, Merlin was sleeping like a baby, honk-shoe, until a figure with a very pointy knife crept closer. Alice raised the blade high, a look of pure murder on her face. Merlin's eyes shot open, sensing imminent doom. And a moment later, a truly bizarre breakfast was served, featuring fried eggs, eggshells, beans, and some random debris. He looked at it with despair. How is your cooking still this tragic? Do you have a personal grudge against food? I've been practicing, I swear, Alice stammered. Merlin suddenly remembered something and a wicked grin spread across his face. I heard that fat guy is heading to the next city. Aren't you going to go say goodbye? Oh, bad move. Don't you dare mention that pervert who plays with people's feelings. He's an even bigger scumbag than you are. He's a single-celled organism who only thinks with his lower half. He shouldn't be allowed to exist. Merlin just backed away. Hey, insult him all you want, but don't drag me into it. At the city gate, a crowd had gathered to send Offer off. Farewell, great sword hero, long live the great sword hero. But our hero was still completely freaked out from last night. Are you kidding me? I am never coming back to this god-forsaken place again. On a nearby roof, Leanne watched his every move. The arm that had been cut off yesterday was now replaced with a brand new one. She used it to lovingly stroke her own face. My love, I swear on this arm of yours, I will kill that man. At the same time, Merlin was all dressed and ready to head out. Alice saw him at the door. Where are you going? Merlin gave a lazy reply. Just have some business to handle. She narrowed her eyes. You better not be going to bet on horse races. He waved her off. I know. As soon as he was outside, Merlin took a deep breath. Not a bad day for it. Then he muttered to himself with a sly grin. Well, you already disappointed that girl, so you better not disappoint me too. A beautiful morning in Cruzum Town for the great sword hero Elgin. Malleus spoke up casually. Haven't seen that assassin in days. The road's been pretty smooth. Morrison let out a huge sigh of relief. 4 days of travel, and we're finally in Cruzum. This camping trip from hell is almost over. But Mill wasn't convinced. The tour's not finished. Nobody lowers their guard. Through the wide-open city gates, they could see figures approaching. The townspeople immediately started cheering. The great sword hero, long live Elgin. Offer actually smiled back, his usual arrogance dialed way down. Haha, thank you everyone. But inside he was terrified. Looks like this tour needs to end early before he gets himself killed for real. A man nearby took his chance to make a sale. Masks! Get your masks right here! Hey, that's a mask just like the great swordsman Elgin's. Henry dashes over immediately. I'll buy it. The gray-haired kid beside him looks on in awe. Whoa, are you really a fan of the great swordsman Elgin? Henry nods with absolute certainty. Heh, I have to become a great hero just like him to protect my mom. My Fignon, however, looks incredibly uneasy. Was our narrator just imagining things? She can't sense a distinct aura, and her eyes scan everything cautiously, but something's felt terribly wrong ever since they entered this town. The deeper he goes, the more Offer starts to relax. Phew, finally in town. With so many people around and even the Circus Knights here, that crazy woman won't dare to cause trouble. His carriage rolls right over a magic circle. Once he's dead center, the magic circle flares to life. The guy just stares blankly at the red glowing barrier forming above his head. What is this thing? Just a little welcoming party. By the time Mi-Fi realizes something's wrong, it's already too late. That surge of mana can only mean death. The newly formed barrier just keeps getting bigger. Wherever it expands, people start running for their lives. Ah, what is this? It keeps moving, kicking up clouds of dust. And just like that, Offer and a few civilians are completely cut off from the outside world. One curious fellow decides to touch the strange barrier. Hey, what is this thing? We're trapped inside. While the guy is still trying to process this, a vortex suddenly appears right behind him. Lai flashes a sadistic smile. Heh, this magic barrier was my little trap. It's designed to keep you locked right in here with me. Offer lets out a terrified scream. Ah, it's you again, you psycho. He leaps from the carriage, yelling for help while hammering his fists against the barrier. Offer screams out in total desperation. Hey, Circus Knights, get over here. Aren't you supposed to be protecting me? An aura of pure killer instinct radiates from Lai as she slowly approaches. It's useless. Not even a saint-level master can break this barrier. Your little dogs can't get in. Her eyes are bloodshot with pure hatred. Nothing is going to stop me from getting my revenge. At this point, Offer is literally crying. Suddenly, a clear but steely voice cuts through the chaos. How dare you wreak havoc in our town? Henry points an accusing finger straight at her. The great swordsman Elgin wouldn't even spare a glance for someone as evil as you. Surrender peacefully if you don't want to be destroyed by the great swordsman. The kid behind him frantically calls out to Henry. He turns to Offer, his face full of hope. The great swordsman Elgin will protect us, right? The imposter grinds his teeth, hesitating for a moment. He throws the mask to the ground, nearly cracking it in two, unable to keep up the act any longer. This young master is the heir of House Offer, not some great swordsman Elgin. The queen made me do it. I didn't know it would be this dangerous. I never would have agreed to do this stupid job. Lai couldn't help but look stunned. What? This revelation hits Henry like a ton of bricks. The great swordsman Elgin is a fake? The imposter tries to plead his case. That's right. This young master has no grudge against you. It's all a big misunderstanding. You get it, right? But that just makes Lai even angrier. Ha, a fake? I went through all the trouble of setting up this barrier, and now you're telling me you're a fake? Offer quickly tries a new tactic when he sees her battle aura flare. Just let me go. I'll give you any amount of money you want. Lizen slowly raises her hand, energy swirling from her fingertips. Offer is immediately trapped by the strange magic that surrounds him. His face contorts into a bloody, terrifying mess. Stop! I'm the heir of House Offer. How can I die in a flash? He's turned into a dry skeleton, his last words still echoing. Horrible place like this. Offer's remains collapse as the crowd stares in absolute shock. The fake great swordsman is dead. That's forbidden magic. That girl must be from the Dark Guild. Lai is completely consumed by her revenge. Heh, so the real Elgin knows someone is impersonating him, but he still hides like a coward? No, you must be watching all of this. I just need to kill all this trash, one by one. Ah. She glares at the empty air in a fit of madness. I don't believe you won't come out and fight. A terrifying aura explodes from Lai's entire body, making the citizens scream in fear. She's serious about this. Ah, someone save us. A pair of small feet steps forward to block her path. Stop, Henry declares bravely. Even if that swordsman was a fake, I'm still not afraid of you. You wanted to kill the great swordsman Elgin, right? Well, I'm the real one. Faced with his recklessness, his friends frantically urge him back. Henry, come back here. But he refuses to retreat, shouting, an evil person like you must be destroyed. And yet, Henry's legs are shaking uncontrollably. I will absolutely not retreat. Tears well up in his eyes behind the mask. Anyone who wears this mask is the great swordsman Elgin. Lai's lips curl into a mocking sneer. Then let's start with you, little boy. Ah! She wildly thrusts her arm toward him. You will pay the price for your innocence. The distance between them vanishes in a flash. Overcome with fear, Henry squeezes his eyes shut tight. In that critical moment, Mlin suddenly appears in front of him, effortlessly kicking Lai all the way back to where she started without meeting any resistance. He spoke calmly. Courage is a fine thing, but you need the strength to match it if you want to protect someone. Henry was startled by the question. You are? Merlin's answer was short. The Grand Swordmaster Elgin. The kid could only gasp. What? Then Merlin suddenly snatched the mask right off Henry's face. Merlin didn't hesitate to put it on. Didn't you say it yourself? Anyone who wears this mask is the Grand Swordmaster Elgin. Meanwhile, Outside, Mayfield was trying to shatter the Saint's judgment barrier. A golden flash from her sword slammed into its target, but absolutely nothing happened. Mayfield gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, even my full power strike has no effect at all. Morrison added from behind, our attacks are useless too. This barrier is just too strong. She could only ask herself hopelessly, what in the world is happening inside? Li Jian struggled to her feet, a look of pure confusion on her face as she faced her opponent. Merlin pouted in disappointment, and here I thought this Grand Swordmaster would be strong. Turns out he's a fake. His timely arrival had the crowd buzzing. Who is that guy? Is that the real Grand Swordmaster Elgin? Henry stared at the familiar figure, totally hyped. He couldn't believe Uncle Merlin was actually the Grand Swordmaster Elgin. If his uncle wanted to be a secret hero, he would keep this secret safe. Meanwhile, Merlin was just relieved that the kid Henry didn't recognize him. Good thing this kid thinks I'm the real Elgin. Guess I'll just keep up the act. Li Jian struggled to speak. You're the real Grand Swordmaster Elgin. He arrogantly replied, believe what you want. You're dying here anyway. She summoned battle chi to her palm. Heh, the pain from this arm. You really are the genuine article. Then she launched a lightning-fast attack. The one who dies here is you, Grand Swordmaster Elgin, Henry shouted in panic. Look out, it's dangerous. Merlin just casually watched the twisting blue flames rush toward him. He gently flicked his hand, batting the attack away. Child's play. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed out, ah, help me, which left Merlin a little confused. The townspeople were in chaos from that reflected attack. Fires were everywhere, and they couldn't be put out. Help! Li Jian, however, was thrilled. Ha, this is my forbidden technique. These flames will incinerate everything within the barrier. Merlin fell silent at her insane bragging. Ha, you lose. Aren't you the Grand Swordmaster, the secret hero who protects the Empire? Now you and the trash you want to protect can all turn to ash together. Li Jian was getting more and more unhinged. Not even a saint-level expert can break my barrier. You're definitely dying in here. Grand Swordmaster Elgin, a.k.a. Merlin, sighed wearily after hearing all that nonsense. He calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. You really are a pain. With a swift motion, a flash of light instantly sliced through Li Jian. It kept going, slamming right into the barrier's wall. Morrison was floored. The barrier is broken! While Muss was just plain confused. What just happened? Shards of the barrier rained down through the space. Henry and the townspeople cheered wildly. The flames are gone. We're saved. Li Jian lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from her body. Merlin propped his sword on his shoulder, looking pleased. Even though that fat guy was a fake, at least this trip wasn't a total waste. He seemed to sense something, and his gaze shot in a new direction. Through the dust, Morrison, Musis, and Wiener charged straight at Min. And yeah, Morrison is already looking a little terrified. Yep, that's the legendary swordsman Elgin, all right. Unlike the overly confident Milius, this guy's pumped. Time to see the legend up close. Merlin twirls his sword with practiced ease. Honestly, these Cesis knights are like ghosts that just won't go away. He coldly drags his sword across the ground, and a crack instantly forms, separating him from the knights. Chunks of rock are sent flying right at them. Morrison coughs, shocked. That was just from the force of his swing? Even Mayfield is starting to lose her confidence. Damn it, the power gap is just too huge, and look who finally shows up. Morrison, what's going on? Her eyes dart from Li Jian's corpse on one side to offer skeletal remains on the other. She pieces it together that girl must be the assassin from before, so she killed Offer. And with that, she goes straight for the accusation. Did you kill that assassin, Grand Swordmaster Elgin? But Merlin doesn't answer, deciding to be a smartass instead. Why don't you take a guess, you pathetic knight? Oh, that did it. Mayfield's aura erupts. It doesn't matter. My orders are to capture you. She launches a full power attack at Merlin. Judgment of the Holy See. But he doesn't even flinch, just gives her a smirk of pure contempt. The force from the clash is absolutely insane. But Mayfield freezes, her expression turning ugly. Merlin caught her blade with just his fingers, and with a gentle squeeze, the blade immediately snaps in half. The color drains from her face at the impossible sight. She stumbles back as her full power attack is neutralized. Merlin simply points 2 fingers at her. You're as clueless about your own weakness as ever, he scoffs, not holding back. If you're this weak, don't run around embarrassing yourself. A single casual finger flick from Merlin sends her flying straight into a wall. Mayfield is out cold, sprawled amongst the wreckage. The crowd's jaws were on the floor, so this was the Grand Swordmaster Elgin. As for the 4 Sois knights, completely useless. But the chaos wasn't over. Lin noticed something was off. Huh? A bizarre vortex just opened up right under him. Lin casually hopped back, easily avoiding the massive pit. He glanced into the distance with a smirk. Space magic, interesting. Gregory's calm voice cut through the dust. So, you really are the Grand Swordmaster, Elgin. The two stood facing off, a showdown about to begin. The old man glanced at Lygian's body on the ground. He'd easily broken a saint-level mage's forbidden barrier. Then he looked over at the unconscious Mayfield. On top of that, he took down 4 saint-level Sosis knights. Gregory stroked his beard, putting the pieces together. It seems you truly are the Grand Swordmaster, Elgin. Emlyn just shrugged. Yeah, sure. If that's what you think, let's go with that. I'm not explaining anything. The old man praised him, though with a hint of regret. So much power at such a young age, truly impressive. The title Hero of the Empire is well-deserved. Unfortunately, I've been hired to end you. Our guy wasn't scared at all. He just taunted back. Oh? Got the guts to try? Merlin's don't-care attitude made Gregory's expression harden. However, I've just changed my mind. Then came the surprise pitch. Join my guild, Grand Swordmaster Elgin. Merlin couldn't hide his surprise. Huh? Gregory went on, talking up the benefits. Just join the guild, and I guarantee the Empire will call off the manhunt for you. You'll receive the absolute best training resources. He then added a little reminder. You should know, under my black hole magic, even if you're stronger. But Merlin just cut him off. I refuse. It's not like our guy was even listening to the old man's sales pitch. Not interested in your little club, but that space magic of yours? Now that's interesting. Let's fight already, less talking. The old man sighed. Ah, the youth of today, always so full of themselves. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. I'll give you one shot. Let's make a bet. Merlin looked interested now. A bet, you say? What's the wager? Gregory slowly used his staff to draw a line in the dirt. He explained calmly, I will give you 3 tries. If you can cross this line, I'll let you go, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. Then he added, if not, you have to join my guild. So, what'll it be? Merlin accepted in a heartbeat. Wow, never seen someone look down on me this hard. Don't mind if I don't hold back then. The crowd watching from the sidelines was completely shocked. What? The Empire's strongest saint-level mage against the Grand Swordmaster Elgin? Who's gonna win? Merlin took the chance to clarify things. Everyone heard that, right? He's the one who asked me to hit him, so don't accuse me of picking on an old guy. The second he finished speaking, he crouched into position. Gregory looked on with disdain. Hilarious. Before my black hole magic, nothing can possibly. While the old guy was still monologuing, Merlin closed the distance in a literal flash. Gregory finally snapped back to reality, only managing to stutter. Because that furious face, along with a tightly clenched fist, was already filling his vision. If he hadn't jumped back, he would have taken that powerful blow head-on. Merlin held his pose, letting out a small smirk. He said calmly, I've crossed the line. A hint of panic flashed across Gregory's face. So fast. Merlin announced with total arrogance, Well, old man, I win. The crowd on the street erupted in cheers. That's the Grand Swordmaster. Go on and smash that Empire's dog face in. Go on. Gregory was finally realizing that this young man was on a whole other level. Our hero started speaking, his voice slow and deliberate. You and I have no quarrel, but if you came after me for personal reasons, Merlin's tone suddenly got a lot heavier. Then I will take your life. Gregory actually staggered back in fear. What is this intense, killing intent? A terrifying pressure began radiating from Merlin. The old man instantly began to cast a spell. My years of experience are screaming at me, Gregory thought, if I don't go all out to kill him. He thrust his hands forward. I will be the one to die. The black holes shot forward, but Merlin remained completely unfazed. He smirked, leaned forward, grabbed his sword's hilt, and dashed straight into Gregory's magic. The moment they touched him, they simply shattered into pieces before they could even do anything. The old man's face went pale with terror. What in the world? My black hole magic is just falling apart when it touches him. While the old man was still reeling in shock, Merlin decisively drew his sword. Gregory could only stare, wide-eyed. Ah! Merlin's smile was losing all its warmth, ready to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, he remembered Alice's words. Guildmaster Gregory saved my life once, for better or worse. Can't you show him some respect? So instead, Merlin violently slammed into his opponent. The hilt of the sword slammed into the old man's chest. The impact sent him flying straight up into the sky until he disappeared completely. Merlin sighed with a look of regret. Man, why did I have to think of that silly girl right then? I ended up going easy on him. Staring up at the empty sky, he figured, well, a saint-level master like him probably won't die from that. The wooden staff Gregory always carried now lay snapped in half on the ground. Henry and the townsfolk erupted in celebration over his easy victory. The crowd starts chanting, Long live the Grand Swordmaster! Long live the Grand Swordmaster! Which, of course, Merlin finds super annoying. Looks like he overdid it again. A few nights later at Merlin's little cottage, a foot is tapping impatiently on the floor. It's Alice, and she is radiating pure killer intent. You're pretty slick, disappearing for 10 days the second you go out. I asked everyone, and nobody saw you, she continued. Where did you run off to? Merlin stalls. Well, carefully weighing his options. Even if that fat guy was a fake, if this girl finds out he went to kill Elgin, she'll probably annoy him to death. Merlin gives a little shrug. Hey, what can I say? I'm a man after all. Sometimes a guy has to go out and have some fun, unless you'd rather play with me. Alice puffs her cheeks, absolutely livid at his nerve. A second later, a blood-curdling scream rips through the night. You pervert! Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, Catherine, the 7th Ceasus Knight, is reporting respectfully. Your Majesty, our spies say Grand Duke Offer's private army has started to assemble. Queen Elizabeth is not impressed. Is he trying to overthrow me under the guise of avenging his son? Send word to all the lords. They have 3 days to assemble at the palace and tighten security. Catherine immediately accepts the command. The queen's face is pure rage. Now, bring those 4 failures in here to see me. Catherine dutifully obeys. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Mayfield and the other 3 are kneeling before the throne. Your Majesty, Elizabeth doesn't hold back, calling them a bunch of useless fools. You dare to show your faces here again? And then she just orders their arrest, making Mayfield gasp in shock. Huh? Catherine shows zero mercy and immediately casts her spell. Triple gravity light ring. Suddenly her eyes widen, sweat pouring down her pale face. An invisible pressure slams all of them to the stone floor. Musk pleads desperately, Your Majesty, please, just give us one more chance. Morrison just grinds his teeth, trying to resist. Damn it, let me go. Worst case, I'll just quit being a Ceasus Knight, Mayfield asks, completely defeated. Catherine, why? And she calmly explains, because you failed to protect Prince Offer. So, the Grand Duke wants the royal family to hand you over as compensation. She bows her head, begging, Your Majesty, the constant failures are my fault. Please, just spare Morrison and the others. Just then, a small shadow peeks through a crack in the door, and Mayfield seems to know exactly who it is. A little girl pokes her head in and calls softly, Sister Mayfield. Elizabeth glares with pure disgust. As the lead knight, the face of the Empire's military, you have embarrassed me twice in a row. Do you really think you can bargain with me, Mayfield? In the end, her decision is final. Use the magic sealing stones and lock them up. Tell the Grand Duke I'm handing over the knights who failed to protect his son. Catherine obeys. Yes, Your Majesty, I will watch over them. 3 beautiful days later, in a corner of the royal palace, a little girl is tiptoeing down a deserted hallway. This is the Empire's first princess, Menon. After looking around nervously, she pushes open a heavy door. Great, no one's here, she sighs. I haven't been in Mother's room in 4 years. Menon sits right down at Elizabeth's desk and diligently starts to write. The kids even got the guts to use the royal wax seal on the letter. She looks at her work with satisfaction. All right, now I have a pass with Mother's seal on it. She hurries to the door, thinking, I have to find a way to save Sister Mayfield, and fast. But a faint noise from the bedside table stops her. A silver object attached to a string is dangling from a stand. Men vaguely recognized the pocket watch, a gift from her grandfather to the Queen. She picked it up without a second thought, wondering why it was so damaged. Then, she gently turned it over. A soft gasp escaped her lips. The name Isabella was skillfully engraved on the back. And right on cue, the door swings open. Men, realizing they're busted, shoves the clock back where it belongs, smooth. Elizabeth walks in and stops dead. The surprise is written all over her face. Miss, what are you doing in my room? The girl calmly curtsied. I came to ask you not to be hard on Sister Windsor. Please forgive her, the Queen replied, annoyed. I said that matter is not up for discussion. She explained sternly that those people had disgraced the royal family. Furthermore, they put the entire kingdom in danger. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. Her gaze turned ice cold. I'm tired. You may leave. The sheer force in her mother's voice was terrifying. Yes, Mother. But men couldn't help but wonder, why was Aunt Isabella's name on that watch? Men thought carefully. She remembered that during the royal family's coming-of-age ceremony, every heir receives a unique pocket watch to represent their status. When they die, the watch stops and is buried with them. This was an important symbol for the heir. She recalled that in her past life, only her mother and Aunt Isabella had such watches. Suddenly, the color drained from her face. Could it be? The pocket watch swayed gently as Elizabeth stared out the window. The Queen immediately noticed the unusual movement. In a low voice, Elizabeth spoke. Catherine. A woman immediately appeared. Yes, Your Majesty. Glancing at men scurrying away, Elizabeth gave a cold order. Have a detective keep an eye on that girl. Report any strange behavior at once. That night, at the Offer family estate, Gabriel was reading the decree concerning the heir's death, full of the royal family's deepest regrets. The 4 knights who were meant to protect the heir had been imprisoned. The decree cordially invited Duke Offer to the capital to negotiate a solution. It was signed by none other than Queen Elizabeth. A wine glass suddenly shattered against the floor. Count Offer gritted his teeth. Huh, summon me to the capital? Does that woman think I'm a fool? Elizabeth, I'll make the entire royal family die along with my Luke. The family strategist, Gabriel, called the play for what it was, a childish trick. The real plan was to lure the Duke to the capital and assassinate him. Our armies are already assembled, and 9 saint-level masters are standing by. We just need your order to attack. Count Offer scoffed angrily. You think I don't want to? He slammed his fist down, seething. With our current military strength, overthrowing the dynasty would be easy. But I'm worried about what's lurking beneath the capital. The lake spirit that protects the royal family. Gabriel looked confused. The spirit? You mean the legendary monster in the capital's lake? Count Offer's mind drifted back. This is a royal secret. Very few people know. It happened 20 years ago. Back then, Count Offer had just inherited his title. He followed the previous king into the underground lake and saw the legendary beast. He witnessed the water surge violently. He saw the sharp, cold eyes of the monster hiding in the depths. It rose from the water, its body formed from the lake itself. The sight was something Count Offer could never forget. The former king told him the lake spirit sleeps deeply and can only be awakened once every 200 years. That is their pact. His expression turned to one of pure dread. I don't know how the royal family made a deal with such a creature, but I'm certain of one thing. The Count's hands trembled uncontrollably. That is not something humanity can defeat with sheer numbers. Gabriel, however, remained calm. Don't worry, my lord. We have the 4-sword saints on our side. He boasted, the power of the 4-sword saints is nearly unmatched in this world. Even a spirit can be easily slain by them. Gabriel then dropped to one knee. My lord, your son died in a foreign land. I was against the plan to frame the swordmaster Elgin from the start. Now it seems this was all a plot by the royal family to end the Offer bloodline. He urged him on. The young master's body is not yet cold. Now that the royal family's plan has been exposed, the people will hate them. This is our best chance. Please, make your decision quickly. Count Offer closed his eyes in thought. His mind was made up. He issued the order. After Luke's burial, they would attack the capital. Gabriel replied, as you command. Back in the capital's prison, moonlight streamed through the small window of a cell. Mapei leaned her head back against the wall. She was lost. How did you become like this? Her eyes were filled with a profound sadness. She remembered the sight of Elizabeth playing with a group of children. You used to be kinder and gentler than anyone. Even poor children were treated like your own siblings. Mapei recalled that warm smile. I always believed you would become a wise ruler for this empire. She thought about her own life's ambition. Becoming a knight to protect you. That was my greatest pride. Mapei stared at her manacled hands, confused. But the person you are now is a stranger and you scare me. A shadow suddenly fell over her. A figure lowered their hood. It was Windsor. Mapei stared, completely stunned. Your Highness, the princess began, and after a short talk, the other girl was stunned. What? She gasped. The current queen isn't real? Men explained. Today, when I went to Mother's room to forge a pass, I saw Isabella written on her pendulum clock. She mumbled, Isabella. She died 4 years ago. That's also when Elizabeth's entire personality changed. If all this was true, May's hands clenched, then the one who died back then. She quickly denied the thought. No, but Men was firm. I believe Mother is still alive. She must be hidden away somewhere. The little princess presented a box. Sister Windsor, this is a rune stone to break anti-magic seals, and an explosive one. May was shocked. Explosive? Your Highness, what are you planning? Men gripped her hands tightly. I hope. Now that you've been cast aside, you can be bait for the Grand Duke. No matter what happens, you'll all die anyway. I don't want you to die. I've contacted Grand Duke Wells. He'll help me. I have to save my mother. With that, the princess turned to leave. If I fail, I'm counting on you. May tried to call after her. Wait, princess. The next day at the Austen estate in Vestum, people were busy loading goods onto a carriage. Anne looked completely dejected. Ugh, Hobbist waved him over. Yo, we came to see you off, he said with a grin. I can't believe the queen suddenly issued a decree right before the battle. As a son of House Otine, this is a great chance to earn glory. Janna lunged forward while Merlin looked on, but Anne was just miserable. I really thought Lady Alice would come see me off. He started crying. That guy who faked being a swordmaster is the Grand Duke's only son. I think we'll have to fight for real this time. I don't know if I'll even make it back. For these final moments, I just wanted to see Lady Alice one last time. Merlin, while pushing away a pouncing Janna, casually mentioned, Alice, went to the guild this morning. But honestly, if you saw her, I think you really wouldn't make it back. And just then, Alice appeared. Ah, found you. Anne was ecstatic. Lady Alice, Merlin shoved Janna's face away as Anne rushed to hug Alice. You came to see me off. I knew you had me in your heart. But she walked right past him. Merlin, come home with me, now. Merlin just kept Janna pinned with his foot. What's up? Alice looked flustered. We have an important guest at home. Meanwhile, Hobbist was checking on Anne. Hey, you still alive? If you are, get going. Stay safe. By now, Alice and Merlin were at their door. Who is this important guest you mentioned? Why so mysterious? She whispered. Keep your voice down. You'll see. Inside, Cecilia greeted them happily. Ah, Mr. Merlin. Long time no see. He looked puzzled. Oh, the important guest is you? What was your name again? Sexy Chan? Alice corrected him. It's Cecilia. Cecilia gestured to a figure removing a hood. No, the one who wants to see you today is this person. Men spoke up. So you're Lady Alice's husband. Mr. Merlin, it's a pleasure. I am the first Princess Men. Cecilia eagerly introduced him. Your Highness, this is that incredibly strong adventurer I told you about. Lady Alice's husband, Mr. Merlin. Men looked worried. I know this is sudden, but I need your help. Merlin was sarcastic. Oh? Doesn't our royal family have plenty of knights? Why come to us? Alice was also curious. Why look for adventurers like us? Men's voice was heavy. I can't tell you the specific details. This concerns the stability of the entire empire. The little girl then made her offer. I want to hire you two as my bodyguards. May I ask what rank you and Lady Alice are? Alice replied. Huh? I'm a mithril rank. Meanwhile, Merlin stood with his arms crossed, completely deadpan. Black iron. The little princess was so shocked she broke into a cold sweat. Black? Iron? Alice immediately tried to run damage control. Princess, if you can't tell us the specific situation, it's very difficult for us to decide whether to accept this request. Men thought for a moment. If Cecilia says I can trust you, then I won't hide it. A loud gasp came from Alice. What? She shot up from her seat, astonished. You suspect your mother, the queen, is an imposter right now? Merlin, standing beside them, just let out a simple "oh." The princess continued. I don't have solid proof yet, but I know my gut feeling isn't wrong. Right now, besides Grand Duke Wells, no one will believe me. That's why I can only ask you two. Merlin listened and just looked bored. Sigh. Palace politics sound like a huge pain. Seeing his attitude, the little princess visibly bristled. My request is for Lady Alice, not for some black iron like you. Mr. Merlin, Lady Alice, I will pay 700,000 gold for this commission. The moment she heard the money, Alice's eyes lit up. Her mind was now completely filled with the number 700,000. Merlin figured getting involved in palace drama could lead to a bloodbath. He started to refuse. Humph. Don't think money can make me. Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine. Alice was slowly approaching him, radiating pure killing intent. That's 700,000. Do you have any idea how much debt we're in? She grabbed him by the collar and yelled, Who was it that took all my savings and gambled it away, huh? Do you even know how much money we have left in this house? Merlin, embracing the happy wife, happy life philosophy, immediately surrendered. Yes, I was wrong. I'll accept anything. Hearing the answer she wanted, Alice turned back with a smile. Ahem, princess. We would be delighted to serve the royal family. Cecilia was overjoyed. That's wonderful, Your Highness. As long as you're here, Emline, everything will be fine. But Men wasn't buying it for a second. Was it really going to be okay? The next day, outside the city walls, their carriage rolled onward, and the scene inside, it left Men absolutely speechless. Across from her, Emline was lounging like a king while Celia offered him a plate of fruit. Would you like some, Emline? Behind him, Kai was giving him a massage. Is this pressure all right, Emline? All he got was a satisfied grunt, and Men finally exploded. Are you guys idiots? Fawning over this low-level black iron punk when you should be serving Alice, the mithril-ranked powerhouse. Alice stepped in to smooth things over. It's all right, princess. You'll get used to him soon. And hearing that, the princess actually calmed down. Miss Alice, I know this is rude, but how could a young mithril-ranked saint like yourself fall for a man like him? Do you have a thing for useless guys? Alice could only manage an awkward laugh. Haha. Well, about that, she began to explain. Emline might seem like a slacker, but he's incredibly reliable when it counts. So please, can you just trust us? Men was still skeptical. Really? Alice insisted. Of course, please trust us. That's when Emline, mid-grape, decided to speak up. Hey, princess, are you telling me a single watch is enough to prove your mother isn't really your mother? Isn't that a little impulsive? The girl puffed up her cheeks, glaring at him. But Emline just kept poking the bear. Besides, you're a princess. Do you really have that much pocket money? Don't go throwing a childish fit when the bill comes due. Men shot to her feet, furious. Are you insulting me? Cecilia quickly intervened. Mline, please, don't be angry. Oh, no, sir, Lynn chuckled. I'll guarantee it with the entire Wells family name. Good, the client replied. Collecting debts from royalty is always a pain. The little girl snapped. I've had enough of you. If it weren't for Miss Alice, I never would have hired you in the first place. You're just some leech hanging on to Miss Alice, aren't you? She accused, pointing right in Merlin's face. You're a black iron adventurer, totally useless to me. Just dead weight. Feeling the sting of her insult, our guy just gives a little smirk. Then, cool as ever, he replied. Dead weight, huh? All right then. I'll gladly be dead weight. Just don't come crying to me when things go south. Hearing this, Cecilia and Kai immediately started to panic. A few days later, the carriage finally rolled up to the royal palace. In the front courtyard, Cecilia rushed over to a guard. "Commander Mary, where is my father?" The man bowed. "The Duke is speaking with the Queen. I've been assigned to protect you." Noticing the strangers, he asked who they were. "This is a mithril rank adventurer," she explained. "And this is Miss Alice and her husband, the Black Iron Adventurer, Minnan." Mary practically scoffed at the title. "Ha! A Black Iron Adventurer? What good is that?" "Rest easy, princess. I'll protect you with my life. We don't need these useless freeloaders." "Oh." Merlin did not appreciate being called useless. Not one bit. He spoke up. "Useless or not, I'm pretty sure I can handle an empty barrel like you who just makes a lot of noise. For a low-rank nobody to talk down to him like that?" Mary was furious. "What did you say?" He stormed towards Merlin, pointing a finger. "You've got a death wish, kid. I challenge you to a duel. Accept it if you're a man." Merlin just blinked, completely unfazed. "Huh?" Alice tried to intervene. "Forget it. We're just here for the money. It's not worth it." And then snap. Merlin grabbed the pointing finger and bent it backwards. Mary screamed, tears instantly flooding his eyes. He clutched his hand in rage. "You dare ambush me? Have you no knightly honor?" Merlin just laughed. "And why should I? To give you a head start? I'm just a common Black Iron adventurer, remember?" The knight tried to de-escalate. "Captain Mary, calm down. Merlin is here to help us." But Mary ignored him completely, drew his sword, and charged. "How dare you insult me? A lowly Black Iron." Seeing the situation was hopeless, Alice could only shout, "He's on our side, don't kill him." Merlin just grinned back. "Got it." Mary activated his battle aura and lunged forward. "You are going to pay." But before he could do a thing, Merlin's open palm made intimate contact with Mary's left cheek. The blow sent him flying, tumbling through the air as everyone watched, stunned. Mary hit the ground, out cold. The soldiers started panicking. "Lord Mary lost! He's down!" Cecilia just covered her face in despair. "I'm so sorry. I can't believe my knight would act this way. Truly, I apologize." Alice just shrugged it off. Same difference." Merlin watched the soldiers carry Mary away, getting in one last dig. "You're too weak. Next time, I won't go so easy on you." Menon stood behind them, completely shocked. One slap. Her mind was reeling. Was this the peerless expert Cecilia had told her about? Mary's furious screams echoed through the castle grounds. "Are you kidding me?" he raged, clenching his fist. "How can a guy with your strength be a Black Iron adventurer? Are you mocking me?" Merlin just waved a hand. "If you're not satisfied, come on. I'll play with you some more." Mary was about to charge again, but Menon stepped forward, stopping him. She bowed deeply to Merlin and Alice. "Sir Min, I misjudged your strength. I apologize for my previous rudeness." The princess then gave a full, formal curtsy. "I sincerely ask for your help once more. Please, you and Lady Alice must continue to protect me." Seeing her sincerity, Merlin relaxed. Fine, a job's a job." Alice nudged him. "She's a princess, for crying out loud. Can't you be a little more polite with her?" Mary told Cecilia. "It's been a long journey for you. You and Kai should return to the knight's territory and set up camp outside the city." Cecilia looked confused, but Menon cut her off. "It's all right. I'll be safe with Sir Merlin here." Besides, Menon figured if anything happened, Cecilia's forces could provide support from outside the city. Hearing that, Cecilia agreed. "I understand. Everyone, please be careful." That evening, in a palace near the main royal building, Merlin, Alice, and Menon sat down to rest. Over tea, Alice started the conversation. "Your Highness, this feeling about the Queen being different. It's just a subjective feeling, right? Did the Duke actually believe you?" Menon shook her head. "Wells doesn't believe me. Even though Cecilia and I were classmates at the academy, in his eyes, I'm still just a child." Alice was confused. Then why ask for his help? Overwhelmed with emotion, Menon clutched her dress. She looked down, her voice trembling. "Because I have no other choice. The Rose family was my last hope." Merlin just smiled, asking a pointed question. He probed, "What if this Duke Wells has already been bought by the Queen?" Menon immediately shut that down. "Impossible." She explained, "The Rose family has protected the royal line for generations. They're loyal guardians. He may not believe me, but if the Queen is an imposter, Duke Wells would never stand by and let a fraud continue to harm the Empire." With a heavy heart, the princess explained that no one would believe her crazy story about a fake queen, which is exactly why she hired adventurers. The princess's small fist trembled in fear. "I'm counting on the two of you." Alice gently placed a hand over hers, offering some much-needed reassurance. "Don't you worry. We will definitely protect you." Alice's eyes burned with determination. "Trust us." Her words were a balm to men's frayed nerves. "Thank you." But when Alice glanced at Merlin, her warm expression turned into a warning. "Right?" Merlin just awkwardly looked away and mumbled something. "Yeah, he was only in it for the money." But even he felt something wasn't right. Meanwhile, at the palace, Duke Wells knelt before the queen. "Your Majesty, it's been a while," she replied coolly. "You may rise, Duke." Elizabeth got straight to the point. The Empire was in chaos, so why wasn't he at the Northern Front instead of visiting her? Wells kept his cool, explaining that his daughter, Serena, and Princess Men were best friends, so he was just stopping by to pay his respects. He added with a smile that Her Majesty had even named Serena herself. Elizabeth did not look happy. "Of course, I remember that." She then gave him a direct order. A rebel named Offa was secretly gathering forces. She expected Duke Wells to pay more attention to the Northern Front and stop running around the capital for no reason. Wells simply bowed. "I understand. I'll return immediately to reorganize the northern defenses." As he left the room, a secret smile flashed across his face. He knew, but that smirk was instantly replaced by a look of deep worry. He frowned. His suspicions confirmed the queen was a fake. He vowed then and there to protect Princess Men. Back in the throne room, Catherine leaned in. "Your Majesty, something feels very wrong." The fake queen's voice dropped. "My spies reported Princess Men used my travel pass to sneak out and meet Duke Wells. And what's more, the daughter I named for him was Cecilia." Elizabeth's face turned purple with rage. "That old fox dares to test me." She shot to her feet, screaming, "He cannot leave the capital! Gather all the royal knights now!" Catherine was horrified, realizing what the queen planned to do. She tried to reason with her. "Your Majesty, Duke Rose is a pillar of this empire. Killing him will put everything at risk." In response, Elizabeth grabbed her by the collar. Her face was a mask of fury. "You and I are in the same boat. If I'm exposed, you won't die peacefully either." Catherine had no choice but to obey. "Yes, Your Majesty." The queen's order was chilling. "Before dawn, I want his head." Catherine accepted her mission. Suddenly, the door to their hideout burst open. Alice and Men jumped. It was Duke Wells, and the princess ran right to him. "Duke!" The queen. He clenched his fists in anger. "Your Highness was right. That woman, is she Isabella? One thing is for sure, she is not Queen Elizabeth. I will lead the Rose Army, overthrow the fake queen, and make you our new ruler." Merlin suddenly piped up. "Better make it quick then." He leaned back, getting comfortable. "If the queen's a fake, she's probably already sent assassins." Alice immediately looked worried. "But if Princess Men uses her royal status, Merlin cut her right off. Don't be stupid." He scoffed. "If she's an imposter, do you really think she cares if Men lives or dies?" His final words sent a chill through the room. It's easier to just kill everyone who knows. Dead people keep secrets. Men knew he was right. The princess quickly took charge. "I know a secret passage that leads outside the palace. Follow me!" Down in the tunnel, they ran for their lives. Seeing a light ahead, Men yelled, "There's the exit!" Wells was overjoyed. "We just need to reach my knights and we'll be safe." But Merlin stared ahead, sensing something was terribly wrong. Of course he was right. Cracks appeared on the ceiling, and with a deafening roar, a pillar of light crashed down on them. Alice and Men screamed in terror, "Duke! Princess!" Thankfully, just before the attack landed, Merlin had already pulled Wells and Men out of the way. The tunnel collapsed, revealing a knight with a sword blocking the exit. It was the sixth knight, Emmanuel. He looked down on them, a smug grin plastered on his face. "Good evening, Duke, and your Highness." Wells, trapped in the rubble, cursed. He couldn't believe they walked into an ambush. The knight just stood there, clearly enjoying the sound of his own voice. "Her Majesty was right. You really are a sly one, Duke. Conspiring with the princess to take the throne, and now trying to run?" Men was furious. "What? How dare he accuse me of treason?" Merlin just sighed. Yep, they had been completely outmaneuvered. Emmanuel raised his weapon, took his fighting stance, and let out a sharp breath. "Ha!" He leaped from the broken stones, greatsword held high, screaming, "Time to die, traitors!" Reacting in a flash, Alice and Mary charged forward. The two women barely blocked the heavy blade. Emmanuel just laughed. Don't overestimate yourselves." Mary and Alice use all their strength to block the blade, growling, "You monster, we will never let you harm them," before turning back with a tense order. "Merlin, get the Grand Duke and the princess out of here. Our goal isn't to fight their safety, is the #1 priority." This makes Merlin, who's already got his hands full, pause. "Huh? I can fight too, you know." But he gets it, cracking a small smirk. "All right, just try not to lose." And like a gust of wind, he zips right past them. Emuel just scowls after him. Think you can run?" He flicks his music blade, sending Alice and Mary flying into the rubble, his eyes locked on Merlin's group. "You are not getting away." At that same moment, countless blocks of ice appear around Emmanuel. Alice's voice rings out from behind him. "Stop right there." As she takes a deep breath to focus her power, streams of brilliant blue light gather, forming the majestic image of a dragon's aura right behind her back. Emuel freezes, almost impressed. Interesting. How can she do this dragon's might? Did she train in the arts of the Dragon Clan? Alice just grips her sword tighter. Humph. And then she launches herself straight at Emmanuel. I don't have to tell you a thing. Seeing this, Emmanuel raises his blade, ready to fight. But suddenly, Mary lunges at him from behind in a surprise attack. He brings his sword down with both hands, aiming a fatal blow right at Emmanuel, who unexpectedly catches the blade with his bare hand. Mary lets out a gasp of shock, but before he can finish, he's thrown hard into the wall behind him. Now Emuel's voice drops, completely serious. To think you actually injured me. I underestimated you. No more holding back. He slams his blade into the stone floor, then slowly draws his second sword. Let me show you a real spectacle. Over on their side, Mary and Alice are both looking pretty battered. Emmanuel's voice echoes, even if we're all saint level, a gap between us exists that you can never hope to cross. Just then, a dark shadow streaks across the night sky, moving below the clouds. A foot lands softly on the grass, then Grand Duke Wells gets tossed unceremoniously to the ground. They've finally arrived, with a dizzy Missin being carried by Merlin. Merlin breathes a sigh of relief. We're in the outskirts. Wells, however, is just groaning and clutching his back. Once he's stable again, he clears his throat seriously. Wells approaches with dignity. Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget this debt. Merlin just flashes a big, shameless grin. No need to be so formal, just pay me the money. Suddenly, a gust of wind makes Merlin pause. The smell of blood. Voices drift over from the city walls. Strange. I arranged for backup to meet us here. A wounded soldier yells in a panic. Grand Duke, it's dangerous. Quick! Before the soldier can finish his warning, an axe slices down, spraying blood everywhere. The sight leaves Merlin and Wells completely stunned, as a terrified Missin hides behind him. Yo! The killer's voice rings out. Well, well. It seems my patience has finally paid off. The Grand Duke is horrified. How? How can this be? This man is the third knight, Dexter. The man tightens his grip on the axe, surrounded by corpses. Traitors, he says in a low voice. Today, you will all be buried right here. Wells explodes with rage. You bastard! My knights! Dexter, you absolute mad dog! A small hand tugs on Merlin's sleeve as Missin frantically pleads. Mr. Merlin, you have to run. She looks at the knight and continues explaining. Dexter is one of the strongest, second only to the first knight of the SWA order. We don't have any hope. Just go. Merlin simply places a hand on her head, but she keeps trying to convince him. Our relationship is just business, a simple transaction. You don't have to risk your life for us. Tears well up in her eyes as Merlin pats her head, reassuring the little princess. Don't worry. Wells watches in horror as Merlin walks towards the knight. I told you I'd protect her. Get the money ready. Leave the rest to me, he says nonchalantly. Hey, Baldy. This is just a job, so don't take it personally, okay? Across from him, Dexter just sneers with contempt. Some little punk with absolutely zero fighting aura or magic dares to challenge me? He angrily grips his axe. But if you're that eager to die, with that, he hoists the massive axe off the ground. Leaving his opponent absolutely no chance to dodge, he rushes Merlin and brings the axe swinging straight down. Die. In a flash, Merlin calmly raises a single finger, blocking the blade. An unbelievable scene unfolds. The axe has stopped dead in its tracks. Dexter's face darkens in disbelief. What? Missin and the Duke are just staring, jaws dropped. With only one finger, Merlin flashes a smug grin. Is that it? Did you even eat today? The power on display is so immense, the sky itself seems to crack. Wells still can't believe his eyes. He actually stopped it with just one single finger. Merlin glances back over his shoulder. What are you gaping at? Go meet up with Cecilia. I'll handle this guy. Still in shock, the Duke replies, We're counting on you. Let's go. Missin shouts with worry, Mr. Merlin, be careful, while Dexter roars in fury. You're not getting away. Before the knight can even react, Merlin's hand is suddenly on his shoulder, the immense pressure forcing Dexter to his knees. Merlin sighs from right behind him. And where do you think you're going? He flashes a cold smile. You get to play with me first. Dexter is now drenched in a cold sweat. This guy's seriously strong. With his other hand casually in his pocket, Merlin says calmly, If we stop here, I'll let this whole thing slide. He adds in a low voice. After all, the princess's request was just to protect her. Killing you is going to cost extra. Dexter's face goes pale, sweat pouring down as he nervously gulps. But he's not giving up yet, his hand tightening around the axe handle. With a grunt, the big guy swings his axe, forcing mine to jump back. But wait, he looks surprised? Oh, you think I'll just stop? Dexter bellows. You helped an Imperial traitor escape, and you expect me to quit now? Mine just smirks, totally unimpressed. Sure, we can fight, but you're way too weak. Beating you won't do much for me. Dexter's face gets all serious. You're good, I'll give you that. Guess I have to use my real strength. Mine just watches, finally looking a little interested. Dexter lets out a roar, and a whirlwind of power erupts around him. Ha! A massive burst of internal energy explodes with his shout. Meanwhile, Merlin, clearly not feeling the drama, keeps his hands casually in his pockets. What's with all the yelling? You think louder means stronger? Idiot. Ignoring the epic burn, Dexter channels his power and lunges forward, cracking the very ground beneath his feet. The axe blade is now just inches from Merlin's face. Without a second's thought, he brings it crashing down, shattering the earth in a spiderweb pattern. Dust billows up from where the axe hit, but there's none of the blood he was probably hoping for. Somehow, Merlin is already standing behind him, giving him a slow clap. Wow, for a big guy, you're pretty quick on your feet. Dexter just spins around, wildly swinging his axe behind him. He proceeds to give the nearby trees a very aggressive haircut, felling them one by one. Merlin keeps the insults coming. That's some impressive tree chopping. Ever consider a career change? You'd make a great lumberjack. The guy is fuming. Damn it. If this keeps up, they'll get away. I have to use that move. This time, his axe begins to glow intensely. Dexter points it to the sky, and a pillar of light engulfs him. Even Merlin looks a little surprised. Ooh, look at that! Faced with this seriously intimidating ultimate move, Merlin finally decides to take his hands out of his pockets. Dexter focuses his magic, announcing, "This is my forbidden massacre mode, a move that will kill you, me, and all those traitors." He swings the axe down with a final roar. Long live the queen! Miles away, Wells and the princess notice the ominous pillar of light. What is that? Wells grabs her shoulder, urging, "We have to go, now." But Merlin just stands his ground. "Oh, I don't think so." Just as the wave of magic slams into the earth, Merlin dashes forward, drawing his sword and slicing the energy beam clean in two. Dexter can only stutter in disbelief as he watches Merlin casually dismantle his signature move. Having used all his strength, he coughs up blood. My life or death attack. You absolute monster. Merlin rests his sword on his shoulder, looking down at the now collapsed Dexter. Phew! If I'd actually let you kill the princess with that, I'd be in big trouble. Merlin looks at his palm and smiles. Good. Feels like the curse has eased up a bit. He sheathes his sword. I haven't sensed any other strong opponents around here lately. The princess and the Grand Duke should be able to regroup with the knights safely. But a flicker of worry crosses his face as he looks back. Still, I should probably go check on Alice, just to be safe. Meanwhile, the battle inside the city walls is far from over. Mary and Alice are thrown to the ground with a loud thud. They scramble back to their feet, panting as they face Emmanuel. Seeing them exhausted, he smirks. Out of fight already? Alice grits her teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's too fast. He raises a hand, full of himself. Did you really think I was the only one sent to attack the Grand Duke? Other cis knights are waiting for him. Their eyes widen in pure shock. What? Just then, a brilliant golden light flares up on the city wall. Alice and Mary stare at it in confusion. But Emmanuel just looks smug. Don't worry, he says. That was Dexter's ultimate. Your friend and the Grand Duke are already corpses. A golden energy begins to swirl around his sword, and you're about to join them. Sensing the danger, Mary yells out a warning. Be careful. But before he can even finish his sentence, the enemy's energy condenses, and Mary is cut down right where he stands. As blood sprays from his body, Alice screams in horror. Mr. Mary, Emmanuel just flashes an arrogant smile. Impressed yet? He strikes a pose. I bet you're terrified right now. I am, after all, the man with the fastest draw in the cis knights. She's tense. There was no magic, no warning, just pure speed, so fast she didn't even have time to react. Emmanuel charges forward, declaring, Now you understand, don't you? I am a swordsman who lives only to kill. On high alert, Alice immediately braces for combat, but she's instantly knocked back, thrown on the defensive by his powerful assault. His face is a mask of pure victory. It's over. But then, suddenly, his arm is encased in a thick layer of ice. Emmanuel is completely stunned that she could counterattack after taking a direct hit. What is this? She can still fight back after my attack? All he can see is thick mist obscuring his vision until a pair of ice-cold eyes appears within it. Alice emerges from the dense fog, her appearance completely transformed. Emmanuel's jaw drops, unable to believe what he's seeing. That form. You're not human. Alice states firmly. Of course I am human. He's not buying it. Are you kidding me? Those dragon scales? That aura of a dragon? What's with these draconic features? She gives him a cold look. I don't have to explain anything to you. Enraged, Emmanuel grips his sword and charges. You dying witch! He unleashed a storm of fast, brutal slashes, but couldn't even scratch her protective shield. Every single one of Amano's attacks was just casually blocked. He starts screaming his head off in frustration. How dare she keep blocking his attacks? The moment Emmanuel started getting tired, Alice began her counterattack. My turn, she thought. Sword in hand, she charged, her icy eyes dead set on finishing him. Emmanuel tensed up, raising his guard and gripping his sword for dear life. Alice unleashed a massive strike, her sharp sword energy creating a huge shockwave. It slammed right into him, and his right hand was instantly severed. His rage boiled over. This woman dared to do this to him? Oh, he was going to tear her limb from limb. He grabbed his massive weapon with his one remaining hand. Alice flinched for a second, her focus becoming deadly serious. Emmanuel swung the giant sword, launching a bright yellow wave of energy straight at her. She got hit, staggering backwards from the force. Whoa! Alice couldn't hide her surprise at his attack. This guy was using a giant sword, but somehow he was still unbelievably fast. Emmanuel just held his weapon and made his declaration. "You're strong, I'll give you that," he warned. "But now it's time I got a little serious. My left arm is 10 times faster than my right. Even someone like Mayfield would be torn to shreds if they got careless." And you can see the worry all over Alice's face. The power from the succession crystal can give her a temporary all-around boost, but it drains way too much aura and mana to keep up for long. Emil bragged that his left-handed sword strikes could break the sound barrier. "This is the last thing you'll ever see. Take a good look." Alice started calculating her next move. "Master taught me holy tier magic. I think I can probably use it now." Emil put everything he had into a final charge, ready to end it. She unleashed her own ferocious energy, ready for the clash. The swing was so powerful, the light from it engulfed the entire area. He stood completely still after his ultimate move. Dust swirled everywhere. Then, a foot quietly landed on his weapon. As if sensing something was wrong, Emmanuel turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. What? Alice was slowly gathering power into her own sword. From the sky above, a sharp ice crystal spear began to form. It was only then that he realized he was in deep, deep trouble, his eyes wide with panic. She was going to end this in one shot. Alice leaped into the air, launching her powerful counterattack. An ice lance shot down like a lightning bolt, snapping his sword in two and piercing right through Emmanuel's chest. One clean shot, and he was dead instantly. After using up all of her energy, Alice was left gasping for air. Her mana and aura were completely drained. But then, another figure suddenly appeared, a mocking smirk on his face. "Good thing that arrogant fool is dead. He was an embarrassment to the Circus Knights." Oh, and he had some feedback for Alice too. "You're not bad. To think you have more power than Emmanuel. I really have to see you in a new light." The mysterious man held a magic orb, his voice dripping with evil. "If I could, I wouldn't want to fight you. But too bad, you work for Duke Rose. I have to eliminate you." The fourth knight of the Circus Knights spoke in a low voice. "To show my respect, I will let you witness my ultimate technique." A thick fog spread out around them. "Open your eyes and see the great sea tyrant." Covered in mist, Alice felt a chill. It was like she'd been teleported. A dark, gloomy color surrounded her, filling her with confusion and anxiety. This is teleportation magic. But Alice quickly noticed something was off. No, wait, she could still feel the ground beneath her feet. After a closer look, she realized it was illusion magic. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her as a huge object shot up from below, striking her before she could react. She cried out in pain. Ugh, what is this? She could finally see the giant monster attacking her, the North Sea behemoth. It kept attacking relentlessly, forcing her to retreat. Hemelu stood next to the giant octopus, laughing. "Go on, struggle, scream, become food for my North Sea behemoth in despair." All Alice could do was dodge. Damn it, another legendary monster. She tried to calm herself down. No, this is an illusion. It's illusion magic. I need to wake up, now. But her hesitation cost her. She took a direct hit. Ugh! The attack sent Alice flying. She was in agony, feeling helpless. Damn it, it's just an illusion, but it feels so real. Hamu looked smug. "You're not wrong. This is my ultimate technique, the nightmare prison. In this world of illusions, I am the one and only god. Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped in here." Alice started to panic. No way. I have to do something or I'm dead. Suddenly her eyes shot open, sweat pouring down her face as she groaned. Ugh. She bit down hard, trying to suppress the pain. This is bad. The Dragon Clan's power is starting to backlash. Hamu's face was pure arrogance. Hehehe. Judging by your state, your mind is probably starting to break. Ah, but look at Alice, still trying to fight back. Soon enough, your spirit will shatter, and you'll become nothing more than a living corpse, her face twisted into a wicked grin. At that point, you'll be my mindless puppet, with no pain, no thoughts, completely under my control. But right as she was gloating, a foot slammed into her from behind, sending her screaming as she plummeted from the sky. Ah, Alice looked absolutely delighted. Ack. And there was Merlin with a cocky smile. Yo, you still alive? Hamu was in complete shock. How is this possible? Anyone who steps into this mist is trapped in my illusion. No one has ever survived the phantom of the North Sea Kraken. Merlin just looked confused. The North Sea what now? He casually said. I just saw you on a rooftop, waving your arms around like a maniac. Hamu was stunned. What? She couldn't believe it. How could this be? Her grand illusion magic had no effect. Refusing to accept it, she channeled her power through the crystal orb once more. The calm water suddenly erupted into massive waves. The monstrous North Sea Kraken rose from the depths once again. Its vicious tentacles shot through the air, heading straight for him. Alice screamed in pure terror. Mline! Hamu laughed like a madwoman. Get crushed to a pulp by the North Sea Kraken. Ha ha ha, then her laughter choked. Huh? A pair of feet were calmly walking on water. He casually strolled out from the mess of tentacles as if nothing was happening. Hamu was completely speechless. How is this possible? You're inside my illusion magic, but totally unaffected. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so you're a mage? What a coincidence. I'm completely immune to magic. The crystal orb fell and shattered, and the illusion faded away, causing Alice to gasp. Hamu still couldn't believe it. Magic immunity? That's impossible. But even though she'd failed, she spoke with confidence. Heh, even if you're immune to magic, we still have the third knight, Dexter. He's the real power behind Mayful. Merlin scoffed. Oh, you mean the bald guy with the axe? He was in my way, so I cut him down. Hamu was in total shock. Even Dexter. She quickly spat out a warning. I am the fourth knight of the Order of Sosis. You can't kill me, or the Empire and the Order will hunt you down. Emmeline just looked bored. To be honest, you're not really worth the effort of killing. Then a dangerous smile appeared. But I've already killed one of you. Adding another to the list won't hurt. Hamu felt a chill of pure terror. He swung his sword, and a brilliant golden light shot towards his opponent. It was so fast, Hamu only had time to gasp before her body was sliced in two. He said coldly, You were too weak. You weren't even worth me drawing my sword for. But you hurt my people, so you had to die. Alice was incredibly moved. Merlin. He walked up to Alice and challenged her. Didn't you say you could handle this? What happened? She quickly fired back. I already killed one of them. I'm not as weak as you think. Even by myself I could have. He cut her off. All right, you're amazing. He gave her a mischievous look, but it looks like the after effects of your dragon form are a little wasteful on your clothes. She looked at him, confused. Huh? Then she noticed her torn outfit and let out a blood-curdling scream. He gently lifted her into his arms and advised, You need to be more careful. Even with the dragon tribe's gift, you can't be this reckless. If you can't win, you run. Don't force yourself into such a miserable state. She buried her face, cheeks flushing red with shame, and though Alice knew he was right, she was still stubborn. I don't need you to tell me that. Later, Mine gets Alice back to camp, and Men rushes over in a panic. Huh? Lady Alice is hurt? And of course, Cecilia immediately volunteers. I'll heal her right now, but Merlin just shuts that down. Nah, no need. She just needs a quick nap, she'll be fine. Just get us a tent. Yeah, she wasn't about to argue with that. Inside their tent, under a pitch-black sky, Alice is flushed and breathless, drowning in self-blame. Damn it, if I were stronger, Merlin wouldn't be in this mess. Yeah, he's not wrong. You're still way too weak. Apparently, if she could just fully absorb that Dragon Clan crystal, she wouldn't be suffering like this. She covers her eyes, lost in regret. If only I was stronger. Uncle Mary wouldn't have died. I wouldn't need to go full dragon mode just to fight Knight Sis. Tears stream down her face. I'm a saint, but I'm still this useless. Merlin just watches silently for a moment, then places a hand on her head. You're not useless at all. She lowers her hand to see his smile, not a hint of blame in it. He starts listing off the facts. You stopped 2 of Sis's knights. You saved Princess Men and Grand Duke Wells. You did great. Now go get some rest. Alice just quietly agrees. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, someone is absolutely losing it. What? Elizabeth can't believe her ears. They're all dead. Catherine confirms it while the messenger sweats bullets. Yes, we've identified all 3 bodies. It seems Grand Duke Wells has some powerful bodyguards, and his entire army is gathering just outside the city walls. A dark aura practically explodes from her as she scoffs and turns to leave, completely ignoring the Your Majesty call. Elizabeth starts walking. Useless. The words practically hiss from her lips. Everyone around her is apparently a complete waste of space. Gritting her teeth, she fumes. Why does the entire world betray me? Pathetic. Her eyes narrow. Looks like it's time to play her final, dirtiest card. She descends to a secret chamber beneath the palace, lit by a single, dramatic shaft of light. And inside a cage, a lonely, captive figure. The woman inside seems to sense her arrival, gently touching a piece of paper before setting it aside. The imposter queen, Elizabeth, casually walks in, noting she's a bit early today. She looks at her identical twin and calls out, Sister Isabella. Isabella takes a step closer. So, what are you up to? She asks, her eyes flicking to the paper. I've seen you writing something lately. I'm writing my memoirs, she replies. Perhaps when I die, someone will remember me. I refuse to just vanish. I have to prove I was here. The fake queen just scoffs at the sentiment. Not a chance. I am Elizabeth now. You are the dead Isabella. Even after you're gone, nobody is going to remember you, she states with absolute chilling certainty. I know that's what you think. We may be twins, but you can't just copy and paste a soul or a person's past. You'll never truly be me, but the imposter just smirks. Who cares? Everything you had is mine now. You get to rot in here until everyone forgets you ever existed. That's reality, my poor dear sister. And with that, she turns away, completely bored with the conversation. Did you come all the way down here just to mock me, sister? You must be so bored. The prisoner snaps back. Of course not. Then comes the real reason for her visit. I came to give you an update. Grand Duke Offer is raising an army to rebel. Your daughter found out my secret and escaped, and she's even teamed up with the Rose Knights to overthrow me. Her eyes glint with malice. But I've already crushed them. The papers fall from Elizabeth's hand as she grabs the iron bars in sheer panic. Mizzen! No, she's just a child! You promised you wouldn't hurt her. But the fake queen just looks down on her with utter contempt. Are you actually begging me right now? How pathetic, my dear sister. When it comes to power, family means nothing. I mean, look where you are. Elizabeth tenses. What else are you planning? The fake queen proudly declares. Offer. Every single threat to her reign must be wiped from the face of the earth. You can almost feel the wicked energy pouring off her. Now listen, you foolish girl. Obey me, and maybe I'll find it in my heart to let Mian live. The unspoken threat hangs in the air, tearing Elizabeth apart. Finally, with her eyes squeezed shut, she makes a choice, cutting her own hand with a knife. Down to the lake beneath the palace she goes, guided only by a faint, eerie light. A figure stops at the water's edge. It's none other than the fake Queen Isabella, up to no good. With a little chuckle, she tips a vial, letting a drop of blood hit the calm surface. A light erupts from below the water, and Isabella shouts with glee, "Spirit, sleeping deep within this lake." The water begins to churn violently. Hear my call. A massive column of water shoots up as she screams, "Appear before me." The water coalesces into the form of a woman. I am the spirit of the lake, she says, bound by a pact with your ancestors. Edmora, descendant of Anbach, why have you disturbed my slumber? Isabella just stares. This is not what the legends described at all. The spirit, immediately catches her confused look. You doubt my identity, do you? She then smiles and clarifies, I have no fixed form. My appearance is shaped by the blood of whoever summons me. Then she adds, and judging by this form, you seem to be a kind person. Isabella just stammers, huh? Oh, really? Snapping out of it, she urgently pleads her case. The Empire is in peril. Rebels have gathered 50,000 troops outside the city, ready to attack the capital. I am completely out of options. I had to come beg for your help. Please, annihilate these traitors, whatever it takes. A rests her chin on her hand, thinks for a solid second, and gives her answer. I refuse. My contract doesn't include becoming the Empire's personal weapon of war. Isabella is floored. What? The spirit continues her explanation. My primary function is to protect the royal family. Ordering me around to kill your enemies for you is not part of the deal. Hearing this, the fake queen grinds her teeth. Useless ancestors. The contract doesn't even let me order the spirit around. Realizing the conversation is over, Ed turns to leave. I protect the royals from demons, but I don't get involved in human wars. Her eyes snap open, however, when she sees a dagger suddenly pressed against Isabella's throat. Isabella goes straight for the self-hostage gambit. But isn't your sacred duty to ensure the safety of the royal family? If you don't help me, you're sentencing me to death. And if the last heir to the throne dies, you'll be in breach of your ancient contract. Blood begins to trickle down her neck. The spirit freezes, lets out a long-suffering sigh, and finally caves. All right, fine, I understand. The dagger immediately clatters to the ground. She clutches her throat, a venomous thought forming. All of you who defy me, I will make you pay. Outside, the city gates finally splinter and burst open. The Rose Knights charge in, their voices ringing out with a single purpose. Overthrow the false queen. Soldiers are clashing everywhere. Civilians are scrambling for their lives. Ah, run! The Jose Knights are fighting the Imperial Army. Yep, that's Grand Duke Wells's army, all right. Thousands of them, packed together. It's a war. Run for it. Up on the palace walls, Catherine rallies the troops. She gives the order, stop them at all costs. We can't let the rebels enter the royal capital. But then, a desperate shout. Lady Catherine! A soldier reports in a panic. The rebels broke through the north gate. They're closing in on the palace. We can't hold them back. She grits her teeth, watching the smoke rise. Damn it. Is this really how it ends? Meanwhile, at the Rose Knight's base, things are just as tense. Grand Duke, Princess Men, we've breached the royal capital. Our forces are now advancing on the palace. Wells gives the command. Smash the palace gates. Capture the false queen alive. His subordinates respond instantly. Yes, sir. He says optimistically, Princess Maizen, once we capture the false queen, the whole world will finally know the truth. But the kid is just thinking nervously, what? Your reign of terror is almost over. But she clenches her hands, praying, Mother, you have to be alive. Where are you? And where's Merlin during all this? Oh, just chilling in a tree, casually watching the humans go to war. Looks like my job's done, time to collect my pay. He thinks 7 to 100,000 is easy money, but then, his eyes narrow. He leaps to his feet, shouting, what is that? A massive pillar of water erupts, reaching for the sky. The knights just stop fighting. Look over there. What is that thing? A giant face made of water appears, leaving Catherine absolutely stunned. In less than a minute, it takes its complete form. Mizzen realizes what it is. The spirit of the lake? Wells just clenches his fist. She's using the Empire's final trump card against us. That crazy hag. Just then, a laugh rings out, catching Catherine's attention. Her Majesty Isabella narrows her eyes and makes a chilling declaration. Anyone who dares to betray me will die. She raises her hand. Spirit of the lake, destroy the traitors. Leave none alive. The water elemental obeys instantly, swatting away soldiers like flies as a massive flood washes away entire houses. Ah, what is that monster? Isabella just laughs manically. You insignificant ants, just die for me already. As the creature destroys everything in its path, another sound cuts through the chaos. Merlin rubs his chin, suddenly interested. This aura, if I kill it, my Thundercore could get a nice long-lasting boost. Wells frantically explains that the spirit of the lake, the royal family's guardian, has been summoned by the false queen. The Empire's protector is now her ultimate weapon. Even as he speaks, the elemental is rampaging. Apparently, after each summoning, this thing is supposed to hibernate for 200 years. Wells says grimly, now that the false queen controls it, this battle, we're going to lose. The Empire is well and truly screwed. But Merlin just smirks back. And what's that got to do with me? He hops down from the branch. My job is just to protect Princess Men, not fight your war. He states it plainly. I already saved you back in the royal capital, and I refuse to get dragged into this mess. I'm sorry, Men steps forward, but Wells immediately shouts, Your Highness! The young girl pleads with all her heart. Sure, the Jose Knightly Order has numbers, but the spirit in the lake isn't something humans can just fight. The Empire's future is in your hands. Merlin, completely unbothered, basically hands over the kingdom's fate to a random adventurer like him. Getting tangled in royal drama is never profitable, so she makes an offer, defeat my aunt, restore the royal family, and you will be handsomely rewarded. Her eyes turn dead serious as she says it. I'm sorry. Look, I know this is a huge ask, but honestly, you're the only one I can turn to now. But our hero just sighed. Alice already got hurt protecting her. I'm not getting involved in this mess. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. Suddenly, a voice cries out, Wait a minute, it's Alice, and she heard everything. If we don't overthrow the fake queen, Prince Men and this entire empire are doomed forever. Merlin still looks bored. And how is that our problem? Alice anxiously tries to explain. Prince Men has it rough. The current queen is an imposter who has treated him like a total stranger for years. And his real mother's fate is a mystery. I'm an orphan, so I get the pain of having no one. This even stuns the prince. Miss Alice. Merlin's eyes narrow. You agreed to this just because you feel sorry for him? Do you have any idea how much trouble this is? This time, Alice tries a different angle. Have you considered that if this war isn't stopped, our mission to protect men isn't technically complete? She lowers her voice, grabbing his shoulders intensely. Besides, we've already killed 3 of the Cis Knights. If the rebellion fails, do you really think that old hag will let us live? I'll become a wanted criminal across the entire nation. But if we succeed, we'll be the heroes who saved the Empire. And you can tell from his face. Merlin sees her point. He pinches her cheek. Honestly, you and your big ideas always bring so much trouble, which makes her yelp, Ow! A stunned man asks, Mr. Merlin? He claps his hands together, ready for action. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Since we're all on the same sinking ship, I'll see this through to the end. Meanwhile, at the unguarded royal prison, boom! A wall completely explodes. Mayfai stumbles out from the smoke, coughing. She ran in expecting a huge fight. So why aren't there any guards? She freezes when she sees the lake spirit. She grinds her teeth in fury. The lake spirit needs the blood of a royal heir to be summoned. This is bad. The water elemental destroys everything in its path. Terrified citizens scream for help as Merlin leaps across buildings. There's water everywhere. This is such a pain. If he can reach the royal palace, he should be safe. There's no way it can flood the entire palace. Facing the giant water elemental's back, he realizes he hasn't fought something this strong in a while. His hand grips his sword. Man, water users are always so annoying. One slash should do it. But the elemental turns, sensing demon magic in the capital. It immediately fires a powerful blast of water at Merlin, making him priority number 1. He draws his sword and just slices its head clean off. Merlin lets out a relieved smile. Heh, lucky I didn't get wet. But then, the water elemental starts to regenerate. It's incredibly dangerous. Eliminate at full power, he thinks, just as a ferocious wave crashes towards him. A terrifying whirlpool traps Merlin completely, spinning him at insane speeds as he grits his teeth. Damn it, wasn't that its main body? He's shocked when he notices his clothes are dissolving. Is this thing made of holy water? The vortex drags him under. Good thing he's immune to magic. A normal demon would be dead by now. But then he starts gurgling for one very simple reason: he can't swim. His vision starts to blur. Such a pain in the neck, he thinks. This is exactly why I hate this. Dealing with water-based enemies, Alice suddenly gets a chilling, uneasy feeling. At that exact moment, Merlin stops struggling. Elsewhere, Lilit has a sudden flash of insight. Ah, the mirror my big brother used. Back with Alice, she's praying desperately. Merlin, please, no. His hand suddenly twitches and grips the hilt of his sword. The noise from above echoes all the way down to the dungeon. Elizabeth looks up, tense. This tremor. Has the fighting already started? She looks down at her own hands. To protect her daughter, she endangered the entire nation. She clasps her hands in anguish, begging, "Ancestors, I've committed an unforgivable sin. Anyone at all, please, save my innocent people." Just as she finishes, the stone ceiling above cracks apart, and a torrent of water pours down like a waterfall, directly on top of Elizabeth. Ugh, what's happening? The water finally recedes. She stares in shock as Min stands up, coolly sweeping his wet hair back. Phew, I really thought I was a goner. Her brain short-circuits. Wait, a handsome guy? Then she snaps back to reality and shouts, "Who are you?" Merlin is completely unfazed. And who are you? Elizabeth, embarrassed but defensive, stammers back. Ooh, who are you? What do you want? He asks, confused. Calm down, lady. I just want to ask where this is. He then spots a soaked piece of paper nearby. Merlin reads what's written on it. This is a last will. He's stunned as he puts the pieces together. Could this girl be the real queen? So, he decides to just be direct and ask her. Hey there, pretty lady. Are you Queen Elizabeth, the one whose sister stole her identity to take the throne? Her face immediately darkens. Who are you? How do you know about that? Merlin scratches his head, introducing himself. I'm the adventurer, Merlin. Princess Men hired me to rescue you. The moment she hears about her daughter, Elizabeth rushes over. Really? How is Men? Was she captured by Isabella? Is she hurt? You have to tell me now. And so, he tells her everything he knows about the current situation. Men already told us your story. All because of a watch, Her Highness now suspects the current queen is a total fake. So she teamed up with Duke Wells to attack the capital, and now she's camping outside the city. Elizabeth's eyes go wide. What? Her legs give out, splashing into the water, but she's flooded with relief. It's okay. Nen is safe. Everything is okay. Then she breaks down, sobbing in agony. Ah, my sister tricked me. She used my blood to awaken the spirit in the lake. I can't possibly face our ancestors now. Hearing this makes even Min break into a cold sweat. So this whole mess was started by his mom? He then looks up at the hole he made. Well, I tore a hole in the world to escape, but accidentally found the real queen. I guess you could call that a win. At this very moment, a massive water elemental is still turning the royal capital into a swimming pool. Isabella just laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha, destroy these traitors for me. Leave no one alive. Suddenly, Catherine senses danger, instantly using her staff to block an attack from Mafield. Your Majesty, look out! Isabella, standing right behind her, frowns deeply. You dare raise your sword against your queen? Have you gone mad? But Mafield already knows the truth. Silence! You're the imposter queen, the traitor. Where is the real queen? A battle aura explodes from her body. Only the true royal bloodline can awaken the lake spirit. The real queen must be alive. Where is she? Isabella couldn't care less, and just scoffs. Heh, you're still talking about the real queen at a time like this? Haven't you always just followed my orders? Those words hit hard. Mafield's pupils shrink as she grinds her teeth in pure rage. Isabella's battle aura flares, lighting up the entire area. But then Mayfield just collapses gravity magic again. Turns out Karen's on the same level, her own magical power erupting. She taunts her, "Sure, you're the #1 knight, but without protective gear, you're no match for me. Behave if you don't want to get crushed." And yet, Mayfield struggles back to her feet, cracking the very ground beneath her. This makes both Catherine and Isabella gasp out, "What?" Mayfield reignites her aura, declaring, "Don't underestimate me." The Queen's Knight turns back to the main battlefield, where a massive water elemental is blasting everything, flooding buildings and people. Screams for help fill the air. Elizabeth, having been rescued, is crying in agony. Oh, the lake spirit that's supposed to protect the capital is now causing this chaos. Merlin steps forward, asking grimly, "Your Majesty, can you stop it?" If this continues, the entire capital will be submerged. The queen frowns, thinking of a plan. The water elemental is a clone of the lake spirit. It won't listen to outside commands. Someone has to go to the underground lake in the palace to persuade the real spirit. Hearing this, Merlin gets a little stressed. Go into an underground lake when everything is already flooded? Yeah, hard pass. Looks like the only option is to slash it to pieces, but he needs to hide his identity. So, he decides to ask the queen if she has something to cover his face. Elizabeth is confused, but his question hits a nerve. Huh? Why cover your face? Merlin, don't you want people to know who you are? Though puzzled, she still hands him something. This is my handkerchief. Will it work? Merlin just smiles and takes it, thanking her for the concern. I cherish that handkerchief, so make sure you return it. Elsewhere, battle aura and magic collide, blowing up a wall. Mayfield and Catherine are locked in a dead-even clash, neither willing to back down. By the time they pause, the gatehouse is partially destroyed. Mayfield, panting, finally asks the fake queen why she's pushing this far. What on earth are you fighting for? Catherine just gives a cryptic smile. Mayfield, everyone has something they want to protect. Rocks begin to float with her power. Only that person can help me. She readies her sword. Do you really want to die? Brimming with confidence, Catherine yells, Finish it! Only to get a foot planted on her head, sending her face first into the ground with a scream. It's none other than Merlin. Oops, sorry. Mayfield's eyes go wide, sensing his power as the water elemental startles, turning to face the new threat. There stands Merlin, hand on his sword hilt, charging forward. Looks like you're finally back. Let's settle the score from before. The creature's head morphs into a vortex, trying to suck him in again. But this time, our boy just smirks. I don't make the same mistake twice. A single powerful slash comes down, instantly splitting the monster in two before it even knew what hit it. The shockwave is so intense it even shakes the tall towers in the distance. Mayfield grits her teeth through the tremor. Oof! The royal palace is finally swept away by the raging current, and now we're down at the underground lake. Mora, the one controlling the elemental, suddenly freezes up, then lets out a scream of agony like her body is being ripped apart. She clutches her chest. My avatar. What is this terrifying power? With her last bit of strength, she issues a warning. Run, descendants of Anbach. I won't be able to awaken for another 200 years to protect you. Her form dissolves into water with her final words. Sorry. Up above, the surviving citizens cheer. The monster's gone. We're saved. Long live the queen. All while the surrounding buildings lay in ruins, submerged in water. Merlin is sweating buckets, muttering to himself. Knew there'd be some destruction, but at least my identity is safe. Otherwise, the palace repair bill would be on me. Little Alice would probably have a heart attack. Mayfield grits her teeth, using her sword to get up. Ugh, looking at the wreckage, she can't help but curse. That damn sword St. Elgin. Just then, someone runs up calling for Windsor. It's a bewildered Elizabeth. Windsor? Mayfield steps toward Her Majesty, frowning as she remembers. Wait a minute. The current queen is an imposter. She struggles to point her sword at the woman. You hateful traitor, Isabella. Are you going to keep pretending? But she's suddenly embraced by Elizabeth, who asks, Where did you hide the real queen? Tears stream down the queen's face. Windsor, you're okay. Thank goodness. This sudden act leaves Mayfield completely stunned. That familiar warmth. Tears well up in her own eyes. The sword drops from her hand as she hugs her back, crying out, Elizabeth! As this happens, the floodwaters finally begin to recede, revealing the city's buildings. The soldiers see it and cheer. The water's going down. The people shout with joy. We're saved. At the camp, Night Rose quickly reports the good news. There was a huge explosion at the palace, and the lake spirit has vanished. Archduke Wells is stunned. Could it be Princess? Manel enthusiastically interrupts. Merlin did it. Suddenly, an approaching figure draws all of their attention. It's Merlin, of course. I'm back. The job you hired me for is done. Now, about my payment. Wells is completely taken aback. Malin was completely stunned, asking if Merlin had really defeated the lake monster. Merlin just deadpanned that if he knew it was that tough, he wouldn't have even bothered this time. He seriously risked his life out there. This blunt answer left the old man speechless. He actually took down the lake monster. By himself? Wells was amazed, but Merlin cut him off. Sir Mlin, on behalf of the people, I thank you for your contribution to the Empire. But our hero just shrugged and walked past him. Save the thanks. If you really want to thank someone, go thank Alice. That little fool is the one who asked me to go. He then paused, remembering something important. Oh, right, a little heads up. I found her mother, the real queen. Already dropped her off in the palace's rear courtyard. That was an extra service, by the way. Remember to add it to the bill. Wells was floored once again. Even men didn't see that coming. Is that true? Snapping back to reality, he gave a decisive order. Immediately send men to confirm Her Majesty's safety. A knight shouted, Yes, sir, while men burst into tears of pure joy. Ah, mother is safe. That's wonderful. Merlin then let out a little and called out into the room. All right, Alice, your commission is officially complete. You gonna hide behind that screen all day? She peeked out, flustered and avoiding his gaze. Ah, it's good that you're back. He just smirked, teasing her. What's this? Were you worried about me? This, of course, made her stammer. Who was worried about you? Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she brought up the monster, saying it was just being used by someone else. It was pitiful to get beaten up by him. Merlin turned to explain, I didn't kill it. It's the guardian deity of the capital, after all. But it'll need a very long nap to recover. This seemed to surprise her. Huh? That's not really your style, and for that she earned a flick right on the forehead. Maybe hanging out with you for so long has made me go soft. It was only then that Alice noticed something was off about him. What's with this whole getup? Trying out a new style? Merlin looked himself over. Ah, this. It's a long story. Then, cool as a cucumber, with Alice still standing right there. Gotta change first. This outfit is weird as hell. Her face went beet red as she spun around. Hey, don't just start stripping right here. Just then, Elizabeth's handkerchief happened to fall right in front of her. Alice picked it up and took a closer look. The fabric was incredible. Why would Merlin have this? But as she brought it closer, a faint scent made her pause completely. Hold on. Tearing the already ripped cloth, she got a full whiff it was a woman's perfume. And with that, she absolutely exploded with rage. Merlin, still clueless, just went, What? Her earth-shattering scream nearly blew the tent away. Were you out chasing skirts again? Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, repairs were well underway. After Merlin defeated the lake monster, the fake queen's imperial army was completely disbanded. The Sults either didn't stop their work as Duke Wells's Jose Knights declared they would protect Princess Men and restore order to the capital. The young girl came running over with a huge, happy smile. Princess Men and Duke Wells had found Elizabeth. Mother and daughter shared a tearful, heartfelt embrace. The true heir to the empire, imprisoned for years, finally saw the sun again. The still water in the fountain seemed to signal it. The chaos over the true and false queen was officially over. But under a gloomy sky just outside the palace, a small gate had been knocked down. It was Catherine, sneaking a look around. There's no one nearby. Let's go, Your Majesty. Following right behind her was Isabella, trying to make a quiet escape. Hoofbeats thundered down a narrow path. The two of them just kept running, not daring to stop for even a moment to rest. Even now, the old woman was grinding her teeth in pure hatred. Elizabeth, this isn't over. One day, I'll be back to take everything. Suddenly, a flash of light made Catherine jump. A massive boulder slammed down right in front of Isabella. Luckily, she managed to stop just in time. What? Earth magic? But she stumbled and fell, caught by Catherine. Your Majesty, it's dangerous. Catherine glared furiously at the figure standing above them. Damn it, they caught up to us so fast. Wyfer clenched his fist and yelled, Traitors Isabella and Catherine, you're not getting away. Seeing the situation, she knew she had to make a choice. Your Majesty, run, I'll hold him off. Isabella's piercing scream echoed under the moonlight as she fled. Damn you all. She scrambled frantically through the bushes, not daring to stop. Damn it. Sweat poured down her face like a river. Elizabeth, Sir Jose. Just you wait until I return, I'll kill you all. Then a mocking laugh cut through the air. Kill us all? Morrison, did you hear that? Malleus sneered from a tree branch above. Just thinking about how long this old hag tricked us makes my blood boil. Morrison cracked his knuckles. Isabella, give it up. You have no chance left. This time, there was truly nowhere left for her to run. A few days later, under a clear blue sky, Duke Wells knelt before Queen Elizabeth. Your Majesty, I was slow to come to your rescue. Please punish me. But she just answered with a kind voice. Thanks to your support, Duke, I was able to see the light of day again. Please, rise. The old man smiled so wide, his eyes nearly closed. Protecting the Empire is my duty. But this time we only crushed Isabella's plot thanks to Princess Men. Suddenly, Men awkwardly interrupted. Mother, can I have some money? The Queen looked at her gently. What for, my dear? Is there something you want? The princess grinned and explained. To rescue you, I hired Sir Merlin and Miss Alice. I promised I'd pay them for their help. Hearing this, the Queen instantly remembered her own encounter with him. Oh, look, she's acting like a shy schoolgirl, covering her face. No way, I'm a mom already. How can this be? Back at the hotel, Alice and Merlin are enjoying a moment of peace. Alice is fussing with her hair in the mirror, sighing like she's psyching herself up for something big, leaving Merlin utterly confused. What is she doing? She's as nervous as a girl on her first date, blushing as she yells, You idiot, we have to go meet the Queen next. Of course I'm nervous, he mutters, looking away and lost in his own thoughts. He thought the job was done, grab the cash and go, but nope, the Queen herself wants a little chat. This is a huge problem. Alice steps out. Let's get this over with. But what they see outside is pure devastation under a clear blue sky, and she can't help but gasp in horror. Whoa, the royal palace is seriously wrecked. Merlin just laughs awkwardly. Haha, my bad. And that's when it finally clicks for her. Huh? Could it be? Don't tell me you're the one who did all this. He just shrugs back. Well, who else? Did you think that Lake Fairy was some kind of pushover? This news just shuts her down as she tries to process it, her mind immediately jumping to her wallet. He basically leveled the palace, so this meeting with the queen. It's not to get a giant repair bill, is it? He fires back, exactly why I don't want to go. But a voice suddenly calls out, making both Merlin and Alice jump out of their skin. Huh? It's just Cecilia, coming to greet them. Her Majesty and the princess have been waiting for you in the palace. Please, follow me. This time it's Alice's turn to just laugh nervously. Oh boy. The carriage moves slowly down the road. Merlin sits there brooding, then suddenly speaks up. Hey Alice, you should go meet the queen alone later. I'm sitting this one out. She has no idea why. He then explains with a super cryptic warning. Listen, that handkerchief you had, it belongs to the most powerful person in this empire. You get what I'm saying? Alice, still not getting it, just repeats his words slowly. The most powerful person in the empire. Then she remembers who they're about to meet and it finally hits her. She practically leaps out of her seat, screaming, that thing belongs to the queen. He just confirms it. Yep, I borrowed it from her to cover my face. Then he gives her a look that says, you're on your own, kid. He even adds that she said it was precious and that he had to return it. But oh yeah, Alice shredded it. What am I supposed to give her now? A scream of pure regret echoes from inside the carriage, a sound of total doom. I didn't know. A little while later, a very defeated Alice kneels in the throne room before Her Majesty, the Queen. Elizabeth replies, there is no need for such ceremony. Please rise. She then continues gently, you two fought to save the day, propping up a crumbling palace. Thanks to you, I can see the sun again. Then she smiles warmly, adding, Men has already told me everything that happened. This is a debt I will never forget. Right on cue, two knights bring forward a pair of chests and place them before Alice. The queen explains to a very confused Alice, this is the reward men promised you. Thank you for your service to the empire. Then, she asks a little awkwardly, by the way, did Sir Merlin not come with you? Alice flinches slightly before answering, Merlin said he had some urgent business to handle. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. Elizabeth plays it cool. I see if he's busy, then that's that. But then she looks a bit troubled, adding, it's just I temporarily left an item in Sir Merlin's care. I do hope he's taking good care of it. Now Alice understands completely and tries to probe. Yes. May I ask what important item that might be? The answer nearly makes her soul leave her body. The handkerchief my late husband gave to me. Somewhere else, a completely different, excited voice rings out. Great news, Archduke. Gabriel kneels on one knee, reporting with glee. News from the front lines. The capital has crushed the internal rebellion. Princess Men and her knights have overthrown the fake queen who ruled for years. The impostor's reign is officially over. And during the battle, the Lake Fairy was also defeated. Count Offer's face lights up with pure joy. Without the Lake Fairy, what can the Empire possibly use to fight me? He grins, absolutely thrilled. The heavens are on my side. He gives his order to Gabriel. Relay my command. The entire army will prepare to advance on the capital. His loyal subordinate bows. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, someone's footsteps echo down a hall. It's none other than the captured Catherine. Is it time for my sentence? A familiar voice calls out her name, making her freeze in her tracks. Catherine. Standing before her is Queen Elizabeth, her expression dead serious. Catherine is stunned, whispering, Your Majesty. The Queen speaks calmly. I truly never imagined you would do something like this. Catherine offers no excuses. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Please, grant me death. But the Queen's next words completely shock her. Grant you death? Then what would happen to your mother? Elizabeth slowly explains. I've investigated everything. You made a deal with my sister Isabella, becoming her accomplice, all to get medicine for your mother. A servant presents a book. This is a gift from Her Majesty. Catherine gasps in total disbelief. Isn't this the grimoire that records the royal family's secret magic? Elizabeth simply replies, I trust your character. You won't use it for wicked purposes. Her eyes are filled with warmth and genuine concern. Use it to save your mother. And after, would you still like to return to my side? Tears stream down Catherine's face like a river. She collapses to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. With a polite thank you, our hero heads to a special cell in the heavily guarded imperial prison. Isabella sits quietly before a mirror, but hearing footsteps, she smirks. Come to laugh at me, have you? She asks, running a hand through her hair. My foolish, weak little sister. Elizabeth approaches, ready to lay down some hard truths for her older sibling. You failed to become queen because you never had what it takes, she says, causing Isabella to slam her comb down in a fit of rage. May-Fi moves to intervene, but Elizabeth calmly holds her back. Isabella stalks closer, sneering at the idea of what it takes, ranting about how from the day they were born, Elizabeth got all the good stuff, even their father's throne. On what grounds? Elizabeth fires back, listing all of Isabella's wonderful qualities: impulsive, selfish, and completely reckless. For personal gain, she put the entire empire in danger. Their father's choice, Elizabeth declares, was not wrong. Naturally, Isabella is in no state to accept this. Is that so? And then she lunges, aiming to strangle Elizabeth, screaming, "This is all your fault." Luckily, May-Fi is quick on her feet, knocking her back. Isabella hits the floor, consumed by pure hatred and shrieking at the top of her lungs. If father had just hesitated, if he'd cared about me just a little, I wouldn't be here today. She clutches her face, laughing like a maniac. You all forced me to become this. Elizabeth, I curse you, she spits, hoping her words will sting. Isabella continues her tirade of nasty curses, promising she'll be crushed by the might of the Offer family until nothing is left. With nothing left to say, Elizabeth just looks defeated and leaves. Windsor, let's go. As her sister's insane laughter echoes, she delivers her final judgment. She's a lost cause. And just like that, the rebel flags are raised. 1 month after the whole True and False Queen drama, the Offer family's rebel army officially attacks the Empire. 2 massive forces face off on the battlefield. Duke Wells's legendary Rose Knights put up one heck of a fight. But the ground is quickly littered with bodies. They're swiftly annihilated by the Offer army, led by 4 ridiculously overpowered Saint-level commanders. News of the Empire's crushing defeat spreads like wildfire. Ordinary people scramble to pack their belongings. A mass exodus begins as citizens abandon their homes. But far from the war, the town of Westham is enjoying a peaceful, sunny day. Merlin sips his coffee and casually reads the paper. Another war in the Empire, huh? No wonder work's been slow lately. Then he glances upstairs, a little confused. Why isn't Alice up yet? A sign on her door specifically forbids Merlin from entering, so naturally, he knocks and calls out to her. Alice, time to wake up. But no matter how much he calls, he gets absolutely no response. The sun is already high in the sky. That's it. Merlin's face gets serious as he barges in. I'm coming in, only to find Alice writhing in pain on her bed. He puts a hand on his hip, feigning concern. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong with you? She's practically steaming, feeling like she has 0 strength left in her body. Merlin sits beside her, placing a hand on her forehead, and realizes something. She's not running a fever, in fact. Her body temperature is abnormally low. Ah, so that's it. Alice's previous injury never fully healed, and the dragon crystal inside her is now fixing the problem itself. He crosses his arms and gives a comforting smile. All right, stop scaring yourself. You're fine. It's just your dragon talent healing you. It just takes a bit of energy, that's all. Alice, however, doesn't look convinced. Really? He flashes a smug, punchable grin. You have no strength? He teases. Then isn't this the perfect chance for me to mess with you? Excellent. And just like that, Alice is miraculously filled with power, shoving him out the door. You heartless jerk, and to think I took you in. She clutches her blanket, breathing heavily. That lecherous demon king. But lying back on her pillow, she suddenly feels lonely. Right now, she just wants someone by her side, even if it's a demon. That rotten, heartless Merlin. That perverted, idiotic demon. She clenches her fist. Couldn't he be here, just for a little while? A moment later, a plate of fragrant food is set on her table. The person who brought it was, of course, Merlin. Figuring he had nothing better to do, he decided to play nice. You haven't eaten, right? I brought this for you. The delicious aroma was already working its magic. Under the clear blue sky, Alice's voice rings out. I don't have the strength to feed myself, she declares, and he agrees. All right. Meanwhile, back in the capital, they're plotting on a war map. 5 cities have already fallen to Offer. The man reporting is none other than Duke Wells. Our forces have tried to stop him at every turn, but clenching his fist, he admits the bitter truth. The enemy is just too strong. In manpower and weapons, we are completely outmatched. The statement sends a chill through the room. It won't be long before the rebel army reaches the capital itself. May-Fi grits her teeth. If only that so-called great swordsman Elgin hadn't injured the lake spirit. Even if they reached the capital, we wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Elizabeth tries to calm her down. That's enough, Windsor. If it weren't for him, I'd still be locked in that dungeon. This makes May-Fi blush and pout. She may hate the guy, but she has to admit he's way stronger than they thought. Then, Wells continues his report. But at the very least, we've discovered the great swordsman Elgin's true identity. He is Merlin, an adventurer from the town of Drom. Morrison offers a suggestion. Your Majesty, if the great swordmaster agrees to help us again, but Elizabeth anxiously cuts him off. If possible, I don't want to rely on outsiders. About men, I'll think about it. For now, we need to handle the problem with Grand Duke Offer. Grand Duke, please continue. His voice turns grim. According to our intelligence, the Offer family has recruited many powerful mercenaries, the most famous being the Black Wolf mercenary group. The name alone makes Catherine and Morrison shout, "What?" Malleus and Weifer are equally shocked. The Black Wolf Pack. Their reaction makes Elizabeth tense up. The Black Wolf mercenaries? What kind of group is that? Why is everyone so panicked? Mi-Fi quickly explains that they're a legendary group that rose to fame while the queen was imprisoned. Cue the flashback of masked figures moving through a forest. The Black Wolf mercenary group operates deep within the forest of demonic beasts. They're well known throughout the Empire, and while there are only 5 of them, every single one is at the saint level. She points out the obvious problem: we only have 5 saint-level knights. A one-on-one fight might not be an issue, but protecting Her Majesty at the same time is going to be. Elizabeth never expected 5 saint-level opponents. Wells adds more detail. These 5 have done it all: adventurers, powerful bandits, even convicted murderers. They all have one thing in common: they have no fear of death. They're a team of psychos. Her Majesty falls silent. 5 saint-level warriors, an army of demonic beasts. Is the Empire really going to fall under my rule? Mlin, the great swordmaster Elgin. Do I really have to borrow that mysterious man's power? Her hand clenches into a fist. Can I truly entrust the Empire to him? Next up, Wells began discussing the other fronts of the battle. That's the situation on the front lines. The rest are Offer's tamed, low-level demon beasts. They're not strong, but they fight way better than normal soldiers, and their numbers are insane. An idea sparks in her mind. It seems Offer's army isn't very stable. Most of them are just in it for the money. If we kill Grand Duke Offer, their little alliance will collapse on its own. Wells catches on immediately. Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Elizabeth gives the grim order. I need 2 of my best warriors to lead a small team and assassinate Offer before his army surrounds the capital. But she's filled with worry. This mission is incredibly dangerous. Even if you succeed, getting out alive will be almost impossible. The first to volunteer is, of course, Mayfield. Your Majesty, leave it to me. I will not fail this mission, and I will complete it. But she's cut off. No. Mayfield's duty is to protect the Queen. Please, let me go. This is my chance to atone. Then, of course, Muss has to come in with a snide comment. Ha, you think dying will erase your crimes? She fires back. What did you say? But he just talks right over her. Assassination is no job for a woman. It should be mine. He says with absurd confidence. The fastest knights in this order are me and Emmanuel. Too bad that guy is dead now. So the most suitable person for this mission is clearly me. Wiener immediately steps up right after him. Milius and I are childhood friends. Nobody knows this guy better than I do. 2 knights volunteered for the mission, boasting that no team was better than them. This sudden confidence just left Elizabeth completely stunned. You too. And then she grabbed the hands of the eager knights, making them both jump. Your Majesty. She looked at Muss Weifer, emphasizing that this whole plan relied on them. Then she gave a serious order. They had to return alive. Both knights immediately accepted the command. The morning sun began to shine on Alice and Lynn's small house. She sits up, takes a deep, satisfying stretch, and lets out a huge sigh of relief. Ah, alive again. Just like Min said, her body's almost completely recovered. Glancing at the empty food plate, she remembers that before, being sick meant suffering all alone. But these past few days, he's been taking care of her, and maybe being with him isn't so bad. Nope, scratch that. He's still a demon who knows what evil schemes he's cooking up. But when she gets downstairs, she raises an eyebrow at the sight of Mlin. He's completely passed out on the sofa, snoring so loud Alice just has to cover him with a blanket. Seriously, this guy's always sleeping like a log. And that's when she notices his slightly parted lips, sending her into a blushing pink fantasy. Tucking her hair back, she creeps closer, thinking he'll never find out. I mean, he did take care of her. This is just a little thank you gift, right? Just as their lips are about to touch, Min's eyes flutter open with a little and then a massive sneeze shakes the entire house. He just blinks at Alice, asking, "Oh, you're awake? Are you feeling better?" Her head is pounding, but she doesn't dare complain. Yep, nothing to worry about anymore. A gust of wind blows past the laundry line outside, and suddenly, a very cute pair of underwear lands in someone's hand. While Merlin calmly comments on her childish taste, Alice zips over to snatch it back, her face bright red. "Don't touch my stuff. Got it? Isn't it my turn to do the laundry today?" he asks, totally confused. "I'll wash this myself," she yells, but a voice suddenly cuts them off. "Excuse me," says an old man. "We're refugees from the royal capital. We've run out of money. Could you possibly spare some food for us?" Seeing this, Merlin understood. The number of refugees had been growing lately. The old man continued, "We haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, even a little food for my grandson would be enough." Alice immediately replied, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get you both some food." Then she gently handed over a full bag. "Is this enough, sir?" He immediately bowed his head. She was truly kind. The goddess of light must have blessed her. The boy beside him was just as grateful. Thank you, big sister. Even as they walked away, the two didn't forget to turn back and thank her again. A breeze blew through the heavy air as Alice sighed. More and more refugees, which meant, in a way, they weren't safe either. Merlin's face turned serious, talking about the clash between the Empire and the rebel army. And who knew if that guy Anne would even make it back? A leaf fell, carried away by the wind. Yep, there's a definite feeling that trouble is about to come knocking. On a road flanked by high cliffs, hurried footsteps pounded the ground. It was Wiener's squadron. He grew anxious as the smell of blood got stronger. What happened here? He squinted, stunned by the scene before him, a knight lying on the ground, his sword beside him. A group of soldiers had been lying there for some time. A nearby knight recognized them. Sir, it's our scout unit. Wiener yelled, Everyone, be on guard! Suddenly, the jingle of a bell echoed, followed by a fierce roar that made him look up. Some bizarre monster was charging right at them. He instantly unleashed his battle aura. It's one of Offer's rebel beasts. Hold formation, don't be reckless. The creature opened a mouthful of sharp teeth, lunging for him. The knights split into two groups, desperately slashing their way through the monsters, one after another. Wiener alone sent several beasts flying with a powerful blast of his aura, but his voice was low, realizing something was off. This isn't right, they're too weak. If these were the only beasts, the vanguard wouldn't have been completely wiped out. A leaf landed gently, only to be swept away by a sudden gust. Wiener instantly sensed the abnormality and whipped his head around. A vortex was growing stronger, sucking everything into the air and pulling it right towards him. It even caught his knights, sending them into a panic. Ah! Invisible slashes cut through the air, causing the group to spit up blood. Wiener watched helplessly as his comrades fell. Then, a cloaked old man stepped out. If the Empire's soldiers are only this strong, I don't know what the Great Duke is hesitating for. Wiener immediately went on the defensive, making a guess. You're from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. But the old man just scoffed. The Black Wolves? If the Duke didn't need those scrubs, I wouldn't bother with them. His sword tip touched the ground. As a reward for blocking one of my attacks, I will tell you my name. The man threw off his cloak and walked forward menacingly. I am one of the 4 elemental sword saints under Duke Offer, Acres of the Wind. Now, you may die. Wyfer ignored the grand introduction and charged forward without hesitation, but beams of green light shot out, heading straight for him. The clash was so intense it shook the cliff walls. Wiener gritted his teeth, pushed back a huge distance. With Akkas at the center, fierce green energy swirled like a vortex. The old man just snorted. Too weak. Wiener painfully wiped the blood from his face. Is this magic really something a saint-level being can control? His broken sword began to glow with the light of his aura. He powered up, roaring as if pouring all his strength into this one final blow. Rah! He then slammed his sword down towards Akkas. But the old man was completely unfazed, even disdainful. Pathetic trick. The blast of blue magic he released easily overwhelmed the battle aura. Next, a simple flick of his blade sent Wiener flying, blood spraying everywhere. He screamed in agony. Ah! The pendant around his neck flew up with the movement. The world before Wiener's eyes seemed to change as he squinted. A house with a window, identical to his pendant, appeared. A teenage wifer was sitting and reading when an apple fell and startled him. Turns out, it was Muss, sitting on a tree branch. Winnie! The boy grabbed the apple and chuckled. Ha, Muss, skipping class again? He answered casually under the blue sky. Heh, class is super boring. Come play with me. Wifer replied seriously. If you keep messing around, the headmaster is going to scold you. Muss, now climbing the wall, looked puzzled. Winnie, don't you ever get tired of reading all the time? The boy's eyes stayed on the page. I want to gain more knowledge and become a mage. He made a solemn declaration. I want to protect the kingdom so all children can have full bellies and warm clothes. But his friend didn't seem too impressed. Oh, I didn't know you wanted to do something so troublesome. Wifer grinned, adding, I'm the oldest orphan at the institute. I hope to be a role model for the other kids. Looking at the children playing nearby, he continued, I want to show them, and that even if you're an orphan, you can change your fate with hard work. This seemed to give Muss a new goal. Fine, then I'll become a sword saint, so they can look up to me. Wifer laughed heartily. Haha, if that's the case, I'll have to become a sword saint too. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble you'll get into. This annoyed Muss. Hey, you don't trust me? Back to the present, Akkas can feel the flow of mana on the wind. Another little mouse is there. Might as well deal with it now. Then, he turns his head as a voice suddenly rings out, telling him to stop. Fresh blood pours onto the ground. Weir, despite being covered in wounds, forces himself to stand. I will never let you harm my friends, he roars, gathering his strength. With a final scream, the very ground beneath Akkas begins to shake violently. Even the trees and heavy boulders are lifted into the sky. The earth itself seems to be answering his call. A powerful, brilliant golden aura explodes from Wennefer's entire body. At that moment, a massive dome made of rock begins to form over Aecus's head. Winfer spits blood but still manages to yell, "Die with me!" The entire rocky mass comes crashing down, sending a colossal cloud of dust into the sky that causes tremors far and wide. The other knights are startled by the shaking. An earthquake? Sir, that's coming from Sir Winifred's squad's direction. He stares blankly at the scene over there. Winnie's position has become a total wasteland, but then, a burst of magic smashes through a boulder. And there's Akkas, completely unharmed, blasting away the obstacle and flying up. Looking at the wreckage with no one else in sight, even he has to admit, he's impressed. Willing to die just to protect your comrades? A man of principle. Fine. Out of respect, I'll spare them this once. He slowly turns to leave, but adds, if they come looking for death, I won't hold back. Winifred has vanished, leaving only his necklace behind on a rock. A hand picks it up, it's Melius, who stares at it in silence for a long time. The other knights report in, Sir Melius, we found no trace of Sir Winifred. He grinds his teeth, clenching his fist. Winnie was Saint Class, for an enemy to force him to sacrifice his own life. This directly means the Offer rebels have someone who surpasses the Saint Class. Winnie and the others sacrificed themselves, shocking everyone. Enough, Melius orders with a stern voice. The mission is cancelled. You are to return to the royal capital. Deliver this news. Tell His Majesty for me. I may not be coming back. A subordinate can't help but exclaim, Sir Melius, surely you don't mean. He doesn't answer. He simply puts the necklace on with his own and walks toward the setting sun. Wait for me, my friend. As the afternoon sun sets over the town of Rom, Merlin lets out a long, tired sigh. Ugh, there haven't been any decent quests lately. Alice, walking with him, gently replies, well, the Empire is in rebellion right now. What can you do? Suddenly, Merlin freezes. Huh? Why is there a carriage in front of our house? The moment Cecilia sees him, she lights up. Ah, Lord Merlin, you're back. In stark contrast to her joy, Merlin looks absolutely disgusted. Ugh, you people again? Seriously? Alice quickly cuts him off. It's Cecilia. She gets straight to the point with both of them. I've come today to ask for a favor. Turns out Princess Mian Sen came along with her today. A few moments later, everyone is gathered in the living room. Merlin greets her with a ridiculously formal tone. Well, if it isn't Her Royal Highness, what brings you to my humble, poor little place? Mian bows her head and stammers. I'm sorry to bother you. I ran away from my mother. Merlin just smirks at this. Princess, you really shouldn't be running around by yourself. Have you ever heard a story like this before? He then intentionally tells a story to scare the little girl. Usually, the princess gets kidnapped by an evil dragon or a demon lord. Then some fool pretending to be a hero comes to get himself killed. Alice, thinking he's gone too far, gives him a sharp smack on the head. The princess clenches her fists and shyly begins, I want to ask for your help again. Before she even finishes, Merlin already knows what she's going to ask. So, he just sticks his finger in his ear, signaling he's not listening. If you're asking us to defeat some rebel army or whatever, forget it. Seeing how heartless he's being, Alice snaps at Merlin. She walks over to the princess and asks gently, Your Highness, how is the Empire doing now? Men replies helplessly, It's hopeless. She explains the recent situation. My mother has to deal with military affairs late into the night every day, but for a whole month, there has been no good news. The frontline army can no longer stop the rebels' overwhelming advance. Soon, the rebel army will reach the imperial capital. At this point, Men's hands tremble as tears stream down her face. She stammers, unable to form a sentence. By then, the poor girl says through her sobs, I don't want to lose my mother too. Alice is horrified. Your Highness, she can't just turn a blind eye. She quickly turns to Merlin. Merlin, we have to. But he just looks bored, leaning back and declaring, no means no. I'm not getting involved in a war. He then slowly stands up. We're adventurers. If it's a personal request, we can accept it. Merlin gets even ruder, standing right at the doorway. But when it comes to a large-scale war, I absolutely will not accept. Your Highness, please leave. Alice, trembling with anger, screams, Merlin, that's enough. Men quickly stops her. It's all right, Miss Alice. Though she's young, the girl knows when to retreat. She gives a polite curtsy and says, It was presumptuous of me to bother you so late. Please, forget I ever came here. As Men walks out, Cecilia immediately rushes up to her, asking what happened. Your Highness, did Sir Merlin agree? The question is all it takes for the little girl, who was trying so hard to stay calm, to burst into tears. She clings to Cecilia, sobbing. He refused. Sister Cecilia, the Empire is doomed, CA quickly suggests. Then we have no other choice. Adventurers and imperial soldiers are two different breeds. The fate of the Dikfang Empire doesn't concern them that much. My lady, we have to go back now. But Cecilia refuses to believe he could be so heartless. Sir Merlin might be a little strange, but I don't believe he's the kind of person who would be so cruel. She says this looking at the lit-up house. If not for him, we'd both be dead by now. Inside, however, a huge argument is brewing between Alice and Merlin. How can you be so heartless? For you, dealing with the rebels would be a piece of cake. Merlin's reply is totally unfazed. And why exactly should we help the Empire? What do we get out of it? He breaks it down for her. Fame, money. In its current state, how much do you really think the Empire can afford to pay us? Alice stares right into his face and screams, "Is money all you ever think about? If the Empire falls, our adventures will be affected too." She's finally catching on to how his brain works. The Empire barely managed to get its true queen back. Are you just going to let it be destroyed by rebels? But Merlin has his own point. Help them once, help them twice, and then what? Do they expect us to become the Empire's personal bodyguards? As he's talking, something clicks. Oh, that's right. He walks right up to Alice with a smug smirk. No wonder you're so eager to meddle in other people's business. I forgot you're a so-called hero. But Alice doesn't back down. Right. And I forgot you're a demon lord who's a menace to human society. But for Merlin, those words are like water off a duck's back. So he just turns away with a cheerful expression. Well, if you remember I'm a demon, you should also know I'm not going to help humans. Alice, completely lost for words, can only shout 3 words at him. You're cold-blooded. Merlin, now standing by the window, calmly tells her, people never appreciate things they get too easily. That's just human nature. But the Empire won't fall. Someone will step up. Alice asks doubtfully. Someone will step up? He glances back at her and replies, isn't there that great hero you're always dreaming about? That swordsman, Eggy. The next morning, in the rebel-occupied Thon Tree, the sound of laughter fills a room. Ha ha ha! Grand Duke Offer raises his glass, his face glowing with triumph. That cunning witch Elizabeth actually sent Sister Sis to assassinate me. He turns to praise his close secretary. If Gabriel hadn't predicted it, she really would have caused me a great deal of trouble. Gabriel replies humbly. Not at all. It is my honor to be able to share your burdens, Grand Duke. This time, we were lucky to have the Wind Sword Saints' help to completely wipe out Sister Sis's group. Offer nods repeatedly, satisfied. Yes. Yes. We should thank all 4 of you. This whole mess was handled thanks to your help. Once I become the new emperor, I will definitely not treat you poorly, the Fire Sword Saint replies with a hearty laugh. Haha, I like a generous man like you, Grand Duke. The Earth Sword Saint adds, but we're helping you because of our old friendship. The benefits are just a secondary thought. The next person to chime in is the Water Sword Saint. That's right, if the Grand Duke thinks we came all the way from the chaotic sea just for profit. The Wind Sword Saint finally spoke up. You're seriously underestimating us, you know. Gabriel chimed in after hearing all 4 of them. But wiping out the Empire's assassins this time was pure luck, all thanks to the Wind Sword Saint. His action made it so swift. The Wind Sword Saint nonchalantly replied, oh, it was nothing. The opponent was just an ordinary sword saint. The Water Sword Saint offered some sweet talk. Duke, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one in the entire Empire can stop you from becoming king. Remember, we fought the Demon Lord's army. Hearing these words from his allies filled him with excitement. With you guys, I have nothing to worry about. A toast to our friendship. But just then, the Fire Sword Saint suddenly sensed something. His face grew grim. A square-shaped crack appeared on the ceiling. A figure dropped from above, crashing straight onto their banquet table. The Duke yelled in panic, what the? The Sword Saint slowly got up, all staring at this uninvited guest. The room was suddenly a total wreck with the appearance of the assassin. The Duke recognized him instantly. You are the 6th knight, Milius. Milius sneered. Oh, so you recognize me? Old man Gabriel stepped forward to speak for his master. You have some nerve coming here alone to die. We have 4 sword saints with us. Milius heard him and glanced around curiously. Suddenly, the air went silent. He just stood there, completely stumped. The Fire Sword Saint, holding his sword, cursed. This kid knows no fear. It seems he doesn't take us seriously at all. The Earth Sword Saint just nods along, basically saying, yeah, touch the Duke? You'll have to get through my sword first. The Wind Sword Saint is already itching for a fight, summoning a mini-storm and calling Muss's suicide mission totally boring. Muss just listens, then lets out a laugh. Ha, for my big performance, you actors are seriously not pretty at all. And with that, talk's over. The 4 sword saints lunge at Milius, but his body just flashes. He leaves nothing but an afterimage. The saints are stunned. What? An illusion? Even the cocky Wind Sword Saint looks a little surprised. This guy's way too fast. The Water Sword Saint spots a flicker of movement from Milius and screams out a warning. And there he is. Muss is blasting forward with cold eyes, arm raised, and his target is none other than Duke Offer. Seeing the danger coming, the stone around the Duke's neck suddenly glows, unleashing a light strong enough to block Muss's attack cold. He's completely shocked by the defensive magic, and then the stone blasts him with a counterattack. Mias gets sent flying backward, slamming right into the wall. Of course, Duke Offer just laughs his head off. Ha ha, that's the strongest defensive talisman for you. It can even stop a saint-level attack. Must just grinds his teeth in response. That thing can only block one hit. He doesn't even hesitate to threaten Offer about what's coming next. But before he can even finish his threat, his sword arm is suddenly sliced clean off. The Windsword Saint's dirty work. He stands behind Mylius, saying smugly, "Did you really think you'd get a second chance?" And just like that, Mylius gets slashed again. The four Sword Saints take turns just carving Mylius to pieces. In an instant, his body is an absolute wreck. Offer just watches from a corner, totally loving it. Haha, serves you right. The Windsword Saint keeps on taunting. The Knight of Sis is nothing but a joke. But suddenly, his expression just freezes into one of pure shock. Yep, no hands, so Mus uses his swift feet and clamps the sword tightly in his mouth. Offer's smug little smile vanishes instantly. Ah, Gabriel screams, "My lord, danger!" He scrambles to protect Offer, but Mylius is already moving at the speed of light. There was no way for Offer to dodge. A little poetic justice, as his own arm gets sliced clean off by Mylius. The Sword Saints just stand there, completely stunned, because absolutely nobody saw this coming. After finishing that incredible surprise attack, Mus finally collapses, breathing heavily. Foo, foo. The Saints and Gabriel rush over to Offer. My lord, my lord. Malleus watches with regret. He was clearly aiming for the heart. I failed. Damn it. Slowly, his eyes drift shut as he whispers the name Winnie. A memory of him and Wiener playing as kids flashes in his mind. Mus whispers, I'm coming. A few days later, a letter is slammed to the ground in the royal capital. The queen sits on her throne, her face a mask of utter devastation. Elizabeth's eyes are wide, refusing to believe what she's just heard. Mayfi watches her, worried, as the other knights react with shock and pain. Elizabeth clutches her head, blaming herself. I was too reckless. I should have guessed Duke Offer had hidden forces. All she can say through her regret is, my own naivety is what got both of them killed. In her mind, she sees the faces of her two most loyal guards, Wennifer and Mylius. Her thoughts begin to spiral. I never should have thought our current forces could take on Duke Offer, and now he has a peak-level saint. At this moment, only one person comes to her mind, Min, the guy who defeated the lake spirit. Does she really have to go ask for his help? Duke Wells beside her speaks with a worried tone. Your Majesty, Offer's army will reach our city any minute now. And to that, Elizabeth just replies, honestly, I have one more option. Right on cue, outside the royal capital, unseen eyes watch the palace from the shadows, observing the entire scene from above. It's a mysterious group of 5 people, all of them completely unidentified. But one look tells you they have an incredibly dark and sinister vibe. Meanwhile, in Duke Offer's camp, he's just lying in bed, groaning in pain. Overcome with rage. Offer just screams. Damn it! His secretary quickly tries to calm him. My lord! Offer sits up, fuming. I can't believe Elizabeth sent 2 of her knights as assassins. She's really trying to kill me. That woman, and I thought she still had some use. His voice drops to a menacing growl. Now, all I want is to tear her to pieces. And you can tell he means it. Offer immediately orders his secretary, Gabriel, to contact the Black Wolf mercenaries hiding in the royal capital. I want to see that woman's head. He just bows his head. As you command. Back in the capital, Duke Wells is still asking Elizabeth, you mean to ask the great swordsman Elgin for help? She looks worried herself, but says, at this point, it is our only choice. Suddenly, a tiny light flashes just outside the glass window. Mei Fai, with her razor-sharp instincts, notices it immediately. She whips her head around just as a sharp arrow shatters the window and flies inside. It's not just 1, 3, or 4 more follow in a sudden volley. Duke Wells was caught off guard and could only shout for his highness. Elizabeth flinched, instinctively turning her head. The swift Mayfield had already grabbed Elizabeth Danger. As she rushed the queen away, Catherine stepped up to fight. A barrage of stubborn arrows kept trying to smash through her defensive barrier. Catherine shouted a warning to everyone. My defensive magic is about to collapse. Morrison, of course, couldn't just stand by and watch his comrade fight. He dashed forward, shielding Catherine. With their combined power, the strange light and the arrows vanished. After a moment, the 2 of them breathed heavily, exhausted. Mayfield observed the situation and made a silent calculation. It took both Morrison and Catherine to stop that attack. The assassin was a saint rank. Duke Wells rushed over. Your Majesty, are you all right? I'm fine. Then he glared, fuming. Damn it! Have the Duke's claws already infiltrated the royal capital? Why didn't the guards react? Mayfield took charge, assigning tasks. You all protect Her Majesty. I'll go check outside. In the palace grounds, almost all the guards were dead, strewn across the ground. That shadowy group from before was slowly advancing deeper, sneering as they walked. The royal guard is this weak? Truly disappointing. The masked Wren suddenly asked, why is there no movement? Could the previous attack have wiped them all out? Ho cackled and replied, Haha, I think we scared them all off. Knights, what a joke, they have no guts. Hansu, who appeared to be their leader, suddenly let out a small laugh. Ah, speak of the devil, one has arrived. Mayfield didn't waste time on words. She charged straight towards them with her sword held high. She rushed in and slashed powerfully at the tallest one in the group. Luckily for him, a shield blocked the blow. The man threw away the broken shield, grabbed a giant axe, and roared. Humph, to be able to slash my Aegis shield, you truly have power. Mayfield finally demanded, Who are you people? How dare you attack the royal palace? Hansa calmly answered, I didn't expect to meet the first knight, Mayfield, so soon. You'll make a fine addition to the reputation of our Black Wolf mercenary group. Mayfield then realized, You're the Black Wolf mercenaries. The old man nodded. You guessed correctly. Although only 3 knights remain, we have never underestimated you. Our mission is only to draw out the main forces in the city. It won't be long before our allies bring us the Queen's head. Mayfield finally realized she had walked into a trap, only able to think, It's over. Just then, the Black Wolf group unleashed monstrous arms that grabbed her legs. Ham and Jen rushed forward with crushing pressure. The leader said softly, As long as we hold you here, our mission is complete. Mayfield struggled to break free from the encirclement, her heart pounding with unease. At the same time, Duke Wells and the 2 guards, Catherine and Morrison, escorted Elizabeth to a safe place. After a long run, Catherine announced, Your Majesty, we are almost to the safe zone. Morrison felt uneasy, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. And he was right. One of those vicious monsters from before was now smashing through the glass and flying towards them. Morrison had already sensed it, so he proactively intercepted the arrow. Holding it in his hand, Morrison angrily crushed it. He quickly analyzed the situation. This attack is different, and they're very close. Everyone be careful. Duke Wells also began to look around. There are other assassins. Could the previous attack have been a diversion to split our forces? But from a distance, a member of the Black Wolves was aiming her bow straight at the Queen. It was the only woman in the group. She was grinning with absolute delight. Humph, I see you. Meanwhile, the battle between Mayfi and the remaining goons was still raging. A huge explosion went off, and Mayfi struggled to get away from these guys. The warrior just let out a disgusting laugh. Haha, we're not letting you go home. Mayfi kept her cool, swung her sword decisively, and then channeled her magic into it before smashing it into the ground. The 2 goons charging at her got a face full of fiery lightning for their trouble. They were literally smoking. But in an instant, they healed right up, back to their normal, annoying selves. Mayfi gritted her teeth in frustration. Ugh, healing magic again? Why won't these guys just die? Hans spoke up. The 3 of us are a warrior, a mage, and a sorcerer. We have no weaknesses. You're simply not our opponent. Suddenly, the old man felt something that made him freeze, his mouth hanging wide open. He looked up and yelled, What's going on? The presence of the rock disappeared. Mayfi just stared, having no idea what this geezer was talking about. Up on the roof where their archer was posted, thick black smoke suddenly appeared. She turned with a smirk and said, Ronadum, I'll hold these 2 knights, you go. She even ordered this Ronadum person to go and kill the queen, but she had no idea Ronadum was already defeated by that mysterious, hairy warrior. A few seconds later, another explosion rocked the archer's position. A brilliant golden light flashed suddenly. This made the once confident Hanso extremely uneasy. Even Doran's aura had met its match with the number 1 knight. Below him, Han looked up and absolutely screamed his head off. Hey, what are you frozen for? Use your magic to back me up. But yeah, just like his buddies, this guy was a statue. That yellow light flashed again, followed by a huge explosion. This time, it went off right in Hansu's face, knocking the old man straight out of his chair. Ah, even Mayfield couldn't hide her panic as she screamed, What in the world? Han the loudmouth just got a spear straight through the chest. As the smoke cleared, our hidden hero was finally revealed, standing tall, his voice low and commanding. You're struggling this much with just 3 saint-level opponents? Hans stared blankly, while Mayfield and LM recognized that voice. It was Sir Set of the Knights. The second knight, Set, had arrived just in time. Sorry I'm late, Mayfield. The moment Mayfield saw him, a smile automatically appeared on her face. She asked, So what's the plan for these 2? The last 2 guys from the Black Wolves whispered in terror. Isn't the number 2 knight supposed to be missing? Our intel was trash. Let's run. And just like that, Set and Mayfield were right in front of them. The pressure they were giving off was insane, especially with Set's next words. You really think you can run from me? The 2 were instantly locked down by their aura, unable to move a single inch. A little while later, in the royal council chamber, Mayfield was bowing her head, reporting to Queen Elizabeth. Your Majesty, the attack was from 5 members of the Black Wolf mercenaries. They've all been eliminated. Catherine and Morrison are confirming everything now. You can rest easy now, the Queen nodded. You've worked hard, Windsor. Faced with the Queen's praise, she humbly said, It's all thanks to Set arriving in time. Set bowed respectfully. It has been a long time, Your Majesty. Mayfield has already filled me in on everything. I am truly sorry I couldn't be here to protect you sooner. Elizabeth didn't blame him one bit. In fact, she was thrilled. Set, the Empire is in crisis. Your return is the greatest help we could ever ask for. Set placed a hand on his chest and declared boldly, Your Majesty, please rest assured, now that I have returned, protecting you and the Empire is my sacred duty. But he also analyzed, the Offer family's power is just too strong. They even have a mysterious saint-level fighter on their side. Just the four of us knights will have a hard time stopping them. Do you have a counter-strategy yet? Elizabeth looked grim. The power gap is too big for most plans, so I intend to invite someone to help us. Set seemed to catch her drift. Your Majesty, are you planning to ask old Chairman Gregory for help? Mayfield had the same idea. Are you going to invite? The Queen just sighed and told them, You'll find out when that person arrives. Meanwhile, in the town of Ram, Merlin was passed out on a table inside a tavern. Hobbs sat beside him asking, What's gotten into you lately? Merlin quickly shut him down. Don't even bring it up. It wasn't easy getting out of the house. That idiot Alice has been on the warpath again. Hobbs decided to change the subject. Did you hear the news? They're saying the Empire is about to be turned upside down. Duke Offer has already reached the capital. Merlin just scoffed at the news. Ha, who cares who the Emperor is? It's not like it affects the Adventurers Guild, right? Hobbs didn't quite agree. Maybe, but I heard the previous queen was a fake. They only recently found the real one. Just when everything was getting back on track, the kingdom is about to fall. It's a shame, but not really our problem to worry about. He continued explaining, even as Merlin was about to fall asleep beside him. The royal family is done for. All that's left is to announce the new kingdom. Right at that moment, someone called out, Ah, Mr. Merlin. A smiling man held up a letter. This is for you. Just arrived from the royal capital. Hobbs got curious. You know someone in the capital? Merlin just grunted in agreement. Yeah. Merlin quickly grabbed the letter. Walking home, he mumbled to himself. A letter from the royals? Bet it's that princess nagging me again. What a complete waste of my time. He opened the door and yelled, I'm home. Alice, who was in the middle of cooking, immediately turned on him with a smirk. Well, the cold-blooded, perverted demon is back. Hearing Alice's delightful tone, Merlin could only force a laugh. Ha ha, are you still mad? Alice shot back with pure sarcasm. I'm just your humble, defeated underling. How could I possibly be mad at you? At this point, she glared daggers at Merlin. But I am the owner of this house, and in here I'm the boss. Alice then used a broom to sweep Merlin right out the door like a piece of garbage, adding, I'm cleaning. Don't you dare bring your filth inside. With nowhere to go, he lay down on the roof and finally opened the letter. The contents of the letter were personally written by Queen Elizabeth herself. To the respected Mr. Merlin, it hasn't been long since we last met, but I'd like to propose another deal with you. I hope you can come to the royal capital to discuss it, Merlin snorted as he read. An invitation from the Queen herself. She definitely wants me to help her deal with the rebellion. What a pain. But just as he read the very last line, if you agree, I am willing to offer 3 million gold coins as payment. Suddenly, Merlin felt a jolt of energy surge through his entire body. Sitting still was no longer an option. He jumped to his feet and declared to himself, time to get going. But before leaving, Merlin snuck back into the house. Alice was fast asleep, even mumbling something in her dreams. Phew, just give me a few more days, please. Mo cracks a little smile, looking at Alice's peaceful, sleeping face. He leans in close and whispers, look after the house for a few days, all right? I'll be back before you know it. Half asleep, Alice instinctively answers back, But the moment she sees him leap straight out the window, Alice jolts awake and calls out for Min. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Elizabeth is too anxious to rest, so she just stands by the window, stewing. She looks up at the sky, talking to herself. In a few days, Offer's rebel army will reach the final defensive line, and they're pinning all their hopes on an outsider. Queen Min Lam, what a total failure. Drowning in disappointment, Elizabeth heavily turns back towards her bed. A normal adventurer, no matter how strong, wouldn't just jump into a losing battle for the sake of some other country. Suddenly, the dead silence is broken by the soft creak of the glass door opening. The noise makes Elizabeth jump. Who's there? She yells. Mo rushes over, putting a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Then he respectfully places a hand on his chest and offers a greeting. Long time no see, Your Majesty. I received your invitation. How can I be of service? Elizabeth is totally flustered by this sudden appearance. She covers her mouth, muttering, Mo, Lin. Over at Offer's base, shouting echoes through the halls. Useless! All of you are useless! Grand Duke Offer slams his hand on the table, continuing his rant. The Black Wolf mercenaries? What a complete joke. He wasted so many resources on them, and all they did was brag about how strong their team was. Supposedly on par with Knight Cesis, but in the end, They were completely worthless. Gabriel, standing beside him, quickly tries to calm the guy down. My lord, calm down. The Black Wolf mercenaries weren't entirely useless. At least they acted as our vanguard to scout out the queen. Although the second knight, Seth, has returned in a 4-on-4 situation, our elemental sword saint can definitely take down Knight Cesis. But Offer is done being patient, his rage flaring up. I'm not waiting anymore. Relay my orders, full-scale attack. His hand clenches into a tight fist. I'll slaughter them until not a single scrap of armor remains. A chilling wind blows through the dark night. The rebel army, led by Offer, has begun its silent advance. In the royal capital, the guards are on their nightly patrol duty, as usual. They quickly spot Offer's aggressive move and immediately report the situation. Your Majesty, Offer's rebel army has arrived below the city walls. Grand Duke Wells is extremely worried. They're assembling their troops, looking like they're about to siege the city. We don't have much time. He even made sure to stress to Elizabeth that if she didn't make a decision now, they might not even get a chance to escape. She nods. I will personally lead the charge into battle. Your Majesty. Let me go, Seth says. After traveling for years, I'm not the same man I was. Let me see this mysterious saint-level expert the rebels have. Catherine hears this and shoots Seth an annoyed look. This makes Morrison turn and ask, what's wrong? She whispers in his ear, don't you think Seth seems different from a few years ago? He just answers based on what he sees. He seems a bit worn out, probably from training outside all this time. But Catherine's thoughts are running in a much darker direction. She's absolutely terrified, thinking, am I seeing things? She keeps staring at Seth, sensing a sinister aura coming off of him. Elizabeth worriedly tells them, I know the military situation is critical, but we should still wait a little longer. Mai immediately replies, Your Majesty, the person you're waiting for, could it be? Just as Mafield is getting confused, someone walks in with a witty greeting. Whoa, quite a crowd in here, huh? Seeing this person, Mayfield's face immediately contorts in surprise. Ah, it's Mo, decked out in brand new black armor, a pair of glasses, and his trademark smirk. Sorry about that, I kind of overslept. Everyone is instinctively shocked by his sudden appearance. The great swordsman Elgin, Mayfield, is just left standing there, gaping. This armor is. Seth seems much more somber than his teammates upon seeing Mo. He mutters quietly, the great swordsman, Elgin. Mayfield furiously lunges forward. Why is this bastard here? Elizabeth has to quickly stop her. Weir, don't cause a scene. Then she quickly explains Merlin's presence. The Empire is in a time of crisis. The great swordsman Elgin shares my sentiments, so let's forget our past grievances. From now on, he is our trusted ally. Merlin then chimes in. Knight Cesis has 4 members, right? Since I've already agreed, I'll handle the rebel army outside for you guys. So just sit back and relax. Mayfield glares, puffing out her cheeks, not even trying to hide her disgust. Seth also speaks up slowly. I've heard the great swordsman Elgin is powerful, but I've never seen it. So I won't acknowledge this shady character. If you want my help, I refuse. Merlin just fires back at him with pure arrogance. Are you deaf? Who asked for your help? I told you all to just sit back and relax. This cocky attitude immediately sets Seth off. Interesting. Your mouth is even stronger than your skills. He continues. If the great swordsman is so confident, then do you dare to have a match with me? Seeing the situation escalating for no good reason, Elizabeth tries to intervene. Stop, Set. The Grand Swordmaster is our ally, but Set was determined to fight. Sorry, Your Majesty, I know the Empire is in danger. He let out a dark purple aura, looking all menacing. But you want to rely on one man to push back 100,000 troops? As far as I know, no one has ever done that. I need to see if he's really capable of this. Mlin casually held up his fingers to do some math. 100,000 soldiers. Is that supposed to be a lot? Fine, if you're that stubborn, I'll accept your challenge. Let me show you what a real power gap looks like. Not waiting for Min to finish, Set launched his first attack. Set gripped his sword and charged forward. Mlin just stood there calmly, with a little smirk on his face. As the flash of light was about to swallow him whole, Mlin didn't even flinch, and this casual attitude just made Set even more furious. What? Turns out it wasn't that Mlin didn't bother to block, he just casually stopped the sword with a single finger. He scoffed, mocking Set. Is that all you've got? Elizabeth was in total shock. Blocking with a bare hand? Is this the true power of the strongest swordmaster? Mlin lifted the sword with one hand, lifting, Set along with it. You want confidence from me? You picked the wrong guy. You fool. Mlin gently flicked his finger, and Set was immediately thrown through the window and outside. He cursed out in frustration, refusing to accept it. Damn it, what is this monster? Mlin landed gracefully and asked, Learned your lesson yet? Set completely lost his composure. No, I haven't lost yet. He quickly activated his beastly armor state. Merlin was a little surprised. Underneath the thick fur, Set's eyes glowed fiercely, looking like a total berserker. The others watching from above were so shocked their jaws dropped. What is that? Armor? Catherine finally understood. That's it. The presence I felt before was from this armor. Set then dashed forward with lightning speed, bringing a whirlwind with him. He spoke in a deep, booming voice. Grand Swordmaster Elgin, show me your true power. Merlin immediately got serious. If you're involved with demons, then I can't just sit back and do nothing. The sword that Set was holding was instantly stomped on by Merlin, making him look down in surprise. Yep, 1 second of carelessness and Set was sent flying into the sky by Merlin. Set couldn't believe it. How is this possible? I've already fused with the armor. Before he could even finish his thought, Merlin appeared right in front of him. He swung his fist, landing a painful punch that sent Set crashing to the ground. Set cried out in pain. Oof. Looking at Merlin, he was suddenly terrified. What is this power? The more Set thought, the more horrified he became. Is this really a level a human being can actually reach? But Merlin didn't seem like he was done with Set just yet. He did something else that made Set's eyes go wide. Set's armor just abandoned him and ran towards Merlin. Merlin wasn't doing this, so even he was watching with a surprised look. The armor left Set's body and transformed into a monster. Set stood frozen in place and yelled out, "My armor!" The monster walked right up to Merlin, then knelt on one knee, bowing its head respectfully as it spoke. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Demon King." Model. Merlin's brain finally catches up, realizing this fancy armor looks a little too familiar. He stares at it, remembering how a living soul fused with it, giving the armor a conscience. He just asks, "Are you the armor I made?" And it replies instantly, "Yep, that's me." Meanwhile, the boss is still screaming his head off. "You piece of junk, come back! I'm your master." The dude is just completely lost. "What did you do? How can you control this armor?" But Merlin doesn't even grace him with an answer, just glaring back at the chump. "Where did you get this armor?" Merlin demanded, his eyes blazing as he interrogated the guy on an island in the Black Sea. And then the armor itself starts talking. "Great monarch, please allow me to serve you as your most loyal slave." Merlin just grits his teeth in disgust. He wanted nothing to do with anything that belonged to that guy. So he does the only logical thing, he kicks the armor to smithereens, screaming, "Get lost!" The remaining pieces on Seth's body instantly vanished. The poor dude just stood there, jaw on the floor, with absolutely no clue what just happened. Merlin marches over and lays into him. "You absolute moron. You really thought you were its master? That was a one-sided relationship, buddy." At that moment, Elizabeth and Mafield arrived. "Great sword hero. Z, are you two all right?" He just smiled and answered, "We're fine." And that was the end of it. Walking past Seth, Merlin dropped a heavy warning. "That armor might give you a quick power-up, but it's also been draining your blood and potential. That's the real reason your body's gotten weaker and you've been unable to break through your limits, no matter how hard you train. I'd advise you to return that armor to its previous owner, unless you want to die a horrible death." He then added, "If you truly want to protect something, don't borrow his power." Just then, a flash of light shot across the sky. Elizabeth gasped in horror. That was the signal for war. But while she was panicking, Merlin couldn't be more relaxed. "Yo, they got here fast." He then turned to reassure Elizabeth. "No need to get tense, I'm here. You paid me, so I'll wipe out the rebel army for you." And with that, he leans down and gives the queen a little wink. "Remember our deal?" She just nods. Yeah. Where Merlin gets this much nerve, nobody knows. He raises a hand and bellows. "That's right, send all your soldiers home. I'm all you need." Mei Fai is absolutely livid, sure. He's asking for a favor, but this attitude is just too much. Elizabeth has to quickly calm her down. "It's okay, Windsor, don't be mad." But suddenly her face turns deadly serious as she recalls those two words, "our deal." She remembers Merlin's words back in the room, and yup, this is exactly what he meant. But helping her handle this many rebels? He cheekily haggled for more, saying 3 million was way too cheap for this gig. "More cash, please." Elizabeth, completely out of options, had to give in. "How much do you want?" Merlin casually replies, "I already told you. Because that idiot Alice lost the Archpriest's mithril armor, we're in some serious debt." Speaking of Alice, she's currently reading the letter Merlin left. His incredibly smug writing makes her grind her teeth. "I'm off to find a sugar mama to take care of me. Watch the house, Teehee, don't miss me." Alice shreds the paper and screams. "Huh? Who in their right mind would miss a pervert like you? Just go die out there and don't ever come back." Alice stomps away, grumbling to herself. "Wait, no, who knows if he's telling the truth or not? He might have actually run for it. I have to get him back." She stops in front of a building, wondering if Hop Bess knows where Merlin went. Alice steps inside and is shocked to find the place absolutely swarming with people. She finds her way through and quickly asks Rukia, "Rukia, what's going on? Why are there so many people?" Her friend just replies, "You don't know? The Empire and the Offer family are about to go to war." Rukia sighs. The offer's 100,000-strong army is right outside the capital, and because of the war, chaos is breaking out everywhere, which means there are also a lot more jobs for adventurers. The offer family is seriously powerful. The empire is probably toast unless a miracle happens. Hearing this, Alice immediately thinks of Prince Missin. Her hand suddenly tightens into a fist. Then, Alice just turns and leaves. Her sudden, intense reaction leaves Jukia stunned, calling out after her. "Alice, where are you going?" Alice turns back and shouts, "To the royal capital!" Meanwhile, at the offer front lines, the Duke stands on a high platform with 4 sword saints. A subordinate reports, "Sir Sword Saint, the capital's defense knights have retreated." Sui bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, don't tell me they got scared and wet their pants. Surrendering now of all times?" Van Lenry finds the whole thing suspicious. Why would they retreat now? A moment later, Silas chimes in. "The Duke ordered Queen Elizabeth's execution after we take the capital. It's too late for them to surrender now." The subordinate speaks up again. "But someone is walking out of the city, heading towards us." Akkas casually asks, "How many?" The soldier hesitates for a long moment before answering. "Well, just one person." The 4 sword saints stare back, utterly baffled. "What?" Sui screams, "What kind of trick is this? Did that queen finally lose her mind?" He barks an order, "Fire and blow him to bits." The subordinate immediately obeys. Instantly, everything is ready for battle. The thunder cannons are prepared. Fire. Deafening explosions rip through the air as hundreds of arrows converge on that one single person. Duke Wells stares in disbelief. The thunder cannons can fire Saint-tier magic, and so many of them? Has the Offer family gone completely insane? Mayfi is also stunned by this terrifying weapon. Are they trying to flatten the entire capital? Merlin calmly looks up and mutters to himself, "Oh, looks like magic cannons. No big deal." And so, he gently pushes his sword from its sheath, then unleashes one decisive slash. With just a single move, Merlin successfully repels all the cannon fire. Elizabeth and Mayfi scream in unison, "What?" The sword saints can't believe their eyes either. It's all gone. Merlin smirks. "A cannon salute to welcome me to the battlefield? How fitting." Silas is confused. "What just happened?" The thunder cannons exploded. Sui roars, "Let me go cut him down. How dare he face us alone?" Van Lenry, ever the calm one, offers his sharp analysis. "Hold on. This mysterious guy doesn't seem like an easy fight." Silas, still shocked by their failure, realizes the shots were detonated prematurely. Their opponent must be an incredibly powerful magic user. Akkas nods in agreement. Even though the Empire lacks the protection of the Lake Fairy, they must have some aces up their sleeves. Just then, a subordinate runs up, breathless. "My lords!" Akaz snaps. "What is it?" The man might be the recently famous great sword sage, Elgin, the one who instantly killed a saint-level master and is hailed as the Empire's hero. Van Lenry still feels uneasy. A legendary powerhouse, huh? In that case, we'd better be careful. So they make a snap decision. Send in the forest beasts to test him out first. Seeing the monsters swarming towards him, Merlin just smirks. "You want to test me? Then figure out a plan?" "Fine, I'll play along." He gives a light push off his heel, launching himself right into the middle of the beasts. One attack. Just one single attack completely annihilates them. After wiping out the front lines, Merlin zips through, quickly taking care of the rest. Elizabeth, watching from above, is still in absolute shock, even though she already knew what he was capable of. My God, that's a legion of magical beasts, and he just charged in all by himself. Morrison stood with his arms crossed, making a serious observation. This kid could do more than just destroy some magic cannons. Dealing with that horde of magic beasts would be a cakewalk. Even he had to admit, the kid's power ran deep. A moment later, Merlin had torn the beast army to shreds. The enemy soldiers were completely terrified. The beast legion was wiped out just like that? Were they seriously supposed to fight this monster? Silas got even more worried. The magical beast army is almost gone, but why do I get the feeling he's still holding back? Akkas was hesitant too. The guy's sword skills were on another level. He was a true master. This had to be the legendary sword hero Elg. Just then, Van Lenry pulled out a pair of binoculars, and his eyes bulged so wide the veins popped. He was watching Merlin having the time of his life, toying with the beasts, when he suddenly let out a horrified gasp. That sword in his hand. It's the weapon of the monarch of pride. Someone else had to ask, not believing their ears. "What did you say? Are your eyes deceiving you?" But Van Lenry was absolutely certain. It's him, the Varnturng Jala. Akkas was floored. How is that even possible? He was completely shaken. The monarch weapon representing pride itself, in the hands of a human? What in the world was going on? Merlin, meanwhile, was still having a blast, casually taking down every monster that came at him. After wiping them all out, he let out a sigh. Man, this isn't even as satisfying as chopping vegetables at home. Merlin then glanced in another direction with a smirk. Yo, you finally made it. The formation of the 4 sword saints appeared right before his eyes. In an instant, All four of them had him surrounded. The fiery one yelled, "Hey, kid, why do you have the Demon King's weapon in your hands?" Merlin just gave a smug little laugh. "Oh, so you recognize it? Interesting. That must mean you've encountered the demon monarchs before," he continued. "As for why it's in my hands, simple. It was always mine." Akkas snarled back, "Lies, that belongs to Lucifer the Second. Where did you steal it from?" Merlin grinned from ear to ear. "Steal it? Ha!" Then he dropped the bombshell. "Lucifer the Second happens to be my mother." The moment he said it, all four of the saints completely lost their cool. Silas stammered, "What? You're the son of the Demon King?" But Van Lenry remained as calm as a frozen lake, slowly drawing his sword. You don't have a single drop of demonic power. Do you think we're idiots?" Merlin casually replied, "Believe it or not." But Akkas was already charging toward him. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. We are the original four-sword saints, legendary heroes of the Empire from 100 years ago. Anyone who stands in our way dies." And just like that, four streams of god-tier energy slammed into Merlin at the same time. The four sword saints were attacking with everything they had. Van Lenry screamed through his teeth, "Die, you little brat." But Merlin just gave him a dismissive sneer. Then, with a simple twist of his sword's hilt, he effortlessly blocked the full-force attack, leaving the guy sputtering in shock. "What?" Merlin offered a one-word critique, "Weak." Then he drove a kick straight into Van Lenry's gut. At the same time, another saint lunged forward, only to be stopped cold by Merlin's sword. He had the exact same stunned look as his friend. He sent that guy flying just as another one closed in. But even Silas's massive blade was no match for Merlin's sword. He gently flicked it upwards, sending the old man tumbling backward. Compared to the others, Akkas actually managed to get his blade right to Merlin's neck. However, Merlin just glanced over and slapped him hard across the face with the back of his hand. It all sounds long, but it happened in a flash. Van Lenry and his buddy were already a mess, while Silas and Akkas were both sent flying, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, a fierce wind ripped through the halls, a mere echo of the battle. Elizabeth gripped the railing, her knuckles white. "What in the world is happening?" Catherine cried out beside her. Just moments ago, Morrison had effortlessly taken down 4 saint-level opponents. Mayfield was sweating buckets, watching this monster toy with fighters who were supposed to be legends. Merlin, however, stood there without a speck of dust on him, scoffing. You 4 old geezers have some spirit, I'll give you that. But it's pathetic." Of course, that set one of them off. "Brat, let us show you our true power." A brilliant flame engulfed his sword, coming down in a massive strike that lit up the entire battlefield. But Merlin just casually sidestepped the attack. At the exact same moment, Silas slammed his fist into the ground with an earth-shattering strike. Akas's sword sliced through the air, a sky-rending slash, while Van Lenry unleashed his ultimate technique, the ocean-splitting wave. The elements collided, centered on Merlin, and erupted into a massive 4-colored tornado of destruction. Mayfield quickly threw up a protective barrier for Elizabeth. "Your Majesty, be careful." The raw power was overwhelming, even from this far away. She stared at the swirling vortex, worried sick. "Mr. Merlin, is he okay?" Meanwhile, the guy was just floating there, watching the old men fly in circles. Akaz glared at him, sword held tight. "To think you'd force us to use our combined ultimate art. You're strong, but no one has ever survived this technique." Merlin, for his part, looked completely unimpressed. "Oh, this little combo move? I remember this one." And then he did something that made Silas literally gasp out loud. A blazing fire followed Merlin's sword as he spun, finally bringing the weapon up level with his eyes. With a few clean cuts gone in the blink of an eye, he simply shattered the entire vortex and the rock surrounding it into a million pieces. Elizabeth looked up, stunned. The vortex was. Mayfield corrected her, her voice shaking. No, space itself was torn apart. As the sky cleared, all 4 sword saints fell, smoking and defeated. That's when Akkas finally recognized it. That technique was... He got his answer, Lucifer's second blade. It just tore our ultimate art to shreds. Merlin then casually brought up some old history. "So, what's the plan this time? Still want to use that teleportation magic to run away?" Silas flinched at the call-out. Van Lenry's eyes went wide. He even knows about that. "You really are the son of Lucifer the Second." That's when they finally noticed the strange blade in his hand. "That royal armament in your possession. Could you be?" A dark aura exploded from him as he made his announcement. "That's right, I am Lucifer the Third." The words hit them like a physical blow, leaving Van Lenry completely and utterly stunned. "That's impossible!" Akkas snarled, gritting his teeth in pure denial. "If you were really the demon monarch, how could you be outside your own territory?" To which Merlin just awkwardly scratched his face. About that." He let out a goofy laugh to try and save face. "Actually, my mom kicked me out, so technically I'm not really the monarch anymore." Ha 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 ha. For once, the four sword saints were in perfect agreement. The great demon king got kicked out. But for some reason, Fan Lenri cracked a sinister smile. If you're the son of Lucifer II, then his face just froze. Because the sight before him was Fan Lenri and the other old geezers all flexing to show off their battle scars. Behold, this is the humiliation your mother gave us, scars that will never fade. Akka's had a special X-shaped one on display. For years, the pain from these wounds has been a living nightmare that constantly haunts us. Veins started popping on another's forehead. The mother's sins fall upon the son. If you are the child of Lucifer II, he pointed a finger straight at Merlin and declared, "We will kill you first, then we'll find your mother and settle the score." Merlin couldn't help but let out a snort of derision. Then he boasted with pure pride, "I don't know what my mom's level is, but she's definitely above the saint tier. With a power gap that obvious, you guys don't actually think you have a chance of beating her, do you?" Van Lenri didn't get angry. He just laughed. "You foolish little boy, we're not the same weaklings we were back then. After venturing into the Sea of Chaos, we met the true lord of this world, the King of Chaos, and realized just how small this world truly is." All while Merlin gave them a look of absolute, undiluted contempt. The King of Chaos? What the hell is that? Which immediately enraged the hothead of the group. "Shut your mouth! You will not disrespect our master." Van Lenri spoke with a grim voice. "It was the King of Chaos who granted us this immense power. Now that we are united, we don't fear even your demon monarch." Merlin heard all this, rubbed his chin, and offered his analysis. "So, let me get this straight. You're just lapdogs for some guy who calls himself a king?" His words seemed to genuinely amuse the old man. "A fool like you could never comprehend the greatness of the King of Chaos. We simply bowed to his magnificent power." And with that, the mood turned dark and heavy. "As for you, son of a demon, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant." Model, dark energy gathers around Oz. Since you're the Demon King's son, we'll give you a little preview of the gift our Chaos King gave us. This incredibly dark and violent aura shook the very ground beneath them. A high-speed vortex suddenly tore through the air, forcing the offer soldiers watching from afar to scramble for their lives. "Ah, the Sword Saint is making his move. Everybody run." The shockwave from that evil energy was so intense it actually cracked the solid castle walls. Even Elizabeth on her high tower couldn't escape the pressure, and poor Morrison was sweating absolute bullets just watching this nightmare unfold. What is this insane presence? Is this really a power that surpasses the saint level? One of her guards frantically yelled for Catherine to cast a defensive spell to protect the queen, and her body erupted with protective energy. But even giving it her all, she was clearly struggling. The force of that magic shockwave was just too much. Just then, Elizabeth clutched her throat in pain, so Mifune projected his own battle aura as a second layer of defense. "Your Majesty, please hold on tight." She gritted her teeth against the wicked power, an oppressive aura that radiated pure despair. Meanwhile, a swirling column of pure darkness appeared near Berlin, threatening to devour everything and making him feel recoil and horror as he realized what it was the legendary Grandmaster level. But unlike everyone else who was, panicking, Merlin was just standing there calmly, enjoying the breeze. How interesting. All four Sword Saints, or rather, all four Grandmasters, stood inside the cyclone, staring him down. Then suddenly, Sku's body began to mutate. A grotesque eye sprouted right on his left pec. A sight so bizarre it finally wiped the smirk right off Merlin's face. Whoa, what even is that thing? So gross. Because right on cue, Fan Lenri sprouts a whole new face on the monster's forehead. "No, this is our grand evolution. Ha ha ha." And Silas, he gets a bonus bald head on his neck. After years of pent-up hatred, today is finally payback time. At last, Sword's stomach finally grew a complete set of teeth. "You should feel honored, child of the demon clan." Fan Lenri excitedly announces this is the first time the four of them have used the power granted by their master. But Akkas, ever the drama king, just straight up swaps his face and unleashes his ultimate blade, leaving Merlin staring up, completely baffled. The weapon's sharp edge tears through the sky, and as it fully emerges, they see it a colossal demon sword, sending Elizabeth's group into an immediate panic. But Merlin's reaction? Just a calm assessment. Doesn't look like much. Akkas bares his sharp fangs and screams out, "Be reduced to nothing!" The blade's tip dives straight for Merlin at the speed of light. All this danger only earns a smirk from our guy. Yup. He places a hand on his royal blade's hilt, his whole body glowing in anticipation. Finally, something that's actually worth getting serious about. He then swings with a cocky smile, his tiny blade clashing directly with the giant sword's tip, unleashing a blindingly intense explosion of light. It completely swallows the demonic blade, and a massive boom creates a dust cloud, hiding everything inside from view. Rows of trees flash by, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves. Alice grips the reins, pushing her horse relentlessly until it stops dead in its tracks. Together, rider and horse witness the explosion that sets the whole sky ablaze. That horrifying shockwave even had a huge impact on Elizabeth's group, completely shattering Catherine's defensive magic. Seeing the situation turn bad, Morrison makes a decisive call. "We're going in." He immediately puts on his armor. He simultaneously channels energy into his fist and punches forward, trying to split the shockwave from Merlin's battle right down the middle. That ferocious energy seemed to want to swallow the entire royal capital. Wherever the light touched, it devoured everything, sending Offer's soldiers running in terror. "Ah, save me!" It obliterated solid rocks and then exploded with enough force to shake the heavens, panicking the capital's citizens. "What's going on? Is this the end of the world?" And then, finally, it began to shrink, transforming completely into a pillar of smoke that reached for the sky. But surprisingly, the tower was so well built it was only partially cracked. The knights were all gasping for breath. That's when Elizabeth cried out in worry. "Merlin!" As the dust clears, it reveals nothing but empty land. The four villains float in midair, staring down intently. Van Lenry is overflowing with excitement. Did he turn to ash? Akkas flashes a triumphant smile. "Son of Lucifer II. Ha ha ha, the old rival is gloating loudly now. Even the demon lord himself would be no match for us." But then a voice rings out. "Is that so?" Causing Silas to freeze. "What?" Sword immediately looks up. Merlin, completely unharmed, draws his sword again. He dashes forward, a blur of slashes zipping past the four old guys before he lands calmly on the ground. Next up, he sheathes the sword. A smirk plays on his lips. "I'll admit, you all are indeed very strong." An arrogant review, considering the four are now falling like rain behind him. But compared to that spear hero, you're still miles behind. Elizabeth covers her mouth, stunned. The Grand Swordmaster. "He's alive. We've won." May is sweating buckets, finding this absolutely impossible to believe. His eyes narrow with tension. Facing an opponent of this caliber, he clenches his fist, wondering to himself, "Grand Swordmaster Elgin, just what level have you actually reached?" Even Morrison's jaw is on the floor. My God, to survive that. Am I dreaming? The officer beside him agrees. We can't even compare. Even if I tried for the rest of my life, I could never reach the level of Grand Swordmaster Elgin. But Merlin, getting all this praise, now feels like something is off. It's weird, looking at the guys sprawled on the ground. These four were definitely strong, so why does he feel so empty, with absolutely no satisfaction from killing them? Suddenly, something stirs on Akas's back, catching his eye. And not just there, something is also on Sword's left chest. A bizarre purple monster emerges, its appearance making even Merlin's face pale in shock. It doesn't stop, leaping high into the air. All four creatures roar and dive toward him, seeking revenge, only to be sliced apart by a single, swift slash from his sword. They barely lasted 30 seconds before getting totally wiped out. He now gets the picture, and smirks with contempt. So this disgusting thing is the great gift from the King of Chaos? Staring at the steaming goo at his feet, Merlin mutters, "What kind of gift is this?" This is obviously a forbidden technique used to turn them into mindless puppets. It seems this matter isn't as simple as he imagined. Elsewhere, a wine glass falls onto a thick carpet. Count Offer is stunned by the bad news. "What? Dead?" Gabriel reports with his head bowed. "Word just arrived from the front line," he continues with a serious expression. "The four elemental sword saints were killed by a mysterious man. That man is most likely the legendary Grand Swordmaster Elgin." The news made the Count tremble with rage. The Great Swordmaster? Wait a minute. Wasn't that guy an enemy of the royal family? Was this whole thing a trap from the start? And just like that, the very cowardly Offer makes a decisive call. "Go, we're leaving. The four sword saints are dead. We can't win this fight. Fall back now." But Gabriel rushes to stop him. "Your Grace, get a grip. How could Elizabeth possibly spare you? And what about avenging young Master UC's death? Failed rebellions never end well. Better to die fighting than live in disgrace." Offer, completely terrified, just glares at him. "What do you know? If the Great Swordmaster could kill the four sword saints, it means they're on the same side. This battle is our loss, period. Besides, maybe if I just hand over my power and beg for forgiveness, I can live on as a commoner." A statement that leaves Gabriel absolutely stunned. Then, with a sudden dark aura, the Duke stands up, all his previous subservience gone. "Forget it. If you old geezers want to surrender, then you have no more use to me. I guess I'll have to handle this myself." Veins pop on the Duke's face. "Gabriel, do you have any idea what you're saying? Even in defeat, I am still your master." The man's eyes narrow with utter contempt. "Master? Huh, you were nothing but a pawn. The one I truly serve is the great King of Chaos." Count Offer just screams back at him in a rage. "The King of Chaos? What is wrong with your brain? Now apologize to me." But the man just grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth as the skin on his body peels away, making the Count's face change instantly. Gabriel's body vanishes completely, leaving behind a giant praying mantis monster who introduces himself. I am one of the 3 commanders serving the King of Chaos, the Black Mantis, Duruman. He raises the sharp blades on his arms. Those who disobey have lost their usefulness. Time to hit the road, Your Grace. Offer runs for his life, not forgetting to yell the most classic line. Mon monster. A splash of blood paints the clear window completely red. The Count's mouth hangs open, unable to believe this is how he dies, but Duruman just complains, "You forced my hand, unforgivable." Meanwhile, the aforementioned great swordmaster, Lord Merlin, is busy stomping on some purple pests he just finished off. He grimaces, feeling an empty void being filled. Yeah, crushing these fleshy bugs makes him feel a whole lot better. So this is my true nature, huh? He glances over at the few survivors of the battle. Offer's army is scattered, no longer a threat to the Empire. Next up, he turns excitedly towards the royal palace. All right, time to find the queen, collect my payment, and then head home. But he's barely taken a few steps before the screams of soldiers echo from behind him. Ah, monster, it's Duruman, sprinting full speed, sending bodies flying. Get out of my way, you ants, he yells, while also looking for someone. Where's the great swordmaster, Elgin? Merlin sees this creature and just freezes. A demon beast? A beastman? What in the world is this grasshopper thing? It looked like Duruman's sharp blades were about to start another huge battle. But nope, he just breezes right past the target he was screaming for, beelining it straight for the royal city, leaving a baffled Merlin in his wake. Standing in a cloud of dust, our hero is dumbfounded. Did I just get ignored? At the same time, Duruman wonders, I don't sense anyone threatening. Could he have already returned to the city? Fine, I'll go meet this guy, and while I'm at it, I'll kill Elizabeth to pave the way for my clan. Just then, Sis's group of knights had just finished resting up. Morrison was walking and singing praises. As expected of the great swordmaster, he stopped a rebellion all by himself, he says, clenching his fist. If only he were one of our knights, fighting alongside a powerhouse like that would be a dream come true, right, Seth? Who could only agree? Mafi overhears and sighs. Even though I don't like the guy, his strength is definitely the real deal. Once this battle is over, Her Majesty will decide his fate. Suddenly, a loud alarm makes them all pay attention. Enemy attack! The knights scramble for their weapons. Monster. A monster is attacking. Duruman's giant foot stomps down as he asks a simple question. Where? The monster explodes with uncontrollable rage. Where is the one who defeated the 4 sword saints? Come out and let me see the trick you used to beat them. Mafi runs over to see what's happening and freezes. What is that thing? Seeing the newcomer, Duruman scoffs with disdain. Just more ants daring to block my path. Now call out your great swordmaster. Hearing that leaves Morrison completely shocked. What? Isn't the great swordmaster outside the city walls? Seth grits his teeth, guessing. Could it be? He abandoned us? Meanwhile, Mafi points her sword at the bold intruder. Who are you to storm the royal city? Which just makes him laugh. The royal city? A powerful aura explodes from his body. From the moment I set foot here, this place became the territory of my people. You pathetic ants have one chance to kneel and obediently offer this land to the King of Chaos. When that name is mentioned again, she's stunned into silence. What? The King of Chaos? Morrison, ignoring everything else, summons his battle aura. Asura demon, 2nd layer, he yells, charging straight forward. I don't care who you are, but I absolutely will not let you wreak havoc in this city. But he's easily caught by one of Duruman's hands and slammed violently into the ground. Model. 1 hit. That's all it took to leave him flattened and completely drained of power. Seeing this, Emfield absolutely panics. Morrison wastes no time summoning his armor, basically thinking, nope, I'm out. She grabs her sword and gives chase, determined to stop the monster. Sach also holds his ground, refusing to let the enemy advance another inch. Rahman's expression sours as he mutters something about worthless insects, then just stands there while the knights swarm him. But it's no use. Not a single blade can even scratch his ridiculously tough hide, causing Mayfield to let out a terrified scream. Rahman casually raises a sharp nail, remarking that this one is a little stronger than the last guy. But only a little. A single, powerful swing sends both Mayfield and C crashing straight into a wall. Ouch. The guy looks up in horror, realizing, this thing is absorbing our fighting energy. Suddenly, Rahman's body shudders, his left shoulder bulging with immense power. Mayfield clutches his arm, sweating bullets. What is that? After growing even larger, the monster leans back to enjoy his little power snack. You knights have some tasty auras. Now bigger than a castle tower, he explains that his Chaos tribe can devour both fighting spirit and magic. In other words, their powers are just his lunch. The more energy he absorbs, the stronger his people become. Well, that's just a terrible design feature for everyone else. The monster makes a decision. He hasn't found the one who killed the 4 sword saints, but hey, who cares? Killing the human queen would be a major step for the kingdom's plans. Mayfield struggles to get up, trying to stop him. Get back here! Meanwhile, in the sunlit royal palace, Elizabeth, Catherine, and Wells stand in a seriously tense atmosphere. Wells tries to be reassuring. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Swordmaster is here. Mayfield and the others are on patrol. It's probably just a minor disturbance. But Elizabeth is fidgety. I hope so, but I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a crack appears in the ceiling. Then, with a massive boom, the entire thing shatters. Wells and Catherine immediately shield the Queen. Who's there? The colossal Ra man steps through, making his grand entrance. Finally found you, Queen of the Humans. Everyone is stunned by his appearance, and Elizabeth lets out a horrified scream. A monster, but he's not in a rush to attack. Before he gets down to business, he has a question he just has to ask. On my way here, I didn't run into a single powerful warrior. How in the world did you defeat the 4 elemental sword saints? Wait, what? Even Wells comes to a grim conclusion. No strong warriors? Could the Swordmaster have broken his promise? But Elizabeth refuses to believe it. Impossible. Rahman just shrugs it off. Whatever. The Sword Saints were just pawns anyway. No point talking. You're all about to die. Catherine makes a split-second decision. I'll hold him off. Get Her Majesty out of here. The knights obey without a moment's hesitation. She grits her teeth and raises her staff. Suddenly, the floor beneath Rahman cracks and splinters apart. She just dumped all her magic on him. Supergravity bind. But the monster just laughs, figuring it out. Oh, a magician, are you? Then he flashes his pointy teeth and says something totally random, leaving Catherine completely baffled. Huh? The next thing she knows, she's been grabbed before she could even react, sweat pouring down her face. What's happening? A stream of blue energy flows from her into Rahman's mouth. My magic power is being. His eyes flash with mockery. A little late to notice, don't you think? Your magic is mine now. Her staff clatters to the floor, powerless. Next thing you know, Elizabeth is screaming her name. Catherine! Even with no strength left, she manages a warning. Your Majesty, run! A magical barrier appears in front of them, thanks to Wells. We have to stop him, no matter what. Protect the Queen! Rahman charges energy in his palm. Pathetic insects. With a deafening roar, every window in the palace shatters. When the dust finally settles, only Queen Elizabeth is left sitting there. She cries out in horror, seeing everyone else on the ground. Everyone! He steps forward with a sneer. You're worried about others right now? Even as a monster, I have my manners. Allow me to introduce myself, he says, clenching his fist. The one who will take your life is one of the 3 great leaders of the Chaos King, the Black Blade, Rahman. Elizabeth is pale, completely frozen in fear. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the open door. Hey, you overgrown grasshopper monster. That gets his attention. Who did you call a grasshopper? A massive punch flies in, nearly knocking the guy's jaw off. Merlin, disguised as the Swordmaster Elgin, has finally arrived. He smirks, unimpressed. Elizabeth sees this and shouts, Ah! Rahman is now embedded face first into the palace wall. She almost blows his cover right there. Swordmaster. He just grins. Almost didn't make it. Rahman pulls himself up, holding his chin. Swordmaster? Are you that Elgin guy? Our hero just scoffs back. I was calling for you outside, but you were too busy to notice me. You're the first one to ignore me. Let's skip the small talk and discuss life, shall we? A locust monster. Hearing this, the guy just couldn't believe it. He hadn't sensed any aura or magic, so he paid him no mind. This guy was supposedly the powerhouse who killed the 4 sword saints. Merlin just scoffed right back at him. Oh, so you're the boss of those 4 insects then. But the way he said it was like calling him completely clueless. Insects? Looks like you don't quite grasp the situation. And with that, he unleashes a terrifying amount of magical power. I am one of the 3 titans of the Chaos King. To me, you people are nothing more than livestock. Then he grabs our hero's head. Offer up your aura and magic as food for me, just like those other knights. But then he freezes, completely baffled. What's going on here? He couldn't absorb a single drop of aura or magic, not because it was hidden, but because there was absolutely none. Merlin let out a mocking sigh, and a flash of golden light from his sword reaped an arm, while the monster was totally oblivious to it. Now he was absolutely furious. You insolent pest, I'll tear you limb from limb for this. But our guy just smirked and sheathed his sword. Only then did the monster slowly realize something was wrong with his body. What? He was suddenly sliced into dozens of uneven pieces, his head even rolling to a stop right at Merlin's feet. With total contempt, he dropped a final line. Are you done screaming? But even detached, the head still had threats left. Kill me, and the Chaos King will not spare you. Its eyes stared him down with certainty. My clan will raze this land to the ground. And avenge me. He barely finished before our hero stomped his head flat, then offered a reply to his little speech. I don't care if it's the idiot king or the clumsy lord. His face was pure confidence. I'll wait. A few days later, the once grand buildings were now in ruins. Elizabeth arrived, cheerfully expressing her gratitude. Great sword hero, thanks to you, this rebellion was finally victorious. He replied with swagger, it was nothing. I just get paid to do a job. She bowed her head respectfully and said softly, on behalf of the royal family, I thank you for your contributions. You are undoubtedly the hero of the empire. Elizabeth then called out, making Mafi Phil look up at Windsor in a daze. She smiled and gave an order. You may leave us. I have private matters to discuss with the great sword hero. Mafi Phil nodded in obedience, stepping out and closing the door. Merlin took off his mask to get straight to business. Your Majesty, since the situation is stable, my mission is complete. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise. She placed a hand on her chest, a gesture of gratitude. Before that, Elizabeth knelt down to declare, please allow me, on behalf of the royal family and all the people, to express my highest respect to you. Thank you for saving the kingdom, Sir Merlin. He awkwardly tried to refuse. Whoa, you really don't have to be so formal. She then made a request. I will fulfill our agreement, but I have one more condition. Merlin's face darkened. Was the queen really trying to bail on her debt? You should know, if I can save the empire, I can also destroy it. Elizabeth handled the threat skillfully. I've witnessed your power, Sir Merlin. This condition isn't difficult. You just need to wear the mask. The kingdom was filled with a somber atmosphere, even after winning the war. The damage from the previous civil war meant the people no longer trusted the royal family. Her face was filled with sadness. But my sister taught me, creating a hero for the people to believe in is truly the best way. He listened quietly. The difference is, her hero was a fake, while you are the real great sword hero. Elgin. Merlin was bewildered, thinking to himself, is this misunderstanding getting even deeper? The great sword hero Elgin? That's fake too. He finally spoke up, and if I refuse? Elizabeth rested her chin on her hand, smiling cheerfully. The amount you're owed. Even a queen can't pay it all at once. If the empire falls due to instability, then there's no way to pay you your fee. Merlin, at a loss for words, just pinched the bridge of his nose. He tilted his head back, gritted his teeth, and put the mask on. Click! The two shook hands, beaming with joy. You're quite cunning, Elizabeth agreed. Then here's to a happy partnership. Great sword hero Elgin, Sir Merlin, Queen Elizabeth, after years of imprisonment, returned to the throne with a mysterious powerhouse, turning the tide of the war. This was the largest rebellion in the empire's history. With the death of Grand Duke Offer, the allied forces disbanded and the rebellion failed. The kingdom finally saw a new ray of hope. After the war, the queen announced a series of favorable policies, along with some huge news. Standing on a balcony, Elizabeth declared that the great sword hero Elgin, savior of the empire, would conduct a nationwide tour. The crowd went absolutely wild. Hooray! Long live the great sword hero! Everyone started chanting his name with excitement. Great sword hero! Great sword hero! Alice tried to push through the crowd, muttering in confusion, what is happening? Didn't the war just end? Why are there so many people? A chorus of starstruck girls exclaimed, we can finally meet the real Grand Swordsman. Just as the empire was on the brink of total collapse, the Grand Swordsman set aside old grudges to save them all. He's just so perfect. The man I like has to be that amazing, right? Alice heard them from afar. She was taken aback, wondering if the powerhouse who defeated the rebellion alone could really be him. A gate began to swing open, and the entire crowd surged forward, screaming like crazy. Woohoo! The king's gate is open, which sent her stumbling backwards. It was a stampede of pure excitement. The Grand Swordsman is coming out, get out of the way. While poor Alice just looked on, utterly confused. And there he was, the legendary Grand Swordsman Elgin himself, stepping out with a huge smile. Hello, everyone. Merlin stood in the middle of it all, enduring the cheers and cringing internally. Yeah, he was still not used to this. And then, he saw Alice. Merlin was a bit surprised. Alice? What's she doing here? Down below, she felt his eyes on her and immediately got flustered. Huh? The Grand Swordsman is looking this way. Every girl in the crowd had hearts in their eyes. Ah, the Grand Swordsman is looking at me. In your dreams, witch, he's looking at me. No, it's me. The guards desperately tried to hold them back. Hey, you can't go any further, but it was no use. Grand Swordsman, I've loved you forever. Please give me an autograph. Move it. I have to see the Grand Swordsman for a second. Our hero looked genuinely terrified as the mob of fans closed in around him. Elizabeth watched from a distance, her hand over her mouth with worry. Oh my, will the Grand Swordsman be all right? Mafoon, standing beside her, just shrugged. I think he'll be fine. Morrison simply crossed his arms and laughed. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Grand Swordsman Elgin, he sure is popular. Sach had absolutely no words for this chaotic spectacle. So, this is what a hero's welcome looks like. Merlin tried to escape the crowd, but the chanting followed him. Grand Swordsman! Grand Swordsman! At that exact moment, he locked eyes with Alice. Both of them were stunned. Without a second thought, Merlin grabbed her hand and ran for it. After escaping the mob, they were both gasping for air. He was still shaken. That was close. If we weren't fast enough, we would have been toast, Alice quickly agreed. Huh? Yeah. Seeing her chance, she shyly began her confession. Grand Swordsman Elgin, I can't believe I'm meeting you here. I've always wanted to thank you. Merlin just stared blankly. Huh? This girl had no idea who he was. A wicked smile crept onto his face as he decided to play along. Ah, Miss Alice, it has been a while. She turned bright red. You know my name? He gave her a very formal introduction. Of course. I happen to know quite a lot about you. For instance, you've been searching for me to thank me about that pirate incident, and you became a silver rank adventurer on your own. He backed her up against a wall as Merlin laid it on thick. You have a crush on me, don't you? His hand gently touched her chin, making her blush furiously. Merlin whispered, Truth is, I've been secretly watching over you for a long time. They leaned in closer and closer. And then slap! Alice hit him so hard it left a mark, his face a perfect picture of utter disbelief. Alice finally spoke. Grand Swordsman, I'm sorry. I really am grateful that you saved me. And yes, it's true I had a crush on you for a long time, she stated loud and clear. But now, I already have someone else that I like. Goodbye. And just like that, Alice ran off, leaving a bewildered Merlin scratching his head. Welp, so much for that plan. The person she likes isn't the Grand Swordsman. He stood there wondering, the question burning in his mind. Then who in the world could it be? Thunder rumbled across the hills as a storm began to brew. As the rain poured down outside, Dudan Len bowed respectfully. Your Highness. The man knelt down to deliver his full report. The prince has been exiled from the demon clan by the council. He is now wandering somewhere in human territory. We've lost contact with his majesty, so the first demon hall is now under the little princess's command. Merlin's mother raised a hand, her face a mask of authority. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. But the old man chimed in, worried. Having the demon prince wandering human lands is incredibly risky. Isn't our plan moving a bit too slowly? Vivin explained calmly. To face the coming catastrophe, I must touch the power of the gods. As for Min, she leaned on her throne. If he can reclaim his own crown, it means the other monarchs have finally acknowledged his strength. Black wings slowly unfurled as she rose into the air. And I'll say it proudly, I believe my son is the best there is. 1 month later, the Grand Swordmaster's nationwide tour, which shook the whole country, finally ended. The streets were absolutely buzzing with excitement. The Queen officially declared that the great Swordmaster Elgin would be awarded the Imperial Knight's Medal. Elizabeth announced from the castle walls that he would soon return to the people and continue protecting the Empire. Thanks to this tour, the people's faith in the Empire had skyrocketed. And the mysterious great Swordmaster Elgin, thanks to some killer PR, became a legendary hero while his lone mask lay on the ground. Forest town, sunset, autumn leaves drifted on the wind. Merlin stood outside, muttering to himself. He thought it would be a quick job, but nope, it dragged on for over a month. He could already picture the scolding he was about to get. Leaving with just a letter for this long? That dummy Alice was probably going to explode. Inside, Alice sat at a table loaded with food that had gone cold, her face the very picture of gloom. She waited in misery. Not coming home today either? Then her sadness turned to anger. Ugh, why am I even worried about that guy? He's obviously a heartless jerk for leaving me alone this long. He'd better just stay away for good. Just then, the door creaked open. He burst in, thinking his brilliant plan was to be so loud she'd forget to be mad. Merlin bellowed, Hello, my lady. This handsome gentleman has returned. Alice whipped around, completely stunned. He struck a pose with a cheesy grin. It's been a while. Did you miss me terribly? Oh, I bet you did. She just stared at the floor, silent. Sweat started dripping down Merlin's face. Okay, is she about to lose it? How old are you? Acting all cute and childish like that. Grow up. Now go wash your hands. Dinner's ready. He just stared, completely dumbfounded. Huh? Merlin was a little suspicious. This wasn't what he'd imagined at all. How strange. Meanwhile, in Alice's head, it was a party. That idiot's finally back. I guess he has some conscience after all. They ate in total silence, and he could feel the awkwardness suffocating him. Gotta find a topic, quick. So Merlin asked, Aren't you curious where I went? She shot back instantly. I have no desire to know where you went. Alice seemed pretty annoyed, to say the least. I'm not interested in your life. The Empire is on the brink of collapse, and you have time to go chase skirts? I'm truly impressed. Merlin's brow furrowed in confusion. Huh? Chasing skirts? What are you talking about? She slammed her hands on the table, yelling, Don't play dumb. You wrote in your letter you were going to find a rich lady. You were definitely up to something shady. He just blinked. Find a rich lady? Suddenly, a grin spread across Merlin's face. He leaned on his chin, mocking her. You're supposed to be a hero, and your mind is filled with this nonsense? Alice shot up, pointing a finger. Huh? Well, isn't it your fault for being so shady all the time? You're a bad influence. He quickly tried to calm her down. All right, I'll stop teasing. I really did go find a rich lady. But it was just a fair business deal, he explained. I helped a certain rich lady keep her throne and fight off a rebellion. In exchange, she pays off our debt. From now on, we're free. Do you get it? Alice was completely stunned. Could the rich lady he mentioned be the queen? She brought over a drink. But didn't the great swordmaster handle the rebellion? Merlin puffed out his chest, oozing arrogance. Without me, you think that pretty boy Elgin could have defeated a million-man army? She still looked doubtful. Meanwhile, he was thinking, yeah, probably best not to tell this dummy I was pretending to be the great swordmaster. Alice's face lit up. So you went to the capital entirely to pay off the debt. So the church's debt is paid off? Does that mean we're finally free now? He let out a weary sigh. I wish it were that simple, but things are a little more complicated than that. She looked confused. Why? Flashback to a few days ago at the royal palace, a place so lavish it screamed power. Elizabeth looked surprised. Huh? A reward? Merlin tried to keep his cool. I've completed the task you requested. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, Your Majesty the Queen. She calmly analyzed the situation. Indeed, I should fulfill my promise. However, as you can see, my current circumstances are difficult. The Empire just endured a massive war. We have so much to rebuild, and that requires a lot of money. So it's not that I'm breaking our agreement. I just hope you can understand a slight delay. He slammed his fist on the table. Merlin leaned in, his voice sharp. This is completely different from what we agreed on. I helped you out big time. I expect to get the payment I'm owed. Elizabeth then makes a very serious promise. Since I agreed to help you with your debt, I will not break my word. It's just a different method now. My royal family will be handling your debt, but your debt is enormous, so it has to be paid in installments. Luckily, my family and the church are tight, so I can smooth things over. It should ease the pressure. Merlin thinks this is hilarious. Installments? Somehow I doubt it's that simple, Your Majesty. The Queen holds up 3 fingers and swears. 30 years. In 30 years, the royal family will fulfill its promise and pay your debt. He smirks. A brilliant calculation, Your Majesty. Merlin crosses his arms, calling her out. So that means I have to secretly protect this kingdom for 30 years? Because if it gets destroyed, you can't pay, right? She gets all flustered and stammers. I know it's an unreasonable request, but… Elizabeth continues, trying to explain herself. I'm not trying to interfere with your freedom. I just hope that when the nation is in danger, you'll help us. In return, the Empire will pay your debt. How about it? Alice is absolutely furious. You actually agreed to that? Merlin is totally relaxed. Look, we could have just demanded cash, but she also had us in a tough spot. He looks over at her and concludes. And when it comes down to it, this is all your fault. Alice is just completely stunned. The royal palace is now peaceful, a total flip from the earlier chaos. Merlin sighs helplessly. The handkerchief, right? Elizabeth casually reminds him. That handkerchief I lent you. Can I have it back now? Merlin's face darkens as she continues. It was a gift from my ex-husband, you see. It's very important to me. But Merlin, ever the quick thinker, finds his opening. If it's that important, then maybe I'll hold on to it as collateral? When the royals pay my debt, I'll return it. She can't believe what she's hearing. He gives a wicked smile. Pay it all at once, or use the handkerchief as collateral? Your choice, Your Majesty. Elizabeth looks miserable, her eyes welling up with tears. With a sob, she reluctantly stammers out her decision. Fine, a deal. Merlin just stands there smirking, thinking he totally fooled her. Back in the present, he continues his lecture. And that's the story. It's all your fault. You could have paid the debt in one go, but you disappeared. Alice screams back. So because of a handkerchief, we're in debt? Merlin just smirks with total confidence. But it's not a big deal. He throws his head back and laughs. The debt will be paid by the royal family, and we still have that 700,000 reward from the princess. We can chill for a while. Suddenly, Alice's face goes pale. She turns away, forcing a laugh. Ha. Feeling that something's wrong, he sits up. Merlin gets right up in her face. Hey, Alice, don't tell me you. She quickly explains. Well, 2 days after you left, the creditors came for that 700,000. I used it to pay off the debt. And with those words, his smile is completely wiped from his face, replaced by a dark scowl. He can just see all those coins with wings flying away. He collapses to the ground in total despair. So much for the income from that empire riot. On the southern continent's Yulin Island, the sky is dark and gloomy, radiating a seriously dangerous aura. A giant eagle with meat scraps in its beak stands tall on a dinosaur's head. This is the Kanglin Udian Dark Guild, its lights slicing through the night. From the shadows, a voice rings out. What's the situation? Idun, a holy rank mage, reports. Akuma Lizan has been destroyed. Of the 4 great dark guilds, only our 3 houses remain. He continues his report. Phoenix and the Deep Cold Abyss have already started restocking their forces and weapons. If this goes on, our guild will be at a disadvantage. We must get stronger. Lori, a holy rank fighter, adds, "Don't worry about Deep Cold Abyss, we're allies." The holy rank archer, Oz1, just scoffs. Allies? Forget it. Deep Cold Abyss can't be trusted. If Phoenix wasn't so powerful, they would have turned on us a long time ago. Yuna also chimes in with her 2 cents. Those idiots from Deep Cold Abyss wouldn't dare defy us. Vina cheerfully suggests. So, my sister and I should just go take their guild leader's head? The man between them lets out a mocking huff, but Hai remains completely calm. I know what you're worried about, but there's no need to be so tense. I already have a plan to strengthen the guild. Yuna's startled. A plan? You don't mean that rumor, do you? Their leader just gives an interested smile. Ha ha, Yun, it's not a rumor. The legendary top-tier vampire. He clenches his fists, his mind made up. The ruins of the immortal Count Dracula. We just need to get the priceless legendary treasures inside, and we will become the most powerful dark guild. Meanwhile, the Ram Guild is bustling as usual. Hop frowns, looking helpless. I'm telling you, he glares over at a bored-looking Merlin. You invite me for a drink, and then you refuse to pay. You're going to drink me dry, Merlin, he whined, dramatically explaining. What was I supposed to do? That airhead, Alice, gave away all our winnings to pay off some debt. Now I'm flat broke. Hobbs just eyed him suspiciously. Debt? Don't tell me you stole Alice's money for the horse races again. Merlin looked offended. Do I really look like that kind of guy to you? He shot back a deadpan, yes. Merlin then had a thought. Wait, with the capital destroyed, is the royal racetrack even still open? Hobbs jumped in. You clearly don't know the deal. The royal family only owns that racetrack on paper. He went on, explaining that in reality, the Rose Chai family are the ones pulling all the strings. They're the biggest merchant guild in the world. Even if the emperor changes, their power doesn't waver. Now that the rebellion's over, it's back to business. Merlin stroked his chin. Rose Chai. Sounds familiar. I think I'm one of their diamond VIPs. Hearing this, Hobbs did a literal spit take with his drink. He turned to Merlin, sputtering. Diamond? Do you know how much money that takes? Even the queen isn't their VIP. A low-rank iron adventurer is a diamond member? Hobbs just laughed, picturing mountains of gold. A gold-tier membership costs over 10 million gold coins, let alone diamond. If you were that rich, why are you an adventurer? He poked Merlin's head. I've noticed you're quite the daydreamer. Merlin just thought, millions? Is that a lot? That set of armor he sold for Alice went for a few million, after all. Just then, they spotted a familiar figure. Hobbs pointed. Hey, it's Alice. She was staring at the quest board, muttering to herself. Ugh, all these tiny jobs. No S-rank quests at all. She was genuinely worried about their future. At this rate, they wouldn't even make rent, let alone feed that Merlin guy. Merlin snuck up behind her. How's it looking? She whispered back. No suitable quests at all. And then the waterworks started. She turned around, whining about how rent was due, plus all the other random fees. Looks like we're about to be eating dirt, Merlin scowled, absolutely furious. And whose fault is it that we're in this mess? Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Long time no see, everyone. Anon strolled through the door. That's right, your boy is back. And just like that, the whole room started buzzing. Oh, it's the Lord's son. Hey, Anon, heard you followed your dad to fight the rebels. Take some serious guts, kid. And you managed not to die on the battlefield. Lucky you. He then marches right up to Alice with a bouquet of flowers. Miss Alice, I finally returned to see you. Do you have any idea how hard it was? She forced a stiff smile. Ah, congratulations on making it back alive. Anon then launched into the cheesiest confession imaginable. If I had died, I never would have seen the beautiful Miss Alice ever again. You were like a flame in my darkest, most desperate night, giving me the courage to live, he dramatically declared. Alice just grabbed Merlin's arm. Merlin, let's go. The mosquitoes here are getting seriously annoying. But Anon scrambled to block their path. Miss Alice, please wait. I still have something to say. She looked completely over it. I've heard your nonsense all day. I've practically got it memorized by now. He cleared his throat, suddenly adopting a serious tone. What I want to discuss is a proper matter. Anon placed a hand on his chest, announcing, On behalf of my father, by order of the head of House Austin, I have a commission for you. Alice looked genuinely surprised by this. A commission? Meanwhile, over at the Austin estate, Anon was confidently leading the way. Miss Alice, right this way, please. They observed that the entire path was decorated with ridiculously expensive items, including some priceless works of art just casually lying around. Merlin muttered under his breath, I gotta say, kid, you're loaded. Hearing this, Anon just arrogantly flipped his hair. But of course, My ancestors have been the lords of Ram for generations. This is all pretty standard stuff. Alice was completely speechless at his flexing. Yep, the tradition of being an absolute tool is passed down, all right. Meanwhile, Merlin was just impressed. What a powerful ancestral hairstyle. Alice finally got serious. Anon, what exactly is the mission your father commissioned us for? He just shrugged helplessly and said, I actually have no idea. My father just told me to invite you two over to negotiate. But then his eyes landed on Merlin and he started shouting. Besides, I was sent to find the mithril rank adventurer, Miss Alice. So why did you tag along? Merlin just calmly replied, couldn't be helped. According to guild regulations, married couples must accept missions together for them to count. We are, after all, husband and wife. Anon fell into deep thought at that. Miss Alice, I've had this question for a long time. Anon eyed them suspiciously. Are you and Merlin really married? He then began his analysis. You two have always claimed to be married. But honestly, you don't act like it at all. I don't sense any romantic vibes between you two. It's almost like you're being forced to be together. How'd you even meet and fall in love? Did you have a wedding? Merlin was starting to get a major headache. Is there something wrong with your head? Our marriage has nothing to do with you. But the guy just wouldn't quit. And another thing, neither of you wear wedding rings, so you're not actually married, are you? Pushed into a corner, Alice started to look a little guilty. She stammered. We may not have had a ceremony, but we really are married. It's just, we're adventurers, so it's not convenient to wear them, right? Merlin, a master of improv, immediately grabbed her hand in agreement. That's right, exactly. Rings and things just get in the way, if you want proof. He gazed at Alice with a look of profound love. She froze, solid. Alice's face turned beet red under his intense stare. Wait, this is so sudden. No, it's just an act. But then again, if it's Merlin, maybe it's not so bad. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer, Anon started to panic a little. He only wanted to call their bluff, not get a front row seat to this display. He rushed to stop them. Okay, that's enough. Poor single Anon's eyes were burning with jealousy. I believe you're married, all right? Is that good enough? Alice just stared at him, grinding her teeth. Was all that really necessary? While everyone was distracted, a dark figure was slowly crawling across the ceiling, inching closer. And then, it suddenly leaped down. Lord Merlin! He whipped around, on high alert, as a tragic scream echoed. Merlin calmly slammed the attacker, Janna, to the floor. Seriously, is anyone in this family normal? But Janna, even with her face planted on the ground, sighed with pure bliss. Ah, punishment from Merlin Sama. Merlin Sama truly does love me. Anon quickly tried to intervene. Janna, stop messing around. They're our father's guests today. Hearing this only made her more excited. Wonderful! I get to be with Merlin Sama. Is this a gift from the gods? She tried to pounce on Merlin, but was met with his ice-cold rejection. This must be fate. Merlin Sama came to my house. He finally sees my good points and wants to dump that Alice girl for me. His coldness only seemed to fuel her excitement. Let's make the fruit of our love. I'll have as many children as you want. At that, Merlin froze on the spot. Seeing how completely unhinged she was, Alice tried to reason with him. Merlin, just ignore her. Let's focus on the mission. When he didn't respond, she called out again, confused. Merlin? But he seemed to be pondering something profound. He was even muttering to himself, children? Alice was instantly stunned into silence. Huh? A little while later, they finally met the person they were there to see. Anon politely introduced his father. This is the mithril rank adventurer, Miss Alice, that I told you about. And this is her husband. Lord Ram of House Merlin rolls out the welcome mat. What an absolute honor. Turns out, Ano wasn't kidding, this Alice girl is a holy silver-ranked adventurer. He says having a talent like her is a massive stroke of luck for the town of Restum. Then he turns to his kids. Now for the private discussion. You two can leave us. Jan looks less than thrilled. What? She whines to her dad. I can't stay? But her brother Ano quickly steps in. We get it, Dad. Jan and I will take off. And with that, he drags his struggling sister away. No way, I want to stay with Merlin. With the distractions gone, mine is curious what kind of job requires this much secrecy, even from the man's own kids. So, the Count lets out a heavy sigh, like he's about to spill some serious tea. Then he pulls a book, and the whole shelf slides aside, revealing a hidden tunnel. He lowers his voice. If you would please follow me. Alice is understandably confused. My lord, where are we going? When they reach a silver door, the lord gives them a heads up. I'm about to take you to the central hub of my family's estate. What you're about to see and hear must remain a secret. He opens the door, and inside is an arsenal of deadly weapons, plus a dried-up corpse nailed to a cross. You know, just casual, nightmare-inducing stuff. Alice screams in absolute terror. Merlin, on the other hand, just casually looks around and calls it interesting. He steps right up to get a closer look at the mummy. Seeing it up close, even he's a little surprised. Alice looks worried. Lord Count, does this thing Have to do with the commission. He confirms it with a soft tone. Yes, I can't hide the truth. Our family has ruled Restam for generations, protecting this land. But we have another identity. After a dramatic pause, he finally spits it out. We are the Austen family vampire hunters operating in the shadows of the continent. For centuries, they fought vampires to protect the empire, which is how they earned their title and land from the emperor. He starts rambling about their glory days. This painting is my ancestor, a legendary vampire hunter. The Lord shows them a portrait of his legendary forefather. Apparently, the guy went head-to-head with the vampire of all vampires. He gets dead serious, finally revealing the mission. He wants Alice to hunt down a legendary vampire. The target? Grand Duke Dracula Teeps III. Alice is completely floored. Hunt a vampire? She can't help but glance at the corpse. I've never seen a vampire before. Alice can't help but shudder. I can't believe they're real. I thought they were just stories, like demons. Merlin scoffs at that. Compared to a demon? Please. Vampires are low-class creatures. Don't insult us by putting them in the same category. The Lord reminds them that vampires have a very strict bloodline hierarchy. They reproduce very slowly, but they can create thralls. The more thralls they make, the weaker they get, which is why most people have never seen one. Alice is still trying to process this. Lord Ram, a vampire hunter? The whole thing is wild, but the Lord just waves his hand dismissively. No, not anymore, I'm afraid. By my father's generation, the art of vampire hunting had already been lost to us. He recalls the past. My ancestor hunted the great Dracula for years, finally cornering the legendary high-blooded vampire. But the enemy was too strong. In the end, he chose to sacrifice himself to destroy the threat for good. His voice cracks with emotion. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Dracula didn't die. Instead, my ancestor just managed to royally piss him off. As a result, the entire family bloodline was hit with his curse. Merlin perks up. A curse, you say? Lord Ram pulls down his shirt, revealing 2 deep scars that look exactly like vampire bites. Every member of my family is born with this mark. The curse deepens with age, and before their 50th birthday, they just die. Overnight, their blood is drained completely. No symptoms, just a dry corpse left hanging in the air. He bowed his head in shame. My ancestors and even Jan suffered this same fate. Alice was horrified. How is that possible? The Lord pleaded with them. I heard of your incredible skills from the great Duke Wells himself. I'm begging you, save our family from this terrible curse. After a long discussion, they finally agreed. By the time the sun set, Merlin and Alice left, and Alice immediately started packing. Vampires of legend have almost limitless lifespans, and on top of that, they possess insane regenerative abilities. So what if it's Dracula? Seriously, what are you afraid of? Merlin replies nonchalantly. He's not going to take more than a single swing anyway. Then he happily looks over the loot they got. Besides, didn't Ano's dad hook us up with all this sweet gear? Merlin rummages through the pile and pulls out a small bottle, and he even threw in this wine. Looks pretty rare. Alice looks over, suddenly surprised. Huh? There wasn't any wine on the list. Realizing something is wrong, she tries to stop him, but it's way too late. Our gluttonous demon Merlin has already chugged half the bottle. After drinking, he looks puzzled. This wine tastes a little weird. Alice just screams at him. You idiot, that's holy water! And just like that, the potion kicked in, setting Merlin's guts completely on fire. He doubled over in agony as Alice rushed to his side to check on him. Merlin? She asked, anxiously eyeing the vial. Wait, does holy water actually work on demons? But before she could come up with a plan, Merlin let out a massive burp and started giggling like a complete fool. Alice could only watch, a massive headache forming, as he rolled around on the floor totally wasted. They didn't get back on the road until the next morning. Alice, ever the multitasker, drove the cart while reading a book. According to legend, vampires don't belong to any of the millions of known races. They were beings cast out and cursed by a goddess, transformed into immortal, ageless demons. Her voice continued on, steady and calm. Whether purebloods or thralls, they all have an insane craving for blood, especially from powerful beings, which greatly enhances their strength. Hearing this, Merlin finally decided to speak up. Oh, is that right? He groaned, crawling lazily out of the cart. My head is killing me, Alice asked gently. So you're awake now? Merlin covered his mouth, trying to fight back a wave of nausea. How much longer until we get to Gonway City? Alice thought for a moment. We're in the Moonlight Forest. We should be there soon after we cross it. She explained they first needed to find the Count's old subordinate, Baron Patton of Island. He's apparently guarding a map of some old vampire ruins, which might just give them a clue to finding Dracula. Merlin grabbed a piece of flatbread to eat and immediately started whining to her. Bread again? We've been eating this for 5 days. Can't we get something better? Alice shot back, annoyed. You know exactly what kind of situation we're in. Helpless. Merlin pulled out the Count's letter. What if this Baron Patton character doesn't even accept it? I mean, it's basically a treasure map. He could sell it for a fortune, but Alice quickly cut him off. Count Austin saved his life once. He wouldn't do that. But just then, the donkey pulling their cart let out a loud bray and ground to a halt. Merlin was instantly irritated at the poor animal. What now? This is like the third time your donkey's gone on strike. A 2-day trip has already turned into 4. Alice got down to check on it. Is Man tired? But Merlin just gave it a cold, threatening look. You lazy beast. Once we get there, I'm roasting you for dinner. Horrified, Alice threw her arms around her donkey. What are you even saying? You can't eat Man. We rely on him for everything. Suddenly, a strange new voice cut through their argument. 2 men, Oswan and Lori, stepped out from the woods and gave a polite bow. Excuse us, are you heading to Ganwei City? We were wondering if we could get a ride. And so, poor Man now had to pull 2 more people down the road. Inside the cart, Oswan spoke sincerely. Thank you so much. We've been waiting ages for a cart to pass by. It would have taken us days to walk to Ganwei alone. Merlin heard this and cracked a tiny smile. No need for thanks. Like we said earlier, we charge a fee. He sized them up with a sharp look. Where are you 2 from? The man answered honestly, I'm Oswan. This is Lori. We're adventurers, but our guild was recently disbanded. We're headed to Ganwei to see if we can join a better guild to make a living. Unfortunately, our horse died on the road, so we had to bother you. Merlin thought it over for a second, then smiled brightly. Oh, it's no bother. Just remember to pay the fare when we arrive. Oswan replied. Of course. How much are you asking for? Merlin gave them a wicked grin. Just 1,000 gold coins. The 2 men were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. What? 1,000 gold coins? Even Alice, driving outside, was stunned when she heard the price. Merlin, you can't be serious. But Merlin was feeling arrogant. Do I look like I'm kidding? The 2 passengers immediately erupted. Sir, 1,000 gold coins is enough to buy a carriage and a purebred steed. You just have a donkey cart. Isn't that price a little insane? Yeah, who charges that much for a donkey ride? Don't try to bully people. Alice was at a loss for words. Merlin just gave them a cold stare. Don't like the donkey cart? Fine, then get out. Lori shouted in a rage. Do you really think we're that easy to push around? Oswan immediately pulled him back. Hey, calm down, Oswan whispered to him. The mission is what's important. Then he turned to Merlin. Fine, 1,000 it is. We agree. Merlin smiled, completely satisfied. That's more like it. I mean, who knows when the next ride will come along? Besides, we're taking a risk here too. What if you turn out to be bad guys? Then we'd be taking a huge loss. Oswan tried to swallow his anger. So what brings you 2 to Ganwei City? Merlin replied cheerfully. Us? We're here to find Baron Patton. Alice frantically tried to stop him, but she couldn't shut his big mouth in time. The 2 men's eyes went wide with shock. Oswan's gaze turned dangerous. And what business do you have with him? But Merlin just laughed coldly. So many questions. Are you my mother? We're all just heading to Ganwei. Some things are better left unasked. The atmosphere in the cart instantly turned ice cold, so silent that even the donkey outside seemed to flinch. Oswan quickly tried to de-escalate the situation. You're right, our apologies, that was out of line. Huh? Suddenly, the guy was staring right at Alice, leaving Merlin a bit confused, but his real target was her mithril adventurer's badge. Merlin, seeing this, just points over to Alice and explains, That's right, but it's not me, it's this little brat here. Alice shyly speaks up. Hello, everyone. My name is Alice. Merlin just gives her a cold look. She's only Saint rank. Nothing special. Hearing that, Alice gets a little ticked off. Will you die if you don't make fun of me for a second? Seeing her get all fired up just makes Merlin laugh. This is fun for me, but those other 2 guys? Not having a good time. Yeah, they were in pure agony, thinking this is all wrong. The plan was to get on the cart and kill these 2, but now the girl's a mithril rank adventurer? Plan's busted. One glared daggers at him, thinking the biggest problem is this guy. He looks completely normal. But his gut was screaming that this dude was the most dangerous one of all. Suddenly, another person waves down their donkey cart. Hey, can I get a ride to Ganwei City? Both Alice and Merlin look over in surprise at the figure. Wait, is that Josen? The kid looked just as confused to see them. Huh? After he hopped on, Merlin immediately asked, What are you doing all the way out here? Merlin teased, Don't tell me you got lost, did you? Josen's face turned beet red a direct hit. Who? Who's lost? I'm an adventurer from Ganwei. I'm just heading home. Merlin just laughed at his hasty explanation. Oh, is that so? The 2 thugs quietly gulped. Hey Lori, I've heard of that kid. He's the genius from Ganwei City, the copy mage Josen. Their minds were racing. This mithril rank genius is acting all respectful to a guy with 0 magic or aura. Could this guy really be a hidden master? They decided right then no sudden moves. Meanwhile, Alice was happily on her way home. So, does this mean little brother Joe just finished a mission? Hearing that, he shot back with a truly annoying tone. Hey, don't call me little brother. That's even worse than being called kid, you flat-chested woman. The smile on her face instantly froze as a vein started to pop. She exploded in rage. Merlin, let me go! I'm going to beat this disrespectful little brat to a pulp. Merlin struggled to hold her back. Stop messing around and just focus on driving. Josen then curiously asked, So what are you guys doing in Island? Isn't living in Restum good enough? Merlin replied with a sigh. We've got a mission to find a certain Baron Pawn. At that name, Johnson's entire expression changed. Huh? Baron Pawn? Merlin watched him with keen interest. What? Looks like you know something. Josen answered nervously. Nothing much, just that his reputation isn't exactly stellar, and his character is pretty garbage too. Apparently, the guy is a special kind of awful, with a massive superiority complex, who bullies his subordinates and the common folk. His bad reputation is known far and wide, and a lot of people hate his guts. He even gave my father a hard time, but since my dad has powerful connections, he didn't dare go too far. Alice sighed. Huh? He's that kind of person? But Merlin remained completely unfazed. Don't worry about it. We're just going to see him for a quick chat, not planning on becoming best friends. Josen still looked worried and warned them again. Dealing with that kind of scumbag, I really think you two should be careful. And so they traveled until dusk, finally reaching the gates of Gonway. One and Lori scrambled off the cart. Sir, thank you for the ride. We've got business to attend to, so we'll be going now. Merlin just smiled back at them. No need for thanks. Just pay the fee. Thinking about the massive pile of gold they had to pay, they were stunned. Was this guy serious? One had no choice but to begrudgingly pull out the money. Of course, Merlin took the money pouch with a devious grin. Thanks a bunch. One glared, completely sure they would meet again. Then they took off. Merlin watched them go, his smile growing even wider. Oh, I'm sure we'll meet again, Lori asked, confused. Why'd you give him the money? Osan just gave a mysterious smile. Let them live comfortably for a few more days. He glanced back at the distant donkey cart with a dangerous look in his eyes. They don't have much time left anyway. Josen was puzzled. Merlin, you didn't know those two guys from before? Merlin calmly replied, Nope. They said they were adventurers from another place whose guild disbanded. Since they had money, I let them on. Josen fell into deep thought. Then why do they seem so familiar? Where have I seen them? They finally arrived at the Gonway Adventurers Guild. Once there, Josen bowed sincerely. Thank you, Merlin. Why don't you come inside our guild and rest for a bit? Merlin politely refused. No need, we still have things to do. Josen, having no reason to keep them, felt a bit awkward. Well, about that time I was dealing with the alchemist, you two helped me out a lot, right? So my father has been wanting to find a chance to thank you both. Alice smiled. You don't have to be so formal. It was the right thing to do. But Johnson was brutally honest. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm grateful to Merlin. It has nothing to do with you. I only included you out of politeness. Once again, the smile on Alice's face went completely stiff. She was boiling with rage. How could such a cute kid have such a venomous tongue? Don't you dare stop me. Merlin grabbed her. What are you doing, picking a fight with a child? He sighed and told the boy, We'll come find you after we're done with our work. With Joseon gone, Mlin just pats Alice on the head. There, he coos while leading her over to the cart. Let's go. If we hurry, we can pay that old baron a visit before dark. We might even score a free meal. A little while later, a long, drawn-out doorbell rings at Baron Pond's mansion. The butler rushes out to investigate. Who is it? He asks, carefully opening the door. One and Lori quickly say the code. A friend from afar has come. The butler recognizes the cue and replies, even from afar, he must be killed. After confirming the password, he finally lets them inside. Come in. He bows his head in respect. Welcome, you two. I am Baron Pond's butler. Stephen 1 just bursts out laughing. Now this is just ridiculous. The one who leaked the map to the Bloodkin ruins is the Baron's own butler? 7 says, clearly annoyed. That's right. I despise him. I hope the bastard dies soon, which is precisely why I contacted you. 1 just stares at the guy, completely baffled. I've got to admit, I'm curious. You're the Baron's butler, you take his money, but you hate his guts? That's not exactly the mindset a servant should have. Stephen just gives him a grim look. Everyone has secrets they can't talk about. I'm no different. All you need to know is that many people in this world want him dead. I'm just one of them. Being the butler here is just my cover, waiting to get close to the Baron. Waiting for the perfect chance to land a fatal blow. I'll help you two get the map in exchange. You two will help me send that old man to hell. He says it so casually. Besides, you don't know everything about him. Trust me, with my help, you won't end up 6 feet under. The Baron has a holy rank bodyguard protecting him. His power is immense, which is why he's remained safe for so many years. The butler hesitates. To kill him, I'm afraid. But Oswan confidently cuts him off. You don't need to worry about that, Lori adds arrogantly. Mr. Stephen, what kind of powerhouse do you think a mere Baron can afford to hire? We've already got it all figured out. He clenches his fist for dramatic effect. Plus, we're members of the Azure Flame Dark Guild. Killing is what we do best. A normal holy rank fighter is basically nothing to us. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Seven jumps like a startled cat. No one should be visiting at this hour. Could the Baron be back? He shoves the assassins out of sight. You two find a place to hide. I'll go check it out. He opens the door, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Who are you? Meanwhile, the hiding one and Lori are nervously peeking outside. When they see who it is, both of their faces turn pale with fear. Crap, it's them, and the visitors are none other than Merlin and Alice. Stephen, clueless about their identity, puts on a stern face. This is the residence of Baron Pawn. What is your business here? Alice quickly steps forward to introduce them. Greetings. We're adventurers from West Ham, and we have urgent business with Baron B. Hearing this, the butler's voice turns cold. What a shame. Baron Pawn left on an inspection tour a few days ago. He isn't here, and I don't know when he'll return. Plus, to see the Baron, you need an appointment or a letter of introduction. Do you have one? He asks. Alice immediately pulls it out. Of course. I have a personal letter right here from Count Austen. Hiding inside, Lori tenses up. Count Austen. He wasn't wrong. They're also here for the Bloodkin Ruins map. He suggests a plan. That butler's hatred for the Baron is real. Let's agree to help him kill the guy. One calmly replies, the boss told us to leave no traces. After we get the map, everyone in Gonway City must die, including that butler Stephen. We have the alchemical weapons here. When the time comes, those two troublesome adventurers will die as well. After hearing the Baron was out of town, Alice prepares to leave. We need to see the Baron. Please pass on a message for me. We will return in 2 days. Stephen gives a respectful bow. Of course, I will deliver the message. As they walk away, Mlin starts complaining. He's not home? What a pain. What kind of city lord just runs around all over the place? Alice lets out a small sigh. It can't be helped. He's got his own business to attend to. We'll just come back another day. Stephen watches them leave with a twisted grin. Ha! So you're Count Austen's little dogs, are you? He rips the letter Alice gave him to shreds, snarling with resentment. You saved that bastard's life once. But then he smiles wickedly. This time, you won't get that chance. As night begins to fall, Mlin suggests from the carriage that butler didn't say when he'd be back. Let's find an inn for now. She immediately cuts him off in a panic. But our money won't last that long. This makes Merlin stop and think. Wait, didn't we just make 1,000 gold coins? Alice immediately explains. That's for rent and living expenses for the next few months. Don't you dare get any ideas about that money. Let's see if we can find a cheap hotel. But before she could finish crunching the numbers, an idea hit Merlin. I've got it. Didn't that kid say he wanted to repay us? And so, they turned the cart right around. A moment later, Joe's son is completely stunned to see them pulling up to his house. Huh? He's a bit speechless. You're really back to see me already? Alice can only manage a strained explanation. Well, we ran into a little problem. Emlyn shot him a sly look. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? Well, now's your chance. Joe's son just sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll take you to my house. Hearing this, Alice was completely stunned. His house? When they laid eyes on a massive, sprawling mansion, everyone's jaws just dropped. Mlin couldn't even close his mouth. It's huge. Are you secretly super rich? Joe's son casually replied. Just the old family estate. Then he opened the door, unleashing a cloud of dust. Alice quickly covered her mouth, trying not to inhale the ancient grime. So many books. Even Lady Da Vinci would be impressed. But our son just said coldly, my dad gets home late, so I'll put you two in a room together. Instantly, both Merlin and Alice yelled in unison, we'll sleep separately. The protest was so loud it made John's son jump. Aren't you two married? Why sleep apart? But that wasn't really a question a kid like him should be asking. Anyway, kids gotta eat. Right as he served the food, his father returned. You must be Merlin and Alice, correct? Even though he was Leon, the head of the Gonway Adventurers Guild, he greeted them with surprising warmth. Welcome. It's been a long time since we've had guests. Please, don't be formal. Treat this place like your own home. Alice slapped Merlin's hand away from the food before politely responding, Hello, thank you for having us in Gonway. Laka bowed his head humbly. No, you saved my son. I don't know how I could ever repay this debt. He gently placed a hand on John's shoulder. Jay is my only son, and the hope of our entire clan. If anything were to happen to him, I would truly bring shame upon our ancestors. Alice, still wrestling with Merlin's appetite, asked, If you're that worried, why not let him quit adventuring for a safer job? Laka hesitated, admitting, It's shameful. His voice echoed in the grand hall. Our family produced famous mages for generations. We were once a great and noble house. But because our clan lacked a forward-thinking mindset, we fell into ruin. Zoe is the most gifted child our family has had in a very long time. Hearing his father mention him, Joe's son spoke up. A famous adventurer can gain both fame and fortune. It's the fastest way to restore our clan. Other jobs can't compare. My only goal is to revive our family's honor. At that, Alice couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for him. He was so young to be carrying such a heavy burden for his family. No wonder Zoe hated being treated like a kid. But he was still just a boy, which meant a strict 9 o'clock bedtime. Merlin, on the other hand, was happily rubbing a belly that looked 7 months pregnant. Ah, I'm stuffed! After days of eating nothing but bread, I finally got to eat some real human food. Alice looked absolutely mortified. Mind your manners. We are guests. Mr. Laka, sitting nearby, just chuckled. Mr. Merlin, my son has told me about you, but I have a few questions of my own if you don't mind. Your power is incredible. You can kill monsters with rapid regeneration, can't you? Merlin casually replied. And what if I can? Laka lowered his voice, explaining. It's nothing. It's just a little hard to believe. If my own son hadn't told me himself, I probably would have thought it was a joke. A black iron adventurer easily defeating a monster that even a saint-level expert would struggle against. That's an unbelievable tale all by itself. Merlin could sense his doubt and just shrugged. It's no big deal. Those monsters were just average, barely strong enough to make me get serious. Hearing this, Laka's expression grew even more grim. I know my son's true power. His fusion magic can unleash strength far beyond his normal level. Regular monsters are no match for him. The fact you killed them proves you're insanely strong. Laka got serious. Joe says you have no battle aura and no mana, yet you possess fighting power that defies your appearance. So I am very curious. How do you do it? Is it really just from drawing your sword? Merlin sighed. Man, you scholarly types are a pain. If you haven't mastered drawing a sword to its peak, how would you know it's not possible? Laka's face darkened. A normal person's strength has limits, but when combined with battle aura, it can be multiplied exponentially. This is the difference between a normal person and a practitioner. You have no aura, yet you accomplished something nearly impossible. A sharp glint appeared in Merlin's eyes. If you want to know something, just spit it out already. Laka's elderly voice suddenly turned ice cold. You're a clever one, Mr. Merlin. Very well, I'll be direct. He leaned in, his eyes narrowed. You're not human, are you? Alice immediately did a perfect spit take with her tea. Are you kidding me? Did he just see right through Merlin's Demon King identity? Merlin was panicking on the inside. He had no demonic features, not even a hint of demonic aura on him. He stared in shock at the mysterious Laka. How on earth did this old man figure out he wasn't simple? Merlin's fists clenched tight. He knew his demon secret couldn't be hidden forever. Trembling, he prepared to admit it. You're not wrong. Merlin tried to explain. Actually, I'm the demon key, but before he could finish, Laika cut him right off. You're a godkin, aren't you? That left Alice totally stunned. Huh? A storm of question marks appeared over Merlin's head. A godkin? She turned to him, completely lost. What's a godkin? He was just as clueless. Why are you asking me? I have no idea. Seeing this, Laika eagerly explained. Godkin are basically a divine race. To put it simply, they are the descendants of the gods. Yes, the very same gods worshipped by the people, appearing just like in the old tales. Legends say the gods had children with the mortal races. These offspring are born with divine power, no training needed. The old man got more and more excited. It's just like you, Merlin. You unleash incredible power without using any magic or aura. I'm right, aren't I? Lilit stared at him with such hope, it looked like his world would shatter if Merlin said no. And Merlin was no fool. Well, I'm not really sure about that myself. Whatever you say, old man, he decided to just roll with it. Getting grilled with more questions would be a total nightmare. Alice let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was way too close. Merlin's identity as the Demon King was still safe. They were on completely different pages, but somehow managed to talk late into the night, mostly just Lilit rambling on and on. I believe your ancestor must have been a god, though this inherited power fades over generations. People like you are incredibly rare. The old man analyzed him with gusto. Someone as strong as you must have inherited it from a parent. Usually, the father's line is a bit stronger. Hearing that, Merlin fell silent, lost in thought. My father. He seriously considered it. Both he and Lilit were born from their mother's succubus traits. There was no father involved. Besides, with his mom's personality, he couldn't imagine any guy having the guts to get close to her. But Lilit saw his silence and took it as a confirmation. I've read about the age of gods in ancient texts. Now where did I put it? Merlin just sighed, watching him frantically search for books. Will this old man ever shut up? Suddenly, he felt a tug on his sleeve. He turned to see Alice's curious eyes staring right at him. Are you really a descendant of the gods? Merlin answered, completely exasperated. He's just rambling nonsense. If I was a godkin, would I be stuck here with you? Please, use your head. Don't just believe everything you hear. That old geezer has clearly read one too many fantasy novels. But Lilit didn't hear a word, still high on excitement. I can't believe I've met a living descendant from the history books. My life is now complete. Meanwhile, Merlin was just so over it. Okay, whatever. He ended up getting studied by Lilit for the entire night. A little later, the lights in the house were still on, and the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. Turns out, Alice had completely tuned out Merlin's rambling and escaped for a bath. Ah, pure bliss. She sank happily into the water. After so many days on the road, she was finally getting a moment of peace. Merlin, meanwhile, was still completely wrapped up in whatever Leica was showing him. Merlin, my boy, you have to see this document. Too bad they had no idea two shadowy figures were closing in on the house. Up on a tree branch, it was Lori. According to their intel, the two adventurers were staying with Gonway, the president of the Adventurers Guild. Os1 scouted the house. Late at night is when people are most careless. They'd never in a million years expect someone to attack the home of the Adventurers Guild president. Lori agreed. Killing them would be ideal, but even failure would reveal their true strength. Os1's eyes grew serious. If they're also after the map with the vampire clues, then anyone who obstructs our mission must be eliminated. With that, the two assassins leaped toward the house. Inside, however, was a complete disaster zone of books and scrolls. Merlin face planted onto a stack, totally drained. Finally, read them all, but Leica wasn't even close to done and just kept talking. Merlin, my boy, you must be bursting with questions about your identity, right? Ask me anything, I'll tell you everything. Merlin frantically shook his head. Nope, no questions here? Then Leica suddenly remembered something else. Oh, right. He started digging through the piles of books. I almost forgot. You have to see this one too. Merlin looked like he was about to cry. There's more? He whimpered. The old man pulled out a small red notebook. This is probably the oldest mythology text still in existence. It was ancient, damaged, and written in an almost unreadable Old Elven script. This is the copy I made after translating it. Merlin opened the book, stunned. Whoa, this thing was packed. Leica proudly explained. This book has a ton of content, divided into the Book of Genesis, the Book of Gods, and the Book of Spirits, all arranged by time. But the last book is missing. The author probably died during the Spirit Era. Merlin read aloud, muttering to himself, the Age of Gods. The gods were cruel tyrants. The mortal races suffered in a living hell. In this era, a new light appeared. A human who called himself a demon descended from the sky. He slaughtered the gods, bringing about their twilight, and personally chopped down the world tree. Isn't this just some old bedtime story? But the more he read, the more shocked he became. This wasn't some fantasy tale. Hold on, something's not right. A human calling himself a demon? That's a total contradiction. He tensed up. And why does this sound so much like my own situation? Meanwhile, in the bathroom, a strange smoke began to fill the room, and someone deliberately blew out all the candles. Alice was mid-soak when the lights suddenly went out. She stood up, annoyed. Seriously? I wasn't even done yet. She flung the door open, her hands fumbling in the darkness. Where are the matches? But she didn't realize a dark figure had already slipped inside. Intel says the girl just reached saint level. Kill her first. Alice felt the killing intent and immediately spun around, her guard raised. Merlin was still completely oblivious, lost in the pages of the ancient book. If what's written in here is true, then it's possible someone in a previous era faced the exact same situation as me. Seeing how absorbed he was, Leica asked happily, So, Merlin, my boy, have any brilliant insights? Merlin just stared blankly. Not yet. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocked the entire house. Even the sleeping Arson was jolted awake. An earthquake? Leica was confused. Who is fighting in my house? Only Merlin recognized the power signature Dragon's Might. He screamed Alice's name. But the bathroom was already completely destroyed, the result of Alice's devastating counterattack. Who's there? Os1 was heavily wounded, screaming in pure disbelief. Damn it! She's supposed to be a rookie! What is this insane pressure? Realizing he was outmatched, the assassin tried to make a run for it, but Alice had no plans to let him go. Don't you dare run! He fired off dozens of arrows at her. Alice simply created a shield, shattering every single attack he threw at her. This power! He's a saint, she realized. But in that split second of distraction, Lori attacked from behind, slamming her brutally to the ground. Alice struggled to get up. Damn it, there was another one? Merlin rushed to her side. Alice, are you okay? She warned him frantically. Merlin, there are two of them. Both are saint level. She gasped for air. Don't let them get away. But before she could finish, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, and she couldn't even stand. And just like that, she collapsed, sending Merlin into a full-blown panic. Alice! Sunlight streamed through the window as Alice groaned and forced herself to sit up. Right. She remembered now two guys ambushed her, and then she blacked out. Suddenly, Alice spotted Merlin, fast asleep right next to her bed. A blush crept onto her face. Did Merlin stay by her side this whole time? He groggily lifted his head. Huh? You're awake! Then he stretched with a massive yawn. That old guy checked you out and said it was nothing serious, just a little mana exhaustion fainting spell. Alice woke up completely disoriented. What happened to those two guys? Merlin just propped his chin up. They bolted. We were too busy playing nurse to you to go after them. So, what was all that about yesterday? I'm shocked a great hero like you actually has enemies. Her face immediately darkened. I have no idea, but judging by their attack, they were genuinely trying to end me. Merlin crossed his arms, looking serious. If they're not your enemies, they're probably after the same museum map we are. Alice shot back. What? Then we need to find Baron Pon, now. Before that, take this, he said, offering her a potion. She yelped when he touched the cold vial to her face. That's chilly. Merlin then explained that it was an ultra-compressed, non-elemental magic essence with insane concentration, a little gift from Johnson's dad. Apparently, her fusion rate with the inheritance crystal had increased, meaning her dragon form now burns through magic like a monster truck. She'd run out of gas before mastering it. He gave the vial a little shake. If you drink this magic essence, it might just help you break through that plateau. Then he added a gentle reminder. The old man spent 3 years refining this, you know. You better thank him properly. Alice took it, staring intently at the liquid. A little while later, under a clear sky, Merlin grinned and announced, "All right, time for us to roll out." Alice bowed her head sincerely. "I'm so sorry for causing your family so much trouble." Lekka's face was stern. "As long as you're okay, it's fine. Based on the fight, those 2 assassins were probably from the Dark Guild. I've already sent my people to investigate." Johnson chimed in with a fake complaint. "Seriously now, he's annoyed. We only let you stay for 1 day and you've already wrecked the house. Even a bunch of my dad's important documents got destroyed." Alice's guilt trip intensified. "I'm so sorry." But Lekka's face was practically glowing with satisfaction. "A broken room is nothing. Getting to see a legendary divine species with my own eyes was worth all of it." The old man was practically bouncing with excitement. "In fact, I hope you 2 can stay a few more days. I really want to discuss the descendants of the gods with young Merlin here." Merlin hesitated, looking for any excuse to escape, and quickly tried to change the subject. "We still have to find Baron Pon, so we can't impose any longer, right, Alice?" She jumped. "Oh, that's right. The huge mansion that appeared before them was indeed Baron Pon's estate. From the donkey cart," Alice pointed. "There are carriages outside the manor." Merlin looked pleased. "He's probably back. Our timing is perfect." All around, maids were bustling about, carrying supplies and whispering. Looks like the old man came back in a seriously bad mood. Rumor has it that his little chat with some foreign merchants didn't go so well. So why rush back? Because Rye's party is about to kick off. Merlin just grinned and was like, "Oh, so Baron Nam's really back. We can finally ask about that museum map." But Alice, ever the buzzkill, reminded him. "He's not in a good mood. Let's not be rude." Suddenly, a hand blocked their path. The gatekeeper stood tall and announced, "This is the Baron's estate. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. What do you want?" She stepped forward to explain. "Count Austin sent me. I have urgent business with the Baron, and I already gave our letter of introduction to your butler a few days ago," she added. The guard looked puzzled. "A letter of introduction?" He turned to the butler, Stephen, who just calmly looked back at him. "A letter of introduction?" Stephen asked with a sly look. "I haven't seen any letter. Besides, these 2 have been snooping around for days. I suspect they have ulterior motives." Alice completely lost it, screaming, "What are you talking about?" She yelled, "I handed you that letter myself yesterday, don't you remember?" But Merlin just grabbed her hand and started pulling her away. "Let's go, Alice. Just drop it. How can I? That butler obviously took the letter, and now he's just lying to our faces." Merlin's face darkened. "Seriously, did her small chest affect her brain or something?" Alice blushed, completely flustered. "What's that supposed to mean?" He squinted, explaining it like she was 5. "We give him the letter, assassins attack that night, and now he's playing dumb. You don't see a connection here?" But she wasn't listening. "So what do? We don't have the letter anymore. How are we supposed to get the Dracula museum map?" He just calmly said, "Chill out, didn't you hear those maids? He's going to the Rothschild party." Merlin stroked his chin with a wicked smile. "Looks like they're just going to set a little trap for him there." Meanwhile, in a small hotel room, Lori gripped the ice shard that was stuck in Osane's shoulder. "Hang on tight, I'm pulling it out." Osane just grunted. "Yeah, hurry up." The second it came out, fresh blood sprayed everywhere, hitting the floor with a splat. Lori stared at her hand, which was turning blue just from holding the shard. "What kind of ice magic is this? I only held it for a second." Even with a protective barrier, her hand was getting frostbite. Osane clutched his wound. That girl was no ordinary saint-level mage. Her power felt just like the guildmaster's. "This mission just got way harder," Lori asked. "So, what now?" The butler already tipped them off. The Count is back, and tomorrow he'll be at Cathy Castle for the Rothschild party. This is their only chance. Osane clenched his fist as an idea formed. "I've got a plan." He handed her a piece of paper with instructions. "Go find Black Spear and get these ingredients for me." Lori read the list, looking totally confused. "Surgical tools plus a few other things. Aren't these the ingredients for magic sealing dust? What are you planning?" Osane just scowled. Who knows how many others are after that map? Their mission was simple: get the map of the Dracula ruins, at any cost. And his plan was absolutely brutal. After they grab the map, they'll just blow up the whole castle, leave no witnesses. Over at Cathy Castle, lights blazed as guests poured through the main entrance. Alice stood outside, needing to double-check. The Rothschild family is hosting their party in this castle? Merlin just gave a confident smirk. Yep, not a bad setup. Belton saw the two of them approaching. Excuse me, do you have an invitation to the banquet? Merlin shot back with a challenge in his voice. Nope. Why? The man blocked their way. My apologies, but without an invitation, you can't enter. Some noble ladies nearby scoffed. Ugh, where did these country bumpkins come from? Look at what they're wearing. And they dared to show up to the banquet on a donkey, of all things. Hearing this, Alice tried to stop him. Maybe we should think of another way. This is way too obvious. Merlin, however, was completely unbothered. What's the hurry? He showed something to Belton. I don't have an invitation, but I have this. The guy's eyes went wide. He turned pale and started sweating like crazy. Belton trembled, staring at a diamond card with Merlin's name on it. Merlin raised an eyebrow. So, think this will get me in? The guy was practically bowing. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go make preparations. And with that, Belton took off, sprinting inside. Alice whispered, Stop messing around. Let's just sneak in. But Merlin just smiled. Just you wait. Suddenly, a red carpet rolled down the grand staircase, stopping right at their feet, and then fireworks exploded across the night sky. The whole scene turned into a massive welcoming ceremony, with maids lining up on both sides, bowing their heads. Belton was on one knee, respectfully welcoming the esteemed diamond member, Mr. Merlin. Merlin just smirked and walked inside, leaving Alice with her jaw on the floor. As more fireworks lit up the sky over Cathy Castle, Merlin just strolled right on in. He walked with his hands casually in his pockets as everyone stared. The other nobles started whispering like crazy. No way. A diamond member? A diamond member? I've never even seen one before. The noble ladies were just as stunned. What is that? I've never even heard of such a thing. Is a diamond member even real? Alice asked, still in disbelief. Are you really a diamond member of Rothschild? From what I know, you have to spend millions just to be a gold member. A diamond member? Not even the queen has that. How did you manage that? Merlin answered with a cool smile. That's right. Then he let out a long, sweaty sigh of relief. He shrugged and began to explain. The horse track belongs to the Rothschild family, right? I sold that old armor a while back. I went to place bets every single day, and then one day, bam, I got a membership. Her face went dark, jaw hanging open. Your diamond membership is for a horse track? She shrieked. And the money you spent was from selling my mithril armor. An absolutely furious scream echoed through the entire castle. Merlin, meanwhile, in Baron Pond's private sealed-off room. The man fuming in the main chair was Baron Pond himself. When is this auction finally going to start? Belton nervously explained. My Lord Baron, the banquet has a clear schedule. After the reception is the ball, and only after that is the auction. The Baron just waved him off. Such a hassle. Just hurry it up. The Baron's brow furrowed in thought. He'd lost quite a few men getting his hands on this map. If it didn't fetch a high price, this would be a major loss. In a corner, a man named Seven watched with a dark, calculating expression. Elsewhere, in the quiet night, only the castle's faint lights were visible. One stood on a tree branch, his face grim. Everything's ready. Laurie replied with total confidence. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. According to our intel from the butler, the Baron plans to stay in his room and play around until the auction starts. Wooden barrels were already planted beneath the castle, ready to detonate as soon as they had the map. Dozens more were hidden nearby. Soon, the whole castle would become a pile of rubble. This way, no matter how much they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find a single clue. Back with Merlin, now in a fresh suit of clothes. A maid asked him, Sir, is this formal wear to your satisfaction? He answered calmly, it'll do. He then glanced at his own hands thinking, weapons aren't allowed in the hall, but I can probably handle things bare-fisted just fine. The maid spoke again. The banquet is about to begin. Please make your way to the hall. He simply nodded. Yeah, got it. Then he turned and called out, Are you done yet? Don't forget the mission, Alice said, clutching her gown. Hold on. She shyly stepped out. This dress is so long I'm not used to it. Her face was beet red from embarrassment. Plus, my hair took forever. Merlin stared at her, utterly speechless. Seeing his reaction, Alice quickly asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look weird or something? He snapped out of his daze and smiled. No, you look beautiful. Her cheeks flushed as she asked again, more seriously this time. Really? Merlin didn't answer, instead just taking her hand. Let's go. Alice was completely flustered. Wait a minute, I can't walk fast in a dress this long. Music filled the grand banquet hall, and she felt completely out of place in the crowd. This thing is so tight, she complained. Merlin simply replied, That's formal wear for you. From a balcony above, Belton began to speak. Dearest guests, welcome to the banquet hosted by our Rothschild family. The festivities are about to begin. He continued the introductions. And now, please give a warm welcome to the Baron of Conway, Baron Pawn, who will open our banquet. The Baron himself stepped to the railing. Greetings. It is an honor to be invited to the Rothschild banquet. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you. Alice frowned, looking up. There he is, we found our guy. What's the plan? Merlin just smirked. What else? We ask him directly. Belton continued his speech, thanking the Baron. Tonight, besides the Baron, we have another of the most distinguished guests from the House of Rosechai joining our banquet. Next, let's give a warm welcome to the Diamond Honorary Member of the House of Rosechai, Mr. Merlin, which made Alice completely freeze up. Huh? Merlin's face was a perfect picture of confusion. Belton, however, was absolutely thrilled. And now, we invite the esteemed Mr. Merlin to open the banquet with a dance. The crowd around them erupted in applause. Yeah, okay. He scratched his head, defeated. Seriously, I hate being the center of attention, but I guess they really went and did it. Merlin's voice dropped. No choice, let's go. Alice was stunned with anxiety. Huh? But I don't know how to dance. But Merlin had already turned, offering his hand like a true gentleman, making her even more flustered. I really don't know how to dance. And yet, somehow, their hands found each other in a tender clasp. He then pulled her close, whispering a reassurance. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Pretend no one else is here. Then he leaned in and murmured, leave the rest to me. Alice's face turned beet red. Okay. A graceful hand lifted, light feet took a step, and the two of them seemed to sink into a world all their own. Alice thought to herself, Merlin is an amazing dancer. A little knot of jealousy formed in her chest. He must be this smooth from dancing with tons of people. Merlin whispered her name, Alice, as if he'd heard her thoughts. This is my first time. Her eyes began to sparkle like stars in the night sky. What? Oh, what a terrible misunderstanding. As Merlin bluntly finished his sentence, seeing someone dance this badly. Ow, you stepped on my foot. She flinched in embarrassment, her eyes darting around in shame. Music filled the castle as nervous feet tapped on the floor. Pan muttered impatiently, how much longer is this dancing gonna take? Start the auction already. He turned to an attendant. Hey, who was that guy who opened the dance? Is he one of your Diamond members? Bellin answered respectfully. Yes, he is our esteemed Diamond member, Mr. Merlin. Pan's eyes lit up as if he'd just struck gold. Huh? A Diamond member. He never expected such a whale to be here. If he could find a way to sell something to that guy, he'd be rich. Merlin glanced around. Where did that Baron run off to? Alice quickly told him. I heard he only shows up once the auction begins. Merlin suddenly catches a scent, then shoves a glass of water into her hands. Alice is totally confused. Where are you going? We're still waiting for the Baron. He just waves her off. I gotta use the restroom. You wait here. She scowls a little and takes a sip. He's just doing whatever he wants again, isn't he? Whoa, this juice is amazing. Meanwhile, Merlin wanders off, deep in thought. It's faint, but he can definitely smell gunpowder in the castle. Something feels very wrong. His eyes darken with a growing sense of dread. Is something terrible about to happen? Back with Alice, she stumbles outside, feeling dizzy before collapsing in a sweaty heap. Turns out it was fruit-flavored wine. Great. Her head is pounding. And who should appear but the Baron? That's the girl who danced with the Diamond VIP. He strokes his chin, a greasy smile spreading. This is his chance to get some dirt for a deal. With that thought, he slides over to make his move. Good evening, miss. Are you enjoying the party tonight? Alice turns around, surprised. Oh, Mr. Baron, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you. The Baron raises an eyebrow. For me? She gets straight to it. I'm an adventurer from Ram, sent by Count Austin. We came to find you. You have the Dracula map, correct? He rubs his chin, thinking. An adventurer, huh? He thought she was just some rich guy's girlfriend, but it looks like she's the bodyguard. He scoffs. Says who? Why should I believe you? Show me some proof. Her face tightens as she explains. The letter of introduction I gave your butler, he not only pretended it didn't exist, he threw us out. The Baron smirks. So, no proof. Fine. You want the map? You can have it. For 10 million. She's stunned. What? I don't have that kind of money. His eyes glint. But hey, I'm not a total monster. Alice's face lights up with a flicker of hope. Really? And just like that, he slings a creepy arm over her shoulder. I recall you came with that VIP from Rose Chai, he whispers. 10 million is nothing to a guy like that, right? Just help me drive up the price at the auction, and I'll take good care of you. Her smile becomes incredibly forced. I'm afraid that's probably not a good idea. The Baron's face gets even slimmer. What? Afraid my connections aren't as good as his? I'm a very powerful man. His disgusting hand starts wandering south. Instead of serving that big shot, you'd be better off serving a real nobleman, like me. Suddenly, her magic freezes his hand solid. The Baron lets out a panic shriek. Ah, my hand! He glares at her, furious. You witch! You dare attack me on my own territory? Do you know what happens now? Alice backs away, warning him. Merlin isn't some big shot. Her eyes are like steel. He's my husband. The Baron's face turns pale with terror. Oh crap. He just messed with the wrong person. He immediately fakes a laugh. Haha, please forgive my extreme rudeness. Don't tell the guild about this, I'll give you my most sincere apology. Alice isn't interested. I don't need it. Just give me the map and I'll keep this quiet. The Baron looks awkward. Of course, but the map isn't on me right now. I'll give it to you in the room after the banquet, okay? She has no choice but to agree. Fine, I hope you keep your word. Alice just sighs. Couldn't he have done this from the start? But as he runs off, he's seething. Damn her, is she kidding me? I worked my butt off to get this map. No way I'm giving it to them for free. I don't care about some diamond membership. I'll show them who's boss here. He throws open a door and yells, Belton, get your men in here. I want to deal with some idiot who doesn't know their place. Then his jaw drops. The room is completely destroyed. Lori and Oswan 1 are already waiting inside. Lori gives a small smile. Hello, Baron. Oswan adds, a pleasure to meet you. We're from the Blue Flame Dark Commerce Guild. The guards are all unconscious on the floor. The Baron is trembling. The Dark Guild. Oswan gets right to the point. We were wondering if we could borrow the map to Dracula's ruins. Trapped. The Baron immediately caves. Yes, of course, you can have it. Lori looks suspicious. Is this the real one? Oswan pulls out another fragment, and it fits perfectly. Looks like it's genuine. The Baron is sweating nervously. You have the map. Are we good now? Please, relax. I won't say a single word about this to anyone. Oswan glances at him. Too bad, Baron. Besides the map, our client also paid us to take your life. After all, only the dead can truly keep secrets. The Baron breaks into a cold sweat. Alice is still looking around. What is taking Merlin so long? I need to tell him about the map. Suddenly, she spots something out of the corner of her eye. Huh? Two shadows dart across the grounds, and she catches a glimpse through the window. One of them is that assassin from before. Then her eyes find Merlin, who's watching the whole scene unfold with a grim smile. He's staring down at rows of wooden barrels in the warehouse below. Looks like they've got plenty of wine. A glowing gem sits on top of one barrel. And then, it flashes. A massive explosion erupts, and flames engulf everything, lighting up the night sky. Alice is thrown to the ground as the castle shakes and debris falls around her. She screams. Everyone else is in a full-blown panic. What's going on? An explosion. Run! A worried look crosses her face. This is bad. The Baron is in danger. In her panicked rush, Alice trips on her own dress, smacking her face on the ground. Ouch. But then she gets up and, without a second thought, rips the damn skirt right off. Her skirt was now much shorter, and with a look of sheer determination, she darted forward. This thing was just getting in the way. The maids were in a total panic, frantically searching for help. Is anyone there? Something's happened to the Baron. Alice stepped in to calm them down. Where is the Baron? A maid pointed down the hall. In the innermost room on the 3rd floor. Chunks of stone were falling from the ceiling. She didn't hesitate, just bolted in the direction the maid had pointed. But the scene that greeted her made Alice stop dead in her tracks. There was the Baron, collapsed with a dagger plunged into his chest. She gritted her teeth in anger. Their target wasn't money, which means they were after the map all along. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, making Alice stumble and feel dizzy. The ceiling began to collapse in huge slabs. Some people were crushed instantly, while others screamed in terror, scrambling for their lives. Run, save yourselves. They trampled over each other without a second thought, desperate to escape. Hurry, it's collapsing! The scene descended into absolute chaos. Alice glanced through a shattered window frame. Those two probably hadn't gotten far if she chased them now, but the desperate cries for help echoed in her ears. Help me! It hurts! Run! It was enough to make her hesitate, and with that, Alice decisively turned back towards the crumbling castle. Seriously. The falling debris kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. Two men were desperately trying to get out. A maid who couldn't run fast enough went pale as a pillar started to topple right over her. But luckily, sharp ice spikes shot out just in time to stop it. The ice encased the pillar, saving the maid's life. She was still in total shock. Huh? And there was Alice, a single, small figure, holding up a shield to protect everyone. She yelled out, I'll hold it, everyone run! Alice essentially created a protective tunnel with her magic. The others gave her grateful looks before helping each other get out. Yeah, thank you. And just like that, everyone followed that path to safety. Everyone, hurry, she grunted, straining with effort. The lucky survivors were almost all out. She just had to hold on a little bit longer. Suddenly, waves of green dust flew in and shattered her spell. Alice's eyes went wide with confusion. What is this dust? My magic isn't working. The rocks and stones started to crack and fall apart again. Alice's face was a mask of sheer panic. Huge boulders crashed down outside. The entire castle collapsed right before everyone's eyes, sending them into a panic. That ice mage girl, she hadn't made it out yet. Under the bright moonlight, the mansion was now nothing but a pile of rubble, with smoke and dust swirling into a chaotic mess. From a mountain perch, two goons watched the show. Lori just smirked, yep, a total collapse. With that magic blocking dust in the air, those so-called adventurers were completely useless. One, however, got an idea, pulling out a huge wooden crate and saying, "Rare chance, let's test this baby's power." Lori's face was a picture of pure panic. "Hey, why'd you bring that thing out? Do we really need to go that far?" But one just stared down the castle. His mind made up. "I've got a bad feeling about those two adventurers. I don't think they're normal. Black powder and magic-blocking dust just aren't enough to make me feel safe." Meanwhile, Alice was cowering in fear as everything around her turned to rubble. She hadn't even noticed Merlin was holding her in his arms, smiling. Well, looks like you're still alive," Alice shot back angrily. "Merlin, where did you run off to?" He just looked thoughtful. "The castle was packed with explosives. I didn't have time to deal with it all." Then she added quickly, "Right, I saw two assassins earlier. They're definitely after the map." Nam was killed too. Through the binoculars, one of the men was checking out the situation. Lori was speechless. Those two were still alive. Os1 just grunted. Told you they weren't your average grunts." He then pulled out a wicked-looking blade, a magic tool. The sword flared up with power, and with a murderous glare, he decided it was time to pull out the weeds by the root. And with that, Os1 hurled the blade, sending it hurtling forward. Down below, Alice was wondering why they'd blow up the castle after getting the map. Merlin understood instantly they wanted to silence any witnesses. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky. "Huh? What is that?" Merlin's eyes went wide in shock as the blade slammed down, creating a massive explosion. The night sky was torn apart by debris flying off the rooftops. Even Roson and Leika, busy with their work, looked up in surprise. The kid spoke up. "Dad, look over there." Lacey grew serious. "That's some insane magic power coming from Cathy Castle." A horrific explosion created a raging inferno that swallowed everything around it. Alice tried to shield herself amidst the rain of debris and flying sparks. She opened her eyes. Ah! Merlin was standing over her, shielding her from the terrifying magical force. Even he looked a little bewildered. What is this thing? He grabbed the oncoming blade, but his magic immunity wasn't canceling it out. Alice called out his name. "Merlin!" She was about to tell him to let it go if he couldn't stop it. But a look of sheer determination flashed in Merlin's eyes. He went full beast mode, using all his strength to block it as Alice's voice echoed. "Then let's go back." At that exact moment, Merlin managed to deflect the colossal force, sending the blade flying right back. Both of his sleeves were torn to shreds as he gasped for breath. She could only stare. Alice looked at his hands, thinking she'd never seen Emlyn struggle this much. Back on the mountain, Os1 was getting nervous. "We got the map, but if we lose that other thing..." "The boss isn't going to spare us," Lori just chuckles. "I know." But then his sword decides to go rogue, pulled by some crazy force and pointing right at Osane's face. And off it goes, making a beeline straight for its new target. The impact launches Lori into the sky. Yikes! The blade rockets behind a mountain, followed by another absolutely massive explosion. Rocks and trees go flying everywhere in a chaotic mess of smoke and dust. Lori ends up pinned by a tree. What just happened? The magic weapon flies back, then he spots it a severed leg. Osane's face is pure terror. Lori screams his head off and makes a run for it. "That adventurer is way out of our league." Meanwhile, Merlin checks on Han. "You holding up okay?" Adis answers, "I'm fine, just can't use my magic for a bit." Her gaze falls. "So, what's the plan now?" "The Baron is dead, and the map is gone." He says calmly, "Let's go check out that explosion site." He glances at the mountain. "Where I sent that thing back. There might be a clue." The smoke clears, revealing a huge, barren crater. Alice peers down, shocked by the insane level of destruction. In the middle of it all, a small dagger is planted in the dirt, glowing with a nasty dark aura. Merlin turns to her. "This thing is weird. The power on it isn't fighting spirit, and it isn't magic either. Take it to your friend for a look." Alice raises an eyebrow. "You mean Lady Da Vinci?" She grips the dagger tightly. "Good idea. Maybe Da Vinci can find a clue on this thing that connects to those two assassins." He strokes his chin. "Clues, you say?" Then he just starts walking. "Let's go, we're heading back to Conway City." Alice is totally baffled. "Shouldn't we be chasing the assassins?" Merlin glances back with a mysterious smirk. "The clues. There's another one." Suddenly, a castle bursts into flames against the night sky. A crowd gathers, pointing and panicking. "Cathy Castle is on fire! Seriously? I heard the Reef family was having a party there tonight." A hooded figure with a bag slips through the crowd unnoticed. He leaves the city, finds a deserted spot, and pulls down his hood. It's Stephen, looking very pleased. "Randy? Anton. Sit. For what happened all those years ago, my debt is paid." A voice startles him. "It's getting late." Where do you think you're going, Mr. Butler? Two figures step out of the shadows. Merlin smirks. You threw away our introduction letter. And hiring those two assassins, that was all you, right? The butler draws his sword. So what if it was? You two adventurers almost wrecked my perfect plan. Now die. But before he can do anything, he's on the ground with a bloody nose. Awkward. Stephen is sent flying. A pendant falls from his neck as he hits the ground. Alice yells for Merlin, who just gives a calm smile. Relax. I won't kill him until he tells us what we need to know. Then she turns on him. You hired those assassins, didn't you? Who are they? Aren't you the Baron's butler? Why would you want to kill him? Stephen struggles to sit up. Why kill him? His face twists with rage. Because the old man deserved to die. Alice has no idea what he's talking about. Deserved to die? What did he do? In the corner, Merlin picks up the fallen pendant and starts examining it. Stephen asks, if Baron Austin sent you, this must be about the vampire, right? She confirms it. That's right. His face immediately darkens. A vampire? That man, Stephen's fists clench as he shouts, is far more evil than any vampire. And now, it's flashback time. 7 years ago, a group with torches descends into a dark crypt. Stephen begins his story. Our adventurer party took a commission from Baron Pon. The four of them head into the ruins. We see a quick flash of a mummy bound in chains. The job was to enter some ancient ruins and find a treasure map for him. We eventually found the map, held tight by a chained-up mummy. The four of them celebrate, grabbing the map without a second thought. Getting it was so easy we thought the job was a piece of cake, but something about that mummy felt off. Then, its eyes snap open, glowing with a terrifying crimson light. The team is oblivious until Stephen finally sees it. We had no idea we'd stumbled into the tomb of a sealed vampire. The mummy shoots toward them as he explains the map led to Dracula's treasury. We took the map, and in doing so, we woke up its guardian. The mummy dives from the ceiling, lunging straight for the group without any mercy. One of his teammates slashes at the guardian, but the sword does nothing. The creature just opens its mouth wide and charges. It sinks its teeth into the man's shoulder, tearing at the flesh. He screams in agony. The others see this and start running for their lives. We were just average adventurers, no match for a high-ranking vampire. Our only choice was to flee. The torchlight flickers on the scene. The vicious guardian takes a moment to wipe its mouth. The three survivors stop dead. When they finally reach the entrance, it's sealed shut by a massive boulder. They're trapped. All three try desperately to move the rock, but behind them, the bloodthirsty guardian, a resurrected vampire, is slowly approaching. It moves with a chilling calm, grabbing one of them. Then, it grabs the last one. His teammates were getting picked off one by one, but when it was Stephen's turn, he actually managed to block the thing with his sword. The vampire's next attack sent him smashing through a wall and plunging into the water below, where Stephen flailed around desperately trying to surface. He finally dragged himself onto the shore, pushed out by the current, which luckily saved him from becoming vampire chow. Even now, telling the story, Stephen's face is a mask of pure rage. Apparently, the government officially labeled his squad as some evil vampire-summoning cult. The dude was absolutely furious. So Pon got to play the hero, summoning the army and priests for a grand crusade, paying a heavy price just to take that one vampire down. And of course, all the credit went to that snake, Pon. Hearing this, Alice is getting seriously ticked off all over some stupid map. Stephen just shakes his head. Ridiculous, right? After I survived, I went undercover as a guard at the Baron's mansion and spent 7 years climbing the ladder to become butler. He thinks back to that piece of paper. At the time, I had no clue it was a map to Dracula's treasure. It took years before some scholars Pon hired figured out it led to the Count's ruins. Merlin puts 2 and 2 together, asking, so you leaked the news about the map, hoping someone else would do your dirty work? Stephen doesn't even flinch. You're not wrong. The Dark Guild only agreed to help me because they wanted a piece of that map for themselves. For 7 years, revenge is all I've thought about. And today, that scumbag Pon is finally dead. With that, he just slumps to the ground. I never meant to destroy Cathy Castle or get so many people killed. From start to finish, I only wanted Pon dead. Now the map's been taken by the Azure Flame Guild. A life for a life, I suppose. If you want to kill me, just get it over with. But first, answer one question for me. He holds out a pendant, showing a woman holding a child. Merlin wonders what the connection could be, but Alice recognizes her instantly. Huh? Hey, isn't that Mrs. Massa from the Moonlight Hotel? Hearing this, Stephen shoots to his feet. What? You know my wife? Merlin just crosses his arms, frowning. Mrs. Massa took care of us for a while. About half a year ago, the town of Cruum was attacked by goblins. He goes on, Mrs. Massa and many other women were captured, and a lot of people died. Stephen looks like he's seen a ghost. What? How could that happen? My wife. Is she? Merlin cuts him off. Relax. We defeated the goblins. Your wife and her son are both safe. Just like that, Merlin tosses the pendant back to him. Even when things got dangerous, Your wife and Henry never stopped waiting for you to come home. Turning to leave, he adds, if you really want to take responsibility for what you've done, go and tell them that you're safe. Alice, let's go. She gives a little nod. Okay. But just as they're leaving, Stephen calls out. Wait. You two. He pulls open a wooden chest next to him. I'm sorry you couldn't get the map because of me. Take this as compensation. He hands them a journal, explaining, this was found along with the map back in the day. It probably belonged to the demon hunter who fought that vampire. Stephen offers it to them sincerely. You two are looking for Dracula's ruins, right? This might actually be useful. Merlin opens the journal. This is all complete gibberish to me. Alice pipes up. It's an ancient text. We should ask Thevi to take a look. And with that, Stephen quietly slips away. Alice is a little confused. You're just letting him go like that? That's not like you. Merlin just asks back. What did you think I'd do? Her eyes are serious. Demand a boatload of money from him, obviously. He gives a forced smile. Is that really how you see me? Alice says. Deadpan. Pretty much. Merlin just lets out a small laugh. Then he mutters to himself, I wonder which idiot is rubbing off on me. She's totally lost. Huh? Meanwhile, at the Azure Flame Guild, a voice booms. What? Hamphrey is scowling. Os-1 is dead, Laurie reports with his head bowed low. Yes, sir. We encountered an incredibly powerful adventurer in Ganwei City. Os-1 used that magic device to try and wipe out a castle, planning to eliminate the adventurer at the same time. He continues, frantic, but the magic device was thrown right back at him. Os-1 died on the spot. Yoon is stunned. What? Hamphrey's eyebrow shoots up. Thrown back at him? Yuna and Vina also look completely bewildered by the news. Laurie explains, they were a male and female pair. The woman is an ice mage, and she has the aura of the dragon clan. The man, I don't know. He seemed to have zero magic or fighting spirit, but he's the one who threw the magic device back. Idun strokes his chin, thinking, a mysterious powerhouse. We've lost a saint over these Dracula ruins. Hamphrey slams his fist into the wall, cracking the stone. He's enraged. Enough. I don't want to hear any more about that failure, Os-1. Hamphrey announces with grim determination, this time, all of us are going to Francis. We will get our hands on the treasure of Dracula's ruins. Under a clear blue sky in the town of Red Ham, Thevi holds a book filled with strange-looking symbols. Where on earth did you get this notebook? Red City asks, resting her. Ample assets on Alice's head, surprising even Danny. Did you two find something weird again? Merlin explains calmly, it's a demon hunter's journal we found in Ganwei. It's about vampires. We hoped you could read the writing. Thevi's face immediately lights up, practically buzzing with excitement. Turns out, this writing is from a previous human era, some special dialect from a tiny kingdom no one's heard of. My first time seeing a plant, this is so cool, she says, her eyes sparkling as she holds up 3 fingers to swear on it. Our guy here recognizes the script, but admits he needs to check some old records to translate it perfectly. Give me 3 days, I'll get it done. Then he remembers something else. Oh, right! I have another item I hope you can appraise for me. He looks over and she's already tearing through a mountain of books. He awkwardly calls her back while she just laughs, acting like this is totally normal. See, once the van gets interested in something, she enters a state of glorious, blissful ignorance of everything else. Call her name all you want. She's not answering. Merlin just watches helplessly. Are all scholars this extra? He examines the item, knowing he'll have his answer in 3 days. Meanwhile, in the 4th Demon Lord's dark palace, a sleeve with a flashy pattern is lifted. It's Asmodeus, trying on a cute little dress. La la la. Which adorable outfit should I wear for my next performance? A servant bows respectfully. Lord Asmodeus, there's a magic communication for you. He frowns, his good mood instantly ruined. Who is it? The old fossils from the council? Tell them I'm not here, don't bother me. But the maid clarifies it's a demon lord. Hearing that, he perks right up and starts running. It must be Merlin. I haven't seen him in forever. The poor maid freezes, realizing the huge misunderstanding. But no. A bright, shiny golden mirror appears, and on the other end is the 7th Demon Lord, Beelzebub Venta. Venta Benta. Venta Benta. Ventabub. Venta Benta 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 Benta. Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony, scratches his head awkwardly. Yo, long time no see. Asmodeus, realizing it's not Merlin, gets so mad his face twists up. He sulks, propping his chin on his hand. I thought it was Merlin. Why is it you? Pretty rare for a siscon like you to call me. Don't tell me you're bored of your old toys again. Beelzebub, having none of it, just cuts him off. You shut your mouth, you creep. No amount of makeup will ever make you 1% as cute as my sister. My sister is the cutest in the entire world, he declares. Asmodeus, completely over it, just cuts in. All right, spit it out. I have over 20 dramatic performances to prepare for, and no time for your nonsense. Beelzebub's voice echoes from the mirror. Wait, I have an urgent favor to ask. Asmodeus looks genuinely shocked. Oh, Beelzebub? You're actually asking for help? Beelzebub grinds his teeth as tears start streaming down his face. My adorable little sister. He starts wailing dramatically. My sister was captured by those filthy humans. This is followed by a scream so loud Asmodeus has to cover his ears. I told her that day, even if she was just a normal demon her whole life, I'd still take care of her. But we had a huge fight, and a few days later she ran off. Of course, she was captured by humans almost immediately after leaving my palace. Asmodeus kinda gets the picture now and asks for the details. So, where exactly was she taken? Do you have any leads? Beelzebub wipes his face and replies, my sources say she was taken to Frank, but that's all I know. Asmodeus puts on a show of looking sorry. Is that so? Well, can't help you then. I don't have any people there. Besides, you know the deal. We demon lords can't just leave our palaces. But Beelzebub has another idea. I'm not asking you to go. Wasn't Lucifer stripped of his title? I hear he's been wandering all over the human empire lately. Asmodeus gets the hint immediately. You're talking about Merlin. Beelzebub doesn't beat around the bush. You two are on good terms. Help me, and in return, I'll grant you one favor, anything you want, as long as it's within the rules. Then came the threat. If you refuse, I'll just go find her myself. And you know the chaos that'll cause, right? Asmodeus knows he's trapped. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I'll reluctantly help you out. His voice booms theatrically. Let's just leave this entire matter to our beloved first demon lord. On the other side of the world, Merlin sneezes himself awake, rubbing his nose. Why is it suddenly so cold? What's that idiot up to now? The door creaks open as he peeks outside. Alice is deep in concentration, surrounded by a radiant blue aura. She's completely determined. After using Mr. J's condensed mana element, her body is finally adapting to the dragon crystal's power. I have to get stronger, fast. Seeing this, Merlin breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Well, she's still working hard. Guess I won't bother her. He promptly rolls back into bed, ready for round 2 of sleep. But something keeps him awake, tossing and turning. He holds his hand up toward the ceiling. Merlin stares through his fingers, lost in thought. If only these peaceful days could last forever. He stares a moment longer, then clenches his fist, annoyed. What am I even thinking? In the blink of an eye, the next day had already begun. Hop looks a bit conflicted. Then he slams his beer on the table, shouting at Merlin. Didn't you say you'd treat me after that whole Gonway City mess? Merlin, looking totally drained, still forces a weak smile. Don't remind me. You nearly got yourself killed, blew up a castle, and found nothing. I promise. Next time for sure. Hop just tenses up. Isn't that a bit much? The guy just laughs. Ha! Forget it. It's on me today. Merlin's just sitting there thinking, wow, feeling generous, are we? Then he gives himself a proud thumbs up. Heh. Seems his favorite horse has been on a winning streak, and he's feeling loaded. You can't miss the massive grin on Hobbit's face. While Merlin was away in Gonway, the horse he always bets on just kept on winning. I didn't bet much, so I just made a little. His whole mood shifts, though, when he sees Merlin staring holes through him. And boom, Merlin lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar. Loan me the money. I'll pay you back double after I win. Hobbit just stumbles, fumbling with his coin purse. Merlin is already humming a victory tune. I always knew Richard was a good horse. Finally, time to win back my losses. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Mr. Min, it's Helena, bowing her head, looking extremely serious. There's an urgent matter. Please, follow me. All Merlin can think is, seriously? Why right now? Cut to him back home, chin in his hand radiating pure annoyance. Hey, what do you want? I'm busy. On the other end, Asmodeus just lets out a little chuckle. My, it's been so long, I just missed you. Oh, Merlin is having absolutely none of it. All right, you overcake drama queen, cut the crap. Spit it out. I've got horse races to bet on. Asmodeus, looking all coy in the mirror, finally reveals the truth. While I'm the one calling, the person needing help is Bill Bupp. Hearing that name catches him completely off guard. Huh? Bill Bupp needs his help? And oh yeah, side note, Merlin lost all his money at the races. A single light bulb illuminates his utter despair as Merlin recaps the story. So, after the #1 siscon, Bill Bupp got into a huge fight with his sister. She ran away from home and was promptly captured by humans. So he wants me to save his sister? Merlin throws his hands up in defeat. I think I was her teacher once, but what in the hell does that have to do with me? Asmodeus, of course, saw this reaction coming a mile away. Heh, I knew you were going to say that. Luckily, I came prepared. Merlin leans forward, suddenly interested. Oh? Are you trying to bribe me? And then, Asmodeus drops the blackmail bomb. If you refuse, I'll tell everyone about that little incident, where you mistook me for a girl and proposed. Asmodeus even does a little shy, face-covering act. The story will be everywhere. The demon world, the human world, everyone will hear about it. How the first demon king, Lucifer, proposed to M.E. Merlin looks like he's about to explode. Do you actually want me to kill you? Veins are popping on his forehead, but he forces a dangerous smile. You think a threat like that is going to work on me? The elders already kicked me out. You think I care about my reputation? Then his tone shifts. Haha, helping him isn't impossible. Asmodeus looks a bit wary. Oh? A sly glint appears in Merlin's eyes. You know I don't work for free. If he wants my help, he'd better show some sincerity. Asmodeus gives a suggestive wink. Bill Bupp already said it. If you find his sister, he will grant you any favor in his power. And just like that, Merlin is up and gone. In that case, I'll be taking my leave. Asmodeus is just left standing there, totally floored. He doesn't fall for that anymore. Huh. Sorry, Bill Bupp. I think I messed this up. Fast forward 3 days to Da Vinci's place. The dark circles under her eyes tell the whole story. I finally finished translating this notebook. Turns out, it's the diary of a legendary demon hunter who slays vampires. The owner of this diary had one simple goal, to wipe every single vampire off the face of the planet. But time gets everyone in the end. After sealing away one last high-ranking vampire, he died right there in that cave. Da Vinci runs her fingers over the pages. This legendary hunter found clues pointing to the location of the big boss himself, Grand Duke Dracula. According to the current map, the location is probably in southern Frank, at a place called the Grand Plains. Alice looks doubtful. In Frank? Then she presents a cloth-wrapped object. Speaking of which, Da Vinci, we need you to look at this weapon. The moment Da Vinci sees it, she's completely shocked. Where did you two get this? Alice begins to explain. Back in Gonway, we ran into the Dark Guild. This spear nearly destroyed an entire castle. This spear is no simple weapon. The power inside isn't magic or aura, but its destructive force is absolutely massive. At this point, Da Vinci touches the weapon's shaft. This feeling, I recognize it. The one who made this spear, she says with absolute certainty, actually was my fellow apprentice. Alice is stunned. What? Cue the dramatic flashback. Back then, my master only took 2 students, me and my senior brother. We studied alchemy together. My senior brother showed incredible talent for crafting alchemical items. She hesitates. But he only ever created weapons, specifically magitech designed for killing. She can still see the image of his back as he walked away for good. After that, he left our master and vanished. I haven't heard from him in years. Her expression becomes deadly serious. If you find any news of him, you must tell me. Alice quickly agrees. Okay, but Da Vinci has one more warning. If you ever cross paths with him, you must be careful. My senior is a genius, but he is also a madman who will stop at nothing. Meanwhile, Merlin is drinking beer and muttering to himself, this world is way too small. Hobbist, sitting beside him, is instantly curious. What's with the sudden deep thoughts on life? He just looks over and says, it's nothing, just been bumping into a lot of old faces lately. Then Merlin switches gears, asking, oh yeah, Hobbs, you know anything about the Dark Guilds? The guy probably expected something else. Oh, of course I do. Then he rattles off a whole list, Akuma, Lizen, Kanglan, Yu-Yan, Phoenix, and more. These just happen to be the 4 biggest Dark Guilds on the entire continent. He adds that Akuma Lizen got wiped out a while back, so now there are only 3 left. Why do you ask? But Merlin plays it cool. No reason, just ran into some of their members. Hobbs immediately goes into high alert. Dude, you better be careful. Those guys are all absolute lunatics. But Merlin's already wondering about something else. Their guildmasters must be insanely strong, right? Hobbs figures, probably not any weaker than our own guildmaster. After all, dark guilds are a chaotic mix. To last this long without some serious muscle, they would have been crushed ages ago. Merlin mulls this over. So if I run into them and kill them, is that illegal? Hobbs's reply is instant. Illegal? Are you kidding? Those guys are all wanted criminals with huge bounties. You kill them, you can cash in the reward at any guild or country. Just as he's getting hyped, someone yells out about being low on blood. A figure walks over to their table. Taking it easy with some drinks, huh? Cole waves. Where's Alice? Isn't she with you? Merlin answers casually. She hit a roadblock, so she's training. Probably won't be long now. She's about to reach the peak of the Saint stage. Hobbs is completely floored. Peak Saint stage? How old is she? He asks, messing up Merlin's hair. At this rate, Alice will be the youngest peak saint on the continent. A little black iron like you, better step it up or get left behind. Coel totally agrees. Yeah, that's right. If I were Alice, I wouldn't waste my time on a black iron rank guy like you. He pushes Hobbs's hand away and looks at Coel. Tomorrow, Alice and I are heading to Frank. You know anything about the place? Heard any rumors, like vampires showing up there? The guy's face gets serious as he strokes his chin. Vampires, you say? I thought they disappeared a long time ago. I've never been to Frank myself. But there is a legendary figure over there. Merlin's interest is officially piqued. A legendary figure, he asks, leaning in. Of course, he's a legendary adventurer who, after countless low-level quests, finally hit silver rank at the ripe old age of 102. He's in charge of a guild branch over there. If you two go to Frank, just find him and drop my name. He'll help you out. Merlin thinks that sounds great. Oh, that's a huge help. But then a horrifying realization dawns on him. You cannot be serious. That old man from chapter 25 wasn't just some random background character. He's still alive? A few days later, at the sunny Port Mansa in eastern Frank, Merlin stretches out with a huge sigh of relief. Finally, solid ground again. Alice looks helpless. Do you really hate boats that much? He just slings the luggage over his shoulder and walks on. Alice, isn't Frank supposed to be this amazing country on par with Britain? Because right now, this whole place just screams gloomy and poor. I feel like we've walked straight into the slums. She glances at a beggar. I don't know either. You'd think a place with a port would be way more prosperous than this. But then, something in the crowd catches Merlin's eye. Behind him, Alice whispers, Huh? Who's that? As beggars start swarming them. Sir, please, some food. Have mercy, sir and ma'am. Alice, ever so naive, just goes, Huh? We don't have much travel money, but if it's just food. Before she can finish, Merlin yanks her hand and pulls her out of the crowd. Let's get out of here first. We can talk later. Alice is just confused. Huh? Around the corner, he finally explodes. You idiot! Merlin gives her a solid flick on the head. Were you actually going to give them something? You give once, and they'll never leave you alone. They'll strip you clean of everything. She knows he's right. They just look so pitiful. I wanted to help. This only makes him angrier. You think you can help every refugee here? A dark aura surrounds Merlin. Give them our money, so we can sleep on the streets tonight? How are we supposed to get home with no cash? Did you even think of that? But suddenly, he stops, completely stunned by a presence he just felt. Alice looks down, ashamed. I get it. You can stop with the scary face now. But Merlin suddenly bolts, leaving her calling out his name. He's now pressed against a tall building, staring intently at something. Alice catches up. What's wrong with you? You got so tense all of a sudden. Seeing nothing, Merlin turns away. It's nothing, let's just hurry up. She's completely lost. Meanwhile, he's thinking, I just felt a demon's aura and a demon king level 1. I really hope I was just imagining things. A cloaked figure emerges from the shadows. And wouldn't you know it, it's Bill Bap, grinding his teeth like he's auditioning for a role. Bill Bap strolls down the street like he owns the place. A beggar spots him and approaches. Hey, big shot. But the second he sees the guy's face, he recoils. Huh? The beggar is shocked. What's up? That dude looks even worse off than we do. Not even the flies landing on his face could hide Bill Bap's absolute fury. They dared to take his sister. Pathetic mortals. If Lucifer won't help, then fine. He'll just go find her himself. He would tear all of Frang apart to find Melina. Meanwhile, on a bright green hill, an ox cart rolls along carrying a pile of hay. Merlin lets out a dramatic sigh. Ugh, where in the world off she get a carriage? We're stuck with this thing. Alice, ever the diplomat, glares at the driver, then scolds him. He was nice enough to give us a ride to Mavericks. Stop complaining. The driver just laughs it off. Haha, don't you worry about it. It's on my way anyway. Merlin gazes up at the sky, confused. Hey, mister. We heard Frank was a pretty decent place, but this doesn't feel right. Refugees are everywhere, and everything looks completely dilapidated. The driver explains. You two aren't from around here, are you? Not too long ago, a massive flood hit the south, swallowing up entire villages. These poor people have no homes left to return to. Alice got curious with so many starving. Was the King of Frank just ignoring them? He sighs. You don't understand. The king couldn't care less if these refugees live or die. Frank is heading for disaster. Fast. But she was a little skeptical. Could one flood really be this catastrophic? And so, the driver told them that Frank's old king was practically on his deathbed, his mind no longer clear. He's been stuck in bed for ages, completely unable to run the country. The old king only has one heir, Princess Marguerite Joss. We all thought Frank was about to welcome its very first queen, that Princess Marguerite would inherit the throne. But now, it seems impossible. Alice, of course, had to ask why. The driver lowered his head. It was all because of the kingdom's brand new prime minister. He explained how the man bribed powerful officials and sweet-talked the old king. The second the king got sick, he was promoted. And as soon as he became prime minister, he started stealing a massive fortune from the empire, which led to this disaster. No relief funds, and refugees forced to beg. Alice was furious. Didn't anyone protest this? He replied, Oh, they did. The memory made him shudder, but anyone who spoke out was executed. He nervously adjusts his hat. So, you two adventurers, you should finish your business here and leave as soon as possible. Frank is basically done for. Alice frowned, her heart aching. But Merlin cut her off. Hey, I know exactly what you're thinking. This is not our problem, so don't get any ideas. And to really make his point, he gives her a sharp pinch. Ow, 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 she yelps, rubbing her face. I know that, but we stumbled right into this. It feels wrong to just ignore it. He just gives her a look but says nothing. The driver waves goodbye to the pair. Only she cheerfully waves back. Merlin scans the area. So this was Maverick's, and it was even more rundown than he imagined. Alice carefully reads the paper in her hand. According to the guild map, the branch is right here. Just then, a shabby-looking house appears before them. Merlin's disappointment was total. Are you serious? Is this really it? It looks like an abandoned shack. Alice was a bit worried but pointed at the guild crest. This must be it. She called out as they stepped inside. Excuse us? Is anyone home? A pair of feet quietly approached, and a friendly-looking man named Akalong appeared. Can I help you too? If you're selling something, I'm broke. Alice smiled and introduced them. We're adventurers from Reestum. We're here to see you. Akalong looked genuinely curious. You're looking for me? Alice was taken aback by his surprise. But Merlin was totally stunned. You're the legend, the one who grinded countless low-level quests to reach silver rank. The old man stroked his chin. Legend is a bit much, but I am Akalong, the silver rank adventurer. Alice was completely starstruck. Merlin immediately turns to her and snaps. You idiot. He's famous in Restum, he explained, going off about how Akalong is a legend for his sheer grit. The old man just scratched his head, embarrassed. Alice was speechless. Couldn't you learn that from someone else? Akalong muttered, scratching at his beard. So, you're from the same guild then? What brings you kids all this way? 3 cups of hot chocolate later, Akalong suddenly shouts, Vampires! As Alice explains their mission. That's the situation. We need to investigate vampires in Frank, and we hope you can guide us, Merlin quickly added. Our buddy Kay said you could help. The old man's eyes lit up. That kid? Kay? Akalong's face filled with gratitude. He saved my life once. If he's the one asking, I can't possibly refuse. I'll join you during your time in Frank. Alice was ecstatic. Really? Thank you so much, the old man stood up. Wait here a moment, I'll go get my gear. The door shut, and then opened again almost immediately. Akalong stepped out, fully equipped. All right, let's head out. Mlin, ever observant, asked. Huh? Did you change your equipment? The old man just laughed. Haha, can a young fellow like you even tell? He stomped his feet a few times. I swapped my grass sandals for leather shoes. Akalong explained casually that since they were starting a journey, grass sandals weren't great for long distances. These leather shoes, however, wouldn't break. The other two could only manage a weak laugh, and so they head to Glen Forest, with Ong relaxing on a wooden cart. He pointed a thumb at himself. Mlin, Alice, can you feel this amazing speed? Pretty fast, right? Their reaction, however, was one of pure, synchronized boredom. Mlin hugged his knees, grumbling, I think that K-Guy totally played us. Alice, in the exact same pose, replied, I think so too. He asked in desperation, how much longer until we get to Gren Plain? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days? How many has it been? She replied dryly. You've asked that 867 times already. I don't know. Only a ghost would know. Alice stood up, forcing a smile. Sir Akalong, how much farther to Glen Plain? The old man gave a vague answer. We'll probably be there soon. Mlin gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin. Why do we have to go to some church? Can't we just go straight to the plain? Akalong remained perfectly calm. Frank does have rumors about vampires, sure, but that was a very long time ago. He pointed ahead. If you two want information on them, you have to find an expert. My old friend happens to be a famous priest in Gren Plain. He can probably help us. A church appeared before them. Mlin stretched his back, groaning. A 3-day trip that took almost a week. We're finally here. Alice, carrying her own things, reminded him. Let's get the luggage inside first, then we can rest. He tiredly nodded. Yeah. And promptly dropped the luggage container. Alice turned to see he had collapsed to his knees. Mlin. He was panting, cursing under his breath. Damn it! The curse is acting up again. Alice rushed over to him, exclaiming, Mlin. Seeing him drenched in sweat, she asked with worry, What's wrong? You look awful. Mlin just grimaced, trying to contain the pain as he struggled to speak. It's nothing, just an old sickness acting up, it'll be fine. This prompted her to fire off questions. Old sickness? Were you sick back home? What is it? He shot back bluntly, telling you won't do any good. It's not like you can cure my illness. As Mlin forced himself to stand, Alice immediately moved to help him. Well, you don't have to endure it by yourself, you know. If you're in pain, just tell me. I can take care of you. But before her hand even connects, he slaps it away. I don't need your pity. Just worry about yourself. Now get lost. And then Merlin immediately clutches his chest, trying to hide the pain. Based on his current state, if his guess is right, he's got about a week. If he doesn't kill a powerful creature in 7 days, he might actually kick the bucket. Watching him struggle with every single step, Alice just can't help but wonder, what is with this guy? She was just trying to be nice, but man, what's with his attitude? Just then, she glanced at the church, had an idea, and held out her hand to him. But Merlin snaps, What? I don't have any money for you. She deadpans, That's not what I meant. Alice extends her hand again, beaming. I'm a hero. blessed by the goddess of light. As long as you're with me, you'll be fine. And with that, she grabbed his hand and pulled him inside. His face was just a perfect picture of as she stared straight ahead. All business. Evil creatures like you feel uncomfortable near a church, right? Hearing that, he just flailed his hands in absolute defeat. What? Stop making things up. It has nothing to do with that. But Alice didn't wait for him to finish, just kept pulling. No need to be ashamed. Let's go. He wanted to argue so badly, he literally just said that wasn't it. But seeing the pure joy on her face, he just let out a defeated sigh. This silly girl. Oh well, might as well go with it. A moment later, they were both inside, bowing politely. Apologies, we've kept you both waiting. Along turned to them. Ah, is everything sorted out now? Brune and I were just talking about you two. Father Brune then greeted them with a gentle smile. I heard from Mr. Along that you're investigating the vampire situation, Alice replied shyly. Yes, sir. If you have any important information, please share it with us. And so, over tea, everyone listened to Brune's story. Vampires, you say? It's been a long time since anyone was interested in them. The Blood Clan certainly existed once, he continued. They even ruled this entire land of Frank. But now, the Blood Clan is long extinct, having vanished mysteriously in a single night. Today, when people speak of vampires, they're just creatures of legend. Hearing this, she was stunned. Is that so? If that was true, their only lead was a total dead end. But Brune slowly explained that while the vampires had indeed vanished long ago, this place, Glen Plain, is considered their homeland. People here still fear them, and many of the old stories can be traced back to this very spot. So, what aspect did you want to ask about? Remembering their previous lead, she immediately asked a question. I heard that Glen Plain has a bizarre tradition. The dead are pierced through the heart with a silver needle before burial. Is that true? Brune raised a hand to explain. It is indeed. The ancestors of Glen were once ambushed by the Blood Clan. The custom is to prevent the dead from rising again as vampires. As he listened, Merlin's ears perked up at one word. Ambushed. At this, the priest clenched his fist, trying to control his emotions. It happened 600 years ago. Brune's voice grew tense. One evening, 3 monsters emerged from the southern forest of Glen Plain. We call them the 3 most ancient of the Blood Clan. The poor townspeople fled in terror. As soon as the monsters left the forest, they began a frenzied slaughter, draining humans with their sharp fangs. But then the dead rose again, one by one, and began to attack those who were still alive. These days of hell lasted for an entire month, he continued, his voice heavy. Then, the 3 ancient ones vanished without a trace. Only then could humanity begin to fight back. They burned the descendants and pierced their hearts with silver needles. Only then did the catastrophe end. The moment he finished, Merlin had a question. Who were the 3 ancient ones? Brune fell silent for a moment before listing them. Their names were Lamia, Bathory, and Dracula. Alice gasped in shock. Dracula. But these names just seemed to make Merlin more interested. Could you tell me more about the cause and effect of that incident? And so, Brune decided to tell them the whole story. Most people believe that vampires are demonic beings created by a curse from the goddess of light, but that's not the truth. Deep within a terrifyingly dark forest, this is a legend from the Southern Elders, there is an altar hidden in the jungle. It was from that cursed altar that the vampires first gained their power. Any human who wandered in met the same terrible end. Long ago, many saw the 3 most ancient vampires emerge from that very forest. That was humanity's first encounter with an immortal monster. Hearing this, Along spoke with a trembling voice. Sounds like this forest is extremely dangerous. Brune crossed his arms. More than dangerous. The place is as if cursed. Just stepping inside is enough to get lost, and one moment of carelessness means death. The people here teach their children from a young age to never set foot in there. Alice tried to argue, but Dracula is from before Merlin quickly cut her off. That mysterious forest. We absolutely have to go. His eyes were practically sparkling with interest. I really want to see the evil power lurking deep in that forest, Merlin stated calmly. Besides, no matter how evil it is, could it possibly be more evil than me? The once peaceful forest, devoid of any human presence, was disturbed by a foot stepping onto a log. Deep in the dark, fog-covered woods, a group with torches pushed forward. Jester asked, confused, Vice Captain, why did the boss tell us to come to this godforsaken place? The Vice Captain marched on with determination. Isn't it because the mercenary group has had no income lately? The boss wants to earn some money, otherwise we'll all starve to death. We're here to try our luck at these ruins. Is there really treasure here? He wonders, looking around the gloomy ruins. Yeah, not exactly a 5-star resort, buddy. The other guy scoffs that the boss heard rumors about a secret altar. Suddenly, the Vice Captain snaps, Quit your whining and get to work! Jester quickly pipes down. Ah, sorry. And right on cue, a single black crow watches them from above. Totally not a bad sign. A little later, they find it. The altar. Jester's already breaking a sweat, so we actually found it. Vice Captain, he says, I've heard stories about this place. No one who comes in here ever makes it out alive. Seeing his men getting spooked, the Vice Captain yells, Cut the nonsense. I'm a Saint Tier expert. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. If we find that treasure, the captain will make us rich. Now get your heads in the game and move. Yes, sir, they all chant back. He just smirks, taking a cool drag from his cigarette, looking completely unbothered. But then the Vice Captain glances behind him. His eyes lock onto a massive tree standing right in their path. Wait a second. Was that tree here when we came in? Suddenly, a scream rips through the air, making him flinch. He scowls. What happened? Jester asks, terrified. One of the men points toward the altar. There's a girl in the ruins. The sound of singing makes the Vice Captain furious. Singing my foot, there's nothing there. Get in and scout ahead. But another soldier points behind him, his face a mask of pure terror. The Vice Captain tenses up. Now what is it? Meanwhile, under a quiet night sky, Merlin is lying on a rooftop, remembering the good old days, like when he got stabbed through the chest. His face darkens. Is endless fighting the only destiny this power brings? He wonders, before finally speaking into the night. How much longer are you going to watch me? It's late, aren't you going to sleep? Alice pops up from behind the roof with a grin. Oh, you found me? Merlin sighs as she sits down next to him. It's the middle of the night. Why are you here bothering me? Don't you know we have to go to that altar tomorrow? She stammers. I just came to see how you were doing. Merlin's sarcastic voice cuts through the quiet. And you couldn't have done that any other time? It had to be midnight? I swear, there's something wrong with your brain. Alice shoots right back. Oh, shut up. You've got some nerve. You're also out here alone late at night. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? He glances up at the moon, goes all broody and mumbles, I just wanted to be alone for a bit, and she, of course, has no idea what to say and just stares at him. So naturally, Alice pokes him right in the cheek. He just asks helplessly, What are you doing? She grins, still poking. This isn't like you at all. Since when did the big bad perverted demon lord get so darn emo? He grabs her poking hand to stop her. Just leave me alone and go to bed. But Alice sits up straight and gently starts talking. I may not understand other people, but I get you. Then she tilts her head and adds, You're a demon. Your pride is sky high, so when you're feeling off, you get moody, irritable, and lash out at everyone. You hate when people pity you because you always want to seem strong. It's arrogant, sure, but also kind of like a little kid. Merlin is silent for a second, then he pinches her cheeks. What nonsense? You really think you know me that well? This rookie hero immediately starts struggling. Let go, you perverted demon, and then things shift. He returns to his spot and advises her. You'd be better off staying away from me. His voice gets low. I'm a demon. You're human. We are different. Alice immediately turns her head, trying to hide her blush. What are you even talking about? Sure, we were different before, but whether you're a demon or a human doesn't matter anymore. We're partners, we're soulmates, and we have to build a life together, so who cares if you're a demon? He puts his hand down to face her. My point is, we used to be enemies. That debt still hasn't been settled. Deep down, you really hate me, don't you? He says with a sinister tone. What if one day, for some reason, I had to point my sword at you? What would you do? Alice just looks at him in silence. A second later, she breaks into a huge smile. Point your sword at me? Impossible. I trust you wouldn't do that. You know, if you forget the whole demon identity thing, you're actually a pretty good guy. Hearing that, Merlin just quietly stares at her. Then a cryptic smile forms on his face. He narrows his eyes and asks, Then will you point your sword at me? I am a demon. What will you do when I commit some terrible act of evil? Alice answers firmly. A terrible act of evil? Impossible. I would absolutely stop you. Then she jumps up, dramatically waving her arms like she's drawing a sword to point at him. Of course. She points straight at him and declares, Sooner or later, I am going to defeat you. For all the times you've bullied me. A second later, Merlin stands up, flicks her right on the forehead and says, Go to sleep, maybe in your dreams. She lets out a little yelp as the sun begins to rise. This marks the second day since Merlin and Alice stayed at the church. Brun waves them off, wishing them a safe journey. A little later, the trio heads off into the forest, Ong driving with way too much enthusiasm. My friends, let's begin our new journey. I simply cannot wait to explore the mysteries of the Blood Tribe's altar with you. Merlin sounds utterly exhausted already. Just take us to the edge of the forest and you can go back. But the old guy protests. How could I possibly do that? It's far too dangerous in there. I couldn't rest easy leaving you two alone. Alice also tries to persuade him, but that place is incredibly risky. You're 102 years old. If something happened, I'm afraid we couldn't take care of you. But Aong was determined to go. I might be old, but I'm an experienced adventurer. A place like that altar? I can definitely help you guys out. Hours later, the three of them reach the fog-covered Glen Forest. Merlin walks with a frown. It's damp everywhere. This is miserable. Alice, meanwhile, is observing everything. It looks like the Glen Plains have been severely damaged. A Kalong, walking at the back, says, "I'd only heard stories. I never expected Glen Forest to be completely flooded." Merlin ducks under a low branch, his eyes locked forward. In front of them are intimidating, sharp, curved rock formations. Alice hesitates, and Ah Long guesses, "Whoa, could that be the legendary altar?" After a few more steps, Alice freezes. At her feet is a human arm. In fact, dismembered body parts are scattered everywhere. Alice covers her nose in shock at the bodies, but it's Aong beside her who completely freaks out. "Ah!" Merlin picks up a blood-stained piece of cloth, observing that they probably died last night. More importantly, they weren't eaten, just torn apart. Along is sweating buckets. The legend says Glen Forest has a powerful guardian. Could it have done this? "We need to stay on high alert," Alice warns. A moment later, Merlin calls out from the center, "Hey, over here, I found an underground passage." Inside the altar, a path leads straight down. A Kalong strokes his beard, making an assumption. The markings suggest it was opened recently, probably by those dead people. The old man then wonders, this is likely the altar's interior. What's our next move? Now that we've found the way into the altar's core, we should probably investigate, but we might end up just like them. Ignoring Akalong's words, Merlin just walks forward. "We're already here." An old man screams in a panic, "Hey, don't just run in like that." He scrambles after them, shouting, "Wait for me." And then, silence. Only the wind remains. The place is shrouded in darkness, forcing Alice and Along to carry torches to see. Suddenly, Alice stops dead in her tracks. What's that? Up ahead, a single pedestal is perfectly illuminated by the moonlight. Along squints his eyes, deducing it's the center of the altar. He then notices a small hole in the cave ceiling, letting the light stream in. The light shines directly on an object on the pedestal, a sealed jar that's practically screaming for someone to come and open it. At this moment, all three of them stand frozen, cautiously observing the object from a defensive stance. Merlin breaks the silence. "Looks like that's the object of worship here." And with that, he casually strolls over to investigate. Alice calls out from behind, "Merlin, wait for us." She quickly follows him, but Along stays put, nervously looking around. The old man hears footsteps rushing towards him. "Who's there?" It's Jester, sprinting out of the dark like a zombie, scaring him half to death. Along lets out a terrified scream. Alice, walking ahead, quickly turns around. "Sir Along?" Jester runs straight past them, yelling, "No, don't kill me. We won't do it again." The old man finally catches his breath. "You nearly scared me to death." Before Alice runs after Jester to get some answers, she leaves them with a quick thought. He might be the only survivor from that group. He could know something. "I'm going after him." Merlin's response is an indifferent, Watching her go, Along starts to panic. "What do we do? Alice left. Shouldn't we follow? Without her protection, we're in danger here." Merlin calmly replies, "Forget about her for a second. She's Saint Tier, she'll be fine." Just then, a soft sound echoes through the chamber. He quickly looks over and sees a young girl sitting there hugging her knees and singing. He then turns to the old man. "Do you hear that? It sounds like a child's voice." Along is absolutely terrified. "Don't you dare scare me like that." As he panics, Merlin starts walking up the steps, observing intently. "Sir Along, do you know anything about that jar? It doesn't look ordinary." From behind, the old man squints and replies, "First time I've ever seen it." He then continues, "Though it does have the symbol of the goddess of light on it, and those charms stuck to it look familiar. They're like the ones used by the judges from the heretical Inquisition." Along frowns, warning him, "Those are charms meant to suppress great evil. The jar might be sealing something sinister. We should probably just..." Before he can even finish his sentence, Merlin picks up the jar and calmly assesses it. "Evil? I don't feel anything." The old man freaks out. "Merlin!" he screeches, his eyes wide. "Don't you dare damage that seal. If you do, the evil suppressed inside will be released." Just as Merlin is saying, "Don't worry, I'm not that clumsy," the jar suddenly begins to rattle. The paper seal on the jar's mouth begins to fade away, and the lid pops right off with a hiss. Marin, our resident magic nullifier, just offers a weak laugh. But Akalong, the old man's jaw hits the floor. Then he starts screaming, "What did you just do?" Marin blinks innocently. "All I did was pick it up. The seal must have been old." He then brings the jar closer to his face, peering inside. "Besides, you made it sound so scary," he says. "There's literally nothing in here." Just then, a huge crash echoes from the moon temple above, followed by several more. The two of them just stand there and watch. When things quiet down, Akalong starts his rant. "See? I knew it was bad news. I told you not to touch that seal, and now we're done for." Marin just shoots back. "No way. That's not us." Sounds like someone's fighting outside. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. "Alice, she's out there right now, fighting those tree roots by the temple." And he's right. They're massive. and every single hit is ridiculously powerful. She barely manages to keep her balance after one blow when the ground itself starts to move. A colossal tree monster erupts before her, its face a mask of pure fury. Alice looks up in shock. A treant. But I've never seen one this huge. Suddenly the monster speaks. Hey, the thing is gone. Then it swings a massive arm forward. Look what you've done. I will now conquer this world, and not even the gods will be safe. She braces herself against the flying debris. Her holy tier ice shield couldn't even block a single hit. She thinks to herself, completely stunned. This is Grandmaster level power, but how can a treant be this strong? Just then, the monster's roots shoot up from the ground, wrapping around Alice and pinning her completely. It screams in a rage. You wretched humans, you keep trespassing in the forbidden land I protect. It's gone now, everything is ruined. Alice grits her teeth through the pain. You're telling me you're the guardian of this altar? What exactly was that seal you're talking about? I didn't do anything. Maybe this is all a misunderstanding. But the tree monster just scoffs. A misunderstanding? Its anger boils over as it roars. I am a holy being, created by the goddess of light herself. I have stood here, suppressing this evil altar, for 600 years. It continues. That seal, made by the goddess, is broken. The source of all evil will plague the world again. You sinners deserve to die 1,000 times. As it speaks, it tightens the roots binding Alice. She cries out in agony, Arg! In that exact moment, a fireball slams into the roots, followed by several more. The one slinging spells was Akalong. She barely manages to say his name. Mr. Akalong! The old man shouts, I'll hold it off. You and Marin get out of here, now. Then he charges straight for the giant monster. I'm old anyway. I've been an adventurer for years and only ever made it to silver rank. If I can save 2 young people like you, then this old body of mine will still be of some use. Alice screams from behind him. But what about you? Akalong is tiny in comparison, but his determination to sacrifice himself for his comrades is immense. This is the ultimate glory of an adventurer. Akalong pours all his remaining power into one final spell, yelling, Die, you overgrown weed! The fireball flies directly at the monster's face. But when the smoke clears, its face is completely unharmed. There's not even a single scratch on it. The old man is stunned. No damage at all? The monster then swats him, launching Akalong high into the air. Alice screams his name but can't move. Suddenly a hand reaches out and catches the old man. Akalong immediately urges him, Marin, you have to run. We can't possibly fight this thing. But Marin just smirks. Don't worry, old man. I may only be a black iron adventurer, but I'm actually pretty strong. Then, Marin's expression turns serious as he looks back. Alice is covered in wounds and almost completely exhausted. His hand tightens on the hilt of his sword. He'd just been whining about not being able to find a strong opponent. Marin faces the colossal tree monster, and just like that, a worthy challenger delivers itself to his doorstep. The treant roars, You sinners can all go to hell. It stomps its foot, shattering the ground. Marin takes a single step forward, entering his combat stance. He reaches for his sword. Seeing this, Alice screams, Merlin, wait! But in the blink of an eye, he's already sliced clean through the treant's body. It has no time to resist, helpless to do anything but take the hit, its mind still not processing what just happened. What? How is this possible? A blinding magical light completely swallows the monster as it tries to get its last words out. My lady goddess, I'm sorry. A moment later, the light fades, its entire upper body gone, and a lonely wind blows through the clearing. Marin coolly turns his back, sheathing his sword as he does. He places a hand on his chest, checking his own condition. Huh? That treant was pretty strong. I actually feel a lot better now. Akalong collapses to the ground, his eyes wide with utter shock. Marin walks over to Alice to check on her. Are you all right? She furiously snaps back at him. Do I look like I'm all right to you? He starts helping her up, and she immediately yelps. Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle, you idiot Merlin. He glances at her with a smirk. If you still have the energy to curse me out, then you're not in any real danger. As they walked, Alice wondered why he didn't listen earlier and just had to kill the guy, who, as the altar's guardian, might have had clues about the bloodline. Merlin looked baffled. Huh? Was that a thing? I didn't hear you. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Wait a second, that was the first time I've ever seen your blade draw carry that much killing intent. What exactly happened back there? These words made him squirm. He quickly looked away, changing the subject. Hey, if I hadn't stepped in, Ong would be toast, and you couldn't have beaten it anyway. Alice let the weak excuse slide for now, since they were safe. But Akalong had his doubts. Mr. Merlin, I've been an adventurer for many years, and that tree creature was the strongest monster I have ever encountered, and you took it down in a single blow. Alice chimed in, reluctantly admitting, Merlin is just very strong, a little bit stronger than me. Oh, Merlin was totally loving this. The old man spoke with sincerity. Merlin, I admit I underestimated you before. I am truly sorry. He played the part of the gracious hero. It's fine, I don't mind. Your actions back there earned my respect as well. Mr. A.K. Long's eyes immediately started to well up with emotion. It was a peaceful afternoon at the church, with lazy clouds drifting by. Mlin tied a white ribbon in Alice's hair, then gave a big thumbs up. He was incredibly pleased with his work. Too bad she now looked exactly like a mummy. She complained about his bandaging skills. But he was so proud. She was pretty sure Emlyn was just getting petty revenge for her, a little stronger than me, comment. Brune, holding the first aid kit, watched Alice with concern. To see a barrel-rank adventurer this injured. Does this mean the altar was really that dangerous? Akalong replied. Dangerous doesn't even cover it. Just thinking about it gives me cold sweats. A giant tree monster was guarding it. Its form was like one of the titan beasts from the old legends. If Mlin hadn't been there, we all would have died. Brune held up the item from the secret chamber, looking puzzled. So this is the mysterious jar you all managed to get from the altar's secret room? It looks pretty ancient, doesn't it? Along admitted he had no idea what it was. There weren't any treasures in that hidden room, only this one suspicious item. Alice insisted they bring it back. Mlin, however, looked completely unbothered. What's so suspicious about this jar? I already checked it out and didn't sense anything weird. She explained softly. The tree monster said it only existed to guard this very jar. She recounted the monster's exact words. It seals the source of all evil. Releasing it would bring ruin to the world. He rested his chin on his hand, skeptical. Isn't that a little dramatic? It was empty when I opened it. Alice felt something was very, very wrong. You opened it? Her furious scream echoed through the building. Merlin! Meanwhile, Brune was just staring at it, studying. ACA Long was confused by his actions. What is it? Did you find something? The priest revealed his discovery. This writing is very similar to the legend of Cain and Abel. Alice paused her beatdown of Mlin, stunned. Huh? The legend of Cain and Abel? Mlin then blurted out something completely random. Cain and a fat vulture? Brune calmly ignored him and began telling the story he knew. The church has records of this particular piece of history. The legend says after the gods had all fallen, the goddess of light became the sole deity in the heavens. Feeling lonely, she decided to create two companions to be with her, and so, the brothers Cain and Abel were born. The two brothers were good-hearted, and to thank the goddess for creating them, they offered gifts to their mother every harvest, fresh fruits, and savory beef. But after a long, long time, Cain noticed the goddess always preferred his brother's offerings, his heart filled with hatred, and he killed his own brother. He stood at the edge of a cloud bank and pushed his younger brother off. For murdering his own flesh and blood, Cain was punished by the goddess. He was sealed inside a holy jar and cursed with immortality. Cursed to crave blood, forever tormented by hunger and desire. He was sucked into the jar by a mysterious power, trapped for eternity. Alice found these traits a bit too familiar. Immortal and craves blood. Why does that sound like a vampire? Brune reacted calmly. That's not surprising. We of the Holy Light Church call him the true ancestor. Mlin had to ask, what's a true ancestor? The priest explained, the true ancestor is the very first vampire, and also the most powerful. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Of course, Cain isn't some lowly creature like a vampire. He was created by a goddess, a divine being with a corrupted soul. According to the records of the church, after Cain was sealed in the holy jar, he was cast down to the mortal world. A great tree from the heavens was sent to guard it, to prevent any curious souls from approaching the evil Cain. Saying this, he suddenly remembered a very important detail and sighed. Oh no. Alice and Lynn's faces went pale. Ah! They all pictured the tree monster they had just vaporized, shouting in unified regret. The divine tree. Night fell on a desolate area, the ground scarred by a fierce battle. A weak sound echoed in the empty space, sobbing. Jester was crouched behind a rock, trembling. The other three probably aren't coming back. This is too scary. He remembered the sight of Mlin destroying the divine tree, that monster, and the man who killed it with a single slash. The guy's face twists in pure terror. He was just supposed to be out looking for some ruins. How did it all go so wrong? The vice captain and everyone else are dead. The captain will never forgive me for being the only one back. Suddenly, a strange noise makes him jump. He warily peeks behind him, his senses on high alert. And the first thing he sees is a pair of small, delicate white feet. Under the moonlight stands a little girl with long black hair, looking completely out of place in this mess. 3 days after the battle with the god tree, dawn breaks over the church. Merlin casually pushes the door open. Hey Alice, you up yet? Except Alice is currently topless, changing her bandages. She just freezes, stunned by his sudden appearance. She furiously throws a water basin right in his face. Don't you know how to knock? Alice yells, quickly wrapping a blanket around herself. Honestly, Merlin just shoves his hands in his pockets, casually sizing her up. Looks like your recovery speed is much faster than before. She just glares at him, annoyed. You came all the way here this early just to tell me that? He denies it, his expression suddenly turning serious. No, old man. Along is back from his information gathering. Maybe he's got a clue. A. Kalong casually sips his tea while explaining. I've spent the last few days snooping around the city, and it seems nobody really knows much about vampires. Most people think they're just legends. Plenty of old books say Frang was invaded by vampires, but now there's no related information left. It's like someone intentionally erased this entire part of history. Alice immediately starts to worry. So does that mean we have absolutely no leads? Merlin calmly asks. Did you find any other useful information these past few days? The old man crosses his arms in thought. No real clues, but I do have one question for you. Your goal is to find the Blood Clan, then find Dracula's ruins, right? She confirms he's got it right. Then, A.A. Long points out their mistake. In that case, your entire investigation is pointed in the wrong direction. I think you two should use the habits of the Blood Clan as your starting point. Your success rate would be much, much higher. Alice looks confused. Habits? The old man patiently explains. Vampires feed on fresh blood. If they go too long without feeding, even the strongest among them could face life-threatening danger. We can start our investigation from that angle. Merlin, however, doubts how effective this would be. So we have to find someone who's already been bitten? Isn't that harder than finding the actual vampire? Akalong asks, stating the obvious. No, that's like finding a needle in a haystack. I mean, we should start with the missing people. But the old man radiates wisdom. For survival, vampires have to drink blood. They'd most likely capture humans and keep them as a food source. This ensures a stable supply, so if we investigate missing persons cases, we might actually get somewhere. And just like that, a light bulb goes off. Right, if there really are vampires in Frang, they have to be eating someone. Maybe we could ask around, find some slave traders or human traffickers. They might have a clue. After all, buying a slave is way safer than kidnapping someone. Alice's face just twists in disgust. Human trafficking? Seriously? Akalong just keeps talking. Actually, I know a place where young girls go missing every year, real mysteriously. Frank's knights were sent to investigate once, but they came up with absolutely nothing. To this day, the case is cold, like someone's covering it all up. Everyone stares at the old man, completely hooked. Where is this place? Akalong's voice drops. It's a hub for Frang's slave traders. They call it the slave city of Avignon. Outside the city gates, a group of people are chained together, herded like cattle. A brute swings his whip. Stop dragging your feet, move it! They all glare at him with pure hatred. Another guy sizes them up, looking pleased with the new merchandise. This batch is pretty good. The boss is gonna make a fortune. Suddenly, a fly lands on his face. He swats it away. Go away! These poor folks are nothing but fly magnets. But on the wall, not too far away, a figure watches everything unfold. The portly Antun strokes his beard with a wicked grin. After this sale, he'll be living large for a while. A man named Frank, standing respectfully behind him, finally speaks up. Sir, are you sure this won't cause any trouble? He looks a little nervous. Letting the refugees in was the Lord's direct order, after all. If we keep suppressing them like this, forcing them into slavery, won't we tick off the Lord? And Tun just scoffs. The Lord? So what? Even the Lord has to follow the laws of the Empire. You hear me? I'm the master of this slave market. Do I need that woman telling me how to run my business? He grumbles, grinding his teeth. That goody two-shoes Camila just had to open the gates and let all these refugees flood in. Avignon was already crowded, and now my slave market has turned into a refugee camp. And Tun acts like he's the victim here. Better to make them slaves. The kingdom saves money on aid, and I get rich. See? I'm doing a public service. Just then, a cloaked figure approaches them. You're the head of the Slave Merchants Guild, correct? The voice is dark and chilling. As the manager of the Empire's largest slave market, you must know a lot of things, And Tun barks at his subordinate. Who is this guy? Who does he think he is, talking down to me? Get rid of him. Frank immediately steps up, grabbing the man's shoulder. Where are you from, huh? Don't you know the rules? You think you can just walk up here? But Bill DeBap doesn't even flinch, just smirks arrogantly. A pathetic human dares to raise his voice to me? Bold. And lucky for me, I'm feeling hungry. As he speaks, a swarm of buzzing flies appears out of nowhere. Frank stumbles back in a panic. What is this? His pupils shrink as he listens to the sound. Mosquitoes. But before he can even process it, the swarm covers his entire body. Frank clutches his head and screams in agony. And Tun watches this horror show unfold, and the fear finally kicks in. Hey, what are you doing? They're just a bunch of insects. But moments later, when the swarm disperses, all that's left of Frank is his clothes and a pile of bones. And Tun completely loses his composure. What? Bill DeBap just stands there casually, controlling the swarm. His gaunt face looks absolutely terrifying. Thanks for the meal. And Tun finally understands who he's dealing with. He collapses to the ground, trembling, and begs for his life. Demon, don't kill me. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Seeing him so cooperative, Bill DeBap gives a satisfied nod. Very good. He holds up a picture in front of Antone's face. Have you ever seen this girl? It's a drawing of a young woman with golden blonde hair. Bill makes him a promise. If you know where she was sold, I might consider letting you live. To save his own skin, Antun racks his brain. I've seen her. She was a slave, transported through here 2 months ago, but she was already bought. He tries to suppress his terror and adds, I don't know who bought her, but from their accent, they sounded like a big shot from the capital. Bildebap's expression darkens. The Frang capital, you say? Seems he got what he needed. Well, that's all the useful information I'm getting here. He turns to leave. Antun lets out a huge sigh of relief. Whew! But just as he lets his guard down, Bill's voice drifts back. Oh, that's right. I said I would consider letting you live. He glances back, his eyes narrowed. And I've thought about it. The swarm instantly closes in on Antone. He lets out one last horrifying scream before being completely devoured, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Our boy Bup, just chilling on the balcony, surveying the scene. Down below, the slaves were having a very nervous little chat. No idea where they'll be sold off to next, but refusing means a swift death, of course. This one guy licks his lips, radiating some serious creep vibes. The sun sets, casting long shadows over the fortress. A desolate wind blows, and then the sound of hurried footsteps. The soldiers freeze. In front of them, a field of scattered, dry bones. Our guard here, despite the shock, remembers he's got to report this mess. My lady, it seems we were a step too late. The head inquisitor, Joan, takes in the delightful scenery around her. Her analysis, living people were devoured, turned into white bone in a flash. Just like that bloodbath at Port Mongtoa, she thinks. It has to be that same demon. She grinds her teeth, bottling up her rage. The air still reeks of fresh blood. That demon, he can't be far. Joan clenches her fist, trying to keep it together. She raises her voice, making the call. This is human territory, not some demon's playground. Go. Meanwhile, Bill Bupp is just strolling down an empty road. He wipes his mouth after his, recent meal. Guess he's just full enough to keep going. His expression, however, is dead serious. He makes a silent vow. Marina, just hold on a little longer. I'm definitely coming to save you. And right on cue, a spear hurtles toward him from a distance. Bill Bupp leaps aside, getting out of the way just in time. The ground where he was standing is completely obliterated. 5 armored figures appear in the sky. Bill Bupp instantly recognizes them. Ha, the church's little hunting party? I don't have time to play with you, church mutts. Joan calmly raises a hand, recalling her spear with sheer will. She pours every last bit of her emotion into this attack. How dare you be so arrogant on land protected by the goddess? Today, you'll taste the power of light. And with that, she charges him at lightning speed. Bill Bupp stops the spear dead. With one hand, her jaw just about hits the floor. What? The others watching are just as shocked. One hand. Bill nonchalantly examines the weapon. Not bad for holy gear. Looks like you're the strongest of this pack. Probably the leader. What's your name? Joan answers with pure contempt. A man-eating demon doesn't have the right to know my name. Her defiance just makes him more interested. Ooh, she's got spirit. I like that. With that, he casually flicks his finger, and that simple move sends her flying backwards. Bill Bupp licks his finger, sensing something. You call me a man-eater, but the stench of human blood on your spear is pretty strong too. A memory clicks into place. Ah, I remember now. You're those heretic inquisitors who have no problem killing their own kind. Joan furiously screams back, trying to set him straight. Silence! The things we kill are evil creatures. Heretics are just scoundrels tricked by demons. Killing them is for the sake of justice. She points her spear at him, drawing a line. Don't you dare act like I'm one of you. You're just a demon causing chaos everywhere. We are fundamentally different. He acts like she just told the funniest joke in the world, throwing his head back and laughing like a madman. Bill D. Bupp exposes their little lie. Different? Me killing 10,000 people and you killing 1. There's no difference at all. We're all murderers here, so don't try to act so holy. Joan, of course, pretends she didn't hear a word. She gives the order. He's just spouting demonic nonsense. Everyone, with me, attack. And just like that, the 5 of them launch a coordinated assault on Bill. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck, looking annoyed. Ugh, I just ate. I really don't want to waste the energy. But you guys are a massive waste of my time. His eyes change. The aura around him absolutely explodes. Let's just call this a post-meal workout. The sheer pressure from Bill Bupp's technique leaves Joan completely stunned. 2 days later, the sound of carriage wheels rattles through the dark night. Mo is literally drooling in his sleep when a voice wakes him. Mlin, wake up. Accolon calls from the driver's seat. We're almost at Avignon City. Alice is also out cold, muttering something in her sleep. I am not flat-chested. He shakes her awake. You idiot. Get up. She sits up, still half asleep, rubbing her eyes. Huh? Are we there already? But Accolon, up front, looks completely shocked. Their destination? A crumbling, desolate fortress that feels totally abandoned. Mo Lin looks around, thoroughly unimpressed. I thought we'd finally found a decent city. What is this place? Akalon is just as baffled. How did this happen? It was perfectly fine the last time I was here. The city walls look like they've been through a war, covered in cracks, with countless houses reduced to rubble. Alice looks at the damage and comes up with a theory. These gaps. It looks like some massive creature bit into them. Akalon agrees. This is serious. The entire outer city is practically destroyed. She immediately raises her guard. It's obvious a battle happened here. There are signs of it everywhere. Mo Lin sizes up the carnage. The power needed to do this is almost on his level. A grin spreads across his face. Well now, looks like this town has someone interesting. Even in the dead of night, a few lights still flicker inside the city of Avignon. A Kalong, being the responsible one, decides it's way past everyone's bedtime and herds them into a hotel for dinner and a much-needed rest. Mo is mid-chew on some bread when juicy gossip from another table snags her attention. Hey, did you hear? A guy whispers, all mysterious-like. He leans in. This time, the church sent out 5 of their inquisitors. They were hunting the demon from the Manhwa massacre, but got wrecked 3 dead, 2 injured. His buddy just says, man, that's rough. Though they weren't exactly quiet, their words reached Alice. This demon wasn't just in Manhwa, but had been on a killing spree right outside Avignon. And apparently it was Joan's team that got wiped. With her seriously injured, the local church branch is looking like a total embarrassment. Man, a demon that powerful inside the empire? Suddenly, being inside the city walls doesn't feel so safe anymore. She freezes mid-sip. Joan? He just licks some crumbs off his hand, suddenly looking very curious. The demon's apparently staying at the Hotel Merlin. A lone yellow light shines from a window. Alice sneakily grabs his arm. Merlin, over here. So now they're hiding under a table. Alice whispers frantically. Frank, there's a demon here. Do you think your cover's been blown? He's totally calm about it. No way. Nobody in Britain could see through my disguise. Besides, we've been together this whole time. When would we have fought any inquisitors? It's probably some other demon. Merlin thinks for a second. Still, it's weird. Demons almost never show up in human capitals. Even the exiled ones are so weak they couldn't win a fight against a human. Suddenly, a light bulb seems to go off in his head. He rubs his chin, trying to remember something. But back at the port, I definitely sensed a demon's aura, and a super high-level one at that. Alice just stares at him, totally confused. Just then, the door chimes open, and in walk Joan and Z, looking like they've been through a wood chipper, all wrapped up in bandages. Her right arm is completely broken. Someone in the crowd points. Hey, look! Aren't those the Inquisitors? Every head in the place swivels to the door. Is that the famous Joan? Why is she so torn up? Alice sees them and her jaw drops. Joan! Joan looks up surprised. Alice? What are you doing in a place like this? Alice walks over. Long time no see. Didn't expect you to become an Inquisitor. Then she adds, rough day at the office, huh? Joan gives a polite little smile. You don't look like you're having it too easy either. I heard you quit the church to be an adventurer after that failed crusade. Z, standing behind them, perks up at the gossip. Failed crusade? My lady, who is this? Joan just closes her eyes and drops a bombshell. 2 years ago, she led an army of 100,000 to attack the first demon lord. Lucifer III wiped them all out. The sidekick just sneers, the weakest hero in history. The entire inn, who had been listening in, absolutely loses it. Wait, that's the legendary hero they talk about? I heard she locked eyes with Lucifer III, one guy whispers. I heard she betrayed the church and ran off with him to the swamp of death for some forbidden romance, another adds. Forget that. I heard he already made her his personal concubine. At that, Alice starts trembling, her face bright red with pure shame. Oh, the humanity. A Kalong is completely stunned. Alice is the hero from those crazy rumors, but Merlin is just fascinated. Well now, someone who knows Alice's dark and embarrassing past, she finally snaps, unable to take it anymore. That's enough. A little while later, the whole awkward party has moved to Alice's room. Still fuming, she declares, Look, I'm only here to finish a job, that's it. I'm not a hero anymore. The only connection between me and the church is that they owe me money. Joan finally gets it. The failed attack, the lost mithril armor. No wonder the church sees her as a total disgrace. It's not like I wanted that demon lord to steal it from me, Alice retorts. Mo just leans on her hand, smiling slyly. She's right, Mo chimes in. That demon lord is invincible. It's totally normal you couldn't beat him. Alice looks like she's about to explode. Joan changes the subject. I think I understand the situation. Now, I have a request. She stands and points right at Alice, issuing a challenge. Back when we were both hero candidates, you defeated me in our fight. Now, as the Chief Inquisitor, I am officially requesting a duel with you. Merlin, ever the pot stirrer, looks absolutely delighted by this. Go on, Alice, don't be scared. Just destroy her. I've seen her type before, always picking fights. If you don't shut her down, Alice immediately launches a pillow square into his face. She turns back to Joan. I refuse. I have no reason to fight you. Besides, your injuries. Joan scoffs. You're looking down on me. Her expression shifts to one of deep disappointment. You let me down, Alice. The Alice I used to know, who believed so fiercely in the goddess of light. Even I was in awe of you. But now, Joan cuts her off emotionally. You're just an ordinary person who abandoned her faith. You are no longer the senior Alice I once knew. Alice is stunned into silence. Dejected, Joan turns to leave. Let's go. Z bows respectfully and follows her out. But before she bounces, Doan drops a little parting gift, a warning. She's on a mission as an inquisitor, you see. And she's hunting a seriously powerful demon that's infiltrated Frank. Doan gives a friendly heads up this thing is absolutely no joke. Her advice? If Alice runs into it, don't overthink things. Just run. Otherwise, she'll end up looking even worse than Doan does. The door clicks shut, but Alice is still reeling. Johann! A moment later, the city night looks calm, but you just know something is hiding in those shadows. Leaning on the table, Alice's mind is a whirlwind of questions. Didn't you say demons almost never show up in human territory? So what is this? This is the complete opposite of what you told me. Merlin just leans back, casually swinging in his chair. He said almost never, not completely impossible. Some can live in the human realm for a long time, but they're usually exiled demons, punished by leaving their own kind and having every ounce of their power stripped away. He's acting all casual, but this thing just beat a saint-level fighter to a pulp. He guesses it's a high-ranking demon on assignment, one who won't stick around. But that just gets her wondering. What business in Frank? Merlin pulls his usual not-my-problem face. How should I know? But then, a new piece of information suddenly clicks. Hold on a second. A demon in Frank right now. Asmodeus did mention Bap's little sister was taken to Frank recently. Could this be one of his guys? He pauses for a second, thinking it over. But with that guy's massive sister complex? Nah. Merlin just waves the thought away. No chance. If he really showed up in person, this whole city would already be a smoking crater. Alice, of course, is totally lost. What are you talking about? What does he mean, a crater? Seeing this is going nowhere, she switches topics. Forget it. Let's get back to the main point. We still need a plan to investigate the vampires over in Avignon. Do you have any ideas? Merlin ponders. This looks like a job for that old gentleman of ours. ACA Long places a hand on his chest. All confidence. Leave it to me. Scouting for info is my specialty. Alice looks a little concerned. Are you really sure about this, Mr. ACA Long? If you can't do it, just let me go. But the old man just waves it off. Don't you worry. He winks as he moves. I had to claw my way up from the very bottom to get here. Talking to people is a basic survival skill. I'll get to the bottom of the disappearances in Avignon, just you wait for my good news. She's still fidgeting, not totally convinced sending Akalong out is the right move. But Merlin shows complete trust. A man doesn't live that long by being useless. He starts heading out too. This is the old man's home turf, after all. Better to let a professional handle it than a couple of outsiders like them. And with that, they leave poor Alice to marinate in her own anxiety. Over at the bandit mercenary hideout, some guy named Ditch is sitting on a throne, chin in hand, and asking some very pointed questions. Everyone else is dead? The vice captain was with you, so how did you all get wiped out? His voice drops. Jester, you probably know what happens when you lie to me. Jester immediately starts pleading. It's true, boss. I'm not lying. We had only just reached the altar. The vice captain was suddenly smashed into paste by a giant tree that appeared out of nowhere. They're all dead. I only survived by hiding in a cave. Ditch looks skeptical. You're saying you found nothing valuable at this altar? Jester's face goes white. He swears there was nothing. There was just a vase in the altar, nothing else, I promise. Dick rises to his feet, pulling his sword and walking closer. So you're telling me that all of my men died? We lost a saint-level fighter and we got nothing to show for it? The guy starts panicking, begging before his brain kicks into gear. Boss, I didn't come back with nothing. I caught a kid on the way. Ditch actually stops. A kid? Where from? Relieved to have saved his own skin, Jester gets smug. I'm not sure. From the looks of her rags, she's probably just a refugee, an orphan. He then pulls a sack from behind his back. But hey, she's a pretty little thing. We can probably sell her for a good price. And it's the very same girl who appeared on the battlefield that night. Dragged into this mess, she looks completely lost. As night blankets the city, the lights are still on at Hotel Min. Merlin opens a door, pinching his nose and complaining loudly. Seriously, in this dump of a hotel, even the toilets are broken. But as he walks up the stairs, something catches his attention. Alice is standing by the railing, staring out into the distance. Merlin wanders over, curious. Can't sleep in the middle of the night? She jumps at his voice. I just couldn't sleep. He, of course, doesn't miss the chance to tease her. The human Energizer Bunny is feeling down? What's going on? Something on your mind? She just frowns and turns away. It's nothing. Merlin just gives a little smirk. He knows. In fact, he already knows the answer. Leaning against the railing, he calls her out. This is about Doan, isn't it? And boom, total bullseye. Merlin decides to poke her a little more. It's not like she did more than throw a few insults your way, right? That's not enough to get you this mopey. It's not like you, she snaps back. You don't get it. Back in the Holy Capital, Doan was my junior. We were good friends. Her face is filled with sorrow, and now she's acting like I'm her mortal enemy. Alice clenches her fists, puffing out her cheeks. Did I do something wrong back when I was the hero? It was a completely fair duel. Did I do something wrong? Merlin just laughs at her reaction, so wonderfully direct, but Alice is clearly not amused by any of this. He reaches a hand toward the moon, explaining how he slaughtered countless demon nobles to reclaim his throne. And you know what? He had zero regrets. It was always mine to begin with, he says. Who are they to judge me? Alice is completely lost. What are you even talking about? So Merlin decides to break it down. His point is, neither of them is wrong. They just happen to be standing in the way of what somebody else wanted. All said with a ridiculously calm, all-knowing tone. You can't make everyone like you, he explains. In fact, it's weird not to have enemies. Even the goddess of light has her rival, Satan, right? And besides that, Alice leans in, waiting. And what? Merlin's vibe suddenly gets dead serious, but his words are surprisingly smooth. If you hadn't become the hero back then, we probably would have never met. I wouldn't have met you either. It was fate's design. And now, I feel like meeting you wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it was pretty lucky. And with that, her brain short-circuits. Her mind has officially been launched into a distant galaxy. Then he just yawns and tells her it's late and she should go rest. Alice's head is still spinning. The world around her has gone completely silent. Back in her room, she's a total mess, hiding under the covers in pure, flustered confusion. What's all this about fate's design? What kind of nonsense was that rotten Merlin spouting all of a sudden? This goes on all night. The next morning, Alice looks absolutely wrecked, with dark circles for days and the lights completely out. Ukalong is immediately concerned for her. Miss Alice, what happened to your eyes? Didn't you sleep well? Merlin just props his head on his hand. You were being so loud last night. She shoots him a death glare. Gee, wonder whose fault that was. Anyway, business time. Alice gets straight to it, asking Akalong if he's found any clues. The old man gets all mysterious. Information on the Blood Clan is hard to come by. The refugees here can't provide many useful leads, he says. But I did make one massive discovery. Apparently, among the refugees who have recently fled to Avignon, many of their daughters have been strangely disappearing, and it always happens at night. Alice is taken aback. What? Really? If they're missing, aren't their parents out looking for them? Merlin offers a more practical analysis. This is a slave city. They were probably captured and sold, but Akalong has his own theory. He explains that while Avignon is a city of slaves, slavers just see them as merchandise. They'd take men or women, but right now, only girls are vanishing. I suspect this is related to the Blood Clan. Legend has it the Blood Clan needs to drink a lot of blood to survive, and in their eyes, the most precious of all is the blood of a pure maiden. A vampire bears his sharp fangs, clutching an unconscious girl in his arms. A classic horror scene. The logic makes sense to Alice. If they can just find the missing girls, they can confirm whether or not the Blood Clan is involved. Merlin rocks in his chair, thinking. Then, with a dead serious face, he asks a question. Alice, I have to know, are you still a virgin? And there's the spit take. Alice chokes, grabs Merlin by his collar, and stammers, What the hell was that? What does my virginity have to do with you? She yells. He just smiles. From that reaction, I'm guessing I'm not wrong. A blushing Alice issues a warning. What's with that face? Stop smiling or I swear I will beat you to death. Akalong is just watching this all go down, utterly confused. Hold on, aren't you two married? Why would he even need to ask that? Shouldn't you know best? The question hits, and just like that, the fiery mood is gone. Merlin looks incredibly awkward. He quickly changes the subject. Anyway, let's put that aside. If Alice fits the conditions, this'll be easy. She just stares at him blankly. Easy? Alice thinks about what he said. The gears turn, and then the horrible realization dawns on her. Her face goes pale. She can't believe it. Don't tell me you guys want me to act as bait to lure out the kidnapper? But Merlin immediately crushes any lingering hope. That's right, it's you. It's not like the two of us can go out there as bait. Akalong looks on with sympathy. This is a burden that only you can bear for us. Merlin flashes a wicked grin, emphasizing the pure hero Alice. She just frowns, clearly showing her utter disgust with the plan. Time passes. That night, as darkness covers the city and the lights go out, the sound of light footsteps echoes on the ground. It's Alice, disguised as a poor girl in tattered clothing, cautiously looking left and right. She scans her surroundings in the dead of night. Just as Akalong said, there's nobody around. But Alice remains on high alert. At a nearby vantage point, Akalong is watching through binoculars. Just as their intel said, the disappearances have made everyone too afraid to go out at night. The old man turns to Merlin. You should help look too. My eyes aren't good in the dark. But his partner remains completely calm. Relax. Alice isn't in any danger. You think a common thief could ever be a match for her? Akalong breathes a visible sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. But, Merlin, Akalong looks like he's about to say something important. He finally asks the question that's been on his mind. So why don't you just be honest and confess your love to Miss Alice? Those words hit so hard, Merlin slips and bangs his head on the floor. He immediately gets flustered. Why are you suddenly asking about that? The old man crosses his arms and shares his thoughts. I just get a weird feeling from you two. You're like a married couple, but not really a married couple, yet you clearly care for each other. I've never seen a husband and wife like you and Miss Alice before. It just feels off. Merlin waves his hands, denying it all. Don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think. Alice and I. He suddenly stops mid-sentence, sensing something is wrong. He walks over to the railing, peering into the distance. Along is confused. What's wrong? Merlin announces grimly. Alice is out of range. The old man is shocked. What? At that exact moment, Alice's situation is getting intense. She's running, constantly looking over her shoulder, her stamina draining fast. Just as she lets her guard down, a suspicious shadow appears. A heavy thud echoes in the dark. The shadow knocked Alice out cold. She lies face down on the ground before being dragged away. It's now the middle of the night. Warm yellow light from a window cuts through the overwhelming darkness. Merlin touches the ground, investigating. Alice's trail disappears near these carriage tracks. He's getting worried. Looks like she's been gone for a while. What on earth is Alice doing? ACA long pants, trying to voice his own theory. Huff. Maybe Miss Alice discovered something and went after it on her own? Merlin sees the old man's state and asks, Are you all right? The old man leans on his hands, catching his breath. I'm fine, just getting old. Legs aren't what they used to be. Forget me, go after Alice. You suggesting we split up? Akalong agrees with the plan. Yes, I'll rest for a bit, then set out. Merlin frowns, lost in thought. With Alice's strength, normal bandits shouldn't be any threat to her at all. Meanwhile, over at the mercenary bandit base, which seems to be quite lively at night, a hooded Alice is thrown onto the ground. One of them points to himself proudly. I've done this tons of times. I can knock anyone out with one hit without causing serious injury. The guy across from him looks pretty pleased with himself too. Well now, what a lucky day. Looks like some easy prey just walked right into their trap. But one of them whispers, You sure this isn't a setup? No way. They'd been following her the whole time the girl was definitely alone. Except, little did they know, Alice was wide awake. She listened to their voices, analyzing the situation. Just a couple of kidnappers, huh? Seriously? Not even a single vampire? What a letdown. All that effort faking being knocked out, and for what? Just some regular old thugs. Ugh, the spot where they hit her was starting to itch. Suddenly, a third person appeared on the scene. Ah, the big boss is back. Ditch looks over the fresh delivery with a smirk. So, a successful hunt tonight, was it? Not bad. You two earned a reward. For a second there, I thought you'd come back empty-handed. His goon immediately starts the brown-nosing. How could we possibly fail? We're your right-hand men, boss. Of course we're here to lighten your load. And Ditch? He's practically salivating, ready to enjoy the prize. Excellent work. It's getting harder to find virgins these days. This one plus the last one. We're going to be swimming in cash after we sell them. Meanwhile, Alice has been playing possum and just heard something very interesting. So they specialize in kidnapping virgins. Could this be related to a Kalong's clue? But uh-oh, Dick suddenly senses something is off. He moves in for a closer look. Hey, what's the deal with this girl? She doesn't exactly look like a teenager. The lackey scrambles to explain. You don't get it, boss. We've been snatching up so many girls. All the refugees around here know not to leave their homes after midnight. The other one quickly adds, Yeah, we had to wait all night just to catch this one. I swear she might be a bit older, but she's a virgin. I can tell by the way she walks. Alice bites her lip, trying to hold back her absolute rage for the mission's sake. Who are you calling old, you dog? Just you wait. Once I get my info, I'll deal with you. Dick turns to praise them. You two did a great job. The goon puffs up with pride. Thanks for the praise, boss. Then, completely out of nowhere, he slices the bag covering Alice clean in two and yells, There we go! But she reacts in a flash, leaping away to safety. Dick points, exposing her. This girl let you idiots catch her. Alice sighs. Well, this is just great. The gig is up. She immediately unleashes her power. Fine, I'll just capture you guys first and get my information later. A wave of ice magic surges toward them. The two goons try to run, but they don't even get a few feet before they're frozen solid. But Alice is startled. She senses danger. The boss, Ditch, is completely untouched by her attack. He lunges forward, launching a counterattack with his blade. Ha, you're saint level. What a damn shame, so am I. That little love tap you threw at me was useless. She's cornered, unable to move. He shouts, demanding answers. Who sent you? What's your goal? Alice fires back angrily. For a piece of scum like you, I don't need anyone to send me to take you down. She focuses power into her palm, only to realize her predicament. I can't summon my holy sword. Am I too far away? Alice starts to get nervous. Where did that Merlin guy run off to? At the same time, elsewhere, Merlin is asking the same exact question. Where did Alice disappear to? Then, he suddenly feels a strange disturbance. Alice's sword, currently in this guy's hand, is humming like crazy, trying to get back to her. Meanwhile, she's busy dodging his relentless attacks. He swings his blade with a smug grin, sneering, "You really think you can beat me with your bare hands?" Alice just narrows her eyes, staying alert. Towering over her, he decides it's time to land the finishing blow. Yep, this looks like the end of the line for her. But Alice gets serious, raises both hands, and straight up catches the razor-sharp blade as it comes down. He's totally stunned, unable to move his sword an inch. Then she channels magic into her palms, and ice instantly creeps up the blade. The guy is trapped, completely powerless and wide open. Ugh. Alice lets go with total contempt. Compared to Mlin's training logs, your sword skills are laughably slow. And just like that, he's a human popsicle, totally unable to fight back. Then she recalls a detail from what one of his goons said earlier. They mentioned another captured girl was here. But the second she lets her guard down, bam! A beam of light blasts right through her shoulder. Alice is in total shock, with no idea what just happened. The blast left a deep, nasty hole in her shoulder, and then it suddenly burst into flames. The searing pain is so intense that Alice collapses to her knees, but she just grits her teeth, trying to power through it. Where did that fire magic even come from? Oh, the ice statue of her opponent has melted, leaving only his lower half. His grim voice echoes out, forcing me to drop my disguise. You've got some serious skill, I'll give you that. Deke raises a gun, threatening her. Lady, your saint-level power is strong, but trust me, I've killed plenty of fools just like you. Anyone who sees the true form of the gun devil doesn't live to tell about it. Then he starts firing wildly into the room. Bullets ricochet off the walls, sending sparks everywhere. Clutching her shoulder, Alice desperately summons her ice magic. A massive ice wall erupts to give her some cover, but it doesn't last long before it's completely shattered. She grits her teeth. This is not looking good. Deke just stands there, boasting proudly like the villain of the week. Heh. This Capagria is a dwarven masterpiece. You just load it with a magic stone, and it fires pure magical attacks. He calmly reloads it, boasting that one shot has the power of a saint-rank mage. He aims at her and declares, "You will pay the price for your own arrogance, fool." With that one word, he pulls the trigger, and the recoil actually kicks him back a step. A blast of fire magic screams towards Alice. With her shoulder wound, there is no way she can dodge this. Oh crap, the instant the bullet makes contact with anything, it just explodes. Blinding flames and scorching heat engulf the entire space. Deke casually waits for the results. She's gotta be toast now, right? Suddenly, he freezes, a look of pure shock on his face. As the flames die down, the first thing revealed is a pair of wings. Alice has switched into her full-on combat mode, complete with a brand new outfit. Even Deke is impressed. Not bad. You're the first person to ever tank a direct hit from my Capagia. He cocks the gun again, pretending to offer advice. Don't let your guard down, or L. Before finishing, he fires 3 shots, trying to kill her mid-sentence. But Alice is unbelievably fast, dodging with ease as the bullets blast holes in the wall behind her. She swings her arm, unleashing a volley of sharp ice spears directly at him. He leaps into the air to get away, flipping and firing non-stop. Alice quickly throws up an ice shield for defense. His bullets can't even put a single crack in her solid ice shield. This is getting super annoying for her. The guy's way too fast, and with that insanely powerful gun, she just can't get close. The moment her focus slips, another bullet flies towards her. She barely gets an arm up to block, and the shot tears her flesh, sending blood flying. She collapses in pain, clutching her mangled arm, while Deke just mocks her. What happened to all that arrogance? Turns out this is all you've got? But he's clearly starting to enjoy this. To be honest, if we weren't enemies, you'd be exactly my type. Alice visibly cringes, trying to hide her disgust. Can you just shut your mouth already? The voice of a human trafficker like you is making me physically sick. Deke raises his gun to aim as 2 magic circles appear in front of it. This next shot is meant to finish her. The situation is beyond critical, so Alice makes a decision. It's time to risk it all. She launches forward, taking him completely by surprise as he fires wildly. Instead of running, you're charging right at me? Do you have some kind of death wish? She uses her own body as a shield, gritting her teeth through the agony of the impacts. Even Deke is stunned by her sheer determination. This crazy woman is willing to trade her arm for a chance to take him down. Alice ignores everything and closes the distance. Deke scrambles to reload, cursing this crazy witch, but he's too slow. She grabs both of his hands, her eyes locked on him with deadly intensity. Got you. Alice takes a deep breath, and streams of freezing air begin to whip past Deke's face. He starts to panic. Uh-oh. Behind her, a terrifying illusion of a roaring ice dragon begins to form from her magic. A violent ice storm erupts, sending Ditch flying like a rag doll. He slams into a wall, hard. He clutches his stomach, coughing up blood, pupils shrinking in total shock. This woman. How is this possible? An ice dragon now glares down at him, ready to shred him if he even twitches. But Alice looks completely drained. It was her first time using that move. Luckily, it was effective. Her voice is cold as ice. Stop. Ditch, who was trying to sneak away, freezes. Her expression is terrifying. Hand over the children you took, or else. He glances at her, completely stunned. Seeing no way out, Ditch immediately drops to his knees and starts begging. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, spare my life. I'm sorry. I'll give you the children. Just please spare me. Yeah, he looks absolutely pathetic right now. I have an 80-year-old mother, a young wife and kids. I was forced to do this. Please, show some mercy. Alice pauses, lost in thought. And of course, her kind heart ultimately wins out. She withdraws her magic. She puts her hands on her hips. All business. Would have been better if you just surrendered. Tell me everything you know, and I'll spare your life. Dick hurriedly promises, Yes, I will definitely hand them all over. But out of her sight, he flashes a sinister smile. His hand stealthily reaches into his shirt while he keeps on talking. I'll hand everything over. He successfully pulls out a backup gun. Ditch points it right at her with a triumphant smirk. Surprise! Alice didn't expect this at all. Ugh! A blast of fire magic closes in on her in an instant. She can only stand there and take it, with no time to defend. Alice shuts her eyes, screaming the name of the person always on her mind. Merlin! Just then, a massive boom echoes through the room. The air inside the room trembles violently as the structure collapses. Merlin suddenly appears before her, punching Ditch's magic blast clean out of the air. I'm here. Dust and smoke fill the air. Through it all, Merlin's silhouette stands tall, shielding Alice from the blast. She happily calls his name, Merlin. He glances back, teasing her. Yo, you're still alive? Alice's voice is full of complaint. What took you so long? Weren't you supposed to be watching my back? He explains that he looked away for 1 second and she had already vanished. Merlin tosses her the sword. Here's your sword. Alice catches it, absolutely stunned. He smiles, explaining, Luckily, I held on to this. The closer I got to you, the more it vibrated, and that's how I managed to find you. She rubs her cheek against it affectionately. Did you save me? Thank you. Then, Alice suddenly freezes, realizing something very important. Wait a minute, does that mean the reason I couldn't summon it was because Merlin was holding on to it the entire time? After realizing the truth, she screams in absolute fury. Merlin! Meanwhile, Ditch finally pushes a boulder off himself. Phew. He frowns, confused. Am I seeing ghosts? What in the world? He was sure he'd shot the girl at point-blank range. Meanwhile, Alice was busy furiously smacking Lynn over the head with her sword scabbard. Do you have any idea how rough that fight was with my bare hands? Merlin, knowing full well this was his fault, could only brace for impact and take the beating. Alice was still laser-focused on pummeling her companion when she noticed the newcomer. Another one? Great. Might as well take care of all of you in one go. But as she was mid-swing, Alice spotted a flash of light in the distance and quickly gave a warning. Watch out, a bullet! Merlin's head was already covered in lumps. The shooter boasted with confidence. Eat my holy tier magic core bullet. Merlin just smiled and calmly sauntered forward. With a single finger, he plugged the barrel of the gun, then gave the guy a ridiculously smug, toothy grin. Surprise! The shooter's face was a perfect picture of absolute shock. With its path blocked, the bullet detonated right inside the chamber. The shockwave was massive, lighting up the entire night sky with a fiery explosion. The poor guy was thrown backward, landing in a pathetic heap. He stared in disbelief as he saw his precious gun barrel blown into a dozen pieces. How is this possible? Merlin put a finger to his lips in mock innocence. So this was the little toy you were so proud of? Having fun yet? The man scrambled backward in pure terror, demanding, That was a holy tier beast core. How are you not even hurt? Who are you? Merlin answered honestly. Oh, me? I'm just a black iron adventurer. But to the terrified thug, Merlin looked like the devil himself. To be fair, that gun wasn't half bad. But you're just too weak. You don't even have the right to be killed by me. Fear washed over the man's face. But then, a sudden burst of confidence. He pulled out a scroll. You think you can catch me? 2 against 1. How pathetic. I still have my ace in the hole. Alice grew worried. A magic scroll. He's going to escape. But Merlin calmly denied it. Nope, that's not it. The man bit his fingertip, taunting them. Come on then. Today, I'll show you 2 peasants something you've never seen before. He pressed his bloody finger onto the scroll's surface. It immediately erupted in a blinding light, illuminating the entire area around them. He had complete faith in his expensive toy. Haha, This is a summoning scroll I paid a fortune for. It can summon a seriously powerful demon. Alice was stunned. What? Summon a demon? Mlin, on the other hand, just looked intrigued. Well now, this is interesting. A colossal magic formation appeared right under their feet, and Alice immediately recognized what it was for. This magic circle was the real deal, a formation for summoning a high-level demon. Mlin, however, was still unimpressed. You really think a weakling like you can summon a demon? The man just chuckled sinisterly. Hey. And what if this scroll summons a demon that doesn't listen to orders? The light grew even more intense, making the very air around them vibrate. Mlin casually commented, feels like something pretty strong is on its way. He judged its power, but, compared to me. And right there, his smug expression suddenly froze. A moment later, all the color drained from Mlin's face. From within the smoke, the silhouette of Leah appeared, a dangerous-looking scythe in her hand. Her gaze was razor-sharp. Leah walked toward the summoner. Human, you are the one who called me. The man tried to suppress his trembling. This powerful demonic presence. This scroll was worth every single coin. She's clearly a high-ranking archdemon with incredible power. The demon spoke coolly. State your request. The man's arrogance immediately returned as he pointed a finger. Kill that pathetic couple for me. Leah turned her attention toward them. Alice remained on high alert, staring down the new arrival. Her power level is insane. Mlin, meanwhile, turned his back and began to slowly, quietly tiptoe away. Leah's eyes widened in utter disbelief. She locked onto her target. With a single, powerful leap, she shattered the ground beneath her, transforming into a streak of light that shot right past Alice. Alice didn't even have time to register what just flew by her. A second later, Leah was joyfully hugging Mlin from behind. Your Majesty. Mlin felt his spine snap and coughed up blood. Leah asked excitedly, Your Majesty, what are you doing here? Am I dreaming? Mlin was practically a puddle on the ground. Leah. Hey. Long time no see. Her excitement was off the charts. It really is you. The real Your Majesty. Ugh. Mlin's face was turning a lovely shade of purple. Alice just stared at this bizarre scene, completely baffled. They know each other? The summoner, realizing things were not going as planned, started screaming in rage. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Kill them. I order you to kill them. Leah slowly stood up. True, the contract states that I must obey you. Her expression turned ice cold, a total 180 from how she'd been with Mlin. However, the man before me is my master, the arrogant lord of the first demon hall. In terms of priority, his majesty is obviously higher. The man fell to his knees in utter despair. No, it can't be. How could this possibly be happening? Leah's aura flared. You want me to point my blade at my master? For such an act of high treason. Before the guy could even process her words, a blast of green energy slammed into him. His face began to melt as he let out a final, agonizing scream. Wielding her magic, Leah delivers her classic monologue. As head maid of the first Demon King's Hall, I will grant no forgiveness. The target shrieks, afraid to even touch his own melting skin. Arg, my face. Her expression is pure ice as she passes judgment. In these karmic flames, even your soul will corrode. Sinner! But wait, Merlin steps in. Sister Leah, I still need to ask him something. Don't kill him. And her entire demeanor does a complete 180. Yes, Your Highness. Leaning on his knees, he offers a friendly reminder. But you know, I got kicked out, so you don't have to call me that anymore. But she just bows respectfully, her voice firm. No, to me, you will always be my master. I will serve you forever. Your Highness, Merlin quickly changes the subject. How is Lilith? Is she behaving? Not causing you any more trouble? Leah recounts everything that happened. After you left, Her Highness also plotted to leave the Demon King's palace. Dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, she continues, but the council wouldn't allow it, so she's stuck there for now. She misses you terribly, always complaining about why you haven't replied. Merlin is completely speechless at this little performance. Meanwhile, Leah is clenching her fists, gritting her teeth with pure resentment. Her Highness works so hard every day to maintain the seal's stability, and that useless council just kicked you out, causing such a huge loss for the first Demon King's palace. Merlin just scratches his head awkwardly. Yeah, sorry for all the trouble. Leah then launches herself at him, burying his face in her chest. Seeing you safe is all that matters. Our boy, on the other hand, is suffocating. Poof. Alice, who's been watching from the side, is dying of secondhand embarrassment. Leah pats his head, sizing him up. It's been a while. You smell more like a man now, Your Highness. A flustered Merlin struggles to get away. Alice, feeling like she's invisible, just puffs out her cheeks in anger. She finally jumps in, prying them apart. Hold on, you two. You can talk without being all handsy. Merlin lets out a huge sigh of relief, finally free. Hey, Merlin says softly. We're just talking. Don't make a scene. But she's already interrogating them. Talking about what? This woman was all over you, clearly up to no good. What is your relationship? he explains, as honestly as he can. She's the maid who took care of me and Lilith. To put it simply, she's like my older sister. Alice raises a very skeptical eyebrow. Huh? What kind of sister gets that physical? Suddenly, a hand clamps down on her shoulder. It's Leah, and her grip is incredibly tight. And where did you come from? She snarls, daring to disturb His Highness and me. And just like that, the fight was on. Don't misunderstand, I'm not disturbing you. But have some self-respect, maybe keep your hands to yourself? Leah scoffs. I've been with His Highness since childhood. Even a kiss is no big deal. Even a sisterly kiss is not okay. His Highness clearly didn't say anything. Who do you think you are to meddle? Merlin is caught in the middle, totally flustered and unable to find a chance to speak. Alice drops the bomb with a loud, clear voice. Merlin is my husband, so of course I have to meddle. Our boy's heart just about stops, cold sweat pouring down his face. Oh boy. The atmosphere goes dead silent. You can literally see Leah's glasses crack. Crack! Merlin rushes to cover Alice's mouth as she looks on, stunned. He whispers. Alice, just stop talking, she snapped back, all fired up. What's the big deal? Even if it's just on paper, we are technically a married couple. And just as he was about to explain, a seriously dangerous aura rolled off of Leah, cutting their little chat short. Alice was just completely floored by the scene. What? Merlin, meanwhile, was panicking. This is bad. Leah's voice dropped to a chilling tone. You said you and His Majesty are married? She gritted her teeth, barely holding it together. Is this some kind of joke? She gripped her axe, ready for a fight, while Alice was still trying to process what was even happening. Leah's eyes were glowing red as she spat pure venom. A lowly human like you dares to taint the noble bloodline of Lucifer? Unforgivable. Merlin frantically dove in front of Alice to set the record straight. No, sis, don't listen to her nonsense. We're only married on paper. Just calm down and let me explain. But she wasn't listening. She charged, grabbed his shoulder before he could react, and casually tossed Min aside, warning His Majesty to stay back. And just like that, she and Alice were clashing head-on. Two completely different powers colliding with brutal force. Leah's expression was ice cold as she judged her power level. Is this really all you've got to stand by His Majesty's side? Alice gritted her teeth, trying her best to defend, but things were not looking good. Crap, I used way too much power before this. Leah just casually swung her axe. Alice had no way to fight back and got sent flying. She skidded across the ground for a good long way. Leah swaggered over, her voice dripping with pure arrogance. I'll give you one chance. Her eyes were like daggers. Walk away from His Majesty. Now, if not, you die here. Make your choice. And yeah, she absolutely looked like she would end her right there if Alice didn't decide. Alice wiped the blood from her mouth, her attitude completely defiant. Sorry, but I'm not picking either of those. Leah's power exploded into a giant phantom snake with dripping venomous fangs. Then don't blame me. The snake's jaws opened wide, ready to swallow Alice whole. She quickly throws up a magic shield. Aurora Lance, Leah just sneered. Pathetic. The snake closed the distance in a flash. Then it slammed right into Alice's attack. Leah just stood there, controlling it with a triumphant smirk on her face. Go on, burn in this hellfire. But then she stopped, realizing something was wrong. Alice wasn't being destroyed like she thought she'd be. She was still stubbornly holding out against the karma flames. Then she broke free and charged straight at Leah for a direct attack. Alice's blade grazed Leah's cheek, leaving a thin scratch. All right, new plan. Leah switched tactics, clenching her fist. She poured her power into one solid punch right to Alice's gut. She was sent flying backward, crashing pathetically onto the ground. Arg! Leah furiously swung her axe, getting ready for the final blow. You really think you can become the queen of the Demon King's palace? She brought the axe down with zero hesitation. Are you satisfied now? Alice squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end. But just then, a sound echoed out. Leah stopped, shocked. What? A hand just casually caught her razor-sharp axe blade, completely unharmed. Merlin suddenly appeared, protecting Alice. His face was dead serious, his voice dropping to a low warning. That's enough, Elle. It was only then that Leah reacted, her eyes wide with horror. I heard His Majesty. The axe in her hand fell from her grasp, clattering to the ground. She immediately tried to explain, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He just looked at his hand and sighed. Seriously, you're the same as always. Once you get angry, there's no stopping you. Alice, still kneeling, timidly tried to speak. Merlin, but he completely cut her off, blaming her. This was a simple problem, and you jumped in and made it a huge mess. She gasped, seeing little sparks of light floating away from her. Ah, my power's gone. Suddenly, a coat was thrown over her, covering her completely. He then crossed his arms and looked at them both. You've been fighting for a while. You must be all cooled off now, right? I don't care if you two fight, but I will not allow any killing intent. Leah immediately shot back, completely outraged. Your Majesty, what in the world are you thinking? Living with a human? Just because the council accused you of betrayal, you're actually going to betray the entire demon race? Emlyn put his arm around Alice's shoulders, his face grim. I am not betraying the demon race. It's just that this girl is very important to me, and I won't let anyone hurt her. Hearing that, her face slowly turned bright red, feeling hot enough to burst into flames. Huh? Leah was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he'd just said. She lowered her head and clenched her fists, trying to hold back her absolute rage. She summoned her weapon from where it lay on the ground. She swung the axe at her opponent, ready to fight to the death. For the future of the Demon King's palace, she screamed in a frenzy. He just calmly reminded his subordinate, I told you to stop. Leah pointed right at Alice, still arguing. Your Majesty, you're not thinking straight anymore. I don't know what kind of love potion this pathetic human gave you, but you've abandoned the pride of a demon. Please, step aside. His eyes became incredibly cold. Until there is a new successor, I am still the #1 Demon King. Are you going to defy my orders now? Leah froze on the spot, completely motionless. Beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks, and then she respectfully knelt down, answering clearly. No, Your Majesty. Merlin quickly changed the subject. Honestly, you two had way too much fun fighting. And just like that, the bandit makes a run for it. Alice, bless her heart, is still buffering and completely misses it. Well, so much for that lead. She just stares, stunned, as a white light completely envelops Leah's body. Leah knew her time with His Highness was up. He sizes up the situation, puts a hand on his hip, and gives a casual farewell. Well, you worked hard. Say hi to Lilit for me. She gives a graceful curtsy in the middle of the glowing light. Take care of yourself while I'm gone, she says, as the light swallows her whole. He's still fuming over the idea of being married to a human and protecting this wench. Seriously, the man can hold a grudge. I will report everything, truthfully, to Lady Lilit. Mine just flails his arms in the air, having a full-blown panic attack. You're misunderstanding. We're just debt partners. Her survival is super important to me, that's all. Alice watches, thoroughly unimpressed. He's too busy mourning his own fate, thinking it's all over now. She looks at him with concern. What's wrong? From behind, she quietly watches him. Merlin's face is sheet white, imagining what his sister will do if she finds out about this whole mess. So what if she does? Aren't we a real couple anyway? He asks, with all the drama of a stage actor. When Leah gets back, she's definitely going to spin this story into a massive catastrophe. He grabs his head, picturing the horror. She might just ditch the demon palace to come find me. She'll be glued to my side. He turns to Alice, desperate for sympathy. With her personality, she'll definitely find a way to torture you to death, and Alice has absolutely no idea how to handle that. It finally clicks for her, and her imagination runs wild. What do I do? I think I've really provoked the wrong person here. The nightmare vision fades, and she instinctively clutches her arm. Ouch. He gently asks how her wound is doing. Alice barely pays attention, giving a quick answer. It's fine, it's healing. I just didn't realize your maid was that powerful. He then casually drops a bombshell. Oh, Leah? She's one of my 7 demon generals. She repeats him, her voice an octave higher. 1/10, he clarifies. If she came here for real, you'd have been a goner long ago. The quiet night sky is broken only by their little chat about impending doom. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We'll put my sister issue aside for now and focus on getting that intel. Otherwise, this was all for nothing. Oh, I almost forgot I froze those 2 human traffickers. They might have some information. Outskirts of Avignon City. Beneath a sky full of glittering stars, a pair of legs stumbles along a wall. Covered in wounds, the figure leans against the wall, panting. Damn it, that blonde guy is actually the Demon King. He grits his teeth, changing his strategy. This was a huge loss. The area's not safe anymore. He's got to go hide with that old hag. His target, a castle lit by a giant moon. Meanwhile, back at the mercenary camp, the ruins of their little skirmish are still smoldering. A slender white hand casts a spell on a frozen figure. As the ice melts, one of the goons immediately starts begging for his life. Ugh, don't kill me. His buddies watch in horror as Merlin's foot stomps on the ice. Merlin just flashes a wicked grin, his voice dripping with menace. If you don't want to die, you'll answer nicely. Your boss ran off. Where did he go? They both start making excuses. Sir, I honestly don't know where the boss went. I only know he has dealings with Countess Camilla. If he ran, he probably went to the Countess for protection. Merlin turns to his partner, Camilla. I think I've heard that name before. Turns out Alice's memory is pretty sharp. Mr. Allen mentioned her. She's the Lord of the Avignon region. Now it's her turn to interrogate, and she's radiating pure killer intent. So why exactly were you kidnapping so many young girls? Also, which one of you was it that called me old earlier? Terrified, they instantly sell each other out. The guy who made the comment gets a fist to the face from her and is out cold. The other one obediently confesses everything. To sell them, obviously. A young maiden is worth 200,000 gold coins. It's our mercenary group's main source of income. Merlin's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Oh, so you're worth that much, huh? Alice shrinks back, totally embarrassed. What's with that look? He crosses his arms, getting to the main point. Who's the buyer? Who's collecting all the girls you kidnap? And what for? The goon spills everything he knows. I have no idea. Every delivery is super mysterious. We never even see what the buyer looks like. As for what happens to the girls, I guess some big shot in the city has a thing for young, energetic flesh. Standing nearby, something suddenly clicks for Alice. Oh, that's right. She immediately shares her clue with him. That other guy said there was another girl captured besides me. Merlin stares down the henchman. Is that true? Where is she? He gives up the answer. Ah, that girl. She's in the dungeon below. Inside a dark, drafty stone prison cell. A young girl covered in blood sits huddled in the corner. Her lifeless eyes, hidden behind her arms, are a striking, peculiar red. Alice holds a torch, walking beside Merlin through the dark dungeon. He looks around, confused. Are you absolutely sure you heard him right? I can't sense any sign of life down here. But she was completely, stubbornly certain. They definitely grabbed another girl to sell alongside me, the thug had confessed. And man, this dungeon just kept going, prompting a sigh from her. This place really is massive, he casually shared. Didn't Mr. Aong say this place used to be a count's mansion before it was abandoned? Alice asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Totally weird. Why would a count's basement need this many cells? Who for? He had no clue, but it looked big enough for over 100 people. She suddenly got serious. Merlin, that guy gave us some clues about the count. What do you think? He stroked his chin, thinking, the count of this place is shady. We need to investigate. Dealing with a human trafficker? Yeah, that's not normal at all. She looked a bit troubled, but we don't exactly have the authority to investigate a lord. Alice leaned in close to whisper in his ear. Poking our noses in could get us in really big trouble. So what? Merlin just shrugged, spreading his hands wide. Oh, Alice. Her biggest flaw was being way too stiff, always by the book. No authority? Just do it secretly, duh. Just sneak into that little lord's mansion, flip the place upside down. We'll find out if she's connected to the Blood Clan soon enough. Alice just about shrieked that this was illegal. Then she noticed something odd and went dead silent. Alice whipped her head around. Wait, did you hear that? He shot back instantly. Are you hearing things? But she was already running, urging him on. Come on, I really heard something. As they ran through the ancient corridor, he pursed his lips in thought. Strange, he couldn't sense anyone's presence at all. The two of them arrived at a small door, one behind the other. This was the spot. In the corner of the cell, a grimy little girl was sobbing. Gasp! She was shocked. There she is. Merlin could hardly believe it. She's actually here. Alice crouched down and spoke gently to the child. Little one, were you captured and brought here? The girl, Bao Bao, looked up with teary eyes. A wave of pity washed over her, and she clenched her fists, cursing them out. Those monsters, they wouldn't even spare a child this young. He'd been standing by silently, just observing. Weird. Why couldn't he sense any life force coming from this kid? Those red eyes were so vacant, and the aura of death around her was heavy. Was her life force just too weak because she was so small? Oblivious, Alice held out a helping hand. Little sister, we're here to save you. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere safe, okay? The little girl nodded fearfully through her sobs. Then her frail body launched forward, hugging Alice's neck and stunning her. Bao Bao let out a huge wail and spoke her first word. Mommy! Yeah, that pretty much turned our two heroes into statues. What a magnificent misunderstanding. Laughter echoed through the empty hallway. Meanwhile, at Count Avignon's castle, a warm golden light spilled from a window. A young woman lay dead, her eyes wide open. On her neck, fresh bite marks were still bleeding. A mysterious woman smiled, dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. Ah yes, the Lord of Avignon, Countess Camilla, praised from her spot on the sofa. As expected, the blood of a virgin is always the most delicious. She spoke calmly. Lauren. The man standing behind her bowed respectfully. At your service. Her icy gaze swept over to him. In a few days, go to the dungeon and select 100 virgins. Bring them to the royal capital in secret. Deliver them to the prime minister yourself. The man dared to protest. But my lady, that is all the livestock we worked so hard to collect. Camilla cut Lauren off without a second thought. For the glory of the bloodline, what is such a small price? Lord Moss is an ancient of our clan who served my father. After my father went into hibernation, he has never rested. The man started to put two and two together. Could it be her father? She didn't let him finish the thought. That's right. She reached out a pale hand to pluck the most beautiful rose. His efforts were not in vain. Our father is about to awaken and rule this land once more. The plan has now entered its final stage. As her expression turned incredibly dark, the rose petals in her hand withered. For thousands of years, our days of hiding in the shadows, living like parasites, are almost over. What awaits us is an eternity of bathing in fresh blood and endless pleasure. A black bat flew to whisper in the man's ear. Lauren bowed his head to report. Lord Pin is here. He says it is an urgent matter. Camilla rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. Dick Pin? It's not his delivery day. What's he doing here? Her subordinate relayed the issue. I'm not sure, but from the look of him, and it seems his mercenary group has run into some trouble, this finally got her attention. What? Looking down from her perch at the man begging for an audience, she got straight to the point. It's so late. Why aren't you with your band of thieves? What are you doing here? Dick frantically explained. Lady Camilla, it's a disaster. My mercenary group has been wiped out. She covered her mouth, disgusted by his appearance. Are you Pin? What happened to you? Haven't the guards always turned a blind eye to your activities? He knelt on the floor, explaining. It wasn't the guards, it was adventurers. And from their accents, I think they came from Britain. She stood up, posing the question. 2 adventurers from out of town? With your strength and those dwarf-made guns, who could possibly leave you in this state? He raised a hand as if to prove his story's truth. They were strong. These guys are seriously strong, but the blonde dude, he's on a whole nother level. Dick starts freaking out. Wait, no, that guy isn't human. He's the great demon king from the Swamp of Death, master of the first palace, Lucifer III. And just like that, Camilla's eyes go dead calm. A dark, sinister aura silently fills the air. Yikes. Do you even know what you're saying? Dick Pin's eyes glow blood red, dark energy practically pouring off of her. The young demon king, Lucifer III, the one who lives in the Swamp of Death and has beaten the church countless times, how could he possibly be here? You know exactly what happens if you lie to me, right? And yeah, the guy is terrified. He wouldn't dare make this up, it's all true. He explains he spent a fortune on a demon summoning scroll. And guess who it summoned? A high-ranking demon from the first demon king's palace. But here's the kicker, that big-shot demon called the blonde guy, Your Highness. He pounds his chest, arguing, who else but Lucifer III gets that kind of respect? Now Camilla is just completely baffled. Huh? Why did only one of them show up? Long, meanwhile, is already cooking up some wild theories. Just a few days ago, a demon ran into Avignon and seriously messed up an inquisitor before taking off. That was a close call. And now another one just pops up. Is this even human territory anymore? Is it because the church is still busy recovering? It seems the demon swamp is getting bold, targeting humans directly. Dick insists they absolutely cannot let this slide. He's obviously here to investigate the kidnapping. And Dick has a hunch that sooner or later he's going to find his way to her. She grits her teeth in frustration. So what are they supposed to do? You think you can take on Lucifer III? She scoffs. And then a nasty little idea pops into his head. My lady, they're husband and wife. If we can't get to him, let's just go after her. Camilla's head whips around, her eyes fixed on him. Are you telling me Lucifer III married a human? And oh, he's got answers. I saw it myself. His companion is human. I'd stake my life on it. A wicked grin spreads across her face, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Camilla strokes her chin, a vicious look in her eyes. The great demon king in love with a mere human and married to her, this is a golden opportunity. That night, a few houses are still lit. Meanwhile, Ah Long is stroking his chin, lost in thought. You know, last night I was just hoping Merlin would finally confess his feelings to Alice. But he puts his hands on his hips, totally judging them. You two work a little too fast, though, don't you think? You already have a kid. And Merlin is not amused. How could we have a kid after one night? Wait, that's not it. We didn't do anything. He stumbles over his words, explaining they found the kid in the Mercenary Guild's jail. She might be a clue. Inside a nearby room, a warm light is glowing softly. Little tufts of grayish-brown hair are scattered on the floor. Alice is gently wiping little Bao Bao's face. There, all clean, Alice says softly. The little girl beams. Thank you, Mommy. And cue the flustered hand-waving from Alice. No, no, I'm not your mommy. And just then, thud. A chair suddenly gets knocked over with a loud bang. The little girl gets frantic, clinging to her waist. Mommy, are you leaving me again? Tears start streaming down her face. I'll be good. I won't bully my sister. She just keeps murmuring, blaming herself. Please don't leave me again, Mommy. Alice raises a hand but finds herself completely frozen. Alice's expression softens, filling with pure compassion. She kneels down, gently wiping away the little girl's tears and promising in the kindest voice. Mommy was just joking. Of course I still want you. It's okay now. At that, Bao Bao's eyes open wide with anticipation. Really? Not wanting to break her little heart, Alice gives her a firm promise. Yes, I promise. And Bao Bao throws her arms around her neck, hugging her tight. I love you the most, Mommy. On the outside, Alice is all gentle comfort. But on the inside, she's feeling just a little bit guilty. Mommy, she thinks. The two are lost in their little moment, completely unaware someone is watching from the door. Merlin's been observing, but he can't sense any life aura from the child. Is it just because she's so young that her aura is weak? All he sees is this heartwarming scene between Alice and Bao Bao. He turns away, deciding to just drop the issue for now. Forget it. But just then, Ah Long pops up behind him, making him jump. Well, well. It seems Mr. Merlin has a soft spot for kids, eh? Merlin quickly leans on the railing, trying to hide his face. No, you've got it all wrong, he sputters. I can't stand kids. The old man just watches him, thinking to himself. Ha ha ha, to be young. Anyway, getting to the point. So, did you two find any actual clues last night, besides, a child? Merlin gets serious, laying out the facts. It's not a solid clue, but the disappearances in Avignon are suspicious, especially his face suddenly pales, cutting Merlin off. What? That brilliant countess, connected to those human traffickers? Impossible. But Merlin lays out his case their leader had exchanged letters with the countess of this city. He suspects that the honored guest they kept talking about is none other than the Lord of Avignon herself. Long calmly considers the stakes. But their opponent is a feudal lord, a powerful frontier ambassador. Making an enemy of her is like making an enemy of the entire kingdom. If things go south, even the guild might not be able to save them. Back in the bedroom, Bao Bao innocently asks her new mom, "Is that lord a bad person?" And Alice tells her everything she knows. So, are you going to beat her up, Mom? The little girl's question hangs in the air. This time, Alice is the one caught completely off guard, fumbling with her words. Well, if she's a bad person, of course Mommy will defeat her. The little girl's crimson eyes fill with a deep sadness. But that's not good. If you fight bad people, I'm scared something will happen to you. Her tiny arms wrap around Alice's neck as she buries her face in her shoulder. Alice presses her cheek against the girl's. You silly goose, your mom is very strong. The kid's worries instantly vanish, replaced with a grin. But out of the child's sight, Alice is thinking hard about the countess. Right now, all they have are suspicions, no actual proof. Merlin shares the same thought. Whether Countess Camilla is the real mastermind or not still requires a lot more investigation. With a candle flickering in the corner, the little girl is curled up under the blankets, sleeping soundly. Alice sits by her side like a mother, patting her back to ensure she sleeps peacefully. A sound at the door draws her attention. Knock. Knock. Merlin peeks through the crack with a mischievous grin. I came to see how you were doing. Alice gently closes the door behind her before replying. Oh? Worried about me, are you? Let's talk outside. She just fell asleep, he adds quickly. Besides, I wanted to talk to you about the kid. Underneath the cloudy night sky, she asks, what about her? We can't just keep her with us. Alice immediately starts trying to figure out a solution. I don't know what to do either. But she's just so pitiful, abandoned by her parents and with no memory of her own. Seeing her broke my heart, he continues nonchalantly. I couldn't just abandon her, so let's take care of her and try to find her mom. And if we can't find her, take her to an orphanage? Alice immediately shoots down the idea. Absolutely not. That's too cruel. If she goes to an orphanage, she won't even have enough to eat. You know what the situation in Frank is like right now. She calls me mom now, she says, her tone becoming incredibly serious. If I take her away, she'll think I'm abandoning her too. She'll feel like she's been abandoned all over again. Merlin's eyes narrow as he stares at her. So what is it you want? He can already see right through her. You want to adopt her, don't you? Alice bites her lip and nods, bracing for his sarcastic remarks. I see you really enjoy playing the mother. You're already treating her like your own child. Her face flushes with embarrassment. How could you say that? Which one of your eyes sees me enjoying this? If I don't say I'm her mom, the kid cries. I have no other choice. But Merlin is clearly not buying it for a second. You look pretty happy to me. She keeps making excuses. I never thought about adopting her. We'll just take her back to her parents once her memory recovers. Besides, our situation isn't exactly suitable for raising a child, is it? Merlin, clearly annoyed, pinches her cheek hard. Fine, forget it. It's just one more mouth to feed. We'll raise her, all right? The next morning, sunlight bathes the peaceful residence, and held between two fingers is a single, wax-sealed, golden envelope. Merlin holds up the letter with a smirk. We just wiped out those traffickers yesterday, and they're already knocking on our door. This Lord's intel network is way too fast, Alice mutters. So now what? He can tell this isn't so simple. They wanted to be stealthy, but got found out immediately. He calmly devises a strategy. Isn't this even better? Instead of sneaking around, they'll use this chance to march right in and see what this countess is really up to. And just like that, the house is buzzing with discussion. Besides, when opportunity knocks, you don't just leave it standing on the porch, right? That's our boy. That evening, the lights of the countess's castle are blazing. Camilla offers her praise. It's truly unexpected that the adventurers who beat a mercenary group with a saint-level expert would be such a young couple. Alice covers her mouth with a polite laugh. The real surprise is you, Countess. We never expected someone so beautiful. Merlin eagerly jumps in. And she's also really big. Bigger than anyone I've met before, only to have his mouth clamped shut by a swift hand. She whirls on him, hissing, "Do you know where we are? What are you saying?" His face, meanwhile, is turning a lovely shade of blue. "The Countess's castle?" he gasps. "I was talking about the castle." Camilla just laughs, trying to smooth things over. "Haha, it's fine. Welcome, Mr. Merlin and Miss Alice from Britain. Again, thank you both for resolving the threat within my domain." She gracefully deflects with perfect etiquette. "You're too kind, Countess. We were merely passing through and decided to help." But the Countess raises a hand, insisting it was a huge deal. This mercenary group was a constant nuisance, frequently engaging in human trafficking. They had a saint-level member, so my own people couldn't eliminate them. Then she snaps her fingers, signaling for Lauren. "Luckily, you two solved my problem, so I must thank you properly." He sees the platter being brought over personally. He instinctively asks what it is. The attendant points to a check and reveals it contains 500,000 gold coins. At this, Merlin is officially excited. "Ha! The main course has finally arrived." But Alice is way more cautious. 500,000, Camilla proposes after a pause. "After accepting, you can return to Britain. I will handle everything else. You need not worry any longer." "What do you say?" Alice's brow furrows, her determined gaze showing she's already made a decision. Suddenly, she slams her hand on the table, shoots to her feet, and her eyes turn to ice as she glares back. "And if I refuse?" She scoffs, her brow furrowed with a mix of warning and outright threat. "Miss Alice, this is Avignon. I'm the lord here. My word is law." And just like that, a standoff. The pressure in the room skyrockets. Her eyes were filled with a coldness that she wasn't even trying to hide. Turns out, some high-ranking imperial officials are secretly backing a group of mercenaries. This whole human trafficking business is nothing new here. It's all tied up in Frank's political games. And our heroes? They're just adventurers. "If you insist on meddling in my domain, I'll have to deal with you using the Empire's laws." He just leans back in his chair, silent. "Are you threatening us?" She snaps. A gloved hand reaches out, sliding over to the very expensive-looking check, and with a nod, Merlin accepts the offer. "If this is a gesture from the Countess, we'll gladly accept." He completely ignores Alice's warnings, and boy, does she let him have it. "What are you even thinking? You sold out for 500,000. How are you going to face Count Austin when we get back? We're going to lose all our credibility." To which he just smirks back. "You can't eat credibility, kiddo. Besides, who's to say they can even produce 500,000? Camilla, sensing trouble, tries to lock in the deal right away. "Mr. Merlin, you truly are a clever man. Take the money and go home, and I'll even write a letter to the Brit royal family, praising you for your great deeds." Just when it seemed like everything was settled, he quickly pockets the check. But then bam! His whole vibe changes. "Alice is right," he says. "Suddenly all business. We're adventurers. We have to complete the mission for our client. This is our business. We guarantee it won't affect Frank's politics or your personal standing." And just like that, her calm and collected act shatters. She shoots up from her seat, grinding her teeth. "You!" Merlin puts a hand on his hip, openly taunting her. "Unless the Countess has a secret? Afraid of what we'll find if we keep digging around?" She's so stunned she freezes, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. In her eyes, he suddenly looks like a terrifying giant. This oppressive feeling. Could he have possibly figured out she's a vampire? Though to be fair, demons and vampires aren't exactly mortal enemies. But his crimson eyes are absolutely haunting her. It's the unmistakable look of a predator sizing up its prey. Little does she know, however, that Merlin's intense gaze is actually aimed right at her chest. Camilla clenches her fist, forcing herself to calm down. I mean, this is the same guy who took a human girl for a wife. You can't judge this demon lord by normal standards. And with her father's revival so close, there can be no mistakes. Our hero just gives a lazy wave goodbye. "Got the money, won't bother you anymore." Alice's brain is still trying to catch up, letting out an instinctive, "Huh?" But without turning around, he calls back to her. "Oh, by the way, accepting the Countess's request to leave isn't entirely out of the question." He then tilts his head, glancing back at her. "If you offer us 10 times the reward, we might just think about it." He's gone, but his voice hangs in the air. "Think it over. It's only 10 times the amount pocket change for you." She's left there, seething, forced to swallow her rage. And with that, the two of them casually stroll out of the lavish manor. Camilla stands on the balcony as Lauren asks, "My lady, are we just going to let them do as they please?" Her face is a storm cloud as her grip cracks the stone railing into dust. She can barely contain her body's transformation. That damn demon, and that woman, too, daring to toy with me. Just you wait. Once my father is revived, I'll make you all pay. The subordinate bows, eager to be useful. "My lady, if Lucifer III is as strong as the rumors say, a direct fight is a bad idea. But that doesn't mean we're out of options." Surrounded by a swirling black aura, she turns her head slightly. "Speak." His plan centers on the baby, When I was with them, I noticed Lucifer, the third, and that girl, Alice. They have a small child with them. I couldn't sense any human aura from the child, so it's very likely theirs. Hearing this, Camila slowly starts to regain her composure. Lucifer, the third, single-handedly defeated the church's army and countless heroes. Making a direct enemy out of him really isn't the smartest play. A sinister glint appears in her subordinate's eyes. But we could always start with the child. It's common knowledge that the demon birth rate is incredibly low, so they cherish their children above all else. She begins to weigh the risks. It makes sense. A demon lord of his status would definitely value his bloodline. If we can control his wife and child, I'm leaving this to you. Lauren is always ready to obey. Her lone figure stands on the balcony as the wind whips away the last of the dark energy. She taps her long nails in anticipation. All she needs is to get this one trump card in her hand, and her great father can finally return to the human world. Camila reaches a sharp-nailed hand toward the crescent moon. The age of the blood moon will return soon. Back at the house, someone is screaming. What? You refused the Countess? Alice explains while holding the baby. She was trying to buy our silence, telling us to stop investigating. There has to be a conspiracy going on here. A Kalon cuts right to the point. So, find any clues? Merlin's summary is short and simple. We were being followed. We couldn't find any useful information, and I couldn't get a proper read on that woman either. But of course, when it's his turn to talk, Merlin's pervy habits kick in. She's got a massive chest. Alice's dark aura returns. Did you look anywhere else? The old man, proving he's no better, chimes in. Really? That big? What a surprise. And those curves. Merlin agrees, gesturing wildly. Yeah, you totally get it, Merlin says. Alice just stares at them with absolute judgment. Men. 2 days later, feet are scrambling chaotically across the ground. A group of armed men shouts back and forth. Have you found him yet? No, I swear I saw him run down this street. They press on with their search, vowing not to let him escape, completely missing the figure in the shadows. From behind a wall, Merlin lets out an annoyed sigh. They're as persistent as leeches. Clutching the wanted poster, he frowns. He never expected that woman would pull a move like this. The clock rewinds to a few mornings ago. Accolon points with absolute certainty. Leave the investigation of the Countess's mansion to me. Alice immediately tries to stop him. How can you? At your age, it's way too dangerous. But the old man calmly analyzes the situation. You two have angered the Countess. Every move you make will be monitored. But me, I'm just an old man. It'll be safer. Merlin, casually sipping his tea nearby, chimes in. He's not wrong, we're already being watched. Outside the house, men in black are already keeping a close eye on them, and there are more than a few lurking in the darkness. He glances out the window. That Countess moves fast. This whole hotel is already under surveillance. But she sticks to her point. If that's the case, then there's no way we can let Mr. Accolon go take that risk. The old man cuts off the bickering. I can't just let you two protect me. I'm an adventurer. I have to do something. Alice approaches him with a question. This place is under heavy surveillance. How will you even get out? Accolon decides it's time he came clean. Before I became an adventurer, I was a master thief whose skills could deceive both ghosts and gods. He puffs out his chest with pride. I've been out of the game for decades, but when it comes to stealth, I'm still a pro. She understands this is their best option. But Merlin crosses his arms, making the final call. No more arguments. We'll leave it to him. So, this guy's supposed to be a legendary adventurer. She's clearly not buying it, and man, after all that talk, the sun's still up. Fast forward a few days to dusk. Our boys posted up on the windowsill, keeping an eye on things. And yep, the stalkers in black are still out there, refusing to give up. He just calmly tells her, they've been watching us for days. Alice starts to worry about the old man, wondering if Ah Ka-Long is doing okay. He just shoves his hands in his pockets, leaving the window. All they could do was rely on him. So for now, they just had to wait here, and maybe catch some sleep. Looks like that Countess really had them on lockdown, and being watched like this, they couldn't do a thing. Merlin just stared at the ceiling, thinking to himself. The divine tree was slowing the curse, but for how much longer? He let out a long, exhausted sigh. What a pain. The entire vibe immediately shifted as her annoyance became obvious. Why does this guy always look so troubled? Is he feeling sick again? Suddenly, a small figure latched onto her waist and held on tight. Bao Bao looked up with the saddest eyes to comfort her. Mommy, don't be angry. Alice instantly regretted her mood. Oh no, did our anxiety affect the child? Feeling guilty, she stroked her head. Mommy's not mad, don't worry. Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into her head. She leaned down to whisper a secret plan. The little girl listened to every single word. Merlin, deep in his brooding, felt something was off. He looked over to see a little head with 2 pigtails and innocent eyes peeking over the bed. He shot the little girl a look of pure annoyance. What do you want? Uncle doesn't have time to play with you. If you want to play, go bother that flat-chested girl. Bao Bao was so confused she could only stammer, huh? Then, with her hands clasped shyly, she spoke. Daddy, please cheer up. An aura of pure cuteness exploded from her as she blinked her eyes. The word daddy was a critical hit, and Merlin instantly froze solid right there. Inside his mind, 1,000 supernovas were going off. He snapped back to reality and screamed in rage, Daddy? Who are you calling daddy? Let's be clear, Uncle is not your daddy. Huge tears started rolling down the little girl's cheeks as Alice, silent until now, finally stepped in. She comforted Bao Bao. Good girl, that uncle isn't a bad person. Don't cry. Then she ripped into Merlin. Why are you being so mean? She just wanted to cheer you up. Sweat started pouring down his face. Busted. His entire attitude changed in a flash. He quietly stood up. I'm going out. Holding the child, she asked. Why are you going out? Aren't we being watched right now? Merlin, already at the door, turned to explain. It's pointless to stay here anyway. Getting some fresh air might lead to a discovery. You watch the kid, I'll be back soon. The door slammed shut, leaving her standing there completely stunned. As night fell over the city, the buildings began to light up. He held the cute little toy, hesitating. Sure, he said he would buy a doll, but he had no clue if she would even like it. The streets were buzzing with gossip. First, a high-ranking demon attacks, and now floods. It's just one disaster after another. My cousin's daughter is missing too. No girl dares go out alone at night anymore. Suddenly, a juicy bit of info caught our hero's ear. The Lord had just issued a new wanted poster today. If they could just catch the human trafficker, everyone could finally relax a little. Merlin stroked his chin, lost in thought. What is that woman up to? He already wiped out her mercenary squad, so why post a reward? Looking for a scapegoat to calm the public, maybe? He keenly noticed the townsfolk peeking at him, whispering. Everywhere he went, windows slammed shut behind him. He clocked all the suspicious side eyes from a few not-so-friendly faces. Yep, just a lone figure on a deserted street, waiting for the wind to blow. Huh? A piece of paper blew right into his leg. Curious, Merlin picked it up to have a look. What is this? His jaw dropped and his eyes widened as he cursed out loud. What the hell is this? A wanted poster featuring him and Alice, framed as traffickers from Britain posing as adventurers to lure and kidnap young women. The poster called for a citywide manhunt, offering a reward for any information. The entire population grabbed their pitchforks and torches to hunt them down. Over here, hurry up! A mob of young men swarmed out to catch the so-called trafficker. He was just walking down the street. We have to catch that scoundrel. The moment he looked up from the poster, a massive crowd had him completely surrounded. Merlin's face went completely blank. His twitching lips were the only sign of his absolute disbelief. What is this madness? Hurry, there's the trafficker. Someone had spotted him down the street. They didn't care that it was late. Their spirits were fired up. Where is he? Where'd he go? From a castle balcony, Camila watched it all unfold. Lucifer the Third, she mused. Sometimes brute force can't solve everything. These peasants are like a swamp. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. She smiled smugly. You wouldn't dare kill them all, would you? Merlin, meanwhile, was slipping through the back alleys. If you won't leave, then I'll play your little game. After a long search, the mob was getting cranky. Where is he? How did we lose him? He must be close by. Keep looking. Merlin frowned, listening to the commotion. She's using the people's trust. We've walked right into a trap. He sat down, sighing helplessly. Dealing with this mob is easy, but if he hurts these civilians, that Alice girl will never let him hear the end of it. He was lost in thought when it hit him. Wait, the poster showed both of us. So Alice has no idea. Just as the wall behind him began to crack apart, a fully armored knight swung a massive sword, sending rubble flying everywhere. Just by standing there, it towered over Merlin. Britannian intruder. He cautiously got into a fighting stance. City guard, talk about terrible timing. The knight's eyes glowed with a red light as it raised its longsword to strike. The giant sword let out a crack and then snapped in two. Merlin took it down with a single, brutally efficient punch. Sorry about that. Time for a nap. The knight's mask shattered, revealing a grotesque face with sharp fangs. The moment he saw it, Merlin gasped in shock. A vampire, and silent footsteps were closing in on him. Merlin found himself surrounded by more vampires in full armor. He gave them a predatory glance. Vampires in the city guard? Now this is getting interesting. Elsewhere, a window in the residential district exploded into pieces. Alice leaped out, holding her sword in one hand and Bao Bao in the other. She landed gracefully on a rooftop, trying her best to hide the sheer panic in her eyes. What is going on? 3 men in black, clearly injured, were closing in on her. She knew her ice lances had hit them, but their movements were completely unaffected. She gritted her teeth and declared, "You are not human." The vampires pulled out the ice shards and snarled. Yeah? Cut the crap! They lunged at her at once. Hand over the kid if you don't want to die. But Alice was no coward. She immediately fought back with everything she had. Don't even think about it. While blocking the one in front, another slashed her back. A sharp pain shot through her, making her entire body go rigid. Ugh. A dark energy slithered unnoticed towards their feet. Before mother or daughter could react, they were separated and bound tight. The little girl reached out in terror. "Mommy!" Alice cried out in horror. "Bow bow!" The mastermind behind the attack stepped out, applauding. Lauren, now holding the child, began to mock her. As expected of a silver rank adventurer. "You're skilled, but without Lucifer, and distracted by this kid, you're helpless." Alice struggled frantically. "You're one of Camilla's people. What do you want?" He wasted no more words, punching her without hesitation and sending her flying into a wall. The pain was too much. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were utterly cold. "Lady Camilla gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it, so prepare to die." He then calmly adjusted his gloves. "Take this child back to Lady Camilla. I need this woman." The vampire turned to leave. "Yes, sir." They ignored Bao Bao's desperate cries. With every step Lauren took, the dark aura around Alice grew stronger. "Now, let me play with you." The villain suddenly froze, realizing Alice's ice magic could pierce his dark aura. This was a spell not even a holy tier beast could escape. This woman. Every single one of the ropes that bound her was now frozen solid. A surge of magic power erupted from her, making the air impossibly cold. Her golden eyes widened with pure rage. "Give the child back to me." The guy was completely stunned as the powerful ice magic rushed toward him. Lauren was too slow to react, and the ice consumed one of his legs. His entire body, except for his head, was now encased in ice. She raised a hand, her voice filled with a terrifying threat. "So you people did have a shady motive. If you don't want to become ice fragments, you'll cooperate." He paid her no mind at all and simply gave the order to attack. "Understood," his subordinate replied. The vampire's blade swung wide, slicing the butler's head clean off. This time, it was Alice's turn to gasp in utter horror. The scene of him holding Lauren's head high, a devout offering to the moon, was absolutely haunting. "As a descendant, I am honored to offer this body to my lord." She was finally starting to piece it all together. The moment the head touched the body, it began to merge into one. When the fusion was complete, Lauren was reborn as a monstrous, winged, half-human, half-beast creature. His eyes, no longer behind glasses, were filled with pure death. "This is my true form, you pathetic human." Alice gritted her teeth in pure hatred. Vampire Merlin swung his sword, severing limbs from the other vampires. One opened its mouth wide, trying to bite him from behind. But in an instant, he caught its head in his hand. His eyes flashed red as he brutally ripped off a large piece of its face. The lower half of its face completely vanished, without a single drop of blood. Then, it rapidly regenerated back to its original state, a malicious smile spreading across its lips. He. The flesh in his hand dissolved into nothing. They don't die no matter how I cut them. What a pain, he thought. Unlike the alchemical beasts, hitting these things didn't even feel like cutting something alive. And just as he predicted, their bodies began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lead vampire taunted him. Give it up, Lucifer III. Even you can't kill an evil vampire." Merlin simply rested his sword on his shoulder and let out a provocative smirk. "Oh really? I can't kill you, but you can't hurt me either, so what's the point of this?" The enemy calmly answered, "Our mission is only to stall you." They all gathered together, readying themselves for the next round. "Lucifer, we wouldn't dream of being able to kill a demon king like you. But by now, Lord Lauren has probably already captured your wife. So, your wife is in our hands now. I suggest you cooperate with us, nice and easy. But our guy just looks bored." Then suddenly bursts out laughing. The goons, completely baffled, have to ask, "What are you laughing at?" Merlin just smirks back at them. "Sorry, it's just your overconfidence that's making me laugh. My girl might be a bit of a dork, but there's no way she'd lose to trash-tier vampires like you lot." Meanwhile, Alice is facing down Lauren on a rooftop. She's the real deal, a genuine hero, and she's not wasting any time. "So it was you guys behind the missing girls. What did you do to them?" The creep just gestures with this slimy, knowing look. "Heh, we're vampires. What do you think we did?" His sharp fangs and beady eyes just scream generic bad guy. "We ate them, of course." Wrong answer. Alice immediately starts gathering magic from the surrounding air. She pulls back her sword into a counter stance and declares, "I will destroy you." He just gets angry, spreading his massive wings. "You really think you can beat me? Even among vampires, I'm considered a high-ranking noble." He stomps the ground and launches into the sky. But she's ready, channeling a massive wave of blue sword energy right at his head. Alice grits her teeth, pouring everything she has into this single attack. Lauren, ever the arrogant fool, tries to block it bare-handed. Merely a saint-level attack. He barely finishes that thought before the blue light zips past and takes his entire arm with it. The vampire starts sweating bullets, pupils blown wide in disbelief that he's actually been hurt. Alice uses the opening to land another slash on his waist. Lauren stumbles backward, clutching his wound. He glances at his missing arm and notices the wound isn't regenerating at all. Could that sword be a holy relic? She's supposed to be just a mithril rank adventurer. How could she possibly have something like that? He starts to panic, demanding, "Who are you? Where did you get that sword?" A holy aura explodes around her. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 233rd hero, Alice Claudia." Merlin, meanwhile, is just enjoying their terrified expressions. What? That woman is the hero? How can a hero be married to a demon king? Merlin starts casually rummaging through his pockets. The situation is a little complicated. Believe it or not, I don't really care. But this whole thing did remind me of something. After we got to Franco, that goofy girl of mine insisted I carry this with me. He proudly shows off a special-looking golden cross. Naturally, they all start mocking the holy symbol of the Church of Light. You don't actually think we're afraid of this, do you? The First Lord of the Demon Hall carrying a holy cross. You gonna say a prayer, too? With a smug little smirk, his hands expertly transform the emblem into a shining silver longsword. Suddenly, they aren't laughing anymore. What? The cross became a sword? Is that some kind of exorcism blade? How can a demon even wield that? Merlin uses his new weapon to start the massacre, eager to test out this family heirloom. And wherever the silver blade flashes, his enemies are sliced into tiny little pieces. But here's the twist. The vampires don't regenerate. They just burst into uncontrollable holy flames, burning instantly to ash. He completely ignores the carnage, his attention fixed solely on the sword in his hand. I'm not really used to other weapons, but this thing is insanely useful against vampires. Plus, it doesn't even require my magic to use. Merlin focuses on the weirdest detail. Why doesn't this anti-demon sword reject him? Every one of her attacks glows with a blue-white holy energy, but it feels different from Alice's sword. Lauren, minus an arm, is just screaming, "You hateful human!" She puts all her focus into her attacks, forcing him to helplessly dodge every blow. He uses the chance to flap his wings and get away. Damn it, the intel was wrong. I never expected that woman to be the hero. Looking pale as a ghost, he keeps glancing back nervously. I have to report this to Lady Camilla immediately. But somehow she appears right in front of him, blocking his path with wings of light. Her eyes are ice cold. You're not getting away. Her sword energy flashes decisively towards what's left of his intact body. She melts back into the shadows and watches as he's split clean in two, from head to toe. Both halves crash to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The town watch, carrying torches, notices the commotion. Hey, what was that noise over there? Of course, they wander closer to investigate. What fell on the road? Let's check it out. Alice urgently shouts a warning. It's dangerous. Don't come over here. Down in the rubble, Lauren lets out a wicked smile. From within the gray smoke, terrifying screams begin to echo. Help! A horrified citizen tries to escape, screaming, Monster! In seconds, his body is drained of all blood, leaving just skin and bones. Alice rushes into the fog, wanting to help them. Damn it, she thinks. I'm too late. She swings her sword toward the screams, but the attack is easily dodged. A monstrous black foot lands right in front of her. It's Lauren, holding a dried-up corpse in one hand while smugly wiping his mouth with the other. Heh, talk about lucky. Just when he needed it most, 2 fresh blood bags appear. A little sip, and he'll be right back in fighting shape. He shoots Alice a cold, confident stare. Physically speaking, she's no match for a true vampire. You can almost see her grinding her teeth in frustration. Damn it! She's still recovering from her fight with Merlin's maid. Otherwise, she could have gone full dragon mode and ended this clown. So, without a second thought, she just charges straight in, declaring, in that case, I'll just have to completely destroy you. His brilliant counter? He yeets a dried-up corpse right at Alice, hoping to stop her powerful advance. Lauren flashes a nasty grin, warning her, hey, last time was just a fluke. I won't give you another chance. Then he disappears into the rubble, using the chaos as cover. She scans the area. Like hell, you're getting away. But just then, a crowd of curious citizens rushes in to investigate. Hey, what happened here? Who's over there? Then they spot the gruesome scene and freak out. Whoa, what's with the corpse? Don't they tell girls not to go out at night? Everyone be careful, there's a vampire on the loose! And then of course someone points right at Alice and starts shouting accusations. Hey, aren't you that human trafficker from the wanted poster? Alice just freezes, looking completely and utterly baffled. Huh? Wanted poster? Human trafficker? One person gets riled up, and suddenly the whole mob is throwing rocks at her. You monster! Give me back my daughter. She's got a sword. Stay back. Call the city guard. Alice desperately tries to reason with them. Everyone, wait. This is a misunderstanding. Just calm down and listen. But all she gets for her trouble is a face full of rocks. Ouch. Ugh. She peeks through her fingers trying to strategize. Okay, this isn't working. The mob's too angry to listen, and the real bad guy is still out there. So, she makes a break for it, leaping onto the rooftops. If she doesn't find him fast, everyone here is in serious danger, but the mob isn't giving up. After her, she's getting away. Alice sprints across the rooftops, figuring the vampire couldn't have gone far. Then, a shrill scream rips through the air, stopping her cold. Ah! She spots another shriveled body on the ground below and curses in frustration. Damn it, he got another one! Suddenly, the wall beside her explodes. Lauren bursts through, charging straight at her flank. Alice reacts in a flash, her sword ready to parry. A sneak attack? But the creep just gives her a wicked smile and tosses something. Here, catch. Alice's eyes go wide as she tracks the flying object. It's a terrified, crying child. What? A kid? He just chucked the poor thing right off a balcony. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicks off the railing and dives after the baby, who's now screaming its little lungs out, just barely snagging the baby in time. But of course, a shadowy creep uses this chance to pop up right behind her. And bam! He slugs her with everything he's got. Alice's face literally distorts, but she holds on to that baby like her life depends on it. So yeah, to land safely, she has to use her sword and her entire body as a brake. That's gotta hurt. Even with blood at the corner of her mouth, she gives the kid a gentle look. It's okay, I'll protect you. And the kid calms down. Lauren casually lands right behind her. Hey, if you hadn't saved that little brat, you might have actually killed me back there. Furious, she erupts in a blue aura, but the guy has the nerve to give her advice. I wouldn't use your battle aura if I were you. The baby's starting to look sick. See, normal humans can't handle that kind of power, it'll kill him. Well, that's inconvenient. She knows her anger just made her reckless. Crap. Meanwhile, this dude is secretly channeling dark energy through his feet. With her attention diverted, Alice is suddenly trapped by a swarm of dark tendrils. Ugh. She glares at him. You'd attack a child? You're disgusting, and I will never forgive you. But Lauren knows her opponent and just gives a confident, taunting smirk. Heh. Go on and try. The moment you break free, the kid dies. Then he licks his lips with a gross tongue, looking more unhinged by the second. Time for the villain speech. The original plan was to capture you two as hostages to threaten Lucifer for the tam, but since you won't listen, I'll just turn you into one of my bloodline. She whips her head around, her blue eyes blazing with fury, and with zero hesitation, he sinks his fangs right into her neck. Lauren's blissfully drinking her blood with a look of pure ecstasy until his eyes snap wide open in total disbelief. Yup, sharp ice spikes are suddenly bursting out of his body. The more he struggles, the more spikes appear. Alice is perfectly still, the bite on her shoulder frozen solid. His face twists in agony and shock, cold sweat pouring down. This was definitely not part of the plan. This woman used her own blood as a catalyst to freeze the water inside his body. Alice, sword ready, looks absolutely determined. This time, you're not getting away. Lauren's eyes bulge with pure rage, snarling through his teeth. You crazy witch. She's already moving, unleashing a single strike that travels from his feet to his head. The sword slash ignites him in a furious blaze. My Lady Camilla's body, covered in wounds, she just waits for the flames to die down. Phew. Even completely exhausted, she still finds the strength to soothe the child. It's okay now, I'll take you home. Suddenly, her body sways, her eyes becoming too heavy to keep open. And then, a flash of brilliant green fabric shimmering in the firelight. Just in time, Merlin appears behind her, gently catching both Alice and the baby, and he's already got a joke. Hey, I look away for 1 second and you've already picked up another kid? The relief in her eyes is obvious at the sound of his voice. Merlin glances over at the pile of ashes. Looks like you took care of this guy. But she quickly interrupts him with a problem. This is no time for that. Something's wrong. Bao Bao was bitten by a vampire. And with that last whisper, Alice finally collapses. He scrambles to support her. His voice, now filled with worry, cuts through the quiet night. Alice! Late at night, screams echo through the neighborhood. People follow the sound and find a crying baby. Is that a child's cry coming from over there? They gently pick the baby up to comfort it. Why was this child abandoned on the road? It must have been those two who left it. As the crowd hunts for suspects, they completely miss the shadow flitting across the rooftops. They must be nearby. Search carefully. Merlin, with Alice on his back, easily loses the annoying pursuers. She starts to stir, and he immediately notices. Oh, you're awake? Alice jolts up, startled. Huh? Merlin? As he carries her across the rooftops, she asks, Where is the baby? He calmly reassures her. Don't worry, I took it somewhere safe. But then his tone turns serious and he can't help but ask, What happened to you? Those vampires are way below your level, so why do you look so beat up? She avoids his gaze and explains. That vampire used the child as a human shield, so I couldn't use my full power. I had to lure him in close and then figure out a way to destroy him. Merlin just had to get a jab in. Ha, still so soft-hearted. It's why you always get hurt. You really need to change that reckless hero complex of yours. Alice gets so mad she just wants to punch him. I like it this way. What's it to you? But then her mood immediately plummets. What am I going to do? Bao Bao was taken. She was already abandoned by her parents. She saw me as her mother. Alice clutches his shoulder, feeling immense guilt. Now she's in danger because of us. If anything happens to her, His eyes soften for just a moment. It's that foolish part of you that I like. She gets annoyed. What are you mumbling about? Are you bad-mouthing me? He just awkwardly turns his head away. It's nothing. The two of them finally arrive in front of an ancient castle. If something was taken from us, we just have to take it back. From a desolate window, a single rope hangs down, and a mysterious figure is already standing at the Count's chamber door. With rough, practiced hands, the figure begins to pick the lock. It's Aka Long in his night cloak, peeking through the crack in the door. And just like that, the old man slips in, finally reaching the Count's private chambers. Time to find the dirt connecting the Count to the Octagon Corporation. He tears through everything, from the closet to the desk. Then, jackpot. Tucked away in a drawer is a seriously fancy box. He lifts it up with a grin that screams, I found the secret stash. Oh yeah, his old thief senses are tingling. He just knows this box holds something big. With a couple of metal picks, he goes to work. The lock gives way almost instantly. Child's play. Inside lies a thick stack of blue envelopes. Secret letters, perhaps? He holds them up to the moonlight, examining each page carefully. If the human traffickers are tied to the Lord, these letters would be the proof. And, oh boy. Akalong's eyes widen. This is a conspiracy that could shake the entire continent. Camilla, the Great Father, is about to awaken. The Crimson Moon will soon envelop this continent once again, but the ritual still needs a huge number of human sacrifices. This is a critical moment for our blood clan. We must take this seriously. The old man is horrified, connecting the dots. Crimson Moon, human sacrifices, the revival of the blood clan. So, Camilla is part of the blood clan, and so is the current prime minister. He quickly lands on the ground thinking, if this is real, it's absolutely horrifying. Time to ghost. He quietly slips away along the high wall. All of Frang is under the control of the blood clan. He has to get back and tell Merlin and Alice immediately. But then, a cry from a tower room stops him dead. Whoa. Akalong freezes in place, trying to figure out that sound. Inside, a vampire respectfully reports, My lady, as per your orders, I have set up the barrier throughout the castle. Camilla sits there, looking pretty satisfied with herself. Very good. She props her chin, calculating her next move. Next up is their child. Her subordinate, holding Bao Bao tightly, responds reverently. Yes, that witch has been protecting her with her life. It must be this child. Little Bao Bao, terrified and suffering, can't stop crying. As the girl cries, Camilla fakes a gentle voice, stroking her head. Shh, don't cry. Don't worry, your mother will be here very soon. The more she looks, the more pleased she gets. Heh, just as Lauren said, she thinks, I can't sense any human aura on this one. Poor Bao Bao just lets her do it, completely unaware. A half-demon, half-human hybrid? Camilla drops the act and transforms, baring her fangs and lunging forward. I really want to know what your blood tastes like. The girl shrinks back and screams bloody murder. The scream pierces the night. Mommy, I want my mommy! Aka, Long is panicking. That's the kid. Merlin and Alice rescued. Why is she here? Could it be that they weren't strong enough to beat the blood clan? He closes his eyes, adjusts his hood, and makes a decision. 3 of them versus the entire blood clan? That's just an egg hitting a rock. It's better to just stay out of this mess. And with that, he turns to leave, already justifying it to himself. Yep, I'm too old for this. Time to retire. That kid's not my problem. But right then, smash. A window explodes into pieces. The henchmen whip around, yelling, Who is it? Akalong bursts through, crossbow in hand. To hell with it. Even if I'm powerless, I won't tarnish the honor of an adventurer. He whips up the crossbow, aims, and shouts his demand. Release that child. Camilla casually watches the silver arrow whistle toward her. Then, with just 2 fingers, she plucks the speeding bolt right out of the air. Akalong stands there, stunned amidst the broken glass. What? She examines the projectile with interest. A silver arrow. I thought you were just a common coward. So you know about my blood clan? A pity. And with a flick of her finger, she sends the arrow rocketing back to its owner. You're too weak. Akalong, completely outmatched, is hit in an instant. His small body gets launched across the room, slamming into the giant gate. He clutches his wound, coughing painfully. She, meanwhile, casually gives her minions a simple command. That old man's flesh and bone isn't even fit for food. Kill him. The 2 henchmen, already waiting, spring into action. Yes, my lady. Akalong manages a sad, self-mocking thought. Of course, people like me who try to be heroes always end up like this. Suddenly, the massive gate creaks open, flooding the room with light. The 2 vampires are instantly shredded by countless streaks of golden sword energy. They burst into flames, crying out for Lady Camilla. She, however, looks pleased and praises the newcomers. Not bad, faster than I thought. And there they are, Merlin and Alice, armed and ready. They burst in to face Camilla, who stands on a high platform. Merlin glances over, sword in hand. Hey, old man, that was a pretty epic entrance you made. Aka Long, completely exhausted, calls out to him. Alice, burning with rage, roars, Vampire, give back the child. Merlin's tall frame moves to shield her as he calmly reassures her. Stay calm. But his eyes darken. We came straight here to kill. Their opponent is completely relaxed, probably expecting them, but Merlin just gives her a cocky smirk. From the beginning, I suspected something. The Lord could have dealt with us in many ways, but you chose to separate us and go after Alice first. Your main goal was to kidnap this child to threaten us. Normally, nobody sees me as the main threat, but you intentionally avoided a direct fight with me. You wouldn't have gone to all this trouble if you didn't already know my true strength. With the baby's neck in her grip, Camilla just shrugs. See, she's not stupid enough to fight the monster who single-handedly crushed 100,000 troops. If you can't match their power, you just find another way to crush them. After all, whether they're human or demon, every single one has a weakness. With a triumphant grin, she announces her master plan. Your weakness is now in my hands. This child is my trump card, and I'll use it to make you my puppets. The little girl wails for her mom. Alice's face turns beet red with rage. Shameless vampire. But Merlin, he isn't angry. He just laughs. And then he just splashes cold water all over her scheme. Give it up. This kid isn't even ours. We just found her after taking down some traffickers. Kill her if you want, I don't care. Seeing him ready to walk away, Alice desperately calls his name. But Camilla keeps her cool, squeezing the baby's neck. You think I'd fall for that? Lucifer the Third, aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? Give it a shot. Strike us both down. The little girl is seriously choking now, but he just stands there completely still, his gaze both dark and indifferent. An unknown amount of time passes before he sighs, annoyed. The one thing I truly hate is when people provoke me. As he draws his sword, countless rays of golden light tear through the air. You really think I wouldn't dare? A single bead of cold sweat drips down her face, but she keeps up the bluff. That's right. Don't hesitate. Let's see just how cold-blooded a demon can be. He chuckles amidst the swirling energy, his attitude ambiguous. If you're that eager to die. Merlin steps forward, sword raised, preparing a devastating slash. Then I'll gladly send you on your way. And then suddenly, without a word, Alice jumps right in front of him. His crimson eyes widen, filled with nothing but pure shock and absolute terror. He desperately redirects the blade, slamming it down at her feet. With a thunderous crash, the golden sword energy splits the entire house in two. He and Alice are now separated by the deep chasm left by his attack. The powerful aftershock forces the villainess to shield her face, so he's serious. He really doesn't care if the kid lives or dies. Camilla already has another plan, a smirk playing on her lips, but he's furious, yelling at Alice in a panic. What are you doing? Are you insane? Get out of the way. She stands her ground, arms spread wide. You're the one who's insane. Were you really going to kill that child? Merlin sternly pushes her aside. It's better to end this now than be controlled. If you won't do it, I will, he reminds her coldly. We are different. You're human. I'm a demon. But then a weak hand grabs onto his grand blue cloak. Alice keeps her head down, forcing herself to be brave. You're right, we are different. I accepted everything you did before without ever questioning you. But things are different now. Her eyes, full of hesitation and an indescribable sadness, lock onto his. Promise me you won't be a bad person. He silently glances at her for a long moment. At some point, the sword in his hand had simply vanished. Whoops. While they were distracted, Camilla formed a ball of bright red energy. Alice looks down in horror to see a complex magic circle beneath her feet. Merlin's expression shifts. He knows exactly what that circle is, a teleportation spell. She tries to reach for him, fighting the immense pull from behind. Merlin quickly extends his hand, trying to grab Alice's as she's pulled away. But it's too late. All he catches is empty, red space. He can only watch helplessly as the formation swallows her whole before vanishing. And now, our villainess calmly sizes him up. Lucifer the Third, you are one confusing demon. Not only do you associate with humans, you seem to care more about your human wife than your own child. At this point, Merlin is radiating pure killing intent, his eyes overflowing with the aura of death. Camilla continues to push his buttons. I'd advise against doing anything rash. Otherwise, you might not get your little wife back. A similar circle appears at her feet. She sneers with delight. Very good, Lucifer. You may be strong, but so what? In the end, I'm still the one pulling all the strings. Then she and the baby begin to fade into the spell. You be a good boy and stay put. I've prepared a special gift just for you. Camilla, ever so stylish and arrogant, gives one last piece of advice, and one final reminder for you. You need to take this seriously. He can't do a thing as she escapes. If you're not careful, even one of the 7 kings like you we'll die. Accolon winces in pain, whispering, Miss Alice. Just then, a bright red liquid begins to ooze from the castle's cracks. Even the reinforced doors can't hold back the torrential flow. Merlin scrambles back, looking up at the unfolding chaos. It's a tidal wave rushing to swallow him whole. A sea of blood sweeps him away, carrying him along with its powerful current. It shatters every window as he's dragged under the red tide. So this is her gift? Merlin's hand struggles to break the surface. That damn woman. A blood-red moon shines down on the castle as it's slowly consumed by the rising tide of blood. As night falls, deep in a prime minister's basement, a room filled with instruments of torture, the crack of a whip echoes against a frail girl's back. Her tormentor grabs an iron rod from the fire, his voice dripping with disgust. How many times have I told you? Don't even think about running. He glares at her. My patience is limited, and when it runs out, I stop being so polite. He's staring down Mirinda, the beautiful demoness, as she struggles. His genius move? Threatening her with a hot iron rod. You're a pure-blooded demon, you know. I spent a fortune on you, way more valuable than those humans. You're destined to be a sacrifice for my dear father. Just be a good girl and obey. If you do, I might even treat you like a noble before the ritual begins. Mirinda can only flinch away, a sob escaping her lips. But her voice is absolutely dripping with hatred. This is bad, she thinks. This will bring my brother here. If he can't find me, he'll go insane, and this entire kingdom will drown in blood. But does this guy take the warning seriously? Nope. And who is your brother? He scoffs. She spits out every single word with chilling clarity. An existence you cannot possibly oppose. He just moves the rod to her thigh. Oh, really? A powerless little demon like you has a powerful brother? He says it so casually, as if it's a simple fact. Liars, he adds, must be punished. His words fill her with terror, sweat pouring down her face, and then comes the agonizing scream. Ah! Later, at some ancient castle, he wipes off some blood and gives his orders. Watch that demon girl. Starve her for 3 days. If she tries to run, break both her legs. His subordinate just bows and obeys. Yes, my lord. Then he switches topics instantly. What about Camilla? Have the 100 slaves been delivered yet? The lackey, Lem, reports respectfully. Not yet. We've taken so many slaves that even Lady Camilla is probably having a tough time. The boss just clasps his hands, pressing onward. My great father is about to awaken. There can be absolutely no mistakes. Isn't Avignon taking in loads of victims? Go grab them. If anything goes wrong, my people will bury the problem. Even if Avignon burns, the king and princess will never know a thing. Lem looks a little shaky about this difficult task. I'll contact Lady Camilla, but things are tight. I'm not sure she can help. But his boss just smiles smugly, totally unbothered as he continues his orders. Don't worry. Camilla is more capable than you think. As a high-ranking member of the Blood Clan, her strength is on par with mine. In fact, in some ways, she's even better. Lem is completely floored. No way. A master like you isn't as good as Lady Camilla in some things? The boss calmly admits his own weakness. Her mastery of magic is simply on another level. You have to understand. Magic is a miraculous power, one of this world's 2 core systems. At a high enough level, you can literally create new worlds. Suddenly, his face turns icy cold. Have you ever heard of the Blood Moon Swamp? Lem just looks confused. Isn't that just some old folk tale? And so, our villain begins the tale of the Blood Red Swamp. It was a gathering place for magical beasts, as dangerous as the Great Britain Forest. In other words, a seriously bad neighborhood. But 1,000 years ago, Camilla transformed the entire Blood Moon Swamp into a pocket dimension built purely from her magic. It is her ultimate spell. He reveals the final result. The Blood Moon Swamp is now a desolate wasteland with no end in sight. And then, he continues his story. Hundreds of years ago, the Stormcrest Holy Dragon was known as one of the 6 great holy dragons. It attacked Avignon, and the entire empire, even the Holy Church, was helpless. Lem cuts in, but didn't the Stormcrest Dragon just disappear? The boss nods, pleased that his subordinate is catching on. Exactly. Camilla trapped the Stormcrest Holy Dragon inside the Blood Moon Swamp. He looks up at the moon with a sigh of admiration. Even a holy dragon couldn't escape it. Absolutely no one can stand against that spell. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, the moon isn't white. It's glowing a sinister blood red. A hand reaches out of a crimson lake. It's a man named Akalong, struggling to pull someone named Merlin out of the water. The old man immediately starts teasing him. Merlin, you're supposed to be so powerful, but you can't even swim? Merlin just gasps for air, happy to be alive. The old man touches the arrow still stuck in his arm. Where are we? He wonders. Suddenly, he spots something terrifying. It's a massive dragon skeleton, and under the eerie red moon, the old man totally loses it. A red moon! He looks down at the crimson swamp they just crawled out of, and the horrifying truth hits him. No way. Could this be the legendary Blood Moon Swamp? Merlin sits up, wiping away some sweat. You know this place? The old man nods and starts to explain. The Blood Moon Swamp is in the Frank Empire, a place crawling with magic beasts like Britain, but it vanished years ago. How is this possible? Hearing this, Merlin is actually a little impressed. A pocket dimension. I can't believe that crazy witch pulled this move. The old man struggles to call his name. Merlin! He turns. What? Akalong looks resolved. If this really is the Blood Moon Swamp, then I can never go back. Taking me along will only be a burden for you. You should just figure out how to get out of here. Just then, the forest fills with glowing red eyes. Monsters, waiting to attack. The old man yells in shock. 7 magical beasts! As soon as he speaks, the beasts charge right at Merlin. The old man panics. Go, just go. Don't worry about me. You can definitely make it out alone. But Merlin is completely calm. What's there to be afraid of? He slowly draws his sword. And with one single swing, a whole wave of monsters get sliced to pieces. Body parts just rain down everywhere. Classic. The old guy, ACA Long, just stood there with his jaw on the floor. One guy versus a whole monster horde? Our hero's back. A perfect shield. Relax, old-timer. He shot a smug glance over his shoulder. I'm crazy strong. All this, set against some very spooky, dramatic mountains. And poof. Alice appears on a gentle breeze, cautiously checking the place out. She's got to be thinking, where the heck am I now? Up on a cliff, some woman strolls into view, all high and mighty. Welcome to my humble abode, she basically announced. This lady, Camila, grabs the baby and lays down the law. Want the kid? You listen to me. The poor little girl cries for her mom, and Alice is absolutely fuming. What's this psycho's deal? She stares at Alice like she's something she scraped off her shoe. You pathetic human. I never cared, but you still have your uses. Alice scowls and throws down a smoke bomb. If you think you can use me to bargain with Merlin, you can just forget it. When he gets cold-blooded, he won't care if I live or die. He'll just destroy anything that gets in his way. Of course, the villain doesn't buy it so easily. Is that so? But he literally just proved it. He was willing to sacrifice his own kid to kill this one. Camila strokes her chin like she's cracked the case, but then just dismisses her. Nah, he'd never give up someone like you. The villain had hit a nerve. In his eyes, you're definitely important. Alice bites her lip, completely busted. Right. The villain grabs the baby's tiny face and yells, I'm done talking. Drop the sword if you don't want it to die. That holy aura of yours is nauseating. The little girl winces in pain. Alice hesitates for a second, then throws her sword far away. She stares Camila down. There? You happy? The villain just nods, satisfied. Not bad. You're an obedient one. The moment she says it, dark energy blasts from her palm. It pierces right through Alice, who goes pale and lets out a pained whisper. Ugh. As if she's just playing, Camila retracts the energy, letting Alice collapse. She then announces, Next, you're going to scream your head off, with a totally savage grin. I just love the sound of a righteous knight screaming. The dark energy whips her over and over. The baby watches, heartbroken, crying out, Mommy! Alice endures the torture, thinking nonstop. Damn it, if I fight back now, she'll hurt the baby. But if this keeps up. Meanwhile, across the land in the Blood Moon Swamp, the moon is, you guessed it, blood red, and monster corpses litter the ground. Over here, Merlin is sweating like crazy. No matter how many he cuts down, more just keep coming. It's an endless monster treadmill. Akalong, fighting back-to-back with him, adds, The old scrolls say the Blood Moon Swamp is home to over 1 million demonic beasts. The old guy nervously continues, Many are as strong as saint-level humans. That's why this is one of the 4 great forbidden zones. Merlin just can't believe it. What? Another monster head hits the dirt. Merlin is so exhausted, he's basically crying on the inside. If this wasn't some magic dimension, all these monsters would have been great for lowering his curse. The monsters keep charging, completely fearless. Annoyed, he rests a hand on his sword. This is getting real old. A massive wave of energy erupts from his sword, splitting the ground. He's so over this endless battle and needs to find an exit now. Suddenly, lightning flashes across the sky, followed by a massive boom. Merlin's confused. What was that tremor? A CA Long is just trembling. Merlin, look over there! A dragon skeleton on the cliff starts to move, its eyes glowing with purple smoke as it stands and spreads its wings. A CA Long is amazed. A holy dragon skeleton. Merlin grumbles. Seriously? Can't it even rest in peace? But then, he notices something else. Behind the bone dragon, the red sun in the sky now has a few cracks in it. This new development gives him a seriously bad feeling. I'm sure those cracks weren't there before. Was it my last attack? Right on cue. The bone dragon roars and charges straight at them. And just like that, Merlin gets it. So that's the trick. He unleashes a massive slash that cuts through the dragon and hits the red sun. Finally, the sun shatters completely. The barrier of this fake world begins to crumble and fall apart around them. ACA Long is in awe. The Blood Moon Swamp. It's breaking apart. Merlin just calmly speaks. In the end, this was just a small world made of magic. Even a big one has its limits. He looks out past the cliff. We're out. So, old man, where are we? The old guy looks around, uncertain. I think this is the Forbidden Mountain Range near Avignon. A light breeze blows by, making Merlin look up. Suddenly, a freezing, icy blast hits them, nearly knocking ACA Long off his feet. A blizzard in this season? Merlin immediately recognizes the feeling. Alice is nearby. He turns toward the source of the blizzard. Fierce winds are tearing through the air over there. He shields ACA Long from the blast. That aura, it's definitely Alice. Just then, a giant snowball forms, swallowing everything in sight. Merlin's face darkens with pure shock. Out of it emerges a massive snow dragon. Across the rocky wasteland, you can hear some pretty nasty sounds mixing together. It was Alice, getting slammed into the dirt. She hits the ground hard. Camilla laughs, all smug. How'd that feel? The baby tries to protect her. You bully, stop picking on my mom. The villain shoots back. Relax, I'm not gonna kill her. Alice struggles to get up, coughing nonstop. And of course, the villainess is still monologuing. These two are just pawns to control Lucifer, but if they don't behave, they're in for a world of hurt. But Alice isn't down for the count just yet. She's waiting for the perfect moment, for her guard to drop. She plans to snatch the baby back. And so, she speaks up. Ha! You want me to work with you demonic freaks? Dream on. Oh, so we're playing the Defiant Hero card, are we? Let's be real. You're already married to that demon Lucifer III, so how is this any different? Alice slowly rises to her feet, blood dripping to the floor as she yells, Shut your mouth! Sure, Merlin is lazy, a total womanizer, and has a gambling problem that's beyond help. But Alice looks her dead in the eye, totally resolute. He might come up with some terrible ideas and love cutting corners for profit, but he would never stoop so low as to use the weak to threaten others. Her gaze turns razor sharp. Don't you dare lump him in with you scumbags. Oof, that one clearly struck a nerve with Camilla. Ha, you think I won't kill you? Is that why you're running your mouth? Power gathers in her hand as she lunges forward with razor-sharp claws. I'll cut that tongue out first. But then, a voice rings out, commanding, Stop! It's like she was nailed to her own shadow, completely unable to move. Total panic set in. This feeling, it's a bloodline suppression. She glances at the baby, completely floored. How is this possible? Is this kid actually using words to control my movements? She searches frantically for an explanation. The only one who can restrain her with words is her own father. Camilla's mind raced, her eyes wide with shock. Could it be one of the other two progenitors from her father's era? No, that's impossible. The baby looks up, crimson eye knee don't glowing, and says it again. Don't bully her. Camilla's face goes pale as she lets out a terrified scream. Ugh. She grips the kid even tighter. What in the world are you? Alice rushes in, unleashing a punch straight to Camilla's left cheek. The sheer force distorts her face and sends her flying, loosening her grip on the baby. Alice swiftly catches her daughter. The baby sobs. Mommy! Alice gently comforts her. It's okay now. Across the way, Camilla pushes herself up, holding her cheek. The oppressive feeling is gone. What in the world was that just now? Just what is the deal with that brat? Alice pushes the baby behind her. Bow bow, go hide. Mommy's gonna settle the score with this witch. The little girl grabs her hand, refusing to let go. No, I want to stay with you. Alice turns with a reassuring smile. Silly girl, I just told you to hide. Now be good. She makes a firm promise to her daughter. I won't leave you, I promise. Don't worry. After a comforting pat on the head, Bao Bao finally agrees. Okay, Mommy, you have to be careful. Alice draws her sword, glaring at Camilla. Using a child to threaten me? Trying to use us to threaten Milan? The energy around her swells. You vile vampire. Today, this will be your grave. Camilla, not one to be outdone, readies herself. Dragon Clan power. Interesting. Her dress begins to transform. But so what? Alice is stunned to see her opponent shifting into a combat state. Even the legendary Holy Dragon died by my hand. A little brat who got her hands on some dragon power is nothing compared to the real thing. Alice doesn't back down for a second, swinging her sword forward. So what? This blade is the bane of your entire blood clan. Fangs sprout from Camilla's mouth as her eyes change color. Don't compare me to those low-class runts. And just like that, she's right next to Alice's blade. Too slow. She grabs Alice's arm in a vice grip. The hero freezes, feeling her strength, fading. As if reading her mind, Camilla boasts, I can directly drain your life force. With that, she brings her other hand up, grabbing Alice's bicep and trying to twist her arm to disarm her. But Alice is faster, snatching the sword with her left hand. She raises it high for a downward slash, forcing Camilla to somersault away. Camilla lands and just scoffs. A saint-level human like you? I've lost count of how many I've killed. Her hand clamps around Alice's throat. From behind a rock, Bao Bao watches in terror. Mommy! Camila lifts Alice into the air with zero effort. Sweat pours down Alice's face. Dang it, her consciousness is fading. The villainess cackles, already tasting victory. Soon you'll lose your mind and become a puppet for me to control. But then a change. Camila's hand turns to stone, then shatters into pieces. This terrifying power. A blinding light erupts from Alice's body. Camila can't tear her eyes away. So that's it, the green stone on her chest. A sphere of light completely envelops Alice. Bao Bao watches from behind the rock, completely stunned. What is this? Camila clutches her injured arm, cursing under her breath. This woman. She's not using Holy Dragon power. Green energy coalesces, and Alice transforms into a giant dragon with fur as white as snow. Camila is utterly stunned, completely bewildered. She actually transformed into a holy dragon? This is unheard of. Alice extends her claws and attacks. Her touch freezes the ground, sending massive ice spikes shooting up from the earth like a frozen tidal wave. Camila scrambles to escape. This is a real bona fide holy dragon. Even Bao Bao is caught in the blizzard. Despite bracing herself, the little girl is swept away by the wind. Just as she's sent flying, Merlin appears out of nowhere to catch her. Whew, the little girl shouts with glee, but our guy denies it flat out. Don't call me Dad. He sets her down and passes the buck to Akalong. The old man just nods. Yep, got her. Meanwhile, the main man watches the battle, a little worried about that Alice girl flying up there. She unleashes a storm of razor-sharp ice spears. They rain down from the sky, forcing Camila to scramble and dodge for her life. She grits her teeth, furious. Annoying pest won't let up. But in that split second of distraction, an ice spear slams into the ground with a massive boom. Dust everywhere. Turns out, she transformed into a swarm of bats just in time. Damn it, she forced me to use this form. Then, she soars into the sky, declaring, I will never forgive you. The two clash violently in midair, moving so fast they're just blurs of blue and purple energy. Camila sinks her sharp teeth right into Alice's wing. But Alice is no pushover, she bites right back. And just like that, they're chewing on each other, completely losing their balance. Suddenly, Alice puts all her power into one punch, slamming Camila straight into the ground and leaving a crater. Ouch. She follows up with a stomp to the face, making the poor woman go pale. What a power move. Then, she charges a small energy ball and fires it point blank. Camila's entire body is flash frozen in less than a second. Over on the sidelines, Mlin's crew is just watching the show. Akalong notes the situation is getting serious. The blizzard's getting stronger. Bao Bao just whimpers, worried about her mommy. The guy's face turns grim. He can tell something is very, very wrong with Alice's current state. Even fused with a high-level dragon crystal, she should have been able to control it. But this berserker mode? Alice is panting, completely losing it. Mlin's eyes narrow. Don't tell me her consciousness is being held hostage by the crystal. The blizzard rages on, freezing the entire mountain range. Akalong looks around frantically. Mlin, this is not good. The villagers are panicking over this sudden disaster. A blizzard? In spring? First a flood, now this. Is Frank going to be destroyed? Mlin clenches his jaw, coming to a serious conclusion. Damn it. If this magic keeps running wild, the results will be catastrophic. Forget becoming a slave, this entire nation will be turned into a popsicle. And if this dummy ever found out she wiped out a whole country while she wasn't in control, he guesses she'd probably be too ashamed to live. His hand tightens on his sword. At the very least, let it be me. Bao Bao rushes forward, hands clasped in prayer. You're gentle like my mom. You wouldn't do anything bad. If I can wake you up, you'll stop. Akalong quickly grabs her. Little one, don't go over there. It's dangerous. Mlin turns at the sound, then gives the girl a reassuring smile. He ruffles her hair. Don't worry. She looks cool as hell right now. Dad will bring Mom back. I promise. A thick, cold fog billows out as Alice continues her assault. Her target, Camila, has been a popsicle for a while now but is still taking the full blast. Mlin rushes forward. Alice, she hears his voice and freezes. He tries to reason with her. You've already captured her. Stop the blizzard. He warns her seriously that if she doesn't, a lot of people are going to get hurt. Her red eyes just stare at him before she scowls in annoyance. She decisively swings her massive claw, her shadow covering a very confused Mlin. Huh? Alice then creates a wall of ice right in front of him. He's still completely baffled. What are you doing? Her response to his dumb question is a full-blown, powerful attack. The blizzard smashes against the cliffside. Mlin is speechless. Are you serious right now? Alice lets out a savage roar and charges. He finally gets it. Because I'm a demon, the lingering dragon consciousness sees me as an enemy. But another thought crosses his mind. Or is this girl just mad at me? Yeah, it's probably both. Suddenly, the snow around him forms into circles, snapping him out of his thoughts. Turns out, Alice is sucking it all in, getting ready to blast a snow vortex right at him. Behind a rock, Akalong shields Bao Bao from the chaos, looking totally fed up. I can't let this kid keep causing trouble. He dashes in front of her, yelling, "Snap out of it, Alice!" She swiftly wraps her tail around his leg. He's caught off guard and yanked down hard. What the? Then she starts swinging him around and around by his leg. A battered Emlyn can't stop coughing. This is just pathetic. Hey, are you done being mad yet? The answer is a clear no. She's still scowling, whipping him away with her tail before charging up another mouth beam. He sighs, completely over it. You want to blow me away again? Mlin grabs his sword and gives her a solid whack on the head. You can stop now. Her entire body slumps forward, face planting into the ground as the dragon form begins to fade. Alice is back to her normal self, sporting a massive bump on her head. He lands and remarks, "Yeah, this look is way cuter." Meanwhile, with no one paying attention to the frozen bat statue, a huge hole appears in its chest. It seems Camilla reverted to her human form and made a clean getaway. She grinds her teeth. Damn, I miscalculated. Not only that girl, but Lucifer III found out about the blood moon. He's way stronger than I thought. Meanwhile, another villainess decides this is the perfect time to dip out and report to Lord M. Can't have these heroes ruining her dad's resurrection party. Suddenly, a figure blocks her path with a taunting voice. Yo. Merlin leans against a wall. And where do you think you're going, Miss Big-Chested Countess? His eyes are ice cold but full of authority. I believe we have a score to settle. Camilla starts stammering. L. Lucifer III, desperately trying to find an excuse. Wait a minute, we can negotiate. The demon and blood clans have never been enemies. She tries to reason with him, saying there's no need to fight over some lowly humans. This time was my mistake. I apologize. I'll pay any price you ask. How much do you want? He just rubs the back of his neck, lets out a small smirk, and then his expression turns absolutely lethal. Consider those your last words. In that instant, she knows she's dead. As a final, desperate gambit, she screams, Lucifer III! You can't kill me. I'm a noble of the 3 great blood clans. Do you really want to start a war between our races? The more she talks, the more her confidence returns. Besides, my father is about to be resurrected. If our 2 clans were to team up, we could be unstoppable. Before she can finish, his sword is already through her gut. Flames then erupt from the wound, much to her absolute horror. Camilla lets out a soul-shattering scream, glaring at him with pure hatred. Lucifer III, you will become a traitor to all of demonkind. The flames consume her in seconds, leaving only a skeleton and the echo of her final words. My father. And Lord M will avenge me. He casually retrieves his sword. A war between demons and vampires? What the hell does that have to do with me? Then he just turns and walks away. If they want revenge, they're welcome to try. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all down. Night has fallen on the Frang Royal Palace, but deep in a palace underground, the lights are still burning. A mysterious figure named M kneels before a coffin. Please, just wait a little longer, my Lord Father. He reports that the sacrifices are nearly complete and the crimson moon will rise soon. At that exact moment, a man named Lem frantically rushes into the room. M glances over, clearly annoyed by the interruption, and slams Lem into the wall with his power. He sternly repeats the number 1 rule: no one disturbs his father's slumber. Do you not know the rules? He threatens. If you don't give me a very good reason for this. Lem, pinned and choking against the wall, struggles to speak. My lord, lady, Camilla, she's dead. M's eyes widen in utter disbelief. What? Sweat pours down Lem's face. Just now, one of the 4 blood crystals in the altar shattered. It was Lady Camilla's. M releases his power, and Lem drops to the floor, gasping desperately for air. He analyzes the news. With Camilla's strength, not even all of the church's heretic judges combined should have been able to kill her. And in the Blood Moon swamp, no less. Even he would have a hard time killing Camilla. So who did it? The guy gets completely lost in thought. Could it be that Brit Sage she mentioned in her letter? M turns and barks out an order. Within 2 days, every descendant in Frang must bring their collected humans to the palace. Lem hesitates, but there aren't enough virgins. M cuts him right off. Male, female, age, condition, I don't care. Bring me every last one. It clicks for Lem. You're skipping ahead to the next step. The ritual to resurrect father, M says, must begin early. A coffin sealed in chains keeps leaking this terrifying dark energy. Yeah, not creepy at all. 3 days later, it's a beautiful morning at Merlin's place. The scene is totally peaceful as Bao Bao digs into a huge spoonful of food. Mommy! Ah! Wow, Alice is actually cooperating and eating? Merlin throws some shade her way. Yep, at least Bao Bao still loves me, unlike someone who doesn't know their own strength. Oh, but Merlin claps back instantly. Yeah? And who was it that brought you 3 home? Without me, you'd all be frozen solid by now. Along, covered in bandages, has to agree. He's right, we're lucky we had Min. I seriously thought I was a goner in that Blood Moon swamp. Merlin just nods. Uh-huh. You better remember this favor. The old man just chuckles at them. I've already got 1 foot in the grave. But going on a wild adventure like this with all of you, seeing the legendary Blood Moon Swamp and you turning into an azure dragon, I can say I've lived a full life. Alice gets super awkward and denies it all. Turning into a dragon? You should forget it. Yeah, it was a hallucination, Bao Bao adds, before her mouth gets covered. It was real. Mom turned into a super big dragon. Old Tongue gets the hint. Relax, I'm not a gossip. I won't tell a soul. Then the old man voices his real concern, but about killing Lord Camilla this time. Frang isn't going to be easy to deal with. I can't believe Lord Avignon was the mastermind behind the kidnappings, and a vampire too. Merlin couldn't care less. Whether we killed her or not, Frang was going to hunt us down anyway. No big deal. Rook then remembers Camilla's final words. That's right, old man, do you know a guy named M? That busty girl kept screaming about her father or something. Ma Zhaong closes his eyes in thought. M? In Frang, everyone knows that name. Alice jumps in, shocked. Huh? Is this M guy a lord too? The old man replies, that M is no lord. She lets out a huge sigh of relief. A lord being a vampire had to be a rare thing, right? But his next words absolutely shattered her world in an instant. M is the Prime Minister of Frang. Right now, he controls the entire country, she shouts out in pure shock. So the head of the vampires is also Frang's supreme leader. Merlin, however, is completely calm. What are you freaking out about? I see this as a lucky break. Saves us a ton of effort, right? At least we don't have to go searching everywhere for him. That comment earns an immediate, you idiot, from Alice, her face a mask of panic. Count Austin hired us to investigate vampires and break his family's curse. But now it turns out Countess Camilla was a vampire, and the Prime Minister running this country is also a vampire. The worst-case scenario is that the vampires have already taken over this entire nation. She glares at him, demanding an answer. Even if we actually manage to destroy the vampires, do you think the people of Frang will thank us or see us as their mortal enemies? If we mess this up, we could even drag Britain into it. Merlin tries to calm her down. Look, it's not as complicated as you think. He lays out his analysis. Even if Frang is secretly controlled by vampires, they can't be all that powerful. If I were that prime minister, why not just rule openly and farm humans for food? Why all the secrecy and pretending to be human? He speculates quietly. They still have to operate according to human rules, which means there has to be a reason. A CA Long agrees. Makes sense. Merlin couldn't resist a jab at her. Besides, you're too stubborn to quit, so we might as well keep investigating. Merlin starts planning their next steps. Okay, so right now we're wanted fugitives. We can only operate in secret, and we definitely can't expect any help from the Queen or the Guild. Our best bet is to find a reliable ally. Cut to the royal city of Frang, where we hear epic sounds, a sword shattering in two, and a young man hitting the arena floor. He's got a sword pointed right in his face. You're barely a high ranker, and you had the guts to challenge me? The man speaking is Braids, one of the 3 great imperial knights of the Frank Empire. He sneers at the poor guy. Get lost. You're not worthy of marrying the princess. The dude scrambles up and flees, crying, I won't dare again. The crowd in the stands is buzzing. That's one of the 3 imperial knights for you. Nobody in this country can even touch him. And yet some people are actually brave enough to challenge him. Everyone stares at Braids' imposing figure as the gossip continues. Well, the princess did declare that whoever can beat Braids can marry her. It's a one-way ticket to the top. But man, choosing a husband like it's a game. What does the princess think the royal family is? A joke. A soldier steps forward to report, Sir Braids, the princess summons you. His face is stone cold as he gives a short reply. I know. Then it's off to the ridiculously grand palace. Meanwhile, the lovely Princess Marguerite asks, So, did we get rid of all of today's pathetic challengers? Braids respectfully replies, Apparently, this latest group was incredibly weak. The quality of challengers has really taken a nosedive. He says helplessly that some early ones weren't bad, but she ignored them. Her comeback? You can't even beat them, so why would I bother? Ouch. He gathers up his courage to advise her, Your Highness, treating marriage like a game. The king will be furious if he finds out. If I may, please consider the royal family's reputation. She snaps, Are you lecturing me? He immediately backs down. I wouldn't dare. Margaret just scoffs contemptuously and stands up. She's smiling, but her words are pure ice. Besides, M is running the country. I have nothing better to do than have some fun. She taps his shoulder, speaking slowly. You get it, don't you? And in that moment, pure hatred consumes her. To save this country from him, I am willing to pay any price. Even if it means a demon, I'll offer myself. A crescent moon hangs high as little Bao Bao clings to a departing Alice and Merlin. Mommy, Mommy! Alice kneels down, her heart aching. Oh, you silly goose, why would I ever leave you for good? But he cuts into the sappy moment from behind. All right, that's enough of the mother-daughter drama. We're still a long way from the royal capital. She shoots him a dirty look. Don't interrupt, and gently wipes the girl's tears. Mom and Dad have some very important work to do, so we have to leave for a little while. While I'm gone, you listen to Mr. A. Kalong. You be good now, okay? Bao Bao tries her best to hold it in, but she just can't stop sobbing. A CA Long agrees to take charge. Just leave her to me. You two. Be careful out there. And with that, their brand new journey officially kicks off. Alice looks back, waving to the old man and the child. Goodbye. The little girl swallows her tears, trying to act brave. Goodbye. Only when they're gone does she whisper softly, Mommy. The old man tries stiffly to cheer her up. All right now, stop crying. They'll be back before you know it. He glances over at the now silent little girl. Let's go home. But Bao Bao just stares blankly into space. Under the moonlight, a few black feathers drift softly down. Her eyes go completely lifeless, turning a strange, haunting shade of red. Then she snaps out of it, totally confused. The old man rushes over, asking, What's wrong? Bao Bao honestly just shakes her head. I don't know. Spotting a lit window, she asks, Grandpa, can we go fishing tomorrow? He just murmurs, Dusk the next day, outside the city of Frank. A mysterious gray cloak appears near the city's border. A single green fly buzzes away from the city wall. The cloaked figure just stands there, soaking in the sunset. He lets the fly land on his finger. It's a message. Melina's aura is in the city. A satisfied Bill pulls back his hood. Looks like that slave trader wasn't lying after all. His patience has officially run out. My patience is at its end. From beneath his cloak, countless tiny creatures spill out. Time to make these damn cattle hand over Melina. With a wave of his hand, his swarm of tiny bugs takes flight. Go forth, my pets. The patrol guards feel something is very wrong. Huh? What was that? They all look in the same direction. What are those black spots? A sandstorm? No way, that's impossible. But right where he's pointing, it's a swarm of living things, a massive torn cloud blotting out the distant sun. His hand freezes as the dark mass pulls together, forming a giant monster with a gaping maw. It's made of countless insects. They scream, fleeing from the gate in terror. It's a demon! The demons are attacking! The massive beast takes one step and the city wall begins to crumble. People scramble for cover, dodging the falling debris. A monster! Somebody help us! A fierce wind howls over the magnificent royal palace. A girl leans on the railing, watching the smoke rise from the border. It's Marguerite, and her expression is dead serious as she calls for Braids. The young Braids bows his head respectfully. She's already trying to figure this whole thing out. Demons attacking the capital with no warning. Could this be M's scheme? Meanwhile, the underground palace cracks from the tremors. Mass is totally baffled by this bizarre event. What's with this insane magical energy? He can't help but frown with worry. Father's revival is so close, nothing can go wrong now. The monster smashes through another wall, and the panicked escape continues. Run for your lives. A demon is attacking the royal capital, and it just took down a high-rise building with one of its giant feet. Most of the weak civilians just cowered and begged for someone to save them. Ugh. But then, a figure wielding a longsword sprints down the street. Braids powerfully raises his sword, ready to strike the enemy. Ha! Without any hesitation, he brings his blade straight down. A golden sword aura easily slices the monster's body parts in two. With a limb torn clean off, it screamed in pure agony. Bap, however, just watched the whole show with his weirdly mismatched eyes. Oh, he's gathering magic from all around him, taking a knee to signal the grand finale, and then bam, he becomes a light arrow right through its head. The monster finally goes down for the count, its massive body crushing what was left of a few ruined houses. Braids makes a cool landing on the city wall, surrounded by a dramatic mist of bone and dust. He's lost in thought. This demon's power level is way off the charts, totally oblivious to a shadow sneaking up right behind him. But he's no rookie and reacts on pure instinct. And yet, his heavy sword is caught so easily. Not bad, Shadow Guy. Not bad at all. Seizing the opening, the shadowy figure starts charging up energy in his free hand. So this is the Human Empire's royal city. They've still got a few decent fighters left. He decides to play along, see what he can find out. Who are you? But our boy never gets to finish his sentence as a blinding white energy completely envelops his body. And then, boom. The explosion is so intense it sends everything flying, including him. Braids groans, landing painfully in the rubble. The citizens who witnessed the fight just couldn't believe it. Lord Braids, one of the 3 Imperial Knights, defeated in a single hit. What kind of monster was that? Bap, hovering in the air with his black bugs, introduces himself. I am the 7th Lord of the Demon King's court. My name is Bap, he continued, and I hereby declare that this royal city is on lockdown. No one gets out. Then he shot a vicious glare at all the citizens below. You are all my hostages now. I'll give you 3 days to hand over my sister. If you don't, I'll personally send every last one of you to hell. A heavy mood settled over the royal palace as the sun set. Margaret, sitting on her high throne, asked the critical question. The gluttony demon Lord Bap, are you certain? Braids, his head wrapped in bandages, replied respectfully. That level of power can only belong to a demon lord. If he hadn't left me alive to deliver his message, that single blow would have easily killed me. The city has anti-demon barriers, but they won't last long. The council members immediately erupted into a heated debate. The urgent mission is obvious. Find that demon lord's sister and hand her over, or the entire city gets wiped out. Simple, right? Idiots! This is probably just an excuse. Why would a demon princess suddenly appear in our territory? Someone shouted. So what do you suggest we do? That's one of the 7 demon lords. Even Marguerite and Braids were helpless watching this chaotic scene. Find the demon lord's sister, they say. We have 3 days and no clue what she even looks like, or where she could possibly be. Does this mean we really have to go to war? That's a king of the demon race we're talking about. Even Lord Braids was defeated. Who else in this entire kingdom could possibly be his opponent? Besides, even if we find her, you really think a demon lord would just let us go? Amid the chaos, a powerful voice cut through the noise. That's enough. Maz stood up to present his opinion. The idea that the demon lord's sister is in our city is, frankly, complete nonsense. This is just a plot by the demon race to invade human territory, using some flimsy excuse to attack Frank, not on my watch. He glanced pointedly at someone in the room. I'm sure the church wouldn't allow this to happen either, correct? A council member named Doan, who had been silent, finally spoke up, confirming the church's stance. They absolutely would not let demonic forces run wild in Frank. The 3,000 church troops in the capital, along with 500 heresy judges, will fully support you in eliminating this demon. He bowed, continuing his analysis. The city still has 10,000 garrison soldiers. Add the church's forces, and we might actually have a fighting chance. But if we want to fight Bap, one of the 7 demon lords. He then raised the final critical issue. Princess, there is one more crucial step. She stroked her chin, carefully considering the proposed plan. Margaris raised her hand, making her decision. This battle will determine the very survival of Frank. This princess will of course not hesitate to assist the prime minister. I will release Batiloka. The 20 legendary magic cannons in my palace will also be activated. All of the royal city's military power is yours to command, Prime Minister. Braids' face went pale as he tried to talk her out of it. Your Highness! The council tried to cheer themselves up. We still have the spirit cannon. And Batiloka, that insane magic knight. We also have our national divine artifacts and 20 legendary magic cannons. Even a demon lord might not be unbeatable, he said, desperately trying to change the princess's mind. Your Highness, those 20 magic cannons are Frank's lifeline. What if we use them and still can't kill the demon lord? She hit the nail on the head. If Frank falls, what good are a few extra magic cannons? Once everyone settled down, Margaret pointed. The Prime Minister was a trusted official of my father, the king. I believe he can defeat the enemy and protect our nation. Moss kneeled and made a solemn vow. Your Highness is wise. I am confident we can repel this demon. Before the ancient magic cannons, forget the Gluttony King. Even if all 7 demon lords showed up, they'd be nothing but a disorganized mob. This speech was designed to boost everyone's morale. Frank will never compromise with evil forces like the Demon Clan. We will achieve absolute victory. Long live Frank. She apathetically glances over the cheering subjects. Long live Frank. Long live Frank. When the council meeting ended, night had already blanketed the empty royal palace. Braids trailed behind her, trying to sway her decision. Your Highness, are you really going to use the magic cannon? He was incredibly suspicious of the Prime Minister. This is the royal family's highest secret. Whether we win or lose this fight, this deadly weapon, the magic cannon, will fall into the hands of that guy M. Margaret suddenly cut him off. You think I don't know that? Her eyes darkened as she slowly began to speak. In this situation, I have no better option. You and Bill Gbap have already fought. You probably understand him better than I do. Even with the church's help and those 20 magic cannons, it'll be incredibly difficult for us to defeat the Demon King of Gluttony. He still didn't quite understand. Then why would your Highness play the royal family's trump card? If we fail, we truly have no way out. She patiently explained the situation. From M's reaction, it seems the Demon King's appearance was probably not part of his plan. She continued walking down the hallway. The appearance of the Demon King is definitely an unforeseen variable in all this. M wants me to support him so he can get Frank's ultimate weapon? Fine. I'll just give it to him then. Marguerite clenched her fists, determined not to harm her country. This battle has shown me hope. For Frank's future, I'm willing to take this gamble. Down in the Prime Minister's dungeon, the prison torches were burning fiercely. He unexpectedly gritted his teeth and grabbed Melinda's chin. You little demon, so you're the sister of the Demon King of Gluttony. She groaned in pain. Even with her hands tied, she fought to threaten him. He's already here looking for me. You've heard. If he can't find me, he will kill everyone in this city. You let me go, and I won't tell him about what happened before. I'll tell my brother to go home with me. He smirked maliciously, repeating her words. Let you go. She was stunned as she watched him cover his eyes and laugh loudly. He gestured towards Melinda mockingly. Little demon princess, I don't think you fully understand your situation yet. If the King of Gluttony wants to slaughter the city, then let him. What does that have to do with me, or with my blood clan? After M transformed, he looked even more sinister. This empire, its people, are all just one step in my plan to resurrect my great father. I don't care about the life or death of this inferior race. In fact, the more chaos there is, the better. To leave his entire kingdom for you proves the Gluttony King is absolutely smitten. Her eyes went wide, shocked at this insane turn of events. And now, you are the single most important piece on my chessboard. Night falls, but the lights in the Prime Minister's mansion are still burning. Lem bows low. My lord, the church's army has assembled. His Highness will activate the forbidden magic cannon in the catacombs tonight, and he requests your presence. Hands clasped behind his back, he was clearly satisfied. Excellent. He gestured as if gathering all the game pieces into his hand. This time, every single pawn in this capital city has finally gathered in one place. His subordinate spoke up, a little worried. My lord, are you really declaring war on the Demon King? That's the Gluttony King, only your father can handle that level of threat. M just gazed out the window, looking almost disappointed. You idiot. Whoever said I was going to fight him? The guy just stammered, completely lost. Huh? But his master just cracked a sinister grin and gave his next order. Tell all of our descendants in the city to get ready. Immediately move all the captive humans through the tunnels to the ruins outside the city, a gift for the demon princess and my father. His triumphant face reflected in the glass. Bilbup's sister is in my hands. Besides, his target is the Empire, which has nothing to do with our vampire clan. This situation right here is the most advantageous one for us. Let this whole country fall into chaos. It's best if the humans and demons start an all-out war. That way we can buy more time for Father's awakening, which is right around the corner. Haha, citizens flee in the dead of night. Run, the demons are coming. Nope, everyone who tries to leave the city gets slaughtered. Help me, I don't want to die. Mom, the more humans suffered, the more M loved it. Yes, chaos. Let Frang descend into madness. The Demon King, the church, and a terrifying laugh that echoes through the night. An adventurer has killed Camila. Ha ha ha. At the same time, in a small town, a mocking laugh rings out. Ha ha ha. Just a black iron adventurer? What's so scary about that? A mob brandishes their weapons, ready for a fight. Perfect. The boss's new order isn't limited to girls. We kill this loser, have some fun with his wife, and then sell her. The look in Minlin's eyes right now could be summed up in one word: bored. Then, from the distance, a terrifying explosion blew absolutely everything away. He stands casually in the smoke and dust, unimpressed, too weak. I didn't feel a thing. Sword in hand, he wanders through the rubble. Seriously, all I wanted was a place to rest, and I stumble into a bandit den. Old man Aka Long swore this town was perfectly safe. After a quick look around, he comes to a conclusion. Everyone else in town must have been captured, and based on their chatter, these guys are traffickers supplying vampires. He still couldn't figure one thing out, though. What did they mean by no longer limited to just girls? Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. It was Alice, leading all the villagers towards him. I found these people in a warehouse outside town. They were all captured by the traffickers. Merlin shoves his hands in his pockets. I'm done here, so tell us what you know. An old village elder stepped forward to express their gratitude. We are the villagers from here. Thank you both for saving us. The old man then quickly summarized what he knew. Those mercenaries stormed our village a few days ago. Anyone who dared to resist was killed. We heard them say they planned to take us to the royal capital. Mlin's eyes darted around, considering the clue. Could something be happening in the royal capital? Alice just stared off into the distance. Looks like we have to get over there fast. Meanwhile, Bilbup sits in a field, anxiously watching the sky. Melinda, just hang on a bit longer. I'll save you soon. Elsewhere, M is gloating. The advantage is mine. Margaret gazes toward the city gates, trying to comfort herself. Could the turning point for the Empire's rescue be coming? At that very moment, Mlin sits calmly on his horse, humming a little tune. Let's handle this quickly and go back to Britain. I haven't seen Richard in a while. Alice annoyedly tells him to stop trying to race the horses. Inside the grand and holy Obrian Cathedral, a greeting echoes. Bishop Johann kneels respectfully on the ground, admitting his fault. My previous failure to kill Bilbup is what led to the consequences we face today. I will accept any punishment. A cardinal stood with his hands clasped, facing a statue of the goddess, Doan. When did you first come to believe in the Church of Light? She answered honestly. My parents were both devout followers. At 3 years old, I received the baptismal rite, becoming a faithful servant of the goddess of light. The cardinal of the church, Scott, turned his head to look down at her. 3 years old? No wonder. Your devotion to the goddess of light impresses even me. This is also why I fully supported you to take the position of the highest-ranking inquisitor. Doan's eyes were filled with shame, but I have failed to live up to your expectations, Your Eminence. He slowly descended the stairs. Your opponent was the Demon King of Gluttony. Very few people can survive an encounter with him. Personally, I don't blame you. Scott stepped closer and patted her shoulder. Don't lose heart. The goddess of light, Maria, is always with us. As long as the justice in our hearts never wavers, a day will come when all the evil on this continent is finally wiped out. She was understandably confused. If she wasn't getting punished, what was this late-night summons all about? The head priest, Scott, tried his best to look mysterious, claiming he was there to give her a gift from the goddess of light. He then led her down a dark hallway, saying, "Only a child with a heart as pure as yours is worthy of it." Doan followed the priest, completely baffled, down an incredibly long staircase that descended deep into the cold earth. Lighting the path with a lamp, he decided it was the perfect time for a history lesson. "Child, do you know the story of this cathedral?" Her memory was a little fuzzy on the details. "I only know it's a holy place under the Pope, one of the 12 great cathedrals." He didn't seem to mind her lack of knowledge, his face remaining gentle. "It's all right if you don't know everything. But surely, during your training, you must have heard of the legendary spear hero?" Doan searched her memory, trying to recall. "I've heard of the 10 legendary heroes of the church. They're called the world's strongest, the ones who defeated the second Lucifer." Scott filled in the blanks for her. "This Obrian cathedral is named after that very spear hero. He was an orphan, raised by this very church since he was a child. Obrian grew up right here. To carry his name is our greatest pride, and with that, he finally started getting to the real point of this meeting. The gift I wish to give you is connected to that legendary hero." He then stopped right next to a carefully stored weapon. "This is the cathedral's treasury. Normally, no one but me is allowed inside. But these are special circumstances. Although this place was called a treasury, there was really only one treasure that mattered, the most precious one in the entire church. A long spear radiated a brilliant crimson light, its very presence creating an immense pressure. The Crimson Enchantress. After gazing up at the legendary weapon, her jaw dropped in utter amazement. "This is the holy spear that the hero Obrian used." Scott simply nodded, confirming her realization. "Legend says it was forged from rare meteorite ore, mixed with the blood of 1,000,000 demons to create a divine weapon of slaughter." He reached out, ready to pull the spear free. See, most weapons fall into 2 categories, common or rare, with the rare ones already considered treasures. But this was something else. He pulled the divine weapon from the groove that held it for years, offering it to her with both hands. The Crimson Enchantress, the spear used by the great hero himself, was in existence far beyond any mere rare weapon. It's a divine weapon. The Crimson Enchantress was made to be a god killer. Any defense before it is as weak as paper. He leaned in, mysteriously revealing another secret. And it also has a very special ability. A bead of sweat rolled down Doan's face. A special ability? The cardinal held the spear with the utmost reverence. The ability of the Crimson Enchantress is blood sacrifice. It allows 2 people to make a sacred offering, fusing their power into the spear. This allows the wielder to gain a massive burst of strength for a short time. The horrible secret made her gasp out loud. A living sacrifice? He then confirmed it 2 inquisitors had already offered their power at the moment of their deaths. Years ago, Obrian used this very power to slay the previous Lord of Pride, becoming a hero celebrated by all. Now, the Lord of Gluttony is causing chaos all across the land of Frank. The weapon lay right before her very eyes. And now, on behalf of the goddess of light, I give this gift to you. I believe that you too can accomplish the impossible. I believe you can defeat Beelzebub." Joan stared, lips pressed tight in silence for a long time, before finally bowing her head. She accepted the heavy divine weapon and the even heavier responsibility, kneeling to make a solemn vow. "I will not disgrace this mission. I swear to the goddess of light, I will destroy every last bit of evil on this continent." As if accepting its new master, the holy weapon began to glow with a brilliant crimson aura. Meanwhile, under a full moon, Mlin and Alice were resting by a campfire, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Mlin suddenly jolted awake, sensing something was off in the air. He moved quickly, immediately stomping out their fire. He then tapped his sleeping companion's head to wake her up. "Alice, get up." Her own senses were sharp, and she awoke instantly. "What's wrong?" He scanned their surroundings, then summarized the issue. "I hear the sound of clashing metal." And sure enough, several figures in black cloaks were leading a caravan of cargo wagons right past their location. The 2 of them ducked into the bushes to get a better look. They didn't look like merchants, and traveling without lights felt very wrong. One of the cloaked figures, with an unusually sharp sense of smell, took a deep sniff. His head suddenly snapped up as he alerted his comrades. "I can smell humans nearby." Instantly, all of them drew their swords, their glowing red eyes scanning the darkness. She had no trouble identifying their kind. The Blood Clan, Mlin, standing beside her, seemed surprisingly excited by this development. "Haha, look at that. A clue delivered right to our door." Hearing the sound, the creatures immediately charged forward to attack. "And what do we have here? A bunch of vampires with their thirstiest faces on, talking about the scent of a pure maiden." Perfect timing. You'll make a fine addition to our little shipment of livestock. Oh, they messed with the wrong girl. Alice's eyes practically glowed with rage as she took out the first two vamps with a few simple, devastating moves. The last guy just stood there, his brain buffering, as he watched his buddies spontaneously combust. For the first time, he felt that kind of power up close. A holy relic? How is that even possible? Alice struck a pose. You vile vampires, I will destroy every last one of you. Meanwhile, Merlin in the back was sweating buckets for this guy. Hey, calm down. We need to keep one for intel. The vampire, showing a flicker of intelligence, blurted out, Wait, are you the adventurers who killed Lord Camilla? Then, his red eye glitched out, complex magic patterns swirling deep inside it. Merlin, who knows his stuff, didn't miss this obvious red flag. He instantly launched his sword, catching Alice completely off guard. Huh? The vampire was mid-monologue, shouting, This world will soon belong to us, when a blade of pure energy sliced his head clean off. Merlin glared at the smoldering remains, clearly annoyed. A step too slow. Alice ran over to see what was up. Oh, nothing much, just a single eyeball staring up at them from what was left of the vampire's head. He took out all his frustration on that eyeball, stomping it into mush. Merlin didn't bother hiding his anger. Probably a communication spell. Looks like things just got messy. Under the moonlight at the Prime Minister's residence, a guy named Lem was bossing around his own vampire crew. Let's go. Move everything useful. Burn all related documents, they replied, hauling out box after box. My lord, one of them said, entering the study, the transfer is almost complete. He found his boss just staring blankly out the window. He tried again, cautiously. My lord? This guy Muke was radiating a seriously dangerous aura, his red eyes looking completely hollow. Weird. Then, he finally spoke. A descendant has found the adventurers who killed Camilla. The subordinate was shocked. What? The boss turned, giving his orders. Send a description of the man and woman to every descendant in the country. If found, kill them without mercy. The subordinate bowed deeply in response. As you command. The boss's sinister face was reflected in the window pane. To dare oppose our vampire race. And just like that, the image from that lone eyeball traveled miles away. I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing, a large carriage sits with its doors wide open. The slaves, freed from their chains, express their gratitude. Thank you both for saving us. The vampires would have killed us. Merlin, ever the pragmatist, pressed for more information. Where were those vampires planning to take you? Alice pointed out a few inconsistencies. Normally, captured people would be taken to the royal capital, right? But it looked like your carriage was heading away from there. They honestly told him everything they knew. When they took us, the vampires said the royal capital was under attack by demons, so they were moving us. Merlin crossed his arms, not buying it for a second. Your capital isn't a place that can be easily smashed by demons. But they tried their best to prove they weren't lying. We're not sure, but we heard the enemy was a demon lord. They said even the kingdom's strongest knight was no match for him. Alice caught the keyword and shot a sideways glance at her partner. A demon lord, you say? Merlin just looked helpless. It wasn't me. He lowered his head and thought. Wait. I did sense a demon lord level aura earlier. I thought I was just imagining things. Somewhere else, a certain somebody was sitting on the grass, watching the city gates. A demon lord who had left his own territory for a very specific reason. Could that be him? He gritted his teeth, barely suppressing the urge to just charge in. The giant metal gate, normally used to stop bad guys from getting in, suddenly began to rise. The ground thundered with the sound of marching iron boots. Countless fully equipped soldiers poured out, automatically forming a disciplined line right there. He remained casually seated, letting the wind whip his cloak. So humans aren't all cowards after all, huh? His tone couldn't hide his utter contempt. You actually have the nerve to challenge me? Are you in that much of a hurry to become my dinner? Ha ha ha. A very special character was then escorted to the front of the army, a chain so long it scraped the ground. It was Badaloka, the Imperial Knight, his hands bound in prisoner's shackles. Suddenly, two magic circles appeared and shattered the heavy cuffs. Braids followed close behind, delivering both a message and a threat. Batilika, His Highness told me to tell you, win this battle, and your past sins will be erased. From now on, you're a free man. The man stared at his hands with a crazed expression. Haha, I don't give a damn about freedom. A demon lord. Now this is the opponent I've been dreaming of. The other guy still couldn't be bothered to move. Fine, I guess I'll play with you, he said with a wicked smile, summoning his bloodthirsty pets. Time for an appetizer. An absolute swarm of tiny insects formed into tendrils of black smoke, awaiting their master's command. Without hesitation, they slammed into the guard formation, sending them into total chaos. Ag, mosquitoes. These insects are eating us. Form a defense. Braids, showing off his superior power, swung his sword, trying to destroy them, his golden battle aura blazing brightly. Batilika, what are you waiting for? A teammate yells, but our guy just calmly watches the bugs attack, his hair practically catching fire. Seriously, just shut up and watch. Then, with both hands, Batiloka unleashes a raging inferno. Let's see how you like this. A massive pillar of fire shoots into the sky, a literal man-made volcano erupting with pure power. Facing this inferno, the swarms of black insects are instantly vaporized, turning to ash in a heartbeat. Standing among his charred minions, the enemy leader's expression shifts. How interesting. To think the human realm had something like this. And Batiloka goes full-on giant fireman mode. The sheer heat radiating off him scorches the very earth. There's a wicked glint in his eye as he puts his hands on his hips, totally unimpressed. Fusing a human with an elemental to create a half-demon? He's almost amused these lowly creatures thought of it. Realizing this fight is way above their pay grade, Braids quickly orders a full retreat for his men. The last thing they need is to get caught in that crossfire. High above, Margaret and the council watch the battle. So that's the infamous flame demon, Batiloka. Now this guy, the demon lord likes. So he changes his strategy. You, flame demon, you're different from these worthless insects. He raises a hand, offering a partnership. I am giving you one chance. Join my army of gluttony and serve me. After a long, tense stare, Batiloka replies, deal. Up on the balcony, Marguerite starts to panic, afraid he's about to switch sides. The entire council looks horrified. Is Batiloka actually planning to betray them? Just like that? But he tunes out all the noise, walking forward with deadly purpose, focusing all his power into one arm for a devastating punch. His answer? Let's talk after this. In this moment, his madness and the searing heat around him become one and the same. The demon lord feels the immense power, yet he just stands there, completely still. Then, he casually raises a single hand to block the fiery punch. The fire instantly swallows his arm and engulfs his entire body, illuminating his sharp features. The impact creates a massive explosion that rips through the sky. The shockwave is so intense that even the officials high above are forced to clutch their heads. And just like that, the crowd erupts in cheers. Yes, way to go, Badaloka. But Marguerite, always the careful one, spots something wrong. Hold on. Right in the heart of the explosion. There's a figure standing completely unscathed. Even Batiloka can't believe it. He blocked my attack with a single hand. The demon lord slowly clenches his still-burning fist, attacking before I'd even finished my offer. You may have a demon's heart, but you're still just a stupid human. Meanwhile, Braids and his men can only watch, completely stunned by the turn of events. Unbelievable. The demon lord looks totally bored. Even though he's smaller, he effortlessly shoves the giant's arm away before trying to persuade him again. This is your final chance. Swear fealty to me, and I can give you both riches and power. And I can ensure your family will never again suffer the fate of these lowly humans. But Batiloka, still transformed, doesn't seem to care. He just focuses his remaining strength, summoning an even greater inferno. Ha! A contemptuous smirk spreads across Batiloka's face. That offer means nothing to him. I was an orphan. At age 3, the Empire turned me into an experiment, fusing my heart with the demons. I was nothing more than a weapon of war. For the Empire, I fought everywhere and became one of the 3 Imperial Knights. Wealth, fame. I've already had all of that. The listening officials are stunned into silence. More than 10 years ago, I eliminated a corrupt duke's son for the good of the people. But then, I was framed by crooked officials and hunted down. The demon's power inside me went out of control, and I killed countless people. The same people who worshipped me started calling me a demon. The nation I protected treated me like a disaster, locking me away in the Empire's most infamous prison. And as his anger grows, the flames around him rage even harder. Position, riches, I've had them. They're nothing but empty trinkets. What I crave is the fight, a true battle to the death. A dance with the Reaper on the battlefield. The demon lord casually waves a hand, cutting him short. Sorry to interrupt, but I really don't care about your past. He points a finger, offering one final warning. I just find a human capable of merging with an elemental amusing. And I want that toy for myself, so choose, submission or death. But Batiloka's mind is sharp. He knows demons are the best liars. You're a demon lord who couldn't even protect his own sister. How can you talk about protecting my family? The demon lord freezes, his pride utterly shattered. And now he's mad. His arm lifts, gathering all the surrounding mana into a swirling purple sphere of destruction. Batiloka just grins, ready to fuel the fire. Getting angry now, are we? This is what he lives for, an opponent finally getting serious. Let's have a fight to remember. And with that, the 2 massive energies collide in a violent, blinding flash of light. The raw, magical aftershock kicks up a huge cloud of dust. The soldiers below can barely stay standing as they try to shield themselves. Then, right next to Marguerite, a streak of golden light shatters a chunk of the wall. She shields her face from the dust, with no idea what just happened. It's Batiloka. He's back in human form, and blood is gushing from nearly every opening on his face. Well, he's now part of the wall decor, with a brand new, very noticeable hole straight through his chest. A senior staffer looks up, absolutely horrified. Batiloka, in just one hit? Her face turns beet red from pure, unadulterated panic. And that, folks, is the power of a demon king. Bildebop casually shakes his arm, mocking himself for actually trying against a low-level pest. Man, I'm so childish. He's so busy admiring his own work, he doesn't notice someone sneaking up on him. This surprise attack actually sends him reeling backward, leaving a long, clean slice right across his chest. Whoa! He struggles to regain his balance before demanding dramatically, "You managed to wound me? Who dares?" And emerging from the smoke is Johann. She grips a sharp spear, radiating killing intent. Meet the 233rd hero from the Oberon Church, Joan. He clutches his wound, but the smack talk continues. And here I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just the church's little mutt that I sent running with its tail between its legs. The nobles start hyping each other up. Look, Bildebop is injured. We still have a chance. And yeah, it doesn't look like a scratch. With blood still pouring out, Bildebop gives her a dark look. Your skills are trash, but that's not a bad spear you've got there. Her eyes instinctively glance at her weapon, and pride proudly introduces it for her. This spear can kill the second Lucifer, and it can definitely kill you. A light bulb goes off in his head, followed by a condescending laugh. Oh, so that's the Lancer hero's weapon. It's famous, I'll give you that, but too bad for you, you can't kill me. You're not even in his league. Johann's will is unshakable as she takes her stance. Today is the day you die, Bildebop. The wind starts whipping around them dramatically. Suddenly, her silhouette seems way more intimidating than before. She launches a lightning-fast thrust, but he dodges it. He swings a punch to counter, but she ducks right under it. Then she spins, channeling magic into her spear, and unleashes a devastating upward slash from below. The blazing red arc just barely misses him. Bildebop, clothes now in tatters, offers some genuine praise. Ha, you're much better than before. I'm guessing it has something to do with that spear? Johann resonates with her weapon, her plea crystal clear. Predecessors, inquisitors, please, help me destroy this demon. Every thrust, packed with the magic of past heroes, crashes against him. They go at it, round after round, but it's a total stalemate. The spectators can't help but be impressed. Whoa! Lady Johann is actually fighting him on even terms. M decides it's time to play dirty, ordering 20 magic cannons to prepare to fire. Marguerite whips her head around in shock. What? She desperately tries to buy some time. Wait, Lady Johann is still down there, but he's got his reasons ready. Right now, only Johann can even slow Bildebap down. This is our best shot to eliminate the demon king of gluttony. As an inquisitor, it's her honor to die fighting a demon. For the final victory, some sacrifices are necessary. He puts on a face that says, "Don't argue with me," and reminds her, "I'm in charge of the capital's defense. Please, princess, put your personal feelings aside for the greater good." With that, he turns his back and issues the command to his subordinate. Give the order. 2 magic cannons, full power. Fire immediately. The guard kneels. Yes, sir. Marguerite grinds her teeth, spitting his name with pure hatred. M. On the battlefield, a massive explosion erupts, sending everyone flying. Braids clenches his teeth in frustration. There's no place for us in this fight. Just then, a panicked soldier runs up with a report. Sir Braids, we've received word. The captain shouts back, confused. What is it? Magic cannons? But Lady Johann is still fighting down there. The soldier clarifies that the order came from Lord M. At that name, Braids' face darkens, and he growls out the name M. He immediately spins around, yelling orders to his men. All troops, fall back! Avoid the cannon impacts! A chorus of "Yes, sir!" echoes. On the other side of the fight, Bildebap narrows his eyes, suddenly on high alert. The little ants are retreating. What are they plotting? Seeing her opponent distracted, Johann grips her weapon and charges forward. Her spear is aimed perfectly at her target, but in the decisive moment, Bildebap sidesteps like a shadow. He suddenly appears right in front of Johann with a casual smile. I'm done playing with you. Before she can even blink, Johann takes a brutal punch straight to the gut. She collapses, and even with her holy spear absorbing some of the impact, the sheer force makes her cough up blood, her breathing ragged. But he's not finished. Bap follows up with another attack that sends Johann flying through the air. She lands hard on her knees, her spear the only thing holding her up as blood continues to stream from her mouth. Bildebap looks at the scene with utter contempt. And you're holding the Lancer hero's weapon? What a massive disappointment. You're just relying on the weapon's power, but you can't even begin to bring out its true potential. Johann refuses to go down. She pushes herself up, unleashing a brilliant aura. Let my life be a flame of justice, Thumb Fawn. Gather your light within me. But Bildebap moves faster, clamping a hand around her throat and snuffing out her attack before it can even form. He lifts her into the air, a glint of pure cruelty in his eyes. You only got that cheap shot in because I wasn't paying attention. Did you really think the same trick would work twice? A victorious smirk spreads across his face. The reward for hurting me is becoming my next meal. Joan claws desperately at his hand. She struggles with all her might, but can't break his iron grip. Meanwhile, back at the castle, soldiers are scrambling to relay a message. Report! The mana cannon is fully charged. We will fire on your command, sir. Massive cannons are lined up, smoke curling from their barrels, ready to go. The commander roars, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Die, you gluttonous demon king. In a flash, blinding beams of blue light erupt from the cannons. They shoot into the sky, converging into one colossal energy ball aimed right where Joan and Bill are locked in their struggle. He just grinds his teeth, annoyed. Humph. You dare fire a mana cannon at me. He then casually tosses Joan aside, his voice cold. Useless. Instead of dodging, Bildebap just stands there, slowly raising a hand to meet the cannonball hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. The projectile is 100 times his size, but you know what? He doesn't even flinch. The light from the blast is blinding, forcing Joan to squint her eyes. What? From a distance, Marguerite is just as shocked. An attack from the mana cannon? Bildebap just scoffs in contempt. The massive ball of turquoise light gets sucked right into the palm of his hand. He clenches his fist, and the entire blast simply vanishes. The impossible scene leaves everyone completely stunned. The mana cannon's energy was completely absorbed. Bill glances up at the castle and says arrogantly, "The one thing I hate is people interrupting my meal." With that, he slowly floats into the air, a storm of dust and debris swirling around him. Seeing him hovering in the sky, Marguerite cries out in a panic. What is he trying to do? As if in answer to her question. Bildebap casually raises his hand. A sphere of light slowly forms. An eye for an eye, a debt of blood for blood. His words and the sight before her send a shiver down the princess's spine. The golden orb expands endlessly, slowly blotting out the blue sky itself. Bill looks down from on high, his threat echoing across the land. From now on, Frank will no longer exist. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the air, stopping him dead in his tracks. Stop! Margaret stares him down, her voice firm. Aren't you looking for your sister? I can help. Hitting his weak spot, Bill narrows his eyes and says, Speak. Her face turns grim as she carefully pleads her case. Destroying the capital is pointless. If you kill everyone, you will never find another clue. Her words successfully get through to him. Bill clenches his fist, dispelling the orb of power. He looks at her, asking bluntly, What clue do you have? Marguerite tells him what she knows. Your sister might be held captive by someone in this city. We will use all of our manpower to find her. However, he isn't so easily convinced. And why should I trust you? Without hesitation, she replies, If you want a guarantee, then take me. I will trade my life for your sister's. Her declaration sends her nearby retainers into a panic. Princess, you can't do this. But Bill D. Bupp is unmoved, crossing his arms with contempt. And who are you? What makes you worthy of being compared to my sister? Marguerite introduces herself. I am the crown princess of Frank, the sole heir to this kingdom. Capturing me is the same as controlling the future of Frank. This information makes him snap his fingers with interest. How amusing. Instantly, a plume of black smoke erupts around Margaret, causing her to panic. In the blink of an eye, the princess is teleported right into Bill D. Bupp's hands. He gives her his deadline. I'll trust you this one time, princess. 3 days. He continues, I'll give you 3 more days. If I don't see my sister, you humans are all dead. Braids can only watch in horror. Princess Joan, clutching her stomach on the ground, listens to the terrifying threat. Furthermore, I'll bathe this place in blood, killing everyone until I find her. Black smoke envelops the princess. She screams out in pain. Watching Marguerite vanish into thin air, Braids screams in horror. Princess! The trees become a blur. Alice rides her horse frantically, telling Merlin they must hurry. She yells out, full of worry. If that prime minister really is a vampire, he must be capturing people for their blood. She doesn't dare to imagine what's next. If they can actually resurrect Dracula, then Frank is truly finished. He gently reassures her. Don't panic, you silly girl. You're a hero. Alice doesn't care, urging her horse onward. So what if I'm a hero? We may have silver weapons to deal with vampires, but that's not absolute. I've heard that high-level vampires aren't afraid of sunlight or silver weapons. I feel like this situation isn't that simple. I have a very bad feeling about this. Rain begins to fall in heavy sheets as dark clouds cover the entire sky. While riding, Alice suddenly pulls to a stop, as if something has caught her attention. This is 2 days later. Merlin and his companion arrived at the royal capital. The only thing that awaited them was a land ravaged by war. Their feet slowly came down, stepping into puddles of mud and past traumatized refugees leaving the capital. People wandered aimlessly, just looking for a roof over their heads for the night. Merlin and Alice walked against the flow of the evacuees. He suddenly shared his opinion. It feels like Frank just finished fighting a massive war. She also felt that this was a little strange. Could it be that Dracula has been revived? Suddenly, he glanced to the side, thinking to himself, this aura. It's been diluted by the rain, but it still feels a little familiar. The torrential rain continued to beat down on the desolate city, showing no signs of stopping, creating an incredibly gloomy scene. The two of them started walking their horses through the area to investigate. Alice couldn't help but wonder why even the city gate soldiers were nowhere to be seen. What on earth happened here? Seeing her, Merlin smirked. Isn't this better for us? Don't forget we're wanted criminals. They continued walking past a house with a slightly damaged window. Opposite it was a figure sitting motionlessly by the roadside. She couldn't help but let out a gasp. It was Joan, slumped over next to a crumbling wall, her arms clutching a weapon that was wrapped in a sheet of plastic. Alice immediately recognized her. Joan! Joan's lifeless eyes looked up towards the person who had just called her name. Alice. She quickly knelt down to Joan's level, anxiously asking about the situation. Joan, how did you end up like this? What in the world happened? In that moment, she couldn't hold back the tears, which started to stream down her face. Sob. Just like that, she completely broke down on Alice's shoulder. Afterwards, they moved to an abandoned tavern to talk. After listening to the story, Merlin was completely shocked. What? Bill Bapp? Alice repeated it to emphasize the horrifying truth. The demon that attacked Frank was rumored to be one of the 7 demon kings, the demon king of gluttony, Bill Bapp. Joan explained the whole story. The demon king of gluttony attacked the capital to find his sister, and the entire city fought back with all its might. But the result was a total disaster. To save the city from being slaughtered, the princess volunteered to be Bill Bapp's hostage. He covers his mouth, trying to recall that vague, unsettling presence he had sensed earlier. So that sister complex guy really did follow her to the human realm. That's who it was. Johann looks down at the weapon in his hands, utterly defeated. I lost. I lost completely. Even with a divine weapon, I'm still no match for him. That's when Alice finally noticed the divine artifact. Suddenly, a chair toppled over, crashing onto the floor with a ridiculously loud bang. John and Alice both jump as Merlin shoots to his feet out of nowhere. She softly calls his name, Min. His face goes dark, his guard instantly way up. Where did you get this thing? Johann calmly starts to explain. This is a divine weapon from the great OB Cathedral, wielded by the legendary spear-wielding hero, the Crimson Demoness. My Lord Bishop hoped I could use it to stop the Demon King of Gluttony, but I failed. Alice was so stunned, her jaw literally dropped open. The hero's spear, which means Merlin's mother was taken out by this very weapon. Merlin just stared silently, his eyes locked on the weapon that carried such an immense, crushing weight. After a long moment, he finally got himself together and sat back down. It's okay. He kept probing, asking, so who's running this place now with the Prime Minister gone? Joan did not look happy to answer. The capital is now jointly managed by the kingdom's 3 brides, knights, and the church. She gritted her teeth, her hands balling up the fabric of her skirt. That guy got spooked by the Demon King of Gluttony and ran for the hills. If Bilbap's sister isn't handed over by tomorrow, he's threatened to slaughter the whole city. Now, only the sick and weak are left, all abandoned by Maz. Nobody realized they had so little time left, and even Alice got caught up in the raw desperation of the moment. Tomorrow. Suddenly, an idea seems to light up in Joan's mind. This time, she's the one who leaps to her feet with a proposal. Alice, please come with me to the cathedral. Alice just stood there, completely baffled. Huh? Joan was dead serious. You may not be with the church anymore, but you are the only hero who has fought a demon lord and lived to tell the tale. And then came the finisher. She's our only hope now. Alice just awkwardly waved her hands, her eyes darting around looking for someone else to weigh in on this mess. Merlin saw her hesitating and just gave her a cold shoulder. Why are you looking at me? This is your problem, so you decide. A little while later at the OB Cathedral, you could see the sheer panic on Scott's wrinkly face. You, he blurted out, using that charming little nickname they had for Alice, the disgrace of the church. The 233rd hero, Alice. She was so used to this garbage, she just stayed perfectly polite. Lord Bishop, it's been a while. I believe we last met at the hero selection. The old guy let out a massive sigh, gearing up for a long rant. A hero, you say? Ha, I assume Joan has already told you about the situation. Braids came to me earlier, asking for reinforcements from the Vaticana to fight the Demon King and save the princess. I sent the request ages ago, but BAP only gave us 3 days. We're completely out of time, but something about this felt off to Alice. I thought the Operon Cathedral was under the direct authority of the Pope. Shouldn't this place have an elite army? Why are you just sitting here waiting to die? Scott pushed up his glasses and told her the grim truth. Oh, don't remind me. After Bilbap took the princess, we organized an army to rescue her. But you probably know how strong that Demon King is. Those words hung heavy in the gloomy air as he admitted, every single one of those soldiers is dead. The massive cemetery stretching all around the main building was all the proof anyone needed. Alice listened to every single word. As the hero who fought Lucifer III, she understood the power of the 7 Demon Kings better than anyone. That's not a creature humans can possibly fight against. Meanwhile, the very guy they were talking about was just casually checking out the architecture. Joan's expression also turned grim, facing that undeniable reality. Even ancient magic cannons and the hero's divine spear couldn't scratch him. This was a power gap that numbers alone could never bridge. Suddenly, Scott just dropped, both knees hitting the floor as his tone completely shifted. Alice. No, Lord Hero. The man actually pressed his forehead to the ground in a desperate plea. I, a Cardinal Bishop of the Vaticana, beg the 233rd hero for help. He squeezed his eyes shut, full of shame and helplessness. I know this request is beyond unreasonable, but please, for the sake of Frank's people. Faced with this sudden dramatic turn, Alice had absolutely no idea how to react. But Merlin cut her off at the perfect moment. Hold on. He turned to confront the bishop, arms crossed. Weren't you the same people who always despised Alice? Now you're just going to slap a hero title on her and ask her to die for you? Now, that's a clever plan. But of course, he couldn't help but roast her a little bit too. She's just a holy tier chicken. You want her to go get herself killed? Alice gently put a hand on his shoulder. That's enough, Merlin. Then, shocking both of the guys behind her, she made her decision. Lord Bishop, I accept. I don't know if I stand a chance against the Demon King of Gluttony, but I swear on my name as a hero. I will stall for as long as I can until the church's reinforcements arrive. And Johann is absolutely thrilled to hear it. Alice Merlin, however, is the complete opposite. She can't help but grit her teeth and curse. What an idiot. Scott, meanwhile, practically hisses with gratitude. Thank you, Lady Alice. She is really not used to people being this ridiculously humble in front of her. Please don't be like that, Bishop. But of course, the second they can't see him, his true, treacherous face comes out. Truly, thank you. Later that night at Operon Cathedral, the entire area is bathed in moonlight. Doan reports with a respectful bow, Your Grace, Alice, and her husband have been given their rooms. Scott replies, "Excellent," giving his next order without even turning around. "Pass my command down. Gather all the soldiers guarding the Oben Cathedral. Tomorrow, after the 233rd hero leaves the city, we will immediately retreat from the royal capital." And yeah, those words hit her like a ton of bricks. Doan, of course, can't accept this. "Why, Your Grace? Aren't we supposed to wait for reinforcements from the Vaticana? Once the reinforcements arrive, we can support Alice in defeating Bill Bap." Scott's eyes narrow as he glances back. The Vaticana isn't sending anyone. I knew from the very beginning this was a losing battle. The moment the Demon King targeted Frank, this kingdom was already doomed. Doan is just stunned, completely speechless at his words. The church has already collected all the treasure M left behind. It's time to leave. She can't help but frown and question him again. But if we do that, Alice will have to fight the Demon King alone. That's basically sending her to her death. Scott takes a slow walk down the steps. "My dear child," he says, sidling up to Doan to offer some advice. "You are the future of the church. Alice is a traitor. You two are different. Dying while fighting a demon king is a merciful chance from the goddess for that traitor to wash away her sins." His eyes narrow, flashing with a devious glint. "Don't think too much. Now, pass on my order. Tomorrow, we leave." Doan can't even think straight anymore and just obeys. "Yes, sir." But now her eyes are just filled with fear and confusion, with no idea what to do. Her hands clench as she heads for the darkened hotel. Even though it's late, Merlin and Alice are both wide awake, just tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, Merlin breaks the silence. "What is wrong with you? Letting a golden opportunity just slip away?" His bluntness just leaves her confused. What opportunity? So he sits up to explain it more clearly. "Dealing with Bill Bap is a big deal. You could have easily negotiated to get our debt erased. Even getting half of it cleared would have been something. But no, you just had to play the righteous hero." And his next words make Alice tense up instantly. "Can you even win?" Her brilliant response: "If she can't win, she still has him." He disgustedly throws a pillow at her face. "Am I just a tool to you?" Her eyes narrow as she replies, "Besides, not everything can be measured in money. If we really let Bill Bap destroy Frank, it's not just about one nation falling." Her hands clench from anxiety. Once the treaty is broken, what happens next is truly unimaginable. He is, after all, the most evil of all the demons. Who knows what he would do? The second she mentions it, Merlin points right at himself, but she quickly shoots him down. "You're different." Alice seems a bit embarrassed, but her determination is crystal clear. "I will always be by your side to keep an eye on you. I won't let a perverted demon king like you run wild." That just makes Merlin smirk, a dark aura flaring up around him with pure arrogance. "Then you better watch me closely. A demon's lifespan is very long. After you die in a few decades, I might get bored and decide to wipe out an entire country just for fun. And for that, he gets a pillow to the face." "You dare!" Alice's voice is full of confidence and determination when she makes her declaration. "Yeah, I can't control you after I'm dead, but as long as I'm alive, I won't let you do a single evil thing." For some reason, Merlin's eyes turn thoughtful, and for once, that wicked smirk is completely gone. Then he just hugs the pillow and lies right down. "Oh, well, good luck with that. Good night." The next morning, the citizens at the gate are stunned by the sight before them, buzzing with gossip as Alice approaches. She's the 233rd hero. "I heard she's going to fight the Demon King of Gluttony. It seems to be true, but she looks so young." Those doubtful whispers just kept coming, reaching her ears. Can she really do it? "I remember the last extermination army got completely wiped out." Model, are we really entrusting our lives to this girl? Even the great Braids and Johan were no match for the enemy. This hero looks incredibly weak. Can she seriously defeat the Demon King of Gluttony? Merlin scans the area, and yeah, the betting odds on her are not looking good. But Alice here is just over it, completely unfazed. "It's fine, I'm used to this." Alice finally arrives at the city gates. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Suddenly, Braids tenses up, his confidence magically restored. "Great hero, the princess is counting on you," Scott says, piling on the pressure. "Bill Bap is waiting in the Olin Mountains. This is all on you." Alice just flashes a confident smile. "Please don't worry, everyone. I will do my absolute best." But then Doan leads a horse over, looking like she's about to say something important. "Doan," Alice says, immediately noticing her friend looks absolutely awful. "What's wrong?" "You look troubled," she asks, as Doan avoids her gaze, clearly wanting to spill the beans but hesitating. Too bad Scott cuts her off before she can. "Honey, you can catch up later. Wait until the hero gets back. We have more important things to do." Then he offers up some completely hollow promises. "Once our reinforcements arrive, we will support you, great hero. May the glory of the goddess of light be with you." And with that, Alice finally mounts her horse. "We're heading out now." Braids shouts to hype everyone up. The entire squad salutes the great hero. At his command, Frank's soldiers raise their hands in unison. Great hero, they chant." We wish you a triumphant victory over the Demon King." So, Alice and Merlin ride off amidst the cheers, but Merlin's brow is furrowed. He's already figuring out this is all a big show. This whole mission feels off. Those reinforcements he mentioned? Yeah, they're never coming. This poor girl has been sold out again. He spurs his horse to keep up with Alice, who is a constant source of worry. Meanwhile, in the Olin Mountains, it's the calm before the storm. Marguerite is just sitting huddled in a corner, looking completely defeated. Bap glances outside and grumbles. "It's been 3 days, princess. Besides a few fish that tried to save you, no one has brought back my sister." His eyes turn completely ruthless. "If I don't see my sister by sunset, I'm going to eat you. And after that, I'll eat all of Frank." She just grinds her teeth, her mind racing. What in the world are braids in the church doing? Why haven't they found her yet? Wait, could it be that his sister isn't even in Frank? No, she has to buy more time. She can't let him decide to just destroy the city. She suddenly stands up and calls out to him, "Hey, Demon King," which just leaves Bill Bap confused. Marguerite starts throwing out some wild suggestions. "So, are you interested in human girls by any chance? I heard the demon lands are poor and difficult to live in. If you marry me, Frank could become your second home. Not a bad deal, right?" Oh, but those words totally hit a nerve with Bill Bap. She just stares back, completely stunned by his sudden rage. Whoa, even her crown, the very symbol of her status as a princess, falls right off her head. At this point, he's completely lost his cool. "You insignificant human, trying to seduce me. You fool! No one in this world is more beautiful than my sister. An insect like you isn't even 1/10,000th as beautiful as my sister." You can literally see the veins popping on his forehead. That's how angry he is. "I've changed my mind. I'm gonna eat you right now." All Marguerite can do is grit her teeth in hatred. Damn it, this is bad. Meanwhile, the Olin Mountains finally appear before our heroes. Alice guesses Bill Bap's lair must be just ahead, but Merlin stops her. "You wait here. I'll go see if I can persuade him." Now, this is a rare sight. Alice is actually surprised. "You're going to negotiate with him? Are you two good friends or something?" He just scoffs back. "Don't be an idiot. I wouldn't get involved with that sister-obsessed freak. She's used to his attitude, so she focuses on what matters. I don't get your demon hierarchy, but if you're both demon kings, you can handle him, right?" Merlin's brow furrows, his expression turning serious. To be honest, it's very tricky." He then explains Bill Bap's ability. The guy can absorb all damage from attacks and turn it into his own energy, making him a true powerhouse. Even Alice is horrified. "What? Even you think he's a handful?" No wonder Frank and the church couldn't stop him. Suddenly, a flock of birds in the forest sense something and frantically fly into the sky. Alice jumps, startled. This feeling. Merlin immediately identifies it as pure killing intent. And the source is none other than a very provoked Bill Bap. "You fool! Nobody in this world is more beautiful than my sister. A tiny insect like you isn't 1/10,000th of her equal. I've changed my mind. I'm going to eat you now." His eyes are filled with the desire to destroy everything. After that, "I'll destroy Frank until I find my sister." Marguerite is totally exhausted and can only make a weak plea. "Please don't." Suddenly, a cold presence whips through the area. His eyes go wide as he notices a sharp slash cutting right between them. The shockwave sends Princess Marguerite flying, slamming her hard against the stone wall. Ugh, Bill Bap grinds his teeth in fury. Who was that? Naturally, the master of that last attack was Alice herself. She swings her sword powerfully as she gives her command. "Stop! Release Her Highness!" He immediately backs away and sneers. It seems you're not here to hand over my sister. Just another fool with a death wish trying a rescue?" Then he lays on the sarcasm. "You think you alone, a mere saint-level fighter, can actually stand against me?" His brow furrows once more as he spots something else. It's Merlin, smiling from behind a rock. "Yo, long time no see." Bill Bap is completely floored. And just like that, Lucifer starts lecturing Alice. Seriously, he was about to talk to the guy, and she just had to jump the gun. She had a pretty good reason, though. The dude almost killed the princess. A sight that left Bill Bap completely frozen. Lucifer is with a human woman? What is happening? Right then, Merlin gives her a gentle pat on the head. "All right, you rescued the princess, I'll take it from here." But another guy clenches his fist, demanding answers. "Why are you here?" Asmodeus calls him out. "You refused to help me find my sister." To which he calmly replies, "I was just here on other business." He rubs the back of his head, trying to explain. "If I had known your sister was also here, I would have helped you. My bad." In return, he gets a cold scoff. "What's the point in saying that now? I'm already here, I can find her myself." Merlin offers a deal that works for everyone. The Demon King can't be gone for too long after all. "So, release that girl, and we'll help find your sister. If you don't cooperate, then we'll just have to take her by force." Bap tilts his head, looking seriously annoyed. Hey, did I hear that right?" He pulls the seniority card, acting like a disappointed elder. A punk like you dares to order me around? Your mother never even spoke to me with that tone. But Merlin, he's unbothered. Haha, you should know that seniority is useless on me. He takes a slow step forward. I didn't come to negotiate. I came to give you two choices. His eyes practically glow with the thrill of a fight. If we're all demons, then let's settle this the demon way. Bap doesn't even hesitate. Yeah, that suits me just fine. Merlin just lets out an arrogant smirk. If I beat you with my blade, you'll just make excuses, so I won't even use a weapon. Alice, watching from the sidelines, has to ask, are you serious? He literally throws something to block her. You chicken, stay out of this. And Merlin uses this moment to whisper a plan. I'll hold him off. You use the chance to rescue her. She understood. Oh, a moment later, Bill and Merlin are facing off in a clearing. The guy is still overflowing with total confidence. You idiot, no wonder the Council of Elders fired you. Without that sword of yours, you are absolutely nothing. He just stretches, warming up. Enough trash talk, let's get started. The second he speaks, they both launch themselves forward. Their raw physical fists are about to clash with incredible power. The shockwave rips up the ground beneath them, sending a huge gust of wind that nearly blows Alice away. The violent tremors shake the cave ceiling, and it's just enough to wake up Marguerite, who'd been out cold this whole time. She groggily sits up, asking the classic question, what's going on? Am I still alive? Trying to peek outside, the sheer chaos and the rush of wind hit her full force. Whoa! Right in front of her was an absolutely brutal fight scene. Both Bill Zupp and Merlin were just trading blows, neither giving an inch. Marguerite's eyes widened. That guy's fist came flying with pinpoint accuracy. But luckily, Merlin dodged just in time, clearly annoyed at having to retreat. Ugh, after fighting so many weaklings, dealing with this guy was actually a challenge. At the same time, Marguerite was already lost in her own little fantasy. That physique, totally the prince from her dreams, here to save her and the kingdom. In Marguerite's eyes, Merlin was like a shining beacon in a garden of flowers. A panicked shout echoed through the capital of Frank. What? Braids repeated his subordinate's report, completely stunned. Church reinforcements weren't going to make it. The soldier bowed his head, confirming, yes, sir. The news just came from the cathedral. The messenger continued with a heavy heart. The cardinal said there's nothing more he can do. The church's army has already begun to assemble. They were preparing to abandon the capital, which made him clench his fists in rage. Damn it. That man was planning to ditch Frank and the hero. Staring at the smoke rising from Mount Olin, he muttered, at this point, all we can do is pray for a miracle. Back on the battlefield, Bill prepped a massive punch, but Merlin managed to block it yet again. Seizing the opening, Merlin's arm shot forward, landing a strike right on his throat that made him go pale. One hit sent Bill flying, but he managed to catch himself on the ground. His fingers dug into the dirt, using the momentum to launch a kick straight at Merlin's face. Blood instantly appeared on his face, shocking him for a second. As the dust settled, the air grew heavy with silence. Merlin just grinned, totally thrilled, and licked the blood off his lip. Bill, however, wiped it away with his hand. Marguerite was completely frozen by the scene, blurting out her honest thoughts. To fight on par with that demon king, he's amazing. Just then, Alice rushed over with difficulty. Your Highness, Princess, she called out, a bit uncertain. Who are you? The girl smiled and introduced herself. I'm Alice, an adventurer from Britain. I was sent by the church and the kingdom to rescue you. Marguerite's attention, however, was still glued to Merlin. That guy out there is Alice almost let it slip. That's my husband, my friend Merlin. He's holding off the Demon King so I can get you out of here. Marguerite seemed satisfied, her tense nerves finally relaxing. Is that so? His name is Merlin, huh? And with that, she face-planted right into the ground, shocking Alice. Your Highness! She quickly checked on her, only to realize she was incredibly weak. Had she not eaten or had anything to drink these past few days? She had to get her back to the city, fast. Just then, Bill noticed the movement near the cave, his eyes burning with rage as he roared. Ha, trying to rescue the hostage while I'm busy? Not a chance. But his distraction gave Merlin the perfect opening to smack him on the head. Where are you looking? He even taunted him with a beckoning finger, like calling a dog. It's not too late to get serious now. A murderous aura flared in Bill's eyes as he glared back. He shot up and charged forward with unbelievable speed. You fool! Just because you used to be a demon king doesn't mean you can boss me around. I've disliked you for a long time. Today, I'll teach you a lesson your mother should have. The two locked hands, and this time Bill landed a solid punch right on Merlin's face. Among demon lords, you're the weird one. You act nothing like a demon. You even pity humans. But Merlin quickly retaliated with a fist to his nose. And what right does a pervert like you have to call me weird? Of course, Bill wasn't going down that easily. You were stripped of your Demon King title and you still don't know what you did wrong, hanging around with lowly humans. You are a disgrace to the demon race. So Merlin just drove a foot straight into his gut. Ever since you begged me to be your sister's master, I've been itching to hit you. but his body didn't budge an inch. Instead of drawing his sword, he grabbed Merlin's leg, trying to break it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Merlin's eyes narrowed as he shifted his center of gravity, then fluidly spun around and kicked him far away. The impact was so intense it shook the entire hillside of Mount Olin. Alice quickly carried Marguerite away, and that was just a fistfight. Is this what a battle between demon kings looks like? When the dust finally cleared, the winner was obvious. Merlin smirked mockingly. Ready to behave now? But Bill wasn't having it. He roared back, "You'd better get it." An insane amount of purple demonic energy exploded from him like a tidal wave. Even Merlin was nearly knocked over by the dense smoke and the powerful aura. A giant fist emerged and came right for his face, the purple light cracking the mountainside. Alice's worried voice echoed out, "Merlin!" He was almost crushed beneath the falling rubble. Bill's figure emerged from the smoke, looking completely different. But Merlin didn't seem surprised at all. Finally getting serious, are we? Facing him now was a massive, muscle-bound arm model. Still him, but looking way more energized. He admits using that other body against him was a serious underestimation. And so, the gluttonous demon lord version of Bill has arrived. Lucifer, you better not disappoint him. A massive collision rocks the entire area. Merlin speeds up and lunges. Without a second thought, he smashes his fist right into Bill's face, but it only leaves a light scratch. I admit, you are strong. Merlin just ignores him. Suddenly, Bill launches a brutal counterattack. But I am Gluttony Bill. Luckily, Merlin manages to dodge the absolutely terrifying magic attack. He gets cocky, boasting that all attacks will just be eaten, becoming his own energy. Bill's smile turns sinister. "You're only making me stronger. And as for you," he instantly appears before Merlin, "you'll just be slowly drained until you die." Just as Bill's fist is about to land, Merlin blocks it without hesitation. The sheer magical force incinerates Merlin's shirt, leaving it to the wind. That terrifying power tore across the hills, pushing him back an incredible distance. This guy's fists are getting stronger. Merlin's face darkens. The pain so intense he nearly collapses right there. Ugh, damn this curse. At that moment, Bill strolls over. If you had used your sword draw slash from the start, even I would have had to dodge. Yet you chose to fight me barehanded. He effortlessly lifts Merlin high into the air. Have you gone weak, Lucifer? Bill's eyes are filled with mockery. As expected, hanging around humans for so long makes you stupid. Then Merlin suddenly bursts out laughing. "Haha." Bill stares, completely bewildered. "What are you laughing at?" A look of pure joy spreads across Merlin's face. "You idiot. After using this form, you'll be plunged into a long state of weakness. Then you won't be able to interfere with me at all." Bill grits his teeth in rage at Merlin's attitude, the hand gripping his wrist, tightening with crushing force. Merlin tries to suppress the waves of pain. Ugh, Bill's eyes fill with fury. "Then I'll just have to cut off your limbs and toss you to the Council of Elders." Bill hatches his plan. Subdue the wandering demon king who consorts with humans, staining the royal bloodline. That way, leaving the demon palace without permission won't even be considered a crime anymore. Out of nowhere, a powerful slash cuts his little daydream short. Alice uses Bill's moment of shock to rescue Merlin. Bill stares, stunned, at the armor on his wrist, now cut and bleeding. She throws an arm around Merlin, never taking her eyes off their pursuer. Bill waves his hand, creating a slash of light. Don't even think about running. It slices across Alice's back, making her scream in agony. She loses her balance and crashes headfirst into the ground. Merlin rolls away to another corner as Bill slowly approaches. "Oh, I almost forgot about the woman who caused Lucifer's downfall." She tries to get up, but Alice is trembling with fear at his every word. "Bringing your head back will serve as proof. I will chew every single one of your bones." Bill lowers his hand. Prepare to welcome despair. Suddenly, a voice sounds from right behind him. "Where do you think you're going, Bill?" He just tilts his head. Everyone is shocked to see Merlin already on his feet. A dark, immortal magic power radiates from his body. "To think you could subdue the fifth demon lord, you are truly nothing but a nuisance." Merlin's eyes transform. "Then I'll just have to kill you." His immense power gathers into a grotesque, demonic face. Bill is horrified by the sight before him, this killing intent. What's happening? This Lucifer suddenly Alice is too shocked to even speak. Merlin immediately lunges toward him. Bill still hasn't realized the danger closing in. I just need to absorb his power. In the next second, he's sent flying. Now Bill is starting to panic from this overwhelming force. With that, he's blown completely out of sight. The shockwave from the battle knocks Alice off her feet. She's stunned to see that even the mountain has been pierced straight through. By now, dusk has fallen. Merlin's lone figure stands before the decimated mountain. Alice is hesitant. "Did you kill him?" He remains perfectly silent. Suddenly, Merlin collapses, sending her into a panic. "Merlin!" she calls out, but he shows no sign of response. "Merlin!" In the quiet night, yellow moonlight shines outside Merlin's inn. His heavy eyes flutter open. A wooden ceiling slowly comes into view. Merlin is dazed, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. Where am I? I remember fighting that Bill guy. He sits up, unable to stop himself from clutching his head. That punch had no mercy in it. That guy isn't dead, right? If Bill was killed, there's no one left to suppress the blood pool of those immortals from the council. Just then, a falling water bucket snaps Merlin out of his thoughts. He looks up to see a shocked Alice. Huh, she stammers. You're awake. Merlin offers a reassuring smile and raises a hand to greet her. Hi. The moment he speaks, she rushes toward him. Before Merlin can even react, she throws her arms around him in a tight hug. She was clearly terrified. Forgetting his injuries, Alice begins to yell. You were asleep for 2 whole days. You scared me to death, you know that? She continues her rant as he watches, stunned and embarrassed. Damn it, Merlin. Can't you do anything without making people worry for once? And just like that, the vibe shifts. He blushes, gives Alice a little pat on the head and mutters, sorry. It's only then she realizes how awkward this hug is, and her own face turns bright red. His head promptly gets slammed into the wall for his troubles. He rubs the new lump on his head and confronts her. Hey, Flatty, what was that for? Is that any way to treat a patient? She looks away, embarrassed, trying to mumble that it was just an accident. But he just cuts her off, his voice suddenly serious. Jumping into my fight with Bill earlier was beyond stupid. Are you that weak you were trying to get yourself killed? Alice immediately fires back. That guy said he was going to break all your limbs. Merlin just awkwardly flexes his injured arm, looking flustered. He's so embarrassed he can't even look at her, quietly mumbling a thank you. She just stares at him, stunned, a cute blush spreading across her face. Too bad mine can't let a sweet moment last, and immediately goes right back to teasing her. But seriously, jumping into my fight with Bill was a dumb move. Did you have a death wish? Alice, face still red, shoots him a dirty look. Shut up! Just shut up! After all that, he finally asks her, right, so where's the princess? She answers instantly. I took her to the royal palace. Then she fills him in. Both of you were knocked out cold. It was a nightmare trying to carry you both back. Merlin imagines her lugging their unconscious bodies step by step and feels tired for her. Ugh, that must have sucked. She just gives him a confused frown. Seriously, next time don't do something so dangerous. Why not just pull out your sword and slice him up? Would have been over way faster. Insisting on a fist fight with that guy. Merlin rests his chin on his hand, thinking, you don't understand our demon customs. We settle disputes with a fight, not by killing. But I gotta admit, this time I probably hit him a little too hard. Merlin's voice echoes in the quiet night. I just hope that sister complex freak isn't dead. If he is, this could get annoying. Elsewhere, a powerful arm bursts through the ground, sending rocks flying. Bill Bap emerges from the earth, coughing violently. Damn, good thing I used all my strength to defend. If I hadn't, that one punch would have been the end of me. He clutches his wound in pure hatred. How could that monster Lucifer be born from a succubus? He's some kind of mutant freak. Sweat drips down his forehead as he remembers it. Years ago, when Lucifer II was pregnant, she was spouting all kinds of nonsense. Something about giving birth to a hero for the age of gods, a kid who would change the world. In the middle of a desolate desert, Bill Bap drags himself onward. It's going to take a long time to get his strength back, Melina. Meanwhile, at the Grand Cathedral, Joan suddenly asks if Alice really managed to defeat the Demon King of Gluttony. Scott answers without even looking back. As the designated hero, Alice's strength is naturally on another level. I sent people to watch her fight with Bill Bap. That entire plain was almost completely flattened, and 2 mountains were blown up. He stops at the window with a calm, gentle smile. The princess has also returned safely. The crisis in Frank is resolved for now. Joan presses on. But is Alice okay? Scott reassures her. Don't worry, Alice is fine. It's just her husband who got a little injured. He turns to leave, not forgetting to give an order. They're staying at a hotel I've arranged. Tomorrow you will go and invite Alice to the cathedral. She bows her head obediently. As you command. Only after the Wind Emperor leaves does Joan let out a sigh. She places a hand on her own heavy armor. Her gaze drifts up to the moon shining outside the window. As I thought, in this life there's no way I can ever catch up to you. After Scott leaves, his own plans begin to form. Alice really is capable. A cunning smile appears, so different from the kind face he showed Joan. If you want to say that surviving the Demon King of Pride was just pure luck, fine. But defeating the Demon King of Gluttony head-on, that's a true display of power. He has to find a way to pull her back into the hero game. These thoughts of the future make him chuckle to himself. Soon our Opera Grand Cathedral will have 2 famous heroes in its ranks. With Alice and Joan as my 2 trump cards, selecting the next pope will be easy. Heh. Back at the hotel, a loud sneeze cuts through the air. Merlin looks over at her, worried. Got a cold? But Alice has a different theory. Is someone talking trash about me? At that exact moment, voices echo in the royal palace. Your Highness, you're still weak. You can't be running around. Princess Marguerite rushes by on bare feet. Let me go, all of you. Marguerite ignores her worried maids. I have to find the hero who saved me. Don't you dare stop me. But another hand quickly blocks her path. Your Highness, please stop, Tission before her. When Merlin left, he took a large amount of supplies and personnel. The people outside are in a panic. For the next few days, I must ask you to remain in the palace. She completely ignores him and keeps giving orders. Braids, you're just in time. Take me to meet the great hero who took down Bill Bap. But he flatly refuses her. We have already arranged for the great hero to meet you here tomorrow. The princess, however, remains stubborn. No, I want to see him today. Before she can finish her sentence, Braids just picks her up. For the time being, Your Highness, please refrain from any unseemly behavior. Marguerite struggles and screams at the top of her lungs. Let me go. I have to go find Lord Merlin model. He's the one for me. Meanwhile, Merlin suddenly felt a cold shiver run straight down his spine. Seeing this, Alice sweetly asks if he needs a coat. That's when a loud scream echoes through the entire palace. What now? Hearing the bad news, Merlin's face immediately fell. No reward money. A flustered official tried his best to explain the mess. We're so terribly sorry, Sir Merlin, Lady Alice. For defeating the demon king of gluttony, you deserve a handsome reward. He pulls out a handkerchief, nervously dabbing the cold sweat from his forehead as he continues his litany of excuses. But when the princess was kidnapped in the chaos of her escape, she also made off with most of the national treasury. On top of that, Frank is suffering from natural disasters. We're in the middle of rebuilding and just have no money to pay you to. But you saved our country, and for that, we will be eternally grateful for your kindness. Yeah, that wasn't enough to stop Merlin's eyebrow from twitching. Great, another pro bono job then. But just then, Marguerite suddenly cuts into their conversation. Hold on, I have a proposal. The official looked on, a little surprised. Your Highness? She boldly states that Frank may not have money now, but that doesn't mean it won't in the future. I will give the heroes who saved this country a worthy reward. Merlin let out a satisfied smirk. This kid might be young, but she gets how things work. The official, knowing the whole story, started to panic. But Your Highness, the treasury is empty. How can you possibly pay them? Margaret simply took a deep, calm breath. And then she drops an offer no one saw coming. The reward I will provide is this entire nation. By my authority as the Queen of Frank, I declare that from today, Merlin is my fiancé. I'm going to marry him. Jaws hit the floor. The officials were absolutely dumbfounded. And Merlin, despite his usual cool, couldn't quite hide his own shock. Braids finally snapped out of it, questioning her relentlessly. Your Highness, what on earth are you doing? This is just too reckless. Besides, Sir Merlin is Lady Alice's husband. But the princess? She didn't seem to care one bit. So what if I know? It's unclear where she got this confidence, but she placed a hand on her chest and stated her case. Sir Merlin saved me from the Demon King. If Frank can't provide the money, then as a princess, I can only offer myself. Braids desperately tried to talk some sense into her. Your Highness, what are you even saying? If word gets out that our princess married a man who's already taken, what will the other nations think of us? Merlin was just completely baffled by this situation, glancing over at Alice with a look that said it all. A fiancé? Is this princess an idiot? Merlin's just a black iron rank. It was Lady Alice who defeated the Demon King, but Marguerite was absolutely determined, sticking to her version of events. You won't believe me anyway, but I was conscious, even if I was weak. She ignored everyone, continuing her epic tale. The one fighting the Demon King on the plains was Sir Merlin. Without him, Frank would have been destroyed. What good is a reputation if the country itself is gone? And with that, she stepped right up to Merlin to make her plea. Sir Merlin, as long as you have a place for me in your heart, I don't mind if you have others. Just when they thought things couldn't get any crazier, a sharp voice cut through the air. I mind. Alice rushed forward, splitting the two apart and firmly staking her claim. This is impossible. He is my husband. Merlin leaned in from behind, trying to whisper a clarification. Alice, aren't we just pretending? But she immediately shut him down. Shut up! Marguerite, meanwhile, touched her chin with 2 fingers, a mysterious look on her face. Of course, I already know that. Then she revealed what was apparently an obvious truth back then. But isn't it perfectly normal for a man to have 3 or 4 wives? Every single word was a direct challenge. I am a princess, the future heir to this kingdom, and even I don't mind. So what are you so worked up about? This made Alice's blood boil, leaving her completely speechless. And then, completely ignoring her, Marguerite grabbed Merlin's arm and pressed it into her very generous soul. Witnessing this, Alice felt like 1,000 bolts of lightning just shot through her brain. Margaret started making promises. Then it's decided. Sir Merlin, from now on, I will love you with all my heart. Merlin, having zero interest in this drama, tried to buy some time. Hold on, let me think about this. He didn't even notice the strange white mist starting to spread across the floor. In just a few moments, the entire building was completely covered by a layer of magical ice. This phenomenon originated from an Alice who was unleashing her absolute fury. Let go of Merlin, she seethed. Don't you dare spout that nonsense. At this point, she couldn't care less about the girl's royal status. Her patience had completely run out. You're going to regret this. The pressure in the room became immense. Marguerite instinctively threw her hands up to protect herself. Ah! Braids, seeing this, screamed out in terror. Your Highness! Well, that escalated in a direction nobody saw coming. All thanks to this silly girl. Now both guys have to jump in and stop the madness. He grabs his girl with both hands, while the other dude plays bodyguard for the princess. Braids anxiously checks on Han Margaret. Your Highness, are you okay? Her breath is getting a little frosty, but otherwise, she seems to have survived without any major damage. Phew. Still in one piece. Merlin, meanwhile, is trying to calm down his little ball of fluff. Calm down now. What fiancé? It had to be a joke. How could she think that was real? Her attendant then drops to his knees with a very formal apology. Lady Alice, our princess has been rather spontaneous since childhood. She loves to mess with people, so please try not to mind her. She was honestly just joking. Trying to diffuse the tension, he quickly gets back on topic. While we don't have a fee for you, we have arranged a place for you to stay. We're giving you the royal family's best villa as a small compensation. Realizing the situation wasn't exactly in his favor, our guy makes a compromise. Fine, I guess this is the only way. Besides, you guys are so broke right now, asking for a cash reward just isn't practical. Alice, her mouth firmly covered in his arms, struggles violently while letting out muffled groans. And of course, he couldn't resist adding one more thing. In the future, we might need your help with some matters related to the Prime Minister. We'll find you when the time comes. Braids immediately gave a firm promise. Absolutely. If we can help, we will give it our all. After settling things, he casually drags Alice towards the massive door. We'll see you later then. Only now does the guy let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew. After that close call, Braids had no choice but to lecture Marguerite. Your Highness, what on earth were you thinking? Lady Alice is the hero who defeated the demon lord of gluttony. Making an enemy of someone so strong would be terrible for our country. But apparently, this girl doesn't know the meaning of fear. How many times do I have to say it? The one who beat the demon lord was Merlin. Why don't any of you believe me? Her eyes blazed with unwavering determination. Just you wait. For Frang, and for myself, I will have Lord Merlin. Not long after, at the royal villa, Merlin gives the place a quick once-over before making his assessment. Whoa, not bad. We get this entire place to ourselves? Suddenly, a loud banging sound echoes from outside. He had just turned his head to look when, a figure flashed past, rushing right towards him. Without a single word, Alice pins him against the wall, her voice faltering, unsure of where to even start. This left our boy thoroughly confused. What is it? Finally, she summons enough courage to blurt out the question. Do you like her? It took him a second to even process that. Huh? He fell silent for a moment, as if deep in thought, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pfft, what kind of ridiculous thing are you talking about? But his casual attitude only managed to tick her off even more. She already declared you her fiancé, she hugged you, and you didn't even resist. You were loving it, weren't you? After all, it's not like we're a real couple. Merlin just shrugged nonchalantly. Could you try using your brain for a second? He laid out his razor-sharp arguments. What royal family would let their princess just randomly choose a husband? Plus me, stuck with that princess, losing my freedom? You think I would agree to that? Her wanting to marry me definitely means she has some other motive. He even used their own noble queen as an example. Don't forget that sly fox, Elizabeth. All members of royalty are just the same. At that exact moment, Elizabeth was at her desk sorting papers when she suddenly let out a series of loud sneezes. Alice's face flushed a little with embarrassment, her fingers fidgeting and tapping against each other awkwardly. So, between me and that princess, who's better? She's younger than me, and her status and figure are a little better than mine. He bluntly replied, A little? She completely dominates you in every way. The answer made her think she must have misheard him. Merlin basically had zero interest in Margaret. But so what if she's great? What's that got to do with me? I don't like overly manipulative people. A mischievous hand reached out and flicked her on the forehead. As for you, a rare, serious expression appeared on his handsome face. Being with you is more comfortable. Alice gently rubbed the spot he just hit, feeling a mix of annoyance and a strange, fluttering sensation in her heart. Night fell upon the brightly lit Frang royal palace. Marguerite was currently at her desk, engrossed in writing documents. The space around her was dead silent. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to one side. It seemed her mind was wandering about something. Turns out, the intense stare from Braids sitting beside her was impossible to ignore. You're certainly patient, Braids. If you have something to say, just say it. He finally decided to ask what was on his mind. Your Highness, do you really want to marry that Merlin guy? She shot back with an unshakable answer. That's right. So we won't be needing any of those martial arts competitions anymore. I am going to marry him, and that's final. Seeing her absolute determination, he had to give her a little reminder. But if the king finds out, he will never agree. Marguerite's fingers intertwined, a thoughtful look on her face. I know, you and all the other ministers probably think I have completely lost my mind, but this queen, she trusts her own judgment. Besides, the paperwork is all neatly stacked, right where it belongs. The chatter drones on, but the kingdom's real wounds are still wide open. Their army is shattered, and that traitor Moss skipped town with all the cash and troops. So yeah, she's in charge now. Too bad the kingdom is an empty shell, one stiff breeze away from totally collapsing. After that long lecture, Braids hangs his head in shame, looking absolutely pathetic. This subordinate has failed. But she's already moving on to her real plan. This isn't about you. And trust me, finding out Maz was part of the Blood Tribe was a shock to me too. So if the great Lord Merlin wants to go hunt down the Blood Tribe, oh, this is just too perfect. The plan: give them everything they need to crush Maz, keep the power couple in the country for a while, and buy time for the kingdom to recover. And of course, if she could get the legendary Merlin to join her side, even better. Just like that, she smoothly changes the subject. You're not just here about Merlin, are you? It's about Badaloka, isn't it? With that, the knight solemnly makes his plea from the heart. Your Highness, I beg you, please give Badaloka back his good name. His fists clench with pure bitterness and frustration. Sure, the guy was a hothead who hated rules, but he wasn't so bad that he was beyond saving. Back then, that dirtbag noble was terrorizing everyone, and even the king just looked the other way. If Batilika hadn't been the one to kill him, so many more people would have been oppressed and bullied. But now he's dead, a hero who sacrificed himself for his country, and he's still branded a criminal, as his comrade. I just can't. Seeing her loyal knight completely torn apart by these raw emotions, Marguerite knew she had no choice but to make a very solemn vow. It's true, I've taken back control. Once this kingdom is fully mine, I will grant Badaloka a full pardon. He'll be honored as a fallen hero. The knight immediately expresses his thanks. Thank you, Your Highness. Meanwhile, she rests her chin on her hand, already scheming. Oh right, she asks, what about the flame demon that was inside Badaloka? He gives her a straight answer. I knew the precious flame demon was preserving his body, so I moved him to the ice cellar beneath the castle. She seemed pretty relieved to hear that. That's good. The man they're talking about is currently sleeping under a shroud, with a tiny, weak flame flickering just above him. And that little flame is the very thing that's been worrying her. But since the host is dead, the flame demon's power is leaking out. If we don't find a successor soon, it'll vanish. She makes a quick final decision. We need to hold on to every last bit of fighting power we can get. Find a suitable person, and do it fast. Someone to inherit the flame demon. Rudes doesn't hesitate for a second, as you command. And with that, the scene jumps somewhere else entirely. Over at the royal villa, only one room still has its lights on. And Merlin's fancy bed? Yeah, it's the floor. Right now, he's having a late-night chat with Alice. So, that bishop guy wants you to go back to being the hero? Alice explains while just lying on her stomach on the bed. Yep. He said he'd ask the Pope to reinstate me as the hero. Their massive debt to the church would be completely erased. Merlin can't hide his joy at the idea of a future free from all that stress. I think it's a great idea. We owe so much. Who knows when we'd pay it off? If you become the hero again, then I'm finally free. Alice immediately shuts him down. Oh, so you get to be free, while I get chained to the church's war machine? How can you be so selfish? He wags a finger, as if to say he's not as shallow as he sounds. I wasn't finished, he says. The debt gets paid. Then I come and bust you out. See? Then you're free too. A flawless plan, obviously. His logic is so dumb she can't even argue. Of course that's your plan. Suddenly, Merlin's eyes snap wide open, sensing something strange. And Alice feels it too, at the exact same moment. They both bolt upright. She whispers, Merlin, that presence is. And they're already moving, rushing outside to check out the situation. Alice even makes sure to grab a weapon just in case. When they get a better look, she suddenly yells out, It's you! A lone figure stands at the end of the hallway, his deep voice ringing out with a challenge. Didn't expect to see me, did you, Lucifer? This guy, Bill Bapp, is just radiating a creepy, dark aura. We meet a guy, before he can even finish his cool guy line. Wham! Out of nowhere, a massive kick slams right into his face. His limp body goes flying, skidding all the way down the hall. After that deeply satisfying kick, Merlin finally recognizes him. Oh, it's you. My bad, couldn't really see in the dark. The guy obviously doesn't believe him. You totally did that on purpose. Then, Bill Bapp's attention is caught by a faint blue mist on the floor. He lets out a mocking little laugh. Lucifer, looks like your girlfriend is a little tense. Turns out, that was Alice's magic. She has her sword drawn, ready for a fight at any second. Seeing this, he decides to tease them some more. Why so tense? You scared of me? Merlin just holds up a hand to stop her. Relax, he's not here for trouble. No bad intentions this time. But she still feels a little uneasy about the whole situation, and in the very next second, he turns to their uninvited guest. So, not planning on going wild this time? The guy struggles to his feet. Ah, do you even have to ask? Since I couldn't beat you, of course I have to do what you say. This is the demon's code. I'll abide by it. But did you forget what you promised me? All he gets back is a look of utter confusion from the other guy. Huh? What are you talking about? Did I promise something? This sends the guy into a fury, and he grabs him by the collar, demanding an answer. You said that if I behaved myself, you would help me find Melinda. That was our deal. Are you going back on your word? Lucifer just looks away. This is such a drag. He's getting shaken back and forth like a bobblehead, forced to listen to this sister-obsessed dude's endless ranting. Miranda always called you teacher in front of me. She really worships you. If she knew how cold you're being now, she would be heartbroken. I don't care that you're ignoring my sister, but right now, as her big brother, I really, really want to punch you. After venting all his anger, Bap just buries his face in his knees and starts sobbing his eyes out. Please, Lucifer, you have to save Melinda. Her presence was clearly in the royal capital, but now it's just gone. Melinda's been missing for so long, I'm just so worried. Merlin just pats his shoulder. All right, I'll help you find her. It's only now that Alice is realizing the rumors were actually true. Huh? This demon king of gluttony, who nearly wiped out a whole city, came to the human world just for his sister? She taps her chin, deep in thought. The demon king's sister. I have a theory. Could that Prime Minister Moss have taken her with him when he fled? Suddenly, a pair of hands shoots out and grabs Alice. Bill D. Bap grips her shoulders, screaming, "Where is that four-eyed bastard? I'm going to rip his head off!" She understandably lets out a terrified scream. Without hesitation, Merlin sends the guy face-planting into the dirt. Let go of her. He then checks to see if she's all right. Is he unconscious? Merlin hazards a guess. He took one of my punches earlier, and recovering must have used a ton of his energy. Right now, he's so weak, even you could beat him. Feeling the jab, she immediately calls him out right on the spot. Are you taking a cheap shot at me? He puts on an innocent face. Of course not. Then he just grabs the guy's leg and starts dragging him away. If we let him run around, he'll just cause more trouble. We have to keep him with us for now. Alice has to agree. Yeah, no other choice. Poor Frank is probably toast. Time passes, and the sky is still dark over the Frank City gate. A few carriages trundle slowly across a bridge, minding their own business, when suddenly, a strange figure appears, prompting the gate guards to play tough and block the road. Halt! Who goes there? Juna slowly emerges from the shadows. You two brothers must be exhausted, guarding the gate so late. The moment her face is revealed, hypnosis magic activates instantly. Time for a nap. Anyone caught in the spell gets that classic, empty-eyed stare. And just like that, they're asleep on the job, letting our suspicious crew sneak right on in. Top-tier security, folks. The carriage then rolls into a district that's seen better days, with rubble scattered everywhere. Lori, peering out the window, is understandably confused. What happened to the capital of Frank? Are they at war or something? Yun, arms crossed like a disappointed dad, gives her the rundown. Heard the Demon King attacked not long ago, wreaked some serious havoc. Looks like the rumors were true. Meanwhile, Juna and Vina are getting cozy in Humry's big ol' arms. He just lets out an excited laugh. Heh, this is just perfect. Now no one can stop us from finding Dracula's ruins. Over at a hotel in the capital, Humry looks a bit puzzled. Frank, someone kidnapped the Demon King's sister? Yun, sitting opposite him, spills the tea. According to my intel, that's exactly why the Demon King threw his little tantrum. His voice drips with sarcasm. Ha! Are the royals of Frank completely insane? The Demon Clan is stacked with powerful fighters. Even a reckless bunch like us knows not to poke that hornet's nest. That was just one Demon King. If the whole demon army mobilized, not even the church could stop them. Juna leans on Humry's shoulder. Boss, Frank is a wreck. It couldn't put up a fight. Why don't we just take the place? Have some fun, you know? Vina chimes in. Yeah, the Empire is seriously weakened right now. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for us? But contradicting them, Idun firmly objects. Absolutely not. Frank may be damaged, but they successfully push back the Demon King. Clearly, they've got an ace up their sleeve. Humry seems to agree with Idun, saying, he's right. Our goal on this trip is to find Dracula's ruins. We're just passing through the royal city. Pass the order down, nobody starts any trouble here. We'll resupply, and then we move out. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps. Lori bursts in, looking absolutely terrified. Guildmaster Humry just sits there, chill as ever. What's the problem? Lori gasps for air. I saw that guy on the street. His face was white as a sheet. The one who stole the treasure map and killed Osane. Elsewhere, Mlin is happily munching on an apple while Bill D keeps his hood down, sulking. It's been days. Still no news about that girl. How much longer do we have to wait? Mlin casually takes another bite. Frank's a chaotic mess right now. The princess is probably busy. Just wait. But his partner is losing his patience. You might not be in a hurry, but I am. My sister is still in danger. I can't wait. Lin fires back. So what's your brilliant plan? Bill grits his teeth, defeated. I'll wait. A little longer. But his eyes held a seriously cruel glint. If there's still no clue, I'll drain every last drop of blood from that lying princess. Then, I'll burn Frank to the ground to find that guy. Lin grabs a fresh apple and shoves it right into the loudmouth's gob. Didn't I tell you to leave it to me? Just wait patiently. Bill, with a whole apple in his mouth, somehow manages to keep talking. I'm not a vegetarian, you jerk. You could have at least shoved some meat in my mouth. Lin just crosses his arms. I thought you had a bottomless stomach? Recovering from my punch must have burned a lot of energy. Besides, I'm broke. You're lucky you're getting fruit at all. Bill flashes a wicked grin. Hey, there's always the girl with you. She could be an emergency food supply. That line nearly made him Lin snap. I will kill you. The guy just calmly munches on the apple core. Just kidding. Is she your wife or something? I won't do anything to her, but don't say I didn't warn you. When the Elder Council decides to punish you for all this, I'm not lifting a finger to help. Lin remains expressionless. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Behind the two, whispers are spreading. That's him, the guy who killed Osane. Hree is there, leaning against a wall. Wasn't there a female swordsman with him? Who's the other guy? Lori, standing beside him, is shaking his head. I don't know, but I'd never mistake the guy in blue. His voice is filled with hate. He's that woman's husband, and she's a mithril rank powerhouse. I suspect she's the one who deflected our magic artifact. Juna strolls over with a smirk. Haha, just mithril rank, you say? And two of you couldn't even handle a 2-on-1 fight? That remark makes Lori fume. What did you just say? Pry steps in, blue flames erupting from his hand. Stop bickering. Since we found them, we can't just let it go. Go on, kill those two. Juna's smirk just gets wider. The guildmaster wants to handle this himself? Vina is practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, this is going to be a good show. Only one person seems worried. Boss, didn't you say we weren't supposed to cause any trouble? But the power from his blue flames was already surging. We are the Azure Flame Dark Guild. You dared to kill one of our own, and you will absolutely pay the price. A massive crash explodes near the two old guys munching on apples. Merlin, apple halfway to his mouth, pauses. Huh, since when was there a giant green vortex in the sky? The ridiculously buff Hryi bursts onto the scene, unleashing a storm of absolutely savage attacks. Flames instantly scorch the surrounding trees as a powerful magical aura erupts from his body. This old-timer definitely looks tough, but his whole cool guy vibe gets deleted the second his eyes bulge in utter shock. As the smoke clears, a single, slender hand is revealed, having stopped his punch cold. Not just cool, but ridiculously handsome, it's our main character, Min. Who are you? Lori's eyes go wide. What? Yoon is sweating buckets. He tanked the Guildmaster's ultimate soul flame attack without a single scratch. Hryi, meanwhile, is completely frozen solid. His ultimate technique, a move even a top-tier adventurer couldn't block. Hit this guy like a gentle breeze. He felt nothing. Who are you? Hryi finally manages to ask. Are you looking for trouble with me? A single thought flashes through his mind. This guy is on a completely different plane of existence. He can barely speak. Hryi just stammers. Sorry. This is all a misunderstanding. Yeah, sure, just a misunderstanding. My bad, buddy. I mistook you for someone else. You look just like an old enemy of mine. Merlin's brow furrows. Huh? Mistaken identity? The guy's face begins to darken. Sorry? If sorry actually fixed things, we wouldn't need laws. He gives his wrist a little twist. I think it's time you paid the price. Seeing that simple movement, Hryi starts to panic. He's going to kill me. At that moment, a whole new squad of goons rushes forward with their weapons drawn. Min sees them coming, but looks completely bored. Vina and another guy jump in front of Hryi, followed by a mob screaming about protecting their guildmaster. Everyone charges forward. Well, everyone except Billy, who's still munching on his apple, clearly annoyed that his snack time was interrupted. He opens his eyes and shoots them a terrifying glare. Be quiet. A crushing wave of pressure radiates out, stopping the mob dead in their tracks. Juna starts trembling. What is this pressure? Vina isn't faring much better, completely unable to move. At this point, only Yoon seems to be holding it together. Who is that guy? Lori looks like his knees are about to give out. I don't know. Hryi looks up in pure terror. A power level like this, it feels like facing down a demon that could just open its mouth and swallow him whole at any moment. His entire survival instinct is screaming one word. Run. But Billy just cracks a hungry smile. You guys have great timing. I was just getting hungry. His furious and bloodthirsty expression sends the minions screaming, but before he can make his move, he gets a solid smack from Merlin and faceplants into the ground. All right, don't overdo it. Billy scrambles up, fuming. What was that for? Merlin warns him that he promised not to cause any trouble. Billy just keeps grumbling. Your life out here sucks. Any random trash thinks they can pick a fight with you. Min just lets out a small laugh. Is it really that weird? Aren't you always the one calling me a worthless reject? Merlin turns to Hree, who is just about to become dinner. So, you and your lackeys still want to fight? The guy frantically waves his hands. No, no, my men and I will leave right now. Min raises a hand as if preparing to strike. I told you, you have to pay the price. Hree just freezes in confusion. Turns out, the price Min was talking about was cold, hard cash. A crafty look spreads across his face. So how much compensation will you be paying? The big guy just stares at him, completely dumbfounded. A massive explosion kicks up dust and debris everywhere. Juna grabs Lori by the collar, furious. Lori, what kind of monster did you get us into a fight with? I seriously thought we were dead back there. He's just as panicked. I don't know. Elsewhere, Yoon nervously asks Hree for his opinion. Guildmaster, we never expected to face someone that powerful. What should we do now? Hree looks defeated. Forget about those two. Don't lose sight of our main goal. He clenches his fist with determination. As long as we get Dracula's treasure, nothing else matters. Billy is not happy about them getting off so lightly. You're just gonna let him go like that? Merlin just laughs. Don't sweat the small stuff. He waves a piece of paper. They already paid the price. 500,000 gold coins isn't so bad, is it? He tosses it over. Here, this is for you. The boy looks at it, confused. What is this? Min explains how it works. It's a money order. With it, you can go to any human bank and exchange it for cash. He still looks at Min, confused by the kindness. What are you trying to do? Min says casually. Isn't your fifth demon lord's palace super poor? Take it and buy yourself something nice. But the more he talks, the less Billy trusts him. You're just giving me hundreds of thousands of coins? There's no problem with that? So, you're being nice now? Merlin asks, hands behind his head. If I kept it, it'd just end up with Alice anyway. Might as well give it to you. Boobop was completely stunned by what he just heard. Hold on. You grind for cash just to hand it over to that flat-chested girl? You're the former demon king. You could crush her, but you let her walk all over you? Merlin barely cracks an eye open. What, you calling me a coward? His casual denial almost made the other guy cough up blood from pure frustration. It's not love, it's a poison. You've fallen way too deep for her. You're a lost cause, man. He dramatically wipes away a single tear. But I get it. Just like Melinda is my everything. Love makes us all blind idiots. You've got a dirty mind, haven't you? Me and Alice are just. But his friend just holds up a hand to stop him. All right, enough. Bildebap suddenly gets way more serious. Even if I say nothing, you marrying a human is a huge taboo. The Second Council and the Senate. Sooner or later, they'll find out you two can't get away with this. He drapes an arm over Merlin's shoulder, then proceeds to whisper not so quietly in his ear. I can guarantee that if the council ever finds out and the entire demon race is hunting you, my fifth demon hall will stay out of it. It's not about the money. Everyone has something they want to protect. If you like that flat-chested girl so much, then protect her. He says this through gritted teeth. Don't be like me. And lose Melinda. Merlin can only whisper his name in response. Bildebap. Alice's voice from behind makes the two of them jump out of their skin. Who are you calling flat-chested? She puts her hands on her hips, questioning him. And what was that about money? He nervously defends himself. I was teaching this guy how to win big on horse racing. Ignoring their terrible acting, she looks around at the scenery. What's up with this park? It looks like it was torched. He tries to change the subject. Ha, it's always looked like this. You must be misremembering. Bildebap quickly jumps on board to distract her. Let's not talk about this. Any leads on my sister? Or the whereabouts of that creep? She shakes her head. Still no word on Maz for now. Alice then explains the situation in more detail. The royal families are facing a much more serious problem. The king's illness has gotten worse than before. 2 days ago, the kingdom issued a decree, searching for an apothecary nationwide. A huge crowd appears as she tells the story. The reward might be massive, but the requirements from that little fox girl, well, that princess's demands are so harsh, basically no one is willing to step up. Let's go see for ourselves. Arriving at the event square, Merlin is in disbelief. No one stepping up, but I see a huge crowd. And there are plenty of apothecaries here. Alice looks over and explains it to him. It's because of the conditions. Take a look at what's on the table. She points toward the soldiers guarding it. Those vials? Every single one contains a deadly poison. And to prove their skill, any apothecary has to drink a vial from the table and then cure themselves before they're even allowed to treat the king. After hearing the whole story, he's just as confused. Huh? You have to poison yourself before you can even try to save the king? Isn't that just asking people to kill themselves? But she defends Marguerite. She's just being careful, that's all. After all, curing the king is a huge responsibility. If those apothecaries aren't confident, drinking that poison is suicide. Bildebap just scoffs. Careful? That girl's just plain cruel. She'd rather kill someone than get her own hands dirty, that's what. He barely gets the words out before Merlin starts kicking him. You're not any better, slaughtering a whole city at the drop of a hat. Without a second thought. Alice joins in too. That's right. Do you know how much damage your attack on the royal city caused? The people of the capital are getting anxious. It looks like no hero will show up today. Of course, who would risk their life for this? If a cure isn't found and the king actually dies, the empire is guaranteed to fall into chaos. In the crowd, someone is quietly analyzing the situation, using the recruitment as a smokescreen to calm the public and the nobles. As long as the recruitment continues, whether the king lives or dies, her power is temporarily secure. He gives a small smile, praising her in his head. Princess, you truly are smarter than I ever imagined. While Bildebap is still getting a beatdown from Merlin and Alice, a noise from the center of the stage catches her attention. The very same guy who was just analyzing things steps forward, causing a stir. Someone's going up. A soldier stops the approaching man. Wait, what do you want? He states his intention plainly. I'll give it a try. The soldier, worried he doesn't understand the rules, explains, Sir, to treat the king, we've prepared several different poisons. The man just calmly takes off his hood. Haha. Please pass a message along to the princess. The scene then shifts to the palace, deep inside the king's sick room, where Margaret sits anxiously by his bed. Father, she sobs uncontrollably. What on earth did Moss do to you? The emaciated king gasps for air, even while unconscious. The princess takes his hand, resting her head on it. Father, I've sent out the order for an apothecary. You have to hold on. The accident with Frank is over. If you go now, everything will go back to the way it was. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes from the hallway. Braids throws open the doors in a rush. Your Highness, Marguerite wipes away her tears and scolds him. Lower your voice. Where do you think you are? Rushing in like that is so undignified. He bows, delivering the news he just received. My apologies, Your Highness, but someone outside has accepted the summons to treat the king. She asks again in disbelief. Even with conditions that harsh, someone actually dared to try? He confirms her question. Yes, and this person is no small fry. His face turns tense as he continues. According to the guards, this apothecary is from Britain. She's completely stunned by his words, especially when he adds that this apothecary is extremely famous. Meanwhile, a new guy introduces himself as a cis knight of Britain, slowly making his grand announcement. The 12th knight, Clady. Alice could not believe her ears. The 12th knight? But he's so young. Merlin, have you ever met him? Merlin racks his brain. Cis knights. I only remember that girl with red hair and armor. Boo-bap, munching on an apple, chimes in. This guy's not as simple as he looks. You don't get it. And here comes the analysis. This Clady kid might look like a child, with unknown strength, but he's definitely no random dude. On top of that, his magic is completely contained, no leaks. But you can feel it's absurdly powerful, almost like a demon's. Boobap's eyes narrow with caution. Only practitioners of ancient magic have a trait like that. After hearing Boobap's breakdown, Alice is even more curious. Ancient magic? Merlin, on the other hand, looks like he knew all along. Suddenly, a soldier's voice cuts through the crowd. Her Highness, the princess, arrives. Everyone instantly bows. Princess Marguerite rushes out, lifting her skirt and frantically searching. Where is he? Where is the cis knight's pharmacist? Clady calmly steps forward to introduce himself. My name is Clady. You must be the renowned Princess Marguerite, I presume. As he bows, he notes she's just as stunning as the rumors claim. The princess just waves it off. Enough with the flattery. My reputation is for being a villain, not a beauty. Cut the chatter. Are you really a cis knight? He confirms without skipping a beat. Indeed. Though as the 12th knight my fame is small, I've traveled widely and seen many bizarre illnesses. I wish to try my hand at healing His Majesty the King. Marguerite's brow furrows. She is clearly not convinced. He's so young. Even younger than me. Can I really trust my father's life in his hands? She gestures to a display of vials. Very well, just what I'd expect from a cis knight. I'll trust you this once, but you have to prove yourself first. These poisons were all concocted by our royal pharmacists. Each of the 7 vials holds a different, incredibly potent toxin. A single drop will melt your entire body into a puddle. Not even bones will remain. She turns to him, laying out the challenge. Do you have the guts to pick one and drink the entire thing right here to prove your skill? Clady's response is full of confidence. Done. The crowd erupts in whispers. Is this for real? If a cis knight dies here in Frank, it could mean war with Britain. Someone in the crowd groans. Oh, come on, I just got back. Don't tell me I have to flee again. But Marguerite acts generously. Of course, if you wish to withdraw now, this princess won't hold it against you. I'll even provide travel funds for your return to Britain. Clady refuses graciously. I appreciate the offer, Your Highness, but there is no need to worry. I guarantee, should I fail, Britain will not hold Frank responsible for my death. Then, he shows off, identifying each poison with a single touch. Red-eyed dragon's bile, soul-severing scorpion stinger, the absolute death flower. All of them legendary poisons on the continent. Not bad. With one hand, he pops a lid. The smell alone makes Boobap's sensitive nose recoil. Yeah, those poisons are definitely not a joke. Strength and poison resistance aren't the same thing, Boobap warns. Even the strongest can die from poison. So Merlin asks him, could you confidently drink any of those? Boobap scoffs back, who do you think I am? I am the gluttonous devourer of heaven. I've eaten more poison than you've eaten salt. But even I admit these poisons are something else. I could probably handle 3 of them without any effect. After that, all bets are off. Then he gives his final judgment on the kid. That kid's got some real power, but even if he drinks just 1, the ending won't be pretty for him. And then, both Merlin and Alice just stare, completely stunned by what they see. Huh? Because Clady has just gathered up all the vials. He uncorks every single one, holds them all together, and chugs the entire deadly cocktail, leaving Margaret absolutely horrified. The crowd goes wild. Oh my god! He drank all 7 of them. One of those is a fatal poison, and he just drank everything. After finishing, he lets the empty vials clatter to the ground. He covers his mouth and starts coughing up blood. Boobap watches this, looking extremely smug with his own prediction. Just as I thought, 7 deadly poisons mixed together. Even I'd have to shed my physical body to survive that, let alone a tiny human. Clay is coughing non-stop, his whole body shaking until he just collapses to his knees. And thud. His body goes completely still. Marguerite, who saw the whole thing, is just frozen in shock. The crowd's whispers grow louder. He's dead? Just like that? The poison kicked in before he even had time to mix an antidote. She sighs, about to go handle the situation, when Braid suddenly calls out, "Wait, Your Highness, look!" A gray smoke starts seeping from Clay's motionless body. Then, his limp hand suddenly clenches into a fist. Seeing this, everyone is completely stunned. What? Even though Marguerite is watching with her own eyes, she can't believe it. How is this possible? He lets out a sigh of relief, wiping his face. Phew, that was more unpleasant than I thought. Merlin's group looks on, impressed. Huh, this guy's not half bad. Bill is just floored. How could this be? Marguerite has to give it to him. Clady's skills are seriously incredible. So, you're pretty incredible. You were clearly dead a second ago, so how did you just pop back to life? How'd you do that? But he just plays it cool. Your Highness, you flatter me, it's just a little party trick. Apparently, the ancient elves had to fight a lot of ridiculously strong monsters. To stop themselves from getting old and wrinkly, the ancients developed all sorts of secret arts to keep themselves in their absolute prime. Then he breaks down exactly how he managed to come back from the dead. He's like, I just know a thing or two. I let my body play dead, then reactivated it to flush the poison out, before asking for her take on it. So, Princess, am I qualified to treat the king now? You better believe she immediately nods her head. Oh, absolutely. Even Bill Dupp has to admit this guy is way tougher than expected. He might look weak, but deep down he's incredibly dangerous. Merlin, just chilling on the side with his arms crossed, asks, why do you say that? So the guy explains everything he's figured out. Ancient magic and totally overpowered martial arts, that little trick of playing dead is not something any amateur could just pull off. This power is basically on par with what our demon clan uses. Anyone who can control it is no pushover. And after proving his worth, Glady gets an official invitation into the royal palace. Margaret leads him straight to the king's bedside. Mr. Clady, please, examine my father's condition. The old king is wheezing horribly. Our guy just stands there, thinking, but then he suddenly turns to leave, forcing her to call out, Mr. Clady. His expression is dead serious as he says, forgive my rudeness. Then he rips open the curtains. Sunlight pours directly onto the king, making him cry out in pain. Ah! What was that groan? Ah! Marguerite sees this and starts to panic. Her father immediately snaps, what have you done? She just watches his every move, totally on edge. Mr. Clady, I demand an explanation. Only after closing the curtains again does he finally speak. The situation is extremely serious. Your Highness, forgive my incompetence. His Majesty is simply poisoned too severely. But before he could even finish, she cuts him off in a rage. Are you kidding me right now? Then why did I even call you here? Marguerite is so mad she grabs him by his clothes. You can literally bring yourself back from the dead, but now you say you can't save my father? Are you joking? Giving me hope just to shove me into despair? Don't think I'll let you get away with this. Braids has to grab her and hold her back. Your Highness, please calm down. But she is still absolutely furious. Let me go. Grady, however, calmly tries to soothe her. It's okay, I understand how the princess must be feeling. An emotional outburst is perfectly normal. In fact, I'm glad you held such high expectations for me. Okay, get this. The king isn't just poisoned, he's got blood poison, a special little treat from the vampire clan. Vampires make babies in the creepiest way possible, called the first embrace. They suck you dry, then fill you back up with their own blood. Boom, instant vampire. The second she hears this, it all clicks for Marguerite. Vampires. Of course. So Lady Alice and Merlin weren't just guessing. Clay keeps talking. Soon, the king's gonna be a mindless, drooling vampire. Their goal? To give the kingdom of Frank a brand new, totally insane king. Meanwhile, His Majesty wasn't improving one bit. This first embraces thing knocks you into a coma. The only reason the king isn't a puppet yet? His mind is fighting a war against the vampires. Clay admits, with a helpless shrug. But with my skills. Yeah, I've got nothing. Sorry. We cut to the chilling Frang Desert. Moonlight, spooky mist, and a giant gate. In the middle of a magic circle sits a coffin, chained up and just radiating evil vibes. A guy named M strolls up casually. Don't even bother. You're not getting out of here. Might as well eat up, sleep tight, and fatten yourself up for whatever comes next. Miranda snaps back from inside. He won't let you get away with this. M just smirks. You being the gluttony demon lord's sister? Didn't see that coming? But so what? He gestures to the creepy coffin. Take a look. His voice just drips with scorn. Our father sleeps in there, and when he wakes up, it's game over for all of you. Not even your big brother stands a chance against the Vampire King. Just then, Len runs up all frantic. Lord M, how are things on the outside? So, has Bill Bap started his rampage yet? Len hits him with the news. About that. Bill Bap was defeated. Apparently, the church found the 233rd hero, who already beat him. This news hits M like a truck. What? Bill Bap lost to the 233rd hero? Even Miranda is shocked from inside her prison. No way. How? Len just nods. It's true. And this is the same hero who took out Lord Camilla. The princess has taken over, and the Empire's chaos is finally calming down. Hearing all this, M freezes. Okay, now he's worried. He killed Camilla and defeated the Demon Lord of Gluttony. He finally spits out a threat. 233rd hero. Just wait. Once father is back, you're toast. Meanwhile, back at home base, Alice lets out a huge sneeze. Merlin, mid-sandwich, looks up. You good? Is someone talking trash about me? Over on the couch, Bill Bap is fuming. Humph, you guys have it so easy. My sister is missing and I'm freaking out over here. Merlin just gives him a look. Really? You seem to be eating just fine. The guy argues while stuffing his face. This is after you punched me. I'm super weak now, and I can't eat people, so this junk food is all I've got. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Merlin furiously smacks his head. You ate a whole month's worth of our food. Are you trying to bankrupt us? Alice just looks confused. Who could possibly be visiting this late? She opens the door and... Oh, it's Joan. She just blurts out her name, Joan Min, making everyone inside freeze. It's that pain-in-the-neck heretic judge. Bill Bap just keeps on eating. Joan clears her throat. I represent the church. I'd like a word if it's convenient. Alice just freezes. Uh-oh. Her eyes dart nervously inside. Well, it's not inconvenient. But Joan catches a weird scent. Her face darkens. Why does it smell like a demon in here? Busted. Alice panics. What? You're imagining things. Definitely an illusion. Merlin mutters to himself. Damn, this kid's senses are way too sharp. Even Bill Bap stops his non-stop eating for a second. Right before Merlin launches himself across the room and decks him, sending him flying. Joan hears the massive crash and tries to shove past. What was that? Alice desperately blocks her way. Ah, she yells into the room. Merlin, what is all that noise? Meanwhile, Merlin is grabbing Bill Bap and making a run for it. Just killing a roach. Got my clothes dirty. Gotta go wash them. He bursts into the bathroom and without a second thought, yeets Bill Bap right into the tub. The Demon Lord surfaces, absolutely furious and sputtering. Lucifer, what the hell are you doing? Before he can say another word, Merlin shoves his head right back under the water. He whispers, Shh, trouble's here. Just hide for a minute. He peeks out nervously. If that girl finds out you're here, we are so screwed. Bill Bap seems confused, then laughs. What's so scary about that little twerp? If she's a problem, just let me eat her. Problem solved. And for that brilliant idea, Merlin shoves his head underwater again with his foot. Merlin crosses his arms. Didn't I tell you not to make trouble? If you want to find your sister, we might need the church's help, you idiot. Back outside, Alice is serving tea. Here you go, Joan accepts. Thank you. Then she gets right to it. The cardinal told me you refused his invitation. Alice doesn't hesitate. That's right, I did. Joan stares into her teacup for a moment. Alice, then she suddenly leans in. A talent like yours shouldn't be wasted in the Adventurers Guild. On behalf of the church, I'm asking you to return. The Church of Light needs you. Alice just gives an awkward smile and waves her hands. Look, the cardinal already went over this with me. I really think being an adventurer suits me better. Joan then pulls out a letter. I know the cardinal already made his case, but I'm hoping you'll look at this before you make your final decision. Alice grabs the letter, sees the seal, and asks, Wait, is this from the Pope? The girl just replies, That's right, a personal letter from the big man himself. Her eyes are filled with conviction. Turns out the bishop had already reported her glorious victory over the demon lord of gluttony to the Vatican. The Pope himself actually wrote a letter to recruit her into the church, even rushing to give his encouragement. Sure, she got stomped by the demon lord of pride, but she also sent the demon lord of gluttony packing. That makes her the second hero in history to beat one head-on. She's told she'll go down in history, just like the legendary spear hero. Alice, for her part, is absolutely stunned into silence. Suddenly, a new voice pipes up, making Joan's eyes go wide. "You're still here? And look who it is, Merlin, leaning against the door in nothing but a towel." "I heard everything," he says. "You guys still haven't given up? Alice already told you she doesn't want to go back. What are you still doing here?" Alice's face turns bright red. "Why are you out here?" Joan just frowns. "You want her to keep being an adventurer?" she asks, full of indignation. "Besides, this is church business. It has nothing to do with a black iron adventurer like you." Merlin just scoffs. "Nothing to do with me, eh?" With that, he walks over, throws an arm around Alice's shoulders, and gets all dramatic. "You see, she and I are married, and you're barging in here trying to take my wife away. So you're telling me this has nothing to do with me?" Alice's face is now on fire as she lands a solid punch right on his arm. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of my junior?" Taking his chance, Joan shouts. "You're just a black iron freeloader living off Alice. What right do you have?" But then, the towel around Merlin's waist starts to slip, thanks to that punch from Alice that sent him flying. And just like that, the only piece of fabric falls away, giving Joan an eyeful that short-circuits her entire brain. Alice stares, eyes wide and completely red-faced. Joan's vision spins as she lets out a horrified wail. The only thing you can hear in the house is a series of blood-curdling screams. Meanwhile, over at the royal palace, the lights are still on, and someone is furiously slamming their fist on a desk while cursing. "That bastard Marguerite, daring to turn my father into a vampire. I, Marguerite, swear I will slaughter every last one of those bloodsuckers." Glady just bows his head respectfully. "Your Highness," he says, "I'm very sorry I wasn't able to help you." But she just replies, "This isn't your fault." With that, Marguerite walks over. "Mr. Glady, I'm sorry for making you come all this way just to test a poison. What comes next is a royal family matter. I will arrange payment for you." But Glady quietly says, "No, Your Highness. Though I cannot cure the poison," he explains. "Now that I know it's a blood poison affecting the king, there might still be another way." She's taken aback by this. "What? Are you serious?" Glady then hesitates a bit, admitting, "I can't be 100% certain." Marguerite is resolute. "Mr. Glady, if there's any chance to save my father, no matter how dangerous or difficult, I am willing to try." We cut to a dark forest under the bright moonlight as Glady begins to speak. "Your Highness, do you know about the mysterious figure said to reside in your kingdom's White Dew Forest?" The image of a shadowy person appears with his words. Deep in that forest lives a Zekin-ranked adventurer named Pixis, whose knowledge of medicine is second to none. Glady continues his explanation. "They say she can use poison to instantly wither everything for 100 miles, leaving no plant life. But she can also use elixirs to make flesh grow back on bare bones. As long as a person is alive, she can save them." Marguerite is amazed that such a godlike person exists in her kingdom. The knight, Raids, looks determined. "Your Highness, I'll lead a group there immediately to bring her back." But Glady stops him. "Don't." His face is worried. Zekin-ranked adventurers are mostly eccentrics with their own principles. Going like this will backfire. Raids shouts, "Then what should we do?" Glady suggests a plan. While Zekin adventurers dislike serving nobility, they know that a stable empire is good for everyone. So if your Highness were to personally use reason to persuade her, it's possible she might agree to help. He then strokes his chin thoughtfully. "But there is one thing I don't understand." He asks, "Only one demon lord attacked. So why was the capital so utterly destroyed?" From what I know, Frank was built upon ancient ruins. On this entire continent, only your kingdom can wield the power of that ancient civilization. Marguerite clenches her fist. "Of course we used it, but his power was too immense. Even 12 legendary mana cannons couldn't harm him." Glady steps closer. "Your Highness may have misunderstood. I wasn't talking about those. I was thinking of another weapon. The star-shattering cannon in the center of the Empire. If you used that weapon, you could destroy all 7 demon lords at once." At these words, Marguerite's face pales and her eyes widen in shock. "The star-shattering cannon. How do you know about that?" Glady quickly tries to calm her down. "Your Highness, no need to be alarmed. I'm merely interested in ancient civilizations. I have no designs on your kingdom's treasures." Her voice drops to a low tone. "If you know that much about ancient civilizations, then you must know how terrifying its power is. Thinking of its destructive capability," she says. "If we used the star-shattering cannon, not only Frank, but Britain and the surrounding nations would be turned to dust." Glady's face is understanding as he replies, "I know the star-shattering cannon isn't an ordinary weapon, but to make several countries vanish in an instant, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Marguerite looks down at the floor. This is the ancient royal creed, a rule passed down through generations. No one touches the Star Shatter cannon. Settling back into her chair, she explained the cannon had only been fired twice, each time rewriting history itself. Her eyes were wide with tension as she recounted the first time, back in the Age of Gods. The legendary Godslayer used it to blast open the very gates of Asgard. The second time was in the Age of Elves. The Elf King used it to shatter the continent's map, carving out his own massive, united kingdom. Then, with a firm resolve, she declared that even if the Demon King destroyed their nation, she would not risk the entire world's fate. Clay was stunned. He couldn't believe the princess had that level of wisdom. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Your Highness, forgive my forwardness, but I came here on the Queen's orders to help you rebuild." His voice dropped to a whisper. "If you're up against vampires and demons, I may have a holy relic that could turn the tide." Glady presented a small box. This stone is called the God-sealing stone. It has the power to destroy souls, making all regeneration, healing, and resurrection utterly useless. In my entire lifetime traveling the world, I was only lucky enough to find this single one. He then launched into a history lesson. Long ago, the Godslayer had two blades. One was the all-feigning sword, and the other brought ruin to the gods. This God-sealing stone is a fragment of that very divine sword. It's a holy relic that can kill even a god. Marguerite's jaw dropped. This was a genuine artifact left over from the Age of the Gods. Clay explained grimly that the vampire clan's greatest strength is their near-infinite regeneration, especially for the lower-ranking ones. Silver weapons are great, but against a second- or first-generation vampire, they're practically useless. With that, he offered her the box. "I agree to lend you the God-sealing stone to help your country overcome this crisis." The offer left Marguerite frozen in place. She turned to Braids, ordering him to lock the God-sealing stone in the underground treasury immediately. She ordered him to post guards and quickly find any trace of the vampire Maz. He snapped a sharp salute. Next, Margaret turned to Clay, full of gratitude. "Thank you for your aid and the Queen's. I have no way to repay you now, but once we recover, I will visit Britain personally." Glady just waved it off. "Don't rush. Besides, I'm not the only one who came to help. There's another knight from the Cis Order on the way." He rubbed his chin, thinking. Calculating the time, they should be arriving any moment now. Bright moonlight cut through a strange, swirling fog that blanketed the area. The guards looked up in terror. What is that dark shadow? A monster! Inside the room, the three of them heard the panicked screams. "We're under attack! An intruder!" A colossal black bird with glowing eyes descended from the sky. As a woman landed, Braids charged out, yelling, "Trespassing in the royal palace is a death sentence. Who are you?" The intruder gently stroked her bird, took off her hood with a smirk, and revealed herself in the moonlight. It was Mayfield. Braids instantly froze, his eyes wide. Clay just walked out with a smile. "Long time no see." Weir Mayfield returned the greeting. "It has been a while, Teacher Clady." Hearing that, Marguerite was completely lost. Braids, standing beside her, still hadn't rebooted. Clady just laughed and explained. "Ah, I forgot to mention. Because I study ancient magic, I tend to look pretty young. But in the Cis Knights, I'm the oldest. Some of the knights were my students, so they call me Teacher." Mayfield bowed her head respectfully. "Princess, I am Mayfield. I have come on the Queen's orders alongside Teacher Clay to help you fight the Demon King." Marguerite was impressed. "I never imagined the legendary First Knight of the Cis Order would be such a young woman. Though the immediate threat of the Demon King is gone, our nation is still in peril. We need your help." She then turned to her guard. "Braids, it's late. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. Please escort our two guests to their quarters." When he didn't answer, she called out again. "Braids?" He finally snapped out of it. What is it?" Margaret repeated herself. "I told you to take our guests to the royal guest house." Braids just looked flustered. "Huh?" Then he saluted. "Yes, ma'am. This way, please." She watched him go with a smirk. Well, I never thought I'd see the day Braids turned into a block of wood over a girl." Behind them, the giant bird was still parked in the courtyard. Two soldiers whispered, "Where are we supposed to put this thing?" At the same time, in a grand mansion, a girl with a blushing face was praying. "Oh, goddess of light, please forgive me, for I have seen something unclean." Hearing this, a very naked Merlin standing nearby got a little annoyed. "Seriously? Calling my body unclean? Does this kid have any manners?" Alice smacked him and shouted back, "You're the one with no manners, running around without any clothes on." He rubbed his chin, thinking, I feel like I'm forgetting something." She frantically covered her eyes and tossed him a towel. "Just cover up already." Meanwhile, Bill D was seen floating face down in the water. Back at the royal guest house, a lamp was still lit. Glady spoke up suddenly. "My apologies, Windsor. I've heard about what happened back home." His voice grew heavy. "I always felt something was strange about the Queen's change in behavior, but I never imagined it was Isabella in disguise. I am ashamed I failed the late king." Mayfield immediately shot back. "You don't need to blame yourself, Teacher. If anyone is to be held responsible, being by the Queen's side daily, yet noticing nothing, She's the real criminal here. The woman laughs, clenching her fist. The nation is finally at peace. Thanks to the help of the guild and the church, the kingdom was pretty much back to its former glory. And right on cue, her stomach growled. Maffi's face went beet red, her smile turning instantly awkward. Her master chuckled teasingly. You're exactly the same as when you were a kid, always hungry. Didn't you eat on the road? She quickly denied it, saying she rushed over after getting his letter. But he just boasted that his cooking skills had leveled up big time from his travels. He offered her a taste test. Hearing this, Weir's eyes went wide with disbelief. His food? Oh. The flashback started hitting hard. Just the memory of his cooking disasters made her face pale. She politely declined. No, don't trouble yourself. I can handle being hungry. Elsewhere, Joan timidly apologized for being rude. The guy just shrugged. It's fine. You'll get used to seeing it. Which only made her yell, I don't want to get used to it. She then turned to Alice, asking, So you're really not returning to the church? Alice replied directly, I appreciate the Pope's kind offer, but I need you to pass a message to both him and the Cardinal. Then, with a smile, she added, I have no plans to return for now, but if the church needs help, they can always hire us. And with that, Joan knew she couldn't push it. Seeing how determined you are, I won't insist. I understand. I'll report back and leave you two be. But her eyes told a different story, one of pure resolve. Our paths may be different now, but I'll be waiting for you to come back. Alice was taken aback by that. Then, the couple watched Joan leave. Merlin asked quietly, Are you sure you won't reconsider? Alice looked confused. Reconsider what? He averted his gaze. Returning to the church as the hero. You wouldn't have to worry about debt, and you wouldn't have to be with me. Of course, I'll respect whatever you decide. He started to say, Even though we're married, you know we're only. But she cut him off mid-sentence. He just stared, completely bewildered, at Alice's serious expression. Don't bring this up again. I'm not returning to the church, at least. Not until this debt is paid off. And with that, Alice turned and went inside. It's late. I'm going to bed. Merlin just watched her go with a soft smile and a sigh, right before Bill D. Bap popped up behind him, scaring him half to death. Looks like you're completely smitten with her, aren't you? Merlin scowled and quickly changed the subject. Didn't I tell you not to run off? Bill just shrugged. I was hungry. Merlin shot back, annoyed. You already ate everything in the villa. Merlin rubbed his chin, pondering where on earth they could possibly find food at this hour. The building next door is the royal residence. Meanwhile, inside that very residence, Mayfi was wide awake and miserable. Too hungry to sleep. Suddenly, a noise. She grabbed her sword and crept out of her room, thinking, Wait, was that a sound from downstairs? Peeking over, she reasoned the servants were gone. So who could that be? Then, she saw the kitchen light on, and a very happy Bill D. Bap. Whoa, I can't believe they have so much good stuff. Merlin just smirked. His logic was simple. No one stays here overnight. The staff only shows up in the morning, so the kitchen should be fully stocked. Hiding in the corner, Mayfi sized them up. Just a couple of food thieves, probably refugees. She leaped out, shouting, Tough luck! The residence is occupied tonight. Now surrender! The shout made Merlin turn his head, curious. Bill D. Bap just kept on munching away as Mayfi stormed in, only to stop dead, her jaw on the floor. Merlin spoke first. Weir, what are you doing here? I should be asking you that, she shot back. Why are you here? He answered calmly. My friend was hungry, so we came looking for food. That just confused her more. No, I mean, why are you and Frank? But before she could get an answer, her stomach betrayed her with a massive growl. At that, Merlin just scratched his head and chuckled. So you were looking for a midnight snack too. All right then, let me fix you something. She was too flustered to speak. No, I was just. But he was already handing her a steaming bowl of soup. Mayfi just stared at the bowl, wondering how on earth this happened. Lost in her thoughts, she took her first bite. She prayed his cooking wasn't like her master's. And then, her eyes lit up with a brilliant sparkle. This is amazing, she praised. They're just simple ingredients, but this tastes as good as anything from the royal chef. Merlin just smiled. There's plenty more. Eat up. Bill D. Bap rubbed his chin with a smirk. Well, I underestimated you. He thought, this girl's got a better build than that fierce white-haired one, and she smells pretty good. Is she your lover? Mayfi and Merlin instantly denied it in perfect unison. No. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Hall, Joan bowed, presenting Alice's written reply. She read the Pope's letter and still refused, Scott said, deep in thought. Is that right? He sounded genuinely sad. Such a rich offer, even a personal letter, and none of it swayed her. It seems she's truly changed. Our hero has abandoned us. Joan hesitated, trying to explain. It's not like that, Cardinal. Alice is just... Scott cut her off, confused. Just what? Her eyes were steady as she laid out her theory. I don't think Alice is against returning. I believe the real reason is, her husband. Hearing that, the guy's eyes narrowed and a wicked grin spread across his face as Scott began to lead the way inside. Oh, so it's that Black Iron adventurer? This should be easy. Doan wondered what he meant by easy, as the man's treacherous face ordered someone to disappear. And that just stopped her cold in her tracks. What? She rushed back, demanding to know why. That bishop is Alice's husband, Scott explained with a deadly serious face. Child, don't you understand? Alice must defeat you to become the 233rd hero. Her faith can't be abandoned. He lowered his voice, turning his head. But now she's just some money-grubbing adventurer. That man must have seduced her. He puts a hand on her shoulder, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The church and the people need the hero's power. We can't let Alice stray any further. We must help her return to the right path. Then, Scott added a little reminder, don't forget, you are the heresy inquisitor. Hearing that, Doan's brow furrowed, her eyes shutting tight as she made her decision. During the patrol at the royal residence, under a bright moon, a voice suddenly piped up. So that's how it is. Mayfi held a warm cup of tea, so it was Count Austin who hired you to investigate the vampires. And we just happened to get caught up in the war in Frank, Merlin added with a casual smile. Being an adventurer is my job, after all. Then he got a bit curious himself. But what about you? You're the first knight. So why are you all the way out here? She explained that since her country and Frank were allies, the queen had sent her to provide support. Her eyes were firm. I came to fight the gluttony demon lord, but since that crisis is over, I'll help fight the vampires instead. Her words hit Bill Z like a ton of bricks. Wait, you guys defeated the gluttony demon lord? Looks like the legendary 7 demon lords weren't so invincible after all. And that little revelation was enough to make him absolutely lose it. Hey, who do you think you're looking down on, you little brat? He screamed, just as Merlin launched himself forward to cover the guy's mouth. Hey, didn't I tell you not to cause me any trouble? Bill Z could only let out a few muffled protests as the two started brawling. I can't take it anymore. Every last one of you keeps messing with me. Merlin just tried to calm him down. Just behave, will you? Mayfi, standing nearby, tried to intervene. Hey, you two, stop fighting. But then she tripped over a table and went down. A loud crash echoed through the room. Alice, worried, stepped in. Merlin, what are you doing over here in the middle of the night? She didn't even finish her sentence before she saw the chaos with May sprawled right on top of Merlin. He saw Alice and immediately shoved May away. Huh? Alice! May cried out in pain, but Alice's face had already gone dark with rage. What do you think you're doing? Once everything calmed down, she looked surprised. Wait, you're May? Here for reinforcements? May calmly replied. That's right. The demon lord was defeated after I arrived. Oh, so you were the one who defeated him? Alice asked with an awkward laugh. Yeah, you could say that. Mayfi's expression turned serious. The problem is, Frank's prime minister is a vampire. That's the biggest threat Frank is facing right now, Merlin added, grabbing Alice's hand. That's right. He disappeared after he fled, and we're still looking for him. Bill Z then chimed in with a roar. That bastard bullied my sister. I'm gonna chop him into tiny pieces. Merlin quickly stuffed food in his mouth. Shut up and eat. Hearing this, May looked confused. Your sister was taken by a vampire? Seeing the mess, Alice just gave a strained laugh. Ah, I apologize for these two, Mayfi replied. Oh, you're too kind. Then she added cheerfully, I didn't expect to meet you and Elgin here. But then she remembered Isabella's warning. The fact that Merlin is the Sword St. Elgin is a state secret. No one can know. She cleared her throat. With you and Mr. Merlin here, it seems neither the Demon Lord nor the vampires are anything to fear. Finally, it was time to leave. Alice gave a polite farewell. It's late, we won't disturb you any longer. Mayfi saw the three of them out. Okay. She then bowed respectfully. I'll be counting on you both for the vampire subjugation. My master and I will come for a formal meeting tomorrow. Good night. Meanwhile, back at the Frank Royal Castle, lights were still on. Down in the treasury, 2 soldiers stood guard, and one of them couldn't stop yawning. Seeing this, his partner asked, Didn't get much sleep? The guard looked exhausted. Nope, I've been on duty for days. I'm wiped. The other guy grumbled in frustration. I really don't get what the higher-ups are thinking. The National Treasury's already been cleaned out, but they still want us to guard it? His partner tried to calm him down. Well, it's our duty. He then chuckled, trying to lift their spirits. Besides, Lord Braids brought a new treasure today. He said to guard it strictly, it can be used against vampires. Losing this treasure is a death sentence, so we have to stay alert and guard it properly. Suddenly, the complaining guard pointed his weapon at his partner. Don't worry, he said, leaving the other soldier completely stunned. Huh? Blood splattered against the wall as a body hit the floor. The traitor just smirked. No one prosecutes the dead. Well, what do you know? It was none other than the guy who delivered the anti-vampire treasure himself. I've been working for the vampires for so long, it's not too much to ask for a little reward, is it? With that, he excitedly walked over and opened the box. Our guy sprints west, thinking, time to test my luck in the desert. That prime minister must be loaded after all this time. He stares at the glowing rock in his hand. With this thing, he figures even the vampire clan is no big deal. Grinning with his prize, he thinks, wealth, treasures, even this empire. I want a piece of it all. Meanwhile, in a village to the northwest, things are on fire. The vampire clan is running wild, chasing down any poor soul they can find. Ah, help me! One of the vampires yells out, Lord runs orders. The top 3 catchers get a special reward. Suddenly, a hand punches straight through his chest, stopping him cold. Then, whoosh, his whole body just erupts in flames. The other vampires freeze, completely stunned. What? An enemy? Lori just grins wickedly. Well, bloodsuckers, your party's over. Then he roars out an order. Wipe out these filthy monsters. And behind him, a whole crew with swords charges forward. A vampire hit by a blade bursts into flames. Another one looks on, totally confused. Silver weapons? How do these guys have so many? Yoon watches from the side, laughing smugly. Heh, our guild basically went bankrupt getting ready for you lot. Without missing a beat, Lori punches a vampire's face into a new shape. Who cares about the cost when a vampire's secret treasure will pay it all back? A girl, trembling, sees him take down the monster and cheers. A hero, thank you for saving us. He just smirks. Haha, a hero? I think you've got the wrong idea. Then he lunges, tearing her dress. I'm no hero, sweetheart. I'm a demon from head to toe, he says, as the poor girl's hope shatters into tears. Ah. From a hill, 2 figures watch the chaos. Lem frowns, feeling a strange sense of dread. This is taking longer than expected, he says. The other vampire just shrugs. Maybe there were just more people than we thought. Suddenly, he flinches, but it's too late. A powerful slash cuts him down on the spot. Vina smirks. Looks like you noticed us. So, you're not just an ordinary vampire, Juna taunts. Just lie still and let us kill you. Why struggle? Lem clutches his wounded arm, furious. Who are you? You've got a lot of nerve targeting the vampire clan. A figure slowly steps forward. Vampires? Haha, we're here specifically for you. A powerful aura radiates from him as he declares, all of you will be handled by us, the Azure Flame. The next morning at Merlin's villa, a man stands at the door with a friendly greeting. Hello, I am Mayfield's teacher. Clay keeps that smile as he asks, I heard you took care of my student's hungry stomach last night. May blushed. Teacher, please don't mention my appetite. Merlin gives a deadpan reply. Oh, it was nothing. You two provided me with plenty of food. It was a huge help. Braids places a hand on his chest, all serious. Miss Mayfield, you can always come to me if you're hungry. I would be honored to cook for you. Her voice gets a little sharp. I said, let's not talk about this anymore. Merlin feels a bit tense inside. This night is here too. Good thing I hid Bilb up away. Down in the basement, Bilb is angrily chewing a carrot. This Lucifer guy only gave me vegetables. I'll remember this. Upstairs, Braids gestures to Alice. Sir Clay, allow me to formally introduce you. This is the church's hero, Alice. She and her husband defeated the Demon King and saved Frank. Hearing this, she gets all bashful. Saved everyone? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Clay's eyes glow, activating an ancient magic, the pupil of insight. In a flash, her stats appear before him, and he's silently amazed. So young and already at the peak of the saint stage. Ice magic and fighting spirit. A magic swordsman, what an eye-opener. She even has a dragon clan's aura. No wonder she could fight off Bill Bupp. Clay immediately extends his hand with a smile. You must be the legendary 233rd hero. It's an honor. He then introduces himself. I am the 12th Knight of Brit, from the Cis Knight Order. Your act of defeating the Demon King is truly respectable. Alice just waves her hands awkwardly. Oh no, not at all. You're too kind. She plays the polite host. I wonder what brings the 3 of you here today. He replies. You seem direct, so I won't beat around the bush. With a smile still on his face, Clay says, we have heard of your great courage. Someone like you is exactly the talent our empire needs. He extends a hand towards Alice. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the Cis Knight Order as an external knight. Are you interested? Hearing this, she's completely shocked. Ah, Braids, standing nearby, can't help but exclaim. What? Alice is confused by the strange title. External Cis Knight? Merlin, however, just keeps a sarcastic look. Oh? So the church is branching into royal affairs now? Seeing all this unfold, it suddenly becomes clear to Braids. So this was his objective all along. Recruit the hero who defeated the Demon King. Add that to the rumors about Swordmaster Elgin, and Britain's military power would soar to unprecedented heights. His expression turns grave. I must report this to His Highness as soon as possible. Clay calmly explains to her. Initially, the Cis Knight Order was established with the goal of protecting the Empire's safety. So besides the 12 knights and the 3 knight commanders, there's another special position that nobody on the outside knows about. It's meant for recruiting talented individuals who just don't like the military lifestyle. This is the external knight. Alice looks completely baffled. So, am I a volunteer? He then sweetens the deal by revealing the very attractive benefits. Of course, you can do whatever you want, and you get 100,000 gold coins a month. In exchange, she just needs to help the Empire when it's in a tough spot. Otherwise, she won't be bothered at all. No other ties to the Empire. She glances nervously at Merlin, but quickly answers, Mr. Clay, this is a huge decision. I have to discuss it with Merlin. The guy plays it cool. No problem, we aren't forcing you. It's merely an invitation. And he adds one final message before taking his leave. After you've thought it over, feel free to find us anytime. We'll be on our way now. And she's quick to respond. But Clady doesn't move. He just stands there, staring at Merlin, thinking, so that's Alice's husband, huh? Rumor has it the princess is trying to pull Merlin into the royal family, yet here he is just casually giving out advice. You should think it over, this is a free meal ticket. This piques his curiosity. The brilliant princess has her eyes on a married man. He has to see what's so special about him. Ancient magic, all-seeing insight pupil. Using his eye technique to look at Merlin, Clady is shocked, chaotic colors, multiple layers of magic? But Merlin senses it immediately and glares back with the eyes of the Demon King. All Clady can perceive is a blazing red eyeball filled with killing intent. He's so terrified he just blurts out, what? His staff falls and hits the floor with a loud thud. Mayfield quickly kneels to support him. Master, Braids reacts too. Mr. Clady, the princess calls out, her voice filled with worry. Master, are you okay? Clady clutches his chest, struggling. Ha, I'm fine. Alice notices the disturbance and shoots a suspicious look over at Merlin. What did you do? She asks. Merlin just whistles innocently. Nothing. Clay forces himself to stand up. My apologies, that was extremely rude of me. Miss Alice, Mr. Merlin, we will take our leave now. Seeing those two depart, Braids also hurries. Yes, you two, we'll be going now. But then he remembers something. Oh, and Mr. Merlin. He holds out a letter right in front of him. Her Highness asked me to give this to you. Merlin, a bit surprised, takes the invitation. Braids gives him the short version. Her Highness is hosting the highest level of court society tonight. You're invited. Alice is floored when she hears this. Huh? She pinches Merlin's cheek hard. What? Only Merlin is invited. Later, inside the royal residence under a cloudy sky, Mayfield asks Han Clady a concerned question. Master, you look awful. Are you really okay? He can't help but pant for air. I'm fine. And then suddenly he coughs up a spray of blood. Cough! It's followed by a series of endless echoing coughs. She jumps back, startled, and screams, Master! Mayfield then scrambles out of the room. Hang in there, sir. I'll get a priest right away. But he weakly raises a hand. No need. In this state, a priest would be useless. Clady struggles to prop himself up. Windsor, Alice's husband. Do you know anything about him? She tells him everything she knows. Apparently, he has some vague connections to the Empire, but nothing's very clear. Clady just strokes his chin. Is that so? Veins begin to pop on his face. A moment ago, I used ancient magic to probe his true nature, but I saw something different. He's not human at all. He's like some kind of monster from the abyss. And then the spell backfired on him. Alice's face tightens with tension. A monster from the abyss? He wipes blood from his mouth, looking stunned before clutching his chest. I was already surprised that Alice had such power at her young age. But I never expected her husband, who has no magical aura at all, to be such a terrifying creature. Warn Alice about the foreign knights, especially the young man named Min. Later that night, inside the royal ballroom, a head maid is yelling at the staff. Hurry up and get things ready. The guests are about to arrive. Marguerite, meanwhile, is busy admiring herself in a mirror. Braids, don't I look beautiful today? He bows, laying on the flattery. Your Highness is the most beautiful in the world, and tonight you shine like a jewel. She just laughs at him. All right, that's enough of the brainless compliments. Her expression turns serious. What about the arrangements I asked you to make? Braids, right behind her, confirms it. An extra dose has been added to the wine. But Marguerite doesn't even flinch. But what? Spit it out. Your Highness. The man is married. Is this really worth it?